The story opens on a rain-soaked battlefield in the dead of night, where blood and mud mixed beneath the cold downpour. At the very top of a mountain of corpses stood Qin Feng, his body ravaged by the terrifying effect of accelerated aging multiplied 100 times. And yet, even in that broken state, he had still forced his way through the ruins of the ancient god and cleared them with his own hands. Not far from him, a woman stood in the rain with a dagger gripped in her hand. Looking at Qin Feng's battered figure, she gave a faint smile and praised him, admitting that he truly was impressive. But that praise carried no warmth at all. Her eyes soon shifted toward the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, and she calmly decided that this treasure would now belong to her. Qin Feng, covered in wounds and barely clinging to life, lifted his bloodied face with difficulty. His voice was weak, but the pain in it was unmistakable as he questioned his sister Qin Xiaoyu, asking why she would betray him like this. Qin Xiaoyu looked down at him with a cold expression, without the slightest trace of guilt in her eyes. Then she made it clear that, to her, Qin Feng had only ever been an adopted child taken in by her parents. In her heart, he had never truly been her brother. Since the same blood did not flow through their veins, she did not believe he had any right to call himself family. At that moment, a blond man named Song Fei appeared beside her. With a satisfied look on his face, he casually remarked that Qin Feng had actually turned out to be quite useful in the end. Song Fei rested one hand on Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder while holding the divine artifact in the other, his smile full of mockery. He thanked Qin Feng in a relaxed tone, saying that without him, neither he nor Qin Xiaoyu would ever have gotten their hands on the Eye of Judgment. And to drain Qin Feng's remaining lifespan all at once, Song Fei had gone through plenty of trouble to obtain the soul-stealing blade now buried inside Qin Feng's body. Looking at him like this was all some twisted joke, he asked Qin Feng whether he liked this farewell gift. After their parents died, Qin Feng had been the one who raised Qin Xiaoyu with his own hands. He supported her through school, protected her after the game descended upon the world, and risked his life for her more times than he could count. But now, staring at the sister who had turned against him without hesitation, Qin Feng finally understood that he had been completely wrong about her. Qin Xiaoyu showed no remorse at all. Instead, she coldly said that ever since their parents died, Qin Feng had constantly interfered in her life, ordering her around and trying to control everything she did. Back when she and Song Fei still needed his protection, he had at least been somewhat useful. But now that the divine artifact was already in their hands, his final bit of value had disappeared. Song Fei suddenly moved, rushing straight toward Qin Feng to finish him off. As he closed in, he even smiled and promised that from now on he would take very good care of Qin Xiaoyu. With death closing in right before his eyes, Qin Feng forced out his final hatred through gritted teeth. He swore that he would never let the two of them get away with this. But before Qin Feng could even finish his sentence, Song Fei struck him down without hesitation, ending his life right there in the rain. Back in 2025, the God-forsaken game descended upon the world. And from that moment on, the rules of reality were completely overturned. In that game, the only true currency was lifespan. If a person died, their remaining lifespan would be reduced, but if they killed monsters, they could gain more lifespan in return. And lifespan was not only used for survival. Players could also spend it to bring the abilities they gained inside the game back into the real world. Those who became powerful enough could crush tanks with their bare hands, slice aircraft apart with a single swing of a sword, and even withstand the force of nuclear explosions using nothing but their own bodies. From the day the game appeared, the entire world fell into a storm of chaos and transformation. Qin Feng fought desperately to survive with his sister, enduring one hardship after another. After countless battles, near-death escapes, and struggles that pushed him to the edge, he barely managed to climb into the top 100 powerhouses in the world. And after pushing through unimaginable danger, he finally conquered the ruins of the ancient god and obtained the divine artifact known as the Eye of Judgment. At that moment, Qin Feng had finally gained the qualifications to stand at the very top. But who could have imagined that the reward waiting for him at the end of all that suffering would be betrayal from the only family he had left? Everything he had poured into his life had become nothing but interference in someone else's eyes, and every struggle he endured had only cleared the path for another person's success. If he could live one more time, Qin Feng swore that he would no longer sacrifice himself for anyone. This time, he would fight only for himself. But then, something unbelievable happened. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly opened, and instead of the bloody battlefield, he found himself lying in his own room. He immediately sat up, his body tense and his mind racing. Looking around at the familiar surroundings, he quickly realized that he had returned to the real world. For a moment, Qin Feng was completely confused. He clearly remembered dying under Song Fei's attack. Yet, when he grabbed his phone and turned on the screen, the date displayed before him was the year 2025. He walked to the window and looked outside, where the city still stood beautifully beneath the light of the real world. Only then did Qin Feng realize the truth. He had been reborn 9 years into the past, back to the very day the God-forsaken game first descended upon Earth. The next day, Qin Xiaoyu kicked open the door and barged into the room. The moment she saw Qin Feng sitting at home and calmly drinking coffee, anger flashed across her face, and she immediately demanded to know why he had not answered her calls. She kicked the trash can in frustration, making it clatter across the floor. Watching her lose her temper, Qin Feng remembered clearly that on the day the Forsaken game descended, he and Qin Xiaoyu had a huge argument because of Song Fei. Posters of Song Fei were plastered all over the wall. Before the game arrived, Song Fei had been a somewhat famous underground idol, and Qin Xiaoyu was completely obsessed with him. On the surface, Song Fei looked glamorous and charming, but in reality, he was a rotten scoundrel who had tricked many female fans, taking their money and taking advantage of their bodies. To keep Qin Xiaoyu from falling into his trap, Qin Feng had always forbidden her from getting involved with that man. But in the end, all his protection was twisted into an accusation that he was controlling her life. Qin Xiaoyu pointed straight at Qin Feng, her finger almost stabbing through the air as she angrily asked if he was deaf. She blamed him for Song Fei losing first place that month, and even threatened him, saying that if Qin Feng did not give her money to help Song Fei climb back up in rank, she would really get angry. But in the next instant, Qin Feng's expression turned ice cold. Without saying another word, he raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face, sending her crashing down to the floor. Qin Xiaoyu's cheek swelled almost immediately, and blood began trickling from her nose. Tears filled her eyes as she sat there in disbelief, completely unable to accept that Qin Feng had actually hit her. Qin Feng stared down at her with a sharp, chilling gaze. His voice was calm but full of warning as he made it clear that he had neither the desire nor the time to argue with her. If she kept barking at him, he would break her mouth next. Then Qin Feng threw a credit card over her head and told her that the money inside was what their parents had left behind. No matter how difficult things had been over the years, he had never touched even a single cent of it. For the sake of their parents, Qin Feng decided that he would not lower himself to her level this time. But there was one thing he wanted her to understand clearly. From this day forward, he no longer had a sister like her. Qin Xiaoyu immediately broke down crying. But the more she cried, the angrier she became, her face twisted with humiliation and resentment. In his previous life, Qin Feng had lost far too much while trying to protect Qin Xiaoyu. So many opportunities, hidden treasures, and dangerous dungeons that could have changed his fate were all abandoned because he had chosen her safety first. After cutting ties with her, Qin Feng took out several sleeping pills. With a glass of water in hand, he calmly swallowed them down. He was truly curious now. Without Qin Xiaoyu as a burden holding him back, just how far could he go? This time he would use everything he remembered from his past life and move ahead of everyone before they even understood what was coming. From this moment on, Qin Xiaoyu would have to fend for herself. And as for Song Fei, Qin Feng had already made up his mind. One day he would personally take that man's head. As the sleeping pills took effect, Qin Feng gradually lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing inside the familiar Choice Hall. He had missed this place, but he also remembered his first time here all too clearly. Back then, he had been so nervous that it took him several hours just to complete his career choice and finally leave. But this time, everything was different. He needed to move much faster. In his previous life, Qin Feng had chosen the warrior class for the sake of protecting Qin Xiaoyu. The warrior class was by no means weak, but it was no longer the right path for him now. Without Qin Xiaoyu dragging him down, he could clear solo content with far greater speed and freedom. For solo survival, mobility and reaction speed were the most important factors, so without even a second of hesitation, Qin Feng directly chose the assassin class. But right after he made his choice, something completely unexpected happened. A system notification suddenly appeared, announcing that the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, had been successfully bound to him. Immediately afterward, the Eye of Judgment activated. Its passive authority took effect the moment Qin Feng entered the Forsaken game. From now on, he would automatically obtain the highest-ranking profession and talent available to him. Qin Feng was stunned as he saw that the Eye of Judgment had followed him even after his rebirth. Only then did he begin to understand its true nature. As long as the artifact had recognized its master, even if someone else stole it, they would never be able to use it. Perhaps this divine artifact was the very reason he had been reborn in the first place. At that moment, Strange shadows began pouring into Qin Feng's body, wrapping around him like living darkness. Then his entire body started to change. His hair gradually turned white, his figure was swallowed by darkness, and Qin Feng himself began transforming into a shadow. Qin Feng's entire appearance had already changed. The profession he had received was Shadow, the highest-level hidden profession among assassins, and it was on a completely different path from the warrior class he had chosen in his previous life. Just by obtaining this profession alone, Qin Feng could already feel an enormous surge of power settling into his body. Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly as a memory from his past life flashed through his mind. Every profession had a tiny chance of awakening into a hidden, higher-tier profession, but that probability was so low it was almost impossible to count on. Yet the authority of judgment had directly turned that faint possibility into an absolute certainty. At that moment, the system activated again and informed him that the authority of judgment was the most authentic and ancient primordial authority in the entire universe. Its power stood above ordinary rules and even surpassed order itself. However, because Qin Feng did not yet possess divinity, he could not actively use this authority for the time being. Even so, its passive effect had already begun working. This information left Qin Feng deeply shaken. In his previous life, it was only in the 7th year after the God-forsaken game descended that one of humanity's top players finally managed to leave God's abandoned realm and enter the realm of order. Only after that did humans learn that the power of order existed at all. But even many years later, no human had ever truly obtained that power. Qin Feng had never imagined that he would reach something even beyond that so early. Right at the beginning of this new life, before anyone else had even understood the game properly, he had already obtained a primordial authority that surpassed both order and rules. As long as he could one day leave God's abandoned realm, reach the realm of order, and obtain divinity, he would be able to activate this authority for real. And just like that, Qin Feng had gained another goal for this lifetime. Once the profession selection was officially complete, the system prompted Qin Feng to enter his game alias. Qin Feng paused for a brief moment, his gaze lowering in thought. Then he chose the name Shadow, because this new profession had been born from darkness itself. The next instant, Qin Feng's body was wrapped in light, and he was teleported directly into God's abandoned realm. What appeared before him was a ruined and desolate land, a place crawling with countless monsters in every direction. Qin Feng knew he had to stay alert, because every monster outside was ready to tear players apart and steal their lifespan. Players could leave town, hunt monsters, and earn tradable lifespan. But if they died in the game, they would lose half of both their tradable and non-tradable lifespan. Right now, Qin Feng had arrived in Shelltown, one of the beginner's safe zones. Inside Shelltown, there were no monsters wandering around, and players were also forbidden from attacking one another. On top of that, the speed at which lifespan was consumed here remained at the normal 1x rate. Many people had been dragged into the game without any warning. Some had only taken a nap after eating, while others had simply fallen asleep after an exhausting day at work, only to open their eyes and find themselves trapped in this strange place. Soon, almost everyone nearby turned their attention toward Qin Feng. They had no idea what profession he had chosen, and they could not understand why his appearance looked so different from theirs. When some of them noticed the weapon at his side, they guessed that he was probably an assassin. Qin Feng, however, knew very well that powerful figures from many countries would soon begin appearing one after another, and the entire order of the world would be reshaped from this moment on. If Qin Feng wanted to step ahead of those future giants, then he could not afford to waste even a moment. In this game, progress waited for no one. Just then, 3 men and an archer were suddenly teleported back into the town. In the God-forsaken game, players who died while hunting monsters would be sent back to the safe zone. These players looked furious and terrified at the same time, clearly shaken by how strong the wild monsters outside really were. One of them complained that the monster had wiped out all their lives with a single bite. They had been fighting only a weak level 1 crawler, yet even with all of them working together, they had barely managed to reduce its health by 1/3. Now that they had died once, their lifespan had instantly been cut in half. The others quickly turned to the archer Jiang Lizzie and asked what they should do next. Qin Feng quietly observed her from a distance and noticed her starting weapon. Since ordinary archers began with short bows, he immediately realized that Jiang Lizzie was most likely a hidden class player as well. At the same time, Jiang Lizzie also noticed something unusual about Qin Feng. From his appearance and weapon, she could tell that he was probably a hidden class player too. With a friendly smile on her face, Jiang Lizzie stepped forward and asked Qin Feng if he wanted to join their team. She explained that the monsters outside were truly dangerous, and none of them could handle them alone. Her own team had already been wiped out once, so they at least had some experience now. But Qin Feng rejected her offer without hesitation and simply continued walking forward. When Jiang Lizi's companions saw him leave so casually, they immediately started mocking him. In their eyes, Qin Feng was just pretending to be some kind of expert. After all, even 5 of them together had failed to defeat that monster, so there was no way one person could do it alone. To them, Qin Feng was clearly walking straight toward death. Jiang Lizi quietly used the system to check him, and soon she saw that Qin Feng's alias was Shadow. As Qin Feng continued toward the town exit, Jiang Lizi made a quick decision. She chose to follow him from behind, hoping to see what kind of skills this mysterious player actually had. A faint smile appeared on her face. Even if Qin Feng ended up dying outside, they might still be able to gain useful information about the monsters and learn something from the way he fought. A land abandoned by the gods was not a place that gave people any sense of safety. The air itself felt oppressive, and danger seemed to be hiding in every ruined corner. Jiang Lizi and the others began following Qin Feng in secret. She still did not understand why she had been pulled into this strange world, but thanks to her years of experience in online games, she had quickly gathered a team around herself. Unfortunately, the very first monster they encountered after leaving town had completely annihilated them. Because of that, Jiang Lizi was certain that this creature was not something an ordinary level 1 player could defeat. Jiang Lizi's teammates were irritated, especially when they noticed that Qin Feng's starting weapon was different from the assassin in their own group. Their assassin carried only a dagger, but Qin Feng had a short blade. What made that assassin even more jealous was Qin Feng's speed. As an assassin himself, his agility should have been the highest, yet Qin Feng clearly moved faster. Even Qin Feng's clothing looked different from his. Because of all these details, Qin Feng seemed far from ordinary. Jiang Lizi became even more determined to follow him, believing that he might lead them to some crucial information. But then Qin Feng suddenly turned his gaze toward their hiding place. The moment Jiang Lizi sensed that stare, she quickly ducked back into cover, her heart tightening because she could not tell whether they had already been discovered. Qin Feng immediately activated Shadow Sneak, and in the blink of an eye, his body vanished from where he stood. Like a shadow melting into the darkness, he disappeared without leaving the slightest trace behind. Jiang Lizi and the others froze in confusion when they saw him vanish into thin air. The assassin in their group quickly reacted and realized that this had to be a stealth ability, one of the initial abilities that allowed an assassin to enter invisibility. Qin Feng had completely hidden himself from sight. Seeing this, Jiang Lizi decided it was better to return to town first and search for ways to strengthen themselves. Going outside was simply too dangerous right now. They had already died once, and their lifespan had been reduced by half, so they planned to look for NPCs and try their luck with hidden rewards, such as treasure chests. Shadow Sneak allowed Qin Feng to enter stealth for a limited amount of time. If he attacked, the stealth would be broken, but the first strike after emerging from stealth would deal increased damage. On top of that, Stealth Mastery doubled the duration of his stealth and raised his stealth level by 1. As expected, the Shadow class was far from ordinary. At this stage, a normal assassin's stealth could still be detected rather easily, but with the Shadow class's built-in mastery, neither players nor monsters in the early game could sense Qin Feng at all. Qin Feng could not help thinking that Jiang Lizi and her companions were still too naive. The beginner town might look safe, but there was nothing there that could truly improve a player's strength. In truth, the town was only a temporary shelter for new players. In the God-forsaken game, weak players were nothing more than prey waiting to be devoured by monsters. A few seconds later, Qin Feng's stealth finally ended. For now, the duration was still not very long, but luckily, the cooldown had started the moment he activated the skill. In just a few more seconds, he would be able to slip back into darkness again. Qin Feng opened his status window. His codename was Shadow, and his class was also Shadow. He currently had 75 years of non-tradable lifespan and 0 tradable lifespan. His attributes were 13 points in strength, 13 points in constitution, 18 points in agility, and 15 points in spirit. All players began with a base of 10 points in each attribute, and different classes added different bonuses on top of that. In his previous life, the warrior class Qin Feng chose had only increased his strength and constitution by 3 points each. But this time, the Shadow class had improved every single stat, and his agility alone had risen by a full 8 points. He still had 5 free attribute points waiting to be assigned. Most players in the early stage would pour those points into strength or spirit to boost physical or magical attack power. But Qin Feng knew from experience that this was a serious mistake. Without wasting even a second, Qin Feng placed all 5 free points into agility, raising that stat directly to 23. Agility was the true key to survival in the early game. No matter how players allocated their stats at the beginning, monsters could still deal overwhelming damage if they landed a hit. The only realistic way to kill monsters without getting injured was to increase speed, rely on movement, and avoid being struck at all. Just then, something in the distance caught Qin Feng's attention. Behind a nearby tree, a monster was hiding in the shadows. It was a normal grade level 1 crawler, but there was something unusual about it. The creature was in the middle of evolving. Qin Feng instantly became alert. When he noticed that the crawler was still absorbing lifespan, he quickly understood what had happened. This had to be the same monster that had wiped out Zhang Lizi's group of 4. The crawler soon sensed Qin Feng's presence as well. Its body was somewhat injured, and part of its HP had already been lost from the earlier fight. The monster suddenly lunged at him. But Qin Feng reacted instantly and dodged the attack with a sharp jump. He knew very well that when monsters killed players, they could seize their lifespan, and once they absorbed enough, they could begin to evolve. Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak again, and drew his short blade from its sheath. Just before the crawler could close the distance, his figure vanished into the air right in front of it. As the crawler twisted around, trying to find where he had gone, Qin Feng suddenly appeared above it. Using Stealth Break Strike, he dropped down onto the monster's body and drove his short blade fiercely into the back of its head. A damage number of 174 appeared, and the crawler was killed on the spot, granting Qin Feng 10 experience points. Even Qin Feng had not expected to kill the crawler with a single strike. But then he remembered that attacking the nape of a crawler would trigger a critical hit. At the same time, a system window appeared, explaining that the backstab skill doubled damage when the attack came from outside the enemy's field of vision. That was why the crawler had died instantly. Backstab had stacked together with several other effects, forming a terrifying damage multiplier. Qin Feng stood there quietly, staring down at the crawler's corpse without saying a word. He remembered his previous life as a warrior. Back then, even when he landed a critical hit, he could barely deal 40 damage. Killing a single crawler had felt like a long, exhausting battle, and he had nearly died in the process every time. The moment the crawler collapsed and died, a faintly glowing orb rolled out from its body. That shining light was not ordinary loot, but the lifespan it had absorbed. Qin Feng stepped forward, clenched his hand around the glow, and directly absorbed the lifespan into himself. This gave him 3 days of tradable lifespan, along with 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 players had died to this monster, and each of them should have lost at least 20 to 30 years, adding up to more than 100 years in total. But because the crawler had already absorbed that lifespan first, Qin Feng only received 54 years from it. For the time being, however, non-tradable lifespan did not have much practical use for him. But right at that moment, the authority of the Eye of Judgment suddenly activated again, granting Qin Feng a talent called Infinite Evolution. With this talent, whenever Qin Feng killed monsters by himself, he had a chance to obtain evolution points, which could then be used to upgrade his skills. Every 24 hours he would automatically gain 5 evolution points. And if he defeated a boss-class monster alone, he was guaranteed to receive evolution points as a reward. Right now, Qin Feng already had 5 points available. Qin Feng now possessed infinite evolution, meaning his skills were no longer fixed in place. In his previous life, he had never heard of anything like this. No matter what equipment or skill book monsters dropped, their grades were always set from the beginning, and there was no way to raise them afterward. This was clearly a power that exceeded both rules and order. Qin Feng decided to test it immediately by upgrading Shadow Sneak and Backstab. He spent 4 evolution points, and both skills were successfully improved. His starting skill, Shadow Sneak, rose from normal quality to bronze quality, and its duration increased from 12 seconds to 16 seconds. The attack bonus after breaking stealth also jumped from 60 to 90, while the cooldown was shortened by 2 seconds. Backstab improved from inferior quality to normal quality, and its damage increased by 5%. Shadow Sneak now lasted 16 seconds on its own, and after being doubled by Stealth Mastery, the duration reached 32 seconds. With stealth lasting this long, Qin Feng could practically remain invisible without interruption. If these abilities had been upgraded earlier, even a crawler at full HP would have been killed by him in one strike. Just then, a young man walked over with a woman beside him and casually said that this game did not seem difficult at all. After all, even someone as thin-looking as Qin Feng had managed to kill a monster alone. The woman looked at the young man's physique and praised him, saying that with a body like his, he could probably take on 10 people by himself. Hearing that, the young man immediately grinned and promised that he would protect her. Qin Feng noticed something moving above them, hidden within the branches of a nearby tree. Meanwhile, the young man, still full of confidence, asked Qin Feng if he wanted to team up with them. Qin Feng instantly sensed the danger overhead, and without bothering to explain, he activated Shadow Sneak and vanished from sight. When the young man saw Qin Feng disappear so suddenly, he completely misunderstood the situation. He thought Qin Feng had been scared off by his muscles and became even more pleased with himself. But in the next second, a huge spider dropped down from the tree, landing heavily in front of them and throwing both of them into panic. It was a level 1 bronze-grade monster called the Nurturer. The moment it appeared, it launched its attack and ended their lives before they could even react. Qin Feng immediately remembered this monster. The Nurturer was a beginner boss with 1600 HP, and it was absolutely not something an ordinary rookie player could deal with. Even worse, it commanded many small spiders, making it far more dangerous than a normal monster. The Nurturer began feeding on the bodies it had just killed, and Qin Feng seized that brief opening. This was the perfect chance for him to test just how powerful his upgraded abilities had become. Using Stealth Break Strike, Qin Feng appeared from the shadows and drove his short blade straight into one of the spider's eyes. The Nurturer immediately counterattacked, but Qin Feng reacted just in time. He dodged the strike, pulled back quickly, and used Shadow Sneak again to disappear from the monster's sight. That single attack dealt 338 damage to the boss, but in the process, Qin Feng still took 9 points of damage. He had only managed to escape safely because of his high agility. Qin Feng currently had 130 HP, and if the spider's attack had landed cleanly, he would have been killed on the spot. Even so, seeing that his strike had dealt more than 300 damage to a boss still impressed him. The Nurturer flew into a rage. Its massive legs swept through the area, slicing nearby trees in half as it thrashed wildly. Qin Feng knew very well that monsters like this were not mindless targets. The spider had intelligence, and it would never simply stand still and let him strike it again and again. The Nurturer began attacking in every direction, trying to force Qin Feng out by guessing his location. Even the small spiders around it had become alert now, so Qin Feng could not afford to rush in carelessly. While the spider's attention was scattered, Qin Feng picked up a rock and threw it with precision. The stone smashed directly into the Nurturer's abdomen, dealing 299 points of damage. Qin Feng grabbed another rock and instantly confirmed his guess. His main damage came from the bonuses of Stealth Break Strike and his class skill enhancement, so even a simple thrown rock could trigger strong damage under the right conditions. All he needed to do now was wait for Shadow Sneak's cooldown to finish, then launch another rock from Stealth. By doing that, the rock could activate the bonuses from Ambush Strike, Backstab, and Weak Point Attack all at once. As soon as Shadow Sneak came off cooldown, Qin Feng threw another rock. This time, it dealt 279 damage to the spider, and he immediately activated Shadow Sneak again to vanish. His strategy was simple but extremely effective. Stay hidden until Shadow Sneak refreshed, attack the boss once, then disappear again before it could properly retaliate. At the same time, back in town, the leaderboard suddenly updated. It revealed that the player Shadow had killed the bronze-grade boss Nurturer and had become the first person to reach level 2, instantly rising to number 1 on the list. The other players were stunned. Most of them were still dying to ordinary mobs, so they could not understand how someone had already managed to defeat a boss. Zheng Lizzie and her companions were completely speechless when they saw that Qin Feng had defeated a boss and reached level 2. They could not even handle normal monsters as a team, so in their shock, they even wondered if the system had made some kind of mistake. The man and woman who had been killed by the giant spider soon respawned back in town as well. When they saw that someone had actually killed that terrifying spider, they were shaken even more, and they quickly realized that Shadow was the same young man they had seen earlier in the forest. Back in the forest, the system announced that Qin Feng had killed the boss Nurturer, gaining 300 experience points and 2 evolution points. At the same time, Shell Town's level leaderboard was officially unlocked. Qin Feng also received 1 reputation point and began absorbing the spider's lifespan. Unfortunately, the moment the big spider died, the smaller spiders scattered in every direction, which made him feel a little regretful. He should have killed the small spiders first to gain more experience. Still, his gains were impressive. He obtained 46 days of tradable lifespan, a new bronze-quality skill book called Greedy Hand, and a corrosive dagger with 35 damage and 4 agility. After learning Greedy Hand, Qin Feng could use the skill on defeated monsters, giving him a 20% chance to obtain an additional loot reward. Qin Feng was slightly surprised because he had not expected a bronze boss to drop such a god-tier assassin skill. This skill could greatly improve loot acquisition. In the late game, when players defeated powerful bosses, a 20% chance to generate extra loot was already incredibly valuable. Qin Feng remembered that in his previous life there had been a man in the Godslayer Guild whose combat strength was only average. But because he possessed this skill, he became one of the most sought-after players around, to the point where he even had a personal bodyguard escorting him wherever he went. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he realized the true value of this ability. The activation chance might only be 20% right now, but with his infinite evolution talent, he could continue raising both the drop rate and the amount of loot it produced. The next day, students were walking along the road on their way to school. Qin Xiaoyu's friend asked whether she was really not going to call Qin Feng and apologize. She reminded Qin Xiaoyu that yesterday, the two of them had skipped the exam in secret just to go support Song Fei. So Qin Feng must have been angry for a reason. But Qin Xiaoyu refused to admit any fault. In her eyes, she had done nothing wrong, and because of Qin Feng, they had almost missed the entrance time. As far as she was concerned, Qin Feng was the one who should apologize. Her friend tried to persuade her again, saying that Qin Feng had always treated her very well. She also glanced at Qin Xiaoyu's face and asked what had happened to it. But Qin Xiaoyu stubbornly insisted that Qin Feng only knew how to meddle in her affairs. As for the injury on her face, she casually made up an excuse, saying she had simply tripped and hurt herself. When the two of them entered the school, they noticed that a large crowd of students had gathered outside one of the classrooms. Qin Xiaoyu's friend immediately grew curious. She squeezed through the crowd and pushed her way into the classroom, only to see Shang Wei's body slowly becoming semi-transparent. One of Shang Wei's friends explained in a nervous voice that he was not completely sure what had happened. Just a moment ago, Shang Wei had said he was going to take a nap, but when they turned around again, his body had already become like this. And this was not an isolated incident. Similar cases were already spreading across the internet. People from all over the world were experiencing the same strange phenomenon. Some experts claimed that once someone fell asleep, their body would enter a ghost-like semi-transparent state, but no one could explain why it was happening. Qin Xiaoyu's friend immediately became alert and decided to call her parents to warn them. She also urged Qin Xiaoyu to call her brother just in case and tell him to be careful. But Qin Xiaoyu refused without hesitation, coldly saying she would rather see him dead than contact him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng evolved his newly obtained skill, Greedy Hand, upgrading it from bronze quality all the way to gold. Now, whenever he looted an enemy, the chance of gaining an extra piece of loot rose from 20% to 70%. Because of this upgrade, Qin Feng successfully learned Greedy Hand and obtained 2 points. Qin Feng clenched his fist and activated the skill right away. As a result, he gained 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. He was more than satisfied with gaining 2 evolution points. Qin Feng knew that upgrading Greedy Hand to level 3 would require 3 points, and once he reached that point, he would soon be able to push the extra loot chance all the way to 100%. Qin Feng also understood that the governments of every country must have already noticed the strange situation by now. Soon, more and more people would flood into the game, so he had to speed up his progress and equip anything useful as quickly as possible. He immediately equipped the bronze-quality corrosive dagger, gaining 35 attack points and 4 points of agility. Then Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak to avoid drawing attention from nearby monsters. He knew it would not be long before people discovered that skills and equipment from this game could be extracted into the real world. And once that truth spread, the entire world would fall into chaos. To extract skills and equipment, 2 conditions had to be met. First, reaching level 10, and second, having enough tradable lifespan. Since killing small monsters was far too slow, Qin Feng decided to search for stronger bosses instead. As Qin Feng moved through the ruined wilderness, the sound of fighting suddenly reached his ears. He followed the noise toward a nearby cliff, and when he looked down from above, he saw several players locked in battle against a level 2 bronze-grade monster known as a Sprint Predator. Qin Feng had already been planning to search for stronger bosses, and now one had appeared right in front of him. For him, finding a Sprint Predator at this exact moment was almost perfect timing. The monster launched a fierce attack, but the player holding a shield and mace stepped forward and blocked it without much difficulty. That player was Wang Meng. Qin Feng was a little surprised to see him here, and he immediately realized that the rumors from his previous life had been true. It was said that when Wang Meng first entered the Forsaken game, he managed to gather an entire team made up of hidden class players, and all 6 members of his group possessed hidden professions. Wang Meng raised his shield and summoned Holy Barrier. In an instant, a golden protective wall spread out in front of him, forcefully pushing the Sprint Predator back. His hidden class was Holy Shield Warrior, a profession that gave him twice the basic stats of an ordinary warrior, and as if that advantage was not already powerful enough, he also possessed a built-in invincibility skill from the start. While the monster's attention was drawn toward Wang Meng, the mage and his team seized the opening. She lifted her hand and summoned a blazing fireball, sending it crashing directly into the creature's arm. This mage also had a hidden profession called Prophet. Compared with a normal mage, she could deal double magical damage, and her class came with an innate skill known as Prophetic Fireball. The archer in the team had a hidden archer profession called Sharp-Eyed Shooter, giving him double the stats of an ordinary archer along with a built-in rapid shot skill. As for the priest, he had the Oracle Priest class, which doubled normal healing power and also gave him access to group healing. The archer and mage attacked at the same time, sending their ranged attacks toward the sprint predator. But the monster moved with frightening speed, avoiding their attacks almost effortlessly before charging straight at Wang Meng and forcing him to step back. The archer immediately began to panic when he saw that their ranged attacks could not land. His face tightened with fear as he realized that this boss was simply too fast for them to keep up with. The priest quickly healed Wang Meng, helping him recover from the damage he had taken. Wang Meng then decided that their best chance was to keep attacking the boss little by little while the healers focused on keeping everyone alive. From his hidden position, Qin Feng watched Wang Meng's plan unfold and thought that he was being far too optimistic. Trying to slowly wear down the monster's health sounded reasonable, but Wang Meng had overlooked the most important danger. This was the wilderness, not a safe arena. If a fight dragged on for too long, nearby monsters would definitely be drawn in by the noise. And just as Qin Feng expected, two more monsters suddenly appeared behind Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng recognized them at a glance. They were Corruptors, regular level 2 monsters covered in dark brown mud, and they specialized in long-range attacks. The swordsman in Wang Meng's team reacted first. He rushed toward the newly appeared monsters and slashed fiercely at one of the Corruptors. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The swordsman's class seemed to be a hidden profession as well, but it was one that even Qin Feng had not seen before. The sword strike landed and dealt 33 points of damage, but the swordsman quickly realized something was wrong. The defense of these monsters was much higher than he had expected. The Corruptor immediately opened its mouth and spat a thick stream of muddy liquid onto the swordsman. That attack triggered ground bind, causing the swordsman's movement speed to drop sharply as the mud clung to him and restricted his movements. At the same time, the other Corruptor turned and began chasing after the mage. The mage was so frightened that tears appeared in her eyes as she desperately tried to run away. But right then, Qin Feng moved. He leapt down in a flash, and before anyone could clearly see his figure, his blade had already swept across the monster's neck. The Corruptor was instantly decapitated, taking 441 points of damage, and the mage was saved on the spot, leaving everyone around her completely stunned. Qin Feng's strike had been so overwhelming that the Corruptor died in one blow. The mage froze in confusion, still not understanding who had saved her or whether someone unseen was helping their team. Using his sword for support, the swordsman struggled back to his feet. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw that someone had actually killed a level 2 Corruptor in a single strike. Compared to that, their whole team had needed to work together for 10 full seconds just to kill a level 1 Corruptor. The remaining Corruptor tried to launch another attack. But once again, Qin Feng moved like a streak of lightning, appearing and cutting the monster's head off before it could react. The swordsman trembled with fear and quickly asked Lai Zai if she had seen who had done it. Lai Zai was just as shaken and said in panic that she had not seen anything clearly. Wang Meng forced himself back up and told everyone not to lose focus. Deep inside, however, he could only hope that this mysterious attacker was on their side. Now, only the sprint predator remained. Qin Feng was watching quietly from a tree branch above, while his rewards for killing the 2 level 2 Corruptors appeared. He gained 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, a common quality skill book called Venom Dart, and 8 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng did not hesitate for even a moment. Venom Dart was a perfect mid-range poison damage skill, so he immediately used his evolution ability to upgrade it. After the upgrade, Venom Dart rose to level 2 and improved from common quality to silver quality. The skill now allowed him to throw a deadly poisoned dart with a maximum range of 14 meters, dealing 120 points of attack damage on impact while applying the Venom status. Its cooldown was only 5 seconds. The Venom status would deal continuous damage equal to 50% per second, lasting for 5 seconds in total. However, this poison effect could not be stacked multiple times. Just then, the sprint predator attacked again. Wang Meng managed to raise his shield and block the frontal strike, but in the same moment, the creature's sharp limb pierced straight into his stomach. Pain shot through Wang Meng's body, and his shield and mace dropped heavily to the ground. The monster immediately seized the chance, driving its other sharp limb into him as well and causing him unbearable agony. The archer began trembling in fear at the sight. The priest also panicked because he knew the situation had turned terrible. His healing speed could no longer keep up with the damage Wang Meng was taking. In that desperate moment, Wang Meng gritted his teeth through the pain and shouted for the others to run. Before anyone could escape, Qin Feng made his move. A poisoned dart shot through the air and buried itself directly into the sprint predator's head, instantly dealing 845 points of damage. The mage and archer stared in shock. That single attack had erased nearly half of the boss's HP in one blow. Both the monster and Wang Meng began to twist in pain, one from the poison tearing through its body and the other from the wound still pierced through him. Black venom started spreading out from the monster's wound. Then its body began breaking down under the poison, taking 324 points of damage again and again until it finally collapsed to the ground. Because Qin Feng had dealt more than 90% of the total damage, the loot belonged to him. For killing the sprint predator, he gained 600 experience points, reached level 3, obtained 2 evolution points, and received 55 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng had not expected Venom Dart's damage over time effect to activate his class passive ability, with stealth allowing him to stay hidden and darts letting him attack from range again and again. There was now almost nothing in the early or mid-game that could stop him. Loot began emerging from the sprint predator's corpse. Wang Meng stared in shock at the damage the boss had suffered, and after several seconds, the loot suddenly disappeared from view. Wang Meng slowly stood up, still recovering from the shock, and sincerely thanked Qin Feng for saving them. But Qin Feng only looked at them calmly and warned that in the Wildlands people should not trust others so easily. His words instantly left everyone stunned. Wang Meng accepted the warning and thanked Qin Feng for the advice. He and his teammates decided not to disturb him while he checked the loot. Before stepping back, Wang Meng added that if Qin Feng ever needed anything in the future, he could come find him. Qin Feng picked up the loot while silently evaluating Wang Meng. From what he had seen, Wang Meng seemed like someone trustworthy. More importantly, he had the support of Daxia's government, which meant he had access to many resources. Because of that, Qin Feng started considering him as a stable channel for selling loot he did not need. Qin Feng then activated Greedy Hand on the corpse and gained 3 evolution points, 55 days of tradable lifespan, and a bronze quality pair of Sprint Predator leather greaves. He immediately equipped the leather greaves, gaining 9 points of physical defense, 5 points in all elemental resistances, and a 15% increase to cooldown speed. This was excellent loot for Qin Feng. He still had many other class gear pieces and skill books piling up, and once his bag was completely full, he planned to return to town and exchange everything he did not need for lifespan. A confident light appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Compared with his previous life, his growth speed this time was not just faster. It was already 100 times beyond what it had been before. Not far from where Qin Feng stood, another team of players was being attacked by even more monsters. Seeing the number of enemies continue to increase, the players quickly realized they could not keep fighting and decided to flee. But before they could successfully escape, an even larger monster suddenly appeared in their path. And just as the players tried to run, that monster struck first. Sharp vines shot out violently, piercing through them one after another and killing the entire team before they could get away. The players who had just died respawned back in town, their faces filled with frustration and exhaustion. No matter how they tried to fight, the monsters outside always appeared in groups, and once their health got low, they would immediately run away. Rumor had it that players needed to reach level 3 before they could leave the game, but at this rate, that requirement felt almost impossible. Some players argued that they simply needed a bigger group, because 3 people were clearly not enough. They believed they should gather 6 players, or maybe even 10, before going out again. But another player immediately disagreed, saying that larger groups were not the solution either. He had personally seen a team of 10 get surrounded and wiped out, and too many people would only attract even more dangerous bosses. Not long ago, a group of 40 players had somehow triggered a monster called Curse Master, and that thing had annihilated more than 30 of them with a single attack. Zhang Lizi's team also respawned back in Shelltown, looking far worse than before. If players could not reach level 3, they would remain trapped inside the game forever. Everyone here had entered this world after falling asleep, which meant only their consciousness had been pulled into the game. If they could not escape, their real bodies outside would eventually starve to death. Zheng Lizhi was filled with frustration, unable to understand why this game was so brutally difficult right from the start. One of her companions panicked, saying they had already died 3 times, and their non-tradable lifespan had dropped to less than 10 years. If this continued, they would truly die in the real world. Even though Zheng Lizhi still could not confirm whether everything was real or not, she knew one thing clearly: they could not afford to die again. When Zheng Lizhi saw that Shadow had already reached level 3, confusion flashed across her face. She quickly realized that he must have found some kind of hidden method or trick. If they wanted to escape this game alive, they needed Shadow to carry them to level 3. Zheng Lizhi clenched her fist and immediately ordered her team to spread the news. They had to find a way to make Shadow help them level up. Once they returned to reality, she was willing to give him 10 million in cash. Her teammates were stunned by the number, but Zheng Lizhi was confident. In her mind, there was no way Shadow could ignore an offer as huge as 10 million. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Qin Feng struck down a level 2 polluter, earning 20 experience points and 1 evolution point from the kill. After absorbing the monster's lifespan, Qin Feng checked his evolution points and decided that he had enough for another upgrade. Without hesitation, he spent 5 points to evolve Greedy Hand again. The skill's quality rose once more, improving from Platinum to Emerald. Its chance of obtaining extra loot increased all the way to 160%, and now the additional loot had a 20% chance of being 1 tier higher than normal. Even Qin Feng was amazed by the effect. This upgrade was simply outrageous. If he continued evolving the skill, the chance of higher tier bonus loot might eventually reach 100%, or maybe even 200%. Rain began falling through the forest, pattering against the leaves and soaking the ruined ground beneath Qin Feng's feet. Just then, something in the distance caught his attention. Moving through the trees was the monster known as Curse Master, wandering through the forest like a dark omen. This creature was a bronze tier boss, and at that moment it was consuming vital force in order to advance into a silver tier boss. To Qin Feng, it was not strange at all that this boss had wiped out a 40-player team. With its strength, that result was completely normal. However, his inventory was already full right now, so even if he killed the monster, he would not be able to collect all the loot. For the moment, he decided to mark the location on his map first. The Curse Master's evolution would take some time, so Qin Feng planned to empty his inventory first and then return later to deal with it properly. Back in town, the news had already spread everywhere. Someone was offering 10 million for Shadow, the #1 player on the leaderboard, to help them level up quickly. Players were dying over and over, losing lifespan each time, and the wealthy had already begun searching for ways to escape. For ordinary people without money or connections, the situation was starting to look hopeless. While the crowd was busy talking, Qin Feng suddenly appeared in Shell Town, and his arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Using the system, Qin Feng activated the market stall function. A system announcement quickly rang out, informing nearby players that he was selling equipment and skills, and that the stall would only remain open for 10 minutes. The crowd was shocked when they saw him wearing 2 pieces of bronze tier gear, and even more shocked when they realized he was selling 2 additional pieces as well. Many players still could not believe that he had actually killed a bronze tier boss. One of them stared at Qin Feng for a moment and asked why they could not see his face clearly. Another player quickly explained that Shadow had activated the face concealment function. Since the player's appearance in the game matched their real-world appearance, hiding his face meant he clearly wanted to keep his identity mysterious. A mage soon walked up to Qin Feng's stall and looked over the goods with interest. Her gaze settled on the icicle spell, and she asked how much it cost. Qin Feng answered plainly that the price was 100 days of tradable lifespan. This mage was Grey Rose, currently ranked 11th in Shell Town, and just like Qin Feng, she had also activated face concealment. To Grey Rose, 100 days of lifespan was definitely not a small amount, so she asked if Qin Feng could lower the price a little. But Qin Feng calmly explained that even though Icicle Spell was only a common tier skill, it could greatly increase a mage's farming speed in the early game. For that kind of advantage, 100 days was already a bargain. Grey Rose then asked whether she could pay with real-world money instead. Qin Feng immediately refused. He advised her that if she had cash, she could first buy tradable lifespan from other players and then trade with him. Unless someone else offered a higher price, he had no intention of selling the skill before she gathered the lifespan. Grey Rose fell silent and began thinking it over. Then she opened her team channel and asked her teammates whether this deal was worth taking. Thanks to her leadership, their team had already reached level 2 so quickly, so none of them objected. With this skill, they would be able to reach level 3 even faster, and right now escaping the game was more important than anything else. She asked them to transfer their tradable lifespan to her first and promised to pay them back with money once they returned to reality. After gathering enough lifespan, Grey Rose handed over 100 days of tradable lifespan to Qin Feng. Seeing that every member of her team was already level 2, Qin Feng understood that they must have killed at least 30 or 40 crawlers by now. That meant their total tradable lifespan should be far more than just 100 days. Qin Feng completed the sale and received 100 days of tradable lifespan. His total tradable lifespan rose from 268 days to 368 days. Just then, Jiang Lizzie appeared nearby, and the moment she spotted Shadow, a pleased expression crossed her face. With a confident smile, Jiang Lizzie approached him and said she was giving him an opportunity. As long as he helped her reach level 3, she promised to pay him 10 million once they returned to the real world. The other players around them were instantly shocked by the offer. This was Jiang Lizzie. In Qin Feng's previous life, she had eventually become the leader of a criminal syndicate. Later, her entire organization was wiped out by the country. Now, with a smug smile on her face, she introduced herself by saying her father was the president of Dazhang Industries. Seeing that Qin Feng did not seem convinced, she even told him to look her up himself. According to the reports, Qin Feng remembered Jiang Lizzie had used cash to lure people into selling their lifespan. Afterward, she kidnapped them and forced them into labor, and anyone who resisted was murdered in reality. Knowing exactly what kind of person she would become, Qin Feng rejected her offer coldly because to him she was nothing but scum. Jiang Lizzie admitted that Shadow was strong inside the game, but she pointed out that no one truly understood how this world worked yet. She advised him to team up with her, promising that she could give him a life of luxury filled with cars, houses, women, and anything else he wanted. Qin Feng's expression did not change at all. He simply told her to stop blocking his business. More than anyone else, he understood that cash would soon become worthless, because before long, the only currency recognized everywhere would be tradable lifespan. Jiang Lizzie's expression darkened, and her arrogance began to show. She said coldly that if this were the real world, she would have already taught him a harsh lesson. Qin Feng's eyes turned murderous as he looked at her. In a chilling voice, he warned that if she dared to say one more word, he would kill her again and again until her lifespan dropped all the way to 0. Jiang Lizzie and her companions immediately felt the terrifying pressure behind his words. Without wasting another second, they turned and ran from the area. A few minutes later, Qin Feng sold the final item from his stall, the bronze-tier Gleam robe. After all the sales were completed, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan had reached a total of 546 days. Now that his inventory had been cleared and everything had been sold, Qin Feng decided it was time to go back and deal with the Curse Master. His figure faded from sight as he activated stealth and disappeared. No one in town understood it yet, but tradable lifespan could be used to extract skills into reality. Soon, this forsaken game would drag the real world into complete chaos. The backgrounds, wealth, and status that people used to be proud of would quickly lose their meaning. In the days to come, only personal strength would truly matter. Jiang Lizzie and her team had moved far away from the market area. After running non-stop, they finally stopped, breathing heavily and trying to recover. Jiang Lizzie's face was twisted with anger as she told the others that Shadow had not only rejected her offer, but had even threatened her. The more she thought about it, the more furious she became, and she swore that once she returned to the real world, she would find him and kill him. While Jiang Lizzie was thinking about revenge, a man named Mao Li Jun, also known as Lao Mao, walked toward her. Lao Mao introduced himself by saying that he was already level 2, and he claimed that he knew a few useful tricks for leveling up in the game. Then he asked whether he could accept the 10 million offer that Shadow had turned down and help Jiang Lizzie's team reach level 3 instead. Jiang Lizzie immediately became cautious and asked what kind of tricks he was talking about. Lao Mao smiled and said that he normally kept these methods secret, but for her he was willing to make an exception. He explained that under the current conditions, the fastest way to level up was to quickly put all available attribute points into agility. With enough agility, players could run faster than monsters, allowing them to fight and survive without taking damage. Jiang Lizzie was stunned when she heard this, because she had already placed all of her points into strength. In the end, Jiang Lizzie agreed to Lao Mao's offer, but she said she would only pay him 5 million since he was clearly not as strong as Shadow. Lao Mao accepted the reduced price without arguing, though he still found it strange. Shadow was powerful, but turning down such a huge amount of money made no sense to him at all. Meanwhile, Qin Feng finally reached the spot he had marked on the map earlier. His figure remained hidden in stealth, blending quietly into the surroundings as his eyes locked onto the monster ahead. From the aura rolling off its body, he could tell it had already advanced into the silver rank, and the thick, gray fog still coiling around it proved one thing clearly: it was not finished evolving yet. Qin Feng did not rush in blindly. Instead, he raised his hand and activated Venom Dart, already calculating the timing in his mind. If the monster continued evolving all the way to gold rank, the process would likely take another 7 or 8 hours, and he had no intention of standing around that long. Since waiting was pointless, Qin Feng made his move first. The poison dart shot out from the shadows and struck the monster cleanly, triggering the bonus from his stealth attack and instantly tearing away 659 points of damage. But that first hit was only the beginning. The venom quickly seeped into the monster's body, spreading through it like a hidden curse, and its health began dropping steadily at 219 points every single second. Without giving the monster much time to react, Qin Feng darted forward and closed the distance, using Shadow Sneak to move in with terrifying speed. He knew very well that a silver-ranked boss was nothing like an ordinary bronze level 1 monster. Its health was easily 2 or 3 times higher. Then, without warning, the monster's hands began to glow with a terrifying surge of magical power. Thick waves of energy gathered between its palms, and as the pressure increased, its already huge body started swelling even larger. Qin Feng's expression stayed calm as he judged the situation. In his mind, as long as he could land Venom Dart 2 or 3 more times, this boss would eventually be worn down by the poison. But the monster did not give him a peaceful chance to keep attacking. In the next instant, it unleashed a violent burst of power, and the ground around it was blasted apart as the surrounding area was swallowed by the shockwave. Qin Feng immediately understood what kind of enemy he was dealing with. This was a magic-type boss, the kind that could release devastating area attacks in a single breath. So the moment his venom dart flew out, he had already pulled back at full speed, narrowly slipping out of the attack range before the blast could swallow him. Still hidden from sight, Qin Feng watched the destruction left behind and felt the danger even more clearly. With his current health and defense, taking that attack head-on would not be a close call. It would be enough to kill him outright. The fight dragged on, and the monster soon began gathering power again. Another heavy wave of magical energy built up around its body, making the air around the battlefield feel tense and suffocating. Its enormous body slowly turned in Qin Feng's direction, but he did not panic. He kept moving carefully across the battlefield, staying just out of danger while his eyes remained fixed on his cooldown timer. His hidden shadow ability still had not recovered, so for now he had to hold back and wait for the boss to expose even the smallest opening. His strategy was direct and ruthless. Wait for the perfect timing. Strike only when the hit was guaranteed, then vanish before the monster could retaliate. A few moments later, the creature's movement faltered, and its massive frame stumbled as it became briefly distracted. That tiny pause was exactly what Qin Feng had been waiting for. He stepped in without the slightest hesitation, his hand already moving as he released Venom Dart once again. The attack landed with perfect accuracy. The dart pierced into the monster's body, and another 659 points of damage flashed out from the impact. Almost immediately, the venom began eating away at the boss from the inside. Its health continued falling second by second, losing another 219 points of damage with every passing moment. The monster seemed to realize that the situation was turning against it. It tried to pull away and escape from the battlefield, but Qin Feng had no intention of letting his prey run. He followed close behind, his gaze sharp, steady, and filled with determination. By then, the monster was already on the edge of defeat. Its desperate attempt to flee only made it look more pathetic, because no matter how hard it struggled, it could no longer shake Qin Feng off. In one swift movement, Qin Feng's figure disappeared from where he stood and reappeared directly above the creature's head. Before the monster could react, he slammed down hard, crushing it straight into the ground. The system immediately confirmed the result of the battle. Qin Feng had successfully killed the silver-ranked boss, and a stream of notifications appeared in front of him one after another. He gained a full 1,800 experience points, jumping instantly from level 3 to level 5. On top of that, he received 4 evolution points and an unexpected 124 days of tradable lifespan. Seeing all those rewards stack up, Qin Feng could not help but chuckle. One boss kill had raised him by 2 whole levels and even handed him extra evolution points. As the monster's body broke apart and transformed into loot, Qin Feng wasted no time. He reached out and activated his evolved skill, Greedy Hand, ready to collect everything that had dropped. The air in front of him shimmered, and a system screen appeared to confirm that the loot had been gathered. The rewards turned out to be even better than Qin Feng expected, adding another 4 evolution points and another 124 days of tradable lifespan to his gains. With the extra rewards doubled again, Qin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Getting 2 bonus gains in a row was already impressive enough, and once he counted everything together, he realized that this single silver-ranked boss had given him a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Just as Qin Feng was taking in the size of his harvest, another system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. This time, it revealed an unexpected surprise. The secondary effect of Greedy Hand had activated, and one of the items he had looted had been upgraded from silver rarity to gold rarity. Qin Feng looked at the notification with clear interest. A gold-tier item, now that was something valuable. No wonder Greedy Hand was considered a Jade-level skill. Its true strength was not just collecting loot, but improving loot beyond what it should have been. After that, Qin Feng turned his attention to the pile of items scattered around him. 7 or 8 pieces of equipment had dropped from the boss, but the problem was that his backpack only had 10 empty slots left. He let out a quiet sigh as the inconvenience became obvious. If he had to run back to town every time he killed a boss, he would waste far too much precious time. At that moment, something like a storage ring would have solved the problem perfectly. Just as Qin Feng was about to inspect one particular item among the loot, the view suddenly shifted back to Shell Town. Inside Shell Town, the mage from Wang Meng's team appeared in a flash of light. The moment she landed safely, relief spread across her face. After everything they had gone through, she had finally made it back alive, and it was all thanks to Wang Meng. One after another, the rest of the team returned as well. They gathered around Wang Meng and thanked him sincerely, admitting that without his leadership, there was no way they would have reached level 3 and made it back safely. But Wang Meng did not take the credit for himself. He simply brushed off their praise, saying that their progress came from everyone's effort, not just his command. Even so, the mage still had one regret stuck in her mind. She sighed softly, wishing she had managed to add Qin Feng as a friend back in the forest. Thinking back, she wondered if he had rejected her because she had been covered in mud at the time. Her teammate grinned and comforted her, teasing that now that she had changed into a new outfit and looked much better, maybe that mysterious player would not turn her down again. While they were still chatting, a sudden system announcement echoed across the entire town. The leaderboard had just been updated, and the name Shadow had risen again. He had already reached level 5. The announcement instantly stirred up every player in town. Some people stared in disbelief, unable to understand how Shadow could jump from level 3 to level 5 in such a short time. The only explanation they could think of was that he must have killed an incredibly powerful boss monster. Another player pointed out that barely 10 minutes earlier, he had seen Shadow casually selling equipment in the town square, and now Shadow was already 2 levels higher. Then one guy suddenly mentioned that his sister had just turned 18, joking that if Shadow took an interest in her, their whole family would benefit, because having Shadow help them level up would completely change their future. His friends immediately shut that idea down, reminding him that Shadow had already ignored an offer of 10 million in cash, so there was no way a matchmaking proposal would tempt him. Back at Wang Meng's side, the mood among his team quickly became uneasy. They had only just been celebrating the fact that they had reached level 3, but now they discovered that Shadow had already pulled far ahead of them again. Wang Meng, however, remained composed. He told them not to dwell on it right now. What mattered most was logging out, returning to the real world, and warning their families and friends about the terrifying danger hidden inside this game. As their bodies began fading from the game world, the system confirmed their logout. Wang Meng's final words carried a heavy sense of urgency. If the real world was truly about to fall into chaos, then they had to make sure their loved ones were prepared. The scene then shifted away from the game and returned to reality. Wang Meng's eyes opened, and almost immediately, someone nearby called out to the captain in a tense voice. It turned out that Wang Meng was not an ordinary player at all. In the real world, he was a police officer. His fellow officers hurried toward him, their faces filled with obvious worry. One of them admitted that they had been terrified, because while Wang Meng was unconscious, his body had actually started turning transparent. The meaning behind that was horrifying. If a player died in the game, or if their lifespan ran out completely, they would not simply log out. They would vanish from the real world as well. But even with that terrifying truth hanging over everyone, there was no time to stand there frozen in fear. Wang Meng quickly pushed himself up and ordered everyone to gather. His expression was serious, and his voice made it clear that something extremely important had happened. Someone immediately asked Wang Meng about his report. Wang Meng explained everything clearly. He and his team had formed a party, and each member had obtained a hidden profession, giving them a major advantage inside the game. Even so, they had nearly been wiped out by a single monster. In the end, they only survived because an unknown player named Shadow appeared at the last moment and saved them. Wang Meng confirmed that every part of his report was accurate. Then he brought up Shadow's terrifying rate of progress. When Shadow rescued them, he had only been level 3. But by the time Wang Meng and his team finally reached level 3 themselves, Shadow had already climbed all the way to level 5, jumping 2 entire levels ahead. That information immediately unsettled the higher-ranking officers in the room. One of them asked the question everyone was thinking: did this mean Shadow was already the strongest player in the world? And more importantly, how had he leveled up so quickly? Speculation spread through the room, and Wang Meng could only suggest that Shadow might have defeated a high-level boss monster or accomplished something just as unbelievable. Another officer, paying close attention to the details, noticed something strange in Wang Meng's account. If Shadow had already been level 3 when he saved them, then why had he not logged out like everyone else? Was it possible that Shadow had no close family or friends waiting for him in the real world? At that moment, a female officer suddenly raised a bold and rather unexpected possibility. She suggested that Shadow might actually be a transmigrator, the kind of person who appears out of nowhere and grows stronger at an unbelievable speed, almost as if fate itself is pushing him forward. She added that transmigrators in stories were often orphans, which might explain why Shadow had not returned to reality yet. Her words made the entire room fall into an awkward silence. Only then did she seem to realize how strange her theory sounded, and her face flushed with embarrassment. A senior officer, clearly unimpressed, called her NEEU and told her to stop joking around during such a serious discussion. He dismissed the idea outright, saying she had obviously been reading too many novels. Then, turning the conversation back to the real issue, the senior officer revealed a piece of information that made the atmosphere even heavier. According to secret reports from the higher-ups, researchers had recently discovered a disturbing pattern. Many elderly people had been dying mysteriously in their sleep, with no simple explanation for what was happening. When researchers compared those deaths with the records of people who had returned from the forgotten game of the gods, they found something deeply alarming. The people who died in their sleep had also died multiple times inside the game. That connection revealed a frightening truth. Once a player's lifespan reached 0 in the game, they would not only die there, they would die in the real world as well. One officer voiced his concern, saying that the forgotten game of the gods was clearly an anomaly, something far beyond their current understanding. The head officer nodded in agreement, his expression grim, and suggested that what they were facing might even be an invasion by unknown beings from higher dimensions. The entire room fell into a heavy silence as everyone absorbed that frightening possibility. No one spoke for a moment, but the head officer did not allow the meeting to stall there. He quickly shifted back to the urgent situation at hand and announced that the higher-ups, most likely the government itself, had already issued an emergency order. From this point on, every officer had to form vanguard teams according to their location, enter the forgotten game of the gods, and gather as much information as possible. This matter was no longer something the police could handle on their own. The government was preparing to establish a special force specifically for this strange and dangerous crisis. The head officer made the scale of the problem very clear. This was happening worldwide. Every country was racing to investigate this new reality, and if they fell even one step behind, their nation could lose its position on the international stage. For the sake of national security, they had no choice but to collect intelligence at any cost. After laying out the situation, the head officer made his decision on the spot. NEU would serve as the captain of Team 1. The moment her name was called, she accepted the responsibility without the slightest hesitation. Wang Meng was then assigned as her vice captain, and the two of them were given full authority to choose the members of their own team. Wang Meng gave a serious nod, fully understanding that this mission was far more important than an ordinary assignment. The head officer's attention then turned to Shadow, the mysterious player Wang Meng had encountered in the game. Judging from Wang Meng's account, Shadow did not seem like someone with hostile intentions. Because of that, the head officer ordered Anyu and Wang Meng to approach him, build a friendly relationship if possible, uncover his true identity, and find a way to cooperate with him. He then explained why Anyu had been placed in charge. Her deep understanding of games, stories, and unusual character patterns made her the most suitable person to investigate someone like Shadow, whose strange abilities and rapid growth felt almost mythical. The head officer hoped that with Anyu's insight and Wang Meng's connection to him, they could turn Shadow into an ally, someone who might even become their representative inside the game. If they managed to win Shadow over, they could gain access to crucial information that might give them a major strategic advantage. As for the other police officers, their responsibility was to maintain public order, control the situation outside the game, and prevent fear from spreading into mass panic. With those orders given, the meeting finally came to an end. Outside, the sun slowly dipped toward the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the city. But beneath that beautiful evening light, the officers were already preparing themselves for the storm that was coming. The next day, the scene moved to a high school classroom, where Qin Feng's younger sister sat at her desk, staring down in a daze around her. The other students were buzzing with excitement, all talking about the latest news surrounding the game. A small group nearby mentioned something shocking. Shang Wei, the student whose body had started to disappear, had already reached level 3 in the game and logged out safely. One girl then shared the information Shang Wei had revealed. If several people from the same district fell asleep at the same time, they would all be sent to the same starter village inside the game. The news immediately stirred up the classroom, filling some students with excitement and others with worry. Another girl grew anxious and said this plan would not work for her because she felt she had to bring her parents into the game. They had no gaming experience at all, and she was terrified something might happen if they entered unprepared. But another student quickly disagreed, saying they should not rush to involve their parents yet. Their priority should be getting stronger first, so when the time came, they would actually have the ability to protect their families. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's younger sister lowered her gaze to her phone, her thoughts growing heavier. A feeling of frustration slowly built up inside her. With something as huge as the forgotten game of the gods happening, why had her brother still not contacted her? She had expected at least a message from him by now, something to check on her, or maybe even an apology for hitting her before. But there was nothing at all. No call, no text, no apology. That silence felt completely unlike the brother she knew. In the past, whenever they argued or whenever she made him angry, he would always be the one to soften first and find some way to make peace. But today was different. There was only silence, and that made her feel even more wronged. Even their parents had never laid a hand on her before, yet her own brother had actually hit her. Still filled with resentment, she tried to defend herself in her own mind. All she had done was skip class to attend Song Fei's concert. Was that really such an unforgivable mistake? She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and secretly decided that unless her brother called her and apologized at least 1,000 times, she would absolutely never forgive him. But that irritation did not last long. The moment her thoughts drifted to Song Fei, her mood changed almost instantly, and excitement began to sparkle in her eyes. Looking back on it now, she felt lucky that she had gone to see him yesterday. Once the forgotten game of the gods truly took over everyone's lives, chances to attend Song Fei's concerts might become rare. A dreamy expression appeared on her face as she remembered the performance from the night before, especially the thrilling feeling of being so close to him in the crowd. In her mind, Song Fei appeared on stage again, standing beneath the lights while the crowd cheered around him. Just thinking about how dazzling and amazing he had looked made her unable to stop gushing over him. Then, a sudden realization struck her. If everyone entered the game world while sleeping, then Song Fei would eventually enter that world too. The thought alone made her face flush red. She immediately began imagining what it would be like to meet Song Fei inside the game. Could this be her chance? Could fate finally be creating an opportunity for the two of them to meet? The more she thought about it, the faster her heart beat, and her imagination started running wild. As she prepared to sleep, another thought suddenly came to her. Shang Wei had reached level 3 incredibly fast, which meant he was probably already considered an experienced player. If she wanted to perform well once she entered the game, she needed some useful advice before going in. So, without wasting any time, she picked up her phone and sent Shang Wei a message, asking if he had any helpful tips for her before she entered the game world. At that same moment, Shang Wei was still with his classmates when her message appeared on his phone. Shang Wei looked down at the screen, and a pleased smile quickly spread across his face. He could hardly believe the situation. Who would have thought that someone like Qin Feng's younger sister would actually come to him for advice? To him, this felt like a rare opportunity had landed right in his hands. Whatever he had been hoping for, this was his chance. Shang Wei quickly replied, telling her she had asked the right person. Then he shared what he claimed was a crucial early game secret. At the start, she had to put all of her attribute points into agility. Otherwise, she would not be fast enough to escape from monsters and would just keep dying over and over. She hesitated and asked if that still applied, even if she chose a mage class. Shang Wei immediately assured her that it did. Agility was useful for mages too, he explained, because it increased casting speed, and in the early stage of the game, that advantage was extremely important. Still feeling uncertain, she asked what she should do if she still could not defeat monsters even after increasing her agility. Shang Wei answered with confidence, telling her not to worry too much. As long as anyone in their village reached level 5, the village's teleportation formation would activate and connect all the starter villages together. Once that happened, she could simply join a random party and let others help her level up. He also promised that once the teleportation circle opened, he would come find her himself. Hearing that, she immediately felt much more relieved and happy. Lying on her bed, she smiled to herself, thinking that people like Shang Wei really were useful at times. Just like that, she had already found someone who could help her inside the game. As drowsiness slowly came over her, another thought slipped into her mind. This was perfect. She would enter the game before her brother, level up quickly, and become strong first. Then, when her brother finally joined, she would make things difficult for him. No help, no support, he could struggle on his own. Feeling satisfied with that little plan, she gradually drifted off to sleep, filled with anticipation for the adventure ahead. The scene then returned to the game world, where Qin Feng stood beside the loot left behind by the defeated boss monster. Among the scattered treasures, one object immediately caught his eye, a glowing orb that gave off a faint but unusual light. The moment Qin Feng picked it up, a system notification appeared in front of him, confirming that he had obtained a gold-tier item called the Curse Ring. The system quickly displayed its attributes. The ring had no class restriction and could be equipped by anyone. It increased all attributes by 8 points, added 26 points of dark elemental resistance, and made weak point attacks 1.5 times stronger. However, there was one condition: the wearer had to be at least level 4. Looking over the effects, Qin Feng immediately understood how valuable the ring was. An 8-point increase to every attribute meant a total boost of 32 points, which was almost the same as gaining 3 levels. On top of that, the dark elemental resistance would be useful against many types of enemies, and the weak point attack bonus was an excellent added advantage. With all of that in mind, Qin Feng quickly judged the curse ring to be an extremely useful piece of equipment, something that would definitely help him as he continued moving through the game. Before he could spend too much time admiring the ring, another system notification suddenly appeared. This time, it announced that he had learned a new skill: Instant Shadow Slash, a silver tier assassin type ability. The system then laid out the details of the skill. Once activated, Instant Shadow Slash would release multiple slashes in a single direction, reaching as far as 15 meters. It would also grant temporary invincibility for 5 seconds, while striking every enemy within a 2.1 meter wide path a total of 3 times. Each strike would deal 100 damage and count as a backstab, though it would not be able to trigger weak point attacks. The cooldown was 12 seconds. After reading through the effects, Qin Feng immediately saw the value of the ability. It was not only a strong area attack, but it also came with a short period of temporary invisibility, making it useful for both offense and survival. He learned this skill without hesitation. Then, looking at the evolution points he still had left, he decided to strengthen one of his most important abilities, Greedy Hand. The system immediately consumed 8 evolution points, and Greedy Hand was upgraded from Jade rank to Diamond rank in a flash. The upgraded Greedy Hand received a major improvement. The chance of gaining extra loot from defeated monsters increased from 160% to 220%, while the chance for that extra loot to be upgraded by 1 rarity level rose from 20% to 40%. Thinking through the new effects, Qin Feng quickly realized what this meant. From now on, each enemy he killed would basically give him 2 additional pieces of loot, making every battle nearly 3 times more profitable. Not wanting his remaining evolution points to sit unused, he then upgraded Instant Shadow Slash 3 times in a row. The system consumed 3 evolution points, leaving him with only 1 point remaining. Instant Shadow Slash evolved rapidly, climbing from silver rank to gold rank, and then advancing again until it reached platinum rank. Its attack range expanded noticeably as well, increasing from 15 meters to 21 meters and giving Qin Feng a much wider reach in battle. The skill's invisibility duration also improved, now lasting 7 seconds instead of 5, giving Qin Feng more time to stay protected after activating it. The number of slashes increased from 3 to 5, and the attack path widened to 3.1 meters, allowing it to cut through more enemies at once. The cooldown dropped slightly from 12 seconds to 10.43 seconds, making it a little more efficient while still requiring careful timing. Most importantly, each strike now dealt 200 damage, doubling the skill's original power. Every slash still counted as a backstab, meaning it could trigger the backstab effect each time, even though weak point hits were not possible with this skill. Seeing the full upgrade results, Qin Feng understood that although the cooldown had not decreased by much, the longer invisibility window alone could become a huge advantage during dangerous fights. After that, Qin Feng looked through the remaining loot. Most of the items were not especially useful to him, but one thing stood out from the pile: a silver-tier warrior skill book called Battle Roar. Qin Feng knew at a glance that even if he could not use it himself, selling it would bring in more tradable lifespan. Just as he finished sorting through the loot, however, he suddenly noticed movement nearby. He turned around and saw 3 massive creatures crawling toward him, their ugly bodies moving heavily across the ground. Qin Feng recognized them immediately. They were level 4 limb crawlers, disgusting and dangerous monsters that could easily overwhelm weaker players. But instead of feeling nervous, Qin Feng's eyes sharpened with interest. To him, these monsters had arrived at exactly the right time to test his newly upgraded skill. Without a second of hesitation, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into a blur. A chain of rapid slashes erupted forward, flashing through the air as Qin Feng sliced straight through the creatures with effortless speed. The 3 limb crawlers were torn apart before they even had a chance to react. As the dust and scattered remains settled around him, a system notification appeared, confirming that the monsters had been defeated. The system recorded his victory and awarded him 80 experience points. At the same time, he gained an additional 5 days of tradable lifespan as part of the reward. Standing calmly in the aftermath, Qin Feng was surrounded by a dark and intimidating aura. He quietly reflected on the power he had just displayed, realizing that his ability to kill enemies had improved by a large margin. A new battle strategy quickly formed in his mind. If he combined Poison Dart with Instant Shadow Slash, he could potentially end fights before they even truly began. Then he checked his tradable lifespan and saw that he currently had 618 days. But if he wanted to bring his game skills and equipment into the real world, he needed at least 900 days, which was roughly 2.5 years. With that goal clear in his mind, Qin Feng began planning his next move. First, he would sell off the valuable items in his inventory. If everything went smoothly, he might be able to reach the required lifespan sooner than expected, and once he reached level 10, he would finally be able to connect the virtual world with reality. The scene then shifted to Qin Feng making his way back toward the starter town. His body remained hidden, thanks to his latent image skill, allowing him to move silently without drawing attention. As he walked quietly through the area, he suddenly heard voices nearby. A man was congratulating a woman for reaching level 3, while also reminding her about a promise she had made earlier. Qin Feng glanced over and quickly recognized the 2 of them as Zhong Lizhi and Lao Mao. From their conversation, it became clear that they had made a deal before. Lao Mao had agreed to help Zhong Lizhi reach level 3 so she could safely log out of the game, and in return, she would pay him 5 million in cash. Now that she had reached her goal, Lao Mao was naturally waiting for his payment. Zhong Lizhi reassured him without concern, asking if he really thought her father's company, Du Young Industry, could not afford such a small amount. She told him she would log out first and complete the transfer in the real world. Before leaving, she gave Lao Mao her phone number and told him to contact her after he logged out. Then she made him another offer. She wanted to buy all of his tradable lifespan at a price of 10,000 in cash for each day. Lao Mao agreed immediately, his face lighting up with excitement as he thought about the money he was about to make. Lao Mao wore a smug expression as he thought about the deal, clearly feeling like he had made the smarter choice. He even mocked Qin Feng in his heart, thinking that Qin Feng had been a complete fool for turning down Zhong Lizhi's offer earlier. To Lao Mao, real money was far more practical, and he believed they could discuss the details properly once they met again in reality. What neither of them realized was that Qin Feng was already moving silently between them, hidden right in front of their eyes. Lao Mao had no idea that Qin Feng was nearby, and because of that, he spoke and acted with complete confidence. In his mind, lifespan in the game was not something precious at all. Since it could be earned from monsters, just like game currency, he saw no reason to treat it as anything worth worrying over. From Lao Mao's point of view, the smartest path was obvious. He could turn his in-game progress into real-world money, cash out early, and profit, while everyone else was still struggling to understand the game. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he felt with himself, as if he had already discovered the perfect strategy. The scene then shifted back to the starter town, where Qin Feng stood calmly in front of the teleportation gate. As he stretched one hand toward it, the ancient structure began to respond, and bright blue energy slowly lit up across the gate's surface. The glow became stronger, spreading like ripples of light, and a system window appeared before Qin Feng. It congratulated him for activating the teleportation formation in Shelltown and rewarded him with 1 reputation point. The system also explained that he could use the teleportation gate once per day for free, but any additional use after that would require him to spend tradable lifespan. For the moment, though, the gate did not have much practical use. No other teleportation gates in the game had been activated yet, which meant there was nowhere for it to connect to. Qin Feng understood the logic behind the teleportation system very well. It worked as a 2-way connection. so opening only one side was meaningless. Unless another player in a different starter town reached level 5 and activated their own gate, this teleportation formation would remain nothing more than a glowing landmark. Then he remembered something from his past life. Song Fei had been in Firefly Town. To make sure he stayed ahead, Qin Feng quietly set up an altar that would notify him the moment someone activated the teleportation gate there. He was not simply waiting around, he was preparing in advance. As soon as that gate came online, he would be ready to deal with Song Fei. And as Qin Feng moved deeper into the town, his mind stayed fixed on his real objective. For most players, teleporting between starter towns would already feel like a huge step forward, but to him, that was only a small piece of the bigger picture. His true goal was still level 10. Only after reaching that point could he enter the God's abandoned realm and activate his authority. Once that happened, the real danger and the real beginning of the God-forsaken game would finally unfold. A little later, Qin Feng set up his shop again. Almost instantly, a system notification spread to the nearby players announcing that he was selling equipment and skill books, but the shop would only stay open for 10 seconds. It was first come, first served. The reaction was immediate. Players all around him became excited and rushed forward, shouting for the expert as they tried to get close before the chance disappeared. Some players called out that they had been waiting for this exact moment and had saved up tradable lifespan just for another chance to buy from him. One person proudly said he had already gathered 150 days' worth, while another remembered what happened last time Qin Feng opened a shop. Back then, he had sold an icicle spell, and Gray, the player who bought it, used that skill to climb all the way to second place in the rankings. Then another player suddenly spotted something that made his eyes light up, a silver-tier skill book called Battle Roar, made specifically for warriors. Without hesitating for even a second, he bought it on the spot. A system notification immediately appeared, confirming that the Battle Roar skill book had been sold for a staggering 300 days of tradable lifespan. The surrounding players were instantly stunned by the price. One of them could not help questioning whether a single skill book was really worth that much. But another player quickly shut him down, explaining that Battle Roar could greatly improve a warrior's ability to farm monsters. With that skill, earning back 300 days of tradable lifespan would take less than 2 days, which made the purchase not reckless, but extremely profitable. Once the other players understood the value of Qin Feng's goods, the crowd became even more frantic. Everyone surged forward, afraid that if they hesitated for even a moment, every item would be gone. And just as expected, the entire shop sold out in only a few seconds. Qin Feng glanced at his system window and checked the results. In just one short minute, he had earned 650 days of tradable lifespan, raising his total to 2,174 days. But even that amount did not satisfy him. If he wanted to bring his attributes, skills, and equipment into the real world, he still needed far more lifespan. Around him, several players groaned in frustration, complaining that they had not even gotten a chance to buy anything. They quickly asked whether he would open a shop here again, and Qin Feng gave them a simple confirmation that he would. Just then, a female player suddenly called out to him from the crowd. She said she had a treasure in her possession and asked whether he was interested in making a deal. Qin Feng turned his head toward the voice, and the moment he saw her face, he recognized her. She was one of the members from Wang Meng's team. The system quickly identified the treasure she mentioned. It was a space ring with 12 inventory slots. And even better, the ring would not occupy Qin Feng's backpack space or any of his equipment slots. Even Qin Feng was briefly surprised when he saw its details. He knew exactly how valuable a space ring was. A storage item that did not consume a ring slot or a backpack slot was incredibly rare, especially this early in the game. After all, players could only carry up to 3 storage backpacks, so an item like this was practically priceless in terms of convenience. Qin Feng knew that space rings could theoretically drop from any monster, but the odds were so low that most players would never see one. For this girl, with her profit-related profession, to obtain one so early was almost unbelievable. Her luck was truly extraordinary. Without wasting time, Qin Feng asked her for the price while already estimating its value in his mind. In his past life, a 12-slot space ring like this had sold for an astonishing 30,600 days of tradable lifespan. But the girl's answer surprised him. She did not ask for lifespan at all. Instead, she said she wanted Qin Feng to add her as a friend and help her team defeat a boss monster. Qin Feng agreed immediately. A system notification quickly appeared, confirming that player Big Plum had accepted his friend request. After the deal was made, Qin Feng and Big Plum left Shell Town together. As they walked, he asked her about the boss monster she needed help with. Big Plum explained that it was a gold-tier boss, but because she had seen it from too far away, she had not managed to catch its name. All she knew was that it was located on a worn-out boat in the swamp. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly when he heard that. A worn-out boat in the swamp, and a gold-tier boss on top of it. Could it be the Golden Ghost Ship? He knew that the Golden Ghost Ship was a rare special boss that could appear at almost any level. Its spawn rate was extremely low, but whenever it appeared in his past life, major guilds would fight fiercely over it because the equipment it dropped was incredibly powerful. Just discovering the monster's location would be enough to trigger a large-scale conflict among players. But based on what Big Plum had described, Qin Feng guessed that this version of the Golden Ghost Ship was probably only around level 5, which meant it would be the easiest form to defeat. Still, one question bothered him. How had Big Plum managed to find such a rare boss so close to the starter town? Qin Feng's thoughts moved quickly as the pieces began to line up. The space ring, her connection to Wang Meng's team, and now a gold-tier boss appearing almost as if fate had led her straight to it. Suddenly, a possibility flashed through his mind. Could she be the legendary koi fish from his past life? He remembered the rumors people used to whisper about. Back then, people said that someone in Wang Meng's team had unbelievably good luck. Just by wandering around casually, that person could stumble onto rare bosses, hidden treasure chests, secret palaces, and even ancient temples. Qin Feng had once assumed those rumors were nothing more than a smokescreen, something used to hide the team's real source of information. But now, looking at Big Plum walking beside him, he finally realized the truth. The rumors had been real, and the so-called lucky koi fish was standing right in front of him. Lost in thought, Qin Feng stared at her for a moment, trying to understand just how much her strange luck could affect the future. Big Plum noticed his gaze, and her cheeks quickly turned red. She asked why he was staring at her like that. Qin Feng immediately snapped back to himself, calmly said it was nothing, and refocused on the road ahead. As the two of them passed through the main gate of the starter town, neither of them noticed the figure hiding nearby. Behind a tree, a bald player was crouched in the shadows, carefully watching every move they made. The scene then shifted to a group of fierce-looking players gathered not far away. A long-haired man stood before a crowd of bald players, speaking with the confidence of someone used to being obeyed. He boasted about his past victories, even mentioning how he had once led his team to conquer the overlord of Sand City. With a proud grin, he told the bald players that as long as they followed him, he would make sure they rose to success in the game. But before he could continue, the bald player who had been watching Qin Feng rushed back and reported that the target had already left town with a girl. The boss immediately smirked when he heard the news. He let out a laugh, thinking Qin Feng was nothing more than a young guy who had been distracted by a pretty face. Without wasting another second, he gathered his group and ordered them to move out. Their chance had come, and it was time to act. Meanwhile, outside town, Qin Feng and Big Plum continued along the road while discussing the terms for his help. Qin Feng stated his conditions clearly. If the boss dropped equipment or skill books that Big Plum could use, then those items would go to her. Everything else would belong to him. Big Plum thought it over for a moment, then asked what Wang Meng and the other party members would receive from this arrangement. Qin Feng explained that because everyone had different roles, there was no guarantee that the boss would drop assassin equipment for him. If nothing useful for him appeared, then he would have fought for nothing, and that would not be fair. After hearing his reasoning, Big Plum understood and agreed, though she still had one small request. If any equipment dropped that her captain or other teammates could use, she asked whether Qin Feng would be willing to sell it to her at a discounted price. Qin Feng agreed without making things difficult. With the terms settled, Big Plum said they could head to the boss's location once Wang Meng and the rest of her party logged back into the game. But after they had walked for a while, she suddenly realized she did not actually know where Qin Feng was taking her. Only when he finally told her their destination did she understand what was happening. They were going to fight the gold-tier boss right now. Big Plum froze in shock. To her, that idea sounded completely reckless. After all, Qin Feng was an assassin, and she was a mage. He might be able to disappear and avoid danger, but she had no way to withstand a direct hit from such a powerful boss. Facing a gold-tier boss this early with only the two of them felt almost like walking straight into death. But Qin Feng remained calm and completely confident. He had never planned for her to fight in the first place. His intention was simple. He would handle the boss alone, and she would stay far away at a safe distance. Even hearing that Big Plum still found it almost impossible to believe. She knew Qin Feng was strong, but defeating a gold-tier boss alone at this stage was something she had never even heard of. Just as Big Plum was about to question him further, Qin Feng suddenly stopped walking, as if he had sensed something nearby. Without saying a word, he activated Latent Image, and his figure vanished into thin air. Big Plum was left standing there, completely stunned. She quickly looked around, trying to figure out what had just happened. One moment, Qin Feng had been right beside her, and the next, there was nothing but empty space. Confused, she called out to him, but no answer came back, only silence remained around her. At the same time, behind a nearby tree, the group of bald-headed players was still watching Qin Feng and Big Plum from a distance. Their leader wore a confident smirk, certain that they had control of the situation. But then one of his men noticed something strange. Qin Feng had disappeared. The group looked at their boss, unsure of what to do. The leader did not think much of it, and casually assumed Qin Feng had tricked Big Plum and abandoned her. With a vicious grin, he ordered his men to move in. Their plan was to capture Big Plum first and enjoy themselves before doing anything else. As they charged forward, the boss even reminded his men of what he had promised them, claiming that as long as they followed him, they would live well in this game. Now, he laughed, even women were practically being delivered right into their hands. But just as they were about to close in, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared directly in front of them. The leader's steps stopped at once, and the arrogant grin on his face faded as he stared into the dark aura swirling before him. Confusion flashed across his eyes. For a split second, he seemed to wonder what had just appeared in front of him. But before he could react, it was already too late. Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash. In the blink of an eye, a cold flash of killing intent swept through the air, and the entire group was cut down before they could even understand what had happened. Their bodies collapsed one after another, torn apart so quickly that they never even had the chance to scream or fight back. After finishing them off, Qin Feng seemed to melt back into the darkness itself. His figure disappeared again without leaving the slightest trace behind. A system notification appeared, confirming the result of the attack. 5 players had been killed, and Qin Feng had gained 12 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng cast a brief glance at the fallen bodies, but there was no interest in his eyes. Their drops were basically worthless, barely even worth paying attention to. To Qin Feng, cutting them down had not even counted as a real fight. It felt no different from wiping out a couple of weak, low-level monsters that had wandered too close. A moment later, Qin Feng reappeared beside Big Plum as if nothing had happened at all. His expression was calm, almost indifferent, while Big Plum had no idea what had just taken place. Seeing him suddenly return, she immediately asked why he had disappeared. Qin Feng only shrugged lightly and said a few people had been following them, so he sent them back to town. Big Plum seemed to accept the answer at first, but then her curiosity quickly got the better of her, and she started asking more. She jokingly said she had thought he had slipped away to relieve himself, then started rambling about how convenient invisibility must be. With a skill like that, she teased, he could even handle private matters without anyone seeing him. Qin Feng's face darkened slightly, clearly not entertained by where the conversation was heading. He cut her off at once and told her to focus because they still needed to hurry to the gold-tier boss monster. At the same time, back in Shelltown, the ground suddenly began to glow with a spreading light. In the next instant, Qin Feng's younger sister appeared there as a healer. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw the magic staff in her hand, surprise flashed across her face. She slowly picked up the staff, feeling its weight in her hands, and only then did she truly realize that everything around her was real. This was not some dream or illusion. She could actually touch the objects here. Nearby players quickly turned their attention toward her as well, instantly recognizing that another newcomer had just arrived. Her mood quickly lifted when she realized she had obtained the hidden class, Life Sacrifice. Since it was a hidden class, she naturally assumed it had to be incredibly powerful. In her mind, with a special class like this, she would definitely be able to attract Song Fei's attention. But then worry crept in again. Where was Song Fei right now? And more importantly, did he already know the secret about entering the same starter point? Then, as she thought about Qin Feng, anger began to shine in her eyes. He normally watched over her all day long, always acting like he cared about everything she did. But now, when the most important moment had arrived, he was nowhere to be found and completely unreliable. She forced herself to stop thinking about him. After all, she now had a hidden class, and Shanghai had already promised to help her level up. From now on, Qin Feng could just take care of himself, because she was not going to waste energy worrying about him anymore. Her gaze then landed on the leaderboard. But the moment she saw the top ranking, her eyes widened in shock. The player in first place, Shadow, had already reached level 6. She immediately became furious. Shanghai was only level 3, yet he had dared to act so impressive in front of her. Now it was obvious that Shadow was the true expert. If she could somehow stay close to Shadow, she would definitely level up much faster than she ever could with Shanghai. But then a problem surfaced in her mind. Where was she supposed to find an expert like that? Not far away, a group of players happened to be talking among themselves. Their voices carried a trace of worry because they could not get in touch with Swain, the healer in their party. It was Wang Meng's team. Wang Meng knew they did not have time to keep waiting, so he asked if anyone had a solution. One teammate answered with concern, saying that without a healer, they would have a hard time killing mobs safely. Another player added that they were not monsters like Shadow, who could farm alone without support, so the best option was probably to find another healer to join their party. While they were still discussing what to do, someone suddenly greeted them from nearby. When the team turned around, they saw Qin Feng's younger sister standing there. To her, this timing could not have been more perfect. She stepped forward with a smile and asked if they happened to need a healer, then proudly revealed that she had awakened the hidden class, Life Sacrifice. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Qin Feng and Big Plum stood on top of a cliff. Below them stretched a dark swamp, and in the murky waters beneath the cliff, the golden ghost ship could be seen lurking like a cursed vessel waiting for prey. Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak, and his body faded into the air. Before leaving, he told Big Plum to hide carefully and watch out for any ambushes while he went down to deal with the boss. Big Plum still looked a little confused, but she nodded and quietly told him to be careful. Qin Feng descended into the swamp, and the moment he entered the area, a system window appeared before him. It warned that under the influence of the ghost ship, this place had become a violent domain where lifespan was consumed at 100 times the normal rate. Qin Feng quickly calculated the cost in his head. With time flowing at 100 times the normal rate, staying here for 15 minutes would be equal to losing 1 full day of lifespan. For most players, that would be terrifying, but to Qin Feng this kind of violent temporal domain was still within an acceptable range. The system then identified the enemy ahead as the Golden Ghost Ship, a level 5 boss. But before Qin Feng could make his move, something unexpected happened. A timer appeared above the boss, showing 45 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Qin Feng was slightly surprised when he saw that special bosses like this came with a time limit. Still, he quickly relaxed. There were more than 45 minutes left, and for him, that was more than enough. With that much time remaining, killing the boss would not be a problem. Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash and moved like a streak of thunder across the swamp. A chain of powerful slashes tore into the boss, dealing a total of 1,500 damage in an instant. While the Golden Ghost Ship was still trying to figure out what had just attacked it, Qin Feng cancelled Shadow Sneak and immediately launched a Venom Dart. The dart flew straight toward the ship and struck its bell directly, triggering both a critical hit and a stealth break strike at the same time. As the poison began dealing continuous damage, Qin Feng quickly pulled back and created distance from the boss. He knew that fighting the Golden Ghost Ship had several tricky points. Most players did not know where its true weakness was, and many would assume they needed to attack either the skeletal body or the ship itself. But in reality, the real weak point was the ghostly fire bell hanging at the tip of the ship. The moment that weakness was struck, the boss flew into a rage. The Golden Ghost Ship began controlling the swamp water around it, forcing the surface to churn violently. Then the boss prepared a massive area attack, and huge pillars of water suddenly erupted from the swamp one after another. Qin Feng dodged through the attacks while steadily closing in on the boss again. Those water pillars carried terrifying damage, enough that even early-stage warriors wearing full silver armor sets could barely survive a direct hit. He was grateful that his Shadow class gave him such high agility. Without that speed, avoiding this attack would have been almost impossible. At that moment, rotten hands began rising out of the swamp around him. Decaying zombies known as water ghosts slowly surfaced from beneath the murky water. Qin Feng remembered this mechanic clearly. Once the boss's area attack ended, it would summon 12 decaying water ghosts, and each one possessed silver tier strength. Thanks to Shadow Sneak, the water ghosts could not sense Qin Feng at all, even though he was standing right in the middle of them. The 12 decaying water ghosts were ready to launch a savage attack, and most parties would already be thrown into complete chaos at this point. To make matters worse, the Golden Ghost Ship would summon another decaying water ghost every 3 minutes. If a party could not clear them quickly enough, their numbers would keep increasing until everyone was wiped out, but Qin Feng had been invisible from the beginning, so these monsters had no way to detect him. All he needed now was the right angle. The moment he found it, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash again. His body flashed through the group, and the rapid slashes tore through the decaying water ghosts, destroying them all in one sweeping attack. While Qin Feng was handling the monsters below, Big Plum remained on the cliff, watching everything unfold from above. Her body trembled slightly, and her face flushed with shock as she finally understood what kind of power the #1 ranked expert, Shadow, possessed. In her eyes, he was simply too strong. He appeared and disappeared without warning, moving like a ghost across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken away more than half of the boss's health, and the Golden Ghost Ship had barely been given a chance to fight back. But just as Big Plum was still staring in awe, Qin Feng suddenly sent her a message through chat. Calling her Little Black, he calmly told her that he would die in a while, leaving her completely stunned. Qin Feng, however, remained perfectly confident. He told her there was nothing to worry about. All she needed to do was stay where she was and wait for him to revive. Big Plum immediately panicked. From her point of view, Qin Feng clearly had the advantage, so why was he suddenly saying he was going to die? On top of that, she could not help asking who Little Black was supposed to be. Qin Feng answered calmly, asking if she was not Little Black. Big Plum quickly corrected him, saying her nickname was Big Plum, not Little Black, because Little Black sounded like the name of a dog. Elsewhere, someone stomped hard against the ground in anger. It was the man Qin Feng had killed before, and this time he had returned with his entire team. He was furious that he had been careless earlier. In his so-called glory days, he claimed he had killed one legendary opponent after another. Yet now, he had somehow been humiliated because of a little girl. One of his men suddenly came running back with good news. He had found the girl on the cliff, and he also revealed that Shadow was down at the bottom of the cliff challenging the boss alone. The leader's eyes filled with determination. This time, he had brought his whole team, so he believed they finally had a chance to kill Shadow. Down in the swamp, the Golden Ghost Ship was still raging, and the ship's bell began shining with an eerie light. Qin Feng had already forced the fight into its fourth stage, which was also the hardest and most dangerous phase to deal with. The boss raised its huge oar, stirring the swamp into violent waves. Once its health dropped to half, it unleashed its powerful skill, Massive Soul Surge. The waves spread rapidly across the swamp like a surging wall of death, and Big Plum's eyes widened in fear as she watched from the cliff. The Soul Surge directly disabled Qin Feng's invisibility skill. At the same time, something began rising from beneath his feet. In the next second, a massive pillar of water exploded upward and trapped his entire body. The impact tore through him instantly, dealing 1,059 points of damage. The system immediately confirmed his death. Qin Feng lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. On the cliff above, the leader saw what happened and immediately became pleased. In his mind, Qin Feng had become arrogant after being called an expert a few times. To him, Shadow was nothing but a fool who had actually believed he could challenge a gold-tier boss alone. When the leader and his men saw Qin Feng's fallen lifespan lying on the ground, their eyes lit up with greed, and they rushed toward it like madmen. They had never imagined Shadow would be so rich. That huge glowing orb of light had to contain at least 100 days of lifespan. Since the boss was already low on health, they decided they would finish it off themselves while also grabbing Qin Feng's dropped lifespan at the same time. But the moment they took even one more step forward, their surroundings suddenly changed. Instead of the swamp beneath their feet, the leader and his men found themselves hanging in the air for a brief instant, leaving him completely confused and unable to understand what had just happened. Before they could react, the teleportation effect finished, and the entire group was sent straight back to Shelltown. The men were furious and frustrated, yet none of them could figure out why that boss was so terrifying. Shadow had clearly attacked it until its health was already down to half, so they had thought it was their chance. But the second they entered the swamp, the boss had instantly wiped them out with that water pillar. On top of that, the swamp was crawling with smaller monsters. To them, this fight was not something normal players could handle at all. The leader clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept such a humiliating result. They had already suffered heavy losses, but instead of backing down, he angrily ordered his men to follow him again. He refused to believe they could not find another chance. At the same time, a figure suddenly jumped back into the swamp. It was Qin Feng, who had already returned to the battlefield after reviving. But when he saw so many lifespan light orbs scattered across the ground, even he felt a little puzzled. Through the chat, Qin Feng informed Little Black that he had already returned, then asked why there were suddenly so many lifespan light orbs lying around. Little Black was surprised by how quickly he had come back, but she quickly explained that those orbs belonged to a group of people who had noisily charged toward the boss, only to be wiped out instantly by the water pillar. Qin Feng could not help smiling when he heard that. Those people had clearly overestimated their own strength. Still, the sight also reminded him of his past life, when he had suffered quite a bit because of the Golden Ghost Ship as well. The boss was still roaming through the swamp, and Qin Feng quietly observed its movements. He knew that the Golden Ghost ship would only use its immobilizing skill once, so after that, the rest of its health would be much easier to handle. However, once its health dropped below half, every time it took damage, there was a fixed chance it would vanish and reappear far away, which made it extremely difficult for ordinary players to finish off. Without wasting another second, Qin Feng raised his hand and fired a poison dart, sending it straight toward the ship's bell. The dart struck the bell cleanly, and the boss immediately flew into a rage, beginning to summon another attack. Seeing the change in its movements, Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak and slipped back into invisibility. After carefully watching the boss's attack rhythm, Qin Feng found the opening he wanted. Since he had already seen through its movement pattern, he activated Instant Shadow Slash and rushed in with a fast, precise strike. Meanwhile, the leader and his men returned to the cliff once again. One of them quickly reported that Qin Feng was already fighting the boss again. Hearing that, the leader narrowed his eyes, planning to wait for the perfect chance to take down both Shadow and the boss. When Little Black saw that the same group of idiots had come back to cause trouble again, anger immediately surged inside her. Shadow was so close to killing the boss, and she was not about to let these bastards ruin everything or walk away safely. She tightened her grip around her magic staff and began concentrating. The air around the staff crackled, and streaks of thunder started gathering at its tip. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning shot out from the magic staff and crashed down onto the men. Their bodies were scorched black by the attack, and the others nearby froze in shock. The leader's face twisted with fury as he shouted, demanding to know who had attacked him. One of his men quickly raised a trembling finger toward Little Black and told him that she was the one who had done it. The leader bent down, grabbed his axe from the ground, and immediately ordered his men to kill her. The moment Little Black saw them turning toward her with killing intent, fear filled her eyes. She turned and ran without hesitation, shouting for help as she fled. Behind her, the leader and his men charged after her, cursing loudly and swearing that they would kill her. Not far from that area, a man hiding behind a tree quietly watched the chase unfold. He was not alone either. Another man was hiding behind him, and when they noticed Little Black and the others rushing toward their direction, both of them quickly tucked themselves back behind the tree. Back in the swamp, Qin Feng pulled away from the Golden Ghost ship and kept his eyes locked on the boss. Its health was already nearly gone. Still, everything had gone just about as he expected. Even though the Golden Ghost ship was only a level 5 boss, killing it alone was still far from easy. His damage output was not high enough to end the fight quickly, so the battle had dragged on longer than he wanted, attracting more and more people to watch. When Qin Feng noticed movement on the cliff, he immediately realized those were the same people who had just died and returned. And that was not all. He also noticed another group waiting near the swamp, clearly planning to let him finish the boss first before killing him and stealing the loot afterward. At that moment, the poison continued working through the boss's body. The ghost ship's eyes began to glow, and not long after, its enormous body started fading away. The system announced the death of the gold-grade boss, Golden Ghost Ship. Qin Feng received 480 experience points as his reward, instantly rising to level 8. At the same time, he gained 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng immediately activated Shadow Sneak and disappeared from sight. For the people waiting nearby, their plan might have looked perfect, almost like a beautiful dream. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated from the very beginning. A server-wide system notification suddenly echoed across the game, announcing that the Shelltown player Shadow had become the first person on the entire server to kill a gold-grade boss. As an additional reward, he received 3 reputation points. That announcement instantly caught the attention of every player in the area. Players everywhere began wondering who Shadow really was and why he was so unbelievably strong. Some were shocked, while others were furious, insisting that the first player to kill a gold-grade boss should have come from Han City instead. Back in Shelltown, Wang Meng stared at the system notification in disbelief. It had not been long since Shadow was fighting a bronze boss alone, yet now, in such a short time, he had already killed a gold boss by himself. Wang Meng could not understand why the gap between Shadow and everyone else was so enormous. At the same time, Qin Feng's younger sister looked at the announcement with bright, determined eyes. Now she was certain that Shadow was the strongest player. If she could get Shadow to help her level up, then maybe she would be able to meet Brother Song Fei much sooner. After the boss's body disappeared completely, a pile of lifespan and loot was left scattered across the ground. The boss of the group, hiding behind the tree, could not help smiling when he saw how much loot had dropped. A wicked look spread across his face as he realized that Shadow had turned invisible without collecting anything, which meant Shadow was clearly being cautious because of them. He immediately ordered Guang to use his skill and locate Shadow. Their plan was simple: kill Qin Feng and take the gold boss's loot for themselves. Guang nodded, then raised his bow and activated a skill called Phantom Horned Eagle. He released an arrow toward the swamp, and as it flew through the air, it transformed into the ghostly form of an eagle. The phantom eagle soared above the swamp before suddenly bursting apart. Countless spectral feathers drifted down from the explosion, scattering across the entire area. Qin Feng quietly watched their movements from the shadows. He had not expected this hunter to learn an anti-invisibility skill so early in the game. No wonder they were so confident about killing him and stealing the loot. Unfortunately for them, Qin Feng's assassin class came with an additional invisibility level. Guang's skill was only level 1, so it had no way to break through his stealth. Guang, however, looked completely confident. He turned back to his boss and reported that Shadow must have fled after seeing how many of them there were. The boss and his men began moving toward the loot. Deciding that securing the drops came first, he warned his men not to get careless and told them to stay ready for battle at any moment. The boss loot had 5 minutes of ownership protection, but once that time ended, everything would belong to them. Proud smiles appeared on their faces as they imagined taking all the rewards. But just then, dark shadows began rising around them, and their eyes widened with sudden fear. Before any of them could react, Qin Feng moved like a streak of thunder. His attacks flashed through the group, and in an instant, every one of them was cut down. With the surroundings finally quiet again, Qin Feng turned his attention back to the loot on the ground. But then a question suddenly crossed his mind. Where had Little Black gone? He decided to set that question aside for the moment, and look for her later. Right now, he had enough evolution points to upgrade Greedy Hand again. So before collecting the loot, Qin Feng chose to upgrade the skill first. Greedy Hand advanced from diamond quality to epic quality. It could still be used on monster corpses, but now its chance of producing extra loot increased from 220% to 300%. Even more importantly, any extra loot it obtained now had a 100% chance of being upgraded by 1 full tier. Qin Feng then reached toward the loot, determined to make full use of that guaranteed upgrade effect. He gathered the glowing drops together, ready to squeeze out every bit of value the boss could provide. Greedy Hand began absorbing the loot, and as the skill activated, a faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. A bright light burst out from the forest as the skill finished working. After using Greedy Hand, Qin Feng obtained 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and 2 special items called Ghostfire Bells. When Qin Feng saw that he had actually obtained 2 Ghostfire Bells, his eyes widened in surprise. The Ghostfire Bell was a special item. Once equipped, it would prevent Qin Feng from losing lifespan when he died, with a cooldown of 1,560 seconds. It had 2 abilities, 1 passive and 1 active. The passive ability, Soul Absorption, increased the amount of lifespan dropped when killing monsters by 20%, and if 2 Ghostfire Bells were owned at the same time, the effect would be doubled. Its active ability, Soul Shock, allowed him to shake the bell and immobilize all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 512 seconds. The Ghostfire Bell was not treated as normal equipment. It was a special item, so it did not take up any equipment slots, and even 2 Ghostfire Bells together only occupied 1 inventory slot, making them extremely convenient to carry. But while Qin Feng was distracted by the item's effects, Little Black suddenly contacted him through chat, asking him to come save her. Qin Feng's expression immediately sharpened, and he quickly asked where she was. Qin Feng's brows tightened with worry. He had no idea where Little Black had ended up, and the only thing coming through the voice chat was her terrified screaming, begging the others not to get close to her. Little Black was already frightened to the point of trembling, because the leader and his men had completely forced her into a dead end. They laughed while praising her for lasting this long, saying her resistance was impressive, but there was nowhere left for her to run. In their disgusting tone, they told her to come over obediently, promising they would make her feel so good that she would practically ascend to heaven. Her fingers curled tightly into a fist. Then, when she glanced behind her, her heart sank as she realized she had already reached the edge of the cliff. But instead of surrendering, her eyes hardened. No matter what happened, she refused to let these bastards be the ones to kill her. Without giving herself time to hesitate, Little Black leaned backward and threw herself straight off the cliff. The leader and the others froze in place, their expressions twisting with shock as they watched her disappear over the edge. Her body dropped rapidly through the air, falling faster and faster until she slammed violently into the ground below. A wave of unbearable pain swept through her, and blood quickly spread out beneath her, staining the earth around her body. Soon after, her body began fading away, slowly turning into lifespan. The leader leaned over the cliff and looked down, still stunned. Seeing that she had truly jumped, he felt a strange mix of confusion and surprise, thinking this woman had been far more decisive than he expected. Little Black quickly told Qin Feng that he no longer needed to come save her. She had already died and returned to the town, and at least now she could finally breathe a little easier. Fortunately, all the tradable lifespan from their party had been kept with Captain Wang Meng, so her death had not caused any serious loss. Qin Feng also relaxed when he heard this, then told Little Black to wait for him there, because he was going to hand some things over to her. Hearing that, she brightened up at once and happily praised him, saying he had really worked hard. After that, Qin Feng swept through the area and collected every bit of lifespan scattered around. This haul was truly huge. His tradable lifespan had now reached 3,115 days, and he had even gathered 21 evolution points. He immediately decided to spend those points to evolve Greedy Hand, but as soon as the system window appeared, it informed him that Greedy Hand had already reached the epic tier, and any further evolution would require 10 times the usual evolution points. The system then asked whether he wanted to spend 210 evolution points to continue evolving the skill. Qin Feng was not particularly shocked by this result. In his eyes, this kind of requirement was completely expected. A powerful skill could not keep evolving so easily forever, and the higher its tier became, the more evolution points it would naturally consume. After thinking it over, he simply put the idea aside for now. Instead, he decided to focus on upgrading his attack skills first. After all, the stronger his damage became, the stronger the bosses he could challenge would be, and that meant the loot he obtained would only get better. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng concentrated on his skill, and Instant Shadow Slash instantly advanced from Platinum tier to Diamond tier. Its attack range increased from 21 meters to 27 meters, and the duration of the invisibility effect was also extended from 7 seconds to 9 seconds. The improvement did not stop there. Now, when Qin Feng charged through a path of enemies, he could unleash 7 slashes instead of only 5. The total duration of the skill reached 10 seconds, and each slash became noticeably longer, increasing from 3.1 meters to 4 meters. On top of that, each slash now dealt 300 points of additional damage, instead of the previous 200. Qin Feng spent 10 evolution points in total, leaving only 3 points remaining. Then, his initial skill, Backstab Enhancement, also advanced, jumping directly from normal tier to gold tier, while skipping bronze and silver. From now on, whenever he used Backstab, the damage boost would increase to 30% instead of only 15%. Qin Feng was clearly satisfied, because after evolving Instant Shadow Slash twice, the skill's damage had practically doubled. Even without entering stealth mode, and without needing to break stealth at all, he could already deal 3,000 points of damage. If he did break stealth and trigger Backstab, the combined damage from all 7 slashes could reach somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 points. Through the system window, Qin Feng began carefully checking over his skills and loot. He remembered that a gold-tier boss normally dropped only 2 to 4 pieces of silver equipment, with just a small chance of dropping gold equipment. But because of the effect of Greedy Hand, this time he had obtained 11 pieces of gold equipment and skill books, along with 2 pieces of platinum equipment and 1 platinum skill book. This harvest was already extremely good, especially since 3 of the items were suitable for assassin-type players. Among those items was a platinum-tier assassin weapon called the Ghost Ship Dual Blades. The weapon had 136 points of damage, added 22 points of agility, increased attack speed by 24%, and provided 17 points of armor penetration. The requirement to equip it was level 5, and its unique effect was especially eye-catching. Every normal attack would deal damage twice. Qin Feng equipped the pair of daggers right away. To him, the special effect itself was not that useful, because he usually relied on skills rather than normal attacks to deal damage. Even so, the weapon's base attack was high, and the extra 22 agility points were very valuable. The attack speed bonus could also increase his skill casting speed and shorten the recovery time after attacks. So, overall, it was far from useless. As for the armor penetration, that effect brought him a very obvious advantage as well. Next, Qin Feng equipped another item, the gold-tier Ghostfire leather armor. This armor provided 25 points of physical defense, 50 points of fire element resistance, 14 points of damage block, and directly granted 419 health points. Just like the previous weapon, its equipment requirement was also level 5. Qin Feng was genuinely amazed when he saw the health increase. Leveling up had not raised his constitution, so his current health was only 350 points. Yet this piece of armor alone added 419 health points directly. Once he put it on, most ordinary players at this stage would probably struggle just to break through his defense. Using the system settings, Qin Feng chose to hide the appearance of his defensive equipment and switched back to the default look of the assassin class. This way, other players would not be able to judge his gear just by looking at him. If they wanted to check his equipment, they would have to open the game interface themselves, but his upgrades were not finished yet, because there was still one final item left in his inventory. When Qin Feng checked his inventory again, he found that the last item was a skill book. It was a gold-tier assassin skill called Ghost Shadow Blur. The skill was passive, granting a 15% dodge rate, and whenever a dodge successfully activated, it would provide immunity to all damage from that attack. Qin Feng was happy at first, because he had finally obtained a survival skill suitable for assassins. But he soon remembered that this skill was considered rather weak by most players. In this game, raising dodge rate was extremely difficult. If someone focused too much on dodge, their other attributes would inevitably fall behind, and if the dodge effect failed to trigger at the wrong moment, they could easily end up in real danger. But Qin Feng was different from everyone else. His body began shining as the skill took effect, because he had the ability to evolve skills without limit. He could increase his dodge rate without sacrificing any of his other attributes, which meant this skill had almost no downside for him. To others, it was risky. To him, it was pure profit. After finishing his upgrades, Qin Feng began leaving the area and decided it was time to return. The remaining loot consisted mostly of items for warriors, priests, and archers. He could sell all of them to Wang Meng at a 10% discount. Even if Wang Meng's group could not afford everything right away, Qin Feng was sure that with Wang Meng's personality, he would still find a way to sell the items on credit, and this huge upgrade had all been thanks to Little Black. Without that lucky koi, Qin Feng would never have found a level 5 ghost ship to attack, so he made up his mind to thank her properly. As Qin Feng passed by a tree, the furious leader suddenly appeared with his men blocking the path ahead. Qin Feng noticed them at the same moment they noticed him. The instant their eyes met, the faces of the leader and his group turned deathly pale. Fear filled their eyes. The moment they recognized Shadow, they did not even think about fighting. They turned around and started running for their lives. Naturally, Qin Feng had no intention of letting them escape. He activated Shadow Stealth, and as his figure began fading into invisibility, he let out a quiet sigh, as if their panic had already decided the ending. Before those men could even take another proper step, Qin Feng moved like a flash of thunder. In a blink, he crossed the distance and wiped out all of the leader's subordinates. The leader's face twisted in panic when he saw his men fall one after another. He turned and ran with everything he had, but Qin Feng was never going to give him that chance. In the next instant, Qin Feng appeared directly in front of him and calmly canceled his invisibility. The leader nearly crashed face first into Qin Feng, and his eyes filled with tears of terror. He hurriedly admitted he was wrong, swore he would never do it again, and begged Qin Feng to spare him, saying he had less than 1 year of lifespan left. Qin Feng only stared at him with a cold gaze and asked whether he had ever thought about his own fate before attacking others. Without the slightest trace of pity, Qin Feng struck him with a poisoned dart. As the leader collapsed and writhed in pain behind him, Qin Feng turned his back and walked away without looking back. Because Qin Feng had killed too many players, the system applied a new status layer to him. Killer, at the first layer of the killer status, if he died, he would lose 75% of his current lifespan. Even after seeing that penalty, Qin Feng remained calm. He still had the Ghostfire Bell, and if he made a mistake and died once, that item would prevent him from losing any lifespan at all. Soon after, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. The moment he stepped back inside, countless gazes immediately locked onto him. The players around him began whispering among themselves. News that he had killed a gold-tier boss had already spread, and everyone who heard it was stunned. But when some players saw that Qin Feng did not appear to be wearing any visible equipment, they started suspecting that he must have used some kind of bug to defeat the boss. As Qin Feng continued walking through the town, a man suddenly approached him and politely asked him to wait. Qin Feng turned around with a hint of curiosity. The man smiled awkwardly and held up a skill book, explaining that they had accidentally bought an assassin's skill book. He asked Qin Feng to accept it, saying they could treat everything that had happened before as if it had never occurred. The system quickly identified the skill book. It was a common tier skill called Impale, a single-target assassin skill. When the attack hit, it added 20 attack points and stunned the target for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 22 seconds. Qin Feng accepted the skill book and his eyes widened slightly in surprise. Even though the skill was only common tier, it was still a control skill, which made it far more useful than it looked at first glance. After taking the book, Qin Feng continued on his way, The man who had handed it over also left with his companions, each side walking off as though nothing had happened. But the moment they were away from Qin Feng, one of the men could no longer hold back his anger. He snapped at Xian Zhao, saying they had already been killed by Qin Feng, and now they had even lowered themselves to give him a skill book. To him, that was simply too cowardly. Another man nodded along, furious that no one had ever treated them this way before. Then one of them suggested using all of their connections to gather people. If everyone contributed, even a single spit from each person could drown Qin Feng, so there was no reason to fear him. Xian Zhao's expression turned serious as he made his judgment. Shadow was growing far too quickly, and he was leveling up alone, which meant he must be hiding some enormous secret. Xian Zhao wanted to find him in real life and kidnap him. That way they could not only force out his secret, but even turn him into their slave and make him collect lifespan for them. The man immediately praised Xian Zhao, calling it an excellent plan. Xian Zhao then decided to have his family send a woman to approach Qin Feng and draw information out of him. When he heard Shadow's voice earlier, it sounded unfamiliar, almost like someone outside their usual circle. That meant Qin Feng was probably poor and had no powerful background. They planned to find a professional beauty, fully convinced that Qin Feng would fall right into the trap. Meanwhile, Qin Feng met up with Little Black and asked her to accept the trade request, saying he wanted to give her a few things. The moment she heard that, her eyes lit up with excitement. Still, she quickly corrected him and explained that her name was not Little Black, but Big Plum. Qin Feng handed her a powerful skill and a necklace. The moment she used them, flames began rising from her magic staff. Big Plum was overjoyed because with that skill and necklace, her damage had increased several times over. Even better, her mana regeneration had more than doubled. Filled with gratitude, she thanked Qin Feng sincerely from the bottom of her heart. Qin Feng simply said there was no need to thank him. He explained that he was only honoring the agreement they had made earlier, then asked her to hand over the space ring. With a cheerful smile, Big Plum took the space ring out of her inventory and told him he could keep it. Then, with her cheeks slightly flushed, Big Plum revealed something else. While she had been fleeing through the forest earlier, she had discovered an underground cave that looked like the entrance to some kind of ruin. She looked at Qin Feng and asked whether he was interested in checking it out. Qin Feng was a little surprised. First it had been the Golden Ghost Ship, and now she had somehow found the entrance to a ruin. At this point he realized that being friends with this girl was genuinely profitable, of course. Sincerity went both ways. If he had not given her 2 pieces of gold equipment, she might not have shared this information with him either. With the space ring now in his possession, Qin Feng's inventory finally expanded to 27 slots. He then asked where Wang Meng was, saying that after he sold them the extra items, he would go take a look at the ruins she had mentioned. Big Plum raised her hand and explained that the captain and the others had gone to train the new priest, so they probably would not be back anytime soon. Using the map, Big Plum marked the location of the ruin entrance for him. She explained that behind a patch of bushes, there was a stone slab on the ground. While escaping, she had moved the slab aside and hidden inside, but after taking only a few steps into the passage, she heard screams coming from deeper within. She was so terrified that she immediately ran back out. If that had not happened, those men probably would not have managed to catch her at all. Qin Feng's figure vanished from sight, and instead of waiting around, he immediately decided to head for the ruins first. As for trading with Wang Meng, that could wait until Wang Meng returned. Big Plum stood there for a moment, clearly a little confused by how quickly he made the decision. After leaving Shell Town behind, Qin Feng walked straight into the forest, his figure gradually disappearing among the dense trees and shadows. At first, Qin Feng had planned to find a suitable place to grind monsters until he reached level 10. But now that a ruin had appeared, ordinary grinding was no longer necessary. In beginner towns, ruins usually came in 3 main types: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. No matter which type of ruin it turned out to be, the small monsters inside were generally bronze tier. If his luck was good, there might even be silver tier monsters hidden deeper within. To Qin Feng, that did not sound dangerous. It sounded like a massive pile of lifespan and evolution points waiting for him. Following the location Big Plum had marked on his map, Qin Feng moved through the forest and finally arrived at the hidden entrance of the ruin. Without wasting any time outside, Qin Feng stepped directly into the ruin. As he entered, he recalled the 3 types of ruins that commonly appeared near beginner towns: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Tombs were simple but troublesome, packed with large numbers of monsters that were extremely difficult to clear out, and there was almost always a gold-tier boss waiting at the very end. Cursed ruins were different. The monsters inside were usually beings cursed by ancient gods or evil gods. Some of them might once have been human, but after corruption, some had gone mad while others had died and turned into ghosts. As for temples of faith, the monsters inside were usually believers of ancient gods and evil gods, and the layout of those places was often incredibly complicated. Walls around him were covered with ancient murals, their faded images stretching along the passage. If someone could make it past the final 2 challenges in a place like this, they would usually receive a special item or even a skill book. After carefully looking at the murals carved across the walls, Qin Feng quickly realized what kind of place this was. This ruin was not a tomb or a cursed ruin. It was a temple of faith. Qin Feng slowed his steps and studied the murals more closely, because the images gave him an oddly familiar feeling. At that moment, deep roars echoed through the passage. He continued walking down the corridor, and the more he saw, the clearer it became. This was a faith temple dedicated to the ancient god of judgment, and its origin was connected to the same power as his Eye of Judgment. At the same time, somewhere else in the forest, Wang Meng and his party were in the middle of fighting a monster. Wang Meng raised his shield in front of him, bracing his body as he blocked the monster's attacks head-on. But in the next instant, the monster suddenly lunged forward. Before Wang Meng could fully react, its fierce claw came crashing down and struck him hard, sending his body flying through the air while a terrifying amount of damage burst across him. When the archers saw their captain get injured, he immediately panicked and shouted for the healer to use healing. But Qin Feng's sister stood frozen in place, completely paralyzed by fear, her mind blank as she had no idea what to do. Tears quickly welled up in her eyes. She gripped her magic staff tightly with both hands and asked in a trembling voice how she was supposed to heal him. While the group was distracted by the chaos, the monster suddenly leapt again and prepared to launch another attack. Seeing the danger, the swordsman immediately drew his sword and shouted at Qin Feng's sister, ordering her to use her skill. But instead of following the order, Qin Feng's sister collapsed to her knees on the ground. Her magic staff slipped from her hands, and she broke down crying in fear, unable to move or cast anything. The monster seized the chance and attacked again. In the end, Wang Meng's entire party was wiped out, and all of them were teleported back to Shell Town. When Wang Meng and his men appeared back in town, their faces were dark with anger, and none of them looked calm. Big Plum happened to be nearby. Seeing them return, she greeted them with a smile and asked why they had come back so quickly. Then she added that the expert Shadow still had not returned yet, so they would not be able to buy equipment for the time being. The archer was already furious, and the moment he heard that, he pointed straight at Qin Xiaoyu and snapped that he had never seen anyone as stupid as her. In his eyes, she did not know how to dodge monster attacks, and she did not even know how to use her own skills. Qin Xiaoyu began crying again, completely lost and not knowing what she should do. Big Plum immediately stepped in front of Qin Xiaoyu, looking at the archer with confusion. She asked why he was being so fierce, explaining that Qin Xiaoyu was only a beginner, and this was her first time playing the game, so dying once was nothing strange. But the archer's eyes were burning with rage. He told Big Plum to move aside, saying he was going to scold Qin Xiaoyu until she remembered the lesson. The swordsman then explained the situation to Big Plum in a helpless tone. They had not died just once. In less than an hour, they had already died 3 times. When Big Plum heard that, her eyes widened in obvious surprise. Then, with a confident smile, Big Plum lifted the necklace Qin Feng had given her and showed it off. She decided she would go with them this time, explaining that she had just received 2 good things from the expert. Right now, she was much stronger than before, and she believed that as long as she joined the team, they would not die again. Wang Meng stepped forward and raised his voice, ordering everyone to stop arguing. In his opinion, Big Plum's suggestion was actually pretty good. With her joining their party this time, things should go much more smoothly. And maybe, once they returned, they would finally be able to meet Shadow as well. Although Qin Xiaoyu was furious deep down, she forced herself to look grateful on the surface. She lowered her head, apologized, and promised that she would work hard. But inside, she could hardly believe these people. They had failed to handle the situation themselves, yet still dared to throw all the blame onto her. If it were not for the connection they had with Shadow, she would not even bother dealing with them. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. At that same time, Qin Feng had already stepped into a room inside the ruin, and something in front of him immediately caught his attention. 2 monsters were kneeling before him. The system quickly identified them as devout followers of the ancient god. They were called the Judged, and both of them were level 10 silver-tier monsters. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, then began to shine with a trace of suspicion as he looked at the 2 kneeling monsters. Without delaying for even another second, Qin Feng's expression sharpened, and he launched his attack directly, using instant shadow slash against the two monsters. His body slipped into invisibility, and when he turned back to check the result, he realized that the attack had barely taken much health from them. Even after he broke stealth and followed up with backstab, the two monsters had only lost a small portion of their health bars. But Qin Feng was not surprised. These were level 10 silver bosses, and the combined health of the two devout followers was already even greater than that of the gold-tier Golden Ghost ship. Just then, something unexpected caught Qin Feng's attention, causing his expression to shift with curiosity. The two monsters knelt down before him again. Qin Feng felt confused as he watched them kneeling in his direction once more. The strangest part was that he was still in stealth. He was not sure whether they had sensed the Eye of Judgment on him, or whether that was the reason they had not attacked him. Qin Feng looked at them and asked whether they knew the way, telling them to guide him if they did. The two monsters slowly lifted their heads, but instead of answering, they let out rough, beast-like roars. At that moment, Qin Feng understood. These creatures had already been corrupted, decayed, and driven completely insane. Whatever faith they once had was gone. Now they were no different from wild beasts that only knew how to steal lifespan from humans. Right then, the monsters' eyes suddenly began to glow, an eerie light flickering within their pupils. Not long after, the two monsters turned their backs on Qin Feng and abruptly rushed away, charging out of the room. At the entrance of the room, a group of players had just appeared. The monsters sensed their presence immediately and charged straight toward them. The players' faces changed when they realized that the two approaching bosses were silver tier. They knew very well that they could not even handle one silver tier boss, let alone two at once. Without hesitation, they decided to turn around and flee from the ruin. But before they could escape, the monsters attacked. A cloud of toxic mist spread out, swallowing the players and beginning to melt their bodies. Their bodies vanished one after another, leaving lifespan orbs behind. Qin Feng recognized them as the team belonging to the girl who had bought Ice Spike from him, the group called Grey Rose. He had not expected them to find this ruin as well, but judging by the current equipment level of most players, Qin Feng quickly concluded that no one was truly prepared to explore deep into this place yet. Qin Feng canceled his stealth and calmly walked over to collect the lifespan orbs. As he moved, the two monsters knelt before him once again. Those players had lost more than 100 days of tradable lifespan, but Qin Feng had not expected them to be especially rich in the first place. After collecting everything, Qin Feng returned to the room and began searching carefully. Several minutes passed as he checked the surroundings, but he found nothing at all. There were no hidden traps, no treasure, and no special mechanism. In the end, he could only conclude that this room contained nothing except the two silver mini-bosses. A flash of irritation crossed Qin Feng's eyes. Since there was nothing useful to discover, he decided to stop wasting time and finish things directly. He raised his hand and attacked with poisoned darts. The darts shot forward and embedded themselves straight into the heads of the two monsters. After killing the two silver-tier bosses, Qin Feng received his reward, 4,000 experience points. His level rose to level 9, and he also gained 4 evolution points along with 188 days of tradable lifespan. Then Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand, and the bodies of the two monsters began fading away under the effect of the skill. A pleased look appeared on Qin Feng's face. Epic tier Greedy Hand was truly outrageous. From these two bosses alone, he gained 32 evolution points, 1,504 days of tradable lifespan, 4 gold tier items, and 10 silver tier items. Qin Feng reached out, and a pendant appeared in his hand. The moment he saw it, his mood improved even further, because this was a gold-tier item meant for assassins. The item was called the Pendant of the Faithful, an assassin-class accessory. It granted 15 agility points and 20% cooldown reduction. Its unique effect was also very special. It could summon a silver-tier devout follower to fight for the wearer, though the cooldown was as long as 6,000 seconds. Qin Feng clenched his fist with satisfaction. This necklace had excellent stats. The 20% cooldown reduction would lower his stealth skill cooldown from 22 seconds to 19 seconds. His poison dart cooldown would drop from 4.35 seconds to 3.75 seconds, and instant shadow slash would go from 10 seconds down to 8 seconds. That meant his grinding efficiency would rise sharply. Since all his other gear required the user to be above level 8, almost no one else could equip this item yet. So Qin Feng decided to keep it for now and sell it later. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave the room, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to tremble. Qin Feng's curiosity was immediately stirred. He turned back toward the movement, and right in front of him, a small stone pillar slowly rose up from the ground. The moment Qin Feng saw it, his eyes lit up with excitement. It seemed that after he had cleared out all the monsters in this area, the hidden mechanism had finally been triggered. Qin Feng stepped closer and carefully examined the pillar from top to bottom. After looking it over, he quickly realized that this was not an ordinary decoration, but a hidden mechanism built into the ruin. Before long, the mechanism inside the pillar fully activated. With a low, rumbling sound, a platform suddenly appeared beneath Qin Feng's feet. Then, a door embedded in the ground slowly opened up. The platform under Qin Feng began sinking little by little, and only then did he realize that this thing was actually a lift. After the platform had descended several meters into the darkness, the door above him began closing again, sealing off the entrance behind him. Several minutes passed before the platform finally came to a stop. Qin Feng estimated that he had gone down at least 300 or 400 meters beneath the temple. The underground space around him was almost completely dark, and the atmosphere felt cold and gloomy. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he took in the strange place before him. Based on what he knew, Qin Feng quickly understood where he was. This was the hidden maze buried beneath the temple. He knew that ruins sometimes had a chance of generating hidden mazes like this. In his previous life, he had explored many of them, so he understood just how many traps could be hidden inside. But as long as someone acted as cannon fodder and triggered the traps first, exploring the maze was not actually that dangerous. The real problem was that it would take a lot of time. With a confident look in his eyes, Qin Feng took out the pendant. With his current attributes, if he accidentally stepped on a trap himself, he would most likely die on the spot. Fortunately, he had this item now, and it could summon a silver-tier devout follower to fight for him. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and activated the power of the pendant. A moment later, a devout follower was summoned, and a zombie-like figure appeared on the ground in front of him. Pointing toward the dark hallway of the maze, Qin Feng ordered the devout follower to scout ahead. The summoned monster slowly stood up, then began walking into the passage as commanded. Qin Feng crossed his arms and could not help feeling pleased. Having a lackey walk in front made exploring a place like this much easier. But there was still a chance that something unexpected could happen, so just to be safe, he decided to evolve his dodge passive first. He spent 11 evolution points, and Ghost Shadow Blur advanced from Gold Tier to Epic Tier. Its passive dodge rate rose sharply from 15% to 75%, and whenever dodge activated, it would now grant immunity to all damage. A 75% dodge rate was already extremely high. After that upgrade, Qin Feng still had just enough evolution points left to evolve Instant Shadow Slash to Epic Tier as well. Using 13 evolution points, Qin Feng evolved Instant Shadow Slash from Diamond Tier to Epic Tier. Its range expanded to 30 meters, and its duration increased to 12 seconds. The skill could now release 9 slashes instead of 7, with a cooldown of 8.8 seconds. Even the width of each slash increased to 5 meters, while the extra damage rose from 300 points to 400. Qin Feng's eyes shone as he thought about the evolution rules. To evolve a skill from Epic Tier to Legendary Tier required 10 times the evolution points, which made him realize something important. The higher a skill's starting tier was, the more worthwhile it became to evolve. For example, if a skill was already Epic Tier from the beginning, then evolving it to Legendary Tier would count as its first evolution. That meant it only needed the base cost of 1 evolution point. And because the target tier was Legendary, the cost would be multiplied by 10. In other words, 1 times 10 would only be 10 points. This also meant that if Qin Feng obtained an epic skill, he could quickly push it up to Legendary Tier, then Mythical Tier, Ancient Tier, and even Immortal Tier. But if a skill started from Normal Tier, reaching Epic Tier would require 7 separate evolutions first. By the time it reached the stage where costs were multiplied by 10, it would already require hundreds of points. Still, the good part was that no matter what tier a skill started at, he could use a relatively small number of points to raise it to Epic Tier. In other words, from now on, every skill he used would at least be Epic Tier. Qin Feng still had 11 evolution points remaining, and the only skill he could evolve now was the starter skill, Shadow Sneak. He spent 8 points and raised it from Silver Tier to Platinum Tier. The skill duration increased from 16 seconds to 24 seconds, while the attack bonus from Breaking Stealth changed from 120 to 50. Its cooldown also dropped from 26 seconds to 22 seconds. Because Qin Feng already had an attribute that reduced cooldown speed by 35%, the final cooldown for Shadow Sneak became 16.3 seconds. Even so, the cooldown was still too long, and the damage from Breaking Stealth felt a little low. Qin Feng knew that sooner or later he would need to replace this skill. As the devout follower walked deeper through the hallway, it suddenly stepped on a stone slab. In the next instant, a trap was activated, and a huge rock came crashing down from above. The massive stone crushed the devout follower's body, and it immediately transformed into light and vanished. Since the summon had died, Qin Feng could only wait for the cooldown to end before summoning another one. This maze was complex and dangerous, so slow exploration was his only safe option. All he could do was hope that something good was waiting deeper inside. Meanwhile, in the upper layer of the temple, a man carrying a shield and a hooded woman quietly poked their heads through the doorway. The shield-bearing man reported to his captain, Grey Rose, that the monsters had disappeared. When Grey Rose heard that, she could not help showing a look of surprise. Their group entered the room, and Grey Rose quickly noticed that the lifespan left there had disappeared as well. She immediately understood that someone must have killed those monsters and taken the lifespan, but she had no idea who it was. The man beside her guessed that only the expert Shadow could possibly kill 2 silver-tier bosses. Grey Rose thought that made sense, and she also felt relieved, because at least this meant they would not have to die again here. Grey Rose placed a hand under her chin and thought back to what they had seen when they first arrived. At that time, there had been someone who seemed to be communicating with the monsters. She did not know whether that person was Shadow, or whether he had some kind of skill that could charm bosses. But if that was really true, then his power was far beyond understanding, and terrifying in a way that made her uneasy. At the same time, down in the second layer of the temple, Qin Feng's devout follower died again after triggering yet another trap. Ahead of Qin Feng stretched a long path leading toward a door. He had already spent 3 full hours exploring this maze, and this place should finally be the end. Based on his experience from his previous life, if ordinary players had used human lives to probe this maze, at least hundreds of people would have died here. Qin Feng activated the pendant once more and summoned another devout follower in front of him. The devout follower began walking ahead, while Qin Feng followed closely behind it, keeping his distance but never letting it leave his sight. When they reached the door at the end of the path, Qin Feng gave the summon a simple order: open it. Following Qin Feng's command, the monster stepped forward and used all of its strength to push against the door. But no matter how hard it tried, the door did not move at all. It struggled so fiercely that its entire body began trembling. Seeing that even the summoned monster could not open the door, suspicion appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. After a brief pause, Qin Feng walked forward himself and reached out, placing his hand directly against the surface of the door. The moment he touched it, the door slowly began to open on its own. Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly, clearly shocked by the reaction. From the other side of the door, a wave of air rushed outward, followed by a curtain of smoke that rolled into the passage. Cold sweat appeared on Qin Feng's forehead. The moment he felt that strange movement, he knew this situation was not good. Beyond the door was a wide room filled with tall pillars. At the very center of the chamber sat a treasure chest, its surface wrapped tightly in thorny vines. Qin Feng stepped into the room and carefully observed the chest. It was covered in sharp thorns, locked shut, and right beside it stood an NPC. The NPC was a woman, and the lower half of her face was wrapped in bandages. Qin Feng tried to use the system to detect her stats, but the system failed to provide any information. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that nothing could be detected about her. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a mysterious NPC. The woman began whispering in a strange language. Then, right in front of Qin Feng, she slowly knelt down, and her body turned into light as it gradually faded away. Qin Feng watched her closely. His gaze fixed on the place where she disappeared. He had no idea why she had suddenly vanished like that. Then, as if responding to her disappearance, the thorns wrapped around the treasure chest also began to fade away little by little. Even so, Qin Feng did not let his guard down. Although he could not see any information about that mysterious woman, he was certain that she had some connection to the Eye of Judgment. The treasure chest began glowing with golden light, and Qin Feng immediately noticed that the items inside were epic tier. But he remained cautious, because there was always a chance that a chest like this could be a mimic or hide some kind of trap. Qin Feng pointed toward the chest and ordered his summon to go forward and open it. The devout follower obeyed his command, stepped up to the treasure chest and opened it. In an instant, a bright light spilled out from within. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the item inside. It was a skill book, and not just any ordinary one. For assassins, this was a godly skill because it contained both passive and active effects. Inside the chest was an epic tier assassin skill book called Stole of Mercy. Its passive effect was extremely powerful, giving a 100% correction to weak point hits, and on top of that, the damage multiplier for striking weak points would be doubled. The skill book also came with an active skill called Slit Throat. After activation, Shadow's next attack would apply the Slit Throat effect, dealing 100% of that attack's damage every second for 3 seconds. The original cooldown was 60 seconds, but because of Qin Feng's cooldown reduction, it would drop all the way down to 44.4 seconds. Qin Feng immediately noticed how useful the passive effect was because it basically doubled the area where enemy weak spots could be struck. But compared to that, the truly ridiculous part of this skill book was still the active skill, Slit Throat. If his next attack dealt 300 points of damage, then the debuff from Slit Throat would continue dealing 300 damage every second for 3 seconds. Added together, the total damage would reach 1,200 points, which was 3 times higher than the original attack's damage. Qin Feng kept reading the details carefully. Skills like Instant Shadow Slash could land multiple hits in one use, but Slit Throat would only calculate the very first strike. Even so, this skill was only epic tier right now, meaning he only needed 10 evolution points to push it up to legendary tier. This harvest was truly huge because his burst damage had just increased by several times. After putting the skill book away, Qin Feng began heading toward the exit. He knew very well that this entire gain had come thanks to Big Plum, so it was time to go back and sell the remaining items to her party. Through the chat, he told Big Plum to inform Wang Meng to return to town, because he had equipment to sell him. When they heard that Shadow had already finished exploring the ruins, they immediately decided to head back as well. When Qin Feng finally arrived back at the starter town, his eyes widened slightly in surprise at the scene waiting for him. A large crowd of players had gathered there, all waiting for Shadow to appear. Some wanted to add him as a friend, while others even offered to become his followers, promising they would cheer him on from behind. The chairman of the Runding Group from Zhanghai City had personally come to invite Shadow to join their corporation. There were even fans from Firefly Town who had traveled over just to greet him. Players from several different towns had all come here, hoping they could form a team with Qin Feng. Seeing so many unfamiliar players, Qin Feng immediately realized that the teleportation gates connecting the towns had started activating. That meant he could finally go to Songfei's Firefly Town. Without wasting another second, Qin Feng activated his ability and vanished without a trace, blending into the shadows in an instant. Using his invisibility skill, Qin Feng slipped away from the crowded area. Behind him, the players immediately began arguing with each other, thinking Shadow had left because they had annoyed him too much. After moving away from the crowd, Qin Feng soon arrived near Big Plum and quietly caught her attention. Big Plum quickly raised her hand and called out to her captain, telling him that the expert Shadow had arrived. But the moment Qin Feng looked over the group, one person immediately caught his attention. That person was none other than his own sister, Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu showed a gentle smile the moment she saw him. Meanwhile, countless questions flashed through Qin Feng's mind. He had no idea how she had managed to get into Wang Meng's team, and he knew very well that with her current ability, Wang Meng's entire crew could be dragged down and destroyed because of her. Qin Feng instantly reminded himself to be careful. Now that everyone knew Shadow existed, he absolutely could not reveal his real identity. He still could not use his powers in real life, and with so many people watching him, even something as ordinary as a kitchen knife could kill him outside the game. Qin Xiaoyu could not help blushing as she looked at him. Just from his presence, she could tell how powerful Shadow was. Compared to him, Wang Meng's party looked almost worthless. If Shadow carried her, she believed she could reunite with Song Fei within only a few days. Qin Feng opened the system interface and explained to Wang Meng that the equipment he had brought was perfectly suited to their party's classes. The skill books could also greatly raise their combat power. He set the starting price at 220 days of lifespan. To Wang Meng, that price was extremely expensive, since the items were all silver and gold tier, and his team simply could not afford them for now. Qin Feng calmly said it was not a problem. They could pay him later. Wang Meng's expression turned sincere as he thanked Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart. For a moment, he did not even know how he could repay Shadow for helping them like this. He then promised that if Qin Feng ever needed them in the future, all he had to do was say the word, and their party would do everything they could to help him. One of the swordsmen in the party immediately put on a golden helmet, unable to hide his excitement. In his eyes, Shadow was simply incredible. He could hardly believe they were already getting gold-tier equipment this early. Wang Meng also equipped his new gear and obtained a gold-tier skill, instantly tripling his DPS. He was so moved that he almost cried, especially when he realized Shadow was letting them buy everything on credit. To him, that meant Shadow truly trusted them. Wang Meng began checking through the items in his inventory, but after looking for a while, he realized there was nothing suitable for priests. Qin Xiaoyu stood to the side, clearly confused. The archer, however, looked irritated and muttered that she was already lucky just to leech experience from them. Qin Xiaoyu then walked closer to Qin Feng and introduced herself as the priest of Wang Meng's party. With an expectant look, she asked if he had any equipment suitable for her. At that moment, the system notified Qin Feng that the player Little Graceful wanted to add him as a friend. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, waiting for his response. Qin Feng only stared at her with an icy gaze. Then, without saying a single word, he disappeared from sight, leaving Qin Xiaoyu frozen there in shock. With a confused expression, Qin Xiaoyu looked around and asked where Shadow had gone. Wang Meng tried to smooth things over, explaining that Shadow probably just had not gotten any priest drops this time, and maybe next time he would bring something for her. But the archer bluntly revealed the harsher truth. Shadow had clearly ignored her on purpose. Big Plum, on the other hand, looked completely impressed, feeling that Shadow was incredibly cool because he appeared and vanished like a dragon. By then, Qin Feng had already walked away from the group. In truth, he had a gold-tier priest staff sitting in his bag, along with a gold-tier priest skill book. But there was absolutely no reason for him to hand such precious things over to Qin Xiaoyu. As Qin Feng continued moving forward, he thought about the future. As he progressed, he would definitely collect piles of unused equipment and skill books. Selling them one by one would waste far too much time. Wang Meng's connection with the authorities made him the perfect bulk buyer. Because of that, Qin Feng could not allow Qin Xiaoyu to ruin his cooperation with them. What he needed to do now was quickly find a proper priest to replace her on Wang Meng's team. His eyes grew serious as he thought of someone important. He needed to find little Zhu as soon as possible. In Qin Feng's previous life, Gu Yikshu had been the former manager of the Godslayer Guild. She was a hidden-class priest known as the White Avian Priestess, and she had a white bird that could heal allies and apply buffs. She was the only priest Qin Feng knew who could defeat epic-tier bosses alone. She had once been a powerful ally of his, and compared to her, Qin Xiaoyu was nothing but trash. Qin Feng activated the teleportation gate, remembering that little Zhu was also from Firefly Town, just like Song Fei. That made the timing almost perfect. If he could find little Zhu, Qin Feng planned to place her directly into Wang Meng's team. With that goal in mind, Qin Feng used the gate and traveled straight to Firefly Town. When Qin Feng arrived, he immediately noticed that Firefly Town had a completely different atmosphere from the starter town he had just left. As he walked through the area, Qin Feng overheard two players rushing to get back somewhere. They said the silver boss was already below half health, so they could not let anyone else steal it, or their previous deaths would have been for nothing. One of them cursed Song Fei angrily, saying that bastard had brought a whole crowd of fangirls with him, making it impossible to compete. He could not understand how some minor celebrity had gathered so many brainless fans. Qin Feng had only just arrived in Firefly Town, yet he had already picked up clues about Song Fei. Following behind those players, Qin Feng soon reached a valley. This was a level 5 area known as Wailing Valley. The monsters in this place were Ember Fiends and Shackles, both dangerous creatures suited to the level 5 zone. After walking a little deeper into the valley, Qin Feng began hearing the sounds of players fighting up ahead. He quietly peeked out from his position and saw a large group of players attacking a two-headed monster whose entire body was wrapped in flames. Qin Feng immediately recognized it as a twin-headed Ember Fiend, a silver-tier boss. But the situation around the boss was extremely chaotic because many of the players were not only attacking the monster, they were also fighting each other. After observing more carefully, Qin Feng spotted one group of players in particular, and standing among them was that bastard Song Fei. Two players stepped in front of Song Fei's team and drew their weapons. One of them glared at Song Fei and said he had been ambushed by him with his lifespan stolen, so he swore he would kill him here. Beside him, a shield-bearing player smiled coldly and asked whether Song Fei thought hiding behind a group of mage girls made him safe. He then revealed that he possessed a godly anti-mage skill. But before that shield-bearing player could even take a single step forward, one of Song Fei's mages swung her magic staff and smashed his head apart. Qin Feng remembered very clearly that Song Fei, who later gained the title Heaven-Defying Mage God, belonged to the mage class. In his previous life, this bastard had deceived a large number of fans into choosing the mage class, then stole their equipment and skills to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. But a proper team could not be made entirely of mages. So his fangirls had come up with their own twisted solution. Some of them poured all their attribute points into intelligence, turning themselves into fragile but high-damage glass cannon mages. Some focused their points on agility, becoming disruption mages who could interfere with enemies. Others invested their points into health, forcing themselves into the role of mage meat shields. And there were even some who chose strength, turning themselves into battle mages who fought by swinging their staffs directly at enemies. In the early stage of the game, Song Fei's team was extremely overbearing. They ran around stealing lifespan from players everywhere, and almost no one had the power to stop them. But just as expected, as the game continued, most of those fangirls ended up dying very quickly. Song Fei raised his hand and pointed toward the boss, pretending to look deeply moved as he lied through his teeth. He said his fans were working so hard that his heart ached for them. He only hoped the boss would die soon so everyone could finally rest, and he even added that he wished the world could be filled with love instead of violence. The twin-headed Ember Fiend began advancing toward Song Fei's group, flames rolling around its body. One of Song Fei's fans immediately spoke up, insisting that this was not difficult for them at all, because the person working the hardest was clearly Song Fei. In her eyes, he had already suffered enough and should not have to endure any more. She pointed angrily at the monster and declared that they had to kill it before it could hurt their beloved Song Fei. Song Fei's fans began launching spell after spell at the monster. Their voices rang out with fanatic excitement as they swore they would defeat it, help Song Fei become king, and follow him no matter where he went. The monster suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a burst of blazing fire shot straight towards Song Fei, instantly putting him on alert. But before the flames could reach him, one of his fans rushed forward without hesitation and used her own body to block the attack completely. Song Fei grabbed the girl's hand as her body began fading away, putting on a sorrowful expression as if his heart was breaking. With tears shining in her eyes, the girl looked at him and swore that she would do anything for him. The chubby girl gripped her magic staff tightly and shouted for the others to get angry. If they killed this ugly monster, then Brother Song Fei would be able to rise to first place in the rankings. No matter what, he had to surpass Shadow. Her words instantly stirred the others into excitement. They raised their weapons and cried out that they would conquer the world, dominate the heavens, and fight at Song Fei's side forever. A wave of powerful spells erupted from the group. Thunderbolts tore down from above and struck the monster's body one after another. Song Fei could already tell the boss was close to dying. Since this silver-tier boss had been so difficult to kill, he could not help wondering how someone had managed to defeat a gold-tier boss alone. In his mind, Shadow must have used some kind of bug. Song Fei had so many fans helping him, yet he was only level 7. He simply could not understand how Shadow had leveled up so fast. A smile slowly spread across Song Fei's face. Once this silver-tier boss died, he would rise to level 8. He knew Shadow had been stuck at level 9 for quite a while, so this was his chance to catch up, overtake him, and become the #1 player in God Forsaken. But at that exact moment, a hand wrapped in shadow suddenly reached out from behind and clamped over Song Fei's mouth. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng cut off Song Fei's head. Then, with instant shadow slash, he tore through Song Fei's body and sliced it into pieces. Blood spilled from Song Fei's mouth as his broken body collapsed, the arrogant look on his face vanishing completely. His fans were stunned, speechless, their faces frozen in disbelief. But before any of them could even take another breath, Qin Feng attacked again. Moving as fast as thunder, Qin Feng's slashes swept through the battlefield, cutting apart both Song Fei's fans and the boss in one terrifying burst. A system window appeared immediately after, announcing that the boss had been defeated and rewarding Qin Feng with 150 experience points. The boss crashed to the ground and its body began transforming into lifespan. The surrounding players stared in complete shock. They could not believe Shadow had killed the boss with a single strike. Their attacks only dealt around 100 damage, while one attack from Shadow dealt thousands. In their eyes, Shadow was at least 10 times stronger than them. As the boss's corpse turned into lifespan orbs, Qin Feng calmly deactivated his stealth. The smarter players quickly realized that the attack just now had been an area of effect strike. They were even more horrified when they understood that one single attack had killed Song Fei and his entire gang of fans. When they looked closer and saw Shadow standing there, they immediately remembered that he was the one who had achieved the first global kill of a gold-tier boss. Without hesitation, they decided to back off and let Shadow take the loot. The players began cheering for Shadow, saying he had avenged them by killing Song Fei's gang. But Qin Feng understood the truth clearly. They were only cheering because they were afraid of being attacked themselves, so they could only pretend to stand on his side. In his previous life, he would not have hesitated to kill people like them too. At the same time, Song Fei respawned back in Firefly Town. The system informed him that he had been killed by Shadow, losing 1,106 days of tradable lifespan and 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. Song Fei instantly panicked when he realized Shadow had come to Firefly Town. He could not believe that out of the hundreds of starter towns in Jianghai City, Shadow had chosen his town and even stolen his boss kill. His fans respawned as well. The chubby girl looked around in confusion when she realized Song Fei had also died. Another girl was furious, unable to understand why Shadow had killed them. Someone else immediately guessed that Shadow had only done it to steal the Silver Tier boss. In their eyes, he was evil and shameless for launching a sneak attack, while Song Fei was distracted. Just then, an archer nervously approached Song Fei and asked if she could join his team. She quickly explained that she had a skill called Eagle Eye, which allowed her to detect invisible enemies. Song Fei's fans immediately told the girl to get lost, saying Song Fei had already made it clear that he only wanted mages in his party. The chubby girl also looked down on her, saying an archer's monster-killing efficiency was too low and would only slow down Song Fei's climb in the rankings. But Song Fei suddenly spread his arms in a gentle, saintly pose and explained that even though she was an archer, she could still become part of his family. After all, he believed that love could fill everything. He took the woman's hand and looked at her with a warm, kind expression, saying he could feel the strong emotions in her heart. It did not matter that she was an archer. He decided to allow her to join his team, promising that they would work hard together and level up side by side. Being so close to Song Fei made the girl's face turn red at once. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Then an assassin appeared as well, declaring that she could also turn invisible and swearing that she would make Shadow pay for killing Song Fei. A mage also stepped forward, revealing that she had learned a new area of effect skill and could freeze Shadow in place. Song Fei opened his arms even wider, saying that his family was filled with love. Any girl who wanted to join his team would be welcomed. The girls were so moved that they began crying with joy, swearing that they would stay by Song Fei's side forever. In their eyes, Shadow had no honor at all because he had ambushed their beloved Song Fei. They promised he would pay the price. The moment they found Shadow, they would let Song Fei kill him personally and teach him what happened to anyone who dared mess with Song Fei. Nearby, two players quietly focused their attention on the scene. They did not know what Song Fei planned to do next, but they were very aware that someone had killed him outside, and honestly, that felt extremely satisfying. They remembered that Song Fei usually had a crowd of girls protecting him, so they could not figure out how he had been killed so easily. But then they realized the answer had to be Shadow. In their eyes, Shadow was truly incredible. And when they saw those girls crying over Song Fei, they could not help thinking that these girls were seriously not right in the head. A confident smile appeared on Song Fei's face. With so many people here as witnesses, he believed that once he defeated Shadow, everyone would understand that being strong alone was useless, especially for an assassin. To him, Shadow was just a fragile assassin who had dared to challenge a great and noble mage like himself. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already picked up the loot using Greedy Hand. From the boss and the fallen players, he obtained 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 silver tier items and 1 gold tier item. Qin Feng decided to evolve Stole of Mercy, spending 10 of his 19 evolution points. The skill advanced from epic tier to legendary tier. Its passive weak point attack correction increased from 100% to 200%, and the weak point attack multiplier was doubled. The active effect also became stronger. His next attack would now trigger Slit Throat, dealing 150% of that attack's damage per second instead of 100%. The duration remained 3 seconds, while the cooldown dropped from 30 seconds to 18.5 seconds. The weak point correction had increased by another 100%, reaching 200%. That was equivalent to doubling the size of the target's weak points again. If this effect kept increasing, Qin Feng felt that someday half of an enemy's body might be treated as a weak point. At that stage, even his Shadow Slash might be able to deal weak point damage. A skill that started at epic tier could evolve to legendary with only 10 evolution points. However, evolving it from legendary to mythical required 100 times more points. In other words, Stole of Mercy would need 200 evolution points to advance from legendary to mythical. Following that pattern, Qin Feng understood that epic tier Greedy Hand would require 210 evolution points to evolve. And once it reached legendary tier, the next evolution would cost 340 points. Since he only had 9 evolution points left, he decided to evolve Backstab Enhancement instead. Qin Feng spent 8 points, raising Backstab Enhancement from Gold tier to Platinum tier, and the passive damage increase rose from 30% to 40%. A Silver tier boss, along with that group of players, had given Qin Feng more than 1,400 days of tradable lifespan in total. His goal here had already been achieved, so he decided it was time to return. But while Qin Feng was distracted, a girl suddenly tried to ambush him from behind, clearly aiming to kill him. Shadow silently watched her movements, then dodged the attack with barely any effort, as if he had seen it coming from the start. The girl refused to stop and attacked again. But Qin Feng evaded her second strike just as easily, not even looking pressured. The girl froze in shock. She could not believe that all of her attacks had been dodged so cleanly. Realizing she could not hit him directly, she stopped wasting time and immediately activated stealth, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Song Fei's fans appeared at the top of the cliff, surrounding the area from above. They had already cornered Qin Feng and shouted that they would avenge Song Fei. Song Fei's mages raised their magic staffs, while the archer who had just joined the team aimed her bow directly at Qin Feng. Their faces were filled with anger as they swore to make Shadow pay. Qin Feng activated stealth, and his figure instantly faded into the air, turning into a shadow once again. But the archer immediately used her eagle eye skill. With a confident look, she made it clear that Qin Feng's invisibility was useless in front of her. Her arrow shot forward and changed mid-air, taking the shape of a ghostly eagle as it swept across the sky. A few seconds later, the phantom bird burst apart above them, and its pale feathers scattered downward like a sudden rainstorm. Those glowing feathers drifted through the air and fell directly over the assassin from Song Fei's group. The moment they touched her, her stealth effect was forcibly broken, and her hidden figure was exposed in front of everyone. The chubby girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she clenched her fist tightly, convinced that they had finally dragged Qin Feng out of hiding. Without hesitating, she shouted for everyone to unleash their strongest skills and attack with absolutely everything they had. After hearing her command, Song Fei's crazed fans immediately raised their weapons and cast their most powerful attacks. In the next instant, a storm of terrifying spells came crashing down toward the assassin. Seeing all that magic lock onto her, the assassin's face changed with panic as she desperately tried to explain that she was not Qin Feng. But by then, there was no chance to stop it. The spells slammed straight into her body one after another, and a violent explosion erupted where she stood, swallowing her completely in the blast. Instead of feeling guilty or sad, the chubby girl only became even angrier. To her, this proved the assassin had never truly loved Song Fei, because she was not even a mage, and therefore did not deserve sympathy. In her twisted mind, this was heaven's punishment for being fake. Then she immediately turned to the archer and ordered her to release the eagle again and find Shadow. The archer quickly nodded, preparing to follow the order. But at that exact moment, Qin Feng quietly took out the ghost fire bell and began shaking it in his hand. As the bell rang, its active effect, Soul Attack, was triggered. This ability could freeze every enemy within a 100-meter radius for 3 full seconds, though it came with a long cooldown of 521 seconds. Just before the archer could activate her eagle eye skill again, a strange aura suddenly wrapped around her body and spread over her companions as well. In an instant, all of them were locked in place, unable to move, and confusion flashed across their faces. Before they could even understand what was happening, Qin Feng appeared like a streak of lightning. Using Instant Slash, he tore through them with terrifying speed, cutting their bodies apart before any of them had the slightest chance to react. Song Fei, who had been hiding behind a corner, cautiously stuck his head out and stared in complete confusion. He could not figure out why his fans had suddenly died. At first he suspected Shadow had done it, but he quickly rejected the idea, because if Shadow had attacked openly, his position should have been revealed. But Qin Feng was still invisible, and he silently moved closer to Song Fei. With a cold, arrogant gaze, he made it clear that Song Fei's end had already arrived. The moment Song Fei heard Shadow's voice near him, his eyes widened in terror and disbelief, and his whole body started trembling. Without wasting even a second, Song Fei hurriedly activated his magic shield. A powerful barrier instantly formed around his body, wrapping him in a layer of protection. However, Qin Feng did not give him the safety he expected. To Song Fei's shock, a poison dart shot forward and pierced straight through the magic shield with barely any resistance, shattering the barrier into pieces. The dart struck Song Fei directly in the forehead. In the next moment, that bastard collapsed to the ground, clutching himself as agonized screams tore out of his mouth. Soon, Song Fei's body began breaking apart into glowing orbs of lifespan. Qin Feng finally canceled his stealth, and when he saw how much lifespan Song Fei had left behind, he immediately understood that Song Fei must have originally carried more than 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Song Fei's body completely vanished, leaving only those lifespan orbs behind. Qin Feng looked over them carefully, feeling a bit puzzled at first. He could not understand why Song Fei's fans had left behind no tradable lifespan at all, until he realized they must have already given everything they had to Song Fei. By this point, so much had already happened, yet there were still people foolish enough to believe God Forsaken was just an ordinary game. Those fanatics were truly terrifying. For Qin Feng, it was honestly a waste, because all that tradable lifespan added together could have reached several hundred years, and now it would simply end up feeding the nearby monsters. Back in Firefly Town, Song Fei and his fans respawned again. Song Fei's face twisted with rage, because after originally having more than 2,000 days of tradable lifespan, he now had only 500 days left. With a confused and furious stare, he turned to the archer and demanded to know why her detection skill had failed to find Qin Feng. The archer quickly explained that she had used the skill properly, but the only person she managed to reveal was their assassin sister. The chubby girl frowned and said she could see a stealth level displayed in the attribute panel, which made her wonder if Shadow's stealth level was much higher than they had expected. The archer then admitted that her Eagle Eye skill only had counter stealth level 1. In other words, it could only detect targets whose stealth was at level 1. If the enemy's stealth level was higher than that, there was no way for her to see them. Hearing this, Song Fei became even more frustrated because Shadow could strike, vanish, and leave no trace behind. He had no idea how they were supposed to defend against someone like that. Song Fei touched his face and started thinking hard. As far as he knew, he had never offended Shadow, and now that Shadow had already taken the boss kill, there should be no reason for him to keep coming after him. But then another thought flashed through his mind. Maybe Shadow was jealous of his unmatched beauty, and that was why he might return to kill him again. Song Fei's fans immediately raised their weapons and decided that for everyone's safety, they should go level up somewhere else. No matter where Song Fei chose to go, they swore they would follow him without hesitation. Not long after that, Qin Feng also made his way back to Firefly Town. After searching around for a while, Qin Feng found the situation strange. Song Fei and the others were nowhere to be seen, and he could not tell whether they had gone to another town or simply logged off. Qin Feng canceled his stealth and stopped a nearby player, asking if he knew where Song Fei and his group had gone. The moment that player saw Shadow standing in front of him, fear instantly spread across his face. The man quickly pointed in one direction and revealed that Song Fei and his fans had headed that way. Then he nervously begged Shadow to please kill Song Fei. But he also had one request. After killing Song Fei, he hoped Qin Feng could spare his girlfriend, a female hunter named One Flying Treasure Cat. Qin Feng immediately realized that the man's girlfriend was the hunter who could detect invisibility, so he calmly advised him to find a new girlfriend instead. Qin Feng activated stealth again and disappeared from sight. Behind him, the man kept begging, saying he had worked incredibly hard just to find that girlfriend. Although Qin Feng now knew the general direction Song Fei's group had taken, he still had no idea where they were actually going. Searching the area, blindly, would waste far too much time. As the man cupped his hands near his mouth and kept calling out to Shadow, Qin Feng thought that things would be much easier if he could find Gu Yikshu. At that moment, a woman happened to walk past him. Qin Feng's gaze immediately landed on her, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. That girl was none other than Gu Yikshu. Qin Feng canceled his stealth once more, smiled brightly, called her beautiful, and asked if she could do him a favor. When Gu Yikshu suddenly saw Shadow appear in front of her, she could not hide her surprise. Qin Feng took out the Golden Grade staff from his inventory and told her that he had heard her class could search for targets across a wide area. If she could help him find Song Fei, he promised to sell her the staff at a bargain price as a reward. The moment Gu Yikshu saw the golden weapon, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yikshu opened her system window and asked how he knew she had a wide area search ability. She clearly remembered never telling anyone about it. Qin Feng simply asked whether she wanted the Golden Grade weapon, and she admitted that she did, though she was not sure she could afford it. Qin Feng looked a little confused and asked whether she really did not even have 500 days of tradable lifespan, explaining that the staff's real price should be at least 700 or 800 days. After checking her system window, Gu Yikshu realized that she actually had 700 days available to buy it. Hearing that, Qin Feng immediately made the deal with her and handed over the staff. A system window then appeared, confirming that the transaction had been completed successfully. Yikshu held the staff in her hands, staring at it with shining eyes, and she was so excited that she actually started drooling. Qin Feng lightly tapped her cheek to snap her out of it, telling her to stop drooling and hurry up with the search. When she heard him, Gu Yikshu's face flushed red. She quickly nodded, smiling with a mixture of embarrassment and excitement. Using her new staff, Gu Yikshu began activating her power and focused her mind. Even though this was her first time meeting Shadow, for some reason, he gave her a strange sense of familiarity. Her owl started circling around her, and she asked whether Shadow was not afraid she would take the staff and run away without helping him. Qin Feng remained completely calm and simply asked whether she did not hate Song Fei. When Gu Yikshu heard him mention her hatred for Song Fei, her eyes widened in surprise. She wondered if Shadow might actually be one of her real-life friends, but his voice did not sound familiar. Qin Feng smiled slightly and left the answer for her to guess. Yikshu raised her hand, and the owl immediately flew upward. As for guessing who Shadow really was, she was far too lazy to bother with that right now. But just then, Gu Yikshu's eyes suddenly widened, as if her owl had discovered something unexpected. The owl flew over Firefly Town and looked far into the distance. Deep among the canyons, Gu Yikshu finally spotted Song Fei and his group of fans moving through the rocky terrain. Her owl had successfully found the place where Song Fei was hiding among the rocky canyons, and Gu Yikshu quickly told Qin Feng the exact location. She also urged him to move fast because Song Fei and his companions might leave before he arrived. The owl could fly very quickly, but tracking them for too long would drain its strength and tire it out. Qin Feng, already preparing to leave, told Gu Yikshu not to worry, because he would reach them very quickly. The next instant, Qin Feng shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. He rushed over the rocks and crossed the uneven ground at high speed, moving through the rough terrain without slowing down at all. But then the owl suddenly stopped flying. Qin Feng immediately came to a halt as well, because that meant something nearby was interfering with their tracking. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings, soon noticing a tree nearby with a strange mark carved onto it. Wanting to understand what was going on, Qin Feng contacted Gu Yikshu again and had her send the owl to investigate the surrounding area more carefully. Before long, the owl discovered 2 more trees marked with the exact same signs. One was about 100 meters ahead, while the other stood roughly 100 meters off to the left. Qin Feng stepped up to the trees one after another, raising his hand and carefully brushing his fingers across the strange symbols carved into their trunks, as if afraid one wrong touch might ruin the secret hidden there. The moment he infused a small trace of his own energy into all 3 symbols, the markings suddenly lit up, and thin streams of bright light stretched between them, connecting the trees like some ancient formation waking from sleep. Right after that, the patch of ground in the center began to glow. The light grew stronger and stronger, until a treasure chest rose out of nowhere, wrapped in a rich green radiance and a faint golden shimmer. Qin Feng's eyes widened. He had never expected to find something like this in a small, ordinary place like Firefly Town. For a moment, even Qin Feng found it hard to believe what he was seeing. Treasures left behind by the ancient gods were unbelievably rare, and they could appear in almost any corner of the world. Some opened into monster disasters, some released waves of wild beasts, while others, like this one, hid rewards powerful enough to change a player's fate. Yui, watching everything through her owl's eyes, was just as stunned. A green treasure chest like this could easily be worth 1,000 days of lifespan, or more than 10 million in real money. Even Qin Feng had to admit that Yui's instincts and quick judgment were frighteningly sharp. In his previous life, during the earliest stage of the game, 1 year of lifespan had only been worth around 10,000. But that price had not stayed low for long. By the second day, it had already shot up to 50,000. Yui clearly had not lost interest either. Her gaze stayed fixed on those mysterious symbols, and she quietly began recording every detail, saving them for later use. There was a sharp, thoughtful light in her eyes. With her tracking talent, who knew how many hidden clues, secret paths, or forgotten treasures she might be able to uncover from markings like these? Qin Feng did not waste any more time. He reached forward and opened the chest. Inside lay a skill book wrapped in a dark, eerie aura named Curse of the Blossoms. It was a powerful emerald-level ability. Once used on a defeated enemy, cursed flowers would grow from the corpse and directly reduce that person's tradable lifespan to 0. Even more terrifying, the skill had no cooldown at all, though it had to be activated within 15 seconds after the target died. Qin Feng immediately remembered just how dangerous this spell had been in his previous life. With it in his hands, every enemy he killed could be turned into another benefit for himself. If he managed to bring down Song Fei again and guard the body for just a short while, then everything Song Fei had accumulated could be stripped away completely. A cold, sinister smile slowly appeared on Qin Feng's face. This time, Song Fei would not simply lose another fight. He would be drained until there was nothing left. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng moved quickly toward his next target, and the scene shifted elsewhere. Far away, deep inside a canyon, Song Fei's most loyal fangirls were throwing themselves into battle against a boss. They attacked with everything they had, while Song Fei stood safely behind them, watching closely and waiting for the perfect chance to step in for the final blow. Song Fei looked completely relaxed, almost smug, In his mind, Qin Feng would never chase them all the way out here, especially not to a place this far from town. After all, Qin Feng had already defeated a silver-level boss and humiliated him twice in front of others. Song Fei believed that should have been more than enough and that the matter was already over. But unfortunately for him, he had guessed wrong. Just as the boss's health was about to hit the bottom, the slightly heavier girl suddenly noticed another group nearby. That team was also locked in combat, struggling against a different boss of their own. Song Fei's expression changed smoothly, and with that same practiced charm, he began persuading his fans again. He claimed the other players were supporters of a rival idol, secretly trying to steal the spotlight and make him look bad. The moment his fans heard that, their faces twisted with anger. To them, no one was allowed to surpass their precious Song Fei, and no one was allowed to shame him in front of others. Without even stopping to think, the girls rushed straight toward the other party. The team on the other side saw them approaching and assumed reinforcements had arrived, so they even looked ready to welcome the help. But before anyone from that team could properly greet them, the heavier mage girl raised her staff and smashed it down with brutal force, knocking their leader out in a single strike. The remaining members froze in complete shock. Before they could understand what was happening, Song Fei's fangirls had already turned on them, shouting wildly about idols, destiny, and protecting Song Fei's glory. One of the attacked players tried to open his mouth and ask what this madness was about, but he barely got the words out before a spell slammed into him and cut him off completely. Then things became even stranger. The fangirls began chanting bizarre poetic lines, praising Song Fei as if he were some untouchable divine prince rather than just another player hiding behind them. Once the other team had been taken down, the girls immediately stepped aside, leaving a clear path for their shining golden prince, Song Fei, to walk forward and finish off the boss. Song Fei, of course, kept performing perfectly. He put on a touched and grateful expression, thanking them again and again with words that sounded warm but meant absolutely nothing. He even invented a story about nearly being caught in an ambush, then praised the girls as brave heroes who had saved him. His empty praise worked instantly. The girls blushed, giggled, and looked at him with sparkling eyes, completely lost inside the fantasy world he had created for them. But that little performance had reached its end. At almost the same moment, Shadow appeared quietly at the edge of the canyon. Song Fei suddenly felt something was wrong. A cold chill crept down his spine, making the confident smile on his face stiffen. By the time Song Fei finally turned his head to look behind him, it was already far too late. Qin Feng's sword cut through the air like a blade of judgment, flashing forward with terrifying speed and landing its strike in a single instant. Song Fei's head was severed cleanly in one smooth motion, and his lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground before he could even react. This time, however, Shadow did not disappear right after killing him. He stayed exactly where he was. He lowered himself beside Song Fei's corpse and activated Curse of the Blossoms. A huge crimson flower burst out from Song Fei's chest, its petals trembling like something alive, greedily drawing out the tradable lifespan from the young troublemaker's body. The fangirls stood frozen in place, staring at the horrifying flower with pale faces. None of them could understand what they were watching, or why such a strange thing had grown from Song Fei's body. Then the scene shifted again. Song Fei had reappeared at Firefly Town's portal, dazed, irritated, and completely confused. He still could not understand why Shadow kept targeting him. In his twisted way of thinking, he decided there could only be one answer: jealousy. Maybe Shadow was jealous of all the attention Song Fei received from his fangirls. Or maybe one of those girls was actually someone Shadow secretly liked. The more Song Fei thought about it, the more he convinced himself that Shadow's repeated appearances in Firefly Town were part of some complicated revenge plot. But while he was drowning in his own wild imagination, a system alert suddenly appeared, frightening him with the news that his tradable lifespan was falling rapidly, far faster than a normal death penalty should allow. At first, Song Fei assumed it might be some special punishment for dying too many times in a row. But before he could calm down and properly think it through, members of his fan club began appearing at the portal one after another as well. The heavier mage girl was among them. She rushed over, still breathing hard, and quickly told Song Fei about the creepy red flower that had grown from his corpse, clearly draining away something important from him. Song Fei's face changed at once. He finally connected the dots. The cursed flower and his vanishing lifespan were both Shadow's doing, caused by some terrifying new ability. That realization slammed into him like a heavy blow. Without hesitation, Song Fei ordered all his fans to log off immediately. He understood that if they kept getting killed by Shadow, their tradable lifespan could eventually fall to 0, and that meant real death. Even then, he kept playing the role of their leader, calling them his family and promising that he would go into the real world to extend their lifespan. After that, he claimed they would return with better equipment bought using the lifespan they had saved. The girls, still completely trapped by his charm, agreed excitedly, already imagining the day they would come back stronger and defeat Shadow together. Even as Song Fei vanished from the game, rage and humiliation twisted across his face. He refused to accept this as a true defeat. After spending 2.5 years building himself up to this point, he could not bear the thought of being crushed by some unknown player. In Song Fei's mind, money could solve everything. As long as he had enough of it, any obstacle could be smashed flat. All he needed was a little time. Back at the canyon where the battle had taken place, red flowers now covered the ground. Each one had grown from a fallen player, silently absorbing the tradable lifespan from Song Fei's fans. Because of Shadow's relentless killing, his killer rank had already risen to level 4, making the lifespan loss on death reach an astonishing 96.8%. But Shadow did not seem bothered by that number at all. After checking the results, he realized this ambush had added roughly 1,000 days to his lifespan, and all of it had come from Song Fei and his foolish followers. They had worked so hard to defeat monsters, only for their rewards to end up in Shadow's hands. Still, the harvest could not continue forever. Soon the flowers began to wither, and the flow of energy gradually stopped. Shadow immediately understood that the players had logged off to protect what little lifespan they had left. High above the canyon, the white owl continued circling through the air in complete silence. Yui had witnessed everything from beginning to end, and even she could not hide her shock. Seeing the strength of the top-ranked player for herself felt completely different from simply hearing rumors about him. When Shadow asked whether Song Fei had truly logged off, Yui gave a small nod and confirmed that the entire group had disappeared from the game to save themselves some time. Shadow remained calm and simply told her to continue watching the area. If Song Fei ever returned, she was to inform him right away. Yui thought her job might already be finished, but Shadow told her to stay on it a little longer. Then he mentioned that he had just obtained a golden tier priest skill called Sword of Divine Judgment. The moment Yui heard that, her attention sharpened instantly. She clearly wanted that skill. Noticing her reaction, Shadow decided to make her an offer. He said he could trade the skill to her for 500 days of lifespan, but if she agreed to one condition, he would cut the price in half. Yui's eyes narrowed at once, and she quickly warned him that she would not trade away her dignity, leaving Shadow momentarily stunned. Shadow quickly realized she had misunderstood him and hurried to explain. What he wanted was not anything strange. He simply wanted Yui to join his team and become their main healer. Only then did Yui relax. She laughed it off and agreed right away, though she still warned him that if the team turned out to be a disaster, she would hold him responsible. Shadow calmly reassured Yui that the people on his side were dependable, not some messy group thrown together at random. Since she had agreed, he did not delay any longer and immediately prepared to contact the others. Meanwhile, the focus shifted to another corner of the game world. Wang Meng had just finished taking down a poisonous monster, and his face was full of satisfaction as he looked at the experience he had gained. Still covered in the after effects of the poison, he quickly called out to Zhao, asking her to heal him and remove the toxin. But Zhao stood there in confusion, completely unsure of what she was supposed to do. Wang Meng tried to remind her again, telling her that as a priest, she should have a skill specifically meant to cleanse poison. But before Zhao could properly understand what he meant, she panicked and cast the ability in the wrong direction, sending the purification onto a nearby tree instead of the teammate who was actually dying. With the poison still spreading through his body and the remaining time running out, Wang Meng finally collapsed to the ground. The monster had already been defeated, but because the poison was never removed, all the effort from that victory was wasted in the worst possible way. The rest of the team stood there stunned, their faces stiff with disbelief. Frustration quietly rose between them as they looked toward Qin Feng's sister, unable to accept how completely useless she had been at the one job they needed her to do. Later, near the teleportation stone, the team leader stood in place with a heavy expression, clearly caught between patience and a decision that could not be avoided much longer. He understood the problem clearly. They badly needed a proper healer. But almost every capable hidden-class priest had already been recruited by someone else. Even so, continuing with Zhao like this would only drag the entire team down. Zhao, however, had no idea how badly she had failed. She was still floating in her own fantasy, imagining herself as the chosen one, almost like a goddess blessed by this new world. To her, her fast leveling was proof that she was destined for greatness, and she was already picturing the day she would stand beside her brother Song Fei in glory. But just then, a message from Shadow reached Wang Meng, and the news instantly made his eyes light up with excitement. A hidden class healer had agreed to join their team, and she was a Whitebird priest with strength in other roles as well. This was exactly the opportunity they had been waiting for. The team leader immediately asked Shadow where she was. Shadow told them the new healer was currently in Firefly Town. It was not the best place for leveling, but meeting up first and forming the team properly was more important now. Wang Meng agreed right away and got ready to head over. But before leaving, he knew there was still one awkward problem he had to handle first: Zhao. He chose his words carefully and told her that the team would be moving to a higher level area because Shelltown had become far too crowded. He deliberately made it sound as if the only issue was her level being too low, softening the truth as much as possible so he would not hurt her feelings directly. But before Zhao could even give a proper response, the entire team had already set off. Their steps were quick, and their faces clearly showed relief at finally leaving behind a healer who could not actually heal. Zhao, however, did not seem upset at all. Instead, she took their departure as a good thing. In her mind, they simply were not strong enough to keep up with someone as special as her. So she decided she would find Shadow instead, and make him help her level up. Before long, Wang Meng arrived in Firefly Town, where he finally met up with Shadow and Yui. The moment they met, Wang Meng handed over the lifespan he had gained from their previous battle, settling the account cleanly before they moved on with the new team arrangement. As they prepared to continue, Wang Meng once again felt just how difficult it was to keep pace in this brutal game. While they were discussing their next plans, Wang Meng brought up another possible ally, a captain named Yan Yu. The instant Shadow heard that name, he stopped where he was, and his thoughts began turning rapidly. That name was definitely not ordinary. Then, as if summoned by the conversation itself, she suddenly appeared. With a bright and cheerful wave, Yan Yu greeted them from nearby, immediately drawing the attention of both men. Shadow stared at her in disbelief. The woman standing before them was none other than Yan Yu, also known as Justice Execution, the only player in the entire game who possessed the hidden class Dragon Swordsman. In Shadow's previous life, Yan Yu had ranked among the top 20 players in the world and had played a crucial role within the country's official forces. She was a national hero, someone both respected and feared. Yet now she had appeared much earlier than expected, standing there with a bright presence and looking at Shadow with obvious admiration. Yan Yu introduced herself with a warm smile and openly admitted that she had admired him for a long time. She even joked that with the speed of his growth, Shadow almost looked like a time traveler or some reincarnated hero who already knew the path ahead. Shadow remained quiet for a moment, his mind drifting back to his previous life where their paths had crossed much later and under far darker circumstances. Back then, she had never been part of Wang Meng's team, which made this early meeting feel even more unexpected. She likely already carried a large amount of tradable lifespan, probably gathered for government forces. And as a Dragon Swordsman, a class famous for its toughness, she was the perfect person to hold that kind of power. Shadow understood the government's reasoning and silently respected the choice. Yan Yu was very direct as well. She told Shadow that if he had any equipment he wanted to sell, she and the people behind her were willing to buy it. Her tone stayed sweet, but there was firmness underneath as she reminded him that she carried responsibility for her city. Shadow knew there was no benefit in standing against her, and both of them understood that clearly. He agreed, saying it would be foolish to miss out on a deal that helped both sides. Even though Yan Yu looked cheerful and harmless on the surface, Qin Feng knew very well that there was far more hidden beneath that smile. At the same time, Song Fei's fans had already logged out of the game. Once they returned to reality, they saw the official announcement and were immediately shaken to the core. The lifespan inside God-forsaken game was real, and if it ever fell to zero, the person would die in the real world. The Archer girl was furious when she realized this was no ordinary game at all. Worse still, she had already handed all of her tradable lifespan over to Song Fei. Some of the fans had only a few days of lifespan remaining. The assassin among them had killed several players and already carried the killer status. If she died one more time, the lifespan she lost would be doubled again. Everyone fell into panic. None of them could understand how dying only 3 times could cost such a terrifying amount of lifespan. The chubby girl began reading through the messages, and sweat quickly appeared across her face. She cursed inwardly as she realized that, in the game, she had always charged at the very front as a tank mage. She had killed many people and died many times too. Now, after everything was calculated, she had only 1 day of lifespan left. If that final day disappeared, she would truly die. Just then, one piece of news suddenly caught her attention. Brother Song Fei was buying lifespan. To her, that was wonderful news. She immediately decided to go find Brother Song Fei, fully believing that he would definitely help her through this crisis. She quickly changed her clothes, even thinking about wearing Brother Song Fei's support outfit from head to toe. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, convinced that going to Brother Song Fei was the right choice and that he would surely save her. She even thought of his newest release, the Song Fei Ultra Thin Anti-Side Leak product. After dressing herself completely in Song Fei merchandise, she did not waste another second. She rushed out of her home and headed straight toward the concert. Not far from there, in a nearby apartment area, another person was also returning to reality. Qin Feng's sister had also logged out of the game. For a moment, she sat there in a daze, unable to tell whether she was truly back in the real world because the line between the game and reality had started to feel terrifyingly blurry. She picked up her phone and checked the latest information. When she saw the price, she could not help smiling. At the current rate, 1 day of lifespan could be sold for 15,000. With more than 200 days still in her hands, she could become a millionaire almost instantly. But her smile vanished when she saw the news that Shadow had killed Song Fei 3 times. Tears immediately filled her eyes, mixed with sadness and rage. She remembered what the others had said clearly: if a person's lifespan in the game reached 0, they would truly die in real life. Even though she still had 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, dying 3 times had left her with barely 12 years remaining. Then she thought of Brother Song Fei and could not understand why Shadow would kill him like that. According to the group chats, Shadow had managed to kill Song Fei 3 times despite being surrounded by dozens of people. In her eyes, that made him terrifying beyond belief and unbelievably powerful. At that moment, the chubby girl began sending urgent messages into the chat, telling everyone that Brother Song Fei needed help right now. She asked any sisters in Zhanghai City to come find her and sell their tradable lifespan to her. She also revealed that Song Fei was currently at Dajiang Plaza and that the exchange rate for lifespan was 1 day for 10,000. To her, this was the perfect chance to make money while helping Brother Song Fei at the same time. Qin Feng's sister quickly put on her clothes, still unable to believe that Brother Song Fei was at Dajiang Plaza, so close to where she lived. She felt she could not just stand by and watch his lifespan run out. She had to go help him. Thanks to Shadow and the others carrying her earlier, she had managed to save more than 200 days of tradable lifespan, which was just enough to support Brother Song Fei. Without hesitating any longer, she made up her mind and immediately headed for Dajiang Plaza. Meanwhile, back inside the game, Shadow was moving through the area with ease, cutting down several monsters without running into any real trouble. Soon, a system window appeared in front of him, announcing that he had reached level 10. His attributes had each increased by 2, and he had also received 5 free attribute points. At the same time, class promotion had now been unlocked. Since he was the first player in the Zhanghai City area to reach level 10, he gained 7 reputation points. As the first player in the Great Xia Kingdom area to reach level 10, he gained 14 more. And as the first player in the entire world to reach level 10, he earned another 21 reputation points. The system also revealed that once 7 players in Zhanghai City reached level 10, the teleportation function to the continent of Forgotten Gods would be unlocked. Then, across every town, the system announcement rang out clearly, telling all players that Shadow had reached level 10. Players everywhere were stunned, and the discussions exploded with amazement. Of course, it was Shadow again. He had already taken the first kill of a gold-tier monster, and now he had become the first player in the world to reach level 10. To them, Shadow was simply far too powerful. Some had also heard that this same big shot had recently killed a small celebrity several times, and, in their opinion, Song Fei had brought it on himself. Across the towns, plenty of players could not hold back their frustration. Some cursed out loud, stunned that Shadow was actually from Great Asia, while others compared their own progress with bitter faces. One player even complained that their Hidden Smith class had only reached level 8, so what exactly was going on with Shadow? With 1.5 billion people in Tianzhu, was there really no one who could catch up to him? At that moment, Shadow was standing near the shore, the wind brushing past him as he decided to spend the evolution points he had earned. He used all 13 points in one go, leaving his balance at 0. His starting skill, Backstab Enhancement, evolved from Platinum tier to Emerald tier, and its passive effect rose from 40% to 50%. But even after checking that his tradable lifespan had climbed to just over 7,000 days, he still felt it was nowhere near enough. Shadow knew very well that leaving Starter Town would not be possible right away. To activate the teleportation portal leading to the continent of the Forsaken Gods, they needed 7 players to reach level 10 first. But at that moment, the highest level players other than him were only around level 7, which meant he still had to wait before that path could open. Since he could not move on immediately, Shadow decided to return to the real world first and deal with something important there. His figure faded away along with the drifting sand around him. A few seconds later, Qin Feng opened his eyes back in reality, and the system prompt appeared before him, asking whether he wanted to consume tradable lifespan to transfer his abilities into the real world. Qin Feng did not hesitate for even a second and accepted immediately. When the system asked which skill he wanted to extract into reality, he rose to his feet and made an even bolder choice. He decided to extract his entire class. The system instantly consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan and completed the extraction. Qin Feng gained the Shadow class in the real world. Its passive effect activated at once, and his body's attributes increased sharply. Strength rose by 3, Constitution by 3, Agility by 8, and Spirit by 5. After that, Qin Feng chose to extract his level as well. The system reported that level 2 had been successfully extracted, consuming another 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. His real-world level immediately rose to level 3, and his stats increased again, with Strength gaining 4 points, Constitution gaining 4, Agility gaining 14, and Spirit gaining 4. The system continued with more prompts. It reported that Qin Feng had consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan to extract the Platinum tier skill, Shadow Step. Then, it consumed another 2,262 days of tradable lifespan to extract the Silver tier skill, Venomous Dagger. Qin Feng felt quite satisfied after checking the result. He still had 1,292 days of lifespan left, though he could not extract any more skills for the time being. Even so, he had paid the cost of extracting a lower tier ability, yet successfully obtained the Platinum tier Shadow Step, making the trade more than worth it. But the moment he thought of Song Fei, his expression darkened. Qin Feng could not stop himself from clenching his fist, anger tightening through his fingers. Right now, his basic stats were already twice as high as an ordinary person's, and his agility had reached 32 points, completely surpassing the normal human limit. With unlimited invisibility and a poisonous dagger that could be thrown up to 14 meters, he was confident he could find a chance to end Song Fei. Qin Feng picked up his phone and began browsing the latest information. He was surprised to discover that Song Fei was aggressively buying up lifespan. Qin Feng wondered if that bastard planned to re-enter the game later and come after him. Then he saw that Song Fei was currently at Dejiang Plaza. After estimating the distance at around 7 or 8 kilometers, Qin Feng calculated that with his current speed, he could reach the place in just over 10 minutes. Just then, his hand suddenly trembled when a message appeared on his phone. It was from Hu Keben, that arrogant and forceful company supervisor. Hu Keben was clearly furious. In her eyes, Qin Feng had grown bold after gaining some ability, to the point that he was not even answering her calls anymore. She knew the young lady had taken an interest in him, and to her, that should have been Qin Feng's great opportunity. She could not understand why he refused to cooperate. Qin Feng did not bother replying. He simply blocked Hu Keben, and as he walked forward, he tossed the phone aside. His body gradually turned invisible, while a cold thought passed through his mind. Those people would soon understand what God-forsaken game truly was. A few hours later, Dajiang Square was packed with noise and flashing lights as Song Fei's concert began. The crowd was full of excited girls, and among them stood Qin Feng's sister as well. On the stage, Song Fei sat in a prominent position, and beside him was a blonde woman who carried herself with calm confidence. With a smile on her face, the blonde woman mentioned that she had heard Song Fei had been killed 3 times by Shadow inside the game. Then she told him not to worry, because she had already sent people to investigate Shadow's real identity. Song Fei looked at her with curiosity and asked how the investigation was progressing. She calmly revealed that she had already sent someone to Firefly Town to make contact with Shadow. Their plan was simple. They would offer Shadow a price he could not refuse. Once he came into the real world to collect the money, they would catch him, and when that happened, they would make sure Brother Song Fei got the chance to vent his anger properly. After hearing that, Song Fei could not help smiling. He told her to make sure she informed him when the time came. Then he asked whether it was true that her Dajiang Corporation had already used this same method to control several players and force them to work for free. Hu Keben laughed without the slightest shame. To her, those people were all idiots, weak players who could not even accumulate much lifespan. Compared with them, standing on Song Fei's side was far more valuable, because so many women willingly gave him their lifespan and were even ready to die for him. Song Fei leaned back and laughed with a malicious satisfaction, clearly enjoying every word she said. But then, from somewhere in the audience, a man suddenly shouted out, demanding that everyone stop recklessly selling their lifespan to other people. He turned his anger directly toward Song Fei, accusing him of knowing full well that lifespan was tied to life and death while still brainwashing his fans and buying their lifespan on a large scale. He said Song Fei was putting lives in danger and declared that they were going to report him. Song Fei only smiled when he heard this. In his mind, there was always some fool who liked to jump out and cause trouble at the worst possible time. Then Song Fei stood up and faced the crowd with a solemn public statement. He said he had noticed the recent discussions and admitted that his actions in acquiring lifespan had taken up certain public resources and caused inconvenience to people. For that, he claimed he felt deeply regretful and offered everyone his sincerest apology. His fans immediately shouted back that he did not need to apologize at all, because in their eyes, he had done absolutely nothing wrong. Song Fei kept a sincere smile on his face and said he was truly grateful for all the support, affection, and warmth his fans had given him. At the same time, he earnestly urged everyone to remember that love should be positive and uplifting. He hoped they could follow their idols rationally, and during this special moment involving the game, while protecting their own safety, they should also work together in a healthier way to contribute to society and spread positive energy. Tears filled his face as he continued explaining. He said that while the entire nation was being affected by the game, he had been actively cooperating with the authorities and working hard inside the game himself. That was why he had used his personal wealth to acquire lifespan. He claimed he only wanted to become a high-quality idol in the game, someone truly worthy of being liked. He said he did it to give back to his fans, hoping everyone could gain something outside the game, live peacefully and safely, and work together for a better tomorrow. Then he lowered his voice, saying he had never expected his actions to bring so much trouble to everyone. Those words instantly struck his fans' hearts, and many of them could no longer hold back their tears. Song Fei apologized again, saying he was sorry for causing everyone so much trouble. The sadness in his voice made the crowd even more emotional, and they began shouting that he had done nothing wrong. Their anger quickly turned toward the man who had spoken out. They cursed at him, calling him a savage, and told him to get out. In their minds, they were helping Brother Song Fei voluntarily, and he had no right to insult their sincere feelings. Then the chubby girl climbed onto the stage, her expression filled with emotion, and loudly told everyone not to believe those ridiculous rumors spreading outside. She said she could not understand how anyone dared question Brother Song Fei. In her eyes, only fools with pig brains would believe everything they heard, and she asked how lifespan inside a game could possibly affect the real world. She placed one hand over her chest and declared that she was someone willing to die for Brother Song Fei. She said that when she logged out, the system showed her she had less than 1 day of lifespan left, but she was still perfectly fine. And even if the rumors were true, if they did not have the courage to die for Brother Song Fei, then they did not deserve to say they loved him. Her words completely stirred up the other fans. Their eyes filled with passion, and one after another, they decided to give all the lifespan they had to Song Fei. Song Fei watched their enthusiasm rise higher and higher, and deep down, he was extremely pleased with what he was seeing. He stretched his hand toward the chubby girl and said that being loved by someone like her made him feel truly honored. The chubby girl burst into tears right away, overwhelmed by happiness and devotion, looking as if she really was ready to give up her life for him. But at that exact moment, something suddenly shot through the air and pierced straight through Song Fei's head, leaving everyone around the stage frozen in shock. Blood began spilling from Song Fei's mouth, and his hair started falling away like dry leaves scattering in the wind. Then Song Fei's body lost all strength and collapsed onto the chubby girl's shoulder, making fear flood instantly into her eyes. She dropped backward onto the ground, landing hard on her backside, and began screaming in terror, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Once people realized Song Fei was truly dead, the entire crowd of fans exploded into panic. The guards immediately moved to escort Hu Kebin away, but she was crying and screaming uncontrollably as they pulled her through the chaos. She shouted that she had seen it clearly. When Song Fei died in the game, his body had been surrounded by an orb of lifespan, and now they had to leave immediately. She understood that whoever killed Song Fei had clearly used a skill from the game in the real world. Horror gripped Hu Kebin as she wondered whether abilities from that game could truly be used in reality, and how such a thing was even possible. The instant kill, the invisibility, the collection of lifespan, when she pieced all of it together, only one person came to mind. The killer could only be Shadow. But before Hu Kibin could fully process that terrifying thought, another dart suddenly shot through the chaos and pierced straight into her head as well. Her body went stiff, her life vanished in an instant, and the guards around her froze in complete shock. Hidden among the panicked crowd, Qin Feng was quietly standing there, watching everything unfold without the slightest change in expression. By the time dusk settled over the city, the news had already spread everywhere. Superstar Song Fei had tragically died at Dajiang Plaza, and the shocking report filled every screen. The reports also said that several of Song Fei's most devoted fans had sacrificed every last bit of lifespan they had left. One after another, they collapsed dead beside Song Fei's corpse, and after the police began investigating, they confirmed that his death had been caused by some kind of supernatural ability. Qin Xiaoyu and her friend sat there with pale faces, their eyes red from crying and their bodies still trembling with fear. Qin Xiaoyu could not accept it at all. Just yesterday they had gone to see Song Fei's concert, cheering for him like everything was still normal. But now, in less than a day, he was already dead. Her friend was not stupid either. After hearing the details, she quickly realized that the throwing knives and invisibility were almost certainly abilities from God-forsaken game. She could not help wondering if Shadow was the killer, especially since everyone had already heard that Shadow had killed Song Fei 3 times inside the game. Qin Xiaoyu was completely confused. Her mind kept circling around the same terrifying question. How could skills from a game appear in the real world? Even so, she still could not bring herself to believe that Shadow had truly killed Song Fei in reality. But the more she thought about it, the clearer the connection became. Shadow had killed Song Fei several times in the game, and if someone wanted to kill him in real life, the most likely person could only be Shadow. Throwing knives and invisibility, weren't those exactly the kind of skills an assassin would use? The answer became impossible for her to ignore. It had to be Shadow. Her beloved brother Song Fei had been killed by Shadow, and from that moment her world felt as if all light had disappeared. If Shadow had found a way to bring game skills into reality, then she would get close to him. She would approach him no matter what it cost, and she would become stronger. From that day forward, she had only one goal left. The taxi pulled over at the roadside, and the 2 girls stepped out together. Her friend looked at Qin Xiaoyu with some confusion and asked if she was really okay, but Qin Xiaoyu's eyes were burning with rage. The only thought left in her heart was to kill Shadow and avenge brother Song Fei. At the same time, Qin Feng was sitting quietly inside a small restaurant, calmly eating a bowl of noodles as if nothing major had happened. Inside God-forsaken game, players might be invincible in reality in certain ways, but their bodies still consumed energy. Once hunger caught up to them, they still had to eat like ordinary people. Just then, Qin Feng's phone started ringing. When he unlocked the screen, he saw a new message. Someone told him that Fat Hu was furious, saying Qin Feng had blocked both his phone number and WeChat. If Qin Feng did not show up soon, he would be fired and would not receive that month's salary. The message had been sent by Yang Zoya, a kind girl in Qin Feng's eyes, though she was delicate and often bullied by others. In his previous life, she had also become a member of his Zanshen guild. Qin Feng calmly replied, telling her not to worry about him or the job, and instead focus on leveling up in the game. Yang Zoya was surprised and asked whether Qin Feng had also entered the game. She had heard it was extremely difficult, and that many people had almost exhausted their lifespan already. Qin Feng explained that no matter what profession she had chosen, she should focus on raising agility in the early stage. Yang Zoya decided to listen to him, but she also mentioned that lifespan produced in the game was selling for a very high price right now. Then she asked how Qin Feng's progress was going and how much he had earned. Qin Feng only replied casually that it was not much because he had already spent almost everything. Qin Feng knew very well that Fat Hu was nothing more than a lackey. The real trouble stood behind him. Qian Shishi. She was the daughter of the president of Qian Group, and the company Qin Feng used to work for belonged to that group. That young woman spent her days doing almost nothing except chasing after men. Qian Shishi had once entered a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign men, had driven around in a sports car with 3 African men just for fun, and now she had even started showing interest in Qin Feng. She was deeply obsessed with foreign culture. After God-forsaken game arrived, she would leave Great Xia and go to North America, where she would lead the formation of one of North America's top 3 guilds, Alice's Wonderland. In the future, Qian Shishi would specifically stand against Great Xia. In Qin Feng's previous life, she had caused endless problems for Great Xia and the Zanshen Guild. Qin Feng quietly thought that he needed to find a way to deal with her before she left the country. Otherwise, once she reached North America, handling her would become much more difficult. If Qian Shishi died, then the guild Alice's Wonderland might never be established at all. Rumor had it that all the key founders of that guild had some connection to Qian Shishi, and once that woman disappeared, the bond holding those founders together would naturally fall apart. Just then, Qin Feng's phone began ringing again. This time, the caller was Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu sounded a little confused when Qin Feng actually answered, because she had assumed he might have already died in the game. Since he was still alive, she coldly told him that she had earned enough money to buy a house, so he no longer needed to worry about her. Qin Feng simply played along and asked if she had anything else to say. She told him not to bother her anymore and said she would not come looking for him either. She also warned him not to even think about finding out where she lived, because from that moment on, she had cut all ties with him. Qin Feng hung up the call, and instead of feeling hurt, he could not help feeling pleased. After finishing his meal, Qin Feng decided it was time to return to the game and continue leveling. It would not be long before other players reached level 10 and discovered that skills could be transferred into reality. And once that secret spread, the world would never know peace again. Not long afterward, Qin Xiaoyu and her friend also logged back into the game. Her friend still looked uneasy and asked whether cutting ties with her brother was a little too harsh, even advising her to make peace with him. But Qin Xiaoyu stood firm and refused. She revealed that she had already sold her lifespan to Qian Group, and the total value had reached a full 2 million. Her friend was stunned by the amount. Qin Xiaoyu then said she had already bought a house, and from now on, the two of them would live together. She added that she would soon meet Shadow, and when that happened, Qin Feng would no longer matter to her at all. Just then, a passing player caught Qin Xiaoyu's attention. The man smiled as he handed her a book, saying this was the assassin skill book she wanted. He also reminded her not to forget what she had promised him. Qin Xiaoyu nodded with a cheerful look and said that once everything was finished, she would satisfy his little wishes. But deep down, she only called him a bootlicker and thought that once she met Shadow, no one would care about a worthless piece of trash like him. After that, Qin Xiaoyu contacted Wang Meng and told him she had obtained an assassin skill book, and it was even a control-type skill. She asked him to check with Shadow and see if he needed it, saying she could give it to him. A smile slowly spread across Qin Xiaoyu's face. In her mind, Zhang Wei, that bootlicker, was still somewhat useful after all, since he had actually managed to bring her such a good skill book. This book would become the red thread connecting her to Shadow. Soon, she would find a way to approach Shadow, stay quietly by his side, heal him when he needed it, help him kill enemies, and level up together with him. She would make sure Shadow felt every bit of her usefulness, little by little earning his trust until he came to see her as someone irreplaceable, almost like his other half. But once she became strong enough, and once Shadow no longer had any value to her, she would kill him with her own hands and tear out his eyes, all to avenge Brother Song Fei. But to Qin Xiaoyu's surprise, Wang Meng soon replied that Shadow had already seen the skill and called it trash. He had no need for it at all, so she could keep it and sell it for money herself. A while later, Shadow also logged back into the game. Almost immediately after returning, he heard the sounds of a fierce battle nearby, and from the intensity of it, the boss being fought was clearly not ordinary. Following the noise, Qin Feng moved closer and saw a man holding a shield, desperately fighting against a terrifying multi-armed boss. The man tried to turn and run, but it was already useless. In the next moment, the monster's limbs flashed forward and cut him into pieces. Qin Feng quickly recognized the creature. This was a golden arachnid, a level 8 gold tier boss. Even more troublesome, this boss possessed a level 2 anti-stealth ability. That meant Qin Feng's invisibility, one of his biggest advantages, would be completely useless in front of this monster. The golden arachnid let out a violent roar. Qin Feng gathered his momentum, stepped out from his hiding place, and launched his attack without hesitation. Shadow Slash tore through the air and struck the boss, instantly dealing several thousand points of damage. Qin Feng had a powerful buff that doubled his damage when attacking from outside the target's line of sight. But against an enemy that could see through invisibility, that effect would not activate at all, which meant his overall damage was greatly reduced. However, the legendary effect of Graceful Liberation strengthened the golden arachnid's head and heart weak points by 200%. Out of the 9 strikes from Shadow Slash, 3 were judged to have landed directly on weak points, dealing triple weak point damage and making up for the damage he had lost. It truly deserved to be called a legendary skill. Thinking of this, Qin Feng could not help feeling grateful to Sister Hai, because she had been the one who helped him find that faith temple in the first place. A mage nearby watched the battle with wide eyes. In her view, Shadow's damage was absolutely insane because one single skill had already wiped out 1/6 of the golden arachnid's health bar. Qin Feng followed up by throwing a venomous dagger. The blade shot forward and embedded itself in the monster's head, dealing 1,783 points of damage. But the venomous dagger was still only a silver tier skill. And at this stage, Qin Feng could already feel that its damage was beginning to fall behind. Because of that, Qin Feng knew he still needed to complete his class promotion as soon as possible. Only by advancing his profession could he unlock an even higher level of invisibility and restore one of his greatest advantages. To Qin Feng's surprise, the golden arachnid did not hesitate at all. Its huge body suddenly lunged forward, raising its many limbs as it prepared to tear him apart. The mage watching from nearby instantly panicked when she saw the boss charge, but Qin Feng's eyes lit up instead, filled not with fear, but with calm confidence. The monster's attacks came down one after another, fast and vicious, but Qin Feng shifted his body with ease, slipping through each strike as if the danger barely touched him. The mage and her companions stared in shock, barely able to believe what they were seeing. What kind of speed was this? And it was not just his movement. His reactions were terrifyingly quick, and he seemed to understand the boss's attack pattern almost too well. In pure speed, Qin Feng was nearly keeping pace with the boss itself. Every time the golden arachnid attacked, he dodged at the perfect angle, moving like someone who had already fought this monster countless times before. In his previous life, Qin Feng had been stuck beside Qin Xiaoyu, who could barely protect herself, let alone heal him properly. Because of that, he had been forced to sharpen his own survival skills over time. A warrior could not rely only on taking hits. Agile movement and precise evasion were just as essential. A fierce light burned in Qin Feng's eyes. That experience was also the reason he had once managed to reach the world's top 100 with nothing more than an ordinary warrior class. He moved in close and unleashed a chain of slashes against the golden arachnid. Blade light flashed across the boss's body again and again, and soon its health had been forced down to less than half. Qin Feng slipped back into invisibility, silently comparing this fight to the golden ghost ship. Unlike that special boss, which had unavoidable attacks, the golden arachnid was much easier to deal with as long as he could read its movements. The mage's eyes widened even further when she realized the boss was actually trying to flee. Of course, Qin Feng had no intention of letting that happen. He drew his dagger, rushed in, and sliced directly across the monster's throat. A system window appeared at once, announcing that he had killed the level 8 gold tier boss, gaining 640 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable lifespan. Right after that, Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand and gained even more rewards, receiving 21 additional evolution points and another 497 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng felt satisfied as he looked over the results. A single gold tier boss had given him 28 evolution points in total and nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan, which was an impressive harvest. But then another system window appeared, catching him by surprise. He had obtained Blacklight Shield, an assassin skill. Its active effect could convert all dodge rate into a damage-reducing shield for 8 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds and a level 8 requirement. The conversion rule was clear. Every 20% of dodge rate would become 1 layer of damage reduction. Once the duration ended or the shield was broken, the shield would vanish and the dodge rate would return to normal. Qin Feng could hardly believe that a skill book like this had actually dropped. If he combined it with the 75% dodge chance from the epic skill Phantom Blur, Blacklight Shield could provide 3 full layers of damage reduction. With this ability, he could challenge many bosses without taking any real damage. He immediately spent a total of 6 evolution points to upgrade Blacklight Shield from Platinum tier to Epic tier. Its duration increased step by step, first from 8 seconds to 10, then 12, and finally 14 seconds. Its conversion rate also improved greatly. Instead of every 20% dodge chance creating 1 shield layer, then 15%, then 12%, it finally became every 10% dodge chance creating 1 layer. Qin Feng was pleased with the result. Now he could form 7 layers of damage reduction, which meant he could even explore many high-level areas ahead of schedule. Since he still had 22 evolution points left, Qin Feng decided to strengthen Venomous Dagger as well, and increase its damage output. He spent 16 evolution points, upgrading the Silver tier Venomous Dagger all the way to Emerald tier. Its maximum range increased from 14 meters to 17 meters. Its continuous poison damage still had no weak point bonus, lasted 5 seconds, and could not stack, but the extra damage on hit rose from 120% attack to 240% attack. The venom damage also increased from 50% attack per second to 80% attack per second. Qin Feng understood that after evolving Venomous Dagger 3 times, its damage had at least doubled. With a base cooldown of only 5 seconds, it could keep dealing steady damage and was now no weaker than Shadow Slash. On top of that, he had obtained 2 pieces of Assassin-class equipment, so he decided to equip them immediately. One of the items was the Platinum-tier Agile Ring, an Assassin-class accessory that gave 20 agility, 20% movement speed, 20% attack speed, and 20% cooldown speed, with a level 8 equipment requirement. The other was a pair of gold-tier heavy red leather gloves, Assassin-class armor that provided 18 physical defense, 15 to all elemental resistances, 12 constitution, and 588 HP, requiring level 6 to equip. With these 2 pieces equipped, Qin Feng's cooldown speed rose to 55%. Shadow Slash, which originally had a 12-second cooldown, now only needed about 7.7 seconds before it could be used again. His constitution had also increased by 51 points, his physical defense by 106, and his HP by 1,517. The result was not bad at all. With his current stats, he could survive 3 direct attacks from the Golden Arachnid without dying, and with Blacklight Shield added on top, his survivability had improved dramatically. Only then did the mage and the others step out, still staring at Shadow with amazed expressions. They praised him non-stop, saying the boss had looked like nothing in front of him, and that they could not believe he had taken it down alone. Then the mage asked whether he had any equipment or skills she could use, adding that she was willing to buy them. Qin Feng told her that he did have something suitable for a mage, a gold-tier skill book called Frostball Bounce. It was a group skill that released ice balls capable of bouncing up to 10 times, and he priced it at 800 days for a direct purchase. The mage hesitated slightly, feeling that 800 days was a bit expensive, especially since she had seen someone selling a level 5 gold-tier skill book for only 400 days earlier. Qin Feng looked at her seriously and made the difference clear. Frostball Bounce was a level 7 skill book, and compared with a level 5 skill, its damage was more than 40% higher. With that in mind, 800 days was not expensive at all. After hearing his explanation, the mage did not hesitate any longer. She quickly reached an agreement with Qin Feng and bought Frostball Bounce for 800 days. A system window appeared, confirming that the transaction had been completed. Qin Feng's figure then began to fade into invisibility again. At this stage, there was no boss in the starting area that could truly threaten him anymore. He decided to return to town and post a message, collecting information about the locations of silver-tier and gold-tier bosses. That way, he could keep finding bosses to hunt and push his leveling speed to the limit. Soon after, Wang Meng contacted him and said that Qin Xiaoyu, the priestess from his team, wanted to send Shadow a skill book. Qin Feng found that rather interesting and wondered what kind of skill book she was trying to offer. Qin Feng was slightly surprised when he saw that Qin Xiaoyu really wanted to send him a skill book, and it was only bronze tier. He wondered what kind of skill it could be, but still decided to take a look first. Qin Feng was not foolish. Right now, everyone was already guessing that Shadow had killed Song Fei, and immediately after that, Qin Xiaoyu wanted to give him a skill book. After thinking it over, he chose to reject her offer, wondering whether she was trying to get close to him, trying to avenge Song Fei, or maybe both at the same time. Wang Meng passed the message back to her, saying that Shadow had called the skill book trash, did not need it, and told her she could keep it and sell it for money herself. After that, Qin Feng told Wang Meng to come to town, because he had some things to sell him, and Wang Meng needed to prepare enough lifespan for the deal. Wang Meng's expression turned serious, and he hesitated before asking Qin Feng a question. Qin Feng immediately understood what he meant, and asked directly whether Wang Meng was trying to ask if he had been the one who killed someone. Then Qin Feng gave him the answer without hiding anything. He admitted that he had been the one who killed them. To Qin Feng, Wang Meng was a friend, so he knew Wang Meng could figure out the truth. During the time Song Fei had been murdered, Shadow had been disconnected from the game the entire time. The motive and timing matched too perfectly. Since Wang Meng had asked the question, it meant the authorities had probably already understood most of the situation as well. Qin Feng asked whether Wang Meng was planning to arrest him. He knew that in about 2 hours other players would reach level 10, and the fact that game powers could be transferred into reality would no longer remain a secret. To him, this was the perfect chance to see how the Great Sha government would respond, and he treated it as a test. After that, Qin Feng returned to Firefly Town and met up again with Wang Meng and the others. Yan Yu looked at him and asked directly whether he was truly admitting that he had killed Song Fei. Qin Feng gave a calm nod, acknowledging it without trying to deny anything. Yan Yu smiled slightly and said that Qin Feng was indeed the main suspect. However, they also knew that Song Fei and Jiang Lai had held malicious intentions toward him, and that Dajiang Industries had captured and abused many players, forcing them to work under control. Strictly speaking, from their point of view, killing those two could be considered an act of self-defense. Qin Feng immediately understood what was happening. Since they still could not uncover his true identity, they had chosen to maintain a temporary cooperative relationship with him instead. In his previous life, because he had worked closely with the officials, his record had always remained clean. But this time, he had directly killed both Song Fei and Jiang Lai, so certain things might change. Qin Feng was actually eager to see just how much his rebirth could alter that doomed era shaped by God-forsaken game. For now, Qin Feng decided to sell off the platinum-tier equipment he did not need. Since Yan Yu and the others were backed by the authorities, they would accept equipment and skill books from any class, and more importantly, they had enough resources to make the trade worthwhile. Qin Feng opened the system window. The moment the others saw what was inside, their eyes widened in disbelief. They could hardly believe Shadow had platinum-tier equipment and skill books. Some of them even wondered aloud whether he had achieved the first kill of a platinum-grade boss, but they quickly rejected that idea because no global announcement had appeared. Qin Feng simply said that his luck had been decent, and that he had found a few treasure chests. Zhao Zhu could confirm it, and even she herself had obtained an emerald-tier skill book. The mage nodded and confirmed that she had personally seen Qin Feng open that emerald chest. Little Black could not help feeling jealous when she noticed that Qin Feng called the mage Xiao Zhu, while when it came to her, he only said you. Qin Feng then casually decided to call her Little Blackie instead of Little Black, which immediately made her angry. She snapped back and told him he should just call her Little Black. Wang Meng let out a helpless sigh, saying that people really could not be compared with one another. Yan Yu also felt a little jealous because it was true that her side had barely managed to defeat a silver-grade boss, while Shadow had casually opened platinum-tier and emerald-tier chests. Qin Feng laid out the prices clearly. The platinum-grade archer skill book would be sold at a fixed price of 2,500 days. The platinum-grade berserker weapon would cost 1,500 days. The platinum-grade mage skill book would cost 3,000 days. The gold equipment and skill book package would cost 8,000 days, including the remaining platinum equipment and skill books. 25 items in total. He offered them a discount and set the final package price at 16,000 days. Wang Meng was completely shocked and immediately told Yan Yu to pay whatever Shadow asked. Then he could not help asking whether she was not going to bargain at all. Yan Yu smiled and said she actually felt the price was quite fair. She would also include what Zhao Zhu and Wang Meng owed from before in the deal. The transaction was completed smoothly, and Qin Feng praised Yan Yu without hesitation, calling her a true heroine who was direct, decisive, and refreshingly straightforward. Deep down, Qin Feng knew that once tradable lifespan exceeded 10,000 days, the system would start converting the unit into years. 60 years was around 22,000 days, and at the current market exchange rate, that was equal to roughly 400 million in cash. Even for the officials of Jianghai City, that was an enormous expense. But the benefits they gained from the purchase were far greater than the money they spent. With this batch of equipment and skill books, many teams under Jianghai's official command could develop much earlier than expected. Qin Feng understood that the stronger the authorities became, the fewer unnecessary disasters might happen in the future, and Great Jaya might even gain an advantage in international conflicts. After the deal was settled, Yan Yu told Qin Feng that several players had been imprisoned inside Dajiang Industries. They were preparing a rescue operation, and she asked whether he wanted to join them. Qin Feng was left feeling a little puzzled, because he honestly could not tell what the officials were really after. Were they trying to pull him into their side, or were they simply trying to cover up the fact that he had killed Song Fei? In the end, he flatly said he would not be going with them. However, before leaving, he could at least give them one piece of information in advance. Their guess was right. He had indeed used skills from the game to kill those two people in the real world, and the moment those words came out, everyone around him froze in shock. Qin Feng then explained it even more directly. Once players reached level 10 inside the game, they could spend their lifespan to pull game skills out into reality, turning abilities from the virtual world into real power outside the game. Only then did NEU fully understand why Dajiang Industries had also been desperately buying lifespan during this period. Once their people reached level 10 and brought those skills into the real world, any rescue operation against them would become far more dangerous and difficult. Seeing that NEU had caught on, Qin Feng felt a little relieved. Since she understood the risk, there was no need for him to say more, and he decided it was time to leave. A short while later, Qin Feng's figure blurred at the edges, melting into a dark shadow. In the blink of an eye, his entire body vanished from the spot as if he had never been there at all. Anyu's expression turned serious as she looked toward Wang Meng and gave him a new order. From this point forward, they could no longer keep leveling together as one fixed team. Their 6-person squad was already too high level, and whenever they moved as a group, even ordinary monsters were instantly crushed in a single strike because their damage was far too overwhelming. But if they split up, with each of them leading a separate team, their overall leveling speed would increase by a huge margin. Wang Meng nodded after hearing her plan, clearly understanding what she meant. Enyu then added that their top priority now was simple. Everyone needed to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. After making the arrangement, Enyu told him to log off for a while and report this newly gathered information immediately, because this was not something they could afford to delay. Meanwhile, 2 players lingering in town suddenly noticed that Shadow had opened another stall. But this time, he was not selling anything. Instead, the stall sign made it clear that he was buying. A system window quickly appeared in front of the nearby players. It announced that Shadow was purchasing Silver Boss coordinates for 30 days of lifespan, and Gold Boss coordinates for a full 100 days. The moment one of the men nearby saw the offer, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He looked as if he had just spotted a rare chance to make a move. He walked straight up to Qin Feng and told him that his young lady had already given instructions. As long as Shadow was willing to help her level up, she would offer him 300 million, along with shares in Dajiang Industries. The man even leaned into the offer, saying that a chance like this might not appear again in a lifetime, and that Shadow would be smart to grab it while it was still on the table. The other players nearby immediately noticed something strange. This man had clearly not logged off yet, which probably meant he still had no idea that Shadow had already killed Song Fei and the young woman from Dajiang Industries in real life. Some of them could hardly believe it when they heard the girl from Dajiang Industries had also been taken out. They had seen her before, and in their eyes it felt like a real waste. The man's face twisted with anger as the truth hit him. But when he thought back on what had happened, he could not deny that the girl had brought it on herself. From the very beginning, she had planned to capture Shadow in reality and force him into doing illegal work for her. Instead, she ended up being killed right there on the spot. A wave of shock ran through him as he finally realized Zhang Lai was dead. Memories rushed back at once. At first, Zhang Lai had offered 10 million just to have Shadow help her level up. Shadow rejected her without hesitation, but he had been blinded by the money and rushed forward to serve her instead. He thought he would easily pocket a huge 5 million reward, but when the time came to collect the money in reality, they knocked him unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer free. He found himself locked inside some unfamiliar basement, surrounded by darkness and fear. Every day after that, they beat him, whipped him, and forced him to suffer, making him earn lifespan for them inside the game, while also luring more victims into their trap. He had never imagined that while he was still trapped in that nightmare, Zhang Lai had already died at Shadow's hands. A bitter laugh escaped him as he thought about that hateful woman's end. In his mind, she had gotten exactly what she deserved. Back then, he had mocked Shadow for being foolish enough to reject such easy money. But now, looking at everything that had happened, the real idiot had clearly been him all along. Seeing the change in the man's expression, Qin Feng could already guess the truth. This guy had probably helped Zhang Lai trick and capture quite a few people. The man immediately grew nervous and hurriedly denied it, claiming that he had only done those things because he was forced. Then, as if afraid of being questioned any further, he quickly tried to leave. Qin Feng watched him go with cold eyes. He knew this man was no good, but there was no need to deal with him personally. Someone like that could be left for the officers to handle. Just then, 2 other players came over to Qin Feng. They said they had the coordinates for a Silver Boss and were willing to sell the information for 30 days of lifespan, asking him to close the deal right away. At that moment, someone else entered the city, and the attention of the surrounding players shifted almost instantly. The newcomer was Ace of Spades. Rumor had it that her real identity was Qian Shishi, the heiress of the Qian group. Players quietly warned one another not to get too close, saying she had already killed many people in the game. If anyone had lifespan on them, they had to be especially careful, because she might come after it. Qian Shishi logged into the game with her men following close behind, stepping into the city with the kind of confidence that made people instinctively move aside. She could not help smiling to herself. In her eyes, this game was not impressive at all. As long as someone had enough money, they could simply buy piles of equipment and skills, then push their strength ahead of ordinary players with ease. As long as her combat power stayed above everyone else's, the rest was simple. Whenever she found someone carrying lifespan, she could just kill them and take it for herself. What truly irritated her was that this damned game had delayed her flight, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. By this time, she should have already been in North America, indulging herself with Big Dick and Max Fackel, losing herself in pleasure instead of being stuck here because of this ridiculous situation. Her gaze then landed on two nearby players who were trembling so badly they barely dared to breathe. She was trapped in Daxia's magic city and could not leave the country, and when she looked at these Daxia men, she only saw weakness. In her eyes, each of them was like an insect. Compared with them, Tony's men still looked far more appealing. Tony smiled when he heard her comment and said she had excellent taste. Naturally, he claimed, they were much stronger than the men from Daxia, especially in that particular area. Then he added that once they returned to reality, she could experience it for herself. Hearing those words, Qian Shishi's face flushed bright red, almost like a tomato. She had also heard that the useless Song Fei was already dead. She had fought him once before, and in less than a minute he had disappeared from her sight. In her opinion, someone like that was nothing but trash. But the person who had killed him made her feel excited. They said his name was Shadow. Even though he was a man from Daxia, he still held the #1 position in the world. Maybe, she thought, someone like that was worth getting to know. After all, if Shadow was capable of killing Song Fei, then killing an ordinary person in reality should be even easier for him. To Qian Shishi, this was the perfect opportunity to make contact with him. She told her men that she would log off for a moment, make a call, and send someone to reach out to Shadow directly. She believed that even if Shadow had no interest in cash, he definitely would not refuse 3,000 days of lifespan. And to get that amount, all she needed to do was kill one ordinary person with a simple flick of her finger. Deep down, she laughed softly to herself. She promised that she would never forget the look on Qin Feng's face when he rejected her. But in her mind, that arrogance would not last much longer because Qin Feng would soon be dead. At the same time, deep in the forest, another player finally brought down a monster after a hard fight. As the creature collapsed, its body dissolved into lifespan, while a healer behind him hurriedly patched up the wounds he had taken from the monster's attacks. The man was completely drained, breathing heavily as he turned toward Qin Xiaoyu. He complained that the next time she healed him, she should not push things to such an extreme because, just now, he felt like he was about to go meet his great-grandmother. Qin Xiaoyu immediately turned her back on him and asked why he was being so fierce with her, adding that he was not even dead. The man looked confused and quickly explained that he had not meant to sound fierce at all. He was only trying to remind her to be a little more careful next time. Qin Xiaoyu then said that the system had already warned her that her hunger level had reached 90%. Since that was the case, she decided to log off with her friend Yan Yan and go eat. The two of them disappeared soon after, leaving the man standing there with a baffled look on his face. Inside, the man was furious. He cursed bitterly to himself, remembering how Qin Xiaoyu used to call him boss so respectfully. But ever since she had seen Shadow once, she had started looking at him with nothing but disgust. Gritting his teeth, he swore that sooner or later he would make her pay in the ugliest way. At the same time, Qin Xiaoyu logged out of the game and opened her eyes inside her new house, only to be hit immediately by the hollow ache of hunger in her stomach. She picked up her phone and checked for food delivery, but the moment she saw the screen, she was stunned. Every delivery place was closed, and not a single delivery driver was accepting orders. She could not help wondering if everyone had thrown themselves into that cursed game. Then she suddenly remembered life back at home, where Qin Feng always prepared delicious meals for her. She never had to cook, never had to think, and never had to lift even a finger. Her eyes gradually burned with anger, and she forced herself to stop thinking about it. She told herself she had to be more ambitious. It was only food. Compared with her freedom, something as small as eating could not possibly become a real problem. Clenching her fist tightly, Qin Xiaoyu encouraged herself over and over again. She was the best. She had to keep moving forward. She could do this without Qin Feng around. She would definitely live even better than before. Meanwhile, back inside the game, near the shoreline, a small cave sat hidden by the water's edge. From within that cave, a monster suddenly scrambled out in panic. It was a crab, fleeing as fast as it could. But the instant the crab rushed out of the cave, a sharp strike flashed through the air and split its body cleanly in half. The one standing there was Shadow. He let out a quiet sigh, thinking that in just a little over an hour, he had already killed 4 silver bosses. Overall, the efficiency was actually quite good. Each boss gave him 16 evolution points, And as the crab's corpse dissolved, it also turned into lifespan. On average, every silver-level boss could provide around 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. Thanks to those gains, all the equipment he currently had was now at gold tier or above. Qin Feng could not help smiling as he checked his improvements. His cooldown speed had risen from 55% to 75%. Shadow Slash originally needed 12 seconds before it could be used again, but now the cooldown had been cut down to just 6.8 seconds, which greatly increased his damage output. Unfortunately, there were no platinum-level bosses around the outskirts of the safe town, so, for the moment, gold-level equipment was already the best he could obtain here. If he wanted to become stronger from this point on, there was only one real path left for him, and that was to advance his profession. Qin Feng understood very clearly that the platinum-level bosses he would face later would each have at least level 2 anti-stealth. If he did not want to be exposed so easily, he had to complete his profession advancement quickly and raise his stealth to level 3. The only problem was that he was still short by more than 20,000 experience points. Only after raising his stealth to level 3 or higher could Qin Feng lower the risk of unexpected danger when facing platinum bosses. After all, he remembered clearly that in his previous life, taking down even one platinum boss required a perfectly coordinated 20-person team working together without a single mistake. With that thought settled in his mind, Qin Feng decided to return to town first and contact the officials so he could sell off everything he had gathered. His figure began to fade from sight, because if he wanted to stay ahead of every other player and seize the first solo kill of a platinum-level boss, he had to move faster than everyone else. When Qin Feng returned to town, he currently had 105 years of tradable lifespan in his possession. As he walked through the busy area, one of the nearby players quickly called out to him, asking that the next time he had extra equipment to sell, he should remember to sell it to them first. At that moment, Qin Feng had nearly 40,000 days of tradable lifespan on hand. Looking at that amount, he knew very well that it would be enough for him to extract quite a few skills from the game into reality. Just then, a man hiding behind a nearby pillar quietly stuck his head out. The moment he recognized him as Shadow, a smile crept across his face. He hurried over and lowered his voice, offering Qin Feng an assassination contract. The target was someone in the real world, and the man promised that the payment would absolutely match Shadow's value. Qin Feng did not even bother giving him a response. He simply ignored the man as if he were nothing, and continued walking away. Seeing Shadow leave without a word, the man immediately panicked and rushed forward to block Qin Feng's path. He begged him to stop and quickly explained that the job was only to kill an ordinary person named Qin Feng. He would provide the address himself, in his eyes, since Shadow had even managed to kill Song Fei. Dealing with someone like Qin Feng should be effortless, so he urged Shadow not to turn down free money. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold as he stared at the man. Though inwardly he was stunned, he asked whether this Qin Feng had offended them somehow, and if that was why they wanted him dead. The man, however, told him not to worry about details like that. With an arrogant smile on his face, the man made one thing very clear: the reward would not be small. If Shadow completed the task, he would receive 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng felt a trace of interest rise inside him. At current market prices, 3,000 days was worth roughly $50 million, which made this offer rather tempting. Qin Feng silently wondered who exactly wanted him killed. He had never met this man in reality, and he did not remember him as any player he had known in his previous life either. From the look of things, this person was probably just a messenger. The one who truly wanted Qin Feng dead had to be hiding somewhere behind him. He thought back to his previous life, when his grudges with others only began surfacing during the later stages of God Forsaken. The man in front of him was still smiling, clearly believing the offer was impossible to refuse. But Qin Feng understood that being targeted this early could only be connected to a grudge from before the game descended. Only someone who truly hated him would be willing to spend such a huge price. For a brief moment, one name surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. Could it be Qian Shishi? Qin Feng knew better than anyone that Qian Shishi had both the motive and the money to hire someone to eliminate him in reality. But after thinking about it more carefully, something did not add up. With the financial power of the Qian group, if they had truly wanted him dead, they could have acted long before the game ever arrived. That meant this contract likely had another purpose. Maybe her real goal was to make contact with Shadow, while killing Qin Feng was only a convenient extra. After all, Qin Feng had once rejected her invitation just for amusement. He laughed quietly in his heart. How interesting. He had not gone looking for her yet, but she had already taken the initiative to find him. A faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face, as he said he would accept the job. However, he demanded half the payment as a deposit first, and he made it clear that he would decide the timing of the attack himself. The man immediately became nervous when he heard those terms. He quickly asked Shadow to wait for a moment, saying he needed to report this to the people above him first. After contacting his superiors, the man finally agreed to pay half the deposit in advance. The transfer would be made directly, and once the transaction went through, Qin Feng would receive 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng was quite satisfied. He would collect the deposit first and treat it as a bit of interest. Then, with a cold snort inside his heart, he silently told Qian Shishi to wait, because he would be coming for her soon. The man then handed Qin Feng the target's address and personal information. According to him, with Shadow's abilities, finding this person should not be difficult at all. But when Qin Feng looked over the details, even he was slightly surprised because the information was actually accurate. Shadow turned to leave and told the man to wait for news. Watching him walk away with such a superior attitude, the man's face darkened with anger. In his mind, he could not help thinking that Shadow was also working for Miss Qian, just like him. So what right did he have to act so high and mighty? But just as Qin Feng was about to move on, someone suddenly called out from behind and asked him to wait. The person who stopped him was a woman. She had heard that Shadow was collecting boss coordinates, so she asked whether he was interested in what she had. She had the location of a gold boss, and with a light smile, she said the price was 100 days of lifespan. He could even pay after confirming the boss himself. Qin Feng thought the offer sounded reasonable, so he decided to go with her. The woman told him to follow, explaining that the location was somewhat far away, north of the city. As they traveled, Qin Feng asked for the boss's name. The woman said it was called the Plague Enveloper. When Qin Feng realized she even knew the boss's name, he asked whether she had truly seen it with her own eyes. The woman seemed unsure whether he could handle it alone and asked if he wanted to bring a healer, warning him that the boss dealt area poison damage. Qin Feng rejected the suggestion without hesitation and chose to go without a healer. He knew very well that the Plague Enveloper was indeed a gold-level boss. This boss carried a poisonous aura around its body. Anyone who remained inside its range would continuously lose health every second. Because of that, the best way to deal with it was to kill it as quickly as possible before the poison could grind a player down. For Qin Feng at this stage, however, that simply meant using a few skills and ending the fight. Not long afterward, the woman led Qin Feng to the entrance of a cave. She pointed inside and said the boss was in there. Her team had already cleared out the surrounding monsters, but no matter what they tried, they had not been able to defeat the boss itself. After explaining this, she prepared to guide Shadow deeper into the cave. The two entered the cave, and soon the woman pointed toward a strange tree standing in the middle of a swamp filled with poisonous mist. She told him that the boss was right there. Seeing that she had not tricked him about the coordinates, Qin Feng decided to pay her the promised lifespan. A system window appeared almost immediately, confirming that the transaction had been completed successfully. Qin Feng had transferred 100 days of tradable lifespan to her. Qin Feng remembered that this type of poison damage could actually be avoided under the right conditions. In this situation, the 75% evasion effect from his ghost blur would be extremely useful. The woman's forehead was covered in sweat, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke up. She said there was something she had to warn him about. In truth, this whole thing was a trap. Once he started fighting the boss, someone would come to kill him. She also remembered that those people had level 2 anti-stealth items prepared. To Qin Feng, that information did not matter much, but the woman continued. She said they had instructed her to pretend to stop the attackers as part of the plan, using that chance to get close to him. Their real goal was for her to find a way to uncover Shadow's real-life identity. Qin Feng quietly looked at her for a moment. After hearing the whole plan, he felt nothing but disappointment at how crude and obvious it was. The woman's face flushed, and her expression turned nervous as she hurried to explain herself. She said she had also been forced into this. She chose to tell him the truth because she wanted him to go after the person behind it all. Since they were blackmailing her in reality, she wanted those people dead just as much as he did. When Qin Feng asked who was forcing her, the woman revealed the name Dongfeng Xian. She explained that his in-game ID was also Dongfeng Xian, and he had said Qin Feng had once killed him before. Hearing that name, Qin Feng immediately thought back to the guy who had first tried to steal his Golden Ghost ship boss. It was the same person who later sent him a skill book as an apology, hoping to smooth things over. The woman grew even more panicked as she remembered that Shadow had already killed Song Fei. Because of that, she believed he might also be able to deal with Dongfeng Xian. She had already placed all her hope on him, so she begged him not to expose or betray her. The best outcome, she stressed, would be for Shadow to eliminate Dongfeng Xian completely. Otherwise, she would be finished. In Qin Feng's eyes, their plan was laughably childish. He had never even heard of Dongfeng Xian in his previous life, which likely meant the man had been eliminated early on. For now, Qin Feng decided to kill the boss first. As for anyone who came afterward, he could slaughter them as easily as cutting down a stray dog that wandered past. Qin Feng activated his invisibility and jumped straight down from the cliff, telling the woman to keep following their original plan. She should allow those people to get close, and he would handle everything else. The woman immediately panicked, feeling as if everything was already over. In her mind, they were all doomed, because Shadow was definitely going to die. She remembered clearly that Dongfeng Xian had previously led 3 full teams, 18 people in total, to challenge this boss, only for all of them to be wiped out in less than half a minute. As Qin Feng descended toward the boss below, the woman thought about how terrifying the continuous poison damage had been. Back then, their group had not even managed to take off 5% of the boss's health. No matter how strong Shadow might be, she believed there was no way to survive against poison attacks that covered everything indiscriminately. In her mind, death was the only possible outcome, so they had to find a chance to escape before it was too late. Qin Feng moved first by activating Blessed Release. As the boss prepared to attack, he immediately triggered the Weakness Amplification effect, then followed it with the Throat Slash effect. His eyes sharpened, glowing with calm determination as he prepared to strike. In the next instant, Qin Feng launched his attack with terrifying speed, carving through the boss and taking away several thousand points of HP in one burst. Almost immediately, the boss's HP bar plunged downward, dropping to less than half in the blink of an eye. The woman was completely stunned. She realized that just one skill had wiped out 2/3 of a gold-tier boss's HP, dealing more than 80,000 points of damage in a single blow. Her mind went blank for a moment, and she could not help wondering whether Qin Feng was even human at all. Then, before she could fully process what had happened, Qin Feng vanished from where he stood and reappeared behind her like a shadow slipping through space. Fortunately for Qin Feng, the active effect of Blessed Release normally had a 25-second cooldown. With his 75% cooldown speed boost, the final cooldown was only 14.3 seconds. Because of that, he chose not to finish the boss immediately. Instead, he would leave it alive for now, wait for Dongfeng Xian's people to arrive and throw themselves into death, and use the meantime to let his skills recover. Sure enough, before long, Dongfeng Xian and his men entered the cave, clearly coming with the intention of killing Shadow. The leader's eyes were filled with anger as he issued a ruthless warning. If anyone dared to stand in their way, they would kill that person without the slightest mercy. The woman immediately drew her sword, stepping forward as if to block them. Qin Feng, however, felt a bit annoyed as he watched the situation unfold. Of all people, it had to be this guy again, and now he was even connected to Dongfeng Xian. He wondered whether their plan, where Snowy pretended to stop the group, could actually work. More than 10 people were rushing in at once, and Qin Feng was not completely sure whether Snowy's combat power was strong enough to hold them back. Snowy immediately activated her power, and a bright golden shield appeared in front of her, spreading out like a solid wall of light. The moment Shadow saw that defense take shape, he finally understood why those people had chosen her to play this role. With a shield like that protecting her, there really were not many players in the early stages of the game who could break through her defense by force. The men rushed forward without hesitation and began launching attack after attack at the golden shield, their weapons and skills crashing against its surface in a burst of noise and light. Qin Feng quickly realized what had happened to Snowy before this. She must have stumbled across an ancient god's blessing out in the wild and obtained a gold-level treasure chest from it. His eyes sharpened with a serious glow. In the next instant, Qin Feng used Instant Shadow, his figure flashing forward too fast to follow, and his blade tore through the attackers one after another, cutting their bodies apart in an instant. With anger burning in his eyes, Qin Feng activated Blooming Curse. The corpses scattered across the ground began to twist and change, transforming into eerie flowers that bloomed from the remains of the dead. Snowy stood there in complete shock, her face paling as she stared at the horrifying scene. To her, it was terrifying beyond words. One single skill had killed so many people, and now strange crimson flowers were blooming from their corpses. She could not help wondering what those flowers even were. At the same time, she felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, she had not listened to Dongfeng Xian. Otherwise, she would have ended up dying just as miserably as Song Fei and the others. After calming herself down, Snowy quickly asked Shadow to add her as a friend. She promised that if she found a chance, she would tell him Dongfeng Xian's real-life location. Qin Feng thought about it briefly and decided to hear her out. Snowy's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she lowered her voice with a shy smile. She told him that if he ever needed any special service, he should come directly to her, and for him, it would always be free. Qin Feng instantly understood what she meant, and at the same time, he finally realized why that kind of service was so expensive and burned through lifespans so quickly. After that, he turned away from her, leapt forward, and began dropping down the cliff toward the boss below. Qin Feng rushed straight at the boss and unleashed a series of powerful slashes, his dagger cutting through it again and again. In his eyes, the lifespan absorbed from those dozen or so players could not even compare to what this boss was about to give him. After all, instead of farming safely and building themselves up, those people had chosen to run around causing trouble for others. Since they had walked into death on their own, Qin Feng felt they deserved exactly what happened to them. After finishing what he needed to do, Qin Feng turned his gaze back towards Snowy and asked if there was any problem. Snowy quickly said there was none, then chose to leave without causing any more trouble. Qin Feng then activated Greedy Hand, and when he saw what appeared, a pleased feeling rose inside him. It had been a long time since he had seen an assassin's skill book drop. At last, another one had finally appeared. The skill book was called Darkest Hour, and it was a platinum-level assassin skill. Once activated, it could release a burst of dark light from the user's blade, blinding every enemy within its range. The skill had a 60-second cooldown and required level 10 to learn. Its effective range was 20 meters, and its base blinding duration lasted 10 seconds. However, if the target had a higher spirit stat, the duration would be shortened accordingly. Qin Feng clenched his fist without hesitation and immediately decided to learn the skill. He drew his dagger and silently considered the value of this new ability. As long as he blinded his enemies, he could still trigger double damage even without being in stealth. With this skill in hand, no matter how high a boss's anti-stealth level became, it would no longer be able to completely suppress his damage output. The dagger in his hand was the Plague Blade. It was an assassin-type weapon that provided 216 attack points and 42 agility points. On top of that, it increased the weak point attack multiplier by 0.3. The equipment requirement was level 10, and every attack from the blade would apply poison that detonated after 3 seconds. When that poison detonated, it dealt 50% of the original attack's damage. Qin Feng was satisfied with the result and decided to leave the cave. In his opinion, this had been another extremely profitable day. He had already accumulated 98 evolution points, meaning it would not be long before he could evolve his epic grade Greedy Hand into legendary grade. After Qin Feng walked out of the cave, the small monsters outside were so frightened that they immediately recoiled from him. He checked his progress and realized he only needed a little more than 10,000 experience points to complete his class advancement, so he decided to start farming monsters directly. Qin Feng moved through the area and began slaughtering every monster he saw. The surviving monsters quickly sensed the danger and started fleeing in panic. But Qin Feng had no intention of letting them escape. In the blink of an eye, his figure swept through them, and every last one of those monsters was finished off. A faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face, because the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He could now advance his class. Golden energy suddenly rose around his body, wrapping him in a brilliant glow. At the same time, the system notification appeared, informing him that his Shadow class had successfully advanced. His current class tier changed from Tier 0 to Tier 1. His class attribute bonuses also increased sharply. Strength rose from 3 to 9, Constitution from 3 to 9, Agility from 8 to 24, and Spirit from 5 to 15. His first class passive now doubled the duration of stealth, and it also gained a new effect, allowing him to use stealth skills while he was already in stealth mode. His second class passive increased his stealth level bonus from +1 to +2. Finally, his third class passive became even more powerful, raising the damage bonus for attacks launched from outside an enemy's line of sight from double damage to triple damage. Qin Feng lowered his gaze and looked at his own hand, feeling the changes brought by the Tier 1 advancement. His attribute bonuses had tripled, and he could now activate stealth even while already hidden. In other words, as long as his cooldowns were short enough, he could remain invisible almost permanently. Even better, attacks launched outside an enemy's field of vision now dealt triple damage instead of double, and this was only Tier 1. No wonder this class was known as the strongest stealth class. Right at that moment, the system announced that 7 players in Zhanghai City had already reached level 10. It also informed everyone that the teleportation matrix leading to the Divine Abandoned Continent would activate in 10 minutes, reminding all qualified players to prepare for departure. A ranking table appeared soon after. Shadow was listed in first place, followed by Grey Rose in second. In third place were Snowy Day, Black Elf Doll, Lai Zai, and Wang Meng. Finally, Huai Yu and Yu Han were ranked fourth. Qin Feng noticed that it was already 8:30 p.m. He had not expected so many players in Zhanghai City to reach level 10 this quickly. What surprised him even more was that the list was filled with familiar names. In his previous life at this exact time, that same ranking table had been completely dominated by foreign players. Qin Feng's eyes became serious as he realized what was happening. The impact of selling so much equipment and so many skill books had already started to show. Perhaps the world order from his previous life really would begin to change, and deep down he truly hoped it would. Meanwhile, in reality, night had already fallen, and the police had successfully arrested several men connected to the case. One officer reported that the main members of the Dajiang Industries criminal group had all been arrested. However, he also added that 3 key members were still inside the game. Their physical bodies were currently in that strange state of non-existence, which made it impossible to capture them for now. The team was waiting for further instructions from the commander. The commander praised his comrades for doing a good job, then ordered them to inform An Yu. He assigned her the task of finding a way to force those suspects to disconnect from the game. He explained to the person beside him that this method should work. Even if those criminals hid inside safe towns where no one could attack them, their bodies in reality would still feel hunger. The other person nodded and said that once they became hungry, they would have no choice but to log off and eat, and the moment they disconnected, they could be arrested. Everyone felt relieved, because this operation had gone extremely smoothly, and all of it was thanks to Shadow. He had not only provided criminal intelligence about Dajiang Industries, but had also warned them ahead of time that skills from the game could be extracted into the real world. If Shadow had given them that warning just a little later, the leaders headed by Zhang Lai would likely have reached level 10 very soon. By that point, they would have already extracted their skills, and any attempt to capture them would have caused heavy casualties. Some countries had already experienced small-scale uprisings, with thousands of people killed. Meanwhile, the squads they had sent into the game had gradually reached level 10 as well, largely because of the equipment and skills Shadow had supplied. They all understood that Shadow was an irreplaceable talent for Daxia. No matter what, they had to find a way to fully tie him to their side. At the same time, Qin Feng returned to Firefly Town. Snowy came over and said she had not expected him to be such a great hero, someone who would free the town from evil, and she admired him for it. Qin Feng looked at her and asked what nonsense she was talking about, telling her to say what she really wanted to say if she had something on her mind. Snowy stuck out her tongue playfully, then smiled and told Qin Feng there was no need to be modest. The authorities had already made the news public. She explained that Dajiang Industries, together with Song Fei, had orchestrated the kidnapping, imprisonment, and murder of players. The reason Shadow killed Song Fei and Zhang Lai had been under official orders. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment. He had not expected the authorities to help clear his name so openly, but after thinking about it, he could already guess their purpose. Most likely, they were doing this to make future cooperation with him much easier. When Qin Feng asked whether she had already found Dongfeng Zion's real-world location, Snowy said he had not disconnected yet. She asked him to wait a little longer and promised that the moment she obtained the information, she would send it to him right away. Qin Feng began walking through the city while thinking things over. Everything else could wait for now. The most urgent matter was to head to the Divine Abandoned Continent first. He noticed that quite a few players were already using the town's teleportation arrays, but so far no one had been able to use the continent's teleportation array. Standing before the town's teleportation matrix, Qin Feng chose to travel to the Divine Abandoned Continent. In his eyes, the areas around the current town were only beginner zones. The real game would only begin after arriving on that abandoned continent. The nearby players were stunned when the teleportation activated. They looked around in confusion, unable to see anyone, and wondered who had just teleported away. One player immediately shouted that it had to be Shadow. Another person, still confused, said he clearly had level 2 anti-stealth, so how was it possible that he still could not see him? Someone beside him quickly snapped that he was an idiot because it only proved one thing: Shadow's stealth level was higher than level 2. Several seconds later, Qin Feng appeared on the Divine Abandoned Continent. Just as he had expected, the place looked exactly the same as it had in his previous life. The entire area was empty and silent. There was not a single player anywhere in sight. As Qin Feng explored the area, a monster hidden in the shadows opened its glowing eyes and fixed its gaze on him. Around him stretched the familiar ruins of Zhanghai City. When players from different cities first arrived on the Divine Abandoned Continent, they would appear inside the ruined remains of their own city. Strangely enough, the locations of these urban ruins matched their real-world geography perfectly, but no one had ever figured out the true reason behind it. The monster slowly crawled out from its hiding place, and the moment Qin Feng sensed movement behind him, he turned around to face it. A worm-like monster burst into view, its twisted body writhing as it let out a harsh roar that echoed through the broken ruins. The monster lunged forward with terrifying force, smashing into the ground and tearing the surface apart as it attacked. Qin Feng immediately activated. Shadow blur and his body slipped away like a fading afterimage, dodging the attack cleanly. Then, in the very next breath, he used instant shadow slash and flashed past the monster, slicing its body cleanly in half. A system window appeared in front of him, informing Qin Feng that he had successfully killed a level 11 Earthshaker. But right after that, more Earthshakers forced their way out from beneath the ground and rushed at Qin Feng from different directions. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened as he leapt lightly into the air, avoiding their attacks with calm precision. He activated Blessed Release, then immediately followed up with Instant Shadow Slash. His figure streaked through the monsters like a blade-shaped shadow, cutting them apart one after another. Their bodies quickly dissolved into lifespan, and Qin Feng understood that this place was completely different from the towns. There were no safe zones here to protect players from danger. Monsters lurked in every direction, hiding beneath the ground and among the ruined structures, ready to strike at any moment. However, Qin Feng also knew that if someone could find a refuge hidden within the ruins, they could establish a fortress there and gradually take control of the entire surrounding area. He clearly remembered that the best refuge in the ruins of Zhanghai City was located in the northwest. In his previous life, that exact refuge had become the base of the Godslayer Guild. At the same time, somewhere else on the Divine Abandoned Continent, another group of players had also arrived. It was Wang Meng's party. Little Black looked around in surprise, while Wang Meng frowned in confusion, unable to understand why this place looked so much like the ruins of a modern city. To all of them, the surroundings felt strangely familiar. Little Black pointed toward a distant tower and asked if these were not the ruins of Zhanghai City. Gu Yikshu looked in that direction and confirmed that she was right, saying the towers of Zhanghai City were still standing even in this ruined state. Little Black kept scanning the area because she had heard someone say they had seen Shadow teleport here. She desperately wanted to know where he had gone. Gu Yikshu told her to stop searching so hard, reminding her that Shadow could turn invisible, so finding him by sight would not be that simple. Just then, two Earthshakers suddenly burst out from the ground. Wang Meng reacted immediately, drawing his shield and warning everyone that monsters were attacking. Yikshu raised her hand and quickly activated her skill, Elven Blessing, sending a strengthening effect over the party. The monsters charged in fast, but Wang Meng stepped forward with his shield and blocked their attack head-on. Thanks to Gu Yikshu's enhancement, he was barely able to withstand the force. Yikshu quickly warned Wang Meng to be careful, because even these ordinary monsters hit harder than the silver-tier bosses near the starting town. The party's archer immediately used Binding Shot, drawing his bow and firing an arrow straight toward the monsters. In the blink of an eye, the arrow transformed into ropes of energy that wrapped tightly around the Earthshakers, binding their bodies in place. The archer smiled when he saw the effect take hold, saying these monsters could be controlled after all. As long as he kept them immobilized, the rest of the party could unleash their damage and finish them off. Little Black raised her magic staff high into the air and summoned a blazing prophetic fireball above them. Two bursts of flame came crashing down and slammed directly into the trapped monsters. The Earthshakers were killed on the spot, and their bodies quickly began to dissolve into lifespan. Wang Meng turned to Gu Yikshu and told her to send her owl high into the sky to scout the surrounding terrain. Yikshu nodded, and her owl immediately flew up, circling over the area. A moment later, she reported that monsters were everywhere, and there were a lot of them. Worse still, the noise from their fight had already attracted several monsters in their direction. She could not see any safe zone nearby either, so she turned to Wang Meng and asked what they should do now. Wang Meng was stunned when he heard there was no safe zone nearby. The archer immediately panicked, asking what kind of terrible continent this was, and why it had suddenly turned into a survival game the moment they arrived. Little Black quickly asked Gu Yikshu to try finding Shadow. She said Shadow had arrived about 10 minutes earlier, so he should not be too far away. In her mind, as long as they could find him, they would be safe. At first, Gu Yikshu could not see any human figure nearby, but after searching carefully, she suddenly began to notice scattered lifespan glowing in the distance. She saw a huge cluster of bright lights gathered toward the northwest, and immediately realized those were rewards left behind by defeated monsters. It had to be Shadow's work. He had probably killed so many monsters that his inventory was full, which was why he had not bothered picking up the loot. At that moment, more monsters broke out from the ground and charged toward them. Gu Yikshu immediately started moving and urged everyone to hurry after her. Since Shadow had already cleared the monsters from that direction, the path there should be much safer. As long as they followed the glow of the dropped rewards, they would eventually find him. Wang Meng quickly ordered everyone to stay alert, keep their formation, and make sure no one fell behind. They would fight while retreating and move toward the northwest together. At the same time, not far away from them, more Earthshakers erupted from the ground and prepared to launch another attack. But before they could fully charge forward, a figure moved through them at incredible speed, cutting their bodies into pieces in an instant. It was Shadow. Qin Feng knew that even without the active effect of Blessed Release, the total damage from Shadow Slash could still reach 20,000 to 30,000 points, which was more than enough to instantly kill these ordinary mobs. To him, this place was basically a perfect farming paradise. A few minutes later, Qin Feng finally arrived at the entrance of the hideout. He quietly observed the surrounding ruins, knowing that beneath this broken area lay a massive underground palace. In his previous life, it had taken players a long time to discover this place. That underground palace alone contained more than 1,000 resting rooms and dozens of large halls. It was the largest hideout in Yanghai City, and in Qin Feng's previous life, it had become the base of his guild, Godslayer. Before anyone could claim it, the hideout was essentially a dungeon. It was filled with countless traps, dangerous monsters, and a guardian boss. The larger the hideout was, the stronger the guardian protecting it would be. Qin Feng stepped into the hideout and remembered what had happened in his previous life. After founding the Godslayer Guild, he had gathered 3 full squads, 18 elite members in total. Every one of them had reached level 15 and was fully equipped, yet even then, they had only barely managed to conquer this palace. He moved deeper into the ruins and began descending the stairs, heading toward the lower levels hidden beneath the broken city. A system window appeared and confirmed that he had entered the hideout. This place was filled with monsters and was known as the Land of Soul Purification. Qin Feng's eyes shone with confidence. Even though he was alone this time, he knew he had the power to conquer this place by himself. Another system window appeared, informing him that if he defeated the Area Guardian, he would be able to claim ownership of this region. The monsters inside quickly locked onto Qin Feng. One after another, they turned toward him and lunged forward without hesitation. Qin Feng remained perfectly calm as he drew his dagger. In front of him stood level 12 gold-tier mobs known as elemental spirits, and he was ready to cut through them. Right before the monsters could swarm in and tear into them, Qin Feng moved first. He activated Darkest Hour, plunging the area into a deadly opening, and in the very next instant, Shadow Flash Slash tore through the monsters so fast they barely had time to react before they were butchered on the spot. Qin Feng's figure began flickering through the battlefield at terrifying speed. Every monster that crossed his path was sliced apart in clean, brutal arcs, and as their bodies collapsed, they dissolved one after another into glowing lifespan. A surge of satisfaction rose in Qin Feng's chest, because once his enemies were blinded, every strike he landed gained an extra boost in damage. Against those level 12 monsters, he didn't even need to rely on big skills anymore. A simple basic attack was enough to drop them in a single hit, but even after the 15 monsters in this hall had been wiped out, the soul-cleansing grounds were far from empty. Beyond this room, there were still dozens of halls and thousands of small chambers waiting in the darkness. A faint smile slowly curved across Qin Feng's face. The scale of the job was enormous, no doubt about it. But to him, that only meant there was even more to harvest. He lowered his gaze and began carefully checking the amount of lifespan he had collected, watching the numbers with calm, focused eyes. Judging from the sheer number of monsters still hiding throughout this place, Qin Feng quickly realized something. If he wiped out every monster in the hideout, the lifespan gained would be more than enough to evolve Greedy Hand one more time. Qin Feng's eyes shifted toward the ground beneath his feet, and the relaxed look on his face faded. A sharp seriousness began to shine in his gaze. He knew very well that once every monster in each section was completely cleared out, the true guardian of the area would finally reveal itself. Not long after that, inside a bookstore somewhere else, 2 players suddenly disappeared from where they stood and were teleported straight into the Divine Abandoned Continent. The man looked around in confusion, his eyes full of disbelief as he tried to understand whether this place was truly real. He couldn't help wondering if they had actually arrived on the Divine Abandoned Continent. The girl beside him felt strange as well, but for a different reason. The ruins around them gave her an oddly familiar feeling, as if she had seen this place before. After observing their surroundings more carefully, both of them finally realized what was wrong. These ruins were not some random ancient land at all. They were clearly the remains of Kaoyu. As they continued exploring, they eventually reached the ruins of Mountain City. Then, after several more hours of traveling through the broken landscape, they arrived at what appeared to be the ruins of London. The man was completely stunned by what they had discovered. He wondered if players from different regions had all been transported to ruined versions of their own original cities. The girl's expression turned thoughtful, and she also found it strange. Could it be that the positions of these ruined cities matched the real world's geography exactly? While the two of them were distracted by that unsettling thought, something began moving toward them from nearby. Their bodies instantly tensed, and when they turned around, they saw several earthshakers staring straight at them, their eyes glowing in the gloom. Panic surged through them at once, and without any hesitation, they chose to run. The monsters launched their attack almost immediately, forcing the two players to flee through the ruins as fast as they could, putting distance between themselves and the danger behind them. At the same time, over in the Zhonghai ruins, the ground was already scattered with glowing lifespan. Not far from that place, Wang Meng and his team were crouched low, hiding beneath a pile of broken rubble. Wang Meng carefully poked his head out from behind the debris. After confirming that there were no monsters wandering nearby, he quietly suggested that they use this chance to rest and recover for a while. Yu's face turned slightly red as she thought about Shadow, unable to hide how impressed she was. At first, she had believed their group was already strong enough to handle danger on their own. But in the end, all they could do was curl up in fear, trembling beneath the terrifying pressure of the boss's shadow. Wang Meng gave a light cough and reminded her to be careful with her words. Yu blinked in confusion, not understanding what was wrong, and asked if that wasn't an accurate way to describe it. Little Black also poked her head out from cover and said that it was fortunate Shadow had already cleared this area. Otherwise, with that many monsters roaming around, their whole group would probably have been wiped out. Then, with a hint of curiosity in her voice, she added that she really wanted to know where they would reappear if they died in this strange place. While Yixu controlled her owl to scout the surrounding area from above, Wang Meng reached out toward Yu and suggested that the six of them put exploration on hold for now. In his view, it would be safer to wait until every member of their team reached level 10 before moving forward together. After hearing him out, Yu nodded in agreement. Yixu's owl glided over the ruins, watching the battlefield from the sky. Through its vision, she saw monsters dropping one after another as if they were being cut down like flies. But then she noticed something strange. Shadow had stopped at one particular spot, almost as if he had suddenly vanished there. On top of that, there was a huge amount of loot scattered around, and some of it even gave off the glow of gold-tier equipment. Seeing all of that, she could barely hold back the urge to rush over and pick it up. Wang Meng's expression turned serious after hearing that. After a moment of thought, he decided it would be best to contact Shadow directly and ask whether he still wanted the items left behind. At the same time, Qin Feng swung his weapon and sliced another monster apart. Around him, the area was already filled with drifting lifespan orbs, glowing softly like scattered lights in the ruined space. He let out a quiet breath of relief. After all that fighting, he had finally cleared every last mob in the area. In total, he had swept through more than 40 halls and over 1,000 small rooms, cutting down more than 400 monsters along the way. During that process, he had also killed 4 bronze-tier bosses and 2 silver-tier bosses. Those battles alone had given him more than 80,000 experience points, and his evolution points had climbed all the way to an impressive 205. Qin Feng started walking forward again, already knowing that he was only 5 points away from evolving Greedy Hand. Just then, Wang Meng contacted Shadow and explained that their team had found some loot left behind by the monsters he killed. He asked whether they could collect it and compensate him with lifespan based on the item's value. After hearing Wang Meng's message, Qin Feng quickly realized that Wang Meng and his official squad must have arrived here as well. He had no reason to reject the offer, so he allowed them to collect the dropped items. He also told Wang Meng that he would contact them later, because he had a batch of equipment to sell. Wang Meng thanked him right away and said they would wait at coordinates 89,554, 66,666 inside the shelter within the ruins. At that moment, crackling electricity suddenly began to gather in the air. Qin Feng's attention immediately locked onto it, his eyes narrowing as the energy grew brighter. The electricity moved with frightening speed, streaking straight toward Qin Feng like a living current cutting through the space. Qin Feng instantly understood what was happening. The Guardian had finally appeared. A figure formed from electricity appeared in front of him. It was a nightmaid wreathed in lightning, bearing the name Soul Purifier and carrying the power of a Platinum-tier boss. The system window quickly displayed its information. According to the description, this being was the guardian of the Soul Purifier's domain, and whoever defeated it would become the master of that domain. Qin Feng's thoughts moved quickly. He knew that within the city ruins, the highest-level monsters normally reached only level 15. Soul Purifier Faisal was already the strongest monster in the entire city ruins, both in level and in boss grade. If Qin Feng's memory was correct, this boss had a massive 750,000 HP and would go through 3 separate phases during the battle. Without waiting for the boss to make the first move, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash and rushed in to attack. His strike landed, but the effect was far weaker than he had hoped. Qin Feng immediately followed up with Throat Slash. This time, the blow finally carved away a visible portion of the boss's HP, proving that it could be damaged. The Soul Purifier raised one hand into the air, and crackling lightning gathered in its palm before condensing into a spear of electricity. In the next moment, a rain of lightning spears began falling from above, each one tearing down toward Shadow with deadly force. Qin Feng moved instantly, weaving through the attacks at high speed and dodging each strike by a narrow margin. As he dodged through the storm of lightning, Qin Feng remained fully aware of the danger. With his current defense and lightning resistance, if even one of those lightning attacks landed cleanly, death would be almost guaranteed. He knew that any skill or attack released by a Platinum-tier boss or anything above that level carried hit correction. Against ordinary monsters, his 75% evasion rate meant they only had around a 25% chance of hitting him. But the Soul Purifier's attacks were different. Even with his evasion, their chance of landing was at least 50%. Fortunately, Qin Feng's agility had already reached 182 points, and when he pushed himself to full speed, he could run faster than 40 meters per second. As long as he watched carefully and reacted before the lightning fully struck, he could still avoid the attacks with ease. A furious light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. In his previous life, he had only barely survived this fight with his guild, relying on the priest's shield and a great deal of luck. This time, however, Qin Feng had no intention of leaving things to chance. He attacked with everything he had, determined not to give the boss even the slightest opportunity. The Soul Purifier had already lost a full quarter of its HP. The throat-cutting damage from Graceful Release, combined with Shadow Slash and the explosive effect of Plague Blade, had ripped away 250,000 HP in one brutal burst. Qin Feng knew exactly what was coming next. The boss was about to enter its second phase. Sure enough, the Soul Purifier began summoning balls of electricity around itself. Qin Feng understood that during this phase, the boss would enter an invincible state while continuously creating lightning orbs and bolts. The most important thing now was to destroy the 3 lightning orbs first. If he failed to do that, the boss would fall into a frenzy. Memories from Qin Feng's previous life flashed through his mind. Back then, his team had once been completely wiped out by the boss's frantic damage in this very phase. After that disaster, Qin Zhiyu had thrown a huge tantrum and refused to continue the fight no matter what. So, on the second attempt, Qin Feng had simply left her out of the team, and without her, they cleared it in one run. Qin Feng immediately took out venomous flying darts and hurled them toward the lightning orbs. He knew that every time one orb was destroyed, the boss would suffer corresponding damage, and once all 3 orbs were shattered, the fight would be pushed directly into its third phase. Qin Feng threw another dart with precise aim. It struck the 3rd lightning orb, and as the orb burst apart, the Soul Purifier's HP finally dropped below half. The boss's eyes flared with fury. It stretched out its hand, and violent electricity began spreading across the surrounding area, crawling outward like a storm about to swallow everything. Qin Feng remained completely calm. He already knew that in the 3rd phase, the Soul Purifier would continuously unleash wide-area lightning attacks, filling the battlefield with danger from every direction. He still remembered the last time this boss had appeared. Back then, the entire guild had been forced to prepare like they were marching into a disaster zone. Every participating member wore a full set of lightning resistance equipment, and even with 4 priests constantly healing them behind layers of protective shields, they had only barely managed to survive the storm. But this time, Qin Feng had no intention of going through all that trouble again. He kicked off the ground and leapt upward, and in the same instant, a glowing barrier wrapped tightly around his body like a shell of light. He activated Graceful Release and Black Light Shield almost back to back, with lightning still crawling and exploding across the ground beneath him. Qin Feng immediately judged that staying below was too risky, so he chose to launch his attack from the air. The moment he saw the ground being hammered by non-stop lightning strikes, Qin Feng adjusted his plan without hesitation. Rather than forcing his way through that dangerous field, he rose into the air and prepared to strike from above. Qin Feng quickly brought out graceful release, then layered black light shield over himself, covering his body in protection before making his next move. In the next second, his gaze sharpened, a fierce, steady light rose in his eyes, and his entire expression filled with determination. Then he unleashed Shadow Slash. His figure moved so fast, it was almost like a dark streak cutting through the air. And in one clean, decisive attack, our boy sliced straight through the boss's neck and severed its head. After the boss was brought down, Qin Feng descended from the air and landed steadily back on the ground, his body barely showing any sign of strain. A system window immediately flashed in front of him, announcing that he had successfully killed the Soul Clan Surficell, a monster of platinum tier. As the reward settled in, Qin Feng's level rose to 11. All 4 of his main attributes increased by 4 points, and he also received 10 free attribute points to distribute. On top of that, the kill granted him 20 evolution points and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Our boy could not help feeling pleased. After all, he had just taken the world's first kill of a platinum tier boss, earning 10 reputation points in one move. Even more importantly, he had now become the master of the sanctified grounds. All around him, the ground was scattered with lifespan rewards. But according to Qin Feng's knowledge, the hideout he had just obtained was far more valuable than ordinary loot. Its meaning went beyond the game itself. A hideout could provide shelter and storage, but its most important function was that it could eventually be extracted into the real world. That mattered greatly because once the game descended, weapons from reality would begin to corrode. The strongest real-world weapons, especially nuclear bombs, would become useless from the very first day. Planes, tanks, and similar military equipment might struggle along for another month or two, but eventually they would all turn into nothing more than scrap metal. In other words, once that future arrived, every real battle would rely completely on skills brought out from the game. Once a hideout was extracted into reality, it could unfold a magical defensive barrier around itself. At that point, it would no longer be just a base, but an absolutely safe refuge. Qin Feng stood there quietly for a moment, thinking everything over, and then began walking away from the area. In his previous life, his guild, Godslayer, had used this very place as their base, slowly building their strength from here again and again. He did have many warm and joyful memories connected to that time, but along with those memories, he had also seen countless people come and go, bringing with them hidden schemes, betrayal, and endless deceit. A firm light slowly rose in Qin Feng's eyes. This time, he would not walk the same road again. He would no longer rely on that old path. Instead, he would grow stronger by himself, step by step, until he reached the very top. Outside, rain began pouring down, soaking the battlefield in a cold gray haze. Through the curtain of rain, a monster raised its axe and swung it down with brutal force. Qin Xiaoyu's friend dropped to the ground in a rush and narrowly dodged the incoming strike. While scrambling away, she shouted for Qin Xiaoyu to move aside, her voice rising in panic as she cried out for help. But Qin Xiaoyu failed to react in time. Before she could get out of the way, the huge axe tore through her body and split her in half. A moment later, she respawned back in town. The system coldly informed her that she had died again, losing 14 years of non-tradable lifespan and 2 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Xiaoyu froze in shock when she realized she had died yet again. Her friend, however, was furious. He snapped at her, calling her an idiot, and scolded her harshly, asking how she could possibly fail to dodge such an obvious giant axe attack from the boss. Qin Xiaoyu immediately flared up as well and shot back, asking who he thought he was insulting. She angrily reminded him that he was supposed to be the tank, and if he could not properly draw the boss's attention, how was she supposed to avoid its skills? That only made him even angrier. He called her an idiot again and shouted that there was no way for him to attract a boss's AoE skill like that. After the two argued bitterly for a while, he finally quit the party altogether. The moment Qin Xiaoyu's friend saw that the tank had run off, panic spread across her face. With the boss now turning its attacks toward her, she started shouting desperately for help. The boss lifted its axe and attacked again. Not long after that, Qin Xiaoyu's friend also appeared back in town, having respawned after being killed. With worry written all over her face, the friend suggested that they should stop challenging bosses for now and focus on killing smaller monsters to level up first. She admitted that she felt uneasy because they did not have much lifespan left. Qin Xiaoyu fell silent, lowering her gaze as she began to think seriously. Just then, a new system announcement appeared. It revealed that the player Shadow from Shanghai City had achieved the world's first kill of a platinum-level boss and had gained 10 reputation points. In an instant, everyone's eyes locked onto the system window. The players could hardly believe what they were seeing. To them, it was almost absurd that someone had managed to solo kill a platinum-level boss. Many people began talking in disbelief, saying that they had barely reached the continent, yet Shadow was already farming there alone. The name Shadow echoed through the crowd once again. Everyone started wondering who this mysterious player really was. The achievement was simply too shocking, especially when most players had not even laid eyes on a gold-tier monster yet. One thing was clear to all of them: whoever Shadow was, he was terrifyingly powerful. Qin Zhaoyu felt confused as she stared at the announcement. She could not understand why the other players seemed so weak. From what she knew, people were still struggling just to kill a silver-tier boss, so she could not wrap her head around how Shadow had already taken the first kill of a platinum-tier boss. Back inside the hideout, our boy began gathering the lifespan orbs scattered around him. After killing the Soul Clean Surfacell, he had already reached level 11. Qin Feng knew very well that after level 10, every level up would grant +4 to all attributes and 10 free attribute points, so he continued putting every available point into agility. His logic was simple. With enough agility combined with his infinite invisibility, he could eliminate many bosses without suffering any damage at all. What truly surprised him, though, was that this boss kill had instantly awarded him 20 evolution points. That meant he could evolve his Greedy Hand skill once again. He could not hide his happiness. The additional loot rewards had increased from 3 to 5, and he had also gained an extra storage space of 100 slots. After spending 210 evolution points, Qin Feng checked his remaining total and saw that he still had 15 points left. With that upgrade completed, his Greedy Hand skill successfully evolved from Epic Tier to Legendary Tier. The Assassin skill now gave him a 500% chance to obtain extra loot rewards, and every extra piece of loot had a guaranteed 100% chance to rise by 1 tier. On top of that, a new passive effect appeared, Greedy Space, granting him 100 storage slots specifically for holding items. Qin Feng immediately decided to use his newly upgraded Legendary Tier Greedy Hands to collect the loot. The result was exactly what he hoped for. He received 5 additional loot drops at once. On top of that, he gained another 100 evolution points, bringing his remaining total up to 115. As Qin Feng looked over the system window, he noticed that 2 pieces of assassin equipment and an assassin skill book had dropped. Unfortunately, his current level was still too low to use them, so he chose to store them temporarily inside the safehouse warehouse. Qin Feng then summoned a devout believer and gave it a simple order: collect every piece of loot scattered throughout the palace and pile everything together in one place. The devout believer immediately began working. Qin Feng watched with satisfaction, feeling pleased because the 115 evolution points he still had could now be used to strengthen the skills that had not yet reached epic level. He first consumed 42 evolution points and evolved Shadow Stealth 3 times in a row, raising it all the way to epic level. After the upgrade, Shadow Stealth's duration increased from 36 seconds to 60 seconds. The attack that broke stealth now dealt 300 to 500 damage, and the cooldown dropped from 22 seconds to 15 seconds. Next, Qin Feng spent 34 evolution points to evolve Backstab Enhancement twice, also pushing it to epic level and raising its backstab damage bonus from 50% to 75%. After that, he used 6 more evolution points to evolve Darkest Moment through Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond tiers until it also reached epic. The skill could now release a burst of dark light that blinded every enemy within a wider 50-meter range. Its base duration rose to 16 seconds, though enemies with higher spirit attributes would still reduce the effect. Finally, Qin Feng spent 33 evolution points in one go, evolving Bloom Curse 3 times, and raising it directly to legendary level. The upgraded Bloom Curse could now be used on player corpses within 60 seconds after death, and had gained brand new effects. It could absorb 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan, while also pulling in scattered non-tradable lifespan light spheres nearby. Any corpse drained by Bloom Curse would completely vanish afterward. Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly when he realized what that meant. This skill could actually absorb non-tradable lifespan orbs. He remembered that in many high-level areas, especially inside the rage zones of certain special bosses, lifespan would drain at a terrifying speed, hundreds or even thousands of times faster than normal. And when that kind of consumption happened, the first thing to be burned away was always non-tradable lifespan. At that moment, Snowy contacted Qin Feng and congratulated him on taking the first kill of the platinum-level boss. Then she told him she had good news. Eastern Sage had just logged off. Snowy added that she had heard Eastern Sage's clan was gathering at the Jiangnan Hotel. Apparently, they had purchased a large amount of lifespan and planned to convert it into combat power inside the game. While the devout believer continued piling up the loot, Qin Feng praised her for the information. Snowy, however, said there was no need to thank her because this was what she was supposed to do. Then her tone turned serious as she revealed that Qin Feng absolutely had to defeat Eastern Sage, or she would be doomed. Qin Feng told her not to worry and began storing away the loot. After putting everything inside, he realized that all the items fit perfectly and that half the space was still unused. Thinking about how useful the 100-slot backpack really was, he decided it was time to find Wang Meng and sell everything to them. When Shadow returned, and Yu and Little Black immediately noticed him. Their eyes widened with joy the moment they saw his figure appear, and Yu became so excited that she rushed toward him at once, looking like she was about to throw herself forward and hug him. But before Yu could reach him, Qin Feng raised a hand and stopped her in place. Without wasting any time, he went straight to business. He made it clear that, just like before, he would be the one setting the price, and if they could not accept it, they were free to refuse. Then he explained that over 30 of the items were common grade and bronze grade junk, so he would give them a discounted bundle price, 950 days of lifespan for everything. And Yu still had the faint mark of Qin Feng's hand on her face, but instead of being angry, she wore a bright smile. She quickly nodded and said they agreed. They had already calculated the value of the items they had gathered earlier, and it was roughly around 1,000 days of lifespan. So to make the deal simple, she offered 2,000 days for the entire batch. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback by her offer, and calmly pointed out that this batch was not ordinary junk. It contained silver level, gold level, and even platinum level items, with a total value reaching about 18,000 days of tradable lifespan, and Yu immediately opened the system window and began checking through the contents. As her eyes moved across the list, her expression changed completely. She could hardly believe there was actually platinum-level equipment inside. After all, she only owned a single piece of gold-level gear herself, so in her mind, only a true boss-level figure would casually sell items of this quality. The more she looked, the more excited she became, realizing that these supplies would definitely speed up Zhongkai City's development. She looked back at Shadow with shining eyes and thanked him again and again. Our boy simply said there was no need to be so polite, since both sides were helping each other. Little Black stared at Shadow with a nervous look, and could not hold back her curiosity, asking how he could possibly have so many inventory slots, and whether he was secretly Doraemon or something. Qin Feng did not answer that directly. Instead, he reminded them that their bags were probably already full, then casually gave them a useful tip. Under the statue in the center of the city ruins, there was a staircase, and that staircase led to a teleportation portal back to the starting town. Qin Feng started walking away from them, but before leaving, he added one more warning. If they wanted to return through that portal, the first use would cost them 500 days of lifespan. After that, returning again would no longer cost anything, but whether it was worth it or not was something they had to decide for themselves. After saying that, he left without looking back. And Yu immediately pointed in Qin Feng's direction with a proud little smile, as if she had just proven her point. She said she had already told them that Shadow had to be a reborn player. Otherwise, there was no way he could know such hidden information. Seeing how excited and certain she looked, Wang Meng became a little uneasy and could not help asking Captain An to please stop acting like that because she was starting to scare him. And Yu's face suddenly turned red. She lowered her voice slightly, then asked them what they would think if she tried to flirt with Shadow. After Qin Feng had put some distance between himself and the others, a system prompt appeared in front of him asking whether he wanted to consume tradable lifespan to extract a skill into the real world. Qin Feng did not hesitate for long. He directly chose to activate level synchronization and class advancement synchronization. The system quickly confirmed his choice, informing him that 27,000 days of lifespan had been consumed. In the next moment, both level synchronization and class advancement synchronization were completed. Qin Feng's heart grew excited, because the next step was skill extraction. He remembered that he had already extracted Shadow Meld once before, but at that time, it was only level 1. This time, he wanted not only to raise Shadow Meld's level in reality, but also to bring out several more of his key skills. First, he spent 1,946 days to raise Shadow Meld to level 10. Then he began extracting skill after skill. Backstab Enhancement cost him 900 days. Greedy Hand cost 1,000 days. Shadow Flash Slash cost 3,200 days. Ghost Blur cost 5,366 days. Bloom Curse cost 16,099 days. And Blacklight Shield cost 11,313 days. When all the extraction synchronization was finally complete, he still had 7,480 days of tradable lifespan remaining. After that, he spent 3,600 more days to extract the gold-grade Boots of Concealment, then another 3,394 days to extract the gold-grade Pendant of the Devout. Now, it was finally time to bring his equipment into reality as well. Qin Feng kept browsing through the system window, carefully checking each option. He realized that the Pendant of the Devout was not valuable only because it reduced cooldown time. Its true worth came from the silver tier follower it could summon, because in the real world, that follower would be close to invincible against ordinary people. After spending almost everything in one breath, Qin Feng was left with only 486 days of tradable lifespan. Even so, his current strength in reality had already become almost equal to what he possessed inside the game. His figure slowly faded away without leaving even a trace behind. Qin Feng knew very well that he still needed to gather more lifespan. By the time he logged out next time, he had to make sure he could achieve full synchronization. Several minutes later, shadows rippled around his body, and Qin Feng opened his eyes in the real world. He sat there in silence and quickly began thinking through his situation. Since Kai and Shishi already knew his address, staying here was no longer safe. For the sake of caution, it would be better to leave this place for now. He also knew that extracting the Soul Purification Sanctuary required more than 1,300 years of lifespan. So before he could bring out that hideout, he needed to find a temporary place to stay. A serious light appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. He activated Greedy Hand and swept it across his room, absorbing everything inside in one clean motion. In an instant, all the belongings in the room vanished without a trace. Qin Feng felt satisfied as he looked at the empty space around him. Greedy Hand's storage space was truly useful, and everything he owned had fit inside perfectly. Then Qin Feng sprang upward and climbed onto the window with quick, silent movements. He pulled out his phone and checked the location. Dongfang Xian was at the Jiangnan Hotel, which was around 15 kilometers away from this neighborhood. Qin Feng lowered his gaze toward the ground below. Then, after turning himself invisible, he slipped down from his apartment and descended all the way to the ground. Based on his current speed, he calculated that he could reach the hotel in about 10 minutes. Under the cover of night, our boy moved quickly through the streets, heading straight toward the Jiangnan Hotel. Several minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the hotel. Inside, several men were gathered around a table, eating dinner and discussing the situation with serious expressions. One of them said that, judging from what was happening now, the skills and lifespan from the game could already affect the real world. To him, this was a tremendous opportunity for the Dongfang family. He even praised Dongfang Xian, saying he had done well by establishing a faction inside the game from the very beginning. Dongfang Xian smiled modestly and replied that everything he had done was only what he should have done for the family. The old man looked cheerful and said he was very satisfied with Dongfang Xian's progress. He explained that this time their family had purchased a huge amount of exchangeable lifespan for one purpose, to acquire equipment and skill books. Their goal was to help the main members of the family reach level 10 as quickly as possible, seize an early advantage, and then use that advantage to expand the family's influence in the real world. With the game and reality developing side by side, the Dongfang family would surely rise into a dominant force. At that point, even the dream of creating a 1,000-year dynasty would no longer be impossible. Dongfang Xian stared quietly at his grandfather. As he watched the old man speak, a sinister light slowly flickered in his eyes. In his heart, Dongfang Xian sneered with contempt. He thought of his grandfather as a damned old relic, someone who already had one foot in the grave yet still refused to give up the position of clan leader, all while dreaming of immortality. Dongfang Xian's true plan was to trap Shadow, force him to reveal all his secrets, and then make Shadow earn lifespan for him. Once Dongfang Xian reached number 1 on the ranking list, he would make sure every one of these people died. At that moment, the grandfather looked toward him and asked how the plan to deal with Shadow was progressing. Dongfang Xian put on a confident smile and told his grandfather not to worry. He assured him that he had already found a trustworthy woman who could uncover Shadow's true identity, and that they should receive news very soon. The grandfather then reminded him that Shadow had to be captured alive. He wanted Shadow forced to serve the Dongfang family, because only then could he bring enormous benefits to the clan. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already killed the guards stationed at the hotel entrance. Inside the room, the Dongfang family members raised their cups and toasted together for the family's resurgence. Then their voices rang out in unison as they shouted, "Long live the Dongfang family." Qin Feng's eyes turned cold and serious. He had not expected these noble families to be armed. Although Ghost Blur and Blacklight Shield were powerful, they still could not guarantee a 100% chance of evading every attack. More importantly, he had not extracted any armor into the real world. He understood very clearly that if a bullet struck his heart or head, he would die instantly without question. Since caution was the smarter choice, Qin Feng stretched out his hand and used the pendant of the devout to summon one of his followers. A devout believer appeared before him, equipped with sharp claws for close combat and green flames for ranged attacks. Qin Feng gave it a cold order. Go inside and leave no one alive. He knew that, as a silver-level boss, the devout believer had strong damage resistance. Even against firearms, it would be able to hold out for quite some time. While everyone inside was still distracted by their celebration, the devout believer reached the door and pushed it open. The monster let out a fierce roar the moment it entered. When the people in the room saw it, panic exploded across their faces, because none of them understood where such a creature had suddenly come from. With its eyes glowing, the devout believer lowered its body and charged straight toward them. Seeing the monster rush in, Dongfang Xian's expression turned grave. He shot to his feet and pointed directly at it, causing the guards to raise their guns and aim at the creature. He could hardly believe that a monster from the game had appeared in reality, but he still reacted quickly and ordered them to shoot. The bullets slammed into the devout believer's head one after another, but the impacts barely slowed it down and did not seem to do much damage at all. The devout believer swung its arm with terrifying force and killed one of the guards on the spot. Then it drove its sharp claw straight into the chest of another guard, piercing him brutally before he could react. As the monster continued attacking the guests, cold sweat broke out across Dongfang Xian's body. Fear finally crawled into his eyes, and he could no longer stay calm. The devout believer soon turned its attack toward his grandfather. The old man panicked instantly and began shouting for help in a terrified voice. But Dongfang Xian did not waste even a single second helping him. Instead, he turned around and ran. He did not look back. In his mind, only one thought remained. He had to escape from this place as quickly as possible. As long as he could get away and enter the game, he would be safe. His eyes were filled with fear as he rushed forward. He kept telling himself that once he reached level 10 in the game, extracted his skills into the real world, and returned with that power, nothing would be able to threaten him anymore. But at that exact moment, he saw Qin Feng standing at the hotel entrance. Before Dongfang Xian could even take another breath, our boy moved with terrifying speed. In a flash, the attack landed, and Dongfang Xian's head was sent flying through the air. Blood sprayed from Dongfang Xian's severed neck, but Qin Feng had already turned his back and begun walking away, as if the outcome had been decided long ago. Dongfang Xian's eyes were still wide open, filled with confusion. Even at the very end, he could not understand what had just happened to him. A short while later, strange flowers began to bloom from Dongfang Xian's body. Qin Feng stopped and carefully watched the flowers spread. Then the system revealed the result to him. He had absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng's eyes lit up with clear satisfaction. This harvest was far better than he had expected, and the amount of lifespan he had gained could only be called an enormous piece of loot. Dongfang Xian's corpse slowly transformed into blooming flowers, and Qin Feng watched the scene with a pleased expression. This time, Bloom Curse had truly shown just how valuable it could be. The skill had not only wiped away every corpse and every trace of blood, but had also drained Dongfang Xian of every last bit of lifespan he possessed. Because of that, Qin Feng's non-tradable lifespan had now accumulated all the way up to 2,327 years. With such a massive amount of non-tradable lifespan stored up, Qin Feng knew he would no longer feel the same pressure when entering dangerous rage zones in the future. Not long after, alarmed voices rang out from nearby. Someone shouted for the police to be called immediately, saying that gunshots and screams had just come from the private room. Qin Feng's expression turned serious. At almost the same moment, several police officers rushed toward the room, clearly remembering that this was the private room where the Dongfang family had been holding their meeting. The officers were certain there had been a shooting, but the moment they arrived and looked inside, they froze in shock. There was not a single corpse in the room, and the idea that there were no victims after such a disturbance felt completely impossible. The whole situation was strange beyond reason. One of the police officers frowned in confusion as he looked over the ruined private room. Tables and chairs were overturned, and everything clearly showed that a violent fight had broken out here. What he could not understand was why there was not a single person left inside. He immediately asked the others if anyone had seen people leaving the hotel, but the more they thought about it, the stranger it became. The question hanging over everyone's heads was simple: where had the entire Dongfang family gone? It was as if they had vanished into thin air, so they quickly decided that the investigation unit needed to be called in. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already left the hotel behind. Without slowing down, he moved away from the building, and his next target was the Kane Corporation. However, Kane Corporation's main headquarters had already moved to North America before the game descended. At this moment, only the CEO's daughter, Qian Shishi, was still trapped in the Demon City area, and Qin Feng needed to eliminate her before she managed to leave the country. The distance from Zhanghai City to Demon City was nearly 300 kilometers, far beyond what could be covered casually. If Qin Feng relied on running there on foot, the trip would take at least 2 or 3 hours, and to him, wasting that much time was completely unacceptable. Qin Feng prepared to rest for the moment, while already thinking that he needed to find a faster way to get there. Our boy soon returned to the godforsaken game. After standing up, he remembered that there were still several silver and gold tier bosses left inside the ruins, so he decided to go farm them first. At that moment, Captain NU contacted Shadow with an excited tone and told him she had excellent news. She explained that Sister Hai had just discovered the entrance to a tomb, but a gold-tier vengeful spirit was guarding the place, and their team had no way to defeat it. Qin Feng was a little surprised when he heard that. He immediately asked how they had managed to find the entrance to a tomb in the first place. Captain NU explained that while they were heading back toward the starting city, they had taken a small detour to avoid some minor monsters, but as they continued walking, they suddenly realized that one person was missing. After searching around for a while, they finally discovered that Sister Hai had fallen into a pit. The pit led into a special tomb area where even team chat could not be used. When they followed her down into the pit, they encountered a level 12 gold boss that immediately started chasing them. Fortunately, they ran fast enough and managed to escape, and Yu then told Qin Feng that they had already returned to Shelltown, and if he wanted to go to the tomb, she could send him the coordinates. Qin Feng could only admit that a true lucky charm really was a lucky charm. Someone had actually managed to discover a tomb just by taking one wrong step while walking through the city ruins. That kind of coincidence was almost unbelievable. He knew very well that tombs, just like faith temples and curse ruins, were rare, wild, random events. He asked Captain An Yu to send him the coordinates, and she quickly passed them over, revealing that the tomb was near the ruins of Shelltown. Qin Feng thanked her and added that if he obtained anything he could not use, he would sell it to them without hesitation. He could not help thinking that An Yu was truly clever. She knew exactly when to share information and how to turn it into a future benefit. Soon, Qin Feng's attention landed on a large well. He looked at it with a slightly puzzled expression, wondering if this was really the entrance. The well was so wide and obvious that it was hard to believe someone could simply fall into it by accident while walking. Without a doubt, that girl's Sister Hai was truly one of a kind. Without hesitating for even a moment, Qin Feng jumped straight into the well. A system window immediately appeared, welcoming him to the Tomb of Resentment and informing him that long-range communication would be blocked inside this area. Qin Feng landed at the bottom of the well, steadied himself, and then began walking forward along the dark corridor. At that moment, a massive monster appeared in front of him. It was the Wailing Spirit, a level 12 creature of gold rank. Qin Feng quietly studied the boss in front of him. In his previous life, he had never encountered this particular Wailing Spirit, but judging from its huge body and dangerous appearance, he could tell it had extremely high attack power and a wide attack range. It was clearly the type that dealt physical damage. That also explained why An Yu and the others had fled in panic. The equipment and skill books he had sold them did not increase their defense by much. Even Wang Meng, a holy shield warrior with around 5,000 HP at this stage, would probably lose at least half his health if he took a single hit from this boss. Qin Feng continued watching the boss in silence, fully aware that if that axe landed on him directly, death would be unavoidable. In the next instant, Qin Feng combined Blessed Release with Instant Shadow Slash. His body flashed forward, and with a swift, precise strike, he cut off the monster's arms. He knew this boss had extremely high defense, and Instant Shadow Slash could only deal 80% of its normal damage against it. But that was not a problem. The creature would never be able to endure the follow-up throat-slitting damage from Blessed Release. But right then, the monster's severed arm suddenly began moving toward Qin Feng, and even he felt a flash of alarm. A moment later, the arm exploded. Qin Feng reacted quickly and leapt away from the area just in time. His eyes narrowed in surprise as he realized what it was: a corpse explosion. Qin Feng immediately admitted to himself that he had been careless by not dodging sooner. Fortunately, Ghost Blur had activated at the critical moment. Otherwise, that blast would have already killed him. The boss's corpse soon transformed into Lifespan. Qin Feng suddenly remembered something similar from his previous life. Back then, they had once killed an unknown boss, and one of the team members had excitedly rushed forward to loot the body, only for the corpse to explode and wipe him out instantly. Some entire teams had even been annihilated by boss corpse explosions, though that usually happened with platinum-level bosses and above. He had not expected a mere gold-level boss inside this tomb to self-destruct in the same terrifying way. Qin Feng then activated Greedy Hand and began collecting the loot scattered before him. A string of system notifications appeared. For killing the resentful ghost, a gold-level boss, he gained 1,010 days of tradable lifespan and 20 evolution points. He also obtained the platinum-level skill book, Dark Knight Ring Blade. Because he used Greedy Hand, he received an additional 630 days of tradable lifespan, along with the platinum-tier Resentment leather armor. Qin Feng was genuinely surprised. This time, he had actually obtained both a piece of equipment and a skill book that he could use himself. According to the system, Dark Knight Ring Blade was a platinum-tier assassin skill. It could infuse the blade with dark power, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius, while adding 500 points of dark elemental attack. The skill's cooldown was 10 seconds, but with his current effects, it would be reduced to 5.7 seconds. Its level requirement was 11, which meant Qin Feng could use it right now. He was pleased, because this was exactly the kind of elemental damage skill the assassin class needed. Since the Shadow class had higher spirit attributes than strength, its magic attack power was actually stronger than its physical attack power. That was precisely why elemental skills like Dark Knight Ring Blade suited him so well, and Qin Feng understood that he should focus more on improving his spirit stats to maximize this type of damage. At the moment, his attributes stood at 9 strength, 9 constitution, 24 agility, and 15 spirit. Qin Feng let out a breath, then decided to advance the skill to epic level and see how much it would improve. He immediately spent 6 evolution points, leaving himself with 36 points remaining. Dark Knight Ring Blade evolved from Platinum to Emerald, then to Diamond, and finally reached Epic. After the upgrade, its dark elemental damage radius expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters, and the added dark elemental attack increased from 500 points to 1,300 points. After the skill finished evolving, Qin Feng checked the result again. The range had grown from 5 meters to 12 meters, and the additional attack had climbed from 500 points to 1,300 points. His eyes became serious as he considered the skill's real value. Because it was an area attack, its additional attack power could not be considered overwhelmingly high, and the total damage from a single use still could not compare to Shadow Slash. Even so, it was absolutely a divine skill when it came to clearing groups of smaller enemies. Shadow Slash could cut within a 5-meter range, but in the end, it was still a straight-line skill. Dark Knight Ring Blade, on the other hand, was a true area skill, which made it far more effective whenever Qin Feng was surrounded. The system then displayed the details of the platinum-level Resentment leather armor. It granted 55 points of physical defense, 45 points to all elemental resistances, 42 points of damage block, and 777 points of health. Its equipment requirement was level 11. In addition, it carried the Resentment effect, which granted him 30 points of base attack power after he was attacked. Qin Feng began walking toward a giant door while thinking over the armor's value. The Resentment effect itself was not especially important, but the leather armor's base defense, elemental resistances, and damage block were all extremely high. It was enough to replace the level 5 Golden Ghostfire leather armor he was currently wearing. As for the remaining loot, there were about 20 items in total, and selling them all would bring in more than 10,000 days of lifespan. Now that he had entered the tomb, he hoped he could find some good materials inside, and if he could obtain a mount, that would be even better. At the same time, somewhere else, a goblin swung its sword with vicious force, cutting Qin Xiaoyu and her friend in half. A moment later, Qin Xiaoyu and her party respawned back in town once again. The man was so furious that he completely lost control, shouting like a madman in front of everyone. Then he suddenly grabbed Qin Xiaoyu by the collar, yanking her close with a furious look on his face. He coldly told her she was completely useless, someone who had only grown taller, but had never grown a brain. Then he scolded her even harder, saying that every time the team got wiped out, it was always because of her mistakes. Because of her, he now had only 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left. With a rough shove, he threw Qin Xiaoyu hard onto the ground. Then he pointed at her and threatened her, warning her not to even think about looking for him at school. If she dared to come after him there, he made it clear that he would definitely deal with her himself. Qin Xiaoyu's friend quickly rushed over and bent down to help her up. Meanwhile, the man did not stay another second and directly disconnected from the game. Her friend looked at Qin Xiaoyu with concern and asked her to come along to her parents' small town. She explained that she had heard there was a community support group there, one specifically created to help elderly people and players like them who did not know how to play the game properly. As Qin Xiaoyu listened, her fists clenched tighter and tighter, and the anger in her chest became almost impossible to hold back. In the end, Qin Xiaoyu disconnected from the game as well, and rejected her friend's suggestion. She told Yan Yan to go by herself, making it clear that she would not be following her. Still furious, Qin Xiaoyu opened her eyes in bed. The anger had not faded at all. She immediately picked up her phone and sent Han Han a message asking if he could help her level up. Han Han smiled when he saw her request and did not refuse right away. But he quickly gave her a condition. If she wanted him to help raise her by 1 level, then she had to spend 1 night with him. He even said he wanted to see how the famous school goddess behaved in bed. Qin Xiaoyu exploded with anger the moment she read that. She called him an ugly monster and scolded him for actually thinking he had the right to take advantage of her. Then she coldly told him to get lost. But soon, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Her tone changed completely as she told Han Han that, actually, she had always liked him too. She claimed that the only reason she had refused his confession before was because her brother Qin Feng had been controlling her. Now that she had cut ties with Qin Feng, she said they could finally be together openly without worrying about anything. But Han Han did not fall for it at all. Han Han immediately called her an idiot and asked if she was trying to make him laugh himself to death. He pointed out that if she could cut ties with her own brother so easily, then who knew what she might do to him later. After saying that, he coldly ordered her to get out. With no other choice, Qin Xiaoyu started contacting one person after another. First, she reached out to Sharp Young Master, inviting him to come over to her house and keep her company, while also helping her level up along the way. But he recognized her immediately and mocked her without mercy. He bragged that he was now a platinum-level talent and already had plenty of women around him, then told her to get lost. After that, she tried her luck with Brother Xiaoma. She told him she was bored and waiting for him in Shell Town. But his reply was just as cold. He reminded her that everyone already knew how she had deceived Zhang Wei, then threatened that if she bothered him again, he would test his new skill on her. Qin Xiaoyu became both sad and desperate. She cursed those men in her heart, feeling that not a single one of them could be trusted when she truly needed help. In her despair, she thought about the fact that she only had 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan left, and she had no idea what she was supposed to do now. Tears filled her eyes as she sat there alone. For the first time, the silence around her felt cold and suffocating. Then Qin Xiaoyu suddenly thought of Qin Feng, no matter what. She believed he definitely would not ignore her. He had to have some way to solve her problem, so she decided she needed to go back and find him to confirm it herself. By the time night had fallen, several hours had already passed. Qin Xiaoyu finally arrived outside Qin Feng's apartment. For a brief moment, she imagined herself walking inside, finding Qin Feng there, saying a few soft words of apology, and then watching him forgive her like before. But almost immediately, she rejected that thought. She had done nothing wrong, so why should she be the one to apologize? As she prepared to knock on the door, she forced herself not to think that way. She convinced herself that lowering her head would only be temporary. First, she would pretend to be obedient and let Qin Feng help her level up. She was sure he would agree, because ever since childhood, he had always been the person who cared about her the most. A pleased smile slowly spread across Qin Xiaoyu's face. Once she leveled up and escaped the crisis of running out of lifespan, she would cut ties with Qin Feng completely. That was her plan, and in that moment, Qin Xiaoyu truly thought she was a genius. Feeling satisfied with herself, she knocked on the door and called for Qin Feng to open it. When there was no response, she knocked again, raising her voice as she wondered aloud whether he had already fallen asleep. Then she announced that she had come back. As the silence continued, her tone gradually became more anxious and pleading, and she begged him to please open the door. Finally, Qin Xiaoyu lost her patience. In a burst of anger, she kicked the door open, but the moment she looked inside, she froze in shock, because there was no one in the apartment. She stared around the room in disbelief, wondering where Qin Feng had gone. But what shocked her even more was that the bed, the table, the clothes, and everything else in the apartment had disappeared. Qin Xiaoyu quickly turned on her phone and tried calling Qin Feng, but no matter how long she waited, there was no answer. She had no idea where our boy had gone, and the empty apartment only made her panic grow heavier. At the same time, deep inside the tomb of resentment, Qin Feng was slaughtering every monster in his path. Not long after, he finally realized that he had reached the deepest end of the tomb. Qin Feng summoned a devout follower and looked ahead. Along the way, he had already wiped out more than 200 minor monsters, along with several bronze and silver level bosses. Because of that, he was now very close to reaching level 12. In front of him stood the final coffin. He knew that once it was opened, the tomb's ultimate boss would appear, and he hoped the boss inside would be platinum level. The devout follower stepped forward and began pushing against the coffin lid. Qin Feng kept his eyes fixed on the coffin, watching every movement carefully. Then, not long after, something strange began to happen. A sinister wave of evil energy surged out and poured into the devout follower's body through its eyes and mouth. The system immediately informed our boy that his devout follower had been annihilated. Qin Feng instantly realized what he was facing. This was Death Miasma, a gold-level boss. He cursed his terrible luck for running into such a disgusting enemy, because he knew this boss had no physical form, which meant it was completely immune to physical attacks. He remembered that in his previous life, someone had once released this very boss, and the miasma eventually spread all the way to a nearby base. Because of that disaster, countless civilians who had no idea what was happening were either killed or badly injured. Being possessed by Death Miasma was practically a death sentence. Unless a teammate could dispel it in time, or unless the victim belonged to one of the rare classes with special invincibility-type skills, survival was almost impossible. A serious light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he decided to use Dark Night Ring Blade, and shadows immediately began spinning around his body. Thanks to that skill, Qin Feng was finally able to see the boss's true body hidden deep inside the miasma. Qin Feng gripped his dagger and attacked the true body directly. In the next moment, a system window appeared, informing him that he had killed the gold-tier boss, Death Miasma. Qin Feng knew very well that even though Death Miasma was officially classified as gold-tier, its actual strength was clearly above many platinum-level bosses. Unfortunately, its drops would still only be gold-grade. Luckily, the Dark Night Ring Blade he had just learned dealt magic damage, which allowed him to handle this boss. As the corpse turned into lifespan orbs, Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand and collected the loot. He let out a quiet sigh. After going through so much effort to clear this tomb, he could only hope the boss would drop something truly worthwhile from the gold-tier loot. Then Qin Feng obtained a rare item called the Mount Bell, and his eyes widened slightly the moment he saw it. Our boy was immediately pleased, because the boss had really dropped a mount. This proved that Lin Lu's famous koi-like luck was not just some empty rumor, but something completely real. According to the system description, the Mount Bell, Ghost Nightwolf could summon a level 11 Ghost Nightwolf. The creature could assist in battle and could also be ridden as a mount, with the only requirement being that the user had to be at least level 11. Qin Feng remembered very clearly that the Ghost Nightwolf was one of the fastest mounts available in the early stages of the game. The Ghost Nightwolf was level 11 and belonged to Gold grade. Its attributes were impressive for this stage, with 148 strength, 155 constitution, 135 spirit, and a remarkable 191 agility. The mount would gain experience alongside its owner and grow stronger over time. However, if the bell was traded to someone else, the Ghost Nightwolf's level would reset back to its initial state. Its abilities were just as eye-catching. While mounted, it increased movement speed by 245%. Its Nightwalk ability allowed the mount to remain permanently in level 1 stealth during the night. Attacking would break the stealth effect, but it would add 120 reveal damage, and the mount would need 60 seconds before entering stealth again. Its Pounce skill allowed it to leap at a single target 3 times in a row, with each strike dealing an extra 267 physical damage and a 12-second cooldown. Finally, Wolf Howl could grant allied units plus 35 attack, plus 35 physical defense, and plus 35 all-element resistance for 180 seconds, though it had a 600-second cooldown. Qin Feng understood immediately that this was not just a simple mount, it was also a battle pet that could fight alongside him. And the fact that it came with a stealth ability made this harvest even more valuable. To Qin Feng, this was an enormous gain. Under the cover of night, Qin Feng mounted the Ghost Nightwolf and rode out from the ruins, heading toward his next destination. His plan was already clear. First, he needed to reach level 15 and gather enough lifespan to extract the mount into the real world. Once he logged out of the game again, he would head straight to Magic City to eliminate Kai and Qian Shishi, cutting off any possible future threat at the root. As Qin Feng passed by Zhanghai Coliseum, he remembered that the place covered an enormous area. It also had 2 additional underground levels, forming a complicated labyrinth beneath the surface. The entire place was crawling with monsters, which made it exactly the kind of area Qin Feng needed. For him, this was not a danger zone, but the perfect hunting ground to raise his level as quickly as possible. The ghost Nightwolf moved with light, nimble jumps, carrying Qin Feng up along the wall of Zhanghai Coliseum. The top of the massive structure was packed with powerful monsters, each one giving off a dangerous aura. Those monsters soon noticed him. One after another, their eyes turned toward our boy, locking onto him from the shadows of the Coliseum wall. The ghost Nightwolf suddenly bent its legs and leapt forward, launching itself from the high wall with incredible speed. Qin Feng and his beast dropped from above together, descending straight from the sky toward the crowd of monsters below. A sharp light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. His expression became calm but determined, as if the entire battlefield had already fallen under his control. Then he activated Shadow Instant Slash. His figure blurred through the monsters like a streak of darkness, and our boy began cutting them down one after another in a brutal massacre. At the same time, in another part of the ruins, Yu was also fighting. With her sword in hand, she struck down one of the monsters roaming the area. The monster's corpse dissolved into lifespan, and Yu finally let out a small breath of relief as the pressure on her shoulders eased a little. Her teammate, Ma Neiliang, the son of a department head in Zhanghai City, immediately began clapping and praising her. He said that Captain An truly lived up to her reputation and that her damage was simply insane. He praised the hidden class dragon swordsman as incredibly powerful, then openly declared that Yu was absolutely the woman he had set his sights on. But Yu only looked at the fallen boss and said that this gold boss was merely level 8, yet they had still spent more than 10 minutes fighting it. Because of that, she really could not understand how Shadow had managed to solo kill a platinum boss. Ma Neiliang kept praising her. But when it came to Shadow, his tone turned dismissive. He said Shadow was nothing more than a stealth-type assassin who relied on hiding and slowly grinding bosses down. In his eyes, that kind of fighting style could never lead someone to true greatness. Deep down, he felt pleased, because he knew Yu had no powerful background supporting her. With his status as the son of an official, subduing her would be easy. Yu, however, glanced at him and asked whether a mediocre archer like him would not be even better suited for slowly wearing down a boss. Ma Neiliang immediately lost his balance and fell backward onto the ground. Sitting there awkwardly, he quickly explained that he was an upright person and would never lower himself to doing something like that. Then his expression turned serious. He said he had heard that Shadow had an extremely terrible character and was a ruthless killer in the real world. He also claimed to know a hunter from the Metropolitan Police who already possessed level 3 anti-stealth skills. Because of that, he suggested setting up a trap, uncovering Shadow's real-world identity, and then taking control of him afterward. In Ma Neiliang's view, someone like Shadow could only be trusted if he was forced to work under their organization. Otherwise, incidents like Song Fei and Zhang Lai would continue happening again and again. He even said he was already tired of cleaning up Shadow's messes. Hearing this, Yu and Wang Meng exchanged a look, and then both of them started laughing at Ma Liang. They asked him if he truly still did not understand the situation. It was not that Shadow had begged them to clean up after him. In reality, they were the ones who had to follow behind and clean up what Shadow left behind, because only by doing that could they make sure their interests stayed aligned with his and maintain cooperation. Then they reminded him of Shadow's achievements, the world's first solo kill of a gold boss and the world's first solo kill of a platinum boss. Ma Neiliang's face twisted with anger. To him, Shadow was still nothing more than a fragile assassin. He snapped back, asking why they could not control Shadow as long as their anti-stealth level could keep up. Then he scolded them as a bunch of nobodies, furious that they dared to lecture him. After that, Ma Neiliang turned toward Yu and told her to watch carefully. He declared that he would ruin Shadow's reputation and capture him himself. When that day came, he said Yu would be kneeling in front of him, apologizing and begging for his forgiveness. Wang Meng ignored Ma Liang's boasting and turned to Yu, asking what loot the boss had dropped. Yu checked the reward and replied that it had dropped a piece of gold-tier equipment meant for a priest. There was also one piece of silver-tier equipment and a silver-tier skill book. And Yu touched her chin thoughtfully, remembering how Shadow usually sold them several pieces of gold equipment and sometimes even platinum gear. That made her wonder just how many bosses he had actually killed, or maybe his talent was related to treasure hunting and all those items came from opening chests. Wang Meng's expression gradually turned serious, and he admitted that he was a little worried. And Yu looked at him in confusion. Wang Meng then brought up the Zhongnan restaurant case, the incident where the entire Dongfeng family had been killed during a gathering. Then Wang Meng raised a disturbing possibility. If Shadow had really been the one behind that case, were they still supposed to continue cleaning up after him? He admitted that he still did not fully understand Shadow's personality, and what worried him most was the possibility that Shadow might actually be a ruthless serial killer in real life. And Yu naturally knew about that case as well. The higher-ups were taking the matter very seriously, and almost everyone was privately speculating whether the whole thing had something to do with Shadow. But An Yu only smiled with confidence. She said that even if Shadow really had been responsible for that case, she would still choose to cooperate with him. And even if the higher-ups refused to clean up what he left behind, she would personally stand on his side. Wang Meng looked even more confused and asked her why. And Yu simply replied that the real question was, who would not want to support Shadow? Just then, one of their subordinates appeared and reported that they had found a place up ahead that looked like an arena. However, every monster inside had already been killed. The subordinate's face was serious as he explained that bodies were scattered everywhere. He had no idea which party had been powerful enough to clear out all the monsters in that arena. The moment An Yu heard that, she became visibly happy and immediately decided to go check the arena herself. Seeing her reaction, Wang Meng became even more puzzled. Soon, they arrived at Zhanghai Coliseum. The moment they stepped into the area, they saw lifespans scattered across the ground in large amounts. Everyone was stunned by the unbelievable amount of loot in front of them. There had to have been hundreds of smaller monsters here, and that made them wonder what kind of party could possibly clear this entire place. Captain An Yu, however, was certain that Shadow had been here. With that in mind, she suggested they search the surrounding area because they might be able to run into him. Ma Liang immediately questioned why she was so sure it had been Shadow. Captain An Yu answered calmly that the reason was simple. Shadow was number 1 on the leaderboard. Their own party was right behind him. And if even they could not accomplish something like this, then it could only have been Shadow. Ma Liang was furious and argued that he also had invisibility, so he could do the same thing if he simply spent more time. That was all there was to it. And Yu ignored his anger and smiled as she contacted Shadow. Since he had cleared so many monsters, she guessed he must have plenty of gear and skill books he did not need, so she directly proposed that he sell those items to them. At that exact moment, Ma Liang's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Qin Feng appeared behind him, seated calmly on the back of the ghost Nightwolf. The sight of the wolf startled Ma Liang so badly that he dropped onto the ground, landing on his backside. On the other side, Captain An Yu's eyes lit up with excitement as she quickly asked Qin Feng where he had gotten a mount. Qin Feng replied calmly that it was thanks to the coordinates Little Black had given him that he had managed to obtain this mount. When Little Black heard that, her face immediately flushed red. She lowered her gaze a little and softly said there was no need to mention it. Qin Feng then decided to make a deal with Captain An Yu. He suggested that she take all the items scattered on the ground as one full package, with the conditions staying the same as usual. An Yu nodded and said she understood. If she was not satisfied, she simply did not have to buy it. She already knew very well that Shadow's prices had always been fair. While they were talking, Ma Liang stood nearby with rage building in his chest. His eyes widened, and his expression grew darker by the second. He felt completely humiliated by Shadow's sudden appearance and the way everyone treated him. In his heart, Ma Liang swore that he would make all of them pay for this insult. Mounted on the ghost Nightwolf, Qin Feng continued moving forward through the ruins, leaving the others behind as he advanced deeper into the area. According to the system chart, Qin Feng had already reached level 13. Below him, at level 10, were Justice Enforcement and Wang Meng, while Black Goblin Big Liza had also appeared at level 10. Our boy now had 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points. Qin Feng felt pleased because after clearing the arena ruins this time, he had obtained a fairly good gold-grade skill book. The skill book was called Silent Concealment. It was gold-grade and allowed the user to enter stealth while remaining completely still. As long as they did not attack or move, they could stay invisible indefinitely. Attacking from this state added 300 points of detection penetration damage. The cooldown was 120 seconds, and the required level to use it was 13. Qin Feng immediately realized that this skill did more than simply strengthen his stealth. Its true value was that if he used it in reality and combined it with the invincible state from the game, he could make himself disappear completely in the real world. Without wasting time, he decided to evolve the skill book to epic level, consuming 11 evolution points. The skill quickly improved, rising from gold to platinum, then to emerald, then diamond, and finally epic. After the upgrade, the extra damage from a stealth penetration attack increased from 300 points to 800 points. At the same time, the cooldown dropped from 120 seconds to 60 seconds. Once that was done, Qin Feng decided to evolve some of his other skills as well. First, he spent 34 evolution points to raise Venomous Dart to epic level. The skill advanced from emerald to diamond and finally to epic, and its effects improved greatly. Its maximum range grew to 20 meters, its on-hit attack damage increased to 400, and it now applied the Venom status. That status dealt 100% damage per second for 5 seconds, had no weakness bonus, and could not stack. After that, Qin Feng invested a massive 200 evolution points to upgrade Graceful Release to mythic level. Once it evolved from legendary to mythic, its weakness attack bonus surged to plus 300%, and its weakness attack multiplier doubled, while its level remained at 5. Its active use now applied the Throat Slash effect, dealing 200% of the attack's damage every second for 3 seconds. Its cooldown was also reduced to just 15 seconds or 9.7 seconds after his bonuses. Qin Feng felt deeply satisfied because mythic-level skills were truly powerful. From now on, aside from certain special monsters, almost every attack he made would count as a weak point strike. Then he took out the necklace, examined it carefully, and decided it was time to evolve it as well. This was the Deceiver's Pendant, a platinum-grade assassin accessory. It granted 45 points of physical attack, 20 points of strength, and 20 points of constitution. Its equipment requirement was level 13, and it also had a special effect that increased stealth level by 1. After combining the effects of his skills and equipment, Qin Feng realized that his stealth level had now reached level 4. At this stage, he was convinced that no one could detect him. In addition, he also had the item Shadow Veil. Thanks to it, his evasion rate had directly climbed to an impressive 83%. This gold-tier Shadow Veil was assassin-type equipment, granting 5 points of constitution, 5 points of spirit, and a 32% evasion rate. Right at that moment, a small explosion suddenly rang out nearby. Qin Feng immediately stopped moving, turning his attention toward the source of the sound to find out what had happened. And as he turned around, something began slowly emerging from the darkness. The creature standing before them was a towering boss, its arms made from heavy chains, and where hands should have been, 2 razor-sharp blades gleamed like execution weapons. Qin Feng recognized her almost immediately. This was the Steel Saintess, and the moment he realized it, a question flashed through his mind: what lunatic had actually dared to release a boss like this here? Memories from his previous life rushed back. Back then, the Steel Saintess had appeared among the ruins of Zhanghai City, and more than 1,000 players had joined forces to hunt her. But instead of victory, the battle ended in disaster, with over 4,000 deaths piling up before it was over. In truth, she was the guardian of the church sanctuary, the second largest refuge hidden within the Zhonghai ruins. Qin Feng had originally planned to take care of Kai and Shishi first, before coming back for this boss, but now that she had shown herself right in front of him, there was no point delaying it anymore. With a powerful leap, the wolf sprang upward, claws scraping against the wall as it climbed straight onto the top of a nearby building. The Steel Saintess suddenly began whirling her chain-like arms in wide, violent circles, and every sweep turned the area around her into a slaughter field for the nearby players. One player was cut down on the spot, and the instant the others saw him fall, their faces changed. Only then did they realize this boss was far stronger than they had imagined. Before the rest of them could even react properly, the Steel Saintess swung both blade arms with terrifying force, sending her weapons tearing through the surrounding players one after another. Watching those players still trying to challenge the Steel Saintess head-on, Qin Feng instantly understood that they had badly overestimated themselves. At that moment, a player riding a tiger charged forward to confront the boss. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and recognized him at once: Chen Wuming, the man who possessed the hidden class known as Paladin. This was an old acquaintance from Qin Feng's previous life. The two of them had fought each other for 9 long years without ever deciding a clear winner. Chen Wuming was slippery, cunning, and full of dirty tricks. Whenever he was pushed into a corner, he always found some shameless way to escape. Qin Feng also remembered that, in his previous life, the Steel Saintess had ultimately been defeated by Chen Wuming's guild, the Night Sanctuary. That victory helped create the famous saying, West/God East Sanctuary, because the two powers ended up controlling the western and eastern sides of Jianghai City's ruins. When the Knights Sanctuary Guild first began recruiting members, they forced newcomers to sign an extremely cruel contract. It promised protection on the surface, but the price was brutal, a lifespan tax that could reach as high as 50%. Most ordinary members eventually became black slaves, trapped into working for the guild's higher-ranking players. A look of delighted surprise flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. To him, this timing was simply perfect. This time, he silently vowed Chen Wuming would not be getting away again. The Steel Saintess continued spinning her arms with crushing force, her attention locked on the chaos around her. Using that opening, Qin Feng slipped forward under invisibility and quietly landed near her. A dark, vicious light flickered in his eyes. Without wasting even a second, he activated the Dark Knight Ring blade, and in a blur of movement, he cut down the players standing close to him. Wrapped in a blood-red aura, Qin Feng began rotating at high speed, his blade light sweeping outward as players fell one after another. Seeing his own people being wiped out so suddenly, Chen Wuming froze in disbelief. The moment he realized the attacker was Shadow, Chen Wuming shouted at him in confusion, asking why he was killing his men when they had no grudge or hatred between them. Qin Feng appeared silently behind him, his gaze cold and filled with killing intent. Then, in an almost absurdly calm voice, he replied that it was because he did not eat beef. Hearing such a strange answer, Chen Wuming's eyes widened with fear. With an icy and arrogant expression, Qin Feng launched instant Shadow Slash. In the next breath, Chen Wuming was cut down before he could make another move. After that, Qin Feng raised his hand and immediately released the skill Blooming Curse. Not long afterward, the players who had been killed reappeared back in their town after respawning. Chen Wuming was burning with rage, unable to understand what Shadow not eating beef had anything to do with them. Beside him, one of his subordinates suddenly panicked because his lifespan had dropped all the way to 0. Chen Wuming immediately realized this had to be the effect of one of Shadow's skills. He decided they would gather their forces and strike back, but before that, they needed to move somewhere else to level up and recover the lifespan they had lost. Among the players who had respawned with them, Qin Zhaoyu was also there. She could not hold back her tears as fear and confusion overwhelmed her. She kept wondering why Shadow had targeted her directly, especially now that her remaining lifespan was already on the verge of being completely exhausted. At the same time, the system notified Qin Feng that his Flower Bloom Curse had absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 full year of non-tradable lifespan from Xiaoyaoya. Qin Feng's mood instantly lifted when he realized she had actually been in Chen Wuming's party. His eyes widened with visible excitement. The fact that he had only absorbed such a small amount of lifespan from her proved just how desperate she already was. That desperation must have been what pushed her into joining the Knights Sanctuary Guild as a black slave. In Qin Feng's eyes, this was exactly what she deserved. Just then, the Steel Saintess suddenly launched an attack toward Shadow, and the impact kicked up a thick cloud of smoke across the battlefield. When the smoke finally scattered, Shadow was still unharmed. He had dodged the attack with ghostly blur, and Qin Feng knew very well that during the boss's first phase, she was not especially difficult for him to handle. The Steel Saintess seemed momentarily confused, as if she had not expected her attack to miss so cleanly. The chains that made up her arms suddenly pulled tight, each link stretching with a sharp metallic strain. A moment later, both of her chain arms began spinning again, gathering speed as the blades cut through the air. Yet even as she moved, there was a strange sense that she did not fully understand what was happening around her. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened with focus. He knew that in this phase, the Steel Saintess only relied on repeatedly swinging her chain swords, mixing targeted strikes with wide-area physical attacks. Qin Feng appeared above her and decided to combine Blessed Release with Plague Blade. Once his attack landed, Blessed Release would apply the Throat Slash effect, triggering a burst of massive damage, while Plague Blade would detonate with toxin damage 3 seconds after impact. He struck with frightening speed, his attack landing cleanly and shaving several thousand points of damage from the Steel Saintess's health. Right after that, he followed up with Throat Slash, carving a deep wound across her throat. In only the blink of an eye, the Steel Saintess's HP bar plunged sharply, dropping to less than half. Her eyes suddenly flared with rage, glowing as if the fury inside her had been awakened. Qin Feng remained perfectly calm. He knew the true reason this boss had been feared as a sanctuary guardian was not her first phase, but the terrifying second phase that came after it. Once half of her health was gone, the demon sealed inside her body would wake up. From that moment on, every bit of damage she received would be reflected equally back at the attacker. There was even a legend claiming that a portal existed inside the demon's stomach. According to that rumor, anyone swallowed by the demon would be transported to some unknown place, said to be at the bottom of a volcano. But in Qin Feng's previous life, no one had ever truly achieved that. He suspected that a few idiots had simply mistaken it for a mechanic from some other game. A group of players stood at a distance, watching the battle unfold. In their eyes, Shadow was unbelievably ruthless. The Platinum Tier boss had clearly been summoned by the Knights Sanctum Guild, yet Shadow had suddenly appeared and wiped them out completely. And immediately after that, he had used just one skill to tear away half of the boss's health, forcing the Steel Saintess straight into her second phase. While those players were still whispering among themselves, Qin Feng, hidden under invisibility, quietly turned his attention toward them. His gaze became serious. Qin Feng knew that the Steel Saintess had one weakness in her second phase. Whenever she launched an attack, her damage reflection effect would briefly disappear. That meant if he struck at the exact moment she attacked, he could avoid being hit by the reflected damage. The problem was that many of his strongest skills, Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Plague Blade, and Poison Dagger, caused damage over time. If he used any of them carelessly, the reflected damage would still bounce back, and with his current development, that would kill him instantly. As Qin Feng thought it over, his mind shifted to the players who had been secretly watching him from the cliff. A new idea formed at once. He would use them. One of the players pushed forward and told the others to move aside, saying he wanted to get a clearer look at what was happening below. This man was known as Anquan. The moment the others saw him arrive, their expressions brightened with relief. One of Anquan's subordinates quickly explained that they had already been watching for a long time and had memorized all of the boss's skills, since the Steel Saintess only had a limited number of moves. The girl smiled lightly as she stretched out both hands, showing what had happened after the boss's health fell below half. At that exact moment, the boss suddenly stopped moving, and subtle changes began appearing across her body, almost like new abilities were awakening. But right as the boss entered her second phase, Shadow vanished from sight as well. Anquan stared at the scene in disbelief, unable to accept that Shadow had been fighting such a boss completely on his own. A furious light immediately flashed through Anquan's eyes. His expression darkened, and without wasting another second, he turned to his subordinate Zhao Tu and ordered her to activate Red Eye, telling her to confirm whether Shadow was still hiding somewhere nearby. Zhao Tu gave a quick nod, her face turning serious at once. She focused her attention forward and began channeling her ability, preparing to search the area carefully. A small rabbit soon appeared beside her, formed from her power. It darted across the ground and ran close to the boss, moving so quietly and naturally that it did not draw the boss's attention at all. After searching for a while, Zhao Tu finally reported that she still could not locate Shadow anywhere. From what she could tell, he had most likely already left the battlefield. When Anquan heard that even her level 3 anti-stealth ability had failed to detect him, his face tightened. In his mind, that could only mean Shadow was gone, because he refused to believe that anyone could actually possess level 4 invisibility. Without another word, Anquan suddenly leapt from the building and dropped straight down toward the ground below. Zhao Tu watched him move so abruptly, and for a moment, confusion flickered across her face. Before leaving her position, Anquan told Zhao Tu to keep her eyes locked on the area. If Shadow appeared again, even for a second, she had to warn him immediately. Zhao Tu nodded in response. Anquan then landed on the ground, steadied himself, and slowly drew his swords, his posture shifting into that of someone ready to enter battle. Excitement lit up in Anquan's eyes, and a confident smile spread across his face. To the surrounding players, challenging a Platinum Tier boss alone looked no different from throwing his life away. But then someone in the crowd recognized him. That player remembered seeing Anquan back in the starting town, where he had taken down a Gold Tier boss without suffering even a single scratch. Soon, people began whispering about his class, Soul Warrior, a class that granted him 100% dodge whenever he rolled. This was none other than the famous player known as Safety First, and rumors said he had once been a top global streamer for Souls-type games known for terrifyingly fast reflexes. The boss quickly noticed his presence. Her attention shifted away from everything else and locked directly onto Anquan. In the next instant, the boss launched her attack. Her sharp, blade-like arms sliced through the air as she struck toward him with deadly speed. Fortunately, Anquan reacted just in time. His body dropped low, and he slid across the ground, narrowly slipping past the attack as the blade missed him by a hair. The boss immediately formed arms made of pure energy, raising them high before trying to crush Anquan into the ground. But Anquan rolled again at the perfect moment, slipping out from under the blow and avoiding the impact once more. When the boss reached out and tried to grab him directly, Anquan did not panic. He rolled away again, creating distance between them and escaping her grasp before she could close her fingers around him. His subordinates could not hold back their excitement and began praising him loudly. They were stunned by how cleanly he dodged every attack, and even more impressed by how calm he remained under pressure. What amazed them most was his discipline. He never got greedy for one extra hit, never overextended, and every move looked controlled and brilliant. One of them smiled in admiration and said Anquan was truly incredible, perfectly avoiding every strike the boss threw at him. What made it even more unbelievable was that slash effects kept flashing across the boss's body at the same time, making him wonder whether the Soul Warrior class was really that terrifying. The black-haired woman then explained with a curious look that every time Anquan rolled, he triggered the Soul Warrior's special passive counterattack mechanic. In other words, each perfect dodge was not just an escape, it also struck back at the boss. That was why the boss's HP kept falling every time Anquan rolled away. Xiao Tu smiled and made it clear that perfect dodging was only the most basic part of Anquan's strength. What truly made him dangerous was the brutal offense hidden inside his movements. Every attack landed with sharp precision and heavy force, turning what looked like defense into a relentless assault. With his timing and skill combos, Anquan was not merely untouchable, he was lethal. His defense kept him alive, but his offense was what ended battles quickly. The boss grew increasingly frantic as she tried again and again to catch Anquan, her attacks chasing after him without ever quite landing. Confidence shone in Xiao Tu's eyes as she continued explaining. If Anquan successfully triggered a dodge during his roll, then his next attack would ignore 50% of the boss's defense, making every counter even more dangerous. At that moment, Anquan suddenly turned back to face the boss head-on. Blue energy began rising from his body, wrapping around him like a surging aura. The instant his subordinates saw that striking effect, they realized what it meant. This next blow was not going to be ordinary. It was definitely going to deal 4-digit damage. Anquan's eyes gleamed with excitement, and the smile on his face grew even sharper as he prepared to strike. Before the boss could properly react, Anquan unleashed the powerful attack he had been building up. His body moved with the grace of a dance, and in a flash, one strike split into 3 shadow-like arcs, rushing forward with the speed and brilliance of falling stars. With complete control, Anquan drove his swords through the openings in the boss's defenses, carving deep wounds with frightening accuracy. In just the blink of an eye, the boss's HP bar dropped all the way below half. His subordinates immediately burst into applause. Before they had even fully realized what had happened, the boss had already been pushed down to only 1/3 of her health. Anquan turned his back to the boss with absolute confidence, a proud smile spreading across his face, as if victory was already in his hands. But right at that moment, a sudden burst of powerful slashes tore through him from behind, dealing more than 34,000 points of damage in an instant and killing him on the spot. His subordinates immediately fell into panic. None of them could understand why Anquan had died, because they were certain he had dodged all of the boss's attacks. What confused them even more was that, although their skills had clearly hit the boss, her health did not fall from that final blow, even though they had all seen her HP drop sharply just moments earlier. Not far from the battlefield, Qin Feng stood quietly, watching everything unfold from the side. His gaze moved toward Anquan's lifespan orbs. Without making a sound, Qin Feng silently observed them and, in his heart, thanked Anquan. Because of Anquan's constant showboating, the boss had been forced to reveal many of her attacks and patterns. Joy flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. During all that chaos, he had actually been attacking non-stop from the shadows, steadily grinding the boss's health down until it finally reached 1/3. The Soul Warrior's flashy moves had indeed dealt some decent damage, but in the end, Anquan's own performance had pushed him straight into death. Because of the nature of his class, it was basically impossible for Anquan to defeat the Steel Maiden. When he rolled, he could not directly attack, and when he did attack, he was struck by reflected damage. For him, this boss was like a perfect curse. The boss began turning around, and Qin Feng's eyes immediately locked onto her movements. He instantly realized that the situation was turning bad. With her health already so low, the boss was clearly trying to retreat back into the church sanctuary. If she managed to return there, she would recover completely, and every bit of damage they had worked so hard to deal would become meaningless. Qin Feng silently glanced toward Anquan's remaining subordinates. Then his expression grew sharper, and a serious light appeared in his eyes. He understood that the Soul Warrior's sudden death had frightened them badly. There was almost no chance they would dare attack the boss again. But if the boss did not take action, her damage reflection effect would not disappear either. At this point, Qin Feng knew he had to get serious. Qin Feng landed directly in front of the Steel Maiden, blocking her path. No matter what, he could not allow her to return to the sanctuary. The other players were shocked the moment they saw him appear. To them, Anquan had only been a clown showing off, while Shadow was the true monster on this battlefield. Just thinking that all those cuts on the boss's body had actually come from Shadow moments earlier made them feel a chill. Xiao Tu was even more stunned. Her level 3 anti-invisibility had completely failed to detect him, which could only mean one thing. Shadow's invisibility was level 4 or even higher. One of the players suddenly fixed his eyes on Anquan's lifespan orbs. Greed flashed across his face, and his mouth nearly watered when he realized the Soul Warrior's loot was still lying there on the battlefield. In that instant, he began thinking of a way to snatch it back. Determination shone in Qin Feng's eyes as he activated Black Light Shield. A golden barrier appeared around his body, forming a 10-layer shield, with each layer capable of blocking 1 instance of damage. The Steel Maiden's attention shifted fully onto Qin Feng. Her arms twisted and transformed once again, hardening back into deadly blades. She struck without hesitation, and Qin Feng immediately understood that this was the exact opening he had been waiting for. Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash, his figure flashing forward as a series of rapid cuts tore toward the boss. After the exchange, Qin Feng stared closely at the Steel Maiden. His Black Light Shield now had only 7 layers remaining. He clearly remembered that out of the 9 strikes from Instant Shadow Slash, the final 3 had landed right after the boss's attack ended, during her damage counterattack phase. If those 3 hits had not been blocked by Black Light Shield, he would already be dead. The Steel Maiden then began gathering energy in her abdomen. A moment later, she suddenly leapt up and released a wave of purple flames. Qin Feng quickly stepped back. By the time he pulled away, every remaining layer of his Black Light Shield had been completely destroyed. The boss stared at him with eyes glowing wickedly. Qin Feng instantly realized how dangerous that flamethrower attack was. The damage came in at an extremely high frequency, and even with his dodge rate above 80%, it had shredded all 7 shield layers in an instant. If his reaction had been even half a second slower, that attack would have killed him immediately. While Qin Feng was distracted by the boss, one of the players quietly tried to sneak over and take Anquan's loot. But Qin Feng noticed him right away. Without turning it into a big scene, he flicked out a poison dart, and it shot straight into the man's forehead. The player dropped instantly, his body collapsing before he could even react, eliminated on the spot by Qin Feng's poison dart. Qin Feng's meaning was extremely clear. As long as he was standing there, no one was going to sneak in and steal the loot that belonged to him. The system then notified Qin Feng that from safety first, he had obtained 612 days of tradable lifespan and 67 years of non-tradable lifespan. On top of that, Blossom Curse had absorbed 355 days of tradable lifespan and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan from clean hands and feet. Qin Feng was a little surprised when he saw the numbers. Safety first had carried an unusually large amount of lifespan, which most likely meant he had never died before. That made him seem rather interesting, so Qin Feng decided not to use Blossom Curse on him for now. The Steel Maiden let out a furious roar, her voice shaking through the area, but Qin Feng's expression stayed calm as he faced her. He knew very well that from this point on, he would have to depend on Black Light Shield and regular Shadow Slash, slowly wearing her down bit by bit instead of rushing recklessly. The Steel Maiden struck with terrifying force, but Qin Feng pulled himself out of her attack range just in time. Her hands smashed heavily into the ground instead, sending impact through the floor. This method was not the fastest way to deal damage, but compared to risking his life, it was much safer. While Qin Feng continued clashing with the boss, Xiao Tu watched from the side with growing shock in her eyes. She had not expected Shadow to fight with such fierce pressure and control, and she could not help wondering what kind of skills he actually possessed. Before this, she had never understood how he managed to take so many first kills, but now that she was seeing him fight with her own eyes, she was fully convinced of his strength. A sharp light flashed through Qin Feng's eyes, and his resolve tightened. He decided that it was finally time to finish this battle with one last strike. Qin Feng moved in an instant, his figure cutting across the battlefield like a shadow. His blade tore through the Steel Maiden's body again and again, slicing her apart as if her defenses meant nothing. The system immediately confirmed that Qin Feng had killed the Steel Maiden. As a reward, he received 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and the Church Sanctuary key. The surrounding players were completely stunned. They could hardly believe that Shadow had really taken down the boss by himself. but at the same time, they finally understood why he was ranked first on the leaderboard. Qin Feng calmly collected the drops with greedy hand. Among the loot, he obtained an assassin-type emerald-tier leather armor piece called Black Flame's gift-piercing leather armor. This armor granted 95 points of physical defense, 120 points to all elemental resistances, 77 points of damage reduction, and 77 points of constitution. Its special effect, Black Flame's gift, could apply a stack of Black Flame status whenever Qin Feng attacked or was attacked with a maximum of 5 stacks. Each stack reduced the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%, though the effect would be weaker against Emerald-tier bosses or anything above that level. Qin Feng felt quite satisfied. Just this one piece of Emerald-tier equipment already gave better defensive value than the full armor sets most players could gather. Even better, the Black Flame's gift effect could weaken both defense and elemental resistance, making it far more useful than the loot dropped earlier by the Soul Purifier. He also obtained an Emerald-tier skill called Assassin's Instinct. This skill allowed him to partially sense the outline of invisible units, while also granting 2 points to his anti-invisibility level. After looking it over, Qin Feng immediately decided to upgrade it. The upgrade process consumed a total of 33 evolution points, leaving Qin Feng with 97 points remaining. Assassin's Instinct rose step by step from Emerald to Diamond, then to Epic, and finally all the way to Legendary tier. As it evolved, the anti-invisibility bonus increased from 2 points to 5 points. Once it reached Legendary tier, it gained an additional effect that allowed him to sense a target's weak points with even greater sensitivity, giving him a 50% critical hit damage modifier. In other words, this anti-invisibility skill had become a Legendary tier ability with level 5 anti-invisibility and a 50% critical damage boost. When combined with the passive effect of Graceful Deliverance, his total bonus reached 350%. Now, even with his eyes closed, Qin Feng could still strike directly at an enemy's weak points. With 97 evolution points still left, Qin Feng decided to evolve Ghostly Blur to Legendary tier next. This upgrade consumed 80 points, leaving him with only 17 remaining. In return, Ghostly Blur advanced from Epic to Legendary, increasing its passive evasion rate from 75% to 85%. Even more importantly, every time evasion activated, Qin Feng would now gain complete immunity to that instance of damage. At that moment, Captain Anyu and the others arrived. She greeted Qin Feng right away and casually asked whether any good loot had dropped. Qin Feng looked at her with slight confusion, not quite understanding what had gotten into Anyu. Captain Anyu smiled and said she had not checked the leaderboard earlier, so she had never expected him to reach level 13 in just one night. To her, that speed was simply insane. Wang Meng added that they had been grinding non-stop the entire night, yet they had not even reached halfway through level 11. Compared to them, Qin Feng's leveling speed was completely unreal. Captain Anyu immediately smacked Wang Meng on the head, scolding him and telling him not to talk nonsense. In her mind, it was only natural that men leveled up faster. Qin Feng was still a little confused by her reaction, but he went ahead and explained that he had indeed gotten some loot. He had already appraised everything together, and the total value came to 45,000 days of lifespan in one complete package. Captain Anyu decided to hand over the lifespan, and the system soon confirmed that the transaction had been completed. Then Qin Feng's expression turned more serious. He told her that he had another valuable item for sale, and asked whether she knew anything about hideouts. A smile slowly appeared on Captain Anyu's face as she said they had already heard some information about hideouts. She explained that inside the ruins of Zhonghai City there were no true safe zones. Because of that, player groups could occupy hideouts and use them as bases, they could store supplies inside, and during critical moments, they could even activate magical defensive barriers to block outside water invasions. Qin Feng understood that the information she had heard was probably about the small hideout dropped by the Golden Boss. Captain Anyu nodded and continued explaining that Zhonghai City's officials still had not found any hideout of their own. However, in Modu, the officials had already taken control of a medium-sized hideout, and that was how they learned hideouts existed in the first place. Qin Feng then took a golden key out of his inventory. Since Captain Anyu now understood the value of a hideout, he directly revealed that this was the Sanctuary Hideout Key, dropped by the boss he had just killed. He told them that this hideout covered more than 800 meters of land. Then he suggested that they return first and discuss how much they were willing to offer. After hearing their price, he would decide whether or not to sell it. Captain Anyu and Wang Meng were both stunned. They understood very well that the larger a hideout was, the stronger its defensive capabilities would be, and the more complete its internal structure could become. A hideout covering over 800 meters was already large enough for every member of Zhanghai City's official forces to have their own private room inside. Captain Anyu reached her hand forward, curiosity clear in her eyes. She asked him directly how much he planned to sell such a huge hideout for. Qin Feng decided that they should go back and discuss it properly first, then see what kind of price the officials could offer. He knew that in his previous life, this hideout could be sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he managed to sell it to the government now, then combined with the lifespan he already had, it would be enough for him to extract all of his equipment, skills, and levels into the real world. Captain Enyu looked a little nervous, but she still accepted his proposal. She assured Qin Feng that she would report the matter to her superiors immediately. Then Captain Anyu said there was one more thing she needed his help with. They had just received news that 7 gold-tier bosses had appeared together in Darkmoon Town, and many people had already died there. Because of this, the officials were willing to offer 10 years of lifespan if Shadow stepped in and eliminated them. After hearing this, Qin Feng said that 7 gold-tier bosses did not sound like a major problem on their own. Even if all 7 were gathered together, the official forces should still be able to wipe them out with enough time. Since they had come to ask for his help, he guessed that there had to be something especially troublesome about those bosses. Captain Anyu raised her thumb toward him, clearly impressed by how quickly he had seen through the problem. She confirmed that Qin Feng's guess was correct. The officials had managed to isolate one of the 7 bosses and kill it, but after it died, it came back to life. Even worse, the stats of all 7 bosses suddenly skyrocketed afterward, and in an instant her entire team was wiped out. Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He immediately remembered that there were certain group-type bosses with the ability to resurrect. That possibility made him suspect that these bosses might be puppets created by the Cursed Slate, one of the ancient god slates. And if an ancient god slate was truly involved, then Qin Feng absolutely could not ignore it. He decided to leave right away and told Captain Anyu to send him the coordinates. She wished him good luck. From Qin Feng's point of view, Anyu was actually quite sincere. The loot from 7 gold-tier bosses could probably be sold for 40 or 50 years of lifespan, yet she was still offering him an additional 10 years as a reward. Honestly, that was already very generous. Riding on the Ghost Knight Wolf, Qin Feng moved quickly through the ruins. As he passed by a statue, something caught his attention and his eyes suddenly widened. Not far away, a group of players had surrounded a girl and were beating her. That girl was Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Feng's younger sister. One of the women smiled coldly before slapping Qin Xiaoyu hard across the face. She accused her of being a slut, saying Qin Xiaoyu had only just joined the guild and was already trying to seduce the guild leader. Qin Xiaoyu's face was covered in bruises, and tears streamed down as she cried helplessly. The woman glared at her with anger, and made it clear that this was only a warning. If Qin Xiaoyu did not stay away from the guild leader, she would ruin that pretty face of hers completely. The group did not stop there. They continued beating Qin Xiaoyu, surrounding her as she struggled and cried under their attacks. Qin Feng watched from the top of a building, his gaze cold and quiet. He quickly realized that after Qin Xiaoyu joined Knight's Sanctuary, she had somehow gotten caught up in the group's internal drama. These petty power struggles meant nothing to him, and he had seen this kind of thing too many times before. In his previous life, he had always been the one who stepped in and solved these problems for her. Qin Feng descended to the ground and told her that she should simply enjoy living on her own. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu cried even harder, begging the women to stop hitting her because it hurt so badly and she felt like she was going to die. But the women showed no mercy. They kept attacking her while swearing that they would kill her, calling her a damn slut, and accusing her of seducing who knew how many men. Qin Feng then entered the statue, remembering something important. Beneath the enormous statue at the center of Zhanghai City's ruins, there was a hidden chamber that allowed players to return to the starter town, and very few people knew about this secret. A magic circle appeared in front of Qin Feng. He knew that teleportation through this place was not free. The first trip cost 500 days of lifespan, the second cost 1,000 days, the third cost 2,000 days, and the price would keep doubling with every use. As time passed, the starter town would eventually evolve into a higher-level zone. The small monsters there would transform into bosses, and hidden treasures would begin appearing throughout the area. The ancient god slate this time was one example of that, and Qin Feng had no intention of letting such an item slip away. The system asked whether he wanted to teleport back to the abandoned land of the gods, Darkmoon Town. Qin Feng remembered that Darkmoon Town was supposed to be a town that appeared in later stages, but in his previous life he had never heard anything about it. Even so, he did not hesitate and chose to teleport. The system consumed 500 days of lifespan, and in the next moment, Qin Feng was transported directly to Darkmoon Town. The town was filled with elderly people chatting with one another, making the whole place seem unexpectedly lively. Qin Feng felt a bit surprised as he looked around, because he had not expected this area to be so active, and he could not help wondering why most of the people here were elders. Not far away, several players were gathered together. One of them helped an elderly woman stand up, and she looked visibly relieved to have finally returned to the safe zone. The players reminded her that, just as they had promised, they had already helped her level up to level 3. During that process, she had received 72 days of lifespan, and now she only needed to hand over the tradable portion to them. The old woman's face immediately twisted with anger, and she flatly refused to hand anything over. She snapped at them, asking why they were demanding payment from her when they were supposed to be a charity group, helping her level up for free. One of the players kept a polite smile on his face and patiently explained that they were not asking her for money at all. Earlier, when they formed a party, part of the lifespan dropped by the monsters they killed had automatically been shared with her. Another player quickly added that all she needed to return was that shared portion exactly as they had agreed before starting. But the old woman only grew angrier. Her voice rose as she said she had no idea what kind of damned agreement they were talking about. To her, it was shameless that a group of young people would dare stand around demanding money from an old lady. The players hurriedly tried to calm her down, explaining again that she had misunderstood the situation. They had helped her level up for free, and the only thing they wanted back was the lifespan dropped from the monsters during the process. They also explained that if she had not joined their party, she would not have shared the lifespan drops at all, nor would she have gained the same experience. But the old woman started yelling for them not to touch her, then screamed for help, accusing the people from the Mengxia River Guild of harassing her. Right at that moment, someone suddenly grabbed the old woman from behind and threw her hard onto the ground. The move happened so quickly that both the old woman and the players froze in confusion. It was Qin Feng. He seized her by the neck, his eyes filled with a cold killing intent, and drew his dagger without hesitation. Before anyone could react, he finished her off on the spot. When the two players saw what had just happened, they were completely stunned. Their minds went blank for a moment, unable to understand why this stranger had suddenly stepped in. Lifespan orbs immediately appeared on the ground. Qin Feng glanced at them and calmly said that her lifespan was now lying right there, so they could simply take it themselves. The two players instantly brightened up, celebrating in disbelief and wondering which expert had just helped them. Qin Feng only replied that it was nothing more than a small favor. After saying that, Qin Feng turned his back on them and walked away. The players quickly picked up the lifespan, overjoyed that they had recovered 72 days, and they hurriedly thanked him from behind. As for Qin Feng, he found it rather troublesome that direct fighting was not allowed inside the town. As he continued walking, Qin Feng started thinking about the Mengxia River Guild and realized that their roots had actually begun here in Darkmoon Town. He remembered that this guild had originally been founded around charity work, helping elderly people survive in the abandoned land of the gods without charging them anything. Later on, the guild received official recognition and strong backing. In terms of sheer membership numbers, Mengxia River was considered the largest guild in Huaxia. A faint light appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. In his view, during this chaotic apocalypse, people like those guild members were exactly the kind of people the world needed more of. Night had fallen, and deep within the forest another battle was already underway. Someone was fighting against a strange monster formed from thick mud. There were two mages in the group. One of them quickly called out to her mother, telling her to use Lightning Strike. Her mother obeyed at once, gripping her magic staff and beginning to gather power. A moment later, a bolt of lightning surged upward from the ground and struck the mud monster directly. The swordsmen in the party immediately seized the opening, rushing in together and cutting the monster cleanly in half. The monster's body collapsed and began turning into lifespan orbs. The young man let out a relieved breath after finally defeating it. The girl happily praised everyone, saying they were the best. Her mother then reminded them that as long as they listened carefully to other people's tutorials, even players like them could still defeat small monsters. As they moved through the forest together, the boy asked Chu Yan whether her good friend Qin Xiaoyu had really joined Night Sanctuary, since he had heard that the guild charged extremely high membership fees. Chu Yan nodded and said she had actually invited Qin Xiaoyu to join Mengxia River with them instead. With a sincere look, Chu Yan explained that she had told Qin Xiaoyu how Mengxia River was a charity guild, a place where many people who were not good at games could support each other. There were even experienced players there who guided newcomers. But despite all that, Qin Xiaoyu had refused to join. Another player remembered that Qin Xiaoyu was already level 10 because the people from Night Sanctuary had helped raise her level. She then added that she had heard Knight's Sanctuary's membership contract locked members in for 3 full years. Once someone signed, they were basically treated like slaves during that entire period. The boy understood the situation clearly. Even if Knight's Sanctuary had raised Qin Xiaoyu to level 10, they were only treating her as a tool, nothing more. In his opinion, if someone lacked real skill, the safest path was to quietly hunt small monsters and slowly build up lifespan and experience. That was exactly what they were doing, only fighting weaker monsters and retreating to ask for help whenever they ran into a boss. Chu Yan sighed softly. She knew Qin Xiaoyu believed she was different from ordinary players. After all, Qin Xiaoyu had a hidden class, and in that sense she really was stronger than them. But at that moment, a rain of invisible arrows suddenly poured down from above. They had no time to react at all. The arrows pierced straight through the player's body, instantly tearing away 1,000, 100, 3, 4, 3. Warrant free. Hull. Call. Look. Call me. Call. .5. Re? The man's body collapsed and transformed into lifespan. Chu Yan panicked completely because that man was her father, and beside her, her mother broke down crying at the sight. The archer who had fired the arrows smiled with satisfaction, clearly pleased that he had killed the man instantly with a single skill. The masked men beside him told him to stop wasting words, saying it was impossible for the Mengxia River Guild to have any real experts. To them, the guild was nothing but trash. They could not understand what skilled player would ever waste time carrying a group of elders, and they coldly called them all useless scum. The attackers then moved closer to Chu Yan and her mother. With a smug smile on his face, the archer told them to hand over every bit of lifespan they were carrying. Fear rose in Chu Yan's heart. She knew the authorities had officially forbidden killing other people inside the game, and she also understood that these attackers were risking becoming wanted criminals by doing this. The archer pointed at her with a mocking smile, making it clear that he did not care about the authorities at all. Then he lost patience and gave them 3 seconds to hand over the lifespan. Chu Yan's mother was frightened enough to obey, but Chu Yan stood her ground. She told her mother not to even think about handing it over and urged her to quickly ask for help in the guild channel while she tried to hold them off. Seeing this, the archer immediately ordered his men to attack. He told them to kill the older woman and leave the younger one alive for their own amusement. The masked men rushed forward at once, but just as they were about to reach them, a wolf suddenly appeared and sank its fangs into the attackers. Chu Yan froze in confusion, staring at the sudden scene in front of her. She had no idea what was happening or where this wolf had come from. The archer's eyes also filled with shock and confusion as he watched the situation change in an instant. Before he could even take another breath, a figure flashed past him with terrifying speed, and in the next moment his head was cut cleanly off. The one who appeared was none other than Qin Feng. While the wolf tore into the archer's subordinates, Qin Feng silently looked down at the severed head. It did not take him long to realize that this man had been a player hiding under the name Shadow. The archer and his subordinates soon respawned back in town. The archer was furious, and his men were just as enraged. They wondered if their killer status had caused this, but even with that penalty, there was no way their lifespan should have been drained so completely. They were shaken to the core, unable to understand how all of their lifespan had vanished, or why such a massive amount had dropped in a form that could be traded. In panic, they started running toward the forest. If this situation continued, they knew they would truly die, so they had to kill monsters quickly and recover some lifespan as fast as possible. But just then, a strange energy suddenly appeared around them. A moment later, a massive sword formed from energy descended from above. That energy locked their bodies in place, leaving them unable to move. As someone approached, they immediately realized they had finally been caught for wandering around and attacking other players. Two priests appeared before them. The man holding a skill book revealed that they were official bounty hunters, and according to the law, they were now placing them under arrest. He ordered them to provide their real-world information. The other priest stared at them with a cold, serious gaze and warned that if they resisted, their lifespan would be ended immediately. Back in the forest, strange flowers began blooming from the archer's corpse. Chu Yan was filled with relief and gratitude. She quickly thanked Qin Feng, knowing that if he had not appeared in time, both she and her mother would have been doomed. Qin Feng lowered his gaze toward the ground. He had not expected Chu Yan to be this impressive. She was kind-hearted and brave, completely different from Qin Xiaoyu. He did not know how the two of them had become best friends, but luckily they had already chosen different paths. Without saying anything more, Qin Feng disappeared without a trace. When Chu Yan and her mother noticed he was gone, both of them stood there in confusion. Chu Yan picked up the lifespan orb, but confusion filled her eyes because she did not know whether it belonged to her father. Her mother was also confused, looking around and wondering where the others had gone. She asked her daughter how Shadow had disappeared so suddenly, and Chu Yan could only say that she did not know. The only thing she knew was that he was the #1 shadow boss in the world. Somewhere else in the forest, another group of players was waiting. They remembered that Captain Anyu had said Shadow would arrive in a few minutes, but nearly half an hour had already passed. Now they were starting to wonder what he was doing. One of them asked curiously whether Shadow could really defeat the bosses inside. Another player said he doubted it, because those bosses could revive. In his eyes, it was already unbelievable that Shadow had dared to accept a mission involving bosses that could resurrect endlessly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng passed right between them while remaining invisible. Qin Feng quietly moved away from the group. He knew that the ancient god slate could add one positive affix and one negative affix to equipment. With enough luck, those affixes could even change the traits of a class itself. There had even been people who witnessed the 7th-ranked player in the world use 7 of these slates to summon the ghost of an ancient god, destroying a legendary-level boss in one terrifying move. Sometimes, these bosses would not even appear in plain sight. They possessed terrifyingly high stealth levels, and unlucky players who walked too close would suddenly be wiped out without ever understanding what had attacked them. The group-type bosses created by the ancient god slate were not ordinary monsters. Each one carried its own strange mechanics, and every boss had a different set of skills that made the fight far more unpredictable. Qin Feng saw several monsters standing ahead, their eyes glowing with clear malice. Sometimes, bosses like these could remain invisible with extremely high stealth, allowing them to kill passing players before those players even realized danger was nearby. Other times, the real boss was actually a summoner-type sorcerer hiding somewhere in the area, while the monsters in front of the players would simply keep respawning endlessly. According to the information available right now, once any of these bosses were killed, they would revive. And every time that happened, all of them would gain another stack of berserk attributes. The official report claimed that killing even one boss would trigger the resurrection and berserk effect. But Qin Feng wondered what would happen if all of them died at the exact same time. Would they still be able to revive then? That was something worth testing. Qin Feng decided to test it first. He equipped the follower's pendant and used it to summon a devout follower, sending the summoned unit forward to probe the boss's reactions. The devout follower immediately charged toward the bosses and launched an attack, striking them and taking away more than 1,400 points of HP. One of the bosses instantly reacted, its eyes flashing with rage as it locked onto the devout follower. The boss turned around, and only a moment later, the devout follower's body exploded violently on the spot. Even after destroying it, the bosses barely seemed to care. They paid almost no attention to the poor devout follower, as if it had never been a real threat. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened with seriousness. He quickly noticed that all of these bosses were level 10. They did not have damage reflection, and their stats were only about twice as high as ordinary gold-tier bosses. Qin Feng activated Shadow Ring Blade. A strange red energy immediately spread outward, covering the surrounding area like a dangerous field. Right after that, Qin Feng threw out his poisoned darts. The darts shot forward and buried themselves directly into the throats of the bosses. The bosses' bodies began disappearing one after another. Qin Feng watched the scene with slight confusion because no loot had dropped at all. At that moment, the disappearing bosses suddenly began merging together, their forms twisting into a single, much more powerful monster. The new boss was enormous. Its massive body moved forward, and it immediately charged straight toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng instantly went on guard. He understood that killing them all at the same time had been the correct choice, and this meant the battle had now entered its next phase. Then his eyes caught the strange symbols covering the giant boss's body. The boss swung into attack, but Qin Feng dodged away cleanly. At the same time, he recognized the symbols carved across its body as ancient god script. By deciphering the individual words and rearranging their order, he translated the hidden meaning and uncovered the boss's true name, Uthos, the Calamity Ancient God. As the boss continued pressing closer, little by little, Qin Feng frowned, unsure of the exact way to proceed. Then a thought crossed his mind. Maybe he needed to attack different parts of the boss according to the order of the characters. After all, he had once invested huge amounts of manpower and resources into studying ancient god script, specifically to overcome the ancient god ruins. Qin Feng slipped past the boss's movement and struck the symbol on its leg first. Then he moved again, attacking the symbol on its arm, and after that he aimed for the one carved into its chest. Poison began seeping out from the boss's body. It opened its massive mouth and roared in agony, the sound shaking through the area. Its body started breaking apart, pieces of it collapsing before it fell heavily into the water. Qin Feng immediately became alert because he still did not know what was happening next. Then coffins began rising from beneath the water's surface. At the same time, the boss's body floated upward and started changing shape again. Its body mutated rapidly, twisting in a grotesque way. Soon after, several monsters emerged from inside it and let out fierce roars. Qin Feng noticed that the embossed inscriptions on the coffins matched the monsters one by one. From the looks of it, this phase required him to kill each monster near its corresponding coffin. He could already see the ancient god's slate ahead. This looked like the final phase of the fight. At the same time, the monsters began charging toward him. Qin Feng stood firmly in place, his eyes shining with determination as he prepared to face them head-on. Crows began circling through the air above the area where Qin Feng was battling against the power of the ancient god slate. The nearby players all turned their attention toward that direction. Confusion and curiosity spread through the group, because they could not tell whether the trembling they felt was an earthquake, or whether the movement deep in the valley meant the boss was going berserk. Unable to hold back their curiosity, they decided to go and take a look. With a puzzled look, the mage in the team asked where the hell Shadow had gone. Her friend said there was no way he could defeat a boss like that, so he probably would not show up at all. But just then, the swordsman's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly called for the others to come over and see. When they arrived, the area was completely empty. There was no sign of Qin Feng, and there was no trace of the boss either, leaving the players frozen in shock. They walked around the area, staring at the cracked ground in confusion. Some of them wondered whether the earthquake had killed the boss or whether something else had happened here. Then Captain Anyu contacted them and told them to retreat because Shadow had already taken care of the boss. The players' eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. They could not accept that Shadow had actually defeated the boss alone. The coffins were now empty, and the chains around them had been broken apart. Just a short while ago, these players had still been doubting whether Shadow could defeat those 7 bosses at all. Yet barely 10 minutes had passed, and every boss had vanished without them even noticing when Qin Feng arrived. They could not understand how he had done it, especially since these bosses were supposed to respawn. Only now did they begin to understand why their leader trusted Shadow so much. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, Qin Feng walked alone with the slate in his hand. To him, this harvest was not bad at all. Joy flashed in his eyes. He had reached level 14, and thanks to the 7 bosses combined with Greedy Hand, he had gained a total of 294 evolution points. But the most important gain was still the ancient god slate itself. With its complicated mechanics, the authorities would not be able to decipher it in less than a month, and by then, the losses would likely be catastrophic. Qin Feng spent 210 evolution points, leaving himself with 115 points remaining. His skill, Shadow Flash, evolved from Epic Tier to Legendary Tier. The improvements were extremely noticeable. Its blink range increased to 40 meters, its stealth duration rose to 15 seconds, and its cooldown was reduced to only 8 seconds. The upgraded skill could now unleash 9 slashes across a wider 6-meter area, with each hit adding 700 attack power. However, the most powerful change was not just the damage increase, but a brand new effect that came with the legendary evolution. Every slash would now grant Qin Feng a shield equal to 100% of his maximum HP. These shields could stack up to 9 times and would last for 60 seconds. Qin Feng felt confident, and a cheerful feeling rose in his chest. From now on, as long as all 9 slashes of Shadow Flash Slash landed, his effective HP would instantly become 10 times higher. His room for error had just increased by an enormous amount. He turned invisible and began moving through the area again. At his current leveling speed, he knew he would reach level 15 in another 5 hours. After that, it would be time to head toward Magic City. Several hours later, Qin Feng arrived back at the ruins, only to find that the women were still beating Qin Xiaoyu. From the look of it, they were truly willing to beat her to death. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised to see that the fight had gone on for so long. These women were far more ruthless than he had expected. The white-haired woman stretched her arms, trying to loosen her body after all that effort. She looked exhausted and complained that both her back and waist were aching. Her friend was also furious, staring at her swollen hand and complaining that she had hit Qin Xiaoyu so much her hands were practically smoking. They spat on Qin Xiaoyu one last time, then decided that this was enough for today. In their eyes, this beating should be more than enough to teach her a lesson. Qin Xiaoyu's body was covered in bruises and wounds as she slowly struggled to sit up from the ground. She could not stop herself from crying. In her mind, all of this was Qin Feng's fault. She had told him to cut ties with her, and he had actually ignored her for real. She could not understand how he failed to know that when girls said something like that, they often meant the opposite. Using her magic staff for support, Qin Xiaoyu forced herself to stand. Fortunately, she had signed a contract with Knight's Sanctuary, so at least she would not have to worry about surviving for the next 3 years. Although she had to give up 50% of her lifespan, she would still keep a portion for herself, which meant she could grow faster than Chu Yan and the others. Qin Xiaoyu activated Holy Healing, a skill that allowed her to fully restore a target's life. As the healing light covered her body, she became certain that once she grew stronger, everyone who had looked down on her would pay for it. Qin Feng would not escape, and neither would those crazy women. To everyone's surprise, the Holy Healing spell did not restore Qin Xiaoyu at all. Instead, the healing light drifted away and landed on Qin Feng, who was still hidden in invisibility nearby. Poor Qin Xiaoyu collapsed to her knees on the ground, completely stunned. She thought she had failed to cast the spell again, and with tears still in her eyes, she looked around in confusion, wondering where her healing had disappeared to. At the same time, over in the Magic City ruins, another group of players was locked in battle against a massive boss formed entirely from rock. The rock boss swung forward with a heavy attack, but the party's tank stepped in front of everyone and raised his shield, blocking the blow head-on. Not far from the battlefield, 3 players were hiding in the shadows, quietly watching the fight unfold. Among them was Qian Shishi.
Qian Shishi looked at the fighting players with disdain and said that Daxia's men were truly weak in her eyes. Sending 18 people to deal with one boss and still fighting so timidly was simply pathetic.
Her friend winked at her and told her not to say it like that, since those people were working so hard for their benefit and they should at least be grateful. Qian Shishi blew him a kiss, then laughed and said he was really polite. But even so, she mocked those Daxia pigs for having such low damage that they were taking forever to kill a miserable gold-tier boss. The players kept attacking with everything they had, and after a long struggle, the rock boss's HP bar had finally dropped below half. The team's mage smiled with excitement and shouted for everyone to push harder. The boss had only a little health left, so they just needed to hold on and fight for the final blow. But in that exact moment, a spear suddenly pierced straight through the mage's chest. He was killed instantly, and his body collapsed into lifespan before anyone could react. The one who had killed him was one of Qian Shishi's subordinates. With a cruel smile on his face, the subordinate thanked the mage for all his hard work, and for offering up the lifespan of weaklings so conveniently. The surviving players immediately panicked when they realized who they were facing. This was the Spade Gang, a thief group made up of mysterious women from Daxia and foreign players. They could not understand how such disgusting people could exist, guiding outsiders to slaughter their own countrymen. Even so, the players gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Their leader shouted for everyone not to be afraid, telling them to attack together, because the enemy only had a few people. Seeing them try to resist, Qian Shishi's expression turned vicious. She promised to massacre every Daxia pig in front of her and coldly warned them to prepare to die. Her subordinate pulled out his twin hammers and activated the skill Thunderous Tremor. A small earthquake burst through the ground, and in an instant, the players' bodies were trapped in place by the shaking earth. Qianshishi drew her daggers and moved like a flash of lightning. Before the trapped players could even struggle free, she cut through them one after another, killing them in the blink of an eye. She could not help mocking them afterward. To her, the men of Daxia were nothing more than a bunch of useless fools. A malicious light shone in Qianshishi's eyes. She knew that Daxia's authorities had already reported their information, but in her mind that meant nothing. To her, all of Daxia was just a filthy garbage dump. Her friend casually added that these were only ordinary players, so of course they had no way to compete against people like them, who were backed by real capital. As the corpses on the ground turned into lifespan orbs, Qianshishi explained that although their real identities had not been exposed yet, they should still leave Daxia as soon as possible for safety and head to North America. She looked down at the ground and decided that once they left, they would create a guild focused entirely on hunting Daxia pigs. The black man beside her thought it was a good idea, while the other man asked what name they should give the guild. Qianshishi lifted her dagger with a smile and decided that their guild would be called Alice. Then she dropped down and began indulging in her own wild fantasies, imagining herself surrounded by black men. After that, she decided they had done enough for today. It was time to disconnect and throw a big party to celebrate the founding of Guild Alice. Meanwhile, Captain Anyu smiled and waved toward Qin Feng. She told him that they could now discuss the price of the hideout properly because her side had already arrived. Qin Feng asked her directly how much they were offering. Captain Anyu answered with 1,500 years, but Qin Feng immediately felt that the price was too low. Captain Anyu admitted that she also knew 1,500 years was not enough. She explained that she had argued fiercely with her superiors and finally managed to make the big boss raise the offer to 2,000 years. Qin Feng agreed to make the deal at the statue in the center of the ruins. He understood that Anyu was smart, but even knowing that, she had still tried to start with a lower price. A little while later, Qin Feng arrived at the statue and saw Captain Anyu standing there with several knights beside her. Captain Anyu blushed slightly and smiled, explaining that she was carrying too much lifespan on her. Because of that, the higher-ups did not feel safe letting her come alone, so they had arranged a military escort for protection. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened slightly, but he did not take it seriously. To him, this escort meant nothing. The authorities still had no idea how strong he truly was, and these knights had only seen one or two of his moves. Qin Feng handed over the key, and the system soon informed him that the transaction had been completed successfully. He lost the church sanctuary hideout key, and in exchange, he obtained 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. After the deal was finished, Qin Feng turned to leave, while Captain Anyu politely said goodbye to him. The knights beside her were a little confused, unable to understand why she was willing to spend 2,000 years of lifespan for this. Captain Anyu told them they simply did not understand. This was a hideout that could shelter hundreds, maybe even thousands of people, and other than Shadow, no one would ever be generous enough to give up something like that. For Qin Feng, this timely payment from Anyu came at the perfect moment. It meant he could fully prepare himself before heading to Magic City. Qin Feng immediately began investing the tradable lifespan he had just received. First, he consumed 71.2 years to raise himself to level 15. Then he purchased several new skills, including the mythic level 1 skill, Blessed Liberation, for 161.7 years, and the legendary skill Assassin's Instinct for 71.12 years. After that, he bought 3 epic skills, Shadow Ring Blade for 36.35 years, Silent Concealment for 23.71 years, and Darkest Hour for 34.65 years. Finally, he spent 113.89 years on the item Mount Bell. Aside from his equipment, everything else, his skills and level, had now been fully synchronized. His strength in the real world was almost identical to his power inside the game. At that moment, the system warned him that his hunger level had already reached 90%. Qin Feng realized he had not eaten for a long time, so he decided to disconnect first and deal with his hunger before continuing. Qin Feng logged out of the game and opened his eyes, only to find himself waking up inside a cage at the Heilun Hotel. The men nearby immediately noticed that he was awake and turned their attention toward him. They drew their weapons and ordered Qin Feng to hand over the lifespan he was carrying, warning that if he refused, he would end up like the others in this motel. One of them even laughed mockingly, saying the apocalypse was wonderful because now he could kill whoever he wanted. Qin Feng looked at them with a cold, piercing gaze. Seeing that look, One of the men grew furious and shouted for him to hurry up and hand over his lifespan. Another man eagerly begged his boss to let him tear Qin Feng apart. The man holding the bat thought Qin Feng had become frozen with fear. With a cruel expression, he decided there was no point wasting time and that it would be better to simply kill him. But before they could even take another breath, a strange energy began spreading through the air around them. Qin Feng activated Shadow Ring Blade. A moment later, the entire hotel began collapsing, breaking apart piece by piece under the force of his skill. After everything settled, Qin Feng picked up a pack of instant noodles. He realized that the more power he brought into the real world, the more energy his physical body required. At his current level of strength, ordinary food was already becoming far from enough. Qin Feng began eating the instant noodles while thinking ahead. Once he dealt with Qian Shishi and her newly formed guild Alice, he would need to find a way to obtain the Divine Gifted Book. Mounted on his wolf, Qin Feng set off again. He knew Qian Shishi was extremely cunning, far harder to track than someone like Song Fei. However, he still had one method available. He could use the Kill Qin Feng mission he had accepted earlier as bait to lure her out. Still feeling hungry, Qin Feng headed toward Magic City, planning to find something to eat along the way. At the same time, inside Magic City, Qian Shishi was throwing a lively party. In her eyes, her men had performed wonderfully. She threw her arms around the two dark-skinned men beside her, still riding the thrill of what had just happened. To her, the feeling of drifting off to sleep and entering the game right after such an intense, blood-pumping battle was almost impossible to describe. The two men laughed and showered her with praise, saying her skills were on a completely different level. In the middle of their joking and cheering, they even called her a crazy hot chick. Just then, one of her subordinates stepped forward and reported that Shadow had sent a message. According to him, Qin Feng was already dead. Shadow wanted her to meet him in Magic City in the real world, where he would hand over Qin Feng's head and collect the remaining payment. But Qian Shishi immediately understood how dangerous it would be to meet Shadow face-to-face outside the game. So instead, she calmly said there was no need for an in-person meeting and told him to send a photo. Her subordinate quickly explained that Shadow did not use a phone at all because he was worried the authorities might track him through it. Hearing that, Qian Shishi's lips slowly curled into a smile. If Shadow was that wary of the authorities, then it meant he might not be friendly with them either. Recently, the authorities had been pressing harder and harder against them, and if she could use this chance to pull Shadow into Alice, then those Daxia pigs would stop being such a serious threat. With that thought in mind, she decided to put on a little performance and use it to test exactly which side Shadow was standing on. So Qian Shishi decided that before anything else, she would meet Shadow inside the game first. After sending him the coordinates, she headed toward the ruins and contacted Skywalker. Her voice instantly became sweet and affectionate as she called out to him, asking if he was there and saying that she missed him. Then her tone shifted slightly, and she asked him for a favor, explaining that this time she needed his help dealing with someone who was still alive. At that moment, Qin Feng was sitting quietly in meditation. He had activated Silent Concealment, a skill that allowed him to remain permanently hidden as long as he stayed completely still. When he saw that Qian Shishi wanted to meet him inside the game, he immediately realized she was much sharper than she looked. The coordinates she sent pointed to Spectre Academy, and luckily for him, that place was not far from his current location. Without wasting much time, Qin Feng logged into the game. Since Qian Shishi had gone out of her way to arrange this meeting, he wanted to see for himself what kind of scheme she was planning. A few hours later, Qin Feng arrived at the Magic City ruins near Spectre Academy. Still hidden under his invisibility, he quietly got down from his mount without revealing even the slightest trace of himself. Right then, several government agents appeared in front of Qian Shishi. Their expressions were stern as they announced that the authorities had already located her Spade Gang and confirmed her identity as Spade A. They warned her to surrender immediately and stop resisting, otherwise they would have no choice but to take military action. Qian Shishi only smiled at that. She looked straight at Qian Xingjian and told him to go back and deliver a message to his Daxia men. They had better remember this clearly. The Spade Gang no longer existed. From now on, they were the Alice Guild. Then, deliberately showing off her figure, Qian Shishi made her attitude even clearer. The Alice Guild, she said, specialized in killing Xiaoguo's men. Tian Xingjian and the officers behind him were caught off guard, and their faces flushed despite themselves. Embarrassed and furious, they cursed Spade A on the spot, declaring that the officers of Great Xia would definitely bring her to justice. To them, her arrogance had already crossed the line into pure shamelessness. But Qian Shishi only looked even more excited. With a provocative smile, she taunted the Daxia pigs and dared them to come at her. She even hinted that if they performed well enough in this little show, she might become even bolder with them later that night. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Feng watched the entire exchange unfold in silence. Tian Xingjian clenched his fist tightly as he stared at Qian Shishi. Seeing that she was still as stubborn and reckless as ever, he swore then and there that he would arrest her no matter what. Qin Feng quickly recognized him. This man was Tian Xingjian, and his code name was also Tian Xingjian. In Qin Feng's memory, he was a well-known informant who had provided intelligence to the Alice Guild, and he had not fallen until the 7th year after the game began. What made this even more interesting was that Qian Shishi and Qiu Huainan had already started working together this early. Qin Feng understood the purpose behind the whole setup almost instantly. They had arranged this scene to test him. If he stepped in and helped Qian Shishi, he would be openly standing against the authorities. But if he did nothing, then Qian Shishi probably would not agree to meet Shadow in the real world. Then our boy suddenly leapt from above, his body dropping out of the sky like a shadow cutting through the air. He activated Shadow Ring Blade without hesitation. Since they wanted to test his sincerity, this was the perfect moment to show them exactly where he stood. A strange crimson aura spread out and wrapped around Tian Xingjian and his men, slowly draining away their HP. A moment later, the system confirmed that Tian Xingjian and the officers with him had all been slain. Qian Shishi and the others froze for a second, clearly confused by the sudden turn of events. As the corpses on the ground transformed into lifespan, Qin Feng finally stepped out in front of them and calmly introduced himself as Shadow. Qin Feng walked closer to Qian Shishi, his presence cold and steady, and greeted her directly while once again giving his name as Shadow. Qian Shishi's eyes widened instantly, and her face flushed with excitement. In her mind, Shadow's entrance had been far too cool. That kind of overwhelming strength and confidence was exactly the type of powerful man she adored. Then she suddenly began to cry, saying it was such a shame that Shadow was a pig from Daxia. She could not understand why a man this powerful had to come from Daxia of all places. In her frustration, she cursed the nation itself, feeling that Daxia simply did not deserve someone like him. Her subordinates were stunned as they stared at the damage numbers. Shadow had dealt more than 40,000 damage in an instant. They could not help but acknowledge that this was truly the strength of the #1 player in the world, and they quickly lowered their heads to greet him. But before they could settle down, our boy moved like a bolt of thunder. In the blink of an eye, he killed the 2 men, and their bodies immediately turned into glowing orbs of lifespan. With an icy expression, Qin Feng casually made up an excuse. He said he did not understand what those 2 had been saying, but judging from the situation, they must have been insulting him. Qian Shishi was completely shocked. She quickly explained that they had not been insulting him at all. They were only greeting him. Qin Feng pretended not to know any better and offered a flat apology. Then he calmly suggested that, to avoid any similar misunderstandings in the future, everyone here should speak the Daxia language. After that, our boy decided it was time to begin the transaction. But before discussing anything serious, he looked at Qian Shishi and ordered her to put on some clothes first. Qian Shishi smiled as she covered her chest, then asked him about King Feng's head. Deep down, she felt Shadow was definitely a strange man, but that only made her like him even more. Shadow told her plainly that Qin Feng's head was indeed with him. However, something like that could not be brought into the game. If she was willing, he could show it to her in the real world. Qian Shishi opened the system window, her expression filled with confidence. After seeing Shadow's strength with her own eyes, she decided to believe him. A man this powerful in her mind had no reason to lie to her. Just like that, Shadow received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. With the payment settled, our boy was ready to leave. But before he could walk away, Qian Shishi suddenly called out and told him to wait. With a charming smile, she proposed a long-term partnership. In her words, Shadow had the ability and she had the money. Then she revealed that she already had a new assassination target in mind. If he was interested, she invited him to come to her house that very night. She stuck out her tongue slightly, her cheeks turning bright red like a tomato, and promised that whatever Shadow needed, she would satisfy it. Our boy's interest was finally stirred. He looked at her and asked who the assassination target was, and more importantly, how much she was willing to pay. As Qian Shishi began logging out of the game, she told him they should meet in person to talk about the details. She assured him that the reward this time would be several times richer than before, and that she would be waiting for him tonight at Magic City's port. Qin Feng's expression turned serious. The moment she mentioned the port, he began wondering whether her so-called place there was actually her yacht. At the same time, Not far away from the statue, Tian Xingjian and his men revived and returned. Tian Xingjian was furious, cursing Shadow under his breath. In his eyes, Shadow had clearly proven that he would betray the authorities without hesitation. Even so, the result was still a success. Tian Xixi had managed to form a connection with Shadow. As for why things had reached this point, Tian Xingjian felt the idiots in Zhanghai City deserved the blame for constantly provoking Shadow. Then he immediately ordered Lin Qingyu to lead everyone and collect their lifespan first, because there might be action soon. Lin Qingyao, the white-haired woman beside him, gave a quiet nod. Her game nickname was Late Night Drizzle. As she thought about what had just happened, she could not ignore the possibility that Shadow had truly joined forces with Spade A. If that turned out to be true, then they would have to find a way to eliminate Shadow, even if it meant risking their lives. She lowered her gaze to her own hand and sank into deep thought. The difference in strength between her and Shadow was simply too great. Before everything was already over, she had not even managed to catch a glimpse of his silhouette. A few hours later, deep into the night, a hooded man arrived at Tian Xixi's yacht. His voice was calm as he introduced himself as Shadow and said he had come to find Spade A. The guards immediately recognized him the moment they realized Shadow had arrived. They respectfully told him that they had been waiting for him for some time. The yacht was already prepared to set sail, and they invited him to come aboard. Shadow said nothing in response. Night had fully fallen, and the yacht glided across the open sea far away from the lights and noise of the city. While Shadow stood there quietly, Tian Xixi appeared with a glass of wine in hand. She had changed into an elegant red dress, and with a graceful smile, she offered him a glass. Looking him over, she remarked that they had finally met in person, though she had not expected him to remain so mysterious even in the real world. Shadow did not waste time on pleasantries. He went straight to the point and asked her who she wanted him to kill. Tian Xixi slowly stepped closer to Shadow, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. She told him there was no fun in being so direct. With such a beautiful night around them and such pleasant company beside her, she suggested that they leave those boring matters for later. Instead, Tian Xixi lifted the wine glass with a charming smile and invited him to drink with her first. Since the night was so beautiful, she wanted them to share a toast to this lovely evening before talking about anything unpleasant. Shadow reached out and took the glass from her hand. Without showing even the slightest hesitation, he raised it to his lips and calmly took a sip, as if he had no suspicion at all. Seeing him drink it so easily, Tian Xixi's mood instantly brightened. A little while later, Shadow walked over and sat down on the sofa, his posture relaxed and quiet beneath the hood. Tian Xixi smoothly sat down beside him, leaning close as she wrapped both hands around his arm. With a playful smile, she asked whether he was already starting to feel something, then proudly revealed that the wine contained her own special secret recipe. Her breathing slowly grew heavier, and her eyes filled with excitement as she explained that anyone who drank that wine would obediently follow her commands. In her heart, she was almost giddy with triumph. Just as she expected, no matter how powerful Shadow was, in the end, he was still a man. But soon her excitement turned into stunned surprise when she saw how intense his reaction seemed to be. With desire clouding her eyes, she moved in front of Shadow and softly told him not to be nervous, urging him to relax and enjoy himself. Then she whispered her plan. When both of them reached the peak of the moment, she would lift his hood and finally see his face clearly, because she was certain he had to be unbelievably handsome. For now, though, she wanted to keep that little bit of mystery alive. Tian Xixi completely lost herself in the moment with Shadow, amazed that Daxia could actually produce such an extraordinary man. Only now did she feel she truly understood why he was called Shadow. A scorching heat seemed to rush through her body, making the entire experience feel overwhelming. As that burning sensation consumed her more and more, she urged him to continue, crying out that she was ready until everything finally reached its peak. But at that exact moment, something strange suddenly happened. Green flames burst out from Shadow's body, instantly burning Tian Xixi. Tian Xixi froze in terror as the searing heat spread over her. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and for a second, she could only wonder if what she was feeling was really fire. Then someone appeared beside her and snatched the protective crystal pendant hanging from her neck. Even he had not expected Tian Xixi to own such a valuable life-saving item. It was a gold-tier universal accessory called the Protective Crystal Pendant, and its special effect granted the wearer 1 layer of damage immunity every 300 seconds. The person standing there was none other than Qin Feng. His body released a suffocating pressure, and his sharp gaze locked onto her like a blade. Tian Xixi was completely shaken. She could not understand why Qin Feng was here, because in her memory, Shadow had already killed him. Our boy did not bother hiding the truth anymore. There was only one reason he could be standing here alive. He was Shadow. Qian Shishi scrambled away from the so-called Shadow sitting on the couch, her body stiff with fear, her eyes stretched wide as the truth crashed down on her all at once. The hooded man on the sofa was not Qin Feng at all. He was a devout follower summoned by our boy, ordered to pretend to be Shadow in his place. And judging from its expression, the follower was extremely pleased, because it had clearly enjoyed its time with Qian Shishi. The arrogant Qian Shishi from moments ago was completely gone. Now she knelt before King Feng, lowering her head again and again as she slammed her forehead against the floor. With panic all over her face, she begged him to spare her life, admitting again and again that she had been wrong. She offered to hand over all of her lifespan and swore that she would become his slave, telling him he could do anything he wanted with her. Qin Feng looked down at her coldly and asked about the 5 foreigners who had been with her. Tears filled Qian Shishi's eyes as she immediately tried to act pitiful. She even barked like a little dog, calling him daddy and asking whether he would let her go if she gave him the information. But before she could even finish speaking, Qin Feng reached out and snapped her neck. As she twisted in pain on the floor, he calmly picked up her phone and quickly realized that the 5 men were not on the yacht at all. After killing Qian Shishi, Qin Feng obtained 659 years of tradable lifespan. He had originally wanted to catch all of them in one sweep, so this result was a bit of a pity. Still, he quickly decided on his next move. The first thing to do was use Qian Shishi's phone to contact the authorities while still remaining not far from her luxurious yacht. Soon, police boats began racing across the sea toward the yacht. A large-scale murder case had been reported on board, and one of the victims was none other than the heiress of the Qian Group's president. According to the informant, the skills used by the killer were extremely similar to Shadow's abilities in the game, making the suspect's identity almost certain. Because of that, an investigation team was immediately dispatched to the scene. Tian Xingjian was also aboard one of the police boats. In his mind, Shadow had no respect for the law whatsoever. This kind of senseless killing was a direct provocation against the laws of their country. Once they boarded the yacht, he planned to use search skills on the corpses. The moment Shadow's location was confirmed, they would open fire with everything they had and make sure the target was eliminated. No matter what, he would avenge his Shishi. Within seconds, the police boats closed in from every direction and surrounded the yacht completely. The officers quickly began examining Qian Shishi's corpse. The preliminary autopsy showed that her cause of death was a fractured cervical spine. They also found unidentified DNA samples in her mouth, along with clear burn marks on her body. Tian Xingjian cursed Shadow furiously, saying that he had not only killed her, but even insulted the dead. Then he placed his hand on her corpse and activated a skill called Last Words of the Deceased. By touching the body, the skill allowed him to obtain the killer's location for 5 minutes. Tian Xingjian, whose real name was Qiu Haonan, swore in his heart that he would personally make sure the culprit was brought to justice. But in the next instant, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He immediately went on alert, drew his pistol, and warned his men to be careful. Shadow was right there with them. His voice sharpened as he ordered everyone to launch an all-out attack toward the 6 o'clock direction. But before he could even fully turn around, a powerful venom dart shot through the air and pierced straight into his head, leaving the surrounding officers stunned. His body collapsed beside Qian Shishi's corpse. Lin Qingyu, however, managed to keep her composure despite the sudden death in front of her. With firm determination in her eyes, Lin Qingyu summoned a group shield and immediately opened fire. While shooting, she accused Shadow of killing an investigator and asked whether he was truly trying to become an enemy of the authorities. Qin Feng calmly told them not to panic. He explained that the reason he killed Qiuonan was because the man was a traitor who had leaked official information to Qian Shishi in exchange for benefits. As for proof, it should all be on Qiuonan's phone. They were free to investigate it as thoroughly as they wanted. One of the officers turned on Qiu Heon's phone and quickly reported to Captain Lin that they had indeed found communication records between Captain Qiu and Qian Shishi. At the same time, it became clear that Qian Shishi was the player known in the game as Black Ace. Captain Lin Qingyu still found it hard to believe, so she decided to check the phone herself. She reached out and grabbed the phone, but the officer beside her suddenly panicked and told her to wait. Lin Qingyu was confused by his reaction, wondering what exactly was on the screen that he did not want her to see. The moment she looked down, her eyes widened in surprise. On the phone was a photo of Qiu Heonan and Qian Shishi kissing each other. Her face instantly turned red like a tomato when she opened the photo gallery and saw one private picture after another of Qiu Heon and Qian Shishi. The officer beside her grew even more nervous and awkwardly said that he had already tried to warn her. Only then did Lin Qingyu realize that everything Shadow had said was true. At last, the whole situation began to make sense. The last time Shadow killed them in the game, it had only been an act meant for Qian Shishi to witness. Shadow had used that performance to gain her trust, then found her in the real world and dealt with her there. Afterward, he called the authorities himself, using the case to lure out Qiu Heonan and kill the traitor as well. With one move, he had helped the officers remove two major threats. One of the officers could not help asking why she was still staring so intently at the photos. Lin Qingyu, however, was thinking about something much colder. Shadow was terrifying. If a person like him ever became truly hostile toward the authorities, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then she remembered that just a few moments earlier, she had actually fired at him. Even if Shadow might not care or hold a grudge, Lin Qingyu still worried that this mistake could create trouble between him and the authorities. So, with a sincere and grateful expression, Lin Qingyu thanked him for his help. Then she apologized for shooting at him earlier. Without hesitating for even a second, she raised her gun and fired into her own leg, making all the officers around her panic at once. But Lin Qingyu immediately told them not to worry about her. With tears gathering in her eyes, she looked toward the place where Shadow should be, and told him she had returned the favor. Then she asked him to please continue cooperating with the authorities. One of the officers quickly stepped forward to support her and said there was no need to be so cautious. But Lin Qingyu quietly replied that none of them truly understood Shadow's personality. No matter what, it was better to be safe than sorry. At that moment, Qin Feng was still hidden under his invisibility skill, silently watching everything unfold. He recognized Late-Night Drizzle, whose real name was Lin Qingyu. She had shot herself just to avoid becoming his enemy. As expected, this was the woman who would one day become the leading figure of Magic City's official forces. At the same time, inside the game, several monsters appeared not far from the ruins. A shield-bearing player rushed forward and started fighting them head-on. While blocking the attacks, he shouted for Qin Jiaoyu to heal him quickly. Qin Jiaoyu lifted her friendly-looking staff and activated a healing skill. But because she was so clumsy, the healing light landed on one of the monsters instead of her own teammate. The monster immediately bit the shield player, and when he realized she had healed the wrong target again, he stared at her in disbelief and called her as useless as ever. Her healing skill continued pouring light into the monster's body, restoring it, instead of saving her teammate. At the same time, the other monster lunged forward and brutally devoured her friend right in front of her. Before long, the two of them could not hold out anymore. One after another, they were completely eliminated. A moment later, both of them respawned again. Qin Jiaoyu stood there with tears shimmering in her eyes, unable to understand what had just happened because she had not seen anyone attack at all. After thinking about it, she immediately decided it must have been Shadow, and she even wondered if he kept targeting her because he had discovered that she wanted to avenge Brother Song Fei. The man beside her could not take it anymore and smacked her hard on the head. Calling her an idiot, he asked why someone like Shadow would waste his time specifically attacking her. Then he angrily explained that they had been wiped out by a platinum boss called the Headless Assassin, Zhao Luo, and asked if she had not even bothered to look at the system notifications. Qin Xiaoyu now had a swollen bump on her head. The man glared at her furiously and pointed out that the boss had only been provoked because her healing skill landed on the wrong target. Then he swore through clenched teeth that if the guild leader ever assigned her to his team again, he would rather kill himself on the spot. At that very moment, the boss suddenly descended near them, and the man's expression instantly changed as panic spread across his face. A strange aura began to rise from the boss's body. The man immediately turned his back on Qin Xiaoyu and fled without hesitation, realizing in horror that the boss had actually followed them all the way here. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes went wide with fear as she stared at the approaching danger, instantly realizing that things had become very bad. That night, somewhere inside the city, a large mansion stood quietly beneath the darkness. Inside the mansion, someone suddenly threw a plate of fruit to the floor, sending fruit and shattered pieces scattering everywhere. The person who had lost her temper was a red-haired woman on a call. Her face was twisted with rage as she cursed the officers on the other end, calling them completely useless. In her eyes, this had been a golden chance to kill Shadow, yet they were simply giving up. She did not care about their excuses at all. Shadow had massacred her entire Dongfang clan, and she refused to let their blood be spilled for nothing. After hiding inside the government for so many years, those people had still proved useless at the most critical moment. She demanded that no matter what price they had to pay, they had to make Shadow answer for what he had done. Behind her stood a young boy holding a whip in his hand. The red-haired woman turned toward him and reminded him coldly that Shadow had killed his father-in-law, asking why he was still hesitating. Behind the boy was a wounded woman, and her eyes still shone with a wicked kind of confidence. The boy looked toward his mother and said that he already had a plan to kill Shadow. His mother's anger faded slightly into curiosity. She asked her son, Nantian, what kind of plan he had, reminding him that the godforsaken game could only be entered by adults over 18, and he still was not old enough to log in. Nantian's eyes gleamed with confidence as he explained his idea. Even if he could not enter the game himself, he could still use his brain. Since Shadow loved killing people so much, they could send a few people to provoke him and lure him toward his father's fireworks factory. They would prepare everything ahead of time. Once Shadow appeared and tried to kill the bait, they would detonate the entire factory in one strike. Tens of thousands of fireworks would become the funeral pyre that buried him, and the whole world would witness Shadow's death. And even if the plan failed, Shadow would have no way to trace it back to them. A satisfied smile slowly spread across his mother's face. She realized that raising this son had not been a waste after all. Then she turned sharply toward Chu and snapped that even her son was proving more useful than him. Chu did not argue back. He only reminded her that this matter had to be kept secret. The official attitude toward Shadow was still focused on winning him over, and besides, his elder brother and second brother would never support them taking such action. After hearing that, the red-haired woman ended the call directly. Since the others were unwilling to act, she decided she would handle it herself. She walked toward her son, glanced at the tied-up woman nearby, and asked why he had kept refusing to hand over his lifespan. Nantian apologized softly. Then he touched his own cheek, his face turning slightly red, and admitted that he had lost control for a moment and had accidentally killed her. At the same time, inside the godforsaken game, in the ruins of Magic City, the boss that had chased Qin Xiaoyu and her friend launched another lightning-fast attack. Just before they could escape, it moved like thunder and sliced them apart, killing them instantly. Qin Xiaoyu froze in shock, unable to believe how terrifyingly fast this boss was. Before long, their bodies turned into glowing orbs of lifespan. Nearby players immediately reacted, pointing at the sudden deaths and shouting that those players had been killed out of nowhere. Since someone invisible had wiped them out instantly, they quickly concluded that it had to be Shadow. But before those players could even catch their breath, the boss attacked again. In the blink of an eye, they were killed as well, and their bodies transformed into lifespan orbs on the ground. Seeing this, the remaining players lost all courage and began running for their lives. They were convinced that Shadow had completely gone mad and was now slaughtering innocent players everywhere. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was standing above the sea, casually whistling as he enjoyed the open view around him. Since this place was far away from town, he felt it was a good spot to extract the hideout. At that moment, the system asked our boy whether he wished to consume 1,315.2 years of lifespan. The system explained that this lifespan would be used to extract the soul-cleansing land into reality. Since the hideout was an underground structure, King Feng would also need to mark its exact location on the map. Before he proceeded, the system issued one final warning. Any materials that overlapped with the hideout would be completely obliterated, and it asked him to confirm whether he still wanted to continue. Qin Feng lowered his gaze toward the depths of the sea below him and calmly confirmed the action. Not long afterward, a magic circle began to appear on the surface of the water. Then the sea itself split apart, opening up with a tremendous force as the soul-cleansing land was successfully extracted into reality. With a calm and steady expression, Qin Feng decided that the next thing he needed to do was search for the divine book. Our boy logged back into the game, and Wang Mang quickly informed him that someone had reported him for randomly killing players. However, Wang Mang already knew it could not have been him because Qin Feng had not even been online at the time. After investigating the situation, Wang Mang discovered that the real attacker was a platinum-tier boss named Headless Assassin Xiao Luo. Her stealth level was frighteningly high, and no one in the area could see her at all. Because of that, Wang Mang asked Qin Feng if he could handle the problem. In the ruins of Magic City, that boss continued massacring every player in the area, leaving behind nothing but glowing orbs of lifespan. Anquan, who was hiding behind a pile of rubble, could not help trembling with fear. He wondered what kind of divine-level boss this was, since even his level 3 anti-stealth ability could not detect her. Last time, the Iron Saintess had been completely overshadowed by Shadow, and that still made him extremely upset. With a forced, confident smile, Anquan claimed that the only real problem was that he could not see the boss. Otherwise, he said, he could have restrained her all by himself. He even declared that even if Shadow appeared, he would be helpless against this headless assassin, Xiao Luo. Yan Yan immediately panicked and told Anquan to lower his voice before he attracted the boss. Then Yan Yan suggested that they move toward higher ground first, since the view from above would be much better. Anquan began sneaking forward carefully, trying to move without making a sound, but in the middle of his stealthy steps, he accidentally stepped on a banana peel lying on the ground. Poor Anquan slipped and crashed to the ground, muttering in confusion about who had thrown a banana peel there, but before he could finish speaking, the boss flashed forward like thunder and cut Yan Yan and the subordinate in half. Their bodies instantly transformed into orbs of lifespan, while Anquan was the only one who survived simply because he had slipped on that banana peel at the perfect moment. Anquan stared in total shock when he realized that the boss had just killed every one of his subordinates. Without wasting even a second, he reached out and grabbed one of the lifespan orbs, but the moment he turned around, he suddenly saw the boss standing there. The boss raised her arm, clearly preparing to eliminate Anquan next. But instead of showing fear, Anquan shouted back at her, boldly claiming that he was not afraid of her. As the boss prepared to strike, Anquan suddenly rolled away. But almost immediately, panic flashed across his face as he realized he had rolled too early. With no time to think, Anquan kept rolling across the ground again and again, refusing to stop for even a moment. His eyes widened in confusion as he kept spinning around. He could not understand what the boss was waiting for, or why she still had not attacked him. Anquan continued rolling non-stop around the boss until his head started spinning badly. He had pushed himself to the limit, and dizziness completely overwhelmed him. When Anquan finally stopped rolling, he looked up in confusion and noticed that the boss was starting to disappear right in front of him. By then, he was so dizzy that his vision blurred and he could barely see anything clearly. After gathering power for her strike, the boss suddenly unleashed anti-stealth strike. The attack shot straight toward the dizzy Anquan, and this time he had no chance to roll away again. Still wobbling from spinning too much, he took the blow head-on. In the very next instant, Anquan's body collapsed and transformed directly into lifespan, leaving only a glowing orb behind. While the boss's attention was still caught by Anquan's death, Shadow's figure quietly began to appear from the darkness. Out of nowhere, Qin Feng emerged above her like a ghost. He activated true anti-stealth strike and drove his dagger forcefully into her back, dealing more than 28,000 points of damage in a single hit and killing her on the spot. His movement was so fast that she never even had the chance to turn around, much less sense his presence. But after seeing the boss's name, Qin Feng could not help feeling slightly surprised. This headless assassin was actually called Xiao Luo. A few minutes before Qin Feng appeared, the guild members scattered throughout the city, ruins had all turned their anger toward poor Qin Xiaoyu. They pointed at her and blamed her for miscasting her healing spell, saying she had triggered the headless boss by mistake. According to them, the boss had locked onto her and chased her all the way back to the respawn point. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes filled with tears, and her face was full of grief. She quickly explained that she truly had not meant for any of this to happen. Two players were especially furious. They told the guild leader that their teams would never dare accept someone like her, because anyone near her might die without even understanding what had happened. The guild leader frowned and told them to lower their voices, asking if they were trying to attract the boss again. The guild leader looked at Qin Xiaoyu with a serious expression and finally understood that she simply was not suited for combat. Because of that, he told her that from now on, her job would be gathering information about hideouts. If she found a gold-tier hideout, he would reward her with 3 years of lifespan. If she found a platinum-tier hideout, he would give her 10 years. Back when they first learned she had a hidden class, they had thought they had picked up a treasure, but now reality had proven otherwise. Pointing toward Qin Xiaoyu, the guild leader then decided that from this day forward, he would give her 1 year of lifespan every day, because letting her die over and over was far too wasteful. A system window immediately appeared in front of Qin Xiaoyu, informing her that she had received 2 days of tradable lifespan. Her remaining tradable lifespan was now 2 days, 13 hours, and 32 minutes. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she thanked him sincerely from the bottom of her heart. When the other girls in the guild saw this, they were instantly furious. In their eyes, Qin Xiaoyu had simply gotten lucky, and they were convinced this had been her plan all along so she could see the guild leader every single day. Cursing little Cao Yu under their breath, they angrily declared that they would do the same thing too. Right then, lifespan began rising from another area nearby, and someone noticed that the boss's name was Xiao Luo. The moment they heard that, the guild leader and his men all became curious and confused. Not long afterward, the boss's corpse appeared on the ground. Then Qin Feng's figure emerged, standing there silently as he stared straight at the guild leader. The guild leader and the others froze on the spot, their eyes widened and their jaws nearly dropped as shock spread across their faces. Without hesitating for even a second, the guild leader's expression turned furious, and he slammed a heavy blow onto one of his own men's head. At that exact moment, a strange energy suddenly appeared around Qin Xiaoyu. The space surrounding her started to twist and distort, leaving her standing there in complete confusion. Her eyes widened with fear and surprise. Neither Qin Xiaoyu nor the players around her had any idea what was happening. The guild leader reacted instantly. Without wasting even a second, he kicked Qin Xiaoyu hard in the backside, sending her flying away. Qin Xiaoyu's body lifted into the air as if pulled by an invisible force. Terrified, she screamed loudly and begged for someone to help her. Then 3 headless bosses appeared around her at the same time. The moment Qin Feng saw them, his attention immediately locked onto Qin Xiaoyu. Anquan and the others were watching from a corner, and they panicked when they saw 3 bosses appear. But then they quickly realized there were actually 4, and then 5, because one had just been instantly killed by Shadow. Only then did they understand why the boss had felt like it was everywhere at once. There were multiple clones, with tears in her eyes and desperation all over her face. Qin Xiaoyu cried out for help. Then she spotted Shadow, and for a brief moment, she thought she had finally been saved. She stretched her hand toward Qin Feng and begged him to save her, calling him Brother Shadow. But the moment that word brother came from the mouth of someone who had once betrayed him, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with anger. Just as the headless bosses were about to launch their attack, Qin Feng activated his new Shadow Dash and moved in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his blade swept through the bosses and poor Qin Xiaoyu together, cutting them all into pieces. Qin Xiaoyu was completely stunned as she died, unable to understand why Shadow had killed her too. The system then informed our boy that he had killed headless assassin Xiaoluo and Qin Xiaoyu, earning 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. As glowing lifespan orbs rained down from the sky, King Feng turned his back on Qin Xiaoyu without the slightest emotion and coldly said that she was simply unlucky. Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand and swept up the loot. He soon realized that besides the 1,520 days of lifespan dropped by the boss itself, there were also many light orbs scattered around. Those were the non-tradable lifespans the boss had just absorbed from other players and had not yet digested. Captain Anyu and Wang Meng soon appeared nearby. With a smile, Anyu greeted our boy and offered to buy the items from him if he did not need them. Qin Feng was slightly surprised, noticing that Captain Anyu and Wang Meng seemed to show up everywhere. With a calm expression, our boy said they had arrived at just the right time. He happened to know another place with valuable loot, and if the price was good enough, he could take them there. He told Wang Meng and the others to follow him, but made it clear that Anyu could not come. Captain Anyu was immediately both angry and confused, asking why she was not allowed to go with them. Shadow lifted his finger and pointed toward Wang Meng, then clarified in a calm voice that, to be more accurate, women were not allowed to go. Anyu's face flushed slightly. Showing off her attractive figure, she asked the boss why that was the case. Then, pretending to be deeply wronged, she accused him of discrimination and said she had even planned to seduce him, only to discover that he apparently preferred men. Qin Feng gave her a light knock on the head, then explained the reason. Outside the north gate of the city ruins stood a tower of divine authority. After clearing its challenge, players could obtain valuable rewards. However, the NPCs inside looked down on women. If even one woman joined the team, the challenge difficulty would increase tenfold. Little Black smiled and said goodbye to Qin Feng, wishing him good luck, while her friend looked at him with open admiration. Captain Anyu, however, turned away in anger, declaring that those NPCs were sexist trash and swearing that once she leveled up, she would kill them herself. Then she told Xiao He they should go explore the nearby mountain, kill some monsters, and vent her frustration. Qin Feng told Wang Meng and his men to follow him. Right after that, the system notified them that Shadow had sent a party invitation. One of Wang Meng's subordinates became visibly nervous, saying this was his first time teaming up with the great boss. Wang Meng immediately scolded him for acting scared, reminding him that this was a rare chance to observe the great boss's movements up close. But in the next instant, Qin Feng had already left them far behind. When they noticed the distance opening up, they panicked, completely unable to understand what was going on. Shadow looked like he was walking casually, yet somehow he was still faster than them running at full speed. At that point, they could only wonder how they were supposed to learn anything from him, finally concluding that his agility was simply too high. While moving forward, Qin Feng checked his system inventory and noticed that more than 20 items had dropped from the boss, and among them, 2 were actually usable by assassins. The first item was an assassin weapon called the Forest Bone Blade of Tyre Emerald. It had an attack power of 388.125, came with armor penetration, and increased strength by 39 and agility by 48. The requirement to equip it was level 15. Its unique effect doubled movement speed for 5 seconds after dealing damage, and while that effect was active, it also granted a 30% evasion rate. Qin Feng drew the new Forest Bone Blade, and his eyes lit up with satisfaction. Its attack power was almost 80% higher than the 216 points on the Plague Blade. On top of that, it added armor penetration, strength, and agility. This weapon was definitely not bad, and it was absolutely worth equipping. The second item was a platinum tier skill called Shadow Blade. It released a blade condensed from dark elements, dealing dark element damage to a single target within 20 meters and adding 600 points of dark elemental attack. When it hit, it could also dispel one random buff up to platinum tier. Its cooldown was 12 seconds, which became 6.49 seconds after reduction, and it required level 14 to use. Our boy immediately decided to evolve this skill and push it all the way to legendary tier. Even though its single target dark element damage was not especially high, he felt that the ability to dispel buffs was extremely useful. The evolution consumed 56 evolution points, leaving him with 219 points remaining. Shadow Blade rose step by step through Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, and Epic, until it finally became legendary. Its added dark elemental attack increased to 1,500 points, and it could now dispel a random buff up to legendary level. Its cooldown became 7 seconds, or 3.78 seconds after reduction. Finally, the skill gained a brand new legendary effect. Whenever it struck a weak point, it would refund 3 seconds of cooldown. Holding the newly upgraded skill in mind along with his new blade, Qin Feng felt genuinely pleased. As long as he hit a weak point, Shadow Blade would immediately return 3 seconds of cooldown. For him, that meant the real cooldown would be almost nothing. In practical terms, the effective cooldown would only be 0.78 seconds. Our boy finally snapped out of his thoughts and turned around, only to realize that Wang Meng and his subordinate had vanished from sight without leaving a trace. At the same time, nearly 2 kilometers behind Qin Feng, Wang Meng's subordinates were gasping for breath, completely exhausted. They complained helplessly that Shadow moved far too fast and that none of them could keep up with him. Eventually, one of them told their captain that he really could not continue anymore. Wang Meng grabbed that subordinate by the feet and began dragging him forward, telling him to stop talking nonsense and keep moving. Eventually, Qin Feng and the others arrived at the Tower of Divine Authority, which stood deep in the middle of a forest. The tower stretched so high into the sky that from the ground they could not even see its top. Our boy looked toward Wang Meng and his men and told them that this was the place they had come for. Once they stepped inside the tower, an NPC would appear and give them a challenge to complete. Then he gave them a warning in advance. This NPC was extremely shameless, because the better they performed during the trial, the more expensive his items would become afterward. With a calm look on his face, Qin Feng advised them to hold back as much as possible and only use about 1% of their true strength. He told them to do their best while keeping it low-key, because in the end, they only needed to defeat a gold-tier boss. But when our boy turned around, he saw Wang Meng and his men sprawled across the ground, their bodies trembling from exhaustion. None of them had been able to keep up with Qin Feng's pace at all. Wang Meng's face was covered in sweat, and he was gasping so hard that he could barely speak. Still, he forced himself to raise a trembling thumb and told our guy not to worry, promising that the mission would absolutely succeed. As Qin Feng walked toward the entrance of the Tower of Divine Authority, he reminded them to communicate through team chat at all times, so the NPC would not hear anything they said. He explained that once they cleared the challenge, they would be able to buy excellent items from that NPC, and he assured them that the rewards would not disappoint. Then Qin Feng and the others pushed open the heavy doors of the tower and stepped inside. The moment they entered, Wang Meng and his men were startled by the sight in front of them. A hooded NPC was floating in midair, calmly welcoming them as friends from Blue Star and saying that the arrival of the Forsaken Gods must have already made them feel uneasy. The floating NPC then revealed that this place was the Tower of Divine Authority. If they successfully completed the challenge inside, they would earn the right to trade with him. Then he simply asked them to tell him when they were ready. Wang Meng's men were both surprised and confused when they realized this game actually had NPCs. One of them quickly asked Shadow what kind of boss they would have to face in the challenge. Our guy only told them to follow his lead during the fight and said it would be simple. But the swordsman in the party became even more uneasy and asked him to explain it more clearly. The swordsman wanted to know how long the fight would last, how many phases the boss had, what skills it used, and whether the battle depended more on mechanics or raw stats. Once he started, he could not stop asking questions. He also wanted to know if the boss had movement skills, instant kill attacks, targeted abilities, weak points, and exactly how long they should expect the battle to continue. Wang Meng quickly told Qin Feng not to take this guy too seriously. He explained that the swordsman's nickname was Steady as an old dog, and ever since a past mission accident where 2 party members died, this guy had become extremely cautious, no matter what he was doing. Qin Feng did not waste any more time and directly told the NPC that they were ready to begin. The swordsman instantly panicked, raising his voice to say that he still was not ready at all. The NPC lowered his hooded head toward them and announced that it was time for them to begin enjoying the trial. A moment later, a portal opened inside the tower. From within it stepped a powerful level 20 gold-tier boss, the Obsidian skull-splitting puppet. The swordsman's eyes widened with fear the moment he saw the boss's level. This monster was already level 20, while the highest level among their group was only level 11. Qin Feng remained completely calm and told them there was no problem. Then he signaled for Wang Meng to go first. Following Shadow's command, Wang Meng pulled out his shield and drew his sword from his inventory. Activating Shield Charge, he threw himself straight at the boss and smashed his shield hard into its teeth. The boss was instantly enraged and swung a heavy blow at Wang Meng. Fortunately, Wang Meng reacted quickly and managed to block part of the attack with his shield, but the impact still sent his entire body flying backward. Qin Feng moved like a flash of thunder and caught Wang Meng before he could slam into the wall. Seeing this, both the swordsman and the archer were stunned for a moment, and they could not help feeling a little worried for our boy. Qin Feng turned his attention back to the boss, and calmly told the archer not to worry about Wang Meng. Then he ordered the archer to use Starshine Shot, and told the swordsman to follow up with Triple Ground Slash. Both of them quickly nodded in response. The archer immediately raised his bow and fired a rain of arrows toward the boss, each shot landing in rapid succession and causing the monster intense pain. Taking advantage of the boss's lowered guard, the swordsman moved in like a gust of wind and struck with a series of precise yet heavy slashes. The boss opened its mouth as blood spilled out, and its rage exploded even further. In the next moment, it slammed the ground with terrifying force. A powerful aura surged around its body, and strange black energy began forming around the swordsman. The moment Qin Feng saw it, he realized that the boss had entered berserk mode. He immediately warned everyone that he would handle the situation. At the same time, he told them to stay away from the black oil spreading across the ground. The swordsman hurriedly crawled away from the strange energy, while on the other side, the archer barely managed to dodge one of the boss's attacks. Qin Feng suddenly leapt into the air and threw his shadow blade straight toward the monster. The attack moved so quickly that the boss had no time to react. The blade struck it directly in the face, dealing more than 4,500 points of damage. Instead of calming down, the boss let out an even louder roar. But Qin Feng immediately used his skill to dispel its berserk state. Wang Meng could not help smiling when he saw it. He commented that the damage the boss was dealing did not match its status at all, almost as if the boss had taken off its equipment. The swordsman's face lit up with joy as he said Shadow was truly good at acting, since he had stayed off to the side the whole time. Because of that, the NPC must have assumed Shadow was a complete beginner. The archer grew curious and asked our boy how he had known that the NPC's items would become more expensive if the players looked stronger. He was even more curious about how Qin Feng had discovered such a hidden rule in the first place. Qin Feng thought for a moment, then said that this game contained many secrets. A great deal of information was buried deep inside the ruins, and he told them they should often ask themselves whether they had truly worked hard to explore, and whether their knowledge had actually grown. The archer and the swordsman both fell silent after hearing that, completely unsure how they were supposed to respond. While they were distracted by Qin Feng's words, the boss suddenly opened its mouth and began charging a fireball. The fireball grew larger and more powerful, little by little. Qin Feng immediately warned them that the boss was about to spin clockwise and spray flames. He ordered them to dodge properly, explaining that if the flames touched the black oil on the ground, they could be burned to death in just 3 seconds. Wang Meng and the others quickly scattered in different directions. But almost immediately, Wang Meng shouted a warning to Old Dog, telling him that he was running the wrong way. Qin Feng quickly realized there was no longer enough time for Old Dog to dodge. He immediately ordered Wang Meng to activate invincibility and block the incoming attack for him. Wang Meng obeyed without hesitation. He raised his shield, activated his defensive ability, and stood in front of the attack to block it head-on. Qin Feng praised him for reacting well. then immediately gave the next command. Once the flames disappeared, everyone had to use their strongest damage skills and attack the boss with everything they had. The archer unleashed another storm of arrows, while the swordsman jumped into the air and prepared to strike. Wang Meng stayed close behind them, ready to block any counterattack from the boss. Their combined assault landed perfectly, before the boss could even draw another breath. Wang Meng and the others dealt more than 25,000 points of damage together and killed it instantly. The system congratulated them for defeating the level 20 obsidian skull-splitting puppet. Wang Meng and the others finally let out a breath of relief, their faces showing both exhaustion and happiness. Qin Feng, however, did not relax completely. He remembered clearly that the tricky part about this boss was the moment its HP dropped below 70% when it would enter berserk mode. Once that effect was dispelled, its strength would only be about the same as a silver-tier boss. Soon, the NPC appeared again in the air above them and congratulated the group, telling them they were the first players from Blue Star to clear his trial. As the items began to materialize, the NPC laughed and revealed that from now on, as long as they were willing to offer their lifespan, they could trade with him for the divine gifted tome. The NPC released his power, and his name appeared above his head. He was called Vickley. When the swordsman noticed him up close, he could not help feeling surprised. This NPC actually had 6 fingers. In the next instant, the NPC's eyes began to glow, and his gaze locked directly onto the swordsman. Without wasting even a second, Vickley summoned a thunderbolt from above. The lightning crashed down onto the swordsman, dealing more than 99,000 points of damage and killing him instantly. The swordsman's body immediately transformed into glowing orbs of lifespan. Wang Meng panicked on the spot, completely unable to understand why the NPC had suddenly attacked him. Qin Feng remained perfectly composed, as if the danger in front of them was nothing worth panicking over. In that calm tone of his, he pointed out that the taboo this NPC had set was clearly connected to his fingers. He then explained the rule more clearly. NPCs and players were not allowed to attack each other directly, unless the player was the one who broke the taboo first. So as long as they were careful and stopped bringing up that NPC's fingers, they would not trigger the condition, and for the moment they would be safe. A doubt suddenly flashed through Wang Meng's mind, and he could not help wondering whether Qin Feng was strong enough to defeat this NPC if things really turned ugly. Qin Feng gave the answer without exaggeration. Right now, he still could not do it. The system had already exposed the truth behind these NPCs. They were not ordinary game characters at all, but powerful beings from other timelines who had obtained divinity. Restricted by ancient eternal laws, they had descended onto Blue Star in the disguise of NPCs, using that identity to harvest the lifespan of players. Vickley lifted his chin with an arrogant look, his expression full of impatience. He coldly told them to hurry up, choose the divine skill books they wanted, trade their lifespan for them, and then disappear from his sight. The moment Wang Meng saw the skill books laid out before them, his eyes widened in complete disbelief. He discovered that these books could actually use lifespan to create daily supplies in the real world, including all kinds of food, clean water, and drinks. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. With these divine books in their hands, even if a disaster suddenly struck, they would never have to worry about lacking basic resources. As expected of Qin Feng, the man had truly brought them to obtain something incredible. Both Wang Meng and the archer were stunned where they stood. At this point, they were even more convinced that Qin Feng never led them anywhere without a reason. Their surprise only deepened when the archer noticed one particular divine book called Mechanical Maid. The instant he saw it, his eyes lit up, and he immediately wanted to buy it. Qin Feng directly spent 9,000 days of tradable lifespan and exchanged it for the complete set of 9 divine books from Zhanghai City. These divine books were enough to cover his daily needs in reality, but that was not the only reason he wanted them. The Tower of Divine Authority also had a special achievement that rewarded reputation points, and Qin Feng had no intention of letting that reward slip away. Qin Feng looked toward the NPC and calmly stated that he wanted to challenge the highest difficulty by himself. Vickley was clearly taken aback for a moment. Then, with a doubtful expression, he bluntly said that based on Qin Feng's earlier performance, he probably could not even clear the first level. Yet he still dared to think about challenging the maximum difficulty. Qin Feng, instead of backing down, became a little curious and asked what the highest difficulty actually involved. Vickley explained that the challenge was divided into 5 difficulty levels, and the 5th level was the peak. The boss would still be the golden grade obsidian skullbreaker golem, but all of its key attributes would be drastically enhanced. Its attack power, health, defense, and skill cooldown speed would all be increased by a full 500%. Wang Meng and the archer were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. A 500% increase was no small matter. Even in its previous state, they had already struggled just to dodge the boss's skills, so neither of them could imagine how Shadow was supposed to handle it alone. And with its health and defense multiplied fivefold, how long would it even take to kill the monster? In that kind of battle, one tiny mistake could mean instant death. Vic Li fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. He warned him that if he died inside the challenge, then every bit of lifespan he dropped would become Vic Li's property. After saying that, he asked one final time whether Qin Feng was truly certain he wanted to accept. Qin Feng did not waste time arguing with him. He simply ignored the warning, gave a steady nod, and made it clear with that one motion that he was accepting the challenge. Vic Li raised his hand and began gathering a ball of magic, looking almost pleased, as though Qin Feng had just handed him a gift. In his eyes, the players from Blue Star had become far too arrogant, despite the game having only just begun. To him, people like this were practically rushing toward their own deaths. The boss that had already been defeated was brought back once again. But this time, it was no longer the same monster from before. The golden obsidian skullbreaker golem stood there with its power amplified by 500%, its body radiating a far more oppressive pressure than before. Qin Feng calmly pulled out his dagger, his eyes steady on the resurrected monster. He knew very well that Vic Li had the ability to strengthen his summoned creatures, and a 500% boost was far from the limit. In his previous life, when Qin Feng had defeated Vic Li, that NPC had once pushed his summons all the way to a 2000% enhancement. Because of that, this fight was the perfect chance to test the true strength of his new weapon. Qin Feng made the first move by shooting a poisonous dart straight toward the boss. The moment it struck, the effect of Black Flame's gift was triggered, cutting the target's defense and all elemental resistances by 7%. Right after that, the special effect of the Emerald Bone Blade activated as well, and Qin Feng's speed instantly doubled for the next 5 seconds. The boss immediately unleashed a wave of flames, sending burning heat surging forward. But just before the fire could close in on Qin Feng, his figure vanished from the spot without leaving even a shadow behind. While the monster was still distracted, trying to understand where its target had gone, Qin Feng suddenly appeared behind it. In the blink of an eye, he landed directly on its head and drove his dagger hard into its skull, triggering the special effect of Emerald Bone Feather. The huge monster let out a painful roar that shook the air around it. But before it could react, Qin Feng disappeared again, his speed once more surging by 100% for 5 seconds. Watching that terrifying movement with their own eyes, Wang Meng and the archer were left completely stunned. At first, both of them thought Qin Feng had activated invisibility again, and they were even shocked by how short the cooldown of that skill seemed to be. But after watching more carefully, they finally realized the truth. This was not invisibility at all. Shadow was simply moving so fast that his body gave the illusion of vanishing from sight. Qin Feng then chose to activate Blessed Liberation. With that skill in effect, his next attack would carry the Throat Slash effect, turning his coming strike into something far deadlier. Using Shadow Dash, Qin Feng shot forward like a streak of thunder. His attack tore into the boss and dealt more than 100,000 points of damage in one burst. At the same time, Black Flame's gift was triggered again, pushing the reduction of the boss's defense and elemental resistances all the way down by 64%. Even after unleashing such powerful skills, the monster's HP had not fallen as much as an ordinary player might have expected. But Qin Feng was actually pleased by this result. He knew the damage had reached this level because of the buff granted by the Ancient God's Stone Tablet. Without that item raising the stacking limit of Black Flame's gift, every hit from Shadow Dash would have dealt only around 18,000 damage at most. Wang Meng stared at the boss's health bar in disbelief. One single strike had shaved away nearly a third of its HP, and he could not even understand what skill Qin Feng had used. The archer, meanwhile, had finally managed to clearly see Qin Feng's attack for the first time. To him, it looked almost like an instant Shadow Slash, but the Shadow Slash he knew should only have 3 strikes. At the same time, Vic Li stood silently watching the battle unfold. His expression gradually darkened as a question formed in his mind. Blue Star's game had only just begun, so how could someone already be this strong? What kind of terrifying talent did this player possess? Qin Feng's eyes shone with visible excitement. The setup was complete, and now it was time to activate Throat Slash, a skill that would deal 200% of the previous attack's damage every single second. A moment later, blood began bursting from the boss's body, spilling out from the wounds as the effect took hold. The monster roared in unbearable pain, its massive body trembling while its HP bar began to plunge downward at a frightening speed. Within just a few seconds, the monster's life was completely drained away, and its huge body collapsed into countless glowing orbs of lifespan. The system immediately congratulated Qin Feng for completing the achievement challenge of the 5th difficulty level of the Divine Authority Tower, granting him a total of 15 reputation points for clearing every level. On top of that, because he was the first player in the world to clear the tower solo, he received an additional 75 reputation points. Then, a global announcement rang out for everyone to hear. Player Qin Feng had cleared the maximum difficulty challenge of the Divine Authority Tower for the first time in history. Instead of being amazed right away, most players were simply confused. They had no idea what the Divine Authority Tower even was. In the ruined cities where they were located, none of them had ever seen a building that looked like a tower. But that confusion soon turned into a familiar realization. Once again, Shadow had discovered something far ahead of everyone else. Vickley's face twisted with frustration to him. This whole thing felt like he had been scammed. He angrily cursed the slyness of Blue Star's people and bitterly regretted not charging 10,000 days, or even 100,000 days of lifespan, for each Divine Authority book. In a fit of anger, Vickley raised his hand and summoned a dazzling, powerful ball of magic. The light grew brighter and brighter as he shouted for them to get out, making it very clear that he never wanted to see them again. Wang Meng and the archer instinctively covered their eyes, afraid that the blinding light would burn their sight away. In that instant, both of them thought they were finished, believing the furious NPC was about to unleash a terrifying attack on them. Vickley's magic came crashing down toward them. Wang Meng and the archer lowered their heads and shielded themselves in panic. But Qin Feng remained standing in place, completely still, as calm and unshaken as ever. The next moment, Qin Feng and the others appeared outside the tower. Wang Meng and the archer were both stunned for a moment, unable to understand what had just happened. Panic hit them almost immediately, but after checking themselves, they quickly realized they were still alive. They had not been killed at all. Vickley's so-called attack had simply teleported them out of the Tower of Divine Authority. Qin Feng looked at them and reminded them that there had never been any need to worry. Just as he had said from the beginning, as long as they did not break the taboo, the NPCs could not directly attack them. Now that Qin Feng had obtained what he came for, he decided there was no reason to stay any longer. He casually mentioned that he was going to log off and eat. Wang Meng quickly thanked him for guiding them through this opportunity and asked Qin Feng to bring them along again if something like this came up in the future. Qin Feng gave a simple nod, while the archer also said goodbye. Qin Feng soon woke up back in reality, inside his hideout. Then the system began extracting the 9 divine gift books, and the entire process consumed 90 days of his tradable lifespan. After that, Qin Feng decided to spend 106 years of lifespan in one go. He used it to purchase luxury furniture, daily necessities, cooking ingredients, and a multi-purpose mechanical maid, fully preparing his hideout for a more comfortable life. A maid with dog ears soon appeared in front of him. She introduced herself politely, then informed Qin Feng that she could take care of all matters inside the house and would serve him in whatever way he needed. Qin Feng lay back comfortably on the luxurious sofa and gave his first order, telling her to start a complete cleaning of the hideout immediately. The maid quickly got to work, beginning with the floor, while already planning to prepare a rich feast for him afterward. At the same time, in the real world, inside Jianghai City, the authorities were dealing with a far darker matter. Several murder cases were under investigation, and the atmosphere around the case had become increasingly tense. The officer in charge of the investigation reported to his superior that this was already the 3rd female corpse discovered within the same week. Just like the previous 2 victims, all 4 of her limbs had been severed and her eyes had been removed. The method was so similar that it was highly likely the same killer was responsible. Hearing this, the superior immediately asked whether the investigators had found any useful clues. The officer answered with a heavy expression, saying that the murderer clearly understood how investigators worked. Every time the bodies were abandoned, the timing was chosen just outside the effective duration of their investigative skills. After hearing that, the superior gave an urgent order for them to check how much time remained before the researchers' professional advancement. They could not afford to drag this out any longer. This killer had to be caught. The police officer standing beside him nodded seriously. Just then, another officer suddenly asked them to wait, causing the superior to turn and ask whether he had discovered something. The officer's eyes sharpened as he looked over the information. He had noticed something disturbing. Shadow's log-in and log-out times matched almost exactly with the moments when the girls had been killed. The superior fell into thought, knowing that matching schedules alone were not enough to prove anything. The officer admitted that point, but still believed this angle was worth investigating. He added that rumors had already begun spreading, claiming Shadow was the murderer, and that the authorities were deliberately covering it up because they feared his power. The superior waved his hand and reminded Xiama to stay rational. Even though Shadow had humiliated him in front of Anyu, he could not let personal resentment interfere with official work. He assured Xiama that the technology department would provide full support around the clock so they could solve the case as quickly as possible and bring justice to the victims. After saying that, the superior turned and continued speaking with another officer. Meanwhile, Xiama lowered his gaze toward the floor, his eyes gradually filling with anger. At that same time, Qin Feng logged back into the game and silently stared at a castle standing within the ruins of Demon City. He remembered this place clearly. It was the Academy of Evil Spirits, a platinum-tier hideout. Although the place could not exactly be called well hidden, there was one thing everyone knew about it. The protective barrier surrounding this hideout was said to be the strongest barrier in all of Huaxia. The system notification soon appeared, informing Qin Feng that he had consumed 2.74 years of tradable lifespan to establish the guild named Shadow. His goal was very straightforward. He intended to seize this hideout and register it under his guild's name, turning it into a sanctuary within the ruins of Magic City. Qin Feng immediately leapt forward. Sanctuaries had the ability to teleport between each other, and once this place became his, traveling between Magic City and Zhenghai would become much more convenient from now on. After activating invisibility, Qin Feng slipped into the hideout without making a sound. His figure blended into the surroundings as he began moving quietly through the interior. Several minutes later, Qin Feng had already reached the third underground level, which was also the deepest part of the hideout. Yet, along the way, he had not run into even a single monster. That alone told him something was wrong. Someone, or perhaps a group of fairly powerful people, had already cleared this place before him. Just then, a sharp shout suddenly echoed through the underground space, declaring that she had nowhere left to run. Qin Feng's interest was immediately caught. He moved closer and quietly looked around the corner, only to see several men surrounding a lone woman. The woman's eyes were filled with fear as she backed away from them. Her voice trembled as she begged them not to come any closer. They were standing on a bridge, and the woman had already been forced into a dead end, with a river of molten lava flowing behind her. One of the men smiled and told her not to be so afraid, saying they would not kill her, at least not for now. He explained that Dongfang Yue wanted them to capture her so his son could show her some love. Then he demanded that she reveal her location in the real world. If she refused, they would kill her again and again until every bit of her lifespan was drained away. He even warned her that suicide would be useless because members of Shura Hall were already waiting at her respawn point. The orange-haired man then smiled wider and suggested they make a deal. He reminded her that she had killed Dongfang Yue twice in the game, so by his estimate, she must have taken at least 30 years of lifespan from him. The woman said nothing, her expression tense as she lowered her gaze and fell into thought. Seeing her silence, the man continued, telling her to hand over those 30 years of lifespan, then spend some time playing with the three of them. In exchange, he promised they would let her leave alive. Tears welled in the woman's frightened eyes. Her lips trembled as she asked them what exactly they meant by playing. The men began grinning at one another, their expressions turning even more vile. Then one of them started pulling down his pants, and the poor woman instantly panicked. With a disgusting smile on his face, the orange-haired man made it clear that this was the kind of game they wanted to play. The woman stood there silently for a moment, as if struggling with what to do. Then she turned her face away. Her cheeks flushed, and softly asked them to promise that they would let her go after they were done. The orange-haired man immediately smiled in satisfaction and promised her, even inviting her to start with him first. The bald man beside him laughed and said he would be next. Her body trembled as she slowly stepped toward them, looking as though fear had completely taken over. But in the next instant, a sharp light of determination flashed in her eyes. Without warning, she drew out her poisonous dart. She suddenly lunged at the man, aiming to strike first. But at that exact moment, the man with the blindfolded eyes activated Golden Cauldron Earthquake and came crashing down on her, smashing her body hard against the ground. He looked down at her with a cold expression, as if scolding a disobedient child, and remarked that this little one was not behaving properly. Pinned down and unable to move, the only thing she could do was shut her eyes tightly while the orange-haired man approached her, his tongue sliding out in a sickening display. He leaned closer and warned her that this was her last chance. Then, with a threatening tone, he ordered her to open her mouth. But right at that moment, the fear on the woman's face vanished. A confident smile slowly spread across her lips as she activated a powerful skill. In an instant, the bald man and the orange-haired man were both sliced cleanly in half. The sudden reversal left the blindfolded man frozen in confusion. His eyes widened beneath the blindfold, his whole body stiffening as he failed to understand what had just happened. For a brief moment, his mind went completely blank. He could not make sense of the situation at all. Before he could even take another breath, the paper strip summoned by the woman whipped around his neck. Her power was so terrifying that, with one brutal pull, the man's head burst apart like a crushed watermelon. Qin Feng, still watching from around the corner, instantly recognized the girl's profession the moment he saw that attack. She was a chain blade user. After slaughtering those bastards, the woman walked over to the orange-haired man's remains and crushed his groin with vicious force. Their bodies soon broke apart and turned into glowing orbs of lifespan. Looking down at what was left of them, the woman's face twisted with hatred as she mocked them coldly. Only then did Qin Feng realize something even more important. This woman possessed the blade of the underworld. Her gaze hardened with fierce determination. Through clenched teeth, she swore that she would definitely kill Dongfang Ming. This girl's class was Blade of the Underworld, and her nickname was Ghost Spirit. Qin Feng stepped out from his hiding place and slowly walked toward her. Her class, just like Shadow, was one of the only hidden classes in the assassin branch. Qin Feng remembered clearly that in his previous life, Ghost Spirit had once ranked among the top 10 strongest powers in the entire world, but after she became enemies with the Chu family of Demon City, her true identity was exposed and countless forces joined hands to besiege her. Even under that kind of pressure, Ghost Spirit had still massacred thousands of enemies before finally dying from exhaustion. Qin Feng also remembered how deeply her guild members had grieved when news of her death spread. He never expected to meet her here, of all places. Still, one thing puzzled him. Who exactly was this Dongfang Ming she had mentioned? As far as Qin Feng knew, he himself had already wiped out the entire Dongfang family. Qin Feng then deactivated his invisibility, revealing himself and instantly drawing Ghost Spirit's attention. Her reaction was anything but friendly. She immediately prepared to attack, clearly assuming that Qin Feng was connected to the scum she had just killed. Qin Feng calmly denied it, saying he did not know those people. Ghost Spirit had no patience to listen. She rushed straight toward him and told him to prepare to die. Qin Feng, however, stayed as calm as ever, not showing the slightest panic. With anger burning across her face, Ghost Spirit unleashed her skill, Underworld Chainblade. In the blink of an eye, the strip of paper shot forward and began wrapping tightly around Qin Feng's body. But right before it could truly bind him, Qin Feng's body turned into shadow and vanished from the spot without a trace, leaving Ghost Spirit momentarily stunned. Qin Feng appeared behind her in the next instant and decided to play along with the situation. The moment Ghost Spirit heard him so close behind her, her eyes widened with both surprise and fear. Realizing she was in real danger, Ghost Spirit reacted immediately and leapt away from him, creating distance as fast as she could. She then activated Shadow Stealth. Her body melted into the surrounding darkness, turning into shadow before disappearing completely from sight. Qin Feng was slightly surprised when he noticed that she had actually gone invisible. Since she had chosen to hide, Qin Feng also activated Shadow Stealth, and his figure disappeared from the place just as silently. Several minutes passed in complete silence, and nothing happened at all. Ghost Spirit gradually became confused. She could not see Qin Feng anywhere. Even though her Blade of the Underworld class came with a built-in level 4 anti-stealth ability, she still could not detect his position at all. This made a startling thought rise in her mind. Could this guy actually be Shadow? Not long after, Qin Feng cancelled his Shadow Stealth and silently appeared behind her, his presence immediately catching her attention. The moment Ghost Spirit heard Shadow's voice behind her, panic surged through her body. She instantly realized that even with her level 4 stealth active, he could still see her clearly. Ghost Spirit realized that holding back any longer would only put her at a disadvantage. Her expression sharpened, and she finally decided to use her strongest skill, Evil Ghost Soul Chase. The paper strip in her hand suddenly began glowing with an eerie light. At the same time, a small pink flame appeared above Qin Feng's head while he activated Shadow Stealth once again. Qin Feng did not let his guard drop for even a second. He immediately pulled back, creating distance from the incoming attack. But to his surprise, the blade did not lose its target at all, and continued chasing after him, leaving him slightly confused. After observing it more carefully, Qin Feng quickly understood what was happening. This locking blade was able to pinpoint his exact location even while he was hidden. Ghost Spirit's eyes burned with firm determination. Even if her own eyes could not see through his concealment, her weapon could still find him. Anyone marked by evil ghost soul chase would have no way to escape its pursuit. Qin Feng tried to shake it off, but no matter how he moved, it was useless. The blade kept following him without hesitation. At that moment, he realized that this class had the ability to ignore stealth levels entirely. Ghost Spirit truly was far from ordinary. But Qin Feng was not someone who would be cornered so easily. With a clever shift in movement, he began circling around Ghost Spirit, using her own skill against her. By the time she noticed what he was planning, it was already too late. Ghost Spirit refused to give up and tried to catch Qin Feng before he could finish his move. But the moment she acted, the strip of paper suddenly wrapped around her own body, binding her tightly and leaving her completely immobilized. Qin Feng grabbed the strip of paper and lifted it, leaving Ghost Spirit hanging helplessly in midair. Then he told her directly that he was Shadow, not someone sent by Dongfang Ming. He also made it clear that if he had truly wanted to kill her, she would already be dead. With no better choice left, Ghost Spirit decided to believe him and asked him to put her down. Qin Feng did not waste time with unnecessary words. He went straight to the point and asked whether the Dongfang Yu she mentioned came from the Dongfang family of Jianghai City. Even while hanging upside down, Ghost Spirit still nodded. She explained that Dongfang Yu was indeed from that family, but she had married into the Chu family. So her ties with the Dongfang family were no longer as close as before. Qin Feng immediately understood the situation. One fish had slipped through the net. It seemed Dongfang Yu had not been present when he wiped out the Dongfang family. Ghost Spirit's eyes widened in shock the moment she realized what his words meant. The one who had annihilated the Dongfang family was actually him. Her shock quickly turned into excitement and joy. If Shadow had destroyed the Dongfang family, then that meant he and Dongfang Yu were enemies as well. She immediately told him to put her down, saying that the enemy of her enemy was her friend, and that the two of them could work together. Qin Feng released his grip on the strip of paper, and Ghost Spirit dropped straight to the ground. However, Qin Feng did not immediately agree to cooperate. Instead, he looked at her and first asked why she wanted to kill Dongfang Yue. Ghost Spirit clenched her teeth so hard that her hatred was almost visible on her face. She said she wanted revenge for the murder of her family, then began telling him the dark and painful story behind it. Before the arrival of the godforsaken game, Dongfang Yu had killed Ghost Spirit's mother in a drunk driving accident. But because the Chu family stepped in and found someone else to take the blame, Dongfang Yu escaped punishment completely. Her father could not accept that injustice. He managed to find evidence that could convict Dongfang Ming, but the very next day, his body was recovered from the river. The official explanation given to the public was suicide. When Ghost Spirit went to Dongfang Yue's home demanding an explanation, the Chu family's guards beat her until she was nearly dead. Drowning in despair and pushed to the edge of giving up on everything, she encountered the arrival of the god-forsaken game. The first thing she did after entering the game was kill Dongfang Yue. But killing her once was not enough. If Ghost Spirit wanted to erase her permanently, she had to completely drain away Dongfang Yue's lifespan. After Dongfang Yue revived again, she immediately hired countless people to hunt Ghost Spirit down. That chain of pursuit was what led to the scene Qin Feng had just witnessed. Qin Feng stood there quietly and listened to her entire story. From beginning to end, he did not interrupt her even once. Tears streamed down Ghost Spirit's face as her voice trembled with desperation. She looked at Shadow and begged him to help her kill Dongfang Yu. Qin Feng's answer was cold and direct. Without softening his tone or avoiding the subject, he refused her request. But Ghost Spirit still refused to give up. With sorrow filling her tearful eyes, she pleaded with him again, begging him to help her kill Dongfang Yue. Qin Feng stared at her in silence. From the look in her eyes, he could tell that she was not someone who would abandon her goal so easily. With a deeply pained expression, Ghost Spirit told him she would not ask for help without paying a price. She offered him everything she had, promising to work under him and hand over all the lifespan she earned, along with her equipment and skills, as long as he helped her kill Dongfang Yue. She even went as far as declaring that she would willingly become his slave if that was what it took. Qin Feng silently observed her, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, with an arrogant but steady gaze, he told her he would not help her kill Dongfang Yu directly, because this was her revenge, and it could only be settled by her own hands. Qin Feng was not a villain, so he told her that he would help her reach that point, but how far she could go after that would depend on her own fate and ability. Ghost Spirit froze in shock. Her eyes widening with confusion, she could not understand what kind of help he planned to give her if he was refusing to kill Dongfeng Yu himself. Qin Feng answered honestly. With a calm look in his eyes, he told her to join his guild and become one of his people. If she did that, he would help her complete her revenge. A system window appeared in front of Ghost Spirit, informing her that Shadow had invited her to join the guild named Shadow. Ghost Spirit fell silent for a moment, thinking it over carefully. Then her eyes slowly lit up with joy when she realized that Shadow's guild currently consisted of only him. So all she had to do was join? Without hesitating any longer, she accepted the invitation, and a system window immediately confirmed her decision. Qin Feng accepted Ghost Spirit's friend request as well. Seeing that she had truly joined him, he felt a hint of satisfaction and told her that from now on there was only one thing she needed to focus on first: class advancement. Qin Feng turned his back to her and said that she would have to discover for herself what class advancement meant and how to complete it. Once she succeeded, she could come find him again. Ghost Spirit remained kneeling on the ground, but her eyes began shining with renewed determination. Qin Feng made his meaning clear. If she could not even accomplish this much, then she should give up on revenge altogether. Qin Feng activated Shadow Stealth and left the area without a sound. In his heart, he knew the blade of the underworld class had limitless potential. With just a little guidance, Ghost Spirit would definitely be able to advance much further in the future. After leaving Ghost Spirit behind, Qin Feng continued forward and soon arrived in the deepest part of the Evil Spirit Academy. Standing before him was a level 15 boss, a strange woman surrounded by several spiritual heads. She was the platinum-grade aberrant witch, Stana. After studying her for only a moment, Qin Feng quickly realized that she was the guardian of the Evil Spirit Academy. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng leapt into action and unleashed Dark Knight Ring Blade against the boss. The attack struck hard, dealing 26,000 points of damage while also triggering weak point strike. Qin Feng landed back on the ground, already recalling the details of this boss fight. During the first phase, only one of her 4 heads would activate, and in that state, she was immune to physical damage. Because of that, he could only rely on elemental skills, even if they dealt slightly less damage. He summoned his Shadow Blade, confidence glowing in his eyes. With the pale white bone blade increasing his movement speed and Shadow Blade resetting its cooldown whenever it struck a target, this fight was perfectly suited to him. Qin Feng began summoning Shadow Blades one after another until hundreds of them filled the air around him. Then he launched them straight at the boss, piercing one of her spiritual heads and dealing more than 200,000 points of damage. At that moment, he was like a mobile Gatling gun, firing endless elemental attacks without pause. Before long, her golden head burst apart into fragments. Shadow remained completely composed, because he remembered that once the second phase began, 3 heads would activate at the same time. The boss's eyes blazed with rage, and her furious gaze locked directly onto Qin Feng. Soon after, the heads began firing bursts of energy from their eyes. At the same time, Stana moved in a strange, dancing motion, unleashing chaotic attacks in every direction around her. But for Qin Feng, this kind of attack pattern was not difficult to handle at all. With almost no effort, he slipped through the incoming attacks and dodged them one after another. Then he drove his Shadow Blades into the boss's head again, dealing more than 200,000 points of damage. As she twisted on the ground in agony, Qin Feng calmly dropped back down from above. He didn't even spare her another look. With his back turned toward her, he walked away as if the entire fight had already reached its final curtain. Then he released his final Shadow Blade. The dark edge shot forward and struck the boss cleanly, making her entire body erupt in a violent blast. In the middle of that roaring explosion, the system notification appeared, confirming that Qin Feng had slain aberrant witch Dostana. He gained 50,000 EXP and at the same time obtained the Evil Spirit Academy's hideout key, a platinum tier item. The moment the next system prompt appeared, Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly in surprise. It was telling him that he now met the requirements to advance his class. Without wasting a second, Qin Feng chose to proceed. Dark shadows immediately curled around his body like living smoke, wrapping him from head to toe. His shadow class advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and the attribute bonuses surged along with it. His strength bonus rose from 9 to 27, Constitution from 9 to 27, Agility from 24 to 72, and Spirit from 15 to 45. This advancement had directly tripled all the attribute bonuses from his class, giving Qin Feng a huge leap in overall power. His strength, Constitution, agility, and spirit all rose sharply, and because of that, his attack power, defense, resistance, and overall combat ability improved in a very obvious way. His non-tradable lifespan had already passed 4,510 years, while his tradable lifespan had climbed beyond 566 years. On top of everything else, he also unlocked his fourth-class passive. From now on, he could launch attacks without breaking stealth, and those attacks would still enjoy the bonus from striking out of stealth. Qin Feng's gaze soon fell back onto the golden key, and his eyes lit up with real excitement. The class attribute bonus had tripled, and now even attacking would no longer force him out of stealth. This Tier 2 shadow advancement wasn't just a normal improvement. For an assassin like him, it was practically a rule-breaking transformation. A few minutes later, outside the Evil Spirit Academy, a group of people returned to the area. The moment Ghost Spirit saw them coming back, her expression changed and panic flashed across her face. She clearly hadn't expected those people to actually dare to show up again. They were the same men she had dealt with earlier, but this time, things were completely different. Before, there had only been 3 of them. Now, they had dragged over every member of their guild. The bald man grinned as he stared at her and admitted that last time he had simply been careless because he didn't know she had a chain blade. Beside him, the orange-haired man looked even more confident. With a smug expression, he said that this time he had brought everyone from Shura Palace, and he wanted to see where she could possibly run now. The bald man suddenly charged forward, raising his weapon as he rushed straight at Ghost Spirit. His posture made it clear that he had no intention of holding back this time. Seeing him close in so aggressively, Ghost Spirit's heart tightened, and she immediately realized the situation had turned bad. The bald man activated Earth Slash and came crashing down toward the ground with his axe, aiming to smash her in one brutal strike. Fortunately, Ghost Spirit reacted fast enough. At the last possible moment, she twisted her body away and barely managed to dodge the attack. With a sharp, confident look in her eyes, Ghost Spirit quickly tried to activate Shadow Stealth. But just as her body was about to fade, someone suddenly tossed a flash grenade in front of her. The grenade exploded with a blinding burst of white light, forcing her to stop the skill halfway and raise her hands to cover her eyes. The bald man immediately seized that opening. Before Ghost Spirit could recover from the flash, he stepped in and slammed a heavy kick into her, knocking her completely off balance. He planted his foot down on her head, pressing her against the ground while an arrogant smile spread across his face. Looking down at her from above, he made it clear that he was going to teach her a real lesson this time. But even under his boot, Ghost Spirit had no intention of surrendering. Gritting through the pain, Ghost Spirit reached out and pulled out a small green vial, but before she could use it, the orange-haired man noticed the movement. He stepped down hard on her hand, trapping it against the ground, and snatched the vial away from her. After taking a closer look at the vial, the orange-haired man quickly recognized what it was. It was suicide poison. Once used, it would make the user lose half of their lifespan and return directly to the respawn point. Instead of getting angry, the man seemed entertained. He looked at Ghost Spirit with interest, amused that she had such a fierce and stubborn personality. His expression slowly turned twisted. He stuck out his tongue, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. The more defiant Ghost Spirit acted, the more fascinated he seemed to become, as if her strong temper had completely caught his attention. Ghost Spirit's eyes instantly widened with fear. The confidence she had tried to hold on to trembled for a moment as she realized just how disgusting and dangerous the man in front of her really was. Then the orange-haired man leaned down and began licking her cheek. But in the very next moment, his expression froze. A system window suddenly appeared in front of him, informing him that the Great Platinum Sanctuary, the Evil Spirit Academy, now belonged to the guild named Shadow. The barrier had been activated, and all personnel who were not members of this guild would be treated as intruders. Immediately after that warning appeared, the sanctuary's defense system began removing the intruders. A terrifying bolt of thunder crashed down from above, striking the men with overwhelming force before they could even react. In just the blink of an eye, their bodies were completely destroyed. Where those men had been standing moments ago, only glowing orbs of lifespan remained, floating silently in the aftermath. Ghost Spirit stared at the scene in shock, her eyes wide as she finally understood what had happened. The Evil Spirit Academy was actually a sanctuary, and now it belonged to her guild. That could only mean one thing. In just a few short minutes, Shadow had killed the Guardian and taken the key. Qin Feng also received the Jade Tier Aberrant Witch's Ring. It was a ring that could be used by every class starting from level 14, and its effects were extremely useful. It increased all attributes by 22 and boosted cooldown speed by 30%. Its unique effect also expanded skill range by 25% and increased area damage by 10%. And as if that reward wasn't already good enough, he also obtained a platinum-grade skill called Virulent Poison Trap. This platinum-grade skill was made for assassin and hunter classes. It allowed Qin Feng to set down a trap hidden with level 5 stealth. Any enemy who triggered it would take 500 extra poison damage, suffer a 50% slow for 5 seconds, and continue receiving poison damage equal to 100% of his attack power. He could place up to 3 traps at the same time, and each one had a cooldown of 4. So, 65 seconds, while the trap itself could last for a full 3,600 seconds. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the rewards, since 2 of the items that dropped were things an assassin like him could actually use. In particular, the ring was extremely suitable for him. His instant shadow, slash, and dark knight ring blade were both area of effect skills, so the ring's bonus would give him a major boost in real combat. At that moment, Qin Feng's eyes shone with even more joy. He still had 363 evolution points, which was exactly enough to evolve his backstab enhancement skill to legendary grade. Without hesitation, he spent 340 evolution points, leaving only 23 behind. Right after that, backstab enhancement successfully evolved from epic to legendary. Its passive effect improved as well, raising the damage bonus for attacks from behind from 75% to a full 100%. Even better, the new legendary effect made every attack he launched while in stealth count as a backstab. Qin Feng was very pleased with the result. With constant backstab damage and the permanent stealth advantage from his advanced class, his damage output and survivability had both been pushed to an entirely new level. Just then, Little Black contacted Qin Feng and told him she had discovered another set of ruins, asking if he wanted to come over and take a look. When Qin Feng asked where she was, she replied that she was currently in the Zhanghai City ruins. She explained that the stones around the temple entrance were carved with murals that looked very similar to the ones in the beginner's village ruins. Qin Feng felt a little puzzled and asked why they hadn't explored it themselves. With their current progress, they should already be capable of dealing with a platinum-grade boss. Little Black answered honestly, saying that they had planned to do exactly that, but after they cleared every enemy all the way to the end, a teleportation orb appeared. However, when they touched the orb, nothing happened at all. The system only told them that a fated person was required to enter, so Little Black wondered whether Qin Feng might be that person. After hearing this, Qin Feng decided to go check it out personally. He told her to wait there for him and prepare enough lifespan because he would bring over the new equipment he had just obtained. Besides, since the 2 shrines could teleport between each other, traveling from the Magic City ruins to the Zhanghai ruins had become much more convenient. Little Black also mentioned that the officials on the Zhanghai side didn't have enough lifespan, so he could sell directly to the people in Magic City instead. At the same time, Little Black was waiting on the outskirts of the Zhanghai City ruins, keeping watch near the area where she had discovered the strange entrance. She was sitting on a white llama, and the creature was calmly lowering its head, chewing grass as if nothing serious was happening around it. Not long after, Qin Feng suddenly appeared behind her without making a sound. His voice came from close by as he asked where exactly the ruins were located. The sudden sound of Qin Feng's voice startled both Little Black and the llama at the same time. Little Black flinched and quickly complained, telling him not to scare her like that. Qin Feng had obviously done it on purpose, but he put on an innocent face and promised that he would be more careful next time. Little Black then leaned forward and peeked over the edge of the cliff, pointing down below as she explained that the entrance to the ruins was at the bottom. When Qin Feng asked how they had managed to find such a hidden place, she gave a small, awkward reaction and said it was a long story. Little Black turned toward the llama beside her and began explaining from the beginning. She said that she had gotten a mount in this area, a little sheep-like creature that she had been spending time with. While she was playing around with it, a silver-gray boss suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The sudden arrival scared both of them badly, instantly throwing the whole situation into chaos. In her panic, Little Black lost her footing and tumbled straight off the cliff. Fortunately, instead of falling all the way down, she got caught by a tree growing near the bottom. And from that dangerous position, she happened to notice the hidden cave entrance. Little Black carefully began making her way down toward the bottom of the cliff, reminding Qin Feng to watch his step and not slip. As she moved, she explained that after she respawned, she called Captain An and Uncle Wang Meng over so they could explore the place together. Qin Feng simply jumped down after her, landing smoothly while commenting that finding a place like this really did match her usual style. Little Black immediately praised Shadow's movements, saying he was impressive. She then added that Wang Meng had tried to jump down the same way before, only to slip and die from the fall. The two of them entered the cave. As they walked deeper inside, Little Black told him that there was a labyrinth up ahead, but they had already cleared out the monsters and explored the whole path. Qin Feng listened, then reminded her that from now on she should avoid dying whenever possible. He warned her seriously not to let her non-tradable lifespan drop to zero, because once that happened, the consequences would be extremely dangerous. Little Black smiled confidently and said she understood. She explained that she knew about skills capable of draining other people's lifespan, but they had already made preparations for that. Since they had a way to replenish their non-tradable lifespan, they weren't completely helpless. Qin Feng was slightly surprised when he heard this and asked whether they really had a stable method to recover it. Little Black lifted one finger and explained their method. Inside the city ruins, they would deliberately lure monsters that had absorbed non-tradable lifespan into a secluded area. After killing those monsters, they would leave all the dropped non-tradable lifespan stored in that location. That way, whenever someone needed to replenish their own supply, they could simply return to that place and absorb what had been saved. Qin Feng's interest was immediately piqued. He nodded slightly, admitting that it was a clever method, then asked whether a newcomer had been the one to come up with the idea. Little Black froze in shock, because Qin Feng had guessed it perfectly. At the same time, Qin Feng silently remembered that in his previous life, this exact method had indeed been invented by a newcomer. Later on, it became so useful that almost everyone eventually adopted it. Before long, they reached the teleportation orb. Little Black walked up and placed her hand against it, but the system immediately informed her that she was not the fated person, so the mechanism would not activate. She stepped aside and asked Shadow to try instead. According to what everyone had guessed, this temple was very likely connected to the one back in the beginner's town. Qin Feng grew even more curious. He stood in front of the orb and quietly observed it, studying its surface without saying a word. After a brief pause, he finally reached out toward it. The instant his hand made contact, the orb began to shine, and a powerful wave of energy surged out from within. The sudden burst of light was so intense that Little Black quickly raised her hands to cover her eyes. Confused and unable to see clearly, she had no idea what was happening in front of her. When the light faded, Little Black was stunned to find that Qin Feng had vanished without leaving even a trace. Then she realized the orb had disappeared as well. Seeing that both her boss and the teleportation orb were gone, she finally confirmed her guess. Shadow really was the fated person. Meanwhile, Qin Feng opened his eyes in a completely different place. He had arrived inside the cave of the Ice Tide, and as soon as he checked his status, he discovered that all remote communication had been blocked. Qin Feng didn't relax for even a second. The moment he realized he was alone in this unfamiliar place, he immediately activated his invisibility skill, letting his figure fade into the surroundings while he quietly assessed the danger. Right after that, the system issued him a brand new mission: protect the Ice Tide crystal. Qin Feng's gaze instantly locked onto the crystal in front of him. He recognized it at once, and his expression turned serious, because he remembered clearly that if this object was struck by any attack, it would erupt with a terrifying icy tide. As Qin Feng looked around more carefully, he noticed movement inside the surrounding caves. Monsters were beginning to emerge from the darkness, and every one of them seemed determined to charge at the Ice Tide crystal no matter what. He immediately understood the danger. If he allowed even one of them to succeed, then he would be finished. Qin Feng quickly took the virulent poison trap out of his inventory. For him, dying once was not the most frightening part. The real problem was that if the mission failed, he would lose the chance to return to this place and claim the reward. He understood better than anyone that his only real option right now was to evolve Virulent Poison Trap. After spending the required evolution points, leaving himself with only 17, the skill successfully advanced from Platinum grade to Epic grade. After the upgrade, the trap's stealth level rose from level 5 to level 8. Any enemy that triggered it would now suffer 1,200 extra poison damage and be slowed for 8 seconds. The slowing effect still remained at 50%, while the continuous poison damage was still equal to 100% of Qin Feng's attack power. Even more importantly, the maximum number of traps he could place increased from 3 to 9, while the duration of each trap still remained at 3,600 seconds. Qin Feng immediately placed 3 traps right at the cave entrances, carefully setting them where the monsters would have to pass through. At the same time, the system informed him that the effect of the Aberrant Witch's Ring had activated, increasing the skill's area of effect by 25%. Seeing the widened trap range, Qin Feng instantly understood that the upgraded traps were now enough to cover the entire passage, no matter how the monsters rushed out. As long as they tried to pass through those cave mouths, they were guaranteed to trigger the traps. And right at that moment, the first wave finally arrived. One monster after another appeared from the cave openings, their glowing eyes fixed directly on Qin Feng. In the next second, The horde poured out from the darkness and charged toward him with terrifying speed. But the instant they crossed the entrance, they stepped straight into the traps Qin Feng had prepared. Thorn-covered vines suddenly burst out from the traps, whipping upward and wrapping tightly around the monsters' bodies. The poison damage erupted at the same time, tearing through them for more than 100,000 points of damage. Dust and broken earth rose from the ground as the trap effects exploded across the passage. But Qin Feng stood in place calmly, even with the chaos in front of him. His expression remained steady and unmoved. Then, without warning, an arrow suddenly cut through the air and shot toward him. The moment Qin Feng noticed the incoming attack, his eyes sharpened and his expression instantly became more serious. Just before the arrow could strike him, Qin Feng summoned a shield in front of himself. The arrow slammed into it at the last possible moment, and the attack was blocked by the narrowest margin. Qin Feng's gaze immediately shifted toward the monster holding a bow. Only then did he realize that among these mobs, there were also ranged attackers hiding in the group. Meanwhile, outside the Magic City ruins, a mage named Dongfang Yue met with the orange-haired man. Her expression was cold as she asked whether his guild had really given up on hunting Ghost Spirit, also known as Giling, just because she had become a member of the Shadow Guild. The orange-haired man nodded without hesitation and confirmed that they couldn't continue. If Dongfang Yue still wanted Ghost Spirit captured, then she would have to find someone else to do it. Dongfang Yue tightened her grip around her magic staff, clearly furious that he dared to reject her. She questioned why he treated Shadow as a greater threat than her, then reminded him with a sneer that he was nothing but a peasant. She warned him not to forget that she already had all of his real-world personal information, and killing him outside the game would be extremely easy for her. The orange-haired man's eyes widened, and rage immediately flared across his face. Before Dongfang Yue could say another word, the man finally snapped. He swung his fist hard into her cheek, and the heavy blow sent her entire body flying backward. After Dongfang Yue crashed to the ground, the man drew his dagger and began beating her without holding back. He shouted that he had already had enough of her, and even if he couldn't defeat Shadow, he could still kill her. Each strike came down with furious force as he cursed her for calling him a peasant over and over again, screaming for her to die with every blow. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Yue was killed. Her body quickly broke apart and began transforming into glowing orbs of lifespan. When she opened her eyes again, she had already returned to the real world inside the Chu family residence. Her golden-cased phone was still in her hand, but her face was twisted with rage. She clenched her fist tightly, unable to accept that those peasants from Shura Palace had actually dared to kill her. Without wasting a moment, Dongfang Yue immediately demanded that her husband send people to capture every last one of them. Her husband looked slightly confused and asked whether she was talking about Shura Palace, the very group she had hired earlier to catch Ghost Spirit. With anger still burning on her face, Dongfang Yue explained that Ghost Spirit had now joined Shadow, and because of that, those people no longer dared to continue the job for fear of Shadow's revenge. Her husband listened and then calmly told her that they would deal with those peasants after Shadow was eliminated. He then informed her that he had already arranged for people from Magic City's Black Dragon Hall to move against Shadow. The plan was already underway, and he assured her that it would not be long before she could avenge her family. Dongfang Yue's eyes widened again, overflowing with hatred. Her fury was no longer aimed at Shadow alone, but also at the peasants who had dared to humiliate her. The thought of revenge made her breathing grow excited. With a vicious and confident expression, she swore that she would avenge the Dongfang family, and that every single one of those people would be slaughtered. Back inside the cave of the Ice Tide, Qin Feng threw his short blade with a sharp flick of his hand. The blade shot forward and buried itself directly into the eye of the bow-wielding monster, killing it instantly. To Qin Feng, the fact that some of the mobs could attack from range did not change much. His Shadow Blade skill reset its cooldown whenever it struck a weak point, which meant these enemies were no different from targets waiting to be cut down. One precise slash was enough for each kill. By then, the Ice Tide crystal was already covered in cracks, looking as if it might shatter at any moment. Just as Qin Feng prepared for what might come next, the system suddenly announced that the guard mission had been completed and told him to claim his reward. The notification caught him off guard, and he couldn't help wondering if it was really over already. The Ice Tide crystal finally broke apart, scattering into countless fragments. As the broken crystal pieces faded, a golden treasure chest slowly appeared in its place. Qin Feng's gaze immediately fixed on the chest. From its glow and aura, he quickly realized that this was not an ordinary reward at all. It was an epic treasure chest. He reached his hand toward the chest, anticipation rising in his eyes. Last time, an epic chest had given him graceful release. Now he wanted to see what kind of reward this one would contain. The chest slowly opened, and a dazzling golden light poured out from within, filling the space around Qin Feng with a powerful glow. Then, from inside that golden radiance, the figure of a woman gradually began to take shape. She was an NPC.
Qin Feng looked at her with surprise because he recognized her immediately. She was the same NPC who had appeared beside the epic chest the last time.
With her eyes still closed, the woman began to speak in a strange, ancient language. Qin Feng recognized it at once as the language of the old gods. Her words reached him clearly, telling him that he had passed 2 trials and was the chosen one. Qin Feng found this extremely strange. He obviously could not truly understand that language, and yet the meaning entered his mind perfectly. For a moment, he wondered whether this was because of his eye of judgment. As the woman's body began to transform, she revealed that the old gods had already perished. And Qin Feng was the one who would inherit the mantle of judgment. The NPC's body continued to change before his eyes. Shadow could do nothing except stand there in silence, watching the transformation unfold with clear amazement. Little by little, the woman's appearance shifted further, as if some hidden power within her was slowly awakening. Then the third eye on her forehead opened. A powerful aura surged out from her body, filling the space around them as she told Qin Feng that her name was Asathis. She declared that she would follow him and personally witness him become the true god of judgment. After saying that, Asathis asked Qin Feng to accept the gift she had prepared for him. The gift was Asathis's summoning bell. It was a bell created by Asathis, the herald of judgment, using the power of order itself. With it, Qin Feng would be able to summon her once at level 25, again at level 35, and one final time at level 50. Each summoning would give him the chance to challenge a special ruin. If he completed all 3 challenges successfully, Asathis would be able to live in his hideout and provide him with a skill upgrade function. Qin Feng took the summoning bell, and joy immediately lit up in his eyes. He understood that the previous temple had been level 5, while this one was level 15. Thinking about it, he couldn't help feeling surprised that Little Black had stumbled upon both of them. Her luck was truly so good that it almost seemed unreal. Asathis then looked at Qin Feng and asked him to choose a skill. She told him that he had one free chance to upgrade a skill to match his current level. His gaze sharpened, and the playful look in his eyes faded as he sank into serious thought. Qin Feng understood very clearly that the true value of any skill was never judged by one thing alone. There were 2 standards that mattered most: the skill's quality and the level required to use it. Normally, the quality of a skill was fixed from the moment it appeared, with no natural way to raise it any further. But Qin Feng was different. With infinite evolution in his hands, he could forcefully push a skill beyond its original limits. Even something as ordinary as Shadow Lurk could be raised step by step until it became a mythic grade skill if he was willing to spend the price. The level requirement was just as important. It did not simply decide when a person was allowed to activate a skill. It also shaped the skill's true strength. When looking at the numbers alone, a level 5 Shadow Lurk and a level 51 Shadow Lurk were practically from 2 different worlds. For ordinary players, finding skills that were both high quality and high level was unimaginably difficult, but for Qin Feng, this kind of problem would eventually stop being a problem at all. As long as he was willing to consume lifespan, he could directly raise the level of any skill he wanted. With confidence flashing in his eyes, Qin Feng made his choice without hesitation and selected his strongest grade skill, Graceful Release, as the one to upgrade first. Asathis leaned in and gently kissed Qin Feng's hand, fulfilling the wish he had chosen. In that instant, his mythic skill, Graceful Release, surged upward, jumping from level 10 all the way to level 16. The weak point attack correction rose sharply, increasing from plus 300% to plus 410%, and the attack multiplier applied to those weak points was doubled as well. Even more importantly, when Graceful Release was used actively now, it would apply a throat slit effect, dealing 310% of the first attack's damage every second for 3 seconds, while the cooldown dropped to 6.97 seconds. Asathis' figure slowly began to fade from sight, her voice lingering softly as she said she was looking forward to meeting him again someday. Right after that, a glowing blue portal opened in front of Qin Feng. The shimmering light rippled in the air, clearly marking the way out of this place. Before stepping through the portal, Qin Feng suddenly paused. He turned back toward the chest, reached inside once more, and noticed there was still something hidden within it. What he obtained was the Epic Tier Baffich's equivalent exchange agreement. It came in the form of epic grade leg armor designed for the assassin class with a level 15 requirement. The armor granted 198 physical defense, all elemental resistance and damage block, along with 19.8% damage reduction and plus 19.8 whispering resistance. Its unique ability, Art of Equivalent Exchange, was even more valuable. By sacrificing an equipment piece or skill book no higher than epic grade, he could randomly receive another item of the same level and grade suited for his own class, with only a 1-hour cooldown. Qin Feng held the skill book in his hands, and the more he looked at it, the brighter his eyes became. He immediately realized how useful this equivalent exchange effect could be. His inventory still contained plenty of Jade-grade equipment and skill books, and now all of those things could potentially be converted into assassin-class items that were actually useful to him. After sorting through the rewards, Qin Feng decided it was finally time to return. The loot from this trip had been far better than expected, and deep down, he knew he truly owed Little Black a proper thanks for leading him here. Outside the cave entrance, Little Black was still waiting quietly beside her small llama. When Qin Feng walked out, he was slightly surprised. She had not used the past hour to go level up at all, and instead had stayed right there, watching the entrance for him the entire time. The moment Little Black saw Qin Feng come back safely, her expression relaxed with visible relief. She had been guarding the exit in case someone tried to ambush him while he was inside. Seeing how loyal she had been, Qin Feng took out a skill book he had found in the ruins and handed it to her as a reward. Little Black froze when she saw what it was. The skill book contained the level 13 Platinum Magic Shield skill, something that could greatly strengthen her ability to survive dangerous situations. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she quickly thanked her boss, clearly understanding how valuable this gift was. After receiving the skill book, Little Black climbed onto her small llama again. Sitting on its back, she waved goodbye to Qin Feng, then slowly rode away from the cave entrance. Qin Feng's own body then began to turn faint and transparent. Since everything here was finished, he decided to log off as well and finally go fill his hungry stomach. At the same time, inside the ruins of Jianghai City, the Silver-Grade Guild sanctuary belonging to the Knights Templar stood quietly among the broken buildings. A wide smile spread across the guild leader's face as he looked over everyone gathered before him. With obvious excitement in his voice, he announced that today was a great day, because the Knights Templar Guild finally had a real home of its own. The crowd immediately became excited. The leader admitted that this new home was not especially large, but to them it was still a wonderful beginning, and a sign that the guild had finally taken its first stable step forward. From now on, they would no longer have to constantly fear being wiped out by a boss that appeared out of nowhere. When they were exhausted from leveling, they would have a safe place to return to, rest, and recover. And for this precious sanctuary, there was one person they needed to thank above all others, Qin Xiaoyu. She had been the first to discover this place, and the guild leader raised his voice, asking everyone to welcome Qin Xiaoyu to the stage with the warmest applause they could give. Applause and praise quickly filled the area. Everyone began calling out Qin Xiaoyu's name and complimenting her, making her face glow with happiness as she stood before them. Standing on the platform, Qin Xiaoyu first thanked her master, who had patiently taught her without ever giving up. Then she thanked her friends, who had reached out to help her during her hardest moments. After that, she even thanked those who had once hated and looked down on her, because their mockery and contempt had pushed her to become stronger. When the women below heard those words, they could not help feeling proud of Qin Xiaoyu. Watching her stand there with such confidence, they felt as if her growth was something they had all witnessed together. With tears shimmering in her eyes, Qin Xiaoyu finally thanked her father and mother. Her voice trembled slightly as she wished they were still alive, because then they would have been able to see how excellent she had become. She believed that if they could see her now, they would definitely feel proud of her. Before Qin Xiaoyu could continue too far, the guild leader quickly cut her speech short. He asked her to tell everyone the important part, what kind of difficulties and obstacles she had overcome in order to find this hideout. Qin Xiaoyu did not try to exaggerate anything. She answered honestly, saying that some time ago, she had actually had a dream. In that dream, a very powerful warrior had guided her, and together they had captured this hideout. Although everything in the dream had been blurry, the feeling was so real that she came here with a just try it and see attitude. She never expected that she would actually find the place. The moment the others heard that explanation, they burst into laughter and began mocking her. To them, the idea of finding a guild hideout because of a dream sounded ridiculous, and they could hardly believe she was being serious. The guild leader also had to hold back his laughter. Still, he politely thanked Qin Xiaoyu for her wonderful speech, then teasingly asked whether she had happened to have any more dreams the previous night. Qin Xiaoyu gently touched her cheek and thought for a moment before saying that she really did have another dream. In that dream, she saw a huge and magnificent hideout packed with people, and she felt that it might even be a platinum-grade hideout. The guild members immediately laughed even harder. They joked that Qin Xiaoyu truly was living inside her dreams, and some even teased that, at this rate, the guild would be moving into a much bigger house very soon. But the guild leader's expression gradually became serious. Instead of dismissing her, he called it an excellent dream and personally handed Qin Xiaoyu the reward she had earned, 1 full year of tradable lifespan. With a smile, the leader placed an arm around Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder and said he hoped everyone would learn from her dedication to the guild's collective good. As long as everyone worked together with one heart, he believed the Knights Templar Guild would be able to stand firm in these chaotic times and grow better and better. Then he dismissed the crowd, telling those who needed to level up to go level up, and those who needed to explore to get moving. As for Qin Xiaoyu, he entrusted her with continuing the search for more hideouts, encouraging her to keep working hard because he was counting on her. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with pure joy. A bright smile spread across her face, and she nodded eagerly, clearly taking his words to heart. Several hours later, Qin Xiaoyu appeared once again inside the ruins of Zhanghai City. She held her magic staff tightly in her hand as she carefully moved through the broken streets. Her eyes shone with worry as she followed the faint feeling left behind by her dream. According to that feeling, the place should have been somewhere nearby, yet no matter how she searched, she still could not find the hideout she was supposed to discover. At the same time, several guild members were secretly following her from a distance. When they saw Qin Xiaoyu head straight to this area after the meeting, they began whispering among themselves, wondering if she was truly searching for the platinum-grade hideout from her dream. When they saw Qin Xiaoyu step into one of the buildings, the women exchanged glances and immediately decided to follow her inside. Qin Xiaoyu entered the building and carefully made her way through a dark tunnel. The deeper she went, the more frightened she became. This place looked similar to what she had seen in her dream, yet at the same time, something about it felt completely different. Worse still, she had the uneasy feeling that someone was following behind her. She closed her eyes, exhaled slowly, and forced herself to steady her shaking heart. Qin Xiaoyu reminded herself that she was a life priest, a hidden class, and that with her abilities, nothing here should be able to harm her. But the moment Qin Xiaoyu opened her eyes again, a horrifying monster was standing right in front of her. Its mouth split open grotesquely, and from inside that mouth, several eyes stared straight at her. The terrifying sight struck Qin Xiaoyu like lightning. Her face went pale, and all the courage she had gathered vanished in an instant, leaving her with nothing but a sharp scream of fear. However, the monster did not immediately attack Qin Xiaoyu. Instead, it knocked her to the ground, then rushed past her and charged toward the spot where the guild women who had been following her were hiding. The women instantly panicked when they saw the creature rushing toward them. They shouted in disgust, asking what kind of monster it was, then yelled that they had to catch it and kill it right away. Before they could come up with any proper plan, the monster struck first. Its tentacles whipped forward and wrapped tightly around one of the women, and then the tentacles growing from its mouth forced their way into her mouth. In the blink of an eye, the woman's body began to weaken rapidly. Her strength drained away as the monster devoured all of her lifespan, leaving her powerless in its grasp. When her companions realized this monster could literally absorb them to death, they screamed in horror. Without hesitating for even a second, they turned and fled deeper into the ruins, desperate to escape. But the monster clearly had no intention of letting them get away so easily. Poor Qin Xiaoyu finally woke up to the sound of those screams. Her face was still filled with fear as she turned her head, only to see the terrifying monster draining the women's lifespan right before her eyes. Qin Xiaoyu reacted fast. Without letting out even the slightest sound, she turned her body and slipped away, fleeing as quietly as she possibly could. Before long, she found a spiral staircase twisting downward in front of her. Qin Xiaoyu did not dare hesitate for even a second and immediately rushed down the steps without once looking back. But in her panic, her foot suddenly missed the step. Her whole body lurched forward and she fell headfirst, crashing hard onto the cold ground below. The sharp pain made tears instantly well up in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, Qin Xiaoyu slowly lifted her head and began looking around the unfamiliar place, trying to figure out where she had ended up. Right there in front of her, standing silently in the dim space, was a door. The moment Qin Xiaoyu saw it, her eyes suddenly widened. Shock froze across her face, because this was the exact entrance she had seen in her dream. After all that searching, she had finally found it. This had to be the platinum-grade hideout, and she needed to inform the guildmaster right away. Qin Xiaoyu quickly contacted the guildmaster and told him she had discovered the platinum-grade hideout. The guild leader was clearly taken aback, but he reacted fast and ordered her to stay exactly where she was. He said he was already bringing people over, then told her to join his party so they could lock onto her position. Qin Xiaoyu immediately accepted the party invitation and replied that she would wait for them there. But just then, her eyes widened again. This time from fear. Strange sounds began echoing behind her, and when Qin Xiaoyu slowly turned around, she saw that sinister monster staring straight at her with a creepy smile on its face. Even though fear was crawling up her spine, Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and forced herself to stay brave. She kept telling herself not to be afraid. She could handle this. She could definitely defeat that thing. As the sinister monster continued watching her, Qin Xiaoyu pushed herself up from the ground and tightened her grip around her magic staff. She steadied her breathing, convincing herself that she was no longer the weak person she used to be. A powerful aura suddenly rose from Qin Xiaoyu's body. With confidence slowly returning to her face, she smiled and reminded herself that she was not ordinary anymore. She was a noble hidden class, the Life Priest. Qin Xiaoyu raised her magic staff and immediately unleashed her strongest skill, Venomous Vines. Thick vines burst out from the staff, whipping forward and wrapping tightly around the monster's body, draining more than 500 hit points from it. Seeing the attack land successfully, Qin Xiaoyu became so excited that she almost jumped in place. The skill had worked. Now the poison would keep eating away at the monster's life while she prepared her next move. She pointed her magic staff straight at the monster again and activated Corrupting Poison Mist. A cloud of toxic haze immediately spread toward the boss, beginning to damage it little by little as its life continued to drain. This was not some simple poison effect. It was a corrupting toxin, far more vicious and dangerous than ordinary poison. The poisonous mist did not stop around the monster. It kept expanding outward, slowly spreading through the entire area. The moment Qin Xiaoyu noticed what was happening, panic flashed across her face. Her eyes filled with fear as she realized this was a sealed space, and now the poisonous mist had filled the whole room. This was extremely bad. She hurriedly waved her hands in front of her face, desperately trying to fan the smoke away, but her breath was running out and she could not hold it much longer. Qin Xiaoyu was almost at her limit, unable to keep holding her breath. Then, at that desperate moment, she suddenly remembered that as a Life Priest, she actually had an antidote spell. She raised her magic staff at once and cast the antidote skill. Under the spell's effect, the poisonous mist slowly began to fade away, but at the same time it also stopped affecting the monster. The monster's attention immediately locked onto her. Its gaze fixed on Qin Xiaoyu, and an unsettling smile slowly spread across its face. Tears filled Qin Xiaoyu's eyes, and before she could stop herself, she accidentally breathed in a small amount of the remaining mist. The effect took hold instantly. Qin Xiaoyu died on the spot, and her body transformed into Lifespan. A system notification appeared, announcing that the player Qin Xiaoyu had committed suicide. In the next moment, she respawned back inside her guild's hideout. Just then, the guild leader contacted her through chat and asked why she had suddenly returned. Qin Xiaoyu quickly explained that a monster inside that place had killed her. By then, the leader and his men had already killed the monster. He asked if she was talking about the soul-sucking hag, the silver-grade monster they had just taken down. But the more he thought about it, the less it made sense. The soul-sucking hag was slow and had weak attack power, but once it caught someone, it would completely drain their lifespan. That was why he could not understand how Qin Xiaoyu had managed to survive at all. When Qin Xiaoyu heard that, a smile slowly appeared on her face. She explained to the guildmaster that in that desperate moment, she had chosen to commit suicide herself because she knew she would definitely die if the monster caught her. The guild leader was stunned, then exclaimed that she was incredible and had actually found the only possible way to survive. After the leader praised her and called her a true genius, Qin Xiaoyu thanked him sweetly and told the guildmaster that she was heading over right away. At the same time, excitement surged inside her because it seemed those three bitches who had been following her were now completely dead. This was exactly what happened when people dared to mess with her. Sometime later, Qin Xiaoyu arrived back at the hideout's door. She pointed ahead and explained to the guildmaster that the platinum-grade hideout was right behind that stone door. The leader patted her on the back, praised her for doing a good job, and promised that once they secured the hideout, he would definitely reward her. Then the guildmaster turned toward his men and ordered Daytu to take a group outside to clear the surrounding area, making sure no other players came over to cause trouble. Daytu nodded immediately and told the guildmaster not to worry. He declared that anyone who dared interfere would be eliminated, even if that person was Shadow himself. The guildmaster then pointed straight at the hideout's door and gave the order to charge. They had to kill the guardian inside, and once that was done, the entire hideout would belong to them. Several guild members rushed up to the stone door and prepared to force it open, shouting battle cries as the atmosphere grew heated. They urged one another to charge in, kill the Guardian, and claim victory for the Knights Templar, while also yelling at the people in front to hurry up. But soon, one of the men turned back and reported to the leader that the stone door would not open. The guildmaster narrowed his eyes with curiosity and began thinking it over. He remembered that in this game, every hideout was protected by a Guardian. Then, in a sudden flash of understanding, everything clicked into place.
With a confident look on his face, the guildmaster raised his hand and pointed directly toward the hideout entrance, revealing that this stone door itself was the Guardian.
One of the men immediately stepped forward, lifted his axe, and swung it heavily into the stone door. The blow landed with a solid crash, and damage numbers appeared above the door, showing that the attack had dealt 320 hit points. That confirmed the guildmaster's guess. The stone door really was the Guardian. Everyone immediately began praising the guildmaster for his brilliance. Smiling with satisfaction, the guild leader said this platinum hideout was practically being handed to them as a gift, then ordered his men to bring the door down. His men answered in unison, accepting the command without hesitation. The guild members began attacking the door together, rushing forward with weapons raised. In the blink of an eye, their strikes kicked up a thick curtain of dust around the entrance. At the same time, several system windows suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng, warning him that his hideout, the Land of Purified Souls, was under attack. The durability of the entrance's stone door had fallen to 99.3% and was still taking continuous damage while the magic defense barrier remained at 100%. The system also informed him that normal teleportation to the hideout had been blocked, but he could choose to use war teleportation, though it would be the only time he could use it that day. Qin Feng's expression instantly turned serious with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Someone had actually discovered the entrance to the Land of Purified Souls and was now attacking his hideout. Riding on his wolf, Qin Feng set off toward his hideout. Based on the invaders' attack power, he estimated that even if they kept striking the door non-stop, it would probably take them a full year to break it down. So, instead of wasting his war teleport, he decided to ride over and see what was going on. After some time passed, Qin Feng finally reached the outskirts of the Land of Purified Souls. Just then, his eyes suddenly sharpened as something nearby caught his attention. Not far away, two men were chasing after a woman. As they ran, they shouted at her to stop, threatening to slaughter her if she kept trying to escape. Before the woman could get away, a man carrying a spiked mace stepped out in front of her, blocking her path as he coldly asked where she thought she was going. The woman barely had time to take another breath before the man swung his weapon and struck her hard, sending her entire body flying backward. The purple-haired man smiled as he watched her fall. Then he stretched out his hand and activated his skill, Sacred Chains. 4 energy swords suddenly descended from the sky, stabbing down with brutal precision. They pierced through the woman's hands and knees, pinning her in place and making her scream out in pain. One of the men looked down at her and reminded her that he had already warned her this area had been claimed by their guild, the Knights Templar. Then he asked if she really thought she could just force her way in. With a serious look in her eyes, the woman explained that she was only passing through. That could not possibly count as forcing her way in. It was obvious these people were simply looking for an excuse to rob her. Qin Feng recognized the woman at a glance. It was Yang Xiaoya, his old colleague from the company, and he still remembered that she was a pretty decent girl who had even warned him in advance before. After hearing that this guild had reserved the area, Qin Feng immediately figured out what was going on. The people attacking the Land of Purified Souls had to be from the Knights Templar Guild. Meanwhile, the purple-haired man sneered and said that if they claimed she was forcing her way in, then that was exactly what she was doing. With a wicked smile on his face, the purple-haired man reminded the others that according to their usual rules, he would be the first one to enjoy himself. The man beside him laughed and replied that if that was the case, then he would get his turn right after him. But at that exact moment, a figure moved so fast it was like a streak of thunder cutting through the air. Before the 3 men could even react, their heads were cleanly severed from their bodies. The one who had made that terrifying move was none other than Qin Feng. Qin Feng quietly stared at Yang Xiaoya, his gaze fixed on her as a strange glow began to shine in his eyes. Yang Xiaoya froze in shock, wondering if the person before her was Shadow, but almost immediately she felt something was not right. Those eyes looked far too familiar. They looked like Qin Feng's eyes. Then Qin Feng casually raised his hand and snapped his fingers, activating one of his skills without the slightest hesitation. The skill was called Blooming Curse. In the next instant, bright red spider lilies burst out from the corpses of the 3 men he had just killed, blooming beautifully and eerily as they drained away the last of their remaining lifespan. Qin Feng stood there surrounded by the glowing red energy, his posture steady and unmoving, while his expression remained cold, calm, and serious. Not far away, Yang Xiaoya watched everything happen with her eyes wide open. When she saw the glow in his eyes, that familiar feeling became even stronger, and she could not help wondering aloud whether he might actually be Qin Feng. The lifespan orbs left behind by the dead men were quickly pulled into a swirling vortex of blue energy, and within moments, every last trace of them disappeared. Yang Xiaoya stared at the empty space in a daze and realized that everything was gone. She stood there silently, trying to make sense of the unbelievable scene she had just witnessed. She could not deny that Shadow's eyes looked incredibly similar to Qin Feng's, but she quickly shook off that thought and treated it as nothing more than a coincidence. After all, if Qin Feng really was the powerful player known as Shadow, there was no way he would allow his own sister, Qin Shaoyu, to join a guild like the Knights Templar, where members were treated no better than slaves. The focus then shifted back outside the land of purified souls, near Shadow's hideout. There, a group of players led by the Knights Templar Guildmaster suddenly noticed Shadow's arrival. The moment they saw him, they erupted into a fanatical welcome, cheering excitedly and calling out to Big Brother Shadow. The guild leader hurried forward with an eager smile and explained that his men had been trying to rob someone earlier. He even thanked Shadow for appearing in time and teaching those men a lesson. He then said that ever since Shadow had saved them from the headless assassin, his entire guild had become completely devoted fans of Shadow. The leader kept flattering him, proudly claiming that the Knights Templar Guild now followed Shadow's positive values and worked hard to become a bright, upright, sunshine-filled guild. Only after piling on all that praise did he finally ask why Shadow had come to visit them. Shadow did not bother responding to any of the flattery. His expression remained calm as he went straight to the point and asked whether it was true that they were attacking a hideout. The guild leader's face changed at once. Looking both surprised and nervous, he began to stammer as he asked how Shadow had found out. Then, with obvious hesitation, he carefully asked whether Shadow was also interested in that hideout. With his eyes glowing faintly, Shadow looked at them and spoke in a calm, even voice, declaring that the hideout they were attacking belonged to him. The guild leader froze on the spot. Shock spread across his face so completely that he looked as if he had turned into stone, unable to process what he had just heard. His subordinates were just as stunned. One by one, they stood there with their mouths hanging open, staring in complete disbelief. Sweat began rolling down the guild leader's face as he tried to argue. He carefully pointed out that he had heard Shadow's hideout was located in Magic City, and as far as he knew, a single player could only own one hideout. At that moment, one of his men leaned closer and whispered an important detail into his ear. If a player established a guild, then the guild itself could also own a hideout. Shadow confirmed it without any emotion in his voice, saying that he had hideouts in both Magic City and Zhanghai City. The instant those words landed, a horrifying realization finally dawned on everyone present. They had actually been trying to invade the personal territory of Shadow, the strongest player in the entire world. Terror swept over the group like a cold wave, and as they looked up at him, it felt as if the sky itself was collapsing over their heads. Meanwhile, Qin Shaoyu stood there in complete disbelief, tears already gathering in her eyes. She could not understand how this hideout could possibly belong to Shadow, because in the dream that had led her here, Shadow had never appeared at all. Now that the real owner of the hideout was standing in front of him, the Knights Templar Guildmaster immediately began groveling. He bent low before Qin Feng, frantically explaining that they truly had no idea the place belonged to him, then begged to know how they could make up for their mistake. Shadow, however, only looked at the holographic panel showing the status of his hideout and coldly pointed out that they had been attacking his gate for quite some time, and repairing it would not be cheap. With a chilling look in his eyes, Shadow calmly named his price, 500 years of lifespan. The guild leader screamed the moment he heard that terrifying number. The shock was so overwhelming that his body stiffened, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted dramatically while his subordinates cried out in panic. One of the men quickly caught the unconscious leader in his arms and looked up at Qin Feng with desperation. Trembling under Qin Feng's presence, he pleaded with him, asking whether the price could possibly be lowered. Qin Feng looked down at the man coldly and asked if he even knew how much it cost to repair a gate like that. When the subordinate nervously admitted that he did not know, Qin Feng simply told him to shut his mouth. A moment later, the guild leader finally woke up with a dazed and miserable expression. Still lying there in shock, he muttered about the outrageous repair cost, wondering what terrible thing he had done to deserve such a disaster. Then, all of a sudden, his despair twisted into rage. He sprang up and lunged straight at Qin Xiaoyu, grabbing the front of her robes with both hands. His face was twisted with fury as he blamed her for the entire mess. He shouted that she was trying to ruin him and drag the whole Knights Templar Guild down with her. Qin Xiaoyu lowered her head with shame written across her face. She did not try to defend herself and quietly admitted that it was all her fault and that she had dragged everyone into this situation. Then she turned toward Qin Feng and bravely took all responsibility onto herself. She told him to punish her instead, saying she would do anything he ordered, even if it meant pledging her life to him. Qin Xiaoyu swore that she would become his servant and hand over every bit of lifespan she earned from then on until the entire debt was fully repaid. Still facing Qin Feng, Qin Xiaoyu continued begging. She said he could punish her however he wanted, beat her, curse her, or abuse her as long as he spared her guild. The Knights Templar Guildmaster and his men watched her in silence, clearly touched by the sight of her sacrificing herself for them. But Qin Feng completely ignored Qin Xiaoyu's plea. His glowing eyes shifted past her and locked directly onto the guild leader instead. Then Qin Feng calmly spoke a single name, Chen Wuming. The guild leader, whose real name was Chen Wuming, was instantly swallowed by terror. His voice shook as he stammered in disbelief, unable to understand how Qin Feng could possibly know his true identity. Qin Feng looked at Chen Wuming and asked him one cold question. Did he really think Qin Xiaoyu was worth 500 years of lifespan? The moment he heard that, a twisted and almost manic grin slowly spread across Chen Wuming's face. Then, in a shocking reversal, Chen Wuming suddenly threw himself at Qin Xiaoyu and unleashed a furious punch, screaming for her to die. His fists slammed into Qin Xiaoyu and sent her flying. As he attacked, he roared that she was the reason they had invaded Qin Feng's hideout in the first place, and now she still had the nerve to act like some noble hero. His jealousy burst out completely as he screamed that she was only trying to get close to Qin Feng and become his servant, something he believed she did not deserve at all. With Qin Xiaoyu lying unconscious on the ground, Chen Wuming immediately dropped to his knees and went back to begging. He cried that his plan to get close to Qin Feng had completely failed, then pleaded for mercy, saying his guild was small and could never afford 500 years of lifespan. As long as Qin Feng spared them, he promised they would do anything else he demanded. In the end, Qin Feng gave them another option. He told Chen Wuming to pay 100 years of lifespan first, and the remaining 400 years could be repaid by bringing him every member of their guild who had killer status. Each person they brought over would reduce the debt by 1 year. Chen Wuming was instantly overjoyed by this new deal. He quickly explained that it would be easy for them, since his guild had more than 2,000 members, and doing this would also help him clear his own killer status. Without wasting another second, he transferred the payment, and a system notification soon confirmed that Qin Feng had received 100 years of lifespan. Chen Wuming quickly asked Qin Feng to give him a moment, then turned around and began shouting orders, urgently rallying every guild member who carried killer status to gather there immediately. While the Knights Templar members were being assembled, Qin Feng decided to put the newly gained lifespan to use. A system window appeared in front of him, asking whether he wanted to spend 7 days of lifespan to repair the damaged hideout. Qin Feng accepted without even changing expression. A moment later, another notification popped up, confirming that the lifespan had been deducted and the hideout had been fully restored. Once Chen Wuming's guild members with killer status had all been gathered together, Shadow made his move. A terrifying vortex of dark energy erupted around them, spinning like a blade storm and slicing through all 400 players at once. The system immediately confirmed the kills, and the ground was soon covered with glowing orbs of lifespan. Because Shadow had killed so many players marked with killer status, his own killer status was reduced as well, dropping from level 4 down to level 3. Chen Wuming, the guildmaster of the Knights Templar, immediately started clapping with exaggerated enthusiasm. He praised Shadow's incredible efficiency, then coldly said that the dead players had all been troublemakers who violated guild rules anyway, so the lesson Shadow gave them was exactly what they deserved. Shadow then turned his gaze toward Chen Wuming and gave him a new arrangement. From now on, his guild would be responsible for guarding this hideout. Shadow made it sound almost reasonable, saying it would be the perfect way to discipline the guild's unruly members and keep them from causing more trouble. He ordered the Knights Templar to guard the place in shifts. Then he warned Chen Wuming directly that if the hideout was attacked again in the future, he would be the one held personally responsible. Chen Wuming quickly agreed on the surface, not daring to show even a hint of resistance. But deep down, he was cursing Shadow non-stop, realizing that his own guild members had basically been turned into unpaid security guards. Just then, another system notification suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. His other hideout, the Evil Spirit Academy, was under attack, and its defensive barrier was already taking damage. The system asked whether he wanted to use his single daily war teleport. Qin Feng's mood immediately soured. Annoyed by the sudden interruption, he decided to use the war teleport and deal with this new group of troublemakers himself. Blue light began wrapping around Qin Feng's body as the teleportation activated. As he vanished, he wondered aloud who could be stupid enough to provoke him like this, especially when everyone should already know that the Evil Spirit Academy belonged to him. After seeing Shadow disappear in a flash of blue light, Chen Wuming immediately turned to his guild members and ordered them to pack up and leave. One of his subordinates quickly reminded him about Qin Feng's order to guard the hideout. Chen Wuming simply pointed toward Qin Xiaoyu, who was just beginning to wake up, and cruelly declared that she would be the one staying behind to watch the place. He mocked Qin Xiaoyu coldly, saying this was exactly what she had wanted, wasn't it? Then he ordered her not to move from that spot and to report immediately if anything happened, threatening to drain her lifespan if she failed to do her job. The focus then shifted to the Evil Spirit Academy, a massive Gothic cathedral standing deep within the ruined remains of Magic City. Outside the academy, a group of men from the Magic City Black Dragon Hall were attacking the main doors non-stop, trying to smash through the magical defensive barrier, protecting the hideout. Qin Feng arrived through the war teleport and appeared directly in the middle of the situation, landing inside the Evil Spirit Academy. Standing high atop the walls, Qin Feng looked down at the attackers below with a puzzled expression. He had no memory of ever dealing with the Magic City Black Dragon Hall, so he could not understand why they had suddenly decided to make an enemy of him. Down below, the leader of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall raised his voice and began rallying his men, preparing them for one final decisive strike. He commanded everyone to pour their power into him. The surrounding players immediately responded, channeling their energy together until a massive ball of dark power began forming in the air. Then the leader roared out the name of the attack, Black Flame, Magic Dragon Break, and sent the enormous blast crashing straight into the hideout's defensive barrier. The barrier shook violently and cracked across its surface, with its durability plunging all the way down to just 13%. The attackers instantly burst into cheers, believing the gate was about to collapse, and they excitedly shouted about the hundreds of years of lifespan they were about to claim. Watching everything from above, Qin Feng quickly realized that these men were nothing more than hired pawns. He began thinking about who still had a grudge against him and was alive enough to act on it, and very soon he concluded that it had to be Dong Fengyue. But at that moment, a strange sound suddenly echoed through the area, causing the attackers below to freeze in surprise. When they looked up, their eyes widened. A massive, ethereal dragon was descending from the sky, its huge form pressing down on them like an omen of death. A wave of powerful energy swept over the group. In an instant, the men were paralyzed by fear, their eyes turning dazed and hypnotic as they lost the ability to move. Trapped in place, they could do nothing but stare helplessly as one of their own guild members raised a trembling hand and pointed frantically toward the sky. Above them, a gigantic fiery meteor was tearing through the air, falling straight toward their position. The blazing celestial body slammed into the ground with terrifying force, swallowing the helpless men in a massive explosion of fire and impact. One of the men braced himself for death, but after the flames faded, he was shocked to realize he was still alive. Relief washed over him, and he laughed loudly, bragging that the meteor had only dealt 3,000 damage and that his high health build had saved him. His celebration did not last for even a moment. His head was suddenly severed from his body, and dark tendrils wrapped around him, consuming what remained before his body completely disintegrated. After the chaos settled, another group of players arrived at the scene. They were stunned to find the members of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall lying dead, and immediately began wondering who could have wiped them out. Among them, a young woman with pink hair and a witch's hat quickly formed a guess. She suspected that the one responsible might be the legendary player, Qin Feng. Her companions were doubtful, since they could not see anyone nearby. But the pink-haired woman insisted that Shadow's power could not be measured by ordinary standards, and for all they knew, he might even be permanently invisible. From his hidden position, Qin Feng silently observed the group and quickly recognized them as members of the Sky Dome Guild. He also identified the pink-haired young woman at once. Her name was Zhang Yaoying, a player who possessed the unique hidden class known as Soul Painter. Only then did Qin Feng understand where the dragon and meteor attacks had come from. Those terrifying attacks had not appeared naturally. They had been painted into existence by Zhang Yaoying's magical brush. Qin Feng remembered that the Soul Painter class was extremely powerful in large-scale battles, especially when given enough time to prepare. But at the same time, it had a clear weakness. It was highly vulnerable to sudden surprise attacks. As if sensing that he was somewhere nearby, Zhang Yaoying raised her voice and called out respectfully, asking if she could speak with Senior Shadow. To the shock of Zhang Yaoying and her companions, Qin Feng's voice suddenly answered from empty air, calmly asking what she wanted. Zhang Yaoying's face flushed slightly, but she still gathered her courage and explained that she needed to enter his hideout to find something required for her class advancement. She also promised that she would pay him properly for the opportunity. Shadow quickly pieced the situation together. In his previous life, the Sky Dome Guild had been the one controlling this hideout, and now he finally understood why. Zhang Yaoying must have discovered it during this advancement quest. Once again, Qin Feng realized that his actions had changed the course of history. At the same time, old memories surfaced in his mind. He fondly remembered watching the popular gaming streams hosted by Zhang Yaoying and her grandfather. Her grandfather, Old Man Jiang, was the founder of the Sky Dome Guild, a guild that would eventually rise into one of the strongest organizations in the entire nation. Hidden behind his mask, Qin Feng felt himself blush a little as he admitted to himself that the reason he knew so much about them was simple. He used to be their fan. Putting those memories aside, Qin Feng made his decision. He told them to come inside so they could talk. And as his voice fell, the enormous sealed doors of the Evil Spirit Academy slowly swung open, revealing the dark, cavernous entrance beyond. Inside the Gothic halls of the Evil Spirit Academy, Qin Feng sat upon a massive throne, with dark energy swirling around him like a shadowy tide. He looked down at the members of the Sky Dome Guild and calmly told them to state their business. Zhang Yaoying stepped forward and explained that her Soul Painter class required special materials for her advancement, and those materials could only be found inside the Evil Spirit Academy. She then said that they had heard Qin Feng once sold a previous hideout for a high price, so she wanted to buy this hideout from him as well. Since her class needed a large amount of the material, owning the entire hideout would be the most practical solution. Qin Feng was genuinely impressed when he heard this. He could not help wondering how the Sky Dome Guild had managed to gather such an enormous amount of lifespan. Qin Feng silently gave most of the credit to her grandfather, Old Man Jiang. However, he still made it clear that the Evil Spirit Academy was not something he planned to sell. As a compromise, he offered Zhang Yaoying guest access instead, allowing her to freely enter and use the first floor. But Zhang Yaoying was clearly not satisfied with only guest permission. She quickly raised another offer, asking if she could rent the space instead. Then she proposed an astonishing price of 500 years of lifespan in exchange for a 3-year lease on the Academy's first floor. Qin Feng did not answer right away. He sat there calmly, his gaze resting on her as he quietly weighed the offer in his mind. He soon understood the meaning behind her persistence. Since he had already offered to let her enter for free to complete her quest, the fact that she still insisted on paying such a huge price meant the Sky Dome Guild was not simply trying to collect materials. Their real goal was to officially build a connection with him. And as if Zhang Yaoying had already guessed what he was thinking, she immediately added another condition to make the deal even more tempting. With a sly grin spreading across her face, she promised that if Qin Feng agreed, the Sky Dome Guild would handle the Magic City Black Dragon Hall for him. The group that had just dared to attack his hideout would be wiped out completely. Qin Feng was slightly surprised by how bold she was. He looked at her and asked whether she could really decide something as serious as starting a guild war without first consulting her grandfather. Zhang Yaoying laughed when she heard that, clearly amused that Qin Feng even knew about her grandfather. Then she confidently assured him that Old Man Jiang always listened to her, and crushing a small guild like the Black Dragon Hall would be nothing difficult. Qin Feng could not help admiring how decisive she was. Since she had already shown that much sincerity, he agreed to the deal and casually tossed the rental contract over to her. A system notification appeared right after that, confirming the transaction. Shadow had successfully received 500 years of lifespan. Qin Feng told them they could use the first floor however they liked. He also reminded them not to worry about the defensive barrier, because the lava flowing in the lower levels would automatically repair any damage. With the agreement finalized, Zhang Yaoying and the other Sky Dome Guild members immediately burst into celebration. After the Sky Dome Guild members entered the hideout, Shadow finally allowed a faint smile to show beneath his mask. He thought to himself that Zhang Yaoying was even more lively in person than she had ever seemed on her streams. Then, realizing he was blushing a little under the mask, he quickly shook off the thought and reminded himself that he still had proper business to handle. Qin Feng then headed into his hideout's warehouse. He had already used his equivalent exchange skills several times before, and each result had turned out surprisingly well. Seeing that the skill's cooldown had ended, he decided to activate it again. As he used Baffich's equivalent exchange, golden energy swirled around his hand, and he sacrificed a low-value item. The system soon announced that he had lost a wisdom training scroll, but in exchange, he had gained the Scarlet Blade, a powerful Jade-tier assassin finisher skill. Scarlet Blade was a high-damage melee attack, and what made it even more valuable was that it could heal Qin Feng for a large percentage of the damage he dealt. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised by the result. Getting a limit break finisher skill at this stage was a major boost to his overall combat power. After all, ultimate abilities like this were famous for being powerful enough to reverse the outcome of a fight at a critical moment. When Qin Feng checked the skill's numbers, he noticed that the base damage of this new Jade-tier skill was already more than twice as high as his strongest legendary skill. Seeing how much potential Scarlet Blade had, Qin Feng immediately spent evolution points to upgrade it all the way to legendary tier. Its damage and healing both increased sharply, and after calculating his buffs, he realized that a single strike could now deal more than 100,000 points of damage. Since he still had plenty of evolution points left, Qin Feng decided to strengthen another important skill. He invested 500 points into his passive stealth ability, evolving it to Mythic tier. This upgrade not only raised his stealth level, but also gave him a brand new passive effect. While he remained in stealth, the lifespan drain he suffered in dangerous areas would be reduced by 90%. A satisfied glow appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. With this new effect, exploring high-level rage zones would become far safer than before. Now that Shadow had reached level 17, he could finally equip the new Jade-tier gear he had obtained earlier. He put on a new veil, a pair of gloves, a pair of boots, and a ring, with each piece providing a noticeable boost to his stats. With those items equipped, almost his entire set had now been upgraded to Jade tier. But when Qin Feng looked down at his new mismatched appearance, his expression immediately filled with disgust. He muttered that low-level equipment always looked unbelievably ugly. Without wasting another second, he switched his appearance back to his default all-black Shadow outfit. With his gear and skills fully upgraded, Qin Feng calmly declared that it was time to conquer the next hideout. The scene then shifted back to the real world, somewhere in the suburbs of Magic City, where an armored vehicle slowly pulled up in front of a grand mansion. One armed guard glanced over and asked his colleague how many people they had managed to bring back this time. The other guard answered that they had only found 4. The first guard sounded disappointed by that number. His colleague explained that fewer and fewer people were willing to sell their lifespan these days, then turned toward the new arrivals and ordered them to get out of the vehicle. 4 people stepped down from the vehicle. A large muscular man, a man wearing a long coat, another man dressed in a suit, and a young woman hidden under a hood. The man in the long coat looked up at the impressive mansion and remarked that the buyers must be extremely rich. One of the guards told them to wait outside while he went in to inform Dongfang Yu. The muscular man immediately complained that they were not even being invited inside, while the hooded woman impatiently urged the guards to hurry up. Watching them from the side, the guards sneered inwardly, thinking that this group of idiots had no idea what was about to happen to them. Inside the mansion's grand hall, Dongfang Yu appeared with her young son, Nantian. Her expression was cold as she confirmed that these were the people selling lifespan, then ordered them to convert the lifespan into light orbs and throw them onto the floor. The muscular man smirked when he heard that. He asked if she was joking, then pointed out that they had not even seen the money yet. Dongfang Yue's face darkened at once. One of her eyes began glowing with a dangerous light as she repeated her command, warning them to hand over the lifespan if they did not want to die. The moment her words fell, more armed guards suddenly appeared from all directions, raising their guns and surrounding the 4 sellers completely. The man in the suit slowly lifted his hands as if surrendering, but his tone was full of mockery as he asked what Dongfang Yue meant by this. Then a sinister grin spread across his face. He asked whether she was planning to rob them, just like they had robbed others before. Before he could even finish speaking, one of the mansion guards suddenly lunged forward. But the situation had already taken a strange turn, and even Dongfang Yu was visibly shocked by what was happening. The man in the long coat revealed his class as an insect manipulator and summoned a swarm of glowing insects around him. With a greedy grin, he declared that they had just found themselves a fat sheep. At the same time, the hooded woman's eyes lit up with a sharp glow. She ordered her companions to wash this beauty clean, clearly preparing to rob Dongfang Yu and everyone in the mansion. The battle erupted instantly as Dongfang Yue's guards opened fire. The muscular man from the cellar group stepped forward and summoned a massive golden shield, a platinum tier ability called Golden Round Wall. The shield blocked every bullet completely, leaving the guards frustrated as they realized they could not break through his defense. Then the muscular man leapt high into the air, raised the enormous shield, and slammed it down into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave across the mansion floor. At the same time, the man in the suit showed off terrifying agility, moving through the storm of bullets with ease as if the attacks could not touch him. He slid smoothly across the ground, lifted one finger like the barrel of a gun, and fired a powerful energy beam that struck a guard and killed him in a fiery explosion. This man possessed a hidden class known as the One-Handed Gunman, which allowed him to fire different types of ammunition directly from his fingers. The fierce fight quickly pushed its way deeper inside the mansion. The hooded woman moved with incredible speed, leaping through the air as she unleashed a swirling blue energy attack. The attack sliced down several guards at once, and one of the remaining guards shouted desperately for backup. With a wild, manic grin across her face, the hooded woman flew straight toward Dongfang Yue, screaming for her to die. But just as her attack was about to land, a sudden kick struck her out of the air, sending her flying away before she could reach Dongfang Yu. A new figure suddenly stepped in before the attack could reach Dongfang Yue. It was a large, muscular bodyguard with his face wrapped in bandages, and the moment he appeared, an energy vortex formed around him to shield his mistress. In a low voice, he warned Dongfang Yue to be careful, because the enemy was also a player with a hidden class. Dongfang Yue's anger exploded at once, and she ordered him to capture them alive. She planned to enslave them afterward and force them to earn lifespan for her son. The bodyguard's expression remained grim as he replied that these opponents were extremely strong, and even for him, the chance of success was only 50%. Across from him, the muscular man holding the golden shield narrowed his eyes and quickly realized something as well. Their enemies were not ordinary guards either. There were players with special classes on Dongfang Yue's side too. As the insect manipulator's mechanical bug buzzed sharply through the air, Dongfang Yue's powerful bodyguard stood in the center of a swirling purple miasma. The bodies of fallen guards lay scattered around his feet, but he remained calm as he sized up the four sellers. In his eyes, they were clearly a team that specialized in hunting the wealthy, armed with one-hit kill skills and equipment strong enough to resist bullets. The bodyguard actually seemed a little pleased by what he saw, remarking that they had probably succeeded with this trick many times before. The man in the long coat, the insect manipulator, smiled back with the same confidence and faced him head-on, saying he hoped they had extracted enough levels and gear from the game to make this fight interesting. Wrapped in that ominous purple aura, the bodyguard planted himself firmly in place, showing no fear at all. He simply scoffed at them, calling them arrogant little brats who had no idea what they were dealing with. The insect manipulator declared that the battle had already begun, then immediately commanded his insect to attack, shouting for the bodyguard to die. The mechanical bug shot forward and fired a brilliant yellow energy beam, but the bodyguard moved with unbelievable speed and slipped right past it. Then, in a shocking move, he reached up with one hand and snatched the fast-moving insect directly out of the air. The sellers were completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. The insect manipulator cried out in disbelief, shouting that his insect could fly at 200 kilometers per hour, and he could not understand how the bodyguard had caught it with his bare hand. With a rough grunt, the bodyguard suddenly expelled a strange purple gas from behind him. Then, his powerful grip tightened, crushing the mechanical insect right in his hand and leaving the sellers staring in shock. He casually tossed the broken remains down onto the floor, then stepped on them as if crushing trash beneath his foot. Only then did he reveal that he had already set up a barrier around the entire area. As the purple aura around him surged even stronger, the bodyguard announced his unique hidden class, Fart Master, the source of the plague. He declared that his purpose was to spread pestilence in a way that surpassed ordinary humanity, and then, with a chilling tone, he said that it was time for him to make his move. With a dangerous glow flashing in his eyes, Dongfang Yue's bodyguard, the Fart Master, announced the start of his attack. The next instant, he leapt into the air with astonishing speed, catching even the muscular man from the opposing group off guard. The bodyguard aimed a powerful high kick straight at him. But the muscular man raised his defense and taunted him, daring him to test the strength of his iron wall protection. As the muscular man braced himself behind the golden shield, the bodyguard's buttocks suddenly unleashed a devastating air cannon. The blast smashed into the shield, shattered the golden defense in an instant, and sent the man crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing his companion knocked down, the insect manipulator immediately shouted toward the one-handed gunman, ordering him to shoot. The gunman reacted fast and fired a rapid volley of energy blasts, but the bodyguard dodged every single shot with ridiculous ease. The gunman sneered and taunted him, saying that jumping into the air against a gunman was basically suicide. In his eyes, the bodyguard had already trapped himself with nowhere left to escape. But the muscular bodyguard with bandaged arms recovered instantly. While still in the air, he clapped his buttocks together and unleashed a powerful sonic boom. The shockwave struck the one-handed gunman directly, shattering his glasses and killing him on the spot. The bodyguard landed near the corpse and looked down at it with disdain, remarking that the man's cultivation level must have been far too low if a mere sonic boom was enough to kill him. The insect manipulator's face twisted with terror after seeing his comrade die. He immediately turned to run, but before he could escape, a hand shot out and grabbed him by the head, stopping him cold. The bodyguard held the terrified man in place, while the insect manipulator begged desperately for his life. But the bodyguard calmly told him he would not kill him. After all, with 2 of them dead and 2 of them still alive, he had already fulfilled the 50% success rate he had promised earlier. Then he casually asked what had happened to their stealthy companion, pointing out that his earlier farts should have stunned everyone in the area. Confused and terrified, the insect manipulator quickly explained that the hooded woman was not actually one of them. His other 2 brothers had already been killed, and they did not know that woman at all. She had only happened to get out of the same vehicle with them because she was also there to sell her lifespan. The focus then shifted to the Magic Leaning Tower, a strange landmark standing on the outskirts of the ruined Magic City, shaped much like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, above the tower's peak. A glowing purple magic circle hovered silently in the air. In the middle of the ruined cityscape, Shadow materialized like a semi-transparent ghost, his figure faint and unreal against the broken surroundings. He made his way to the tower's entrance and quickly noticed that the guardian monster was nowhere to be seen. From that alone, he concluded that someone else had beaten him here. Without wasting any time, Shadow entered through the large doorway, where frost covered the entrance like a frozen seal. Inside, Shadow calmly took in the surroundings. He knew the Magic Leaning Tower was actually an enormous multi-level library, a giant maze filled with traps from top to bottom. He also remembered the legend connected to this place. A terrible monster had been sealed deep inside, a princess who had been transformed by an evil white dragon. As he floated through the library, he noticed clear signs that the place had already been looted. That meant another party had gone deep into the tower before him. Shadow also remembered that the teleport mechanism leading to the top floor should be somewhere in this area. It did not take him long to find a glowing book with a strange title, Postpartum Care for Sows. Shadow immediately recognized it, knowing that pulling this book would activate the teleportation magic. The moment he pulled the book from the shelf, a bright light swallowed his body, and he was instantly teleported away. Shadow reappeared on the rooftop of the tower, floating silently behind 2 players who were completely startled by his sudden arrival. Looking across the rooftop arena, he saw a large group of players locked in battle against the tower's guardian, a massive tentacled monster known as the Desperate Princess. Shadow quickly assessed the situation. The players' equipment was clearly not very good, and their casualty rate was already alarmingly high. Even so, he was somewhat impressed that they had managed to make it this far despite being at such a disadvantage. Then his attention shifted to the group's leader, a woman with long gray hair who was loudly rallying her troops. She shouted for them not to be afraid, telling them that if they died, they just needed to run back again. Shadow recognized them almost immediately. This was the Faker Heavy Industry Guild, and their leader was Huang Huifeng. In his previous life, Faker Heavy Industry had been a major corporation. After the game descended into reality, Huang Huifeng had reacted faster than most people. She converted company funds into lifespan and used her own employees to form a guild. Shadow also remembered that her class was Illusionist, a powerful support class whose signature skill, Teleportation Gate, allowed her to move troops around the battlefield with incredible efficiency. Watching from a distance, Shadow quietly studied the strategy they were relying on. He knew that Teleportation Gate was an extremely powerful skill. It allowed the user to set an entrance and an exit, creating a stable portal that anyone could pass through. By placing the entrance near their respawn point and the exit close to the boss, any player who died could immediately return to the battlefield and pick up the lifespan they had dropped. Shadow remembered very clearly that this tactic was one of the reasons the guild had risen into the nation's top 20 guilds in his previous life. However, he also knew that this strategy was completely useless against the guardian they were fighting now, the level 18 platinum tier boss Desperate Princess. The reason was simple. This boss possessed an extremely terrifying ability. Whenever the Desperate Princess killed a player, she absorbed that player's lifespan 100 times faster than an ordinary monster. In other words, every fallen player was not just a casualty, they became fuel that made her stronger. Shadow could already see that if this battle continued as a war of attrition, the princess would soon evolve into a Jade-tier boss and fully regenerate her health. At that point, the entire party would be wiped out, and the cost in lifespan would be enough to crush the guild completely. Realizing this, Shadow decided it was time to step in. Shadow dropped from above and landed directly in front of the guild leader, Huang Huifan, cutting off her line of sight in an instant. Huang Huifan froze where she stood, clearly startled by his sudden appearance, while Shadow calmly put forward his terms. If she paid him 1,000 years of lifespan, he would take care of the boss for their guild, and anything dropped that belonged to an assassin class would go to him. Huang Huifan's eyes widened as the shock slowly settled over her face. Her words came out broken and uncertain, because only then did she realize the man standing right in front of her was none other than the legendary Shadow himself. Shadow confirmed who he was without the slightest hesitation, his tone steady and almost cold. Then he gave Huang Huifan a blunt warning, making it clear that she and her guild had no chance of winning this battle. Before she could even gather herself enough to answer, he told them their choices were simple: accept his offer, or retreat while they still could. But before Huang Huifan could respond, an arrogant young man stepped forward with anger written all over his face. He glared at Shadow and challenged him directly, demanding to know who Shadow thought he was to declare that their guild could not win. The young man sneered even harder when he heard the price, treating the demand for 1,000 years of lifespan like some outrageous joke. He called Shadow crazy and snapped at him to get lost. Huang Huifan immediately sensed the danger and tried to stop him, shouting, "Huang Ziking, don't be rude." But by the time her warning left her mouth, it was already far too late. Before Huang Huifan could even finish speaking, Shadow had already moved. His hand shot out with terrifying speed, and in the next instant he had Huang Ziking's entire face clamped in his grip. With one smooth and effortless motion, Shadow lifted Huang Ziking like he weighed nothing at all. Then he hurled him straight toward the guild's teleportation gate, sending the young man flying through it before anyone nearby could react. The moment Huang Ziking appeared on the other side of the gate, Shadow's attack followed him. Dark power surged around Shadow as he activated his Dark Knight Ring Blade skill without even changing the calm look on his face. A dark red arc of energy ripped forward like a blade, slicing through Huang Ziking's body and cutting him clean in half. At the same time, the teleportation portal shattered under the force of the strike. As the broken remains of her subordinate collapsed, Huang Huifan's face twisted in horror, and she screamed out, "Son!" Huang Huifan spun back toward Shadow, grief and fury pouring out of her as she demanded to know why he had destroyed their portal. She admitted that her son had offended him, but in her eyes, a harsh lesson should have been more than enough. There was no need to go this far. Shadow looked down at her, his golden eyes glowing with a chilling light. He did not raise his voice, nor did he bother explaining himself right away. He only said that she would understand soon enough, then calmly repeated his offer once more: 1,000 years of lifespan, and he would solve the boss problem for her. After leaving those words behind, Shadow's figure began to fade and scatter, vanishing from their sight. Huang Huifan and the rest of the guild could only stand there in stunned silence. What they did not know was that Shadow had already seen the real danger. The boss was on the verge of evolving. That was the real reason he had destroyed their teleportation portal. Their plan relied on endlessly returning through the gate after dying, but if they kept feeding themselves to the boss like that, they would only help it grow stronger until the entire guild was wiped out. Of course, Shadow's reason for interfering was not purely out of kindness. Beneath that calm expression, his thinking was far more practical. He summoned his spectral wolf beside him, its ghostly body taking shape in the air. As he prepared to leave, Shadow thought to himself that whether this guild lived or died was only a small matter. But missing out on 1,000 years of lifespan was something he could not simply ignore. Soon after, Shadow landed among the ruined streets of the city, his posture relaxed and confident. He already understood the situation perfectly. The surviving guild members still had just enough lifespan to push the boss into evolution, and the pulsing light shining from the tower was the final confirmation he needed. From there, his plan could not have been more straightforward. Once the boss successfully rose to the Jade tier, Shadow would return at the perfect moment, kill her himself, and claim rewards far greater than what he would have gained from an ordinary boss fight. Just as Shadow settled in and prepared to wait, a message suddenly arrived from Ghost Spirit. Her tone was excited as she reported that she had found Dongfang Yu in a suburban manor. However, Dongfang Yu was not alone. A powerful player was protecting her, and that person had nearly killed Ghost Spirit during the encounter. Shadow immediately told Ghost Spirit to bring the details and meet him at the Withered Bone Field. At the same time, he could not help feeling a little impressed. In a magic city this vast, being able to locate one specific person proved that Ghost Spirit's abilities were far from ordinary. Not long afterward, the two assassins met in a bleak wasteland covered with scattered bones. The air around them felt cold and lifeless, and Shadow wasted no time. He looked at Ghost Spirit and asked her to explain exactly what kind of guard was protecting Dongfang Yue. Ghost Spirit described the man with a serious expression. He was fast, strong, and clearly a close-range fighter, but his main method of attacking was strangely disgusting. He fought by farting. Even worse, he could see through her stealth, and a smoky aura spread around him in a 10-meter radius. Shadow understood the situation almost immediately. He told her that she had run into someone with the source of the Plague hidden class. That smoky aura was likely a first-tier ability known as the Plague Field, which could sense any physical body inside its range and naturally counter stealth. He went on to explain that the class could strengthen the user's body and even restore injuries through plague-based abilities. At higher tiers, it was rumored to become so hard to kill that people almost considered it immortal. When Ghost Spirit heard that, her expression changed completely. A chill of fear and helplessness passed through her, and for a moment she looked almost crushed, wondering if revenge was something she could ever truly achieve. But Shadow did not leave her in despair. He calmly revealed the fatal flaw of that hidden class. While the plague could reinforce the user's body, it also corroded the mind little by little. If the user's mentality was weak, that weakness would become the class's greatest vulnerability. Then, Shadow shifted the topic back to Ghost Spirit herself. He told her that the Blade of the Underworld class also had an evolution route of its own. Once she reached Tier 2, her class would evolve into the Yellow Spring Evil Ghost. As those words fell, a massive spectral green demon suddenly took shape behind Ghost Spirit. Its huge shadow loomed over her, and its glowing eyes burned with an eerie light in the darkness. Ghost Spirit stood completely still, staring in awe as that ghostly presence surrounded her. A faint, ethereal glow appeared in her own eyes, and in that moment she seemed to finally grasp the true potential hidden inside her class. In that desolate field of bones, Shadow told Ghost Spirit that advancing to Tier 2 was the only way for her to break through her current limits. If she wanted to keep moving forward, this was the path that truly belonged to her. Ghost Spirit could barely hide her amazement. She looked at Shadow with confusion and admiration mixed together, then asked how he knew so much about the details of her class. Shadow did not answer her directly. Instead, he bent his knees and leaped upward, landing lightly on top of a large tombstone as if he had done it 1,000 times before. Standing above the graveyard, Shadow looked down and told her that this game was far deeper than most people understood. He encouraged her to stay persistent, reminding her that only by building a solid foundation could someone truly reach the heights of greatness. Ghost Spirit listened closely, and those words seemed to light a fire inside her. Her hesitation faded little by little, replaced by firm determination, as she came to believe that Shadow's overwhelming strength must have come from relentless effort and constant hard work. Shadow then pointed out that this graveyard was actually the ideal place for her to level up. The monsters here respawned quickly, and fighting them would also help her improve her class weapon, the Underworld Chainblade. But he warned her not to underestimate the area, because every monster here was an elite, with health, defense, and attack power 3 times higher than ordinary enemies. To prove his point, Shadow said that once the right technique was understood, dealing with these elite monsters was not as impossible as it looked. Then he jumped straight into a cluster of monsters without hesitation. His movements were sharp and precise, and each strike landed directly on a weak point, wiping the creatures out with an ease that made the danger of the graveyard look almost meaningless. Ghost Spirit watched from the side, her cheeks faintly flushed as she stared at him in stunned admiration. The difference in strength was so obvious that she could hardly look away. In the blink of an eye, Shadow appeared beside her again. His voice turned serious as he urged her to give everything she had. If she truly wanted to finish her road of revenge, then she had to be willing to bet everything on moving forward. After saying that, Shadow vanished in a flash of blue energy, leaving only faint traces of light behind. Ghost Spirit was left standing alone in the silent graveyard. She remained there in thought, replaying his words in her mind. When Shadow had mentioned revenge, there had been a single instant where she felt something terrifying from him, an intense, unmistakable killing intent that could not be mistaken for anything else. Meanwhile, far away in the ruins of Zhanghai City, the sun was slowly sinking toward the horizon, painting the broken streets in the dim light of evening. Little Black was resting on the ground, her body slumped tiredly against her white llama. After exploring for so long, she looked completely drained, as if every step through the ruins had taken another bit of her strength. Her stomach was already growling, and hunger kept tugging at her attention. But after checking the map, she realized she was not far from finishing her exploration of the area, so she decided to endure it a little longer and keep pushing herself forward. While she was taking a short rest, something strange caught her eye on the ground nearby. It was a dark fruit glowing faintly with an unusual light, standing out clearly against the ruined surroundings. Curiosity immediately got the better of her. Little Black picked up the fruit and turned it over in her hand, thinking that it looked a lot like a plum. Without worrying too much about it, she took a large bite. The moment the flavor spread through her mouth, her expression brightened, because the strange fruit was unexpectedly delicious. Then, to her surprise, a system notification suddenly appeared in front of her, informing her that she had gained 50 experience points. Little Black stared in amazement, hardly believing that eating a single fruit could actually give her experience. When she lifted her head and looked farther ahead, she realized this was not the only one. A long trail of the same glowing fruits stretched into the distance, almost like someone had left a path for her to follow. Excitement instantly replaced her exhaustion. Little Black followed the trail with a happy expression, eating the fruits one after another as she moved forward. Each fruit gave her another 50 experience points, making the ruined city suddenly feel like a hidden treasure route. But her little feast was suddenly interrupted by an urgent message from Captain Anyu. Anyu told Little Black to hurry to the corrupted coast, explaining that a man named Manaling had been captured by a boss. Since Manaling was carrying more than 500 years of lifespan, they needed Little Black's help right away. Little Black quickly opened her map and checked her position, then replied that she was already close to the marked area. On the other side, Captain Anyu immediately told her not to move around carelessly and to wait there, promising that she and the others would arrive soon. Even after receiving the message, Little Black kept following the line of glowing fruits, crawling forward bit by bit while grumbling under her breath about Manaling. In her eyes, that guy really was useless enough to get into trouble anywhere. But the complaint did not last long, because the sweet taste of those strange fruits quickly pulled her attention right back. By the time night settled over the area, Little Black had climbed to the top of a hill. The moment she looked down from above, she stopped cold, her expression freezing in surprise at what lay ahead. The glowing fruit trail had led her all the way to the bleak and corrupted coast. At the very end of the path sat a tiny, slug-like creature, and from the look of it, this strange little thing seemed to be the source of all the fruits she had been eating. But not far from that creature, an even more horrifying sight appeared. A gigantic, bloated monster sat there like a mound of living flesh, with several sharp-toothed mouths opening across its back. In one of its hands, it was gripping a small humanoid creature that screamed helplessly as it struggled. Little Black stood there with fruit juice still smeared around her mouth, completely stunned by the sight. She stared at the enormous creature in disbelief, wondering what kind of terrifying boss could possibly look like this. Her gaze suddenly dropped toward the ground nearby, and her heart tightened. 2 players were lying there motionless, and among them she immediately recognized one of them as Manaling. Only then did Little Black understand that this grotesque monster had to be the boss Captain Anyu had warned her about. The creature sat in front of a huge bowl, then lowered its head and bit into the smaller creature clutched in its hand. A system window appeared in front of her, revealing the monster's identity. This horrifying boss was called the Spirit Devourer, a level 20 Jade grade monster. Right after that, the Spirit Devourer tightened its fist around the small creature. With one brutal squeeze, it crushed the poor thing completely. Little Black watched with horror spreading across her face. Only then did she realize the boss was not eating a player at all. It was eating another monster. The Spirit Devourer casually tossed the bloody remains into the giant bowl before it. Then it began mixing everything together, turning the crushed flesh into a horrifying meal that made the entire scene even more disgusting. A short while later, Captain Anyu and her party finally arrived at the hilltop. They found Little Black still hiding there and watching the scene below. Captain Anu quickly stepped up beside her and asked if she had seen Manling and the boss. The whole group looked down from the hill, and Wang Meng's face changed as he cried out in shock that the creature was actually a jade-grade boss. Captain Anu looked equally disgusted, especially after seeing how it ate other monsters. Meanwhile, Little Black was still chewing on one of the fruits, and she added a strange detail that made everyone pause. For some reason, the boss had not attacked any players so far. Captain Anu immediately warned the team to stay calm and keep observing for the moment. She admitted that with their current strength and equipment, they were not prepared to fight a jade-grade boss head-on, so reinforcements would be necessary. They continued watching from the hill, but the Spirit Devourer's behavior only made them more confused. The giant boss slowly lowered itself into a deep squat, as if it were preparing to do something extremely strange. Everyone stared in disbelief, trying to figure out what the monster was doing, until one person hesitantly suggested that maybe it was defecating. The next moment, their worst guess was confirmed. Glowing purple fruits began emerging from the monster's rear, and Little Black screamed in complete disbelief. One of the newly formed purple orbs rolled nearby, and when they looked closely at it, they could not help commenting on its unusual shape. No matter how they looked at it, the thing was shaped almost exactly like a plum. The horrifying truth slowly dawned on Little Black. She looked down at the fruit in her hand, then turned her gaze back toward the squatting boss. The delicious plums she had been happily eating were actually the monster's feces. Her face instantly lost all color, while Captain Anu and Wang Meng stared at her in stunned silence. Little Black's mouth opened in a silent scream of horror. The fruit slipped from her hand and fell to the ground as her mind struggled to accept what had just happened. She frantically wondered what on earth she had been eating this whole time, while Captain Anu and Wang Meng hurriedly tried to quiet her down. But her reaction had already been far too loud. Down below, the massive Spirit Devourer slowly turned its head and its attention locked directly onto their hiding place. The colossal boss rose before them like a mountain of flesh. One of the mouths on its back opened wide, and a terrifying roar burst out, echoing through the corrupted coast like the whisper of some ancient gluttonous god. The entire party froze, instantly realizing they had stepped into deadly danger. After the Spirit Devourer's roar swept over them, the air around Captain Anu and Wang Meng seemed to twist strangely. A mysterious power washed through the party, and their eyes suddenly glowed red as they screamed in pain. They clutched their heads tightly, their faces twisting as an unbearable hunger swallowed their thoughts. It was as if their minds had been emptied of everything except the urge to eat. Little Black watched in confusion as Captain Anu and the rest of the party rushed past her. Their expressions were crazed and desperate, like they could no longer control their own bodies. Instead of attacking or running from the monster, they sprinted straight toward the enormous bowl. Inside it were the bloody remains of the creature the boss had been mixing into its gruesome meal. With wild, frenzied looks on their faces, they plunged their hands directly into the disgusting mixture. Then they began stuffing the gore into their mouths, muttering again and again about how hungry they were. As they continued eating, their bodies started changing in a terrifying way. Their limbs and torsos swelled unnaturally, and their faces puffed up until they looked round and bloated. From her hiding spot, Little Black watched the nightmare unfold with horror in her eyes. She cried out that her friends had gone completely insane, eating until they were turning obese right in front of her. Then another thought struck her: why was she the only one who had not been affected by that strange hunger? The answer came almost immediately, and in the most horrifying way possible. The massive Spirit Devourer leaned over one of the bloated party members. With terrifying ease, it grabbed him in one huge hand, lifted him up, and shoved him straight into one of the gaping mouths on its back. In the next instant, that player disappeared completely, swallowed whole by the monster, without leaving even a chance to resist. Seeing that, Little Black finally understood the boss's horrifying rule. She screamed in terror that the Spirit Devourer was choosing the fattest person it could find and eating them first. Panic surged through Little Black as she realized Captain Anu's elite team still was not enough to handle this monster. At that moment, only one hope remained in her mind. She had to ask that man for help. She quickly contacted Shadow and rushed through the explanation, telling him they had encountered a jade-grade boss called the Spirit Devourer and that Captain Anu, Wang Meng, and the others were about to be eaten. The moment Shadow heard the boss's name, his expression changed. He immediately realized this was the bloodline monster he had been searching for. Inwardly, he could not help thinking that Little Black really was his lucky star. Without hesitation, he told her to send him the coordinates and said he would come right away. At that time, Shadow was standing at the entrance of a glowing cave. He noted that he had already obtained the keys to 3 other platinum hideouts in Magic City. Since things had lined up like this, he decided it was the perfect moment to deal with the bloodline monster, especially since the desperate princess boss should be finishing her evolution soon as well. Before long, Shadow arrived at the corrupted coast. The moment Little Black saw him, relief rushed across her face. Shadow immediately asked where the boss was, and she quickly pointed toward the area just ahead. Little Black anxiously told him that Captain Anyu and Wang Meng had already been swallowed, begging him to save them as fast as possible. While they watched, the giant boss squatted down again, straining in that same disturbing posture as if it were about to defecate once more. Then, to their absolute disgust, a large translucent purple orb was forced out of the monster. Inside the orb, Manoling's terrified face could be seen clearly, trapped within like he had been sealed in some horrible purple shell. Both Shadow and Little Black were stunned by the sight. Little Black cried out that the boss had actually excreted Manoling, and fear immediately gripped her as she worried that Captain Anyu and the others might end up the same way. Shadow quickly explained the Spirit Devourer's mechanics. This monster was a servant of the gluttonous ancient god, and its whisper could drive players into uncontrollable gluttony. The more those players ate, the fatter they became, and once they were swollen enough, the boss would devour them and digest their lifespan. He continued by revealing the only known way to resist that effect. A person had to eat the boss's excrement. Though it sounded unbelievably disgusting, he had heard that it actually tasted good. Then he glanced at Little Black, realizing she was unaffected, and started to ask if that meant she had already, but Little Black, mortified and nearly in tears, cut him off at once and begged him not to say another word. Still kneeling there in horror, Little Black tearfully begged Shadow to hurry and save her friends. Shadow did not waste time with another response. He shot forward at once, racing straight toward the pulsing purple orb that held Manoling inside. Shadow snatched the orb out of the air with one swift motion, but instead of trying to break it open and free Manoling, he twisted his body and hurled the entire orb directly at the massive Spirit Devourer. The purple orb, with Manoling's terrified face still visible inside, smashed hard into the monster's soft belly. The impact landed squarely and brutally, sending a heavy ripple through the boss's bloated body. The Spirit Devourer let out a pained roar. At the same time, thick white liquid burst violently from the mouths across its back, spraying outward in a disgusting gush. The force of the blow made the creature spit out everyone it had swallowed. Captain Anyu, Wang Meng, and the other party members were expelled from the monster's gullet one after another, crashing onto the ground in a messy heap, covered in slime, but still alive. With the others finally out of the boss's stomach, Shadow's eyes lit up with a brilliant yellow glow. A powerful red aura wrapped around his body, making the pressure around him rise instantly. Shadow activated his mythic skill, Graceful Release, and immediately followed it with his legendary instant skill, Shadow Slash. In the next moment, a storm of bright blue energy blades rained down on the Spirit Devourer, tearing into the boss again and again, with each devastating hit dealing tens of thousands of damage. Shadow glanced at his finisher skill gauge and saw that it had finally filled completely. The timing could not have been better, and a sharp thought crossed his mind. This was the perfect chance to see just how much power that finishing move could truly unleash. Without hesitation, Shadow released his ultimate attack, Scarlet Blade. In the air above him, a colossal blade made entirely of crimson energy took form, blazing like a giant execution sword. Then it came crashing down in a vertical slash, cutting straight through the Spirit Devourer and dealing an unbelievable 1,032,015 points of damage in one single strike. A worldwide system announcement immediately rang out, declaring that the player Shadow from Great Jia had achieved the world's first kill of a Jade-grade boss. Off to the side, Little Black stared with her mouth hanging open, completely unable to process what she had just witnessed. When she saw the damage number climb past 1 million, she screamed in disbelief, unable to understand how Shadow's strength could be this terrifying. The global announcement spread across the world like a shockwave, leaving players everywhere shaken. Some players groaned that Great Jia was about to rise even higher because of Shadow's achievement, while others immediately tried to claim a connection to him. One furious player even insisted that Shadow's ancestors had to be from their own country. Meanwhile, golden light surrounded Shadow as one system notification after another flooded his vision. He had gained a huge amount of experience, evolution points, equipment, and new skills from the kill. But among all the rewards, the most important one was the Spirit Devourer bloodline, and the system directly asked whether he wanted to activate it. Shadow understood exactly what this meant. Bloodlines were a special system, and only certain powerful monsters could grant their bloodline to a player after being defeated. If the bloodline matched the player well, it could raise their combat strength by an enormous amount. changing the value of their attributes in a way ordinary players could hardly imagine. Shadow's eyes began to glow as he made his choice without hesitation. He activated the Spirit Devourer bloodline on the spot. A surging purple aura burst out around his body, wrapping him in a strange and powerful pressure. The bloodline immediately changed the way his attributes worked. Each point of strength now converted into 3 points of physical attack. Each point of constitution gave him 50 hit points and 5 physical defense. His agility effectiveness increased by 32%, and every point of spirit provided 3 elemental attack and 5 elemental resistance. Along with those changes, Shadow also gained 2 new bloodline skills. The first was Spirit Devour, an ability that let him consume any skill from his own class in exchange for an attribute correction bonus, though the cost was also strange. It increased his appetite by 200%. The second skill was called Big Mouth. With it, Shadow could create a massive mouth made of energy to swallow incoming enemy projectiles, and afterward he would heal himself based on the amount of damage those absorbed attacks would have dealt. Shadow quietly considered the value of this new power. What caught his attention the most was Spirit Devour, because if he could sacrifice skills in exchange for stronger attribute corrections, then the growth potential behind this bloodline was enormous. He knew that attribute correction determined how efficiently each stat translated into real combat power. For example, under normal conditions, 1 point of strength would only give 3 points of physical attack. Conveniently, the boss had dropped a bronze tier Poison Blade skill. On its own, Shadow considered the skill basically useless, but for testing Spirit Devour, it was exactly the kind of throwaway skill he needed. Shadow activated Spirit Devour, and the Poison Blade skill icon shattered in front of him like glass. The system immediately confirmed the devouring process, then notified him that his strength conversion had increased from 3 points of physical attack per strength point to 3.3. At first, Shadow felt a bit disappointed. A bronze tier skill had only increased the correction by 0.3, which did not seem impressive. But almost immediately he realized something crucial. The devoured skill had now become a passive ability, and that meant it could still be evolved. Shadow instantly spent 242 evolution points to upgrade the devoured Poison Blade skill, raising it all the way from bronze tier to legendary. The result was far beyond what he expected. The system informed him that his strength conversion had now jumped from 3 points to 5 points of physical attack per strength point. Shadow's eyes lit up with excitement as the true meaning of this ability sank in. If he kept devouring skills and then evolving them, his attribute corrections could eventually become hundreds of times stronger than other players. A confident smile slowly spread across his face as he thought to himself that once again he had become invincible. After the battle ended, Captain Anyu, Wang Meng, and the rest of the party were finally safe, though their condition was painfully embarrassing. They were still covered in slime and swollen from the boss's gluttony effect. Wang Meng looked almost ready to cry as he thanked Shadow for saving them, clearly relieved that they had not all been excreted by the boss like Manling. While the others tried to recover, Little Black hurried over to Captain Anyu, who was still bloated from the effect. She threw her arms around her and comforted her sincerely, telling her that no matter what size she became, she was still beautiful. Once everyone slowly returned to normal, Captain Anyu walked over to Shadow to talk about his payment. She explained that the Jianghai officials were currently short on lifespan, so they might not be able to pay him that way right away. Shadow did not seem bothered at all and casually told her not to worry about it, suggesting that they could repay him by helping him find assassin skill books instead. Captain Anyu agreed without hesitation. With the deal settled, Shadow's figure vanished into a swirl of dark energy. Since the mission was finally over, Captain Anyu turned back to her team and told everyone it was time for them to return as well. As the group prepared to leave, Manling was still trapped inside his rolling purple prison. With tears in his eyes, he begged everyone to swear they would never speak about what had happened here. The exhausted team could only agree, even though none of them looked like they wanted to remember it either. The focus then returned to the Magic Leaning Tower, going back to the moment shortly after Shadow had jumped down from its peak. At the top of the tower, the battle against the desperate princess was still raging fiercely. The boss, a terrifying tentacled creature, had already been pushed down to the final third of her health bar. Guild leader Huang Huifan refused to let the momentum slip away. She shouted for her team to keep pressing forward and ordered the healer Xiao Kui to activate her Tree of Life skill. Xiao Kui immediately obeyed. A massive tree formed from glowing green energy rose up on the battlefield, its radiant branches spreading outward as streams of healing power continuously flowed into the guild members. Huang Huifan raised her voice and rallied everyone, reminding them that Shadow had already destroyed their portal. Since they could no longer rely on dying and coming back, They had no choice but to survive this fight and give everything they had. Believing that victory was finally within reach, the guild members pushed forward with renewed strength. The tanks charged at the front, while the rest of the team poured out one final wave of attacks toward the weakened boss. For a brief moment, Huang Huifeng truly believed they had won. She turned to Xiao Kui in celebration, praising her life priest class and crediting that healing power for keeping the entire team alive through the fight. But that moment of joy was shattered almost instantly. The desperate princess suddenly counterattacked with a powerful swing of her tentacle, smashing into one of the tanks. His shield broke apart under the impact, and he was killed on the spot. After killing him, the boss slowly closed her eyes. A strange blue energy began rising from the fallen player's body, flowing toward her as if she were absorbing something directly from his death. Then her eyes snapped open. They were no longer the same as before. Now they burned with a sinister yellow glow, full of malice and hunger. Huang Huifeng and Xiao Kui stared in horror as the boss's aura began to surge wildly. The pressure around the desperate princess rose so quickly that the entire battlefield seemed to tremble. In the next instant, the desperate princess unleashed a massive explosion of fiery energy. The blast swept across the entire top of the tower, swallowing everything in its path. The remaining guild members had no time to escape, one after another. They were caught in the flames and burned to ashes in an instant. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, the battlefield had completely changed. Only a large glowing blue egg remained on a pedestal, surrounded by lifespan orbs left behind by the fallen players. Even worse, the boss's health bar had fully recovered. The desperate princess had completed her evolution. Inside the large blue egg, a woman with long, pale blue hair could be seen curled up quietly. A system window appeared and identified this new form as the Desperate Egg, a level 30 Jade-grade boss with a staggering 10 million health points. Meanwhile, back at the Faker Heavy Industry Guild hideout, the defeated guild members began to respawn one after another. Huang Ziqing rushed toward his mother, Huang Huifeng, in a panic the moment he appeared. He urgently asked what had happened after they died and whether the guild had managed to defeat the boss. Huang Huifeng's face was still pale as she explained what had happened. They had nearly pushed the boss to its final sliver of health, but then it suddenly recovered all of its health, transformed into an egg, and released a devastating attack that wiped out everyone. Still shaken by the memory, Huang Huifeng quickly understood what that full recovery meant. A boss would only regain all of its health like that under one condition: it had evolved. Her mind flashed back to her earlier encounter with Shadow, especially his offer and his warning that her strategy would not work. At that moment, the truth finally became clear to her. Shadow had known from the very beginning that the boss was going to evolve. He had also predicted that their human wave tactic would fail, because every death would only help fuel the boss's transformation. Huang Huifeng now understood that once a platinum boss evolved into a jade-grade boss, it was no longer something her guild could defeat. With a heavy sense of resignation, she realized that her only real option was to ask Shadow for help. Back on the silent peak of the magic-leaning tower, Shadow's invisible figure reappeared in front of the large blue egg. Shadow quietly observed the Desperate Egg and confirmed that it had indeed become a jade-grade boss, but the transformation felt strange to him. A simple evolution should not have changed the boss's form this drastically. He noticed that the egg itself did not seem to have any offensive ability. That made him wonder whether this was only a transitional stage, and if something even more powerful would eventually hatch from inside. Deciding not to simply stand around and wait, Shadow leaped into the air. Dark energy gathered around his dagger, and with a sharp motion, he threw the weapon directly toward the glowing egg. The dagger struck the egg and released a burst of dark force, dealing more than 28,000 points of damage in a single hit. But compared to the boss's enormous 10 million point health bar, that damage was barely noticeable. The attack left only a tiny dent, making it clear just how absurdly durable the Desperate Egg had become. Still hidden in his spectral form, Shadow studied the Desperate Egg's massive health bar and saw that its 10 million health points were already comparable to an epic-grade boss. The more he looked at it, the more unnatural the egg felt, and he knew he could not let it keep incubating. Even so, its weakness was obvious. No matter how much health it had, it possessed no way to detect invisibility, which meant it was completely blind to his presence. So Shadow's approach became very simple. He would keep striking the egg over and over with his skills, using each attack to build up energy for his ultimate finisher. Once the finisher gauge filled again, Shadow did not hesitate. He immediately released Scarlet Blade for the second time. A huge surge of crimson energy descended like a giant red wave, smashing directly into the egg's surface. The attack dealt more than 100,000 damage in a single blow, and thick cracks instantly spread across the glowing shell. Shadow stood calmly among the broken fragments of the egg, his confidence unchanged. Against an opponent that could not move, could not see him, and could not fight back, its defeat was only a matter of time. But just as Shadow was preparing to continue, something unexpected suddenly caught his attention. After the desperate egg finally shattered apart, Shadow looked at what was left inside and could not help feeling surprised. There was no second monster waiting within the broken shell. Instead, a young woman with long, pale blue hair lay unconscious on the floor. A system window appeared above her, identifying her as the desperate princess. But her level had fallen all the way to level 1, and she had only 10 health points left. Shadow materialized beside the girl and looked down at her with a puzzled expression. He realized this must be the princess's true form, and it seemed to confirm an old legend he had once heard about a princess cursed by a white dragon. But seeing her helpless body and those 10 pitiful health points, he could not help wondering whether he was supposed to kill this defenseless girl to officially finish the boss fight. He called his dagger back into his hand, ready to end everything, but his movements slowed. For a brief moment, Shadow paused, silently weighing the strange situation in front of him. That single moment of hesitation changed everything. Above him, the sky suddenly twisted open as a dark vortex began to spin, and violent blue lightning crackled through the swirling darkness. Shadow looked up in shock as a massive skeletal dragon slowly emerged from the portal, its enormous bones pushing through the storm of light and shadow. A system window immediately confirmed the identity of this terrifying new enemy. It was the cursed white dragon Ates, a level 100 mythical grade monster. After the desperate egg shattered, the cursed white dragon Ates fully descended from the sky portal. Without warning, the giant skeletal dragon aimed a powerful attack straight toward Shadow. Even Shadow was taken aback by the sudden appearance of such an enemy. He stared at the mythical grade boss in the sky, wondering why a monster of this level had appeared here without warning. As the dragon's roar shook the tower, Shadow quickly understood what was happening. This was a hidden boss, and the legend about the princess being cursed by a white dragon was not just some old rumor, it was real. On the ground below, the desperate princess, now restored to her human form, slowly began to wake. Shadow watched as the princess rose into the air, her body drifting upward toward the massive skeletal dragon's head. She flew straight to the cursed dragon, but instead of attacking it, she reached out and gently wrapped her arms around its snout. As she embraced the dragon with tears in her eyes, her body began to burn away from the edges. Within her chest, a bright red heart appeared, glowing through the fading light of her body. In the next moment, the princess completely disintegrated against the dragon's face, vanishing in a burst of radiant light. That light then spread outward, expanding until it swallowed the skeletal beast as well. The cursed white dragon's skeleton began to collapse piece by piece, crumbling away under the glow. Shadow stood there, deeply confused, as everything disappeared except a single red heart floating silently in the air. As the glowing heart drifted toward him, the system informed Shadow that he had stopped the resurrection of an ancient god named Cthulhu and obtained the Heart of the Curse. The item offered him 2 choices. He could use it and become a servant of Cthulhu by devouring lifespan, or he could destroy it and receive a mythical great item instead. Faced with that decision, Shadow calmly weighed the risks. Using the heart might give him extremely powerful new skills, but the item's description made it sound less like a blessing and more like a parasitic curse. If he accepted it, there was a real chance he would eventually be devoured by Cthulhu himself. After considering it, Shadow decided the danger was not worth the reward. He chose to destroy the heart of the curse immediately. The moment he crushed the pulsing organ in his hand, the heart burst apart, releasing a brilliant flash of light that exploded outward in all directions. Shadow was caught off guard by how intense the blast was. The dazzling light swallowed his entire body, blocking out everything around him. When the brightness finally faded, Shadow realized he had been transported somewhere. He was still standing on top of the magic leaning tower, but the feeling of the world around him had completely changed. Then he noticed something even stranger. He was no longer in his own body. Looking down at his armored hands and the horned form he now occupied, Shadow wondered whether he had triggered some kind of trial or perhaps entered a sealed memory. Just then, a young princess with long greenish hair ran toward him with a bright, affectionate expression and called him Ates. Shadow saw that he was now watching through the body of a young man with white hair and horns who was sitting on the wall. The princess looked up at Ates and asked if he was going out again. Ates gave her an apologetic smile and explained that an enemy had summoned a monster to attack the harbor. As the guardian of the kingdom, he had no choice but to leave and provide support. The young princess immediately became furious. She puffed up with anger and called him a liar, reminding him that he had already promised to teach her how to ride the wind that very day. She argued that the coast was 7 days away, so there was no way he could leave, handle the situation, and return on the same day. Her voice grew more upset as she accused him of lying to her, just like her father always did. Then she pointed at him angrily, her little face full of indignation, and declared that all men were nothing but terrible liars and scoundrels. Ates immediately looked flustered by her outburst. He tried to calm her down, awkwardly asking where she had even learned such harsh words. Then he took out a silver, scale-like object and presented it to her, telling her it was called the Scale of Promise. Ates explained that under the witness of this scale, anyone who broke a promise would lose their wings and never be able to fly again. The princess's face turned red, and she immediately became flustered. She rejected the gift without hesitation, crying out that she did not want Ates to lose his wings. Ates gently reassured her, promising that he would not break his word. Then he told her not to underestimate his skill in riding the wind. As he spoke, Ates spread open a pair of magnificent white wings, large and radiant as they unfurled behind him. The princess stared up at him with sparkling eyes, completely swept away by the sight. She excitedly exclaimed that his transformation was always so handsome and cool. Before leaving, Ates promised that he would return in time for dinner. He also told her that his 3 shadow guards would stay behind to keep her company while he was gone. With that, Ates launched himself into the sky, his white wings carrying him upward as he flew into the distance. Below him, the princess waved with both hope and worry, wishing him a safe journey. After watching him leave, the princess clenched her little fists with determination. Since Ates was working so hard for the kingdom, she decided that she could not afford to fall behind either. She turned toward the shadow guards and ordered them to follow her. With great enthusiasm, she announced that she was going to prepare ingredients so Ates could enjoy a grand dinner when he came back. At this point, Shadow understood what he was seeing. He had entered a memory sealed inside the heart of the curse, and this memory was showing the past shared between the desperate princess and Ates, the white dragon. The memory continued with a series of warm moments from the princess's day. With the magic leaning tower standing in the distance, she explored the kingdom alongside the shadow guards, happily picking mushrooms in the forest, stumbling upon a strange rabbit, and later sitting by a lake to fish. Later that day, the princess returned looking tired but full of happiness. With obvious pride, she presented the large feast she had worked so hard to prepare. She eagerly introduced each peculiar dish on the table, including things like steamed rock and volcanic ash pizza. With a proud smile, she declared that every one of them was among Ates's favorite foods. The princess stood beside the table with bright expectation in her eyes, believing that Ates would come back any moment now. She had prepared everything with so much care, waiting for the door to open and for him to return just as he had promised. But time continued to pass, and the sky outside gradually darkened. As night fully settled over the kingdom, the princess could no longer fight her exhaustion and eventually fell asleep at the table, still waiting for Ates beside the feast she had made for him. An elderly attendant approached her gently and woke her with a soft voice, telling her that it was already very late and that she should go rest. He glanced toward the dishes spread across the table and quietly reminded her that all the food had long since gone cold. The princess jolted awake. Startled by how much time had passed, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she immediately asked the attendant where Ates was, her voice turning anxious as she wondered why he still had not returned. The attendant's expression grew heavy. With a grave look, he told the princess that reports from the front line had arrived, and the battle situation was extremely dangerous. Because of that, General Ates would most likely be delayed. The princess refused to accept that possibility at all. She insisted that Ates was the kingdom's powerful guardian, and no matter what enemy stood before him, they would be no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But the attendant continued, explaining just how serious the crisis had become. The enemy nation had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon a terrifying monster from the sea, a colossal creature as large as a city, covered in countless tentacles and eyes. It was so horrifying that even looking at it could drive an ordinary person insane. Hearing that, the princess's earlier confidence finally began to shake. Worry crept across her face as she realized that even someone as powerful as Ates might be trapped in a desperate battle. Suddenly, her eyes widened in fear. The scale of promise in her hand cracked apart and shattered right before her. In that instant, the princess understood what it meant. Ates had broken his promise to return. Panic rushed through her, because if he did not come back before midnight, he would lose his wings. She grabbed the attendant, Scholar Liu Wen, in desperation and begged him to take her to her father immediately. Her father was a dragon knight, and if anyone knew how to remove the curse of the scale, it had to be him. Without caring about the old man's complaints, the princess pulled Scholar Liu Wen along with her. Her voice trembled as she explained that if Eights lost his wings in the middle of battle, then he would be doomed. But the moment she burst through the door, she froze in place. Standing right there before her was Ates himself, completely unharmed. Eights looked at her calmly, as if nothing serious had happened, and asked why she was panicking so much. The princess's fear collapsed into overwhelming relief. She rushed forward without thinking, and threw herself into his arms, crying as she told him how glad she was that he had come back safely. Eights held her gently and reassured her that he had returned because of the promise between them. Still clinging to him, the princess admitted that she had been terribly worried after hearing how dangerous the front line had become. Scholar Liu Wen, standing nearby, carefully stepped forward and asked General Eights about the battle, his voice cautious but clearly filled with concern. Eights answered with a confident smile. He admitted that the situation had been troublesome and had taken some effort to handle, but the main threat had already been dealt with, and the army could take care of the remaining cleanup. Scholar Liu Wen immediately praised him, saying he truly deserved to be called the guardian of the kingdom. Eights, however, had already started walking toward the feast on the table. He exclaimed that he was starving, then turned to the princess and asked if she had made all of this herself. She proudly confirmed that she had, though her expression dimmed a little as she said the food was probably already cold. Eights began eating with great enthusiasm, not caring at all that the dishes had cooled. He declared that it did not matter, because everything was still delicious. Watching him eat so quickly, the princess smiled warmly and told him to slow down before he choked, while Scholar Liu Wen looked on with a gentle, fond expression. Later, on top of the magic leaning tower, Eights finally announced that it was time to fulfill his promise and teach the princess how to ride the wind. But before the lesson could even begin, the princess opened her mouth and let out a huge yawn. Eights looked at her and asked if she was sleepy. The princess rubbed at her tired eyes and explained that she had spent the whole day preparing his feast, so she was exhausted. She suggested that they could learn tomorrow instead. Even so, she still clearly wanted to fly. She sat down on the ground, hugged Eights' leg, and begged him to change into his true form and take her for a ride. Eights hesitated, reminding her that the king had strictly forbidden him from taking her along for something so dangerous. The princess immediately grew angry again. She grabbed onto his armor and blamed him for coming home so late, reminding him how much effort she had put into preparing that meal for him. Then, with a frustrated sigh, she called him a faithless scoundrel once more. Eights finally gave in, but only on one condition. He made her promise not to tell the king, or else he would definitely be scolded. The princess's anger vanished in an instant, and a bright smile returned to her face. Eights closed his eyes, and blue energy began swirling around his body. The air around him trembled softly as his transformation began. With a brilliant flash of light, Eights transformed into a magnificent white dragon. The princess stared up in wonder at his grand dragon form, completely captivated by the sight. She slowly approached the enormous white dragon and gently placed her hand against his snout. Her voice softened as she looked at him with affection and told him to be safe. Then green energy lifted the excited princess into the air. She floated upward and carefully settled herself onto Eights' head, unable to hide the joy on her face. With one powerful beat of his wings, Eights launched into the night sky. Carrying the princess with him, he soared high above the land, cutting through the darkness on the wind. The memory continued with a quieter moment, showing Ates gently tucking the sleeping princess into bed beside her teddy bear. But nearby, the king's expression remained deeply serious. The king revealed that he believed the enemy empire was carrying out a dark ritual. He could already sense a terrifying wave preparing to sweep across the continent, and he warned Eights that everyone had to be ready. Not even Eights, despite being a member of the dragon race, would be able to escape the coming danger. Under the dark sky, Eights stood firm and resolute. He pledged his loyalty without hesitation and agreed to follow the king's arrangements. The memory then moved forward to a later time, where the magic leaning tower stood beneath a quiet, star-filled night sky. The peaceful atmosphere vanished almost immediately. The next sight was grim and bloody. Shattered pieces of Eights' armor lay scattered across the floor, with splashes of blood marking the aftermath of a terrible battle. By then, the kingdom had been dragged into a devastating war. A horrifying army attacked again and again, leaving the entire nation struggling under constant pressure. Soldiers and civilians cried out in terror, shouting that an enemy nation had launched an attack using an army of monstrous, inhuman creatures. People fled through the streets in panic, screaming for help as the invaders mercilessly crushed anyone who could not escape in time. The capital was soon overrun by feral red monsters with no skin, their grotesque bodies rampaging through the streets as they tore through the city. From a high balcony, the king looked down over the chaos, watching helplessly as the swarm of monsters flooded into his city. His face was grim as he observed the overwhelming number of creatures. He said that the Moraga Empire had truly gone mad, realizing that their enemy intended to drag the entire world into destruction with them. Below, their dark banner rose over the battlefield like an omen of ruin. Amid the chaos tearing through the capital, the desperate princess ran as fast as she could, panic written across her face. She screamed Eitz's name over and over, desperately shouting that the enemy had already breached the city walls. Finally, she found him sitting silently on a high wall with his 2 shadow guards positioned beside him. Looking down at the slaughter below, the princess rushed toward Eitz and begged him to act. She told him the enemy army was filled with inhuman monsters that their soldiers could not fight, then questioned why he was still sitting there. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, telling him that the kingdom needed his help right now. Eitz turned toward the desperate princess with a calm expression and told her that he had actually been on his way to find her. He instructed her to stay inside the magic leaning tower, assuring her that it was safe there and that she should not go anywhere else. The princess agreed quickly, but immediately urged him to hurry and defeat the enemy army. But Eitz refused. He said he would stay here and protect her instead. The princess stared at him in confusion and anger, unable to understand what he meant. She reminded him that he was the guardian of the kingdom, and his duty was to protect the entire nation, not only her. She gestured desperately toward the city below, where soldiers were being overwhelmed and slaughtered. The capital was on the verge of falling, its people were dying in the streets, and she insisted that Eitez's role was to transform into a dragon and burn their enemies to ashes. The princess told him that she did not need him to stay by her side personally. Just like before, his shadow guards were enough to protect her. Eitz did not answer right away. He simply lowered his head in silence, his expression hidden as the chaos of the collapsing city continued below. With a heavy gravity settling in the air, he began to peel back the layers of history, exposing the grim reality behind the enemy's unnatural power. He revealed that 5 years ago, they had uncovered a dark secret. The Moraga Empire had been performing a forbidden and mysterious ritual known as Forsaken by the Gods. The mechanics of the ritual were deceptively simple. Any individual could choose to offer up their own lifespan as a sacrifice to summon creatures from the beyond. The exchange was absolute. The greater the portion of one's life force offered, the more monstrous and terrifying the entity that would claw its way into this world. Eitz's explained that this was an archaic, desperate rite, as no person in their right mind would ever willingly trade the years they had left to manifest such horrors. And yet he continued, for a nation backed into a corner like the Moraga Empire, this suicidal ritual had become their only remaining beacon of hope. He gestured toward a map, his finger tracing the shape of the Moraga Empire, an isolated inland archipelago. He noted that they were blessed with a rare, magical flora known as the blood flower. This singular plant, native only to their soil, exuded a potent magical energy that had for generations extended the lifespans of its citizens to an incredible average of 700 years. However, thousands of years ago, the tides shifted and a devastating conflict began to radiate outward from their borders, consuming the continent. In a bid to stem the tide of endless war, the Moraga Empire dispatched their most formidable envoys, warriors like Eitz's, to foreign lands. These envoys were bound by ironclad contracts to serve the kingdoms to which they were pledged. By lending their peerless strength to the side of the underdog, they aimed to stabilize the shifting balance of power and secure a lasting peace. But peace was not what the other nations desired. Behind closed doors, their leaders reached a cold, unanimous consensus. The people of the Moraga Empire were a threat that had to be completely and utterly eradicated. The consequence of that decision ushered in an era of unimaginable suffering for the Moraga Empire. They were systematically crippled by plagues, targeted by malicious curses, and fractured from within by calculated division. When the final petal of the last blood flower withered and fell, a catastrophic avalanche was triggered, burying their history in ice. In that suffocating darkness, the dying citizens of Moraga reached out for one final desperate lifeline. That lifeline was the ritual forsaken by the gods. His expression etched with profound sorrow, Eitz's admitted that he was no longer capable of shifting into his true dragon form. Amidst the swirling smoke and the crumbling debris of the castle, Eitz's bared a deep, painful secret. He leaned heavily upon his sword, his gaze drifting as he reflected on the relentless passage of time. The weight of his years pressed upon him, a stark reminder of how drastically the world had changed since he first arrived. This realization created an unbridgeable rift between them, as Aedes simply could not fathom the brutal, cold-blooded choices the king had been forced to make the moment he ascended the throne. The king sighed, his voice heavy with resignation, as he concluded that Aedes would never truly grasp the complexities of human nature, just as humanity could never hope to understand the heart of a dragon. Yet, through the chaos and the encroaching end, the king had found a flicker of new hope, anchored by their shared tender affection for the child. The king stared straight ahead, his features settling into a mask of stoic calm as he finally accepted the finality of his fate. Without warning, the creature lunged, unleashing a torrent of raw, destructive energy directly at him. As the brilliant, blinding light engulfed his entire being, the king's body flickered and vanished into nothingness. In his final, fleeting moments, his mind was flooded with a crushing sense of regret, a bitter realization that he had been wrong about everything. A thunderous, cataclysmic explosion tore through the heart of the castle, leaving no doubt that the king had fallen. High up within the magical tower, the princess witnessed the distant, blinding flash across the horizon and let out a sharp cry of raw, unfiltered shock. Aedes, standing motionless beside her, spoke with a chilling, hollow calm. He stated flatly that the capital had officially fallen and predicted that the monstrous horde would soon turn their hunger toward their position. As if summoned by his very words, a black tide of winged creatures swarmed the sky, descending toward the tower. A shadow guard nearby bellowed a frantic warning that the monsters were upon them. The creatures slammed into the shimmering, azure barrier that shielded the tower, the impact vibrating through the stone floor beneath their feet. Aedes turned to the princess, attempting to offer some semblance of reassurance. He told her the tower was fortified by a powerful barrier, making it nearly impossible for the monsters to breach their sanctuary. But the illusion of safety was shattered when the scholar Lewin stumbled onto the tower wall, his body marred by fresh wounds. The princess gasped, her voice trembling as she cried out his name in sheer disbelief. Supporting his weight heavily on his staff, the scholar addressed Aedes, explaining that he had been dispatched under the direct orders of the king to evacuate the princess to safety. The princess stared at him, her alarm growing as she took in the severity of his injuries. Aedes nodded, agreeing to the plan, and mentioned that he would channel his wind magic to whisk them away to a secure location. He asked if their contacts were in place. Scholar Lewin confirmed that everything was prepared, but the princess cut him off, her brow furrowed with confusion. With a heavy, trembling heart, Scholar Lewin delivered the devastating truth. Her father, the king, had perished. The princess stood frozen, her world collapsing in an instant. The scholar explained that the king's final act had been to ensure her escape to a neighboring kingdom. Panic rising in her chest, the princess frantically asked if Aedes would be joining them. Aedes turned to her, a faint, melancholic smile touching his lips. He asked where he could possibly go that would be safe. He revealed the horrific truth: the monsters ravaging the land were his own kin, the people of Moraga. He was a pariah to both sides, and no matter where he fled, humanity would always hunt him down to claim his life. He knelt at the very edge of the stone wall, looking down at the writhing horde below, and made peace with his destiny. He declared that where a knight falls, a dragon finds his tomb, and this was exactly where he belonged. He vowed to stand his ground and defend this post until the very last of his life force faded away. Hearing the unwavering solemnity in his voice, the princess's expression transformed. The grief that had clouded her features was replaced by a sharp, steel-eyed resolve. Without a second thought, she channeled her own wind magic, propelling herself away from Scholar Lewin and landing firmly back at Aedes' side. She stood tall before him, declaring that if he intended to stay, she would become his dragon knight. She told him with fierce conviction that this was her home, and she would stand beside him to protect it. She boasted proudly that her wind-riding skills were perfected and demanded to know how they could forge their contract right then and there. Aedes looked up at her, completely taken aback, his breath stolen by her display of unwavering, fierce loyalty. Deeply moved by her devotion, Aedes reached out, taking the princess's hand in his own armored grasp. A gentle, sorrow-filled smile traced his lips as he finally gave his consent to her request. He produced a silver scale, the scale of promise, and explained that it would serve as their binding contract, just as it had in the days of old. The princess's face lit up with a radiant smile, delighted that the pact was so simple to initiate. She eagerly began to seal their bond, making a heartfelt promise that they would remain together forever. But Aedes suddenly interrupted her, delivering a heart-wrenching twist to the ritual. He murmured that their promise was, in fact, that they would never see one another again. The light vanished from the princess's eyes. Her face paled, and she stared at him, consumed by sheer shock and utter disbelief. Before she could even process his words, Aedes unleashed a powerful, controlled gust of wind, forcibly launching her and Scholar Lewin away from the tower. As they were swept into the sky, he entrusted the responsibility of the princess's safety to the scholar, his eyes never leaving her form. The princess screamed Aedes' name, her voice raw with a mix of confusion and a profound sense of betrayal as the winds carried her further and further from his side. Standing alone on the ramparts, enveloped by his own swirling wind magic, Aedes called out for her to leave, insisting that her path did not lead to a dragon's tomb. Then the nightmarish turn occurred. Scholar Lewin's eyes flared with a malevolent crimson light. With a swift, sickening motion, he plunged his hand directly into the princess's chest, ripping her still beating heart from her body. He whispered, his voice chillingly detached, that she had finally found her true place, a place for humans. Aedes watched from the tower, frozen in absolute paralyzed shock at the betrayal, while the princess's eyes widened as she stared at her own life slipping away. As his own life ebbed away, the scholar gasped out a final cryptic warning to Aedes, urging him to be vigilant and revealing that the Moraga were far from the only ones who had been cursed. The scholar's face contorted as it was consumed by a monstrous, pulsating red growth. A massive, tentacled abomination erupted from his ruined body, reaching out to snatch and devour the princess's still warm heart. The creature cackled, mocking Aedes for the succulent taste of the flesh and the stolen lifespan it was now consuming. It taunted him, asking if murdering his beloved was a fitting retribution for the dragon flames that had burned it in the past. As Aedes stood, completely shattered and staring in stunned silence, the tentacle monster erupted into a fit of maniacal, echoing laughter. It held the princess's limp, lifeless body aloft, displaying her bloodied heart for all to see, continuing its cruel taunts against the white dragon, asking if the death of his beloved was finally enough to repay the agony of his ancient dragon fire. In a final, gruesome display of malice, the monster tightened its grip, crushing the princess's heart into a mangled ruin of flesh and blood.
Consumed by raw fury, Aedes and his two devoted shadow guards stood their ground against the grotesque monstrosity, their eyes burning with a vengeful, pulsing energy that illuminated the dark battlefield.
In a blur of motion, the shadow of sorrow morphed into a roiling vortex of dark, suffocating power, lunging forward to catch the princess before she could hit the ground. Simultaneously, the second guard threw himself at the monster, his blade flashing as he hacked away at the creature's writhing, fleshy tentacles with lethal precision. The creature barely flinched, dismissing the assault as nothing more than a nuisance. Nearby, the shadow of sorrow sank to its knees, carefully cradling the lifeless princess within a protective, shimmering blue aura that acted as a final, desperate barrier against the encroaching malice. A single, solitary tear escaped from behind the guard's darkened helmet, glistening as it traced a path down the cold armor. With her remaining strength, the princess offered one last faint whisper of Aedes' name, her voice drifting away into the silence as she finally breathed her last in the guard's arms. Even as its physical form lay in tatters, the monstrous entity continued to lash out at Aedes with cruel, psychological barbs. It sneered, explaining that the meager life force sacrificed by the white dragon's kin was a pathetic offering, barely enough to tear open a tiny window for its true self to emerge. The creature boasted that its parasitic seeds were already scattered across the land, lying in wait within unsuspecting hosts until the moment was right to erupt and claim their bodies, just as it had brutally done to the old scholar. Cthulhu pressed its advantage, deepening the psychological torture by reminding Aedes that the very monsters now swarming the world were twisted abominations born from his own people. It went on to cruelly point out that Aedes himself was riddled with the same corruption, a curse that could overtake him at any second, and it laughed as it claimed he had always known the tragic, inevitable fate that awaited his beloved princess. Cthulhu mocked Aedes' utter powerlessness, suggesting that his helplessness might have even made him the instrument of the princess's death. The entity reveled in the chaos of his inner world, savoring the intoxicating mix of hatred, sorrow, anger, and absolute despair that flooded his heart, calling them the most exquisite emotions. Then the creature dangled a lethal temptation. Cthulhu, identifying itself as an ancient omnipotent god, claimed it could feel the violent, irregular rhythm of Aedes' heart. It made an impossible vow. Not only would it eradicate the monster plague and secure the kingdom, but it would also resurrect the princess, reuniting them for eternity. It laid out the terms of this dark pact with chilling simplicity. The exchange was singular and final. For all these miracles to occur, Aedes had only to offer up his own beating heart. Left alone, kneeling on the jagged ruins of the high wall, Aedes was surrounded by the screeching of winged monsters, forced to stare into the abyss of an impossible decision. He was caught between two nightmares. Either watch the princess die in the tower, left to be devoured by these horrors, or succumb to the bargain, turning her into his dragon knight and binding their fates to protect the kingdom forever. From the wreckage of its dying host, Cthulhu pressured him for an immediate answer, warning him that its current vessel was dissolving and that he was rapidly running out of time to choose. Driven by a desperate, shattering resolve, Aedes made his final irreversible choice. A wet, sickening splash of crimson hit the stone, and the shadow guard watching nearby recoiled in visible horror. In a gut-wrenching act of devotion, Aedes tore his own pulsing heart directly from his chest. Cthulhu let out a satisfied, sinister cackle, confirming that he had made the only correct choice. Cthulhu claimed it would weave a blessing into Aedes's heart, and the organ drifted upward into the sky, suspended by a brilliant, blinding explosion of energy, destined to beat forever beyond the limits of flesh and blood. The entity outlined the pact. The princess would be revived, granted the immense power of that heart, while Aedes, though hollowed and heartless, would be spared from death or the mindless rot of a monster. As the glowing heart descended to merge with the princess's cold body, Cthulhu declared that Aedes would be reborn as a guardian dragon, fated to watch over her for all of time. Aedes let out a guttural, soul-shattering grunt of agony as the transformation tore through his body, sending a massive pillar of searing purple energy surging from the summit of the magic-leaning tower. His human form withered and distorted, violently reshaping until nothing remained but a massive, terrifying skeletal dragon. He unleashed a deafening, thunderous roar, his massive form wreathed in a swirling, ghostly aura of blue flame. With his newfound monstrous strength, Aedes vaulted from the edge of the tower wall, taking to the air. Now a guardian dragon bound by Cthulhu's influence, he banked over the chaos of the battlefield, unleashing a relentless torrent of fire that scoured the swarming monsters below, marking the start of his eternal, lonely vigil. As the skeletal dragon Aedes rained down his infernal wrath, Cthulhu's voice echoed like a dark narration over the carnage. The dragon's flames acted indiscriminately, incinerating everything in their path, ruthlessly purging the land of both the invading monsters and the kingdom's last remaining citizens. Cthulhu taunted him, noting that his power was now sufficient to wipe the entire kingdom off the map, and Aedes, driven by his curse, continued his onslaught until the capital was nothing but a sea of flame. It was then that Cthulhu unveiled the true horrific nature of their bargain. Every life extinguished by those flames was being harvested, their entire lifespans funneled into a single dark focal point. Bolts of jagged purple lightning hammered into the scorched, magic-leaning tower, and the terrible architecture of the entity's plan was laid bare. Back on the tower, the resurrected princess began to scream, her body convulsing in agony as Aedes's cursed heart, embedded within her, began to warp her very existence with dark, encroaching energy. Shadowy, viscous tentacles erupted from her form, consuming her entirely until she was nothing more than a living, tentacled core for the beast that had taken root in her body. With the princess now fully transformed into a nightmarish horror, Cthulhu triumphantly laid claim to all the harvested lifespans, declaring them as its rightful property. Cthulhu lamented its own diminished state, frustrated that it was too weak to possess the powerful dragon race directly, and had been forced to use a human as a stopgap. Yet it remained patient, convinced that it was only a matter of time before it could use the white dragon to reap the lifespans it required. The monstrous princess gazed up at the skeletal Aedes as he circled high in the clouds, puzzled that he had not returned now that the kingdom had been completely purged. His distance felt strangely calculated. Without warning, two glowing silver scales manifested in front of her. Cthulhu recognized them instantly. The scales of promise, vows the white dragon had forged long before their dark agreement was ever signed. The first vow was a decree of eternal separation, to never look upon the princess again, and the second was a solemn oath to stand guard over the kingdom's high tower for eternity. A wave of fury washed over Cthulhu as it realized Aedes's final brilliant act of defiance. He had anticipated the entity's treachery and used his own vows to anchor himself to the magic-leaning tower, forever locking himself away from the monster that used to be his princess. Cthulhu cursed the white dragon, enraged that he chose to exist as a mindless, zombie-like sentry rather than serve as its puppet. Baffled and thwarted, Cthulhu decided to turn the tower into its own personal nest, feeding on the life essence of anyone foolish enough to approach. It swore that its total revival was inevitable, and that it would one day rule the world once more, as the image of the solitary tower slowly faded into the mist of passing centuries. The vision dissolved, and reality snapped back to the present day at the magic leaning tower. Shadow stood on the desolate, windswept rooftop, residual purple energy still crackling across his palm. He tried to process the harrowing story he had just witnessed, wondering if it was just some elaborate ancient game lore. But his gut told him otherwise. The vision had been too visceral, and the entity's explanation of its origins felt less like fiction and more like a forgotten, suppressed history. Without warning, swirls of dark, dense purple energy materialized and began to coalesce around him. A system window materialized in the air, congratulating him on acquiring a new mythical grade skill, Shadow of Sorrow. This formidable ability could conjure 3 shadow clones for 7 seconds, each perfectly mimicking his own techniques and dealing full damage. The skill description carried a heavy, lingering note of tragedy. These were the very shadows forged by the White Dragon, Aedes, who had burned through his own immense mental energy for 15 years just to keep them from fading. Shadow stared at his hand, which was still wreathed in that ethereal violet light, instantly recognizing the power from the vision. A jolt of awe went through him. He realized this single ability could effectively quadruple his damage output for a brief, windowed burst. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying, overwhelming potential of a mythical grade skill. A flurry of system notifications followed, heaping rewards upon him for completing the trial. He had successfully secured the key to the Magic Leaning Tower's hidden sector, jumped to level 19, and was flooded with a cache of evolution points, rare equipment, and skill books. Among the spoils was a mysterious gate key and a detailed map for a level 20 zone designated as the Withered Bone Ruins. Shadow felt a surge of curiosity. He had never even heard of such a place. He carefully unrolled the weathered parchment, his eyes tracing the path to Withered Bone City, situated on an island in an inland sea. As he studied the geography, a realization dawned on him. It must have been a lost territory of the Moraga Empire, straight out of the legends he had once heard. Shadow became more and more certain that this newly unlocked region had some deep connection to the White Dragon's homeland. Just thinking about it made his eyes sharpen with excitement, because a place like that would never be simple. If it truly hid the White Dragon's secrets, then the treasures inside would definitely be far rarer than anything ordinary players could imagine. Since the area was meant for level 20 players and he had already reached level 19, Shadow quietly made up his mind that he would head there very soon. Before that, though, Shadow still had something else to handle. He lifted the ornate golden key in his hand, the key that opened the Magic Leaning Tower's hideout, and after looking it over for a moment, he decided there was no need to keep it for himself. This kind of thing was far more useful as a bargaining chip, so he prepared to sell it. At the same time, the view moved away from Shadow and shifted toward the hideout of the Faka Heavy Industry Guild. Inside the guild's base, Huang Huifan and the surviving members of her guild had gathered again after their crushing defeat. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone's faces looked dark with frustration. One guild member finally broke the silence and asked what they were supposed to do next. That new Jade-grade boss was clearly beyond their current strength, and no matter how unwilling they were to admit it, they simply could not take it down. After a pause, he suggested the only realistic choice left was to contact Shadow and ask for his help. Huang Huifan let out a tired sigh, her expression showing both helplessness and reluctance. In the end, she nodded and accepted the suggestion. Since she had some contacts in Jianghai City who maintained a decent relationship with Shadow, she planned to ask those people to step in as middlemen. If they could smooth things over, perhaps the guild still had a chance to negotiate with him. But right at that moment, before Huang Huifan could make any arrangements, a figure appeared silently behind her. Shadow had materialized there without a sound, standing so close that everyone's nerves instantly tightened. Huang Huifan froze in shock, and Shadow spoke calmly, telling her there was no need to go through all that trouble. If they wanted to make a deal, they could simply trade with him directly. The guild members around her were instantly thrown into chaos. Huang Ziqing and the others stared at Shadow as if they had seen a ghost, completely unable to understand how he had entered without warning. Several of them shouted his name in alarm. Huang Ziqing's face twisted with anger, and he snapped at Shadow, accusing him of sneaking around like a thief before demanding to know exactly what he had come here for. Shadow did not look the least bit bothered by their panic. He turned and began walking away with an easy, unhurried pace, as if he had entered his own courtyard instead of someone else's guild hideout. Without even raising his voice, he told them that if he had truly come with bad intentions, none of them would still be standing there alive. Then he gave them a casual warning, saying their hideout's barrier was not as secure as they thought. It could be opened, and that was exactly how he had walked right in. Huang Hufen was still trying to calm herself down, but she quickly asked what he meant by a trade. Shadow stopped and turned back toward her. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, he raised the ornate golden key between his fingers. He made his offer plainly, saying this was the key to the Magic Leaning Tower's hideout, and he was willing to sell it to them. Then he looked at Huang Huifen and asked if she had any interest in buying it. The moment the guild members saw the key clearly, their expressions changed completely. They recognized it almost at once, and disbelief swept through the room. If Shadow had this key, then there was only one possible explanation. He had already defeated the Jade Grade boss that had destroyed their confidence. For a moment, nobody could accept that such a thing had actually happened. Huang Hufen's eyes immediately lit up. Compared with the shock of the others, she reacted much faster and quickly agreed to the deal. Without wasting time, she asked Shadow to name his price. Shadow's answer was calm and direct. His price had not changed from before. He wanted 1,000 years of lifespan. Huang Huifen was already prepared to accept that price, but Huang Ziking could not hold himself back. His anger erupted on the spot. He shouted at Shadow with a flushed face, calling him shameless and accusing him of having planned everything from the very beginning. Huang Ziking raised his finger and pointed straight at Shadow, laying out his accusation with growing fury. In his mind, Shadow had first attacked him on purpose, then used that chance to destroy their portal and cut off their reinforcements. Because of that, their whole team had been wiped out, and now, after causing all that damage, Shadow was pretending to be their savior and coming back to sell them the key at a ridiculous price. Huang Ziking gritted his teeth and declared that he had never seen anyone more despicable in his entire life. Huang Hufen's face turned stern, and she immediately ordered her son to shut his mouth, but Huang Ziking was too worked up to listen. He kept trying to convince his mother that they were being played. In his view, the key should have belonged to their guild in the first place, and after suffering such heavy losses, there was no way they should allow Shadow to profit from their misfortune. Shadow listened to the whole outburst without showing any anger. His expression barely changed. After Huang Ziking finished speaking, Shadow simply looked at him and asked, in an almost casual tone, what exactly he wanted instead. Huang Ziking's anger instantly shifted into greed. A smug, ugly grin spread across his face as he made an outrageous demand. Not only did he want Shadow to hand over the key, he also wanted Shadow to compensate the guild with 1,000 or even 800 years of lifespan, as if Shadow owed them everything. Shadow turned his gaze toward Huang Huifen and gave a faint, sarcastic remark, saying she truly had a remarkable son. Then, before Huang Ziking could react, Shadow suddenly nodded and said he would do exactly as Huang Ziking suggested. That answer caught Huang Ziking completely off guard, but in the next breath, Shadow's eyes turned cold. His tone remained steady, but the pressure behind his words was unmistakable. The new price was now 1,800 years of lifespan, and he made it clear that he would not sell the key for even a single day less. At first, Huang Ziking still thought he had won. He laughed proudly and turned toward his mother, acting as if he had just taught everyone how to deal with someone like Shadow. But only a moment later, the meaning of Shadow's words finally sank in. His smug expression froze, then slowly cracked into disbelief. Staring at Shadow, he stammered and asked what he had just said. Shadow explained with almost frightening patience. He had come here sincerely to do business, which was why he had not fought back or punished Huang Ziking for insulting him. But since Huang Ziking insisted on cursing him and making things difficult, the original discounted price no longer existed. From now on, the price was 1,800 years, and there would be no bargaining. Huang Hufen had finally reached the end of her patience. Without another word, she stepped forward and slapped Huang Ziking hard across the face. The crisp sound cut through the tense room, and everyone went silent. Her anger had not faded in the slightest. Huang Huifen immediately ordered one of the guild members to take Huang Ziking away and make him level up outside. She warned that without her permission, he was not allowed to come back. As Huang Ziking was dragged away, he still struggled and shouted in protest, confused and furious, asking why she had hit him when he had not even finished speaking. After dealing with her son, Huang Huifen turned back towards Shadow. Her expression was much more controlled now, but there was clear embarrassment in her eyes. She apologized to him and asked if there was any chance he might reconsider the price. Shadow's answer was cold and final, 1,800 years. He would not repeat it a second time. Huang Huifen looked exhausted, but she understood the situation clearly. In the end, she accepted the price. She even admitted that it was still reasonable, since she had heard Shadow had sold other hideouts for as much as 2,000 years of lifespan. However, after the guild's recent losses, they could not gather the entire amount immediately. So she asked whether they could pay the price in installments. Shadow agreed without making things more difficult. He stated the conditions clearly. Huang Hifen had to pay 1,000 years of lifespan up front, and after 10 days, he would return to collect the remaining 800 years. Huang Hufen finally let out a breath of relief. She thanked Shadow sincerely and completed the deal on the spot. A system window soon appeared, confirming that the Magic Leaning Tower's hideout key had been transferred into her possession, while Shadow had successfully gained 1,000 years of lifespan. As the transaction ended, Shadow's figure slowly began to fade from the hideout. Before disappearing completely, he gave a simple farewell. In his mind, the Fakey Heavy Industry Guild still had value. If they could use a strong hideout to develop properly, then sooner or later, they might become an important force for the great Xia server. With the new base finally in their hands, Huang Huifen gathered the guild members and addressed them with a firm expression. She announced that the platinum-grade hideout now belonged to them. But because they owed Shadow a large remaining payment, every member of the guild would now have to pay a 50% lifespan tax. She knew the amount was extremely high, yet she framed it as a necessary investment for their future. As long as they endured this burden and worked hard, the guild would rise again. Hearing her words, the members' despair gradually turned into determination, and one by one they responded with renewed fighting spirit. Later, in a forest painted by the glow of sunset, Huang Ziking moved with a small party of guild members. The others tried to calm him down and reason with him. One girl gently told him not to blame his aunt, because this time he really had been in the wrong. But Huang Ziking immediately brushed her off with irritation, refusing to accept a single word. His face darkened as he muttered to himself, secretly swearing that sooner or later he would make Shadow pay. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when one of the party members spotted something ahead. A silver-grade boss had appeared in the forest, the human-faced Spider Emperor. The group immediately shifted into battle formation. Weapons were raised, spells began to gather, and the other members rushed forward to confront the boss. Huang Ziking, however, stayed farther back instead of joining them directly. His teammates quickly warned him that the boss could use poison, reminding him to stay ready with a detox spell. Huang Ziking answered casually, sounding as if he had everything under control. But when the battle truly began, Huang Ziking did not cast any support spell at all. Instead, while everyone else was focused on the human-faced Spider Emperor, he suddenly turned around and ran straight into the woods, abandoning his own teammates without hesitation. As he fled through the trees, Huang Ziking cursed them in his heart, calling them fools for thinking they could rely on him while fighting that boss. He was especially disgusted by the girl who had tried to lecture him earlier. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, wondering what his mother had been thinking by trying to pair him with someone like her. After running for a while, Huang Ziking found a secluded place away from the others and crouched down, his face twisted with resentment. In his mind, the entire guild was filled with cowardly, spineless rats who only knew how to grow slowly and safely. They never understood what real power required. To him, the true path was to grab every chance, no matter how risky or ruthless it was. And the more he thought about Shadow, the more he convinced himself that Shadow must have become so powerful by acting the exact same way. A sinister smile slowly appeared on Huang Ziking's face. He was not nearly as foolish as those guild members thought. Did they really believe he would confront Shadow head-on without any preparation? With that thought, he summoned a dark, ornate vase into his hands. The surface of the vase looked eerie and unnatural, and a single glowing red eye stared from it like something alive. Huang Ziking proudly declared that this was a treasure he had obtained from a jade-grade chest. A system window appeared and identified the object as the Abyssal Vase. Its power was strange and dangerous. By reaching into it, the user could randomly draw out a powerful skill, though the ability came with a long 48-hour cooldown. Huang Ziking stared at the vase with anticipation, then pushed his hand inside. A moment later, he pulled out a small, grotesque piece of flesh-like matter that looked disturbingly alive. The system soon informed him that he had acquired an epic-grade skill, the Abyssal Puppet Curse. This magic allowed him to turn any corpse into a puppet under his complete control, while still preserving all of the dead person's original abilities. Huang Ziking's eyes widened, and then he burst into wild, manic laughter. With this power, a terrifying idea immediately formed in his mind. If he could kill Shadow, then he could use the curse to enslave Shadow's corpse, and once that happened, he would become truly invincible. While Huang Ziking celebrated, the Abyssal Vase began to glow with a dark purple aura. The light pulsed like something breathing in the shadows. Then a final ominous warning appeared before him. The abyss contained extraordinary power, but when someone gazed into the abyss would gaze back at them. That chilling message silently hinted that Huang Ziking's future was already being pulled towards something far darker. Meanwhile, in the withered bone field within the Magic City ruins, night had already fallen over a desolate graveyard. Broken bones and ruined graves stretched across the land, and the air itself seemed cold and lifeless. In the middle of battle, Ghost Spirit moved with sharp precision. Her paper ribbon, infused with energy, shot forward like a living weapon. It wrapped around a skeletal monster and pierced straight into the creature's eye, pinning it in place before it could break free. Ghost Spirit followed up instantly. With one clean and accurate strike, she cut off the monster's head, dealing more than 5,600 damage in a single blow. As the enemy collapsed, system notifications appeared before her one after another, informing her that her weapon had upgraded to gold and that she had gathered enough experience to advance her class. Ghost Spirit stood among the glowing energy orbs left behind by the defeated enemies. For the first time in a while, she allowed herself to breathe out in relief. Looking at the notifications in front of her, she confirmed that she had finally accumulated enough experience for her advancement. Her expression soon became firm again. Without hesitation, Ghost Spirit accepted the class advancement. Her eyes filled with determination as she stepped into the next stage of her strength. A bright magic circle immediately formed beneath her feet, lighting up the dark graveyard around her. In the next instant, a column of purple energy surged upward from her body. The power wrapped around her completely, swallowing her figure in a dazzling transformation. When the transformation was complete, new system information appeared before Ghost Spirit, laying out the abilities she had gained after her advancement. Her weapon had evolved into the Yellow Spring Chainblade, a weapon capable of changing its form in battle. At the same time, her class had advanced into Yellow Spring Evil Ghost. This new class gave her a passive bonus to stealth and unlocked two new skills, Eye of the Yellow Spring and Touch of the Yellow Spring. The system continued explaining the effects of those skills. Eye of the Yellow Spring was a mental attack that could trap enemies inside an illusion, disrupting their minds. Touch of the Yellow Spring, on the other hand, allowed her to track opponents through their aura, making it far harder for her targets to escape once she had locked onto them. Now transformed, Ghost Spirit stood surrounded by a blue aura, her presence colder and more dangerous than before. The Yellow Spring Chainblade shifted in her hands and took the form of a fearsome scythe. Another system notification appeared, telling her that when facing lower-level opponents, she would deal double damage, with a 50% chance of applying a burn effect. Golden light glowed in Ghost Spirit's eyes as she felt the surge of power flowing through her body. Her damage had increased, her speed had risen, and she now possessed a mental attack that could directly target an enemy's mind. With this strength, she believed she finally had a chance to avenge her parents, defeat Dongfang Yue, and confront the source of the Plague Wielder. After completing her advancement, Ghost Spirit sent a message to Shadow, the teacher who had guided her along the way. She told him that she had advanced to Tier 2, and that she would repay everything he had done for her. Somewhere on a rooftop, Shadow saw that she had already logged off. From that alone, he understood what had happened. Her hunger for revenge had pushed her to immediately go after Dongfang Yue. Shadow remembered clearly what had happened in his previous life. Back then, Ghost Spirit had finally taken her revenge, but because she had spared one stray dog, a Beastmaster was able to follow that tiny clue and trace her movements. That one mistake exposed Ghost Spirit's true identity, and soon after, several powerful families joined hands to hunt her down. The battle that followed was brutal, with the official forces suffering terrible losses, and by the time Ghost Spirit finally collapsed from sheer exhaustion and died, the entire Magic City region had already been thrown into chaos. Thinking about it, Shadow could not deny that Ghost Spirit had terrifying potential. But at the same time, she was still too young. Her emotions were far from steady, and that kind of unstable mindset could easily push her into reckless decisions. To stop her from walking down the same fatal path again, Shadow made up his mind. He would log off at once and go check on her situation in the real world before it was too late. At the same time, the view shifted to the Dongfang Manor on the outskirts of Magic City, where the entire estate sat under a thick layer of poisonous mist, making the grand residence look eerie and dangerous in the dark. Outside the manor, two guards were making their patrol rounds, their footsteps dragging lazily as they grumbled about being stuck on duty at such an unpleasant hour. Their complaints soon drifted into dirty talk about women, and one guard suddenly mentioned that Mrs. Dongfang was still incredibly attractive. His companion gave a knowing grin and immediately agreed with him. The two of them grew bolder as they spoke, even fantasizing about taking down her bodyguard and getting close to Dongfang Yue themselves. But just as their thoughts became more twisted, one of the guards suddenly froze, his eyes narrowing as he noticed something moving inside the mist. From within the hazy fog, the figure of Dongfang Yue slowly took shape before their eyes, like a dream stepping out of the darkness. She appeared in a revealing black dress, kneeling in front of them with an almost teasing posture. The two guards were instantly stunned, their mouths hanging open as they stammered in disbelief, asking why she had come here and why she was dressed like that. The illusion leaned closer, her voice soft and tempting as she whispered that she could no longer stand her useless husband. She said she needed other men to satisfy what he could not, then asked the two guards whether they had the courage to do it. The guards were completely bewitched, their eyes glazed over and their faces flushed with greedy excitement. Drooling like fools, they could barely believe such luck had fallen on them and eagerly asked if she was truly serious. In their excitement, the two guards even began arguing over who should go first. The kneeling illusion of Dongfang Yue only smiled slyly and suggested that they did not need to fight over it because the two of them could enjoy her company at the same time. But before either guard could take another step, a sharp streak of purple energy flashed through the mist, slicing across both of their necks in an instant. Their headless bodies dropped heavily to the ground, and at the same moment, the illusion of Dongfang Yue faded away like smoke. Dark energy burst from the severed wounds as a magical ribbon spun around the fallen guards. Ghost Spirit stepped out from the shadows without a sound and calmly caught the weapon as it returned to her hand. Without wasting even a second, she sprang upward, her body cutting through the air as she moved to escape from the manor grounds. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yue's terrifying bodyguard, the Fart Master, was lounging in a hammock as if nothing in the manor could possibly threaten him. But then his senses suddenly sharpened. Without even opening himself fully to alarm, he muttered to himself that a little mouse had somehow slipped into the estate. Ghost Spirit landed lightly on the roof of the manor, her feet touching the tiles so quietly that not even the night seemed disturbed. She stopped there for a brief moment, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings as she silently judged the situation and prepared her next move. But in the very next instant, her expression changed. From above, the Fart Master descended with terrifying speed, crashing toward her before she could fully react. He seized Ghost Spirit by the throat in midair, his grip locking around her neck, and the two of them dropped together like a stone toward the ground below. As they fell, he unleashed his infamous signature attack, releasing a violent blast of gas from behind him that slammed toward the ground with explosive force. The impact blasted open a crater in the courtyard, and the Fart Master pinned Ghost Spirit down at the center of it. Looking down at her with mockery in his eyes, he explained that his ammonia barrier covered the entire manor, so the moment she entered, he had already sensed her presence. He recognized her as the same little lady who had escaped from him before. Tightening his hand around her neck, he sneered that this time she would not be getting away. Ghost Spirit struggled beneath him, her face twisted with pain and fear as her body fought uselessly against his strength. The Fart Master lifted Ghost Spirit into the air by her throat, a dangerous purple aura swirling around him like a warning. He studied her closely and admitted that she had become stronger, even saying that if she were given more time, she might grow into a truly satisfying opponent. A twisted excitement flickered across his face, and his smile sharpened as he confessed that the urge to kill her right now was becoming almost impossible to resist. Ghost Spirit continued to struggle in his grip, while the bodyguard wrestled with his own thoughts. Part of him told himself to wait, to let her grow stronger first so the fight would be more enjoyable. But he immediately contradicted himself, admitting that his self-control was slipping. He cursed under his breath, tormented by the decision, and then his hand tightened without restraint. A sickening crack rang out as his grip crushed down. The Fart Master suddenly froze in panic, realizing with horror that he had accidentally crushed her neck and killed her. Horrified by what he had done, he released his hand, letting Ghost Spirit's lifeless body fall limply to the ground as he shouted in despair. But at that very moment, his entire body stiffened. A purple energy claw suddenly pierced straight through his chest from behind. In disbelief, he slowly turned his head and saw Ghost Spirit standing behind him, her arm driven deep into his back. The body he had just dropped was nothing more than a decoy. The Fart Master stared in complete confusion, unable to understand what had happened. He had been absolutely certain that the Ghost Spirit in his hand was real, and that she had already died. Ghost Spirit's eyes glowed a chilling red as she revealed the truth. From the beginning, he had been trapped inside her illusion, created by her new skill, the Eye of the Yellow Spring. Then, with a cold and merciless voice, she told him to die. With Ghost Spirit's purple energy claw still piercing through him, the Fart Master struggled to make sense of it. He could not understand how someone like him had been pulled into an illusion without realizing it. Ghost Spirit fixed her glowing red eye on him and calmly explained that his fate had already been sealed the moment his gaze met hers. In truth, the illusion had started much earlier, at the exact moment when he first grabbed her by the neck and thought he had taken control of the fight. Knowing he had lost, the bodyguard finally collapsed. Ghost Spirit stood above him in silence, acknowledging that he had indeed been a worthy opponent. But her victory did not stay quiet for long. A sudden commotion erupted from inside the manor, and Dongfang Yue threw open a window, angrily yelling about the noise and threatening to fire everyone responsible. Her anger vanished the instant she looked down into the courtyard. There, the body of her powerful bodyguard was dissolving into black smoke before her eyes. Panic overtook her face, and she screamed that an intruder had broken in, calling desperately for help from anyone nearby. Almost immediately, armed guards rushed into the main hall, weapons raised as they formed defensive positions and prepared to protect Mrs. Dongfang. The guards spread out to search for the intruder, and the noise woke her son, Nantian. Still half asleep, he asked what was going on. Dongfang Yu quickly told him that an enemy had come and ordered him to stay where he was. But Nantian sat up instead, a confident smile spreading across his face. He told his mother not to be afraid, declaring that he was already 18 now, that he had become a player, and that this time he would protect her. Dongfang Yue was deeply moved by his words. She pulled him into her arms, holding him tightly as she wished that his father had even half of Nantian's courage and warmth. As the mother and son shared a kiss, the window behind them suddenly gave a faint creak as it slowly opened. The two of them immediately pulled apart in shock, and Dongfang Yue turned sharply toward the sound, demanding to know who was there. Outside in the hallway, the guards who had rushed in moments earlier were already lying on the floor, their bodies dissolving into dark shadows. Dongfang Yue stared at the bodies in front of her, her face draining of color as horror crawled across her expression. She could not understand how all of her guards had died so quickly, and in the middle of that fear, one thought flashed through her mind: had Shadow already discovered their plan to ambush him? At that exact moment, a ghostly figure silently appeared behind her. Ghost Spirit's voice drifted into the room from the darkness, cold and quiet, as she asked what kind of plan Dongfang Yue's was talking about. Dongfang Yue spun around in panic and found herself facing a hooded figure standing far too close. Her voice trembled with anger and fear as she demanded to know who Ghost Spirit was, why she had attacked her, and insisted that there should be no hatred between them. Ghost Spirit did not rush to answer. She only looked at Dongfang Yue with a calm, chilling stare and asked if she truly failed to recognize the person standing in front of her. Then Ghost Spirit's eyes lit up with a dangerous red glow. Her voice turned colder as she ordered Dongfang Yue to look carefully, to remember the face she had tried to bury in the past. The moment Dongfang Yue took a proper look, terror and recognition crashed over her at the same time. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she realized the attacker was the very girl she had assumed had vanished long ago, and she cursed in shock that Ghost Spirit was somehow still alive. Before Dongfang Yue could defend herself or even take a step back, a burst of energy shot forward and pierced straight through her body. Ghost Spirit stood over Dongfang Yue as she fell, her expression filled with hatred that had been buried for years. She called Dongfang Yue a demon and coldly commanded her to die. Inside the bedroom, Nantian and his dog were trembling beneath the covers, watching everything unfold in fear. Ghost Spirit finally spoke the reason for her vengeance. Dongfang Yue had murdered her parents, and now Ghost Spirit would make her die right in front of her own son. Dongfang Yue had completely lost the strength to fight back. Tears ran down her face as she accepted that her end had come, but even then she forced out one last plea, begging Ghost Spirit not to hurt Nantian. Ghost Spirit let out a mocking laugh as her dark energy ribbons wrapped around Dongfang Yue and lifted her helpless body into the air. Nantian cried out for his mother from the bed, but Ghost Spirit only sneered, asking what right Dongfang Yue had to make any demands now. Dongfang Yue kept pleading through her tears, insisting that the hatred was only between the two of them. Her voice shook as she argued that her son had nothing to do with it and should be considered innocent. Those words only made Ghost Spirit explode with rage. Her voice rose into a furious scream as she asked whether Dongfang Yue had ever thought about this day when she killed Ghost Spirit's parents. With one final cry filled with years of pain and hatred, Ghost Spirit released a devastating blast of dark energy. Dongfang Yue's body was swallowed by the attack and obliterated in an instant, leaving only the violent surge of darkness behind. From the bed, Nantian and his dog stared at the scene in absolute horror, frozen beneath the covers as they watched Dongfang Yue disappear before their eyes. Ghost Spirit stood there breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling as the weight of her revenge finally settled over her. Then she slowly turned her head toward the bed, her red eyes locked onto Nantian, and the boy was so terrified that his entire body seemed to freeze in place. But with her revenge already complete, Ghost Spirit did not continue the attack. She simply turned away from the bloody room and stepped back from the scene. She walked out of the bedroom, leaving what remained of Dongfang Yue on the floor, while Nantian and his small dog watched her go, still shaking beneath the blanket. Yet, the moment Ghost Spirit disappeared from sight, Nantian's frightened expression began to change. The fear on his face slowly twisted into a sinister grin. Nantian revealed his true feelings with a dark smile, admitting that he had long grown tired of his mother's control and was actually grateful that Ghost Spirit had killed her. Beside him, the little dog's eyes also glowed red, as if it could already imagine feasting on the flesh of the young girl. Ghost Spirit had not gone far before an uneasy feeling struck her. She sensed another presence nearby and immediately stopped walking, her body tensing as danger closed in around her. She turned back nervously, and her eyes caught several shadowy figures floating in the air. One by one, they surrounded her from different directions, cutting off every easy path of escape. Back in the bedroom, Nantian pointed from beneath his blanket with a vicious smile spread across his face. Revealing his true power as a corpse necromancer, he ordered his undead servants to capture Ghost Spirit alive. Those shadowy figures were not ordinary enemies. They were reanimated corpses strengthened by Nantian's power, and even after death, they still retained their original abilities as they moved closer to the trapped Ghost Spirit. Then, without warning, a massive explosion tore through the side of the manor, shattering the walls and sending debris blasting outward. Ghost Spirit was caught in the force of the blast and thrown violently out of the building, screaming in pain as her body was sent flying into the open air. Outside the manor, the reanimated corpses descended on her while she lay helpless on the ground. Among them, a one-handed gunman stepped forward and raised his weapon, preparing to fire a deadly energy blast at point-blank range. Just as the shot was released, black spikes suddenly burst into its path, intercepting the attack before it could strike Ghost Spirit. The force of that counterattack slammed into the undead minions and knocked them down, breaking their formation in an instant. Ghost Spirit looked up from the ground, confused and stunned by the sudden reversal, unable to understand who had stepped in to save her. Inside the bedroom, Nantian, who had been hiding under the blanket, was now screaming in terror as someone held him up by the head. A figure stood over him, gripping Nantian's severed head while crushing his demonic dog beneath one foot. It was Qin Feng. Through the shattered wall, he looked directly toward Ghost Spirit and delivered a cold final lesson, showing mercy to an enemy was the same as being cruel to yourself. Ghost Spirit remained on the ground outside, staring up toward the broken window where Qin Feng stood. Still unsure who had saved her at the last moment, she weakly asked who he was. From the shadows, Qin Feng told her that enemies should never be spared. Then he activated his blooming curse on Nantian's decapitated body, and crimson-red spider lilies began sprouting from his severed head. Only then did Ghost Spirit understand that this man was her savior, the one who had protected her and allowed her to finish her revenge. Her face flushed slightly as she thanked him softly and called him master. Around her, crimson flowers spread like a blood-red reminder of everything she had endured and everything she had finally reclaimed. Standing in that field of flowers, Ghost Spirit could no longer hold her emotions back. She broke down and cried, her voice trembling with both relief and sorrow, as she finally said aloud that she had avenged her parents. As the flowers continued absorbing life force, a system message appeared, showing that 788 years of tradable lifespan had been collected. Qin Feng walked toward Ghost Spirit and asked what she planned to do now that her revenge was finished. With no goal left in front of her, Ghost Spirit admitted that she did not know, and even thought about dying so she could reunite with her parents. Qin Feng's expression hardened as he told her that revenge only leaves emptiness behind, and she should have prepared herself for that from the beginning. He warned her that if she truly wanted to sink into despair, then he had nothing more to say, but there was still one thing she needed to understand. He then showed her a vision of the game world, revealing the vast and mysterious landscape before her eyes. Qin Feng explained that the God-forsaken game hid countless secrets, and among those secrets, there might even be a way to bring the dead back to life. He told Ghost Spirit that as long as a person kept moving forward, infinite possibilities would always exist ahead of them. But if she believed revenge was the final stop in her life, then everything he said would mean nothing. Qin Feng turned his back to her and gave her a choice. If she wanted to keep moving forward, then she had to follow him. But whether she chose that path or not was entirely up to her. After a brief moment of silence, Ghost Spirit's eyes changed. New determination appeared in her gaze, and she pushed herself to her feet before running after Qin Feng across the moonlit field. Soon after, the view shifted back to Magic City in the real world. At Qin Feng's hideout, the soul-cleansing land, they found themselves standing inside a vast, ethereal space that shimmered like an endless world of water. Ghost Spirit looked around in surprise and asked where they were. Qin Feng calmly explained that this place was his hideout in the real world. He led her forward until they arrived before the doors of an unbelievably luxurious mansion, leaving Ghost Spirit staring in stunned silence at the grand entrance. Once they stepped inside, Qin Feng's maid came forward and respectfully welcomed her master home. Ghost Spirit was visibly surprised, clearly not expecting him to have a maid waiting for him in such a place. Qin Feng casually ordered the maid to prepare dinner for two. Seeing Ghost Spirit's confused expression, he explained that the maid was not an ordinary person, but a creation made by the Divine Authority book. Qin Feng continued explaining that the book could create many different things he might need, almost like a hidden treasury in his hands. He then promised Ghost Spirit that he would take her to challenge the Tower of Divine Authority in Magic City, so she could obtain a Divine Authority book of her own. Hearing this, Ghost Spirit's eyes softened with gratitude, and she thanked her master once again. Sometime after Qin Feng and Ghost Spirit had already left, the view shifted back to Magic City, landing on the Chu family manor where a heavy, uneasy atmosphere had begun to settle. A man rushed into the manor in a panic, his voice echoing through the halls as he shouted for his subordinates to move faster. He ordered them to begin the rescue immediately and roared that absolutely nothing was allowed to happen to his wife. This man was Chu Kunshan, Dongfang Yue's husband and a military staff officer. His face was filled with confusion and alarm as he recalled the frantic cry for help his wife had made over the call, unable to figure out who would dare attack them so late at night. The first name that flashed through Chu Kunshan's mind was Shadow. As he hurried deeper into the manor, his heart tightened with worry, wondering if their secret plan involving the fireworks factory had been exposed. But almost immediately, he shook off the thought, trying to convince himself that it should be impossible. Inside the manor, his people were already combing through the scene. Some examined the huge crater blasted into the ground, while others moved through the empty bedroom, searching every corner for any trace of what had happened. One officer stepped forward and reported to the stunned Chu Kunshan that there were clear signs of a fierce battle throughout the manor, but despite searching the area, they had not found a single person. Chu Kunshan grew even more frantic, his voice rising as he demanded to know where his wife, his son, the guards, and the servants had gone. The officer could only confirm the chilling truth: no one was there, and they had not even found any bodies. Rage surged through Chu Kunshan as he realized this was exactly like what had happened to the Dongfang family. Everyone connected to the manor had disappeared without leaving even the smallest trace behind. The horrifying possibility that his wife and son were already gone struck him like a physical blow. Chu Kunshan stumbled backward, his face twisted in denial as if refusing to accept the thought. His grief quickly burned into tearful fury. With his eyes red and his voice cracking, Chu Kunshan screamed that Shadow had murdered his family, then demanded that a warrant be issued immediately to capture him. Lin Qingyu, who had been quietly observing the situation, finally stepped forward and asked how he could be so certain Shadow was responsible. Chu Kunshan snapped back in anger, saying it was obvious because his wife's family, the Dongfangs, had also been killed by Shadow. Lin Qingyu remained completely unfazed. She calmly pointed out that there had never been solid evidence in the Dongfang case, which made his attempt to connect it to his wife's disappearance extremely weak. Her gaze sharpened as she questioned him further, asking whether he perhaps knew something others did not. Then she suggested that maybe his family had a personal grudge with Shadow, and that this whole matter might simply be revenge coming back to them. Those words clearly hit a nerve. Chu Kunshan's face darkened with fury, and he glared at Lin Qingyu as he warned her to watch her mouth, asking whether she actually dared to interrogate a military staff officer. Lin Qingyu did not flinch at his threat. Her expression stayed calm as she told Chu Kunshan that trying to intimidate her would not work. She then revealed that not long ago the Sky Dome Guild had captured several members of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall and handed them over to the authorities. During the interrogation, those men confessed that Chu Kunshan had been the one who ordered the attack on Shadow's hideout. They also admitted there was a plan to lure Shadow into a fireworks factory and kill him there with a massive explosion. Lin Qingyu explained that the authorities had originally intended to arrest everyone involved at the fireworks factory. But now that Dongfang Yue had disappeared, she was officially suspected of fleeing from justice. Lin Qingyu then accused Chu Kunshan of abusing his authority and conspiring to carry out a terrorist act before coldly requesting that he come with them for investigation. Two officers immediately stepped forward and seized Chu Kunshan by the arms. Shocked by the sudden arrest, he struggled violently and shouted at them, demanding to know what they thought they were doing. Chu Kunshan turned his anger on Lin Qingyu, yelling that she had gone too far. He accused her of colluding with a worthless guild and actually daring to arrest an official like him. Even as he thrashed against the officers restraining him, Lin Qingyu remained calm. She stated that his official position meant nothing to her, because she only stood on the side of justice. Chu Kunshan kept fighting, roaring for them to let him go. Lin Qingyu coolly advised him to cooperate with the investigation. If he was truly innocent, she said, then once everything was proven, he would still have the chance to settle the score with her later. Then Lin Qingyu delivered one final chilling piece of information. Chu Kunshan would be taken to Magic City Prison for interrogation, a place where lifespan drained 100 times faster than normal. With an icy look, she told him to prepare himself. As Chu Kunshan was dragged toward an armored truck, his protests grew even louder. He screamed that they had no right to do this to him and threatened to report every single one of them. Unseen by the officers, two figures were watching from the branches of a nearby tree. One of them confirmed in a low voice that the noisy man being arrested was their target, Chu Kunshan, the military staff officer. The two figures exchanged smug smiles and bumped their fists together. Purple energy began to surge around them, making it clear that they were ready to make their move. Later that night, a convoy of armored trucks rumbled along a dark forest road, their headlights cutting through the trees as they transported the prisoner away. Inside the lead vehicle, Chu Kunshan was still angrily protesting his arrest to Lin Qingyu. One guard responded in a steady voice that the arrest order had come from above, and that single sentence left Chu Kunshan momentarily speechless. But without warning, a brilliant blast of energy tore through the night and came hurtling straight toward their vehicle. The blast slammed into the armored truck with terrifying force, knocking it violently off the road and sending the entire vehicle crashing over in a chaotic wreck. Inside the overturned truck, Lin Qingyu braced herself against the twisted interior, gritting her teeth as she cursed under her breath. When she turned her head, her eyes widened in shock. The guard who had been sitting beside her was already dead, his terrified expression frozen on his face. Pinned by the wreckage, Lin Qingyu quickly realized she could not move. Then the roof of the truck was suddenly ripped open from the outside, metal tearing apart with a harsh screech. A hand reached down through the opening and grabbed the unconscious Chu Kunshan by the collar, dragging him out of the wreck like he weighed nothing. Standing on top of the overturned vehicle were the two attackers, a man with a pompadour and a girl with blue hair. The man lifted Chu Kunshan up and grinned, declaring that the mission had been ridiculously easy. At that moment, reinforcements from the second truck rushed onto the scene. Weapons raised, they shouted for the pair to release the prisoner immediately and surrender. But the two attackers only laughed in response, looking down at the officials with open mockery as if they had no fear of being surrounded. Just as the arriving officers aimed their weapons, one of them suddenly sensed something else and looked up, realizing there was another danger coming from above. A huge, muscular man with glowing red eyes dropped down from the trees, swinging a massive flaming hammer through the night air. He brought the blazing weapon down with monstrous strength, smashing it into the official's vehicle. Then he leapt away just as the truck erupted into a massive explosion, screams tearing out from the flames. The man with the pompadour stood watching the destruction alongside another bald, muscular man. Seeing the sheer force of the strike, the pompadour-haired man remarked that Mr. Theodore had not been lying after all. The hammer-wielding attacker landed in the middle of the burning wreckage as orbs of lifespan floated up from the fallen officers. He threw his head back and laughed wildly, reveling in the power of his attack and the pleasure of killing the official dogs of Great Xia. Surrounded by flames and smoke, the muscular man with the hammer stood proudly amid the wreckage, holding up a glowing card as if it were the source of his confidence. He boasted that this card had come from Mr. Theodore. According to him, the card had multiplied his attributes by 5, giving him the strength of a level 50 player, even though he was only level 10. Still, he complained that the dead officers had dropped far too little lifespan. The pompadour-haired man brushed off the complaint and reminded him that their real reward from Mr. Theodore would be 1,000 years of lifespan. Inside the overturned truck, the injured Lin Qingyu looked out through the wreckage with tears in her eyes. Her body hurt badly, but her mind raced as she realized just how dangerous these attackers had become with Mr. Theodore's help. The attackers believed that with Mr. Theodore backing them, they would soon be able to kill Shadow and avenge Qian Shishi. Just as they were getting ready to leave, the blue-haired girl suddenly stopped them and told everyone to wait. A sinister smile spread across the girl's face as she tilted her head toward the ruined truck. She announced that she could sense a little mouse still hiding inside. Hidden within the wreckage, Lin Qingyu's heart sank. She immediately realized that her hiding place had been discovered. The blue-haired girl raised her hand and hurled a massive fireball straight at the already destroyed truck, triggering a second explosion even larger than the first. With a crooked smirk on her face, she coldly declared that not a single dog working for the officials would be allowed to walk away alive. As the group turned and started leaving, the woman folded her arms and complained that they were still thinking about Qian Shishi, asking in irritation whether she herself was not pretty enough. The man with the pompadour only laughed, saying that although she was cute, Qian Shishi had been their old partner, and helping her take revenge had already become something like a tradition for them. After leaving those words behind, the group quietly slipped into the darkness of the night, their figures gradually disappearing behind the shadow of a nearby tree. Behind them, Lin Qingyu stood there naked, bruised, and badly battered, silently watching their backs fade away. At that moment, she finally understood that these attackers were remnants left behind by the Alice Guild. Her passive ability, Killing Intent Perception, also confirmed the truth for her. These people had been sent by a man named Theodore, and their goal was to capture Chu Kunshan. Realizing that her entire squad had already been wiped out, Lin Qingyu knew there was no time to hesitate. This had to be reported immediately. After leaving the real world behind, Shadow brought Ghost Spirit with him to the ruins of Magic City, where the Tower of Divine Authority stood silently among the broken remains. Seeing Ghost Spirit's surprised expression, Shadow calmly explained that the NPC guarding this tower was known by players as Old Mom. But her real identity was far more important. She was Queen Vir of the Waning Moon. Shadow then told Ghost Spirit about Queen Vir's miserable past. Long ago, Vir had personally witnessed her own son and daughter being brutally murdered before her eyes. That unbearable shock shattered her mind, and ever since then, she had lived inside the illusion that her children were still alive, often handing players quests that were nearly impossible to complete. But Shadow also revealed that there was a special way to take advantage of her delusion. If a young man and a young woman entered the tower together, Queen Vir would mistake them for her long-lost children. Once that happened, the challenge would become much easier, and the rewards they could receive would also become far better. Then Shadow turned to the horrified Ghost Spirit and gave her a very serious instruction. The moment they stepped inside, she had to call the NPC Mom without hesitation. This was exactly why players had given Queen Vir that strange nickname in the first place. As for everything else, Shadow told her to leave it to him. Ghost Spirit still looked uneasy. But after a brief pause, she finally nodded and agreed. The two of them then walked side by side toward the huge glowing doors of the tower. Once they entered, a shining path stretched out before them, guiding them forward through a vast, star-filled space. At the end of that dreamlike road, Queen Vir slowly appeared in the middle of the ethereal light. The moment Queen Vir saw them, tears of joy filled her eyes. She welcomed them with a trembling voice, calling them her beloved children, and asked if they had finally come back for the Divine Authority book. Shadow immediately went along with the act. Without showing the slightest hesitation, he nodded and confirmed that this was exactly why they had come, softly addressing her as Mom. Ghost Spirit also threw herself fully into the role. Her eyes turned red, tears rolled down her face, and she cried as she told Queen Vir how terribly she had missed her. Queen Vir was instantly overwhelmed by emotion. Her voice shook as she said that she had missed her child just as much. But even though she desperately wanted to hand over the book right away, she explained that the rules still required them to clear a challenge first. With a wave of her hand, Queen Vir summoned her avatar. A massive level 20 Jade Tier entity appeared before them, and she gently told the two that they would have to defeat it before receiving the book. Right after that, a system notification appeared in front of them, confirming that they had received Mother's blessing. With that blessing active, every one of their stats increased by 20%. Ghost Spirit barely had time to process the enormous boss in front of her before the air around her suddenly twisted. In the next instant, 3 dark, shadowy figures appeared around her without warning. Those 3 figures were not ordinary illusions. They were the clones created by Shadow's skill, Shadow of Sorrow. In the blink of an eye, the 3 clones moved at the same time. Their blades tore through the avatar in a storm of brutal slashes, pouring out hundreds of thousands of damage points and destroying the massive boss before Ghost Spirit could even react. The system immediately announced that the challenge had been successfully completed. Ghost Spirit stood frozen in place, completely stunned, unable to believe that the boss had been killed instantly, or that 3 shadows had appeared so suddenly out of nowhere. The entire battle ended with a blinding flash of light, disappearing almost as quickly as it had begun. Ghost Spirit stood behind Qin Feng, still staring in disbelief. She kept thinking about that terrifying technique, 3 clones appearing at once, followed by an instant kill, and she could not help wondering just how powerful this man truly was. Queen Vir slowly descended from the sky, still completely lost in her delusion. She gazed down at them with a gentle, loving expression, calling them Alan and Anna, and warmly praising how strong they had become. She then floated over to Ghost Spirit and placed a stack of glowing blue books into her hands, calling her little Anna with a soft smile. Queen Vir offered her all 9 of the divine gift books she possessed. Ghost Spirit continued playing her part perfectly. She hugged Queen Vir tightly, tears streaming down her face, and thanked Mom again and again as if she truly were a daughter returning home.
Qian Feng watched the scene with a heavy, somber look in his eyes. He knew that Queen Vir would give everything she had to the children she believed had come back to her. In the past, countless players had taken advantage of that, demanding item after item until she burned through her own lifespan to create them and eventually died.
After giving the books to Ghost Spirit, Queen Vir turned her gentle gaze toward Qian Feng and asked him if there was anything he wanted. Qian Feng calmly replied that he wanted the divine book of the communication bracelet. Queen Vir looked apologetic when she heard that request, softly admitting that she did not currently have such a book. But without even thinking about herself, she immediately offered to use her own lifespan to create one for him. As the glowing book slowly materialized, a system window appeared in front of Qian Feng. It confirmed that he had obtained the divine book of the communication bracelet, but the cost had been 150 days of his lifespan. Queen Vir looked at him with a warm, touched smile. She understood that her son had chosen to give up his own lifespan instead of letting her sacrifice hers, and that small act filled her with deep emotion. Qian Feng simply told her to keep her lifespan, then turned and prepared to leave. Queen Vir gently wished them a safe journey, then reminded Anna that if she ever encountered danger, she should stay close to her brother so he could protect her. When Ghost Spirit heard those words, she glanced at Qian Feng and suddenly blushed. Looking at him from behind, she quietly thought that his age really did seem suitable for him to be her older brother. She quickly ran after him, catching up with light steps, then asked in a teasing tone whether she should call him Master from now on, or simply call him Brother instead. Qian Feng abruptly stopped walking. When he turned around, his expression had changed completely, and his glowing eyes carried a terrifying pressure. In an icy voice, he told her that she could call him whatever she wanted, but Brother was the one title she was absolutely not allowed to use. Ghost Spirit was startled by how harshly he reacted. As Qian Feng turned and walked away again, she awkwardly agreed, while secretly wondering why he rejected that word so strongly, and whether some painful past was tied to the title Brother. Just then, Captain Anyu contacted Shadow through voice chat and asked him to share his friends list. Shadow was confused by the sudden request, so Anyu quickly began explaining the reason. She told him that a serial killer had appeared in Zhonghai City, and 7 people had already been killed. Even worse, rumors were now spreading everywhere that Shadow himself was the murderer. According to Anyu, the victims' estimated times of death lined up almost perfectly with Shadow's login times. The killer's methods were also extremely meticulous, which caused many people to start suspecting him. Anyu then added that she and her team did not believe those rumors at all. In their eyes, Shadow would never lower himself to doing something so vile. Shadow immediately understood the key point. If someone was framing him using his login times, then that information had to be leaking from someone connected to his friends list. Shadow quickly went through the possible suspects in his mind. Anyu's squad, Radiant Martial Virtue, Milky Snow, Old Man Jiang and his granddaughter from the Sky Dome Guild, and even his own guild member, Ghost Spirit. He then asked where the bodies had been found. Anyu replied that they were scattered across Zhonghai City and asked if he planned to investigate personally. Shadow confirmed that he would. Hearing that, Anyu sounded relieved and said she would send over the case files, fully believing he could catch the killer within minutes. After ending the call, Shadow immediately turned to Ghost Spirit and ordered her to log off at once, telling her there was a mission waiting for her. Back in the real world, inside his mansion hideout, Qian Feng handed Ghost Spirit the divine book for the communication bracelet, allowing them to stay in contact between the game and reality. He also gave her the Ghost Knight Wolf mount so she could move faster while searching for the killer. Ghost Spirit was shocked to receive such valuable items all at once, but she honestly admitted that she had no idea how to investigate a murder case.
Qian Feng calmly explained his reasoning to her. He had already checked his friends list, and he did not believe any of those people were the culprit. However, since Wang Meng and the others had reported the situation to the officials, he suspected that there might be a mole inside the police who was secretly leaking his login times.
He then told Ghost Spirit why she was the best person for the job. Her skill, Touch of the Yellow Spring, allowed her to follow a target through aura or scent, making it far more useful than ordinary investigation methods. Qin Feng sent the case files to her and told her to use her abilities flexibly. Hearing his trust in her, Ghost Spirit's expression turned serious. Filled with determination, she vowed that she would uncover the real culprit behind the murders. Meanwhile, inside a hotel in Magic City, Tony and the blue-haired girl dragged the bound Chu Kunshan into the room and threw him heavily onto the floor. Tony stepped forward and announced to the figure hidden in the shadows that the person had been brought over. Only then did a bald older man, a cigar hanging between his fingers, slowly turn around from the darkness. The man praised Tony with a satisfied look, saying he had handled the job well. The moment Chu Kunshan saw his face, fear rushed into his eyes, and he immediately recognized him as Mr. Theodore from the embassy. Theodore gave him a chilling smile, pleased that dear Chu still remembered him, then claimed he simply could not bear to watch Chu suffer such injustice. That was why he had asked his friends to rescue him, while Chu stood there drenched in nervous sweat. Chu Kunshan stared at the people around him and quickly pointed out the problem. These so-called friends were all wanted criminals. Then he looked back at Theodore with suspicion in his eyes and asked whether Theodore's real target was Shadow or the great Jaya government itself. Theodore only laughed when he heard that question. To him, there was almost no difference, because the officials and Shadow had long since become close allies. Chu Kunshan's fear quickly turned into anger as he began ranting about how unfair everything was. His wife and son had died, yet instead of arresting Shadow, the authorities had arrested him, a military officer. After venting bitterly, he lifted his head toward Theodore again, admitting that no one would save him for free, and asked what Theodore wanted him to do. Theodore answered in a calm, almost casual tone. His divination had pointed directly to Chu Kunshan, meaning Chu could help him find something he desperately wanted. After saying that, Theodore asked what profession Chu used inside the game. At first, Chu Kunshan looked confused by the question, but a moment later, realization flashed across his face. He finally understood why Theodore considered him valuable. Lowering his head, he revealed the secret he had been hiding. He possessed the only hidden class in the priest system, the Feng Shui Master. Chu Kunshan then explained what his class could do. Yin-Yang Harmony allowed him to interfere with an enemy's emotions while dealing extra damage to ghost-type targets, while Ley-Line Perception helped him locate hidden treasures and monsters. Even so, Chu Kunshan could not help sighing in frustration. His hidden class sounded rare, but in the end, it was still a support role, and it would not be very useful if he had to face Shadow in a direct fight. But right after saying that, a sinister glint suddenly flickered in Chu Kunshan's eyes. A glowing yin-yang symbol appeared around him as he secretly activated his yin-yang harmony skill. The skill took effect almost instantly. Theodore's subordinates were caught in its influence, and Tony and the bald, muscular man suddenly turned on each other, their tempers exploding into a violent argument. That argument escalated in the blink of an eye. The two men lunged at each other and began brawling like wild beasts, while Chu Kunshan watched them with cold eyes. He explained that under his skill's influence they would keep fighting until one of them died, though the skill would not work on enemies more than 5 levels above him. Theodore watched the chaos unfold without the slightest panic. Instead, he looked amused, laughing as he clapped his hands, praising Chu Kunshan and saying that finding him had truly been the correct choice. Then Theodore casually pulled out a magical tarot card burning with blue flames. With a calm command, he told his men to stop fighting, adding with a faint smile that infighting was never a good thing. Theodore threw the card forward, activating the spell sealed inside it, Moon God's Purification. In the next instant, a huge pillar of blue light descended from a spectral moon above them, bathing the two brawling men in its cold, radiant glow. As the blue light washed over their bodies, the negative emotions caused by Chu Kunshan's skill were purified in an instant, stripped away as if they had never existed. Tony and the bald man immediately lost strength and collapsed unconscious onto the floor. Nearby, the blue-haired girl, Mei Jing, laughed lightly and commented that Mr. Chu's skill was surprisingly powerful. Theodore, however, simply ordered her to heal them. Chu Kunshan stood there, soaked in cold sweat, his face turning pale with terror. He could not understand what had just happened, because an ordinary purification skill should never have been able to remove the effects of his powerful hidden class ability. He stared at Theodore with growing fear, silently wondering what kind of class this man possessed. Theodore spread his arms wide with a confident smile and formally welcomed Chu Kunshan into their group. As Theodore sat there, surrounded by swirling magical energy, his identity was finally made clear. He also possessed a unique hidden class within the priest system, the Diviner. Through different cards he could perform divination, enhancement, purification, and teleportation, and he could even hand those cards to others so they could use them one time. Meanwhile, on the streets of Zhanghai City, Ghost Spirit crouched low to the ground and activated her skill, Touch of the Yellow Spring. A red aura slowly spread from her fingertips as she carefully sensed the lingering traces in the air. After a moment, her eyes sharpened and she declared that she had found the killer's aura. The crimson trail stretched away into the distance, and Ghost Spirit immediately pointed in that direction, signaling her ghost night wolf to follow it. She climbed onto the wolf's back and gave the order to move out. The beast sprang forward at once, racing through the empty city streets as they chased the blood-red trail ahead. The focus then shifted to a high-rise apartment, Qin Feng's former residence, where a sudden knock sounded from outside the door. Inside the apartment, Qin Xiaoyu opened the door with a bright, expectant smile on her face, cheerfully greeting the visitor as Mom. Standing at the doorway were a middle-aged woman in a suit and a tall, white-haired man dressed just as formally. Qin Xiaoyu immediately looked excited and asked whether the man had come to buy the house, happily praising the woman for finding a buyer so quickly. But the woman's expression turned apologetic as she quickly corrected her. This man was not a buyer. He was a diviner she had hired to help locate Qin Xiaoyu's brother. The white-haired man adjusted his tie with a composed smile and introduced himself as Diviner Rentu. Qin Xiaoyu's smile faded almost immediately. She asked why they needed divination to find her brother at all. The woman answered sadly, explaining that she would be moving away in a few days, and she simply could not feel at ease leaving Qin Xiaoyu alone. Qin Xiaoyu was shocked and quickly asked why she was suddenly moving. The woman explained that Zhanghai City officials had extracted a platinum-grade hideout known as the Church Sanctuary, and they had invited the Mengsha River Guild to move there for safety. The woman then gestured toward Rentu and urged Qin Xiaoyu to accept his help, saying his divination was extremely accurate. Rentu stepped forward and agreed, trying to persuade her by saying that Qin Feng was reliable and if she properly begged him, he would surely help her. Qin Xiaoyu crossed her arms at once and angrily refused. She thanked the woman for meaning well, but firmly said she did not need this kind of help. With bitterness in her voice, she said that after 19 years, if Qin Feng had decided he did not want her, then that was simply how it was. She coldly questioned what the point of finding him would even be. But deep down, Qin Xiaoyu was thinking about something else entirely. She was currently guarding Shadow's hideout and saw him often, and she was convinced that sooner or later Shadow would notice her abilities and allow her to join his guild. The woman let out a helpless sigh, clearly unable to do anything about Qin Xiaoyu's stubbornness. She still advised her to at least try the divination, then excused herself to go pack her things, leaving Rentu behind in the apartment. Rentu turned to Qin Xiaoyu and asked whether she had any items her brother had used, since they would make the divination easier. Qin Xiaoyu immediately snapped back at him, repeating that she did not need him to divine anything. Rentu ignored her refusal completely and walked straight into the apartment, scanning the room as he moved. He said he had heard that the siblings had once lived together, so the house itself would be enough as a medium. Qin Xiaoyu hurried after him, angrily demanding to know who had allowed him to come inside. Rentu gave her a charming smile and said he felt they were connected by destiny, so he would perform the divination for free. Without waiting for her approval, he raised a card glowing with blue magical energy and told her she could simply look at the result if she was satisfied. That was good, and if not, it did not matter. A holographic tarot card immediately appeared in midair, hovering between them with a faint magical glow. Rentu activated the divination card, and an image slowly formed on its surface, showing a dark figure lying motionless in the depths of the sea. With a regretful expression, Rentu interpreted the vision for Qin Xiaoyu. He told her that her brother had already been burned to death, and that his corpse had sunk into the ocean. Qin Xiaoyu froze completely, struck speechless by the news. Ironically, at that exact moment, the real Qin Feng was perfectly fine, relaxing comfortably on a sofa inside his hideout, but Qin Xiaoyu, unaware of the truth, suddenly exploded with rage. In her mind, she furiously cursed Qin Feng as trash for dying so easily. She believed he should have stayed alive long enough for her to become powerful and trample him under her feet herself. Outwardly, Rentu only maintained a solemn expression and offered her his condolences. Then Rentu smoothly changed the subject, saying he had heard that Qin Xiaoyu had interacted with Shadow before. He claimed his divination had already located Shadow and asked whether she wanted to go with him. As he held up a golden card, he explained that he could teleport her there immediately. Rentu then manipulated her even further, suggesting that although her brother was dead, everything would still turn out well if she accepted Shadow as her new brother. Qin Xiaoyu agreed without hesitation. Inwardly, she scoffed that Qin Feng had escaped too easily by dying, but decided it no longer mattered, because Shadow would definitely protect her. As she accepted, Rentu activated a blue magic circle beneath their feet, and the two of them were instantly transported away. When they reappeared, they were no longer in the apartment. Instead, they stood inside a dark, dirty room that looked like an abandoned laboratory. Qin Zhaoyu looked around in confusion and asked where Shadow was. Rentu's expression darkened as he slowly removed his suit jacket, then answered coldly that he should be the one asking her that question. Before Qin Zhaoyu could react, Rentu suddenly swung his fist and slammed a vicious right hook into her face, hitting her so hard that she coughed up blood. Rentu then grabbed Qin Zhaoyu by the ankle and lifted her off the ground like she weighed nothing, leaving her dangling upside down in front of him as he coldly demanded that she tell him everything she knew about Shadow. Qin Zhaoyu was completely terrified. Tears poured down her face as she shook in midair, stammering through her sobs that she did not actually know Shadow at all. Rentu's face twisted with anger as he accused her of lying. He reminded her that she had clearly said she guarded Shadow's door and saw him all the time. Then, while she was still hanging helplessly upside down, he drove a brutal punch straight into her stomach, knocking the air out of her and sending her into unconsciousness. Watching her body go limp so quickly, Rentu clicked his tongue and muttered that she had fainted far too easily. What shocked him even more was that she had not extracted even a single ability from the game to protect herself. He dragged Qin Zhaoyu's unconscious body across the floor without the slightest mercy. At the same time, he spoke into his phone, telling the person on the other end that the prey was ready. With a hungry, sadistic look in his eyes, he asked when he would finally be allowed to make his move, complaining that his blade was already thirsty. Rentu tossed Qin Zhaoyu's limp body onto a cold metal table, then glanced down at his phone. After reading a message from his boss ordering him not to kill her without further instructions, he clicked his tongue in obvious disappointment. But that disappointment did not last long. A sinister smile soon crept back onto his face, and his eyes began glowing red. He slowly pulled out a scalpel, deciding that if he was not allowed to kill her yet, then he would simply take his time and play with her instead. Meanwhile, inside a restroom, Officer Sharma quietly noted that there had been no news of Shadow logging off for 2 full days. As he walked out, he thought through the situation carefully. After extracting stats from the game, a person's need for food would become far stronger, which meant it should be impossible for Shadow to remain online for such a long time without logging out. Because of that, Officer Zhaoma concluded that Captain Anyu must have deliberately stopped reporting Shadow's activity, most likely because she had begun to suspect that someone was trying to frame him. Officer Zhaoma then stepped into the main police office, his thoughts turning colder as he realized he would need to speed up his own plans. A malicious darkness spread across his face as he imagined the perfect result, the public turning against Shadow and believing he was a serial killer. He laughed to himself, convinced that once public opinion exploded, even the officials would be forced to eliminate Shadow. Elsewhere, the Ghost Night Wolf landed lightly on the pavement, its paws touching down almost soundlessly in the empty streets. Ghost Spirit sat firmly on the mount's back, her eyes fixed ahead as she declared that she had finally arrived. A thread of red energy swirled faintly through the air before her. From her elevated position, she looked down at the concrete facility below and confirmed that the killer's aura led straight into that house. Without wasting another second, Ghost Spirit leapt down from above and activated Shadow Sneak, causing her presence to blend into the surrounding darkness. She landed silently on a narrow window ledge, steadying herself without making even the slightest sound. Leaning closer to the glass, Ghost Spirit peeked inside. At first, a small smile appeared on her face, relieved that finding the culprit had gone so smoothly. But the moment she saw what was happening inside, that smile vanished completely. Her expression froze, then shifted into pure shock and horror. Inside the room, Qin Zhaoyu was hanging from the ceiling by her wrists, her body suspended helplessly in midair. Her legs had been severed at the knees, and dark blood dripped steadily onto the floor below. Beneath her, Rentu knelt with his head tilted back, his face twisted in sick ecstasy as he declared that it had been far too long since he had enjoyed himself this much. A system notification appeared before Qin Zhaoyu, telling her that her logout request had failed because she was currently in a combat state. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as the meaning of those words sank in. There was no escape for her now. She remained suspended from the ceiling by her wrists, unable to break free no matter how desperately she struggled. Her legs had already been cut away, with crude bandages wrapped around the ruined wounds in a horrifying attempt to keep her alive. Qin Zhaoyu screamed in unbearable agony while Rentu laughed wildly beneath her. She could not understand why something this cruel was happening to her. All she had wanted was to sell a house. Yet, somehow, she had been dragged into this nightmare. Trapped in a place that felt no different from hell. She could feel death closing in on her little by little. Swallowed by despair, she cried out from the depths of her heart, begging for anyone at all, to save her. In that darkest moment, the image of her brother, Qin Feng, suddenly surfaced in her mind. For the first time, she thought that if Qin Feng were here, maybe he would save her. But that thought only made her pain sharper. She cursed her brother in her heart, wondering why he had to die and leave her all alone. Then, without warning, a bright green light spread over her broken body, wrapping her in a strange, warm glow. Qin Xiaoyu watched in confusion as magical energy began knitting her flesh back together. Realizing that someone was casting a healing art on her, hope briefly returned to her tear-filled eyes, and she thought someone had finally come to rescue her. But Rentu looked up at her with a twisted grin and introduced himself once again. He revealed that his game ID was Human Butcher and his profession was actually a priest. Bathed in the green light of his own healing spell, Rentu slowly walked toward her. With terrifying calmness, he told her not to worry because he would not allow her to die so quickly. He covered his face and burst into uncontrollable laughter, then explained his sick belief with chilling excitement. To him, pushing his prey to the absolute limit and killing them slowly was the only way to create a truly wonderful experience. That was why he had chosen to become a priest. The torture was not over yet. Looking at the terrified Qin Xiaoyu, Rentu announced that next he would tear off her chest. The horror finally became more than Qin Xiaoyu could endure. Her eyes rolled back, foam gathered at her mouth, and her consciousness collapsed as she fainted again. Rentu stared at her limp body with disappointment, mocking her for passing out so easily and calling her nothing more than a weak little girl. Suddenly, Rentu sensed danger. His expression changed instantly, and he jerked his body aside, just in time to dodge a fast-moving object flying toward him. A cloaked figure descended from above, purple light glowing from beneath the hood. It was Ghost Spirit. Ghost Spirit activated Blade of the Underworld, sending out a glowing ribbon of energy that pierced straight through Rentu and lifted him into the air. Her face was cold and murderous as she glared at the captured killer. With icy anger in her voice, Ghost Spirit demanded to know why he had framed Shadow for the crimes he committed. Rentu immediately activated his healing art, still wearing an arrogant expression as if he believed the situation remained under his control. But his confidence lasted only a moment. The glowing ribbon tightened around his body, locking him in place and completely immobilizing him. Ghost Spirit dropped from above with terrifying speed, grabbed Rentu by the throat, and slammed him down with crushing force. She pinned Rentu against the cracked wall, her grip tightening as she threatened to saw off his legs if he refused to confess everything. Faced with her rage and completely defeated, Rentu trembled and stammered that he would tell her everything. At the same time, the focus moved to the desolate ruins of Jianghai City, where the broken streets lay silent beneath a heavy atmosphere. Captain Anyu, Wang Meng, and Little Black were gathered together in a serious discussion. Anyu pointed out that ever since they had stopped reporting Shadow's log-in times, no new murders had occurred, which proved that someone really had been trying to frame him. Little Black angrily defended Shadow without hesitation. She argued that a powerful expert like him would never be some twisted serial killer. If Shadow truly wanted to kill someone, he would simply reduce them to ashes instead of leaving bodies behind to be discovered. Captain Anyu understood that perfectly, but her expression remained grave. She explained that even though they knew Shadow was innocent, the public did not know the truth. She worried that once the rumors spread further, they would cause massive chaos, and that might be the killer's real goal. If public panic kept growing, the officials might be forced to kill Shadow just to calm everyone down, even if they knew he had been framed. Little Black then asked in a low voice whether the officials could actually defeat Shadow. Enyu gave a grim smile and admitted the answer outright: they could not. Enyu explained that if the government truly clashed with Shadow, the price would be devastating. Great Xia would suffer heavy losses from within, and once the country weakened, other nations would never miss the chance to take advantage of the chaos. Wang Meng's expression turned serious, as he said they had to clear Shadow's name as quickly as possible. After thinking through the clues, he concluded that the person trying to frame Shadow was most likely hiding among the Jianghai City officials. Captain Anyu fell into deep thought. If they were looking for someone inside the Jianghai officials who also held a personal grudge against Shadow, then after narrowing it down, only one person came to her mind. At that same time, Officer Xiaoma stood alone inside his office, his face covered in nervous sweat as he stared down at the phone in his hand. He was growing more and more frustrated. 2 full days had passed, and there was still no sign of Shadow logging off. Even worse, he began worrying that Rentu might have lost control and accidentally killed the prey before the plan was complete. In the darkness of the empty office, Jaume's thoughts were completely swallowed by his obsession with Captain Anyu. Her face kept appearing in his mind, and he convinced himself that as long as Shadow continued to exist, he would never have a chance to possess her. Driven by desperation, Jaume tightened his grip around a glowing card. In his twisted mind, he told himself that for Anyu's sake, even if he had to become the enemy of all Great Jia, he would do it without hesitation. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated in his hand. Jaume quickly checked the message, which appeared to be from Rentu. It said the prey had escaped, and if they wanted to track her down again, they would need 3 years of lifespan to extract a tracking skill. The message also included an address where Jaume was told to deliver the payment. Jaume's anger flared instantly. He clenched his phone tightly, furious that his subordinate had failed at such a simple task. But he also knew that if this entire plot was exposed, he would be finished, so he had no choice but to personally go clean up the mess. Under a gloomy sky, Jaume drove all the way to an abandoned industrial facility, the place looking deserted and lifeless from the outside. After stepping into the dark warehouse, Jaume angrily called out for Human Butcher, demanding to know why he had allowed the prey to escape. But before he could say anything else, his voice suddenly stopped and his expression froze in pure shock. He slowly looked upward and saw a terrifying sight hanging above him. Qin Xiaoyu was suspended from the ceiling. But she was not the only one there. Right beside her, his own hitman, Rentu, was also tied up and unconscious, hanging helplessly in the air. Before Jaume could react to what he was seeing, a beam of purple energy suddenly shot out from the darkness. The glowing energy ribbon wrapped tightly around his body in an instant, locking his arms and legs before he had any chance to break free. Jaume was lifted off the ground and hoisted upside down, left hanging beside the other 2 captives. Panic rushed over him immediately, and he shouted at the figure approaching from the shadows, ordering them to let him go while demanding whether they knew who he was. Ghost Spirit stepped out from the darkness, her eyes glowing with a menacing red light. In a calm voice, she said she knew exactly who he was, Ma Niliang, the son of Jianghai City's mayor. She then revealed that Rentu had already confessed everything, including how Ma Niliang had ordered him to kill people and dump their bodies during Shadow's offline hours in order to frame him. Ghost Spirit then glanced toward Rentu and thanked him for keeping his promise by helping lure out the real mastermind. She cut him loose, looked down at him coldly, and said that as a reward for his cooperation, she would give him a chance to enjoy himself. Rentu slowly stood up, his body surrounded by a surge of purple energy, his expression looking completely deranged. Ghost Spirit ordered him to kill Ma Niliang in any way he liked. Rentu giggled maniacally and thanked the young miss for giving him such a wonderful opportunity. Under Ghost Spirit's control, Rentu turned toward Ma Niliang with a twisted smile, ready to use his favorite method on him. Laughing like a madman, he told Ma Niliang to stop struggling because there was no point anymore. Ma Niliang screamed in terror, but Rentu had already lunged forward with a scalpel in hand. The Human Butcher mockingly apologized to Boss Ma, saying he had no other choice but to do it. Ma Niliang stared up in horror as the sharp blade flashed toward his throat. But Ma Niliang had clearly prepared a backup plan. Just before the scalpel could reach him, he activated a golden card and a violent shockwave erupted outward, blasting Rentu away while giving Ma Niliang the chance to roll to safety. A massive burst of fire and energy swallowed Rentu in an instant. Ghost Spirit watched from where she stood, completely calm, as the explosion lit up the entire warehouse. When the smoke finally cleared, Rentu was already dead on the ground, and his body began transforming into glowing lifespan orbs. Ma Niliang stood there panting heavily, glaring at Ghost Spirit with hatred in his eyes. At that moment, he realized she had to be Shadow's disciple. Furious, Ma Niliang slapped another glowing golden card onto his forehead. The power of the sun god surged through him, granting him a huge boost in agility for 2 minutes. A golden crossbow appeared in his hand, and he declared that he would kill both Shadow and Shadow's disciple. With frightening speed, Ma Niliang launched himself into the air and began firing multiple energy arrows at Ghost Spirit one after another. Ghost Spirit remained calm as the barrage came toward her. She moved through the explosions with smooth, precise steps, dodging each attack without losing her composure. Ma Niliang tried to keep the pressure on, but Ghost Spirit suddenly vanished by using her stealth ability. Floating in the air, Ma Niliang panicked as he realized she had the same assassin abilities as Shadow, and now he had completely lost track of her. In the next instant, purple energy ribbons shot out from the darkness. Before Ma Nieliang could react, they pierced through his arms and wrapped tightly around his body, trapping him in place. Ma Nieliang screamed in pain as he was lifted into the air and suspended with the other captives. Ghost Spirit reappeared below him, looking up coldly as she asked if he was the one who dared to harm her master. With purple light glowing in her eyes, Ghost Spirit glared at him and pointed out that Ma Nieliang was far too weak to possess such powerful card skills on his own. She demanded to know who was standing behind him. Unable to endure the pain and fear any longer, Ma Nieliang broke down in tears and confessed everything. He revealed that the foreigners connected to Qian Shishi had been the ones who found him. They had given him those powerful cards and asked him to help kill Shadow, claiming that some major figure was supporting them from behind. Sobbing uncontrollably, Ma Nieliang insisted that he truly did not know anything beyond that. He then began begging for his life, promising that if Ghost Spirit spared him, his father, the mayor, would give her anything she wanted. Ghost Spirit did not even bother to look moved. She simply turned her back on him and muttered that he was far too noisy. Behind her, the purple ribbons suddenly tightened with terrifying force. Ma Nieliang's body burst apart in a shower of blood, killing him on the spot. With her eyes still glowing cold red, Ghost Spirit walked away from the scene. In her mind, she remembered her master's words clearly, never let a single enemy escape. Before leaving, she turned back and looked at Qin Xiaoyu, who was still hanging from the ceiling, unconscious and missing both legs. Ghost Spirit felt a flicker of pity for the girl. But she did not stay. She left Qin Xiaoyu for the authorities to rescue, thinking that whether this girl survived or not would depend on her own fate. Not long afterward, the police arrived at the warehouse after receiving an anonymous tip. The officers rushed inside and were immediately stunned by the horrifying scene. The moment they saw the severely injured girl hanging there, someone shouted for a healer. They quickly identified the bodies at the scene: Ma Nieliang and an unidentified man later confirmed as Rentu. As for the girl, she was still in a coma, but thankfully her life was not in immediate danger. Then one of the captains suddenly shouted that there was a message left behind. On the warehouse wall, 2 phones had been embedded directly into the concrete. Written above them was a message stating that the serial killings had been committed by these 2 men in order to frame Shadow. The evidence was inside the phones, and the girl hanging nearby was a witness. The message was signed with a strange line, doing good deeds without leaving a name. After checking the phones, the officers found records that confirmed the entire truth. Ma Nieliang had conspired with Rentu to murder people and frame Shadow. They also discovered that a mole inside the department had been leaking Shadow's login times to Ma Nieliang. Furious, the captain immediately ordered the traitor's arrest. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Qin Feng was sitting down and enjoying a huge meal when his phone suddenly rang beside him. He glanced at the screen and saw that the call was from Captain Anyu. As soon as the call connected, Captain Anyu's voice came through with obvious excitement. She immediately told him the good news. The serial killer case had finally made a major breakthrough. Qin Feng calmly pretended he knew nothing and asked if they had already found the killer. Anyu confirmed it at once, saying that Ma Liangin and Rentu had both been identified as the culprits and both of them were already dead. She then explained that the police had discovered solid evidence, along with a living witness. However, because the girl had lost both legs and was still unconscious, they would have to wait for her testimony before the case could be fully closed. Qin Feng quietly thought to himself that Ghost Spirit had handled the mission perfectly. On the other end, Anyu apologized for all the trouble the investigation had caused him, then offered him a piece of intelligence as compensation. Anyu told him about a strange phenomenon happening in a novice town in Jianghai City. 5 flying monsters had been circling the sky and hunting players, but the strangest part was that no matter how many were killed, there would always still be 5 of them. Because of that, she suspected some hidden treasure might be involved, and urged Shadow to look into it. Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly the moment he heard the details. He immediately realized what it meant. Another ancient god slate had appeared. He quickly analyzed the information in his mind. If the monsters were flying above the novice town, then the ancient god slate was probably somewhere high in the sky. Since ordinary players could not fly at this stage, he would need to obtain a flying mount first. That was when Qin Feng remembered the Withered Bone City key he had obtained from the Magic Leaning Tower. Withered Bone City belonged to the Moraga Empire, the homeland of dragons, so he reasoned that there might be a flying dragon mount waiting for him there. The system showed that entering Withered Bone City required level 20. Qin Feng opened his status and saw that he was still level 19. His gaze turned determined at once, because all he needed was one more level before he could enter. After entering the game, Shadow teleported to the outer beach of Withered Bones City. Around him stretched a bleak, lifeless coastline covered in massive bones, while far across the water, a dark castle loomed on a lonely island. The moment Shadow appeared, he noticed glowing lifespan orbs scattered across the ground. That meant other players had recently fought and died in this place. His expression sharpened as he sensed something unusual nearby. Without making a sound, Shadow moved behind a huge skeleton and hid himself from view. In the distance, a gigantic skeletal lobster monster was standing upright on its hind legs, spraying green acid toward a group of players trying to fight it off. Among that group were Lin Qingyu, Late Night Drizzle, and a large bald man. Lin Qingyu's face tightened in shock as bubbles of green acid drifted through the air and floated straight toward her. The bald man in the party stepped forward with a confident posture and told everyone else to watch carefully, as if he already had the situation under control. A green ghostly aura then wrapped around his body. The system identified his class as Soul Walker, a hidden support class that could turn both himself and his teammates into spirit forms. In that state, they could not attack, but they were also immune to damage and had no physical collision. The skeletal lobster unleashed a heavy stream of green acid breath, but because of the Soul Walker's ability, the attack passed straight through the players' intangible bodies without harming them at all. From behind the skeleton, Shadow watched everything silently, his eyes narrowing. He recognized this group from his past life. He remembered that this bald man, Zuma, had once teamed up with Theodore and the others to trap Magic City officials. That scheme caused the official forces to suffer terrible casualties, leaving them unable to maintain order. Because of that, Magic City fell into chaos for 3 full months, indirectly leading to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. The fight against the huge skeletal lobster soon reached a critical point. As the monster let out a violent roar, Lin Qingyu noticed its health had dropped dangerously low and shouted that the boss was entering its second phase. Right after that, the boss released a swarm of blue bubbles. The bubbles burst open one after another, and countless smaller lobster monsters crawled out from within. The party was instantly thrown into chaos. One of the shield-bearing players struggled to hold the front line, gritting his teeth as he complained that there were simply too many monsters. In the middle of the confusion, Lin Qingyu shouted desperately at Zuma, the Soul Walker, telling him to use soul conversion and save the team. But Zuma only turned his head away with a cold, indifferent expression, completely ignoring his teammates' plea for help. Lin Qingyu froze in disbelief at his betrayal. At the same time, the small lobster monsters slipped past the crumbling front line and rushed straight toward her. The entire formation collapsed. Lin Qingyu fired both of her weapons again and again, but she quickly realized they could no longer hold the monsters back. She shouted at Zuma one final time, demanding to know what he was doing, but by then it was already too late. The massive boss and its smaller minions lunged toward her together as Lin Qingyu fell backward, completely exposed. Terror filled her eyes as she looked up and saw the monster opening its jaws, ready to devour her in the next instant. But just as the monster struck, a flash of blue energy tore through the air, slicing across its body and cutting the creature into pieces. Shadow had finally entered the battlefield. He moved so fast that the players could barely follow him, unleashing a skill that instantly carved through the swarm of smaller lobster monsters. Shadow leapt over the stunned Lin Qingyu and landed in the middle of the battlefield with a devastating area attack. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupted outward, annihilating the remaining enemies in one sweep. A system window appeared, confirming that Shadow had killed the Jade-grade lobster boss and gained a huge amount of experience, evolution points, and more than 9 years of lifespan. As Shadow stood calmly among the fallen loot, Zuma stared in complete shock, finally realizing that the famous Shadow had appeared. The atmosphere turned violent in an instant. Shadow appeared directly in front of Zuma, his gaze sharp and filled with intense killing intent. Before anyone nearby could react, Shadow struck with terrifying speed and chopped off Zuma's head in a single clean motion. As Zuma's headless body collapsed, a system notification confirmed his death. His corpse dissolved into light, leaving Lin Qingyu staring in disbelief. She quickly thanked Shadow for saving them, but still asked why he had killed one of their team members. Shadow glanced back at her with a cold, glowing eye and asked why a foreigner was included in Magic City's official team. Lin Qingyu explained that Zuma had been hired as outside support because his class was essential for defeating the boss, though she admitted she had never expected him to lose focus at such a critical moment. Shadow scoffed at her explanation, saying that Zuma had not simply lost focus. He then quoted an old saying warning that those who were not of one's own people would always have different intentions. clearly implying that Zuma's betrayal had been deliberate. Lin Qingyu broke into a nervous sweat as she asked whether Shadow meant Zuma had done it on purpose. She could not understand what he would gain by letting them die. Shadow turned away, his cape moving behind him, and coldly told her that figuring out his motive was their job, not his. Then he brought up a deal. Shadow told her that if the Magic City officials found any bosses they could not handle, they should contact him directly. His terms were simple. He only wanted the lifespan drops and any assassin-class equipment. Everything else could belong to them. The same arrangement he had made with the Zhanghai officials. Lin Qingyu quickly told him that several boss coordinates had already been reported, and some of them were nearby. Shadow activated his flight ability at once, telling her to send the coordinates as he shot up into the sky. Elsewhere, a red-haired girl blushed as she whispered to her teammates that she had heard Shadow was coming, wondering if he might be handsome. Her teammates were much more skeptical, but their doubts were silenced in less than a second. As the beast fell, a system notification confirmed Shadow's kill, awarding him experience evolution points, more than 5 years of lifespan, and a platinum-grade assassin skill called Smoke Bomb. Before anyone could fully react, another terrifying Jade-grade boss appeared, the noble's eldest son, Traitor Lulu, wearing dark lava armor and carrying a giant flaming sword. The nearby player froze on the spot, thinking his life was over. But in a blur of movement, Shadow struck again, dealing massive damage in an instant. The system soon confirmed the kill, awarding him experience, evolution points, over 10 years of lifespan, and a Jade-grade skill called Merge into Darkness. The rescued players stood there in awe, completely unable to process what they had just seen. Each of Shadow's shadows had dealt more than 300,000 damage, a number far beyond what they thought was possible. Instead of learning the new skill directly, Shadow chose another path. He activated his Spirit Devourer bloodline and decided to devour the card, turning its power into a direct increase in his own stats. A system notification appeared and confirmed the result. By devouring the legendary skill, Shadow's elemental attack and elemental resistance had both increased by a significant amount. Afterward, Shadow noticed that the path ahead dropped sharply downward. Surprise flickered across his face as he realized he was heading deep underground, and while moving through the dark, rocky corridor, he began piecing together the purpose of the tunnel. The passage stretched beneath the ocean floor, connecting the mainland coast directly to the isolated island in the distance. Shadow continued through the long underground route until at last he saw the exit waiting ahead. He stepped out from the cave mouth and found himself standing in a grim, storm-covered landscape. Far above, a ruined, dark castle towered over a high cliff, briefly illuminated by flashes of lightning splitting the sky. A system notification appeared, welcoming him to the Moraga Empire's Withered Bones City ruins. But immediately after that, a severe warning followed. This was a berserk area, and any player inside would lose lifespan at 100 times the normal rate. Shadow stood at the edge of the dark water, his gaze moving slowly across the hidden passage before him. The tunnel had been concealed so cleverly beneath the sea that even he could not help admiring its design, and in that moment, an old memory from his past life surfaced in his mind. A memory of a madman once ranting about a secret route buried under the ocean. Back then, no one had taken that man seriously. Everyone had brushed off his words as nonsense, assuming he had mixed up this world with some other game and was just spouting delusions no one needed to hear. But standing here now with the hidden tunnel right in front of him, Shadow finally understood that the so-called madman had never been lying. What he had said back then had been completely true. Shadow moved forward into a dead, eerie forest, where the trees had long withered into twisted black shapes and bones lay scattered across the ground like abandoned remains. Then, without warning, the earth beneath his feet began to rumble, shaking harder and harder, as if something buried below was waking up. Not far ahead, a gigantic dragon skull rested half-buried on the ground, its hollow eye sockets facing the wasteland. Suddenly, that enormous skull began to tremble violently, cracks spreading across its surface with a sharp, grinding sound. The next instant, something massive exploded out from inside the skull. The dragon bones shattered apart in every direction, and the entire area was swallowed by debris as a colossal creature forced its way into the open. Shadow did not retreat. He planted his feet firmly on the ruined ground and watched in silence as the dust slowly drifted away, revealing the horrifying shape of the monster standing before him. It was a huge skeletal centipede. Its body formed from long, jagged bones, while a stitched-together female upper body was fused onto the top like some cruel experiment. A single red eye glowed from her distorted face, and the system immediately identified her as the guardian of the Withered Bone Ruins, the Thousand-Blade Centipede, a terrifying diamond-grade boss. Shadow narrowed his eyes and quickly studied the enemy in front of him. Her upper half still carried the outline of a human woman, but below the waist, everything had been twisted into the monstrous body of a giant centipede. His gaze shifted to the rotting wounds spread across her body, and he immediately recognized something unsettling. Those scars looked exactly like the ones he had once seen on the White Dragon, Eights. As the terrifying creature launched herself toward him, Shadow instantly understood what she really was. She must have once been a citizen of the Moraga Empire, only to be corrupted beyond recognition by Cthulhu's curse. Her enormous centipede body swept through the air, but Shadow slipped aside before it could crush him. While dodging, his eyes stayed on the scars covering her human torso, and from those cruel marks, he could tell she had endured inhuman torture while she was still alive. The sharp skeletal legs stabbed down one after another, forcing him to keep moving as he weaved through the deadly strikes. Then, as one crushing blow smashed down toward him, Shadow kicked off the ground and leaped into the air, barely avoiding the impact as the strike shattered the earth beneath him. The moment he found an opening, Shadow launched his counterattack. His skills activated at once, and shadowy clones appeared around him while he released the Blessing of Release, stacking a surge of devastating extra damage onto his next assault. A flash of purple light tore through the darkness. Shadow and his clones moved in perfect sync, unleashing Shadow Flash slash together and striking the boss 4 times in the same instant. One of the blades cut cleanly across the monster's neck, the slash flashing past her twisted body before the wound even fully opened. Shadow's eyes lit up sharply as the system showed that his skill cooldowns had reset immediately. Seeing the chance appear right in front of him, he prepared to attack again without giving the boss any room to recover. He activated Blessing of Release for a second time, and a chaotic red aura erupted around Mowire, wrapping her monstrous body in unstable, surging energy. At that moment, all 4 shadows moved into position, their figures spreading out around the boss as they formed one final ruthless attack pattern. Purple beams of light sliced in from every direction, cutting through Mowire's monstrous body from all sides at once. Her huge skeletal form was torn apart piece by piece before exploding in a burst of magical flame, while Shadow descended smoothly and landed safely back on the ground. A system notification appeared before him, confirming that he had successfully killed the diamond-grade guardian, Mowire. Along with the victory came an enormous amount of experience, evolution points, more than 10 years of tradable lifespan, and several dropped items floating in the air. Shadow lowered his gaze with a solemn expression and quietly told her to rest in peace. As the monster's body faded, the terrifying shape disappeared for a brief moment, revealing the spirit of the beautiful woman she had once been. She gave a peaceful smile, finally released from the curse that had twisted her existence before dissolving into glowing orbs of lifespan. After defeating the diamond-grade guardian, Shadow continued moving through the barren, lifeless ruins. Ahead of him, high above the cliffs, an ominous castle stood beneath the dark sky, wrapped in flashes of lightning that made it look even more dangerous. Without stepping any closer, Shadow raised his hand and launched a long-range strike, sending a wave of dark energy tearing forward through the ruins. The attack slammed into a spider-like monster hiding in the shadows. Her upper body still resembled a human woman, but it was fused grotesquely to the body of a spider, and she let out a piercing scream as the dark energy impaled her. A system notification quickly appeared, confirming that Shadow had killed the cursed spider, Moli. The reward was another massive burst of experience, more evolution points, and 10 additional years of tradable lifespan. Shadow stood among the floating loot and took in the grim truth of the ruins around him. Every monster he had encountered here shared the same horrifying pattern, a human upper body fused to some twisted, monstrous lower half. Even worse, they had all kept their original human names. His eyes then fell on a huge dragon skull lying across the ground nearby. Looking at its warped structure, Shadow pointed out that even the bones in this place had been mutated. The skull was nothing like a normal dragon's remains. It had several eye sockets, unnatural horn-like growths, and a shape that suggested extreme biological corruption. From all of this, Shadow concluded that the entire Withered Bone Ruins had once been used as a biochemical experimentation ground. He remembered the lore Aedas had once told him. In order to win the war, the people of Moraga had summoned Cthulhu, the ancient sea god. But that decision brought a curse down upon the city. The curse twisted the people beyond recognition, transforming the entire population into monsters. As Shadow pushed deeper into the ruins, the air itself seemed to grow heavier around him. The closer he came to the city's center, the thicker and more oppressive the curse became. Then, without any warning, a massive object suddenly dropped from the sky above him. A giant golem with rock-like skin crashed down in front of Shadow, slamming into the ground with a heavy impact and blocking the path ahead. The system instantly identified the enemy as the Royal City Guard commander Ma Ren, a level 25 platinum-grade boss. The golem's massive stone body glowed from within, as if magma were flowing beneath its rocky surface and pulsing through the cracks in its armor. Shadow tilted his head and looked up at the towering giant, but there was no fear in his expression. Instead, he seemed almost disappointed, questioning why a Royal Guard commander was only a low-level platinum-grade boss. The Guard commander lifted one enormous stone arm into the air, and red energy began gathering around its fist like heat building before an eruption. With terrifying force, it brought its fist crashing down into the ground. The impact split the earth apart, but Shadow had already leaped away, avoiding the strike with ease as cracks spread across the spot where he had been standing. The fight officially began, and Shadow immediately struck back. He unleashed Shadow Blade, sending a powerful slash directly into the stone golem's massive body. But the moment the damage numbers appeared, something strange happened. A bizarre rebound effect triggered almost instantly, as if the attack had been thrown right back at him. Shadow's expression shifted with surprise as pain shot through his own body. The exact amount of damage he had just dealt had been reflected back onto him without delay. He landed back on the ground and immediately understood that this enemy was far more dangerous than it looked. Staring at the Royal City Guard commander's glowing red eyes, Shadow identified the ability as damage reflection. After quickly analyzing the boss, he realized it had 10 times the health of an ordinary platinum-grade boss, along with a terrifying 100% damage reflection attribute. His expression turned grim as he understood how close that exchange had come to ending badly. If his black light shield had not already been active, that single reflected strike would have been enough to kill him. In a cursed land like this, he could not afford even one careless move. Shadow suddenly kicked off the ground and launched himself high into the night sky, his figure cutting across the moonlight like a dark silhouette. To deal with the reflected damage, he fully activated his defenses first. Layer after layer of black light shield formed around him until 10 complete layers surrounded his body. From above, Shadow unleashed a barrage of 10 Shadow Blades, sending the attacks raining down toward the golem one after another as he put his strategy into motion. Instead of relying on one huge strike right away, he used repeated low-damage attacks to build up energy for his ultimate move. At the same time, his stacked shield layers absorbed the steady, reflected damage coming back at him. Once his energy was fully charged, Shadow dropped from the sky and released his ultimate attack. Blessing of Release combined with the Crimson Blade, and a massive vertical beam of red energy tore down through the golem's body, dealing an astonishing 450,000 damage. The moment that enormous damage number appeared, Shadow braced himself. Just as expected, the full force of that 450,000 damage was instantly reflected straight back toward him. But this time, Shadow was ready. A golden barrier suddenly erupted around his body, flaring brightly in the darkness and swallowing the reflected impact completely. Shadow remained standing there without a single wound on him. The reflected damage meant absolutely nothing, because the Crimson Blade gave him a terrifying 600% lifesteal effect. Since his health was already full, all that massive healing turned into an overflow shield instead, creating a barrier worth 2.7 million points, so the 450,000 damage that bounced back at him felt like nothing more than a tiny scratch. Once the Royal City Guard commander fell, a system window appeared in front of Shadow, confirming his victory. He received a huge amount of experience, more evolution points, and over 14 years of lifespan as a reward. But before he could enjoy the gains, the notification added a warning. The commander's death had alerted every guard inside the city. Shadow paused where he stood, his expression shifting slightly as he sensed the atmosphere around him suddenly change. Something in the ruins had been stirred awake. High above, on the edge of a cliff, a monstrous sentry raised a massive horn and blew into it with all its strength. Green sound waves rolled outward through the dark air, spreading the alarm across the ruins. In the next moment, the dead city seemed to come alive. Monstrous figures began pouring down from the cliffs in large groups, moving like a tide of twisted bodies descending toward him. Shadow looked around and saw the ridges filling with enemies. Winged monsters hovered above. Spider-like hybrids crawled along the cliffs, and all kinds of deformed creatures gathered in the darkness, staring down at him with hungry eyes. Then a huge fur-covered foot slammed heavily into the ground beside him, making the earth tremble under the weight of the creature that had arrived. In only a few moments, Shadow was completely surrounded by a packed army of monsters. Among them stood a giant white bear, along with terrifying centipede-like creatures and countless other cursed beasts. A system notification suddenly triggered, announcing that he had activated the Monster Horde event. The condition to move forward was brutally simple: kill every single monster. Shadow lifted his gaze toward the wall of enemies towering over him, their red eyes glowing one after another in the darkness. But instead of fear, a sharp excitement appeared in his eyes. He let out a quiet laugh to himself, clearly enjoying the situation. To him, this was not a disaster at all. It was refreshing, exciting, and exactly the kind of battle he had been waiting for. The monsters froze for a moment when they saw their prey laughing. Some of them glanced at one another in confusion, unable to understand why this lone human was not shaking in terror. Shadow moved first, his speed exploding like a storm across the battlefield. He unleashed the Dark Knight Ring Blade, and the black slash tore through the first wave of enemies. With just one strike, the system notified him that he had already killed 32 monsters. He did not give the Horde even a second to recover. Shadow immediately activated Shadow of Slaughter, and dark clones rose from the ground around him, taking shape as they prepared to fight at his side. Together with his clones, Shadow launched a synchronized Shadow Flash /4. Purple energy erupted across the battlefield, tearing through the monster ranks and instantly pushing his kill count all the way up to 165. Chaotic beams of energy swept through everything in their path, slicing apart lion men, shark hybrids, and countless other twisted creatures. Shadow kept pressing forward without pause, descending again with another Dark Knight Ring Blade ×4 attack. His dark magic swept across the battlefield like a black tide, and every swing sent the kill count climbing higher until it reached 518. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre, with system notifications flooding his vision as the death toll rose explosively, jumping from 600 to more than 2,000 in just a few seconds. As the slaughter continued, the kill count surged past 8,000. The entire battlefield was lit up by thousands of glowing lifespan orbs, each one floating above the fallen bodies of the monster army. At last, the battlefield fell silent again. Shadow stood there with purple light glowing in his eyes, having killed a total of 10,086 monsters. A system window appeared and confirmed that every monster had been eliminated, and the road leading to the Withered Bone City Ruins core had finally been unlocked. After wiping out an army of more than 10,000 monsters, Shadow remained in the middle of a vast sea of glowing particles. The notification confirmed that the path to the Withered Bone Ruins core had opened, while countless orbs of lifespan drifted around him like lights from the dead. However, when Shadow looked at the rewards floating around him, disappointment crossed his face. He wondered why there was so little, then quickly realized the reason. The curse had been draining the citizens' life force non-stop, even after they were twisted into monsters. Just then, the floating lifespan orbs began to move. They swirled around Shadow in a brilliant spiral of light, gathering together as if some hidden power was shaping them into something new. The light suddenly stretched across the enormous chasm ahead, shooting forward until it formed a radiant bridge leading straight toward the ominous castle in the distance. Shadow stepped onto the bridge made from the light of the dead, but the moment his foot touched it, a golden aura suddenly wrapped around his body, catching him by surprise. A system window appeared and informed him that he had received the blessing of the Withered Bone citizens. The cursed souls, grateful that he had released them, granted him a special buff that gave him a chance to obtain dragon power while fighting inside the city. Shadow looked down at his glowing hand and remarked that this power was rather interesting. From this, Shadow understood that the source of the curse had to be somewhere inside the city. The souls of the victims were guiding him forward, hoping he would destroy the curse completely and free what remained of them for good. He continued across the glowing bridge until he arrived before a massive dark pit. The opening looked disturbingly alive, like a huge maw made of flesh and darkness waiting to swallow him whole. Without the slightest hesitation, Shadow jumped straight into the abyss. As he dropped through the fleshy tunnel, a system notification appeared and warned him that he had entered the Withered Bone Curse Great Hollow. Inside this place, lifespan would be drained at 1,000 times the normal rate. Shadow landed with a heavy splash in a pool of red liquid. He slowly rose to his feet, surrounded by pulsating organic walls, and prepared himself to face the true source of the corruption. Deep inside the hollow, embedded among the fleshy walls, a man with long red hair and a thick beard hung suspended in the air. His body was pierced through by heavy spikes, pinning him in place like a living sacrifice. Suddenly, a notification flashed, and the man's eyes snapped open as he sensed an intruder entering the hollow. Shadow stood ready in the darkness, and a purple flame ignited on his chest as an overwhelming wave of killing intent pressed toward him. The trapped man began muttering in a low, broken voice, his mouth forming strange syllables that echoed through the fleshy chamber. Shadow narrowed his eyes as he recognized the language. It was the language of the ancient gods. After translating the sounds in his mind, he realized the man was repeating one name again and again, Mowire. Driven by madness and grief, the man suddenly roared Mowire's name. Then, with brutal force, he tore himself free from the wall, ripping away from the spikes that had held him in place. His body immediately began to twist and rupture. Flesh split, bones shifted, and his entire form started transforming in a horrifying metamorphosis. In moments, he became a gigantic, armored skeletal beast. The system identified him as the last guardian of Withered Bone City, Arkitos, a level 20 Emerald Grade boss. Shadow reacted instantly by activating Merge into Darkness. His body dissolved into the shadows, disappearing from sight as he slipped into invisibility. But to Shadow's shock, Arkitos did not lose track of him at all. The massive beast swung one enormous claw directly toward his position, cutting through his stealth as if it meant nothing. Shadow barely avoided the crushing strike as it smashed into the ground where he had just been standing, tearing the floor apart with terrifying force. He leaped backward to create distance, and after landing safely, confusion flashed through his mind. With level 21 stealth active, how could this enemy still see him? Arkitos charged again, still roaring the name of the woman he loved, and that single detail finally made Shadow realize what was happening. Because Shadow had killed Mowire and absorbed her lifespan, traces of her soul were now lingering within him. Arkitos was not seeing through stealth normally. He was tracking the remnants of Mowire's presence inside Shadow. Shadow's gaze moved across Arkitos' armor, and he noticed the spikes covering it looked exactly like the ones on the Royal City Guard commander. He tightened his grip around his shadow dagger, already suspecting that this boss might share the same dangerous passive ability. To test his theory, Shadow struck Arkitos with the dagger. The same amount of damage was immediately reflected back at him, but his golden shield flared up and absorbed the impact before it could harm him. That single exchange confirmed it. This guardian also possessed the dangerous damage reflection ability. Arkitos then let out a deafening roar, and purple energy surged across his massive skeletal body as he began summoning reinforcements. The fleshy ground around Shadow suddenly erupted. One after another, large blue eggs burst up from beneath the surface, quickly surrounding him from every direction. Shadow stared at the eggs with a serious expression, quickly realizing that they also carried a damage reflection effect. If those eggs hatched, they would likely release dangerous elite-level monsters into the battlefield. To test their durability, Shadow threw a shadow dagger at one of the eggs, striking it directly and dealing more than 3,000 damage. The egg shattered, but Shadow immediately calculated the cost behind that single kill. Destroying one egg would require 3 daggers, which meant he would have to sacrifice 3 layers of his black light shield to the reflected damage. Since each shield layer needed 2 seconds to regenerate, he quickly concluded that there was no way he could destroy all the eggs in time. With no better option left, Shadow made his decision almost instantly. He would let the eggs hatch. He kicked off the ground and soared high into the air, using the height to gain a clearer view of the battlefield, while accepting that he would have to face whatever monsters broke out from those shells. As his body dropped back down toward Arkitos, Shadow's eyes sharpened. His ultimate skill had finished charging, and the timing was perfect for a direct strike. He released the crimson blade in midair. A massive beam of red energy came crashing down like a judgment from above, slamming into Arkitos and dealing a staggering 450,000 damage.
Shadow landed without making a sound, his body protected by the huge golden barrier created from his life steal. The reflected force never even reached him.
Around him, the chaos had not ended. The eggs burst open almost at the same time, and from each shattered shell, a monstrous claw tore its way out. A swarm of cursed young dragons rose into the air, their wings spreading as they screeched through the hollow. The system identified them as level 20 Emerald Grade monsters, and they immediately prepared to attack Shadow from every direction. Shadow dropped back into the pool of red liquid and landed in a low crouch, his gaze sweeping across the newborn horde as they gathered around him. Without the slightest hesitation, Shadow unleashed the Dark Night Ring blade. A swirling vortex of dark energy tore outward from him, shredding through the cursed dragons and dealing nearly 30,000 damage to each one. The fight ended almost as soon as it began. Shadow stood calmly inside his golden barrier while the system confirmed that 9 dragons had been killed. With his blood shield protecting him, the damage reflection from those monsters was no longer something he needed to fear. As the young dragons died, their bodies broke apart and dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. drifting upward through the dark, fleshy hollow. But this time, the orbs did not flow into Shadow. Instead, they gathered in the air above him, spinning faster and faster in a violent spiral of light. From within that glow, a voice rang out in the ancient god language, coldly addressing Shadow as an outsider. The swirling energy condensed and reshaped itself, rebuilding Architos into an even more terrifying form. The system identified this new state as Flesh Curse, Architos Blue Scale. The monster's twisted face curled into a menacing smile as he declared that Shadow would never succeed in destroying his race. The battle instantly grew more intense. Architos lunged forward with terrifying speed, his mutated body charging straight at Shadow as a massive fist gathered violent energy. Shadow's eyes flashed neon blue, and he answered with an instant shadow slash, moving so fast he became a blur. In a split second, he struck the monster from every angle, but to his disbelief, the word immunity appeared around Architos again and again. None of the attacks worked, and Shadow was left stunned, unable to understand why he had dealt no damage at all. Architos seized that tiny opening without mercy. His huge fist crashed into Shadow with devastating force, landing the blow before Shadow could fully adjust. Shadow was blasted backward as the impact erupted into a massive explosion. The hit tore through him for nearly 30,000 damage, sending his body flying through the hollow. When Shadow finally steadied himself, the golden blood shield around him shattered into fragments of light. As Architos growled in that guttural ancient language, Shadow translated the words and understood his meaning. As long as his bloodline and soul still existed, his home would never fall. Architos stood in the middle of the surging purple energy, roaring that withered bone city would never be conquered. Shadow stared at him with confusion, realizing there was something deeply abnormal about this boss. Normally, only epic-grade monsters or anything above that level could speak clearly and possess real self-awareness. Yet Architos was only an emerald-grade boss, and somehow he had retained his own consciousness. Architos ignored Shadow's confusion and began gathering dark energy into a dense sphere. As the power formed in his hands, he chanted about protecting his city, his empire, and his people. Then the Guardian unleashed Demon Dragon Cannon. A vertical beam of destructive energy erupted with terrifying force, tearing through the hollow like a pillar of darkness. Shadow reacted the instant the attack fired. He kicked off the ground and leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the blast as it roared beneath him. After landing, Shadow immediately countered with Shadow Blade, sending a sharp slash toward Architos. But once again, the attack did nothing. Architos simply walked straight through it, completely immune, and Shadow cursed under his breath as he realized he had to break that invulnerability shield somehow. Architos then released a new technique. A grotesque ribcage made of raw flesh suddenly materialized around Shadow, trapping him inside like a living cage. The system identified it as Flesh Prison, and a countdown appeared as Shadow's lifespan began draining away by the year. A cold sweat broke out across Shadow's face as he saw how quickly his lifespan was being stripped away. He immediately realized that Architos was siphoning his life force directly, and the power behind it belonged to the evil god Cthulhu. The situation turned dire in an instant. Flesh Prison was an unavoidable attack that ignored all defenses, and through a fleshy tendril, Architos continued feeding on Shadow's lifespan. At this rate, Shadow understood that every year of life he had would soon be drained completely. Just when the situation seemed hopeless, red energy suddenly erupted from Shadow's body. A notification appeared announcing that dragon power had been triggered. The system detected that Shadow possessed Aedes skill, Shadow of Slaughter. Because of that, Shadow received a new buff, Aedes Flame of Nirvana. The description revealed the key to turning the battle around. This white flame ignored every defense and burned directly into the opponent's soul, dealing massive damage from within. Orange dragon fire lit up in Shadow's eyes as he understood what had awakened inside him. This was the true power of the dragon race. Shadow immediately struck back with the enhanced dragon, Shadow of Slaughter. His clones appeared around him, each one wrapped in holy white flames, and together they descended on the monster like burning shadows. He followed it with Dragon, instant shadow slash, cutting through the air at blinding speed. This time, Architos' immunity finally broke apart under the attack. The strikes landed cleanly, dealing tens of thousands of damage while leaving a severe burn seared into Architos' soul. Architos screamed in agony as the white flames consumed him. In his final struggle, he cried out to Cthulhu, desperately begging the evil god for more strength. He roared that he could not die, that he had to preserve the dragon race no matter what. Shadow stood calmly before him, while the spirit of Aedes manifested behind him like a solemn presence. Then Shadow told the dying guardian the truth. What he had done was not protection. By summoning Cthulhu, he had doomed his own people to an eternal curse. With a cold glare, Shadow told him to feel the flame of Nirvana and let it cleanse the sins he had carried for so long. Then, Shadow delivered the finishing strike with Dragon, Crimson Blade. A colossal beam of red energy blasted down onto Arkytos, dealing nearly 500,000 damage in one devastating blow. The last guardian was swallowed by the flames and completely incinerated. A system window appeared, confirming the kill and awarding Shadow 1 million experience points, 120 evolution points, and nearly 40 years of lifespan. Shadow slowly descended through the fading glow, surrounded by victory notifications. The system also awarded him another 60 evolution points, almost 40 years of lifespan, and a diamond-grade item known as the Bone Spike. As the dragon power buff faded away, Shadow began examining the rewards more carefully. The 1 million experience points proved that the monsters of the city had funneled their resources into Arkytos. But the lifespan reward felt suspiciously low at only 39.8 years, making Shadow suspect that most of the lifespan had already been stolen away by the evil god, Cthulhu. Suddenly, the red liquid on the ground began to stir. A grotesque chest slowly emerged from beneath the surface, and a system message informed Shadow that because he had used dragon power, a hidden reward had been unlocked. The chest opened, revealing 2 glowing golden items inside, a withered bone rune and an epic-grade mount bell. Shadow inspected the rune first and discovered that it was a key to the tomb of the withered bone god. He noted that once he gathered 3 of these runes, he would be able to enter the hidden ruin. Then he picked up the golden bell, intrigued by the fact that it was an epic-grade mount item. Curious about what kind of creature it could summon, he decided to activate it right away. The moment the item was used, a massive winged skeletal dragon materialized before him. The system identified it as the King of Scavengers, Osiris, a level 20 epic-grade entity that was now soulbound to Shadow. Osiris had once been a guardian, but now it served as both a flying mount and a combat pet. It even possessed the ability to summon smaller bone dragons to fight alongside it. To Shadow's surprise, the dragon was capable of intelligent speech. Osiris lowered its gaze toward him and asked in shock whether Shadow was truly the one who had purged the city and killed Arkytos. Shadow calmly confirmed it without hesitation. Then he looked at the skeletal dragon and asked whether it knew the real truth behind this cursed place. Osiris began recounting the tragic history of the city. It explained that it had once been an old guardian who died long ago, only to be brought back through necromancy so it could fight in the war between the Moraga Empire and the continent when the empire was facing defeat. According to Osiris, when the situation became desperate and the empire needed a way to turn the tide, the city lord Arkytos made the fatal decision to summon the evil god, Cthulhu. The dragon revealed the cruel condition for summoning Cthulhu. Arkytos had to sacrifice the person he loved most, and that person was his daughter, Mowire. But at the final moment, Arkytos hesitated. He could not bring himself to sacrifice Mowire, so instead he chose to offer up the entire population of Withered Bone City, including himself, to the evil god. The result of that choice was nothing short of horrifying. The citizens did receive overwhelming power through the curse, and with that strength they managed to drive back the invaders threatening their city. But the price was unbearable. They were twisted into monsters, stripped of their humanity, and left trapped in bodies they could no longer recognize. Osiris then revealed that Mowire, the only person who had remained human, suffered the cruelest fate of all. The monstrous citizens despised her for surviving untouched, and in their hatred they tortured her again and again until even she was finally swallowed by the curse and transformed into a monster. After finishing the tragic story, Osiris lowered its voice with deep sorrow and gratitude. It thanked Shadow sincerely for releasing those miserable souls from their endless suffering and bringing an end to the tragedy that had haunted the city for so long. Then, as Osiris sensed the powerful aura surrounding Shadow, the skeletal dragon slowly bowed its massive head. With clear reverence, it pledged to follow him forever and respectfully asked for the name of its new master. The protagonist looked up at the enormous dragon, his eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, and answered in a calm, simple voice that his name was Shadow. Hearing that name, the massive skeletal dragon Osiris lowered both its wings and head in complete submission. From that moment on, it swore loyalty to Shadow and declared him its master. However, while inspecting his newly obtained prize, Shadow quickly noticed something strange about the mount's attributes. For an epic-grade mount, its stats felt oddly weak. A level 20 epic boss should normally have at least 10 million health points, yet the interface showed that Osiris had only a little over 100,000. Shadow thought it over and soon came to a reasonable conclusion. This weakness was probably caused by the way Osiris had been resurrected. Since the dragon had died long ago and most of its power had slowly scattered over time, this forcibly awakened skeletal body could only retain a small portion of its original strength. When Shadow reviewed the dragon's offensive skills, including its ability to summon bone shields and fire spikes, he found them fairly ordinary. Still, one skill caught his attention, the ability to summon 12 Jade-grade winged dragons. That alone made him satisfied, because those summoned dragons would give him excellent aerial vision. But the true value of this mount was not its combat strength. Its real advantage was movement. Shadow noticed that because Osiris's body was made from lightweight bones, its flight speed was unbelievably high. It could reach 360% speed, roughly 450 meters per second, fast enough to break the sound barrier. After weighing everything, Shadow concluded that even if the mount lacked raw fighting power, its supersonic travel speed alone made it an extremely satisfying gain. Just then, a system window suddenly appeared in front of him, notifying Shadow that he had already met the conditions for a class advancement. He was slightly surprised, realizing that the massive experience he had earned from clearing the Withered Bone ruins, more than 1 million points, was enough to trigger the upgrade immediately. With a determined look in his eyes, Shadow did not hesitate and activated the advancement. A vortex of dark energy began swirling around him, growing stronger by the second. At the same time, magical runes appeared in the air, floating around his body as the power intensified. Shadow stood at the center of the surging chaos, his eyes glowing with power, while a red ring of energy slowly formed around him like a mark of transformation. The system soon confirmed that the advancement had succeeded. His Shadow class had advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3, and his attributes rose dramatically. His strength and constitution doubled from 27 to 54, his spirit doubled to 90, and his agility jumped even higher, reaching 144. Along with the huge stat boost, Shadow gained a new class passive called Shadow Arc. Its effect was extremely powerful. While he was invisible, any damage, negative status effect, or forced stealth removal he suffered would be delayed by 1 second. During that brief window, he could take action to completely negate the damage or cancel the status effect. Shadow looked down at his hand and laughed with quiet confidence. As long as his reaction speed was fast enough, this skill would let him nullify almost any attack while he remained in stealth. Thinking about the class advancement, Shadow felt deeply satisfied. He was certain that in his previous life, no player with the Shadow class had ever survived the third advancement. Otherwise, a skill as powerful as Shadow Arc would have become famous for drastically reducing death rates. After all, a 1-second reaction window might sound short to ordinary people, but for high-level players, reaction speed was already far beyond normal limits. 1 second was more than enough time to cast multiple skills and completely reverse a dangerous situation. After checking his class upgrade, Shadow turned his attention to the other rewards. Red energy glowed in his palm, and a diamond-grade weapon slowly manifested in his hand. The system identified the weapon as the Spike of the Skeleton, a powerful dagger that greatly increased both physical and elemental attacks. Even more importantly, it carried a special effect that could break through an enemy's defense and resistance. Shadow equipped the dagger immediately. Between the successful class advancement and this new diamond-grade weapon, his overall strength had risen by a massive amount. With everything settled, Shadow prepared to leave the ruins. Osiris the skeletal dragon moved into action at once, and Shadow landed gracefully on top of its head. Before departing, Shadow decided to test how his stealth worked together with the mount, so he activated Merge into Darkness. Dark energy surged around both of them, wrapping Shadow and Osiris in shadow. To Shadow's surprise, the dragon's stealth level was actually level 21, even higher than his own current level. Impressed by this unexpected advantage, Shadow gave the command for Osiris to take off. He wanted to feel the dragon's speed for himself. Osiris obeyed immediately, spreading its skeletal wings before launching into the air with explosive force. The two of them rose rapidly from the depths of the underground hollow, moving upward like a streak of purple light tearing through the darkness. In an instant, the skeletal dragon burst out from the ruins and shot straight into the open sky. The speed was so intense that even Shadow was left speechless for a moment. Wind roared past him, tugging at his cloak, and as his eye glowed in the rushing air, he had to admit that Osiris was incredibly fast. After testing the astonishing speed of his new mount, Shadow broke out of the underground tunnel completely and shot into the sky above the ocean. As he soared through the air, Shadow quickly formed his next plan. He decided to head toward the location Captain Onyu had mentioned, where a flying monster and another ancient god slate had reportedly been spotted. His plan was to fly to the Magic City ruins first, then use a teleporter to reach Lucky Town. Shadow remembered that traveling from the Magic City to the Withered Bones City had originally taken him several hours. Meanwhile, far below in a forest, a party of adventurers was in the middle of raiding a large black bear monster. The group consisted of a swordsman, a mage, and a healer. The female mage gathered holy light into a blazing fireball, while another teammate shouted for everyone to finish off the beast. But before they could land a final blow, a massive shockwave suddenly ripped through the forest as Osiris flew past at supersonic speed. The force of the wind was overwhelming. It blasted the entire party off their feet, along with the black bear monster, sending all of them tumbling across the ground. When the chaos finally settled, the mage looked around in complete confusion. At the same time, the swordsman stared blankly at his own weapon, bewildered to discover that the boss monster had been blown straight into his sword by the wind and killed instantly. Shadow paid no attention to the trouble he had caused below. He continued flying forward, quietly appreciating how fast Osiris truly was, because the return trip to the Magic City ruins took only 10 minutes. In the ruins of the Magic City, a dramatic scene was unfolding in the empty streets. A man held a woman's hands tightly and begged for her forgiveness, admitting that he had only cheated on her once with another man. And even then, he claimed he had been thinking about her the entire time. The woman looked at him and asked him to promise that he would cut ties with the other person forever. Once he agreed, the two embraced and shared a passionate kiss, openly confessing their love for each other. But their romantic moment was suddenly and violently interrupted when an enormous pressure descended from the sky above them. The force slammed the man face first into the pavement, flattening him against the ground. The woman was also crushed down by the sudden impact, pinned helplessly to the street. Shadow stepped down from his dragon, his boot landing close to the crushed couple lying on the ground. With Osiris looming behind him like a massive skeletal shadow, Shadow touched his mask and wondered for a brief moment whether he had hit something on the way down. But he quickly dismissed the thought and chose to ignore it. Then Shadow activated his invisibility skill, preparing to leave the ruins without being noticed by anyone. A system notification appeared, showing that he had consumed 5.4 years of lifespan to teleport to Lucky Town. Shadow immediately complained that the cost of returning to a novice town doubled every time, making the trip more and more expensive. Even though Shadow still had more than 2,000 years of lifespan stored up, he remained ridiculously stingy with every bit of it. While staying invisible, he still felt a sharp sting over that small teleport cost, as if those few years had been painfully scraped out of his pocket. Still hidden from sight, Shadow walked through the town gates and passed right by two guards stationed at the entrance. The two of them seemed to sense something unusual, brush past them, but no matter how they looked around, they could not see him at all. Shadow glanced over their clothing as he walked by, taking in the details of their uniforms. From the style and markings, he quickly judged that they belonged to the official government forces. As he looked around at the town's arrangement, Shadow realized the officials had already stationed guards here to protect new players and prevent attacks from breaking out near the entrance. What surprised him was the timing. This kind of protection had appeared months earlier than it had in his past life. Moving through the peaceful streets, Shadow quietly reflected that his cooperation with the government had probably accelerated their response and made them far more efficient. Around him, even elderly players seemed to be surviving smoothly under this protected environment, walking the streets without constant fear. As he passed by, he noticed a warm little scene on a nearby bench. An old man and an old woman sat together closely, acting like a sweet couple deeply in love despite their age. But that calm moment was shattered almost immediately when a desperate cry for help rang out from the direction of the town gate. At the gate, a massive black insect monster had grabbed hold of a player, its sharp limbs pinning the victim in danger. The two official guards Shadow had just passed reacted at once and rushed into action. The female guard opened her magic book and cast a spell, causing holy light to gather around the trapped player. A glowing shield formed just in time, blocking the monster's attack before it could tear into him. The male guard charged forward with his weapon raised, angrily cursing the creature as he leaped into the air. His blade came down in a powerful slash, striking the giant insect and dealing over 1,600 damage. The female guard immediately followed up, channeling her magic again and launching a holy fireball toward the black insect. But the monster's movements were extremely agile. It twisted away at the last second, slipping past the attack before the fireball could land. Using that brief opening, the insect monster scurried away at high speed. The male guard could only watch in frustration, gritting his teeth as he realized the creature had escaped them yet again. The two guards looked up and saw the fleeing monster rejoin its pack of 5 in the air. The female guard's expression sank with despair as she said that killing one was pointless, because another one would immediately respawn to replace it. Watching everything from invisibility, Shadow quickly understood the problem. Those 5 gold-grade monsters were not especially strong on their own, but the guards were struggling because every time the bosses were about to lose, they simply flew away, leaving the ground-based team unable to finish them off. On the ground, the male guard hurried over to check on the elderly victim. The old man was kneeling there, shaking badly, with tears running down his face from the scare. But in the next instant, that fear suddenly turned into furious ingratitude. The old man lifted his head and screamed at the guards, calling them completely useless. Still sitting in the dirt, the old man kept berating the very people who had just rescued him. He shouted that these flying monsters had been blocking the town for days, making it impossible for anyone to go out hunting. Then he accused the guards of not caring about the elderly at all, and even threatened to file a complaint against them. The female guard looked stressed and confused as she tried to calm him down, explaining that Shadow was already on his way. But the male guard was clearly losing patience and snapped back, telling the old man to show at least a little respect. The moment Shadow's name was mentioned, the crowd only became more agitated. The old man and the surrounding onlookers started shouting, demanding to know where Shadow was. Some mocked him, saying big shots were always too busy, while others complained that he was taking far too long just to kill a few bosses.
The mob grew louder and more hostile, yelling that if Shadow was really so powerful, then he should have been helping them already. A bald old man shouted angrily that his son was waiting to farm Lifespan, and that Shadow was wasting everyone's precious time.
The situation spiraled further out of control. The female guard kept trying to reason with the angry crowd, assuring them that Shadow would arrive soon and suggesting that anyone who could not wait should simply log off for now. But the male guard could tell that reasoning was useless, so he urged his partner to leave with him. The crowd immediately blocked their way, refusing to let the guards go. People shouted that the officials were trying to run away from their responsibilities without solving the monster problem. Then the mob began screaming that the guards were wasting taxpayer money, calling them useless for failing to kill a few bugs, and demanding an explanation. Finally pushed to his limit, the male guard exploded in anger. He reminded the crowd that the officials had already helped power level them all the way to level 3, then demanded to know what else they wanted. But the ungrateful mob only sneered back, saying level 3 was still useless. The elderly players continued jeering, using their age as a weapon as they accused the guard of wanting to beat up old people. When the male guard tried to move forward, the same old man from earlier deliberately stepped into his path and bumped into him on purpose. The old man instantly threw himself onto the ground in an exaggerated performance, wailing that the officials were beating the elderly. He clutched himself and cried that his heart disease was acting up and that he was about to die, while the male guard looked down in panic and insisted he had not even touched him. The mob immediately seized the chance and surrounded the 2 guards even tighter. They shouted for the officials to go ahead and beat them to death, claiming their old lives were worthless anyway, and accusing the government of not only failing to help them, but actively harming them. In the middle of the chaos, one perverted old man in the crowd tried to take advantage of the female guard. He stretched his hand toward her chest, aiming to grope her, and the female guard froze in shock and humiliation. Acting purely on instinct, she swung her hand and slapped him across the face with all her strength. The result was immediate and far more severe than anyone expected. Because the difference in their stats was enormous, that single slap launched the old man through the air like a broken ragdoll. The crowd watched in horror as his body began disintegrating into golden lifespan orbs before he could even hit the ground. The female guard had accidentally killed him, leaving the other elderly players stunned, silent, and terrified. That accidental death instantly triggered mass hysteria. The crowd began screaming that the government was murdering the elderly, while the female guard, flushed with embarrassment and panic, tried to explain that the man had groped her first, but her voice was completely drowned out by the roaring mob demanding that everyone fight back. Seeing that the situation was turning violent, the male guard immediately deployed a protective barrier around them. He muttered that these people had completely lost their minds, then decided to let them wear themselves out, confident that their weak attacks could never break through his shield. The harassment only grew worse. A glob of spit suddenly splattered across the shocked female guard's face, making her freeze in disbelief. The one who had done it was the same ungrateful old man from earlier. He laughed wildly, clearly enjoying the humiliation and disrespect he had just thrown at her. Encouraged by his behavior, the mob began hurling anything they could find at the barrier. Shoes, rocks, women's underwear, and even feces slammed against the golden shield while the 2 guards were forced to huddle inside. Then, without warning, a terrifying presence descended over the area. Behind the rioting crowd, Shadow materialized on the head of his skeletal dragon Osiris. The moment the massive dragon loomed over them, the noise died down, and a heavy silence spread through the crowd. Shadow and Osiris stared down at them together, their eyes glowing with a chilling light. The air around them carried an overwhelming aura of death. Neither Shadow nor the dragon said a single word. Instead, a massive gust of wind suddenly erupted from Osiris. The force was catastrophic. The elderly players were blasted away like dry leaves caught in a violent storm, with no strength to resist at all. Their bodies slammed violently into the surrounding trees with bone-crushing force. In the next moment, the entire forest fell silent. The two guards remained safe inside their barrier, staring out in disbelief. Where the angry mob had been standing just moments ago, only dozens of golden lifespan orbs floated in the air, making it clear that Shadow had wiped out the entire group instantly. High above the town, Shadow and his skeletal dragon Osiris soared upward into a swirling orange vortex. Shadow soon spotted his targets ahead. 5 winged insect monsters flying in formation, connected by streams of magical energy to a floating stone tablet. The moment he recognized the object, he immediately commanded Osiris to chase them down. From the ground, the 2 official guards looked up in awe, watching the massive skeletal dragon pursue the monsters across the sky beneath a red, eclipse-like sun. Standing firmly on the dragon's head, Shadow remained steady despite the speed. Dark purple energy surged around him as he prepared to launch an aerial strike. The 5 insects desperately tried to flee with the slate, beating their wings as fast as they could, but compared to Osiris's speed, their escape was hopeless. Shadow's eyes lit up with intense purple light as he locked onto his prey, focusing on the fleeing monsters ahead. In the next instant, Osiris moved so fast it almost looked like a shadow flickering across the sky. His body twisted mid-air, and with one clean, merciless swing, he released a terrifying slash that cut through the battlefield. The strike was frighteningly accurate, slicing straight through all 5 gold-grade insect bosses at the same time, splitting their massive bodies in half before they even had a chance to struggle. Down below, the 2 guards stared upward in complete disbelief. Their mouths hung open, their eyes wide and frozen, as if their minds had not yet caught up with what they had just witnessed. 5 powerful insect bosses had been wiped out in a single move, and the victory had happened so quickly it barely felt real. Meanwhile, back on the ground, the mess with the elderly mob had somehow become even more absurd. The old players who had just been blown away by Shadow's wind had already respawned and stormed back to the scene in a noisy crowd. Their faces were twisted with anger, and they immediately began yelling at the guards again, accusing them of attacking helpless old people, while shamelessly pretending to be the victims once more. The entire mob quickly closed in around the exhausted male guard, crowding him from every side and shouting over one another. They demanded compensation for the lifespan they claimed to have lost, waving their arms and pressing closer like they would never let him go. The guard looked completely drained, his face dark with frustration, silently feeling as if this harassment would never come to an end. But right at that moment, a huge shadow suddenly spread across the ground and swallowed the noisy group. The male guard instinctively lifted his head, and his expression changed at once. High above them, the enormous corpses of the 5 insect bosses were falling from the sky, dropping straight toward the crowd like a mountain of dead monsters crashing down. The elderly mob did not even have time to understand what was happening. Before anyone could scream or run, the giant carcasses slammed into the ground with a horrifying, bone-crushing impact. In an instant, the old players were flattened beneath the monster bodies, killed for the second time, and once again burst apart into glowing lifespan orbs scattered across the dirt. The stone slate dropped from above and stabbed upright into the ground with a heavy thud. Around it, little glowing orbs shimmered everywhere, marking the remains of the twice-dead old man and the companions who had been crushed along with him. Osiris descended smoothly and landed beside the pile of loot with a calm, graceful motion. Shadow glanced around at the shining items scattered across the ground, genuinely puzzled for a moment. In his mind, he had only taken down 5 bosses, so he could not understand why there was suddenly so much loot everywhere. Completely unaware that he had accidentally farmed the annoying mob as well. The ungrateful old man, who had just been smashed by a falling monster corpse, somehow crawled across the ground again with a furious look on his face. Instead of showing even the slightest bit of gratitude, he raised a trembling finger and pointed straight at Shadow. Then he started screaming about how dangerous falling objects were, angrily demanding to know whether there was still any law or justice left in this world. Shadow did not bother responding to his shouting. He simply ignored the old man's complaints and bent down to pick up the slate. But the old man immediately pushed himself up and blocked him, yelling even louder that he was talking to him. He demanded respect with an arrogant face, insisting that he had eaten more salt in his lifetime than Shadow had eaten rice, as if that alone gave him the right to lecture anyone. Just as Shadow reached for the slate, the old man suddenly grabbed the other side of it and tried to yank it away for himself. His voice sharpened as he shouted, asking whether Shadow was deaf. Shadow slowly turned his gaze toward him, clearly surprised that someone this weak, this shameless, and this clueless would actually dare to snatch something from his hands. Shadow's answer came without a single wasted word. At point-blank range, his hand moved, and a dagger shot out in a flash. The blade pierced directly through the old man's neck, cutting off his endless complaints in the most brutal and immediate way possible. The force of the attack sent the old man flying backward, like a broken rag doll. A critical damage number of more than 13,000 erupted above him, and the slate slipped from his grasp as he died yet again. His body quickly dissolved into pale light, leaving behind only the silence that followed his screaming. Shadow calmly reached out and caught the falling slate before it could hit the ground. With that nuisance finally removed from his path, his attention shifted toward the loot scattered everywhere. Without any change in expression, he ordered Osiris to summon the small bone dragons and have them begin collecting everything. The massive skeletal dragon accepted the command at once. Osiris lowered his head slightly, obeying Shadow without the slightest hesitation, as if this kind of task was nothing more than a simple gesture. Soon, a swarm of small black skeletal dragons came pouring down from the sky. Their bony wings sliced through the air as they swooped toward the ground, each one moving quickly and precisely. Their job was simple: collect the countless lifespan orbs that had dropped from the elderly mob after they had been killed twice in a row. The female guard and her partner both looked up in confusion as the little bone dragons filled the air above them. They could not tell what Shadow was planning, and the sight of so many summoned creatures circling overhead only made them even more bewildered. At the same time, back near the town gate, the ungrateful old man had already respawned for the third time. He stood in front of the crowd and the guards with his finger raised high, his face full of fake righteousness. He loudly declared that he had finally figured everything out, claiming the officials were secretly working with Shadow to murder people and steal their property. The female guard stared at him in pure disbelief, unable to believe he could still twist things this shamelessly. The old man immediately began putting on an exaggerated performance. He clutched his head, shook his body, and screamed as if he had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Then he lied without blinking, claiming that he had been carrying 1,000 years of lifespan, and that Shadow had stolen every last bit of it. The female guard was so angry that sparks of electricity seemed to crackle from her eyes. She shouted back at him, demanding to know who he thought he was fooling with such an obvious lie. But the old man refused to back down. He stubbornly claimed that his son had given him all that lifespan, then turned around and accused the guard of protecting Shadow because she wanted a share of the stolen loot herself. Then the old man turned toward the surrounding crowd and began stirring them up on purpose. He shouted that if everyone helped him force Shadow to return his 1,000 years of lifespan, he would reward each person with 1 year. Once again, he hid behind his age and cried that they could not allow officials and Shadow to bully the elderly like this. The crowd, blinded by greed, immediately fell for it. One after another, the elderly players began shouting in agreement, their eyes shining at the thought of getting a piece of the reward. Soon, the entire mob was yelling for Shadow to return the lifespan, demanding that everything they had lost be handed back to them. The male guard clenched his teeth so hard his jaw tightened. He desperately wanted to arrest every last one of them, but the troublemakers were not stupid. They had gathered inside the town's safe zone, using the rules as a shield, and as long as they stayed there, the guards could not attack them directly. Led by the ungrateful old man, the elderly players grew even louder and more arrogant. They raised their fists into the air, shouting greedily and pushing the situation further, as if the louder they screamed, the more reasonable their demands would become. But before their shouting could continue, the small bone dragons suddenly dove straight into the crowd. Their dark claws flashed downward and grabbed the elderly players one after another, lifting them off the ground before they could even understand what was happening. The entire mob was hoisted into the air, their feet kicking helplessly beneath them. The old man dangled above the street with terror spreading across his face, staring at the skeletal monsters in panic while wondering where these creatures had suddenly come from. The bone dragons carried the screaming players higher and higher, flying above the rooftops over the town walls, and straight out beyond the protection of the safe zone. The old man thrashed wildly in the air, shouting for help and frantically demanding that the monsters let him go. The dragons obeyed his words in the most literal way possible. Their claws opened all at once, and the elderly players were released into open air, dropping from the sky like stones. As the old man plummeted downward, his face twisted with pure panic. He screamed at the top of his lungs that he had not meant for them to let go right there, but by then his body was already falling fast toward the ground. Shadow walked out of the town gate with a cool, unbothered expression while bodies crashed heavily onto the ground behind him. The female guard's face flushed slightly as she watched him. Shadow calmly explained that although the safe zone stopped players from harming each other directly, it did not cancel the laws of physics. In other words, gravity could still kill them just fine. With a cold look in his eyes, Shadow told the guards that his bone dragons would remain stationed there from now on. Any unruly people causing trouble would be thrown out of town the same way. Whether the guards chose to catch those people and imprison them or simply let them fall was completely up to them. After confirming that the bosses in the sky had already been cleared, Shadow prepared to leave. The male guard quickly called out to him, pointing toward the ground and reminding Shadow that he had not collected all the scattered loot. But Shadow's body had already begun dissolving as he prepared to teleport away. Without turning back, he simply told them to keep it as a gift, leaving both guards stunned where they stood. The male guard stared at the glowing ground in complete awe. Lifespan orbs were scattered everywhere, shimmering like treasure across the dirt. He could hardly believe that an expert like Shadow had casually left behind so much wealth without even seeming to care. He then turned toward his partner and called her Electric Fox, his voice full of excitement. Seeing so many orbs waiting to be collected, he invited her to help him gather the loot before anyone else could get near it. But the female guard was not paying attention at all. She stood frozen in place, her eyes soft and dreamy, as if her thoughts had drifted far away with Shadow. The male guard looked at her with a strange mix of confusion and disgust, asking what on earth she was doing. Completely lost in her infatuation, she clasped her hands together in front of her chest and sighed with a love-struck expression. Then she declared that her heart had left with Shadow the moment he disappeared. To drag her back to reality, the male guard picked up a lifespan orb and tossed it straight at her. The glowing orb smacked her right on the forehead with a solid, unmistakable impact. She immediately cried out, clutching her forehead in pain and anger. The male guard scolded her and told her to stop daydreaming already. Then he bluntly reminded her that someone as powerful and important as Shadow would never look twice at a small character like her, cruelly comparing her to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. That insult instantly set her off. The female guard snapped back and shouted that he was the toad, not her. But the male guard only grinned and accepted it playfully, saying that if he was a male toad, then she must be a female toad, which meant the two of them actually matched pretty well. The female guard held the glowing orbs in her hands, and her face turned bright red. His teasing clearly caught her off guard, leaving her flustered, embarrassed, and unsure how to respond for a moment. All around them, the skeletal dragons were still dropping screaming elderly players from the sky, turning the area outside the town into complete chaos. Yet in the middle of that ridiculous scene, the two guards kept bickering like nothing unusual was happening. The male guard teased her again, asking whether she secretly had a crush on him. She immediately denied it and called him disgusting. But when he casually asked whether she wanted to have dinner with him that night, her attitude changed in an instant, and she looked at him with sudden excitement, asking if he was really serious. Back in the real world, outside Shanghai City Hospital, the scene shifted to a quiet hospital room. Qin Xiaoyu sat up weakly in her bed, her face pale and drained, looking miserable after everything she had been through. A male official stood beside her bed and spoke with a trace of sympathy, acknowledging that she had lost both legs during her ordeal. But the brief moment of pity did not last long, because the conversation soon shifted to something even harsher, the cost of keeping her treatment going. The female official gave Qin Xiaoyu the numbers in a cold, businesslike tone. Her treatment had already cost 50 years of lifespan. The government would reimburse 10 years of that amount, but the remaining 40 years had to be paid by Qin Xiaoyu herself. Qin Xiaoyu panicked the moment she heard that. Her eyes widened, and she cried out that she did not have anywhere near that much lifespan. Desperate and frightened, she quickly asked whether she could mortgage her 2 houses to cover the debt instead. The female official answered without any warmth. They had already evaluated her properties, and in this new world, those houses were almost worthless. Together, they were only worth 3 days of lifespan. Qin Xiaoyu was completely stunned. She screamed that she had spent millions in cash and even 200 days of lifespan buying those homes, unable to accept that their value had collapsed so brutally in such a short time. Still refusing to give up, she frantically offered 500,000 in cash instead. But the officials immediately told her that old world currency was no longer valid, and the only thing accepted now was lifespan. Qin Xiaoyu's body trembled as she finally admitted in a shaking voice that she simply did not have enough. The male official then gave her a final ultimatum. She had 3 days to gather the required lifespan. If she failed to pay by then, all of her medical treatment would be stopped.
After that, the officials offered her one possible way out. Qin Xiaoyu could be assigned to the official logistics team and slowly work off her debt. But the work would be harsh and exhausting, forcing her to spend at least 15 hours every day mining, gathering materials, or helping with reconstruction inside the game world.
Qin Xiaoyu buried her face in both hands and broke down crying, her shoulders shaking as she argued back in panic. She kept repeating that she was already crippled in the real world, so there was no way she could handle heavy physical labor. The official answered her calmly, without changing expression. He reminded her that although her real body was disabled, her body inside the game world was still complete. And if powerful enough healing skills appeared in the future, there might even be a chance for her real legs to be restored.
But Qin Xiaoyu completely lost control. What truly terrified her was not just the labor itself, but the status that came with it. She screamed that she did not want to become some lowly worker, and she could not stand the thought of being surrounded all day by sweaty, dirty, foul-smelling people, calling the whole idea disgusting.
Then she threw herself into a full tantrum, wailing as if the whole world had wronged her. She cried that she was already miserable enough and demanded to know why everyone was treating her like this, stubbornly insisting that none of what happened was her fault. The 2 officials simply stood beside the hospital bed in silence. Neither of them looked moved by her crying. Their faces remained cold and steady, clearly unimpressed by the way she kept painting herself as the innocent victim.
After a pause, the female official offered her another possible way out. She asked whether Qin Xiaoyu had any family or friends who could serve as guarantors for her. If someone was willing to vouch for her, they could approve a loan covering the remaining 40 years of lifespan at a low interest rate, allowing her to avoid being sent into forced labor.
Tears kept sliding down Qin Xiaoyu's face as she desperately searched through the people she could rely on. In her heart, she believed her brother, King Feng, was already dead. Her only other thought was her mother, but even then, she was not sure whether her mother would be willing or even able to guarantee such a terrifying debt. She slowly curled in on herself beneath the hospital blanket, overwhelmed by pain and fear. Her crying softened into quiet sobs, but her trembling body showed just how desperate and helpless she felt. Left alone in that dim hospital room, Qin Xiaoyu finally admitted the truth to herself. She could not think of a single person who would definitely come to save her. In that moment, the room felt colder and darker, and she felt completely abandoned by everyone. Just then, the door suddenly exploded open with a loud bang, startling everyone inside. A booming voice came from the entrance, loudly announcing that her help had arrived.
The 2 officials immediately turned toward the doorway in surprise. Qin Xiaoyu also lifted her tear-streaked face and stared at the entrance in confusion, not understanding who would suddenly come for her at a time like this.
A tall, muscular man strode into the room with heavy, confident steps, and behind him followed a subordinate holding up a phone to record everything. The newcomer was the leader of the Knights Templar Guild. He stretched out one hand toward Qin Xiaoyu and asked for her phone, scoffing as if 40 years of lifespan was nothing more than a tiny, laughable amount. Qin Xiaoyu recognized him almost immediately. The guild leader looked down at her with a practiced smile, his tone suddenly full of warmth as he claimed that when he heard about the disaster she had suffered, his heart had ached for her. A notification quickly appeared on Qin Xiaoyu's phone, and when she saw the number, her cheeks flushed with shock and gratitude. The guild leader had transferred 100 years of tradable lifespan to her. For a moment, she was so overwhelmed that she could barely speak, stumbling over her words as she thanked him again and again. The guild leader casually sat down on the edge of her hospital bed and even placed an arm around her shoulders, telling her there was no need to thank him at all. He said that if she needed more help later, he could continue assisting her with loans. But as Qin Xiaoyu looked at the transaction details, her eyes caught one troubling line, an annual interest rate of 30%. The guild leader explained it as if it were completely normal. He said that the 3 points of interest were simply the fee for his guarantee. Then, wearing that same charming smile, he gently told her not to worry about anything else and to focus on her treatment so she could recover as soon as possible. He then declared that the Knights Templar Guild would be her strongest support from now on, and that the guild was her real home. Qin Xiaoyu, blinded by his false kindness, looked up at him with tear-filled eyes full of admiration. She thanked him sincerely, completely unaware that what she had just accepted was a predatory contract wrapped in a beautiful lie. When the Knights Templar Guild leader finally prepared to leave, his subordinate was still filming the scene from behind. The guild leader gave Qin Xiaoyu a friendly wave and told her to rest properly, saying he still had other business to handle. Before walking out, he left her with one final carefully chosen line. No matter when it happened, he assured her, the Knights Templar Guild would always be waiting for her return. After he left, Qin Xiaoyu remained alone on the bed, tears still streaming down her pale face. But now her despair had turned into a fragile sense of determination. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were bright with emotion, and she clenched her fist tightly, vowing to do her best while completely falling for the guild leader's performance. Outside the hospital room, the guild leader's gentle mask vanished almost instantly. His subordinates showed him the recording they had captured, and after glancing through it, he nodded with satisfaction. He ordered them to edit the footage carefully before releasing it to the public. As they walked down the hospital corridor, the guild leader began giving detailed instructions on how the story should be shaped. He wanted the video to focus on Qin Xiaoyu's tragic condition and make it clear that when no one else was willing to help her, only the Knights Templar Guild had stepped forward. A sinister grin slowly spread across his face as his real thoughts finally showed. Qin Xiaoyu had already caused losses for the guild, so now he planned to turn her misery into an advertisement and use it to attract even more members. To him, that was the proper way to squeeze value out of something useless. Looking out over the city beyond the hospital, the guild leader's expression sharpened. He announced that it was time to log into the game, because the moment for his meeting with Shadow had finally arrived. The scene then shifted into the virtual world, where the Knights Templar hideout stood among the ruins of Zhenghai City. A blue energy barrier covered the area like a protective dome, separating the guild's territory from the broken world outside. Inside the shabby, dimly lit hideout, the guild leader sat in the most ridiculous place possible, on a toilet, while checking information through a glowing holographic interface in front of him. As he browsed through the posts online, he noticed that countless people were cursing Shadow, and a smug laugh escaped him. He remarked that Shadow really had offended a lot of people. But beneath that laugh, jealousy quickly leaked out as he muttered that if Shadow were not 10 times stronger than him, he would have already tried to kill Shadow himself. At that moment, black mist suddenly gathered in the room and Shadow materialized from within it. The guild leader's arrogance vanished in an instant. He dropped to his knees without hesitation, lowering himself completely. Shadow asked whether the slaughterers were ready, and the guild leader eagerly replied that they had been ready for a long time and that he had been waiting for Big Brother Shadow to arrive. Trying hard to curry favor, the guild leader even gestured toward the toilet and invited Shadow to sit down. Shadow's gaze remained icy, and he rejected the offer without the slightest hesitation. He simply ordered him to bring out the targets. The guild leader quickly pointed toward a large group of bound players gathered nearby. With a flattering expression, he presented 200 slaughterers, all red name players, and told Shadow that every single one of them had been prepared for him to deal with. Shadow accepted the offering without much reaction. With only a casual sound of acknowledgement, he walked past the guild leader and moved toward the bound red name players. Then Shadow released his dark power. In the blink of an eye, invisible blades of energy swept through the crowd, instantly cutting the gathered slaughterers into pieces. The guild leader watched with awe in his eyes as their bodies were torn apart before they could even resist. As the prisoners died, their bodies dissolved into a dense sea of glowing lifespan orbs that floated through the hideout. A system notification appeared, confirming that Shadow's slaughter value had dropped by 2 layers. Standing among the drifting lights, Shadow calmly told the guild leader that their debt was settled, then turned around to leave. Seeing Shadow about to go, the guild leader immediately became anxious. Desperate to hold on to Shadow's favor for even a little longer, he hurriedly called out and shouted that he had an urgent matter to report. He quickly asked whether Shadow had offended anyone recently, then projected a holographic screen in front of him. On it was a viral news post featuring the face of the ungrateful old man from Lucky Town. The headline was deliberately exaggerated, accusing Shadow of killing an elderly man, scamming innocent people, and colluding with corrupt officials. Shadow glanced at the picture and immediately recognized the troublemaker he had already dealt with. But while looking at the screen, Shadow's eyes suddenly narrowed. His attention had been caught by another notification sitting nearby. It was the propaganda advertisement the guild leader had just arranged. The headline claimed that a poor girl had been brutally mutilated and lost both legs, while the Knights Templar Guild had generously stepped forward to help her. Beside the headline was a photo of Qin Xiaoyu crying, and when Shadow saw it, he was visibly stunned. He quietly exclaimed Qin Xiaoyu's name, finally realizing that the victim ghost spirit had rescued from the serial killer Rentu was actually his own sister. A faint chuckle escaped him as he thought about how small the world truly was, and how unbelievably coincidental this situation had become. Shadow kept that discovery hidden and revealed nothing to the guild leader. He only gave a calm response, saying he understood, and then vanished from the hideout. The guild leader, completely unaware of what Shadow had just realized, stayed beside the toilet and bowed enthusiastically, loudly telling his big brother to take care and come back often. High above the city, Shadow rode through the sky on his skeletal dragon Osiris and contacted his disciple. He ordered Ghost Spirit to investigate the person spreading slanderous rumors online and eliminate them, deciding that such a small matter was not worth handling personally. Ghost Spirit appeared in the communication window, her face filled with rage that someone dared to smear her master's name, and she immediately vowed to take care of it. On a high rooftop in Zhonghai City, Ghost Spirit stood against the wind, staring at a holographic screen in front of her. Anger and disbelief filled her eyes as she wondered how anyone could be bold enough to spread such vicious rumors about her master. The screen showed the news article with the ungrateful old man from Lucky Town plastered across it, claiming that Shadow had plotted against an elderly person. Ghost Spirit looked at both the accusation and the old man's face with open disgust, clearly finding the whole thing repulsive. Her expression turned cold. With a sharp, determined movement, she pulled her hood up over her head and declared that she had already memorized the culprit's face. Without wasting another second, Ghost Spirit leapt straight from the edge of the building. Purple energy trailed behind her like a streak of light as she vowed to bring him to justice, diving through the air and gliding between the skyscrapers toward her target. The scene shifted again, this time to a residential complex known as Lakeview Garden, right outside the home of a man named Feng Xiaoying. A hand slammed against the door with violent force, the knocking echoing through the hallway like someone was trying to break it open. Outside stood a young man named Ma Dagon, accompanied by a woman and their injured child, who was drooling weakly and clearly in terrible condition. Ma Dagon shouted furiously for Feng Xiaoying to come out, accusing Feng Xiaoying's dog of knocking his son down the stairs and leaving him paralyzed. His voice cracked with anger as he yelled that Feng Xiaoying could not escape responsibility for this. Still burning with rage, Ma Dagon slammed his fist against the door again and demanded that Feng Xiaoying give them an explanation right away. The door finally swung open, and the person who appeared was Feng Xiaoying, the very same ungrateful old man from Lucky Town. His face was full of impatience and aggression as he glared at the family outside, shouting at them to stop bothering him. Feng Xiaoying immediately pointed a finger at Ma Dagon and turned the accusation back on him. He claimed that Ma Dagon had been using his perspective eye ability to spy on his wife while she was showering, then threatened to call the police as if he were the one being wronged. Feng Xiaoying sneered at the neighbor without the slightest shame, his mouth twisting as he threw out one insult after another. He claimed Ma Dagon's son was simply stupid and had fallen down the stairs by himself, then arrogantly spread his hands and demanded proof that his dog had anything to do with it. Ma Dagon immediately raised his phone in front of him, his hand shaking with anger. On the screen was clear footage of a monstrous dog suddenly kicking his son down the stairs. He pointed at the video and shouted that this was ironclad evidence, and Feng Xiaoying had no way to deny it. But Feng Xiaoying's face darkened in an instant. Before Ma Dagon could say anything more, the old man exploded with violence and kicked out hard, sending the phone flying straight out of Ma Dagon's hand. The phone smashed away, and the evidence was gone just like that. Feng Xiaoying immediately put on a shameless expression, staring at Ma Dagon as if nothing had happened, then coldly demanded to see this so-called proof he kept talking about. Ma Dagon's anger finally reached the breaking point. His eyes sharpened, and he activated his eagle eye skill, locking his gaze firmly onto Feng Xiaoying like he was marking him as prey. With fury burning in his voice, Ma Dagon warned Feng Xiaoying that he could release poisonous fog at any moment. If the old man continued acting unreasonable, then he would not let this matter end here and would hunt him down no matter where he ran. Feng Xiaoying did not look scared at all. Instead, he stood there with a mocking look on his wrinkled face, clearly treating Ma Dagon's threat like nothing more than a joke. Provoked by that attitude, Ma Dagon prepared to strike. His eyes glowed with a cold blue light as he gathered his power, ready to unleash his skill right there in the hallway. The system locked onto Feng Xiaoying and highlighted him as Ma Dagon's target. But while the old man kept shouting accusations and stirring up the situation, a sudden notification appeared in front of Ma Dagon. No matter how hard Ma Dagon tried, his skill would not activate. The power that should have burst out from him was completely sealed, leaving him unable to release anything at all. He froze in place, stunned and confused, his glowing eyes flickering as he struggled to understand why his ability had suddenly failed. Feng Xiaoying suddenly let out a sinister little laugh. His earlier arrogance shifted into something far more malicious, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment all along. An orange glow lit up in Feng Xiaoying's eyes as he burst into crazed laughter. He taunted the terrified Ma Dagon for failing to use his skills, then sneered at him, asking whether he really thought being stupid made him fearless. Madagan's confidence collapsed immediately. He turned toward his wife in panic and shouted that something was wrong, because he could not use any of his skills at all. Feng Xiaoying grinned with open mockery, and behind him a massive silhouette slowly appeared in the doorway. Only then did the old man reveal the truth. His son had the hidden class Magic Forbidden Warlock, and he had already set up a Magic Forbidden Barrier that prevented anyone inside from using skills. The figure stepped forward into the light, revealing a tall, muscular man with a poodle peeking out from inside his shirt. Feng Xiaoying immediately changed his expression and began playing the victim, crying that Madagan had been sexually harassing him and terrifying him. The son listened with a cold face, then suddenly moved so fast that his body almost blurred. Before Madagan had any chance to defend himself, the son reached out and grabbed him tightly by the throat. In the same brutal motion, he drove a heavy kick straight into Madagan's stomach. The impact sent Madagan flying backward across the hallway. His body slammed hard into the wall opposite them, and blood burst from his mouth as he collapsed in agony. His wife screamed in horror and rushed to his side, desperately trying to heal him. But the Magic Forbidden Barrier swallowed her power before it could form, and her healing magic fizzled out uselessly in her hands. The son then turned his attention to her. With one rough motion, he grabbed the wife and lifted her straight off the ground, leaving her dangling helplessly in his grip. He coldly stated that he did not hit women, then threw out a harsh warning. He ordered her to take her husband and get lost immediately, and told them never to appear in front of him again. Tears poured down the wife's face as she struggled in his grasp. Even while terrified, she sobbed that this was their fault and demanded that Feng Xiaoying's side take responsibility for what had happened to her child. The son stared at her in silence for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then his fingers loosened, and he finally released his grip. But the contempt in his eyes only grew stronger. He looked down at her like she was nothing, pulled his fist back, and coldly declared that this was an era where the strong preyed on the weak. The terrified woman screamed as his fist shot toward her face, the force of the punch tearing through the narrow space between them. At that critical moment, strands of purple energy suddenly appeared and wrapped around the woman's waist. In the blink of an eye, they yanked her away to safety, and the son's punch smashed into the wall right beside where her head had been. The wall cracked from the force of the blow, and the son slowly lifted his head, his expression turning confused as he realized someone had interfered. Ghost Spirit stood in front of the wife like a shield, her presence cold and sharp. When the frightened woman asked who she was, Ghost Spirit replied without warmth that they were not qualified to know her identity, but she knew exactly who they were. A terrifying purple glow lit up in Ghost Spirit's eyes as she stared down Feng Xiaoying and his son. Her voice dropped with killing intent as she said she knew they were the ones spreading rumors to smear Shadow, and she was here to make them pay for it. The son's expression changed in shock, and he asked whether she was Shadow. Behind him, Feng Xiaoying immediately shouted for him not to be afraid, pointing out that Shadow was clearly a man, not someone this small and petite. Hearing that, the muscular son quickly regained his confidence and curled his mouth into a smug smile. He boasted that even if the real Shadow came, it would not change anything. After all, he was already level 16, with all of his points invested into strength and constitution, making him unbeatable inside his Magic Forbidden Barrier where skills were sealed and only physical combat mattered. Ghost Spirit did not retreat a single step. Purple energy swirled around her body as she looked at him with open pity, called him an idiot, and calmly declared that she would teach him exactly how stupid he really was. The fight erupted right there in the hallway, inside the suppressive field of the Magic Forbidden Barrier, where every skill was sealed, and the space felt heavy with tension. Feng Xiaoying's son stood with absolute confidence, his broad frame blocking the hallway as he declared once again that inside his Magic Forbidden Barrier, he was practically invincible. Ghost Spirit's gaze turned colder. She looked at his arrogant face and mocked him as nothing more than a frog trapped at the bottom of a well, unable to understand how wide the world truly was. In the next instant, Ghost Spirit attacked. Her body flashed forward with blinding speed, so fast that even the large man's expression changed slightly in surprise. She launched a sharp kick at him, forcing him to react quickly. Feeling the speed and angle of her movement, he immediately realized that she was most likely an assassin-type player. Before her follow-up punch could land, he twisted his heavy body in midair and managed to avoid it, moving with surprising control despite his size. Even with Ghost Spirit's speed, the difference in raw physical stats was obvious. His strength and toughness were far above hers, giving him a clear advantage inside the barrier. Ghost Spirit refused to slow down. She unleashed a storm of rapid strikes, attacking again and again from close range, trying to overwhelm him through speed and precision. She suddenly shifted angles and struck from another direction, but the sun had already read her movement. He reached out with ease and caught her fist in his hand, stopping her attack completely. Holding her hand in his grip, the sun sneered down at her and mocked her weakness. He admitted she was fast, but reminded her that without skills, her physical attacks felt like nothing more than tickles against his body. Ghost Spirit struggled to pull free, but he did not give her the chance. He drove a devastating uppercut into her, the force blasting her body upward and sending her flying back. Ghost Spirit crashed hard into the ground as Feng Xiaoying cheered loudly for his son from the side. The son flexed with a smug grin, taunting her about the huge gap in their strength and warning her not to die too quickly. Ghost Spirit lay battered against the wall, her body stiff and unable to move for the moment. The son stared at her and quickly guessed that she must be working under shadow, so he decided to interrogate her instead of finishing her off immediately. The towering son grabbed Ghost Spirit by the collar and hauled her up in front of him, rage burning across his face. He shouted that Shadow had killed his mother multiple times in the game, and that he absolutely had to kill him. Then he gave Ghost Spirit 10 seconds to reveal everything she knew about Shadow, yanking her closer with violent force. With one arm, he lifted her higher into the air, his grip tightening as he threatened to tear off one of her hands if she refused to talk. But Ghost Spirit showed no fear at all. Instead, she raised her eyes toward him with a mocking smile and calmly called him an idiot. The son froze for a second, confused by her reaction. Then Ghost Spirit's smile deepened as she told him to stop looking at her and take a good look at his own body. In the very next moment, his body suddenly burst into eerie green ghost flames. The unnatural fire crawled across him from every direction, burning with a chilling glow that instantly shattered his confidence. The son's expression twisted in shock as his knees suddenly gave out beneath him. He collapsed to the floor, coughing violently, and only then did he realize the terrifying truth: he had already been poisoned before he even noticed anything was wrong. Ghost Spirit stood there calmly, one hand glowing with a faint green light. She looked down at him and said he was a complete fool for believing that his magic forbidden barrier made him invincible. Long before the fight began, she had already placed a venom enchantment on herself. Even though the barrier blocked newly activated skills, that precast enchantment was still active, which meant every punch she landed had quietly stacked more poison onto his body. The son let out a miserable scream as the ghostly flame spread across him and devoured his strength. His voice cracked as he cried for his mother in agony, while Feng Xiaoying watched from the side with horror written all over his face. Ghost Spirit looked down at the dying man with cold eyes and revealed that she had already investigated both of them. She identified the father as nothing but a troublesome nuisance, while the son was Han Bingxiong, a magic-forbidden warlock. Then she mocked his ridiculous build, pointing out that he looked down on support classes and had dumped all his points into strength, only learning the barrier skill so he could bully people who could not fight back. Han Bingxiong finally died under the burning poison, his body breaking apart as the flames swallowed him completely. Ghost Spirit only watched with an icy expression and remarked that a simple basic priest skill like Dispel would have been enough to save him. Feng Xiaoying was instantly swallowed by panic. His face turned pale, and he screamed that Ghost Spirit had killed his son, fumbling desperately for his phone as he tried to call the officials for help. But before he could make the call, a boot suddenly came down with force and kicked the phone straight out of his hand. Feng Xiaoying raised his head in terror and saw Ma Dagen standing over him. Ma Dagen had already recovered, his body fully healed and his eyes burning with fury. He coldly declared that the barrier was gone now, and it was finally the old man's turn to pay. Feng Xiaoying panicked and screamed for help, his voice sharp and desperate. But no one cared about his cries anymore. Ma Dagen stepped forward and slammed a vicious kick into the old man's face, cutting off his begging with brutal force. Ma Dagen grinned down at him and promised that he would eventually hand him over to the officials. But before that, he was going to beat him until every bit of anger in his chest was satisfied. His wife stood beside him and encouraged him, saying she would keep healing him so he could continue as long as he needed. Then Ma Dagen activated a transformation skill. His body swelled as muscles bulged across his frame, and a venom-enhanced state wrapped around him, making him look far more dangerous than before. Without holding back, he rushed in and unleashed a heavy barrage of punches. Each blow smashed into Feng Xiaoying one after another, pummeling the old man until he could barely make a sound. His wife cheered him on from the side while casting healing magic to support him, making sure Ma Dagen had the stamina and recovery to keep beating Feng Xiaoying without stopping. The beating finally ended with one last brutal motion. Ma Dagon lifted his foot and brought it down hard, crushing Feng Xiaoying's face beneath a final stomp. Feng Xiaoying died on the spot, his body dissolving into light. Ma Dagon stood there panting heavily, finally feeling some relief after venting the rage that had been building inside him. He turned to his wife and asked whether the girl who saved them was still nearby. His wife confirmed that she was mentioning an angel's heart skill as she looked around. Ma Dagon quickly turned in that direction, his face filled with deep gratitude. He said that if not for her help, their family would have been completely doomed. Then he suggested that they should call the officials and report everything properly. But when the couple searched the area, their mysterious benefactor had already disappeared without a sound. Ma Dagon's wife noticed only a few torn pieces of clothing left on the floor and stared at them in confusion, wondering when Ghost Spirit had slipped away. Outside the building, Ghost Spirit had already leapt away from the upper floors, leaving the scene behind before anyone could thank her directly. As she dropped through the air, she opened a communication window with Shadow and reported that the mission had been completed. When Shadow praised how quickly she handled it, a delighted smile appeared on her face, and the pride in her eyes was impossible to hide. The scene then shifted to a desolate wasteland, 300 kilometers away from Magic City. 4 cloaked figures were trekking through the harsh terrain, with Chu Kunshan guiding the way. One of the subordinates glanced around uneasily and questioned Chu, clearly worried that they might have come to the wrong place. The entire area was filled with poisonous gas and volcanic fumes, and the dangerous air constantly drained their health as they moved. Looking at the lifeless, burning landscape around them, the subordinate could not help doubting that anything could possibly survive in a place like this. Theodore, however, remained completely confident. Chu Kunshan relied on his ley line perception and calmly assured the group that the treasure they were searching for was indeed nearby, hidden somewhere inside a cave not far ahead. Before long, they arrived in front of an enormous cave entrance. From deep within the opening, ominous red energy poured outward like a living mist, making the whole place feel like the mouth of some sleeping monster. Before stepping inside, Theodore turned to Zuma, the Soul Walker, and gave him a clear order. If they encountered danger, Zuma had to immediately turn the entire group into an invincible spirit state. Zuma nodded seriously and confirmed that he understood. The 4 of them then walked into the swirling red vortex. They carefully made their way through the strange terrain inside the cave until they finally reached a cliff where they looked down over a vast sea of red liquid below. Suddenly, Chu Kunshan's eyes sharpened. He raised his hand and pointed ahead, shouting for everyone to look in that direction. Theodore followed his gaze and immediately burst into laughter. Rising from the center of the crimson pool was a massive, fiery plant, its shape terrifying and beautiful at the same time. He knew at once that they had found what they came for. Chu Kunshan identified it as the Hellflower of Nightmares, his voice filled with certainty. With this item in their hands, he declared that Shadow would undoubtedly die. Theodore's group had reached the Deep Purgatory Volcano, a nightmare-like danger zone where even the system gave a chilling warning. The lifespan drain here was 10,000 times the normal rate. Zuma began trembling as he stared at the fiery entity in the distance. His voice shook as he asked Theodore what that thing was, because just looking at it made his very soul shiver. Theodore calmly answered that it was the Hellflower of Nightmares. Then he reassured Zuma in a steady voice, saying that as long as they did not wake it up, they would be safe for the time being. Chu Kunshan looked toward Theodore and pointed out that since they had already found the item Theodore wanted, it was time for him to reveal the full plan. Theodore agreed without hesitation and called over his subordinate Tony. He handed him a glowing blue book called the Divine Book, Wall Construction, then explained that it could instantly create walls by consuming lifespan. Tony stared at the book in surprise, then activated it to test its power. In the next moment, a massive stone wall suddenly materialized out of thin air, rising before them with a heavy, solid presence. Tony quickly examined the structure and calculated its cost. The wall had consumed 10 days of lifespan, but its durability was only 100,000 points. Sweat appeared on Tony's face as he turned back to Theodore with clear concern. He said he had seen Shadow's attacks before, and with that kind of destructive power, he feared a wall like this would not be enough to stop him. Theodore replied sternly that he already knew that. That was exactly why Tony's main task for the next few days was to keep building walls non-stop and raise the book's proficiency as much as possible. Then Theodore pointed toward the Hellflower of Nightmares and gave Tony a much harsher requirement. He ordered him to increase the wall's durability all the way to 10 million points. Only then did Theodore reveal the real trap. He planned to lure the Chinese officials and Shadow into this cave, and once they were inside, Tony would build the wall and seal off the only exit behind them. To make the targets lower their guard, Theodore explained that he and Zuma would personally enter the cave alongside them. That way, Shadow and the officials would believe there was no hidden danger waiting for them. Theodore then laid out the escape plan in detail. When he gave the signal to wake the boss, Zuma had to immediately activate his Soul Walker ability, allowing their group to phase through the wall and escape safely while leaving Shadow and the officials trapped inside. Zuma's confidence returned as he listened to the plan. He nodded and placed the success of their scheme on the terrifying boss sleeping in the cave. Chu Kunshan, however, was not fully convinced. He pointed out that even if the boss killed their targets, players would usually just respawn afterward. Theodore then began explaining the truly horrifying nature of the Hellflower of Nightmares. Once a battle began inside the cave, the entire area would be swallowed by a nightmare field, trapping everyone inside under its terrifying influence. Players caught within that field would start accumulating a nightmare gauge. Once that gauge filled completely, they would fall into a state where the Hellflower drained all of their tradable lifespan. Combined with the zone's 10,000 times lifespan drain, Theodore believed the victims would be pushed into permanent death. Theodore's expression darkened as he emphasized the scale of what they were about to do. If they could wipe out Magic City's strongest elite squad, especially Shadow himself, it would be a catastrophic blow to Great Zia. Then he spread his arms wide, his voice filled with ambition. He promised the group that once the plan succeeded, they would return as heroes of Country M and enjoy a life of wealth and luxury forever. Tony, Zuma and Chu Kunshan all smiled as greed crept across their faces. The thought of the reward waiting for them made the dangerous plan suddenly feel far more tempting. But Zuma soon raised another question. Since none of them had any long-range attacks, he asked how they were supposed to wake the boss from a safe distance. Tony immediately mocked him for asking something so stupid, then bent down and picked up a rock from the ground. Tony held the rock in his hand and explained with a smug look that in this game anything could become a weapon. If they needed to wake the boss from far away, all they had to do was throw a rock. Tony acted on impulse before anyone could stop him. With a foolish grin, he actually hurled the rock straight toward the Hellflower of Nightmares, and the moment it struck the fiery plant, the sleeping boss was instantly provoked into rage. A terrifying wave of power erupted from the flower like a volcanic explosion. The entire cave trembled as the boss began to awaken, and the crimson light around it surged violently in every direction. Theodore's face changed on the spot. He screamed at Tony in pure panic, calling him an idiot at the top of his lungs, then immediately shouted for Zuma to activate his Soul Walker ability before it was too late. As the boss's overwhelming aura flooded the cave and pressed down on them like a nightmare, Zuma hurriedly transformed the whole group into spirit forms. Without wasting another second, they fled through the tunnel in a frantic rush, desperately trying to escape the monster they had accidentally awakened. After finally making it back outside the cave, the group barely managed to steady themselves. The deadly pressure from inside faded behind them, and only then could they catch their breath again. Theodore's fear quickly turned into fury. Enraged by Tony's stupidity and the fact that it had nearly gotten all of them killed, he stormed forward and kicked Tony violently to the ground. Then he screamed at him, calling him a useless fool who had almost ruined everything. Theodore stood over the crying Tony with a terrifying glare, his voice cold and threatening. He ordered Tony to remain there and practice building walls until he mastered it completely. Then he warned him that if he failed, Count Bold from Country M would personally wipe him out. Tony trembled in fear and quickly nodded, not daring to argue. The scene then shifted to the corroded forest on the outskirts of the Magic City ruins, where the air was damp, toxic, and filled with the faint scent of decay. A swift white creature suddenly lunged forward like a flash of light. Its jaws clamped down hard on a tree-like monster, tearing into it before the creature even had time to resist. Lin Qingyu stood with her squad nearby, watching the white creature slaughter the tree spirits one after another. Each fallen monster burst apart into glowing lifespan orbs, scattering light across the corroded forest floor. One of her teammates stared at the creature in amazement and praised Lin Qingyu, marveling at how powerful her dragon was and asking when she had managed to obtain such a treasure. Lin Qingyu laughed it off and casually claimed she had simply gotten lucky while opening a treasure chest the day before. The teammate could not hide his envy, saying this was probably the first dragon mount in the entire game, and with a full 100% movement speed bonus, something like this would have been worth an unbelievable fortune in older games. But before the relaxed atmosphere could continue, Lin Qingyu's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes sharpened as she sensed something unusual moving nearby.
Green poisonous gas began swirling around the party without warning, curling through the trees like a living mist. Lin Qingyu immediately shouted for everyone to stay alert, warning them that other monsters were hiding close by. The ground suddenly shook beneath their feet. Massive wooden spikes and thick vines burst from the earth, surrounding the entire party in an instant. Enormous green vines lashed through the air, striking the players and the white creature at the same time, knocking them backward in a chaotic blast. Then, from beneath the forest floor, a gigantic tree monster slowly rose up. Its twisted body towered over them, terrifying and ancient, as if the corrupted forest itself had come alive. The system identified the monster as the corroded ancestor, Asura, a level 25 emerald grade boss with a presence far beyond ordinary enemies. Lin Qingyu's squad was immediately pinned down by the boss's pressure. One male teammate lay on the ground in despair, quickly calculating the hopeless numbers in front of him. The boss had 1 million health, while his own damage was only around 1,000 per second, and he shouted in panic, asking what they were supposed to do now. Lin Qingyu quickly opened her interface, her face tense as she shouted the only solution she could think of. They had to invite Big Brother Shadow over and ask him to save them. Without hesitation, she sent Shadow a message, urgently reporting that a huge emerald-grade boss had appeared. She immediately invited him to join the party so he could track their location. Meanwhile, standing among the city ruins, Shadow accepted the invitation with a calm confirmation. Shadow checked the coordinates and quickly replied to the team. He told them that he was more than 10 kilometers away, but he would arrive immediately. Back in the corroded forest, Lin Qingyu looked at the map and felt her heart sink. She shouted to her teammates that although Shadow was already on the way based on the distance, it would likely take him almost half an hour to reach them. Her teammates cried out in panic, warning that the poison damage was too high and their healing could no longer keep up. Realizing they could not hold out that long, Lin Qingyu cursed under her breath and immediately ordered everyone to retreat. But the moment the order left her mouth, Osiris descended from the sky above the giant tree monster. Shadow stood calmly on the dragon and announced that he had arrived, leaving Lin Qingyu completely frozen in confusion. A tremendous gust of wind swept through the forest with Shadow's arrival, blasting away the poisonous gas surrounding the squad. A system notification appeared informing them that the wind had cleared the poison and removed their negative status effects. Lin Qingyu and her teammates stood there wide-eyed in almost comedic shock. The male teammate stammered at his captain, asking why she said it would take half an hour when it had only been half a minute, while another teammate stared up in awe and trembled as he asked whether the creature Shadow was riding was actually a flying dragon. High above them, Shadow stood atop the skeletal dragon Osiris, looking down at Lin Qingyu's squad. The entire team stared back at him in disbelief, still unable to process how quickly he had crossed such a huge distance. Osiris's purple eyes glowed as its gaze landed on Lin Qingyu's mount below. After studying the white creature for a moment, Osiris wondered aloud whether that little thing was some kind of hybrid dragon. The instant Osiris spoke, Lin Qingyu's mount trembled violently. Its body stiffened with fear, clearly overwhelmed by the pressure coming from the massive skeletal dragon above it. Lin Qingyu's squad was completely stunned. They looked at one another in disbelief, wondering if the huge dragon above their heads had actually spoken like a person. Standing calmly on Osiris's head, Shadow explained that creatures at epic grade or higher were capable of speech. Osiris then asked for permission to eat the hybrid creature below, but Shadow's expression turned cold as he told it to be quiet. Down on the ground, Lin Qingyu's mount had already fainted from pure fear. Lin Qingyu looked up at Shadow with awe in her eyes, murmuring that she had never imagined Big Brother Shadow was already using an epic-grade creature as his mount. Shadow ignored her amazement and shifted his attention toward the giant tree monster. His gaze locked onto the boss as he confirmed that this was the creature with 1 million health points. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. With his current damage output, he could kill the boss if he used a full combo, but that felt far too inefficient. What he wanted was not a drawn-out sequence of attacks, but one clean, decisive blow. Deciding that the timing was perfect, Shadow pulled out the glowing ancient god slate. The system immediately identified it as the blessing slate of the blood source, ancient god Alakasi, an item capable of bestowing a blessing on any skill and granting that skill a random enhancement. Shadow considered his skills carefully, noting that many of his main damage abilities had effects that overlapped with one another. After a brief calculation, he chose to place the blessing on instant Shadow / a golden aura instantly wrapped around Shadow's body, shining brightly against the dark forest. At the same time, a notification appeared, confirming that his skill had been enhanced by the blessing of Alakasi. The system revealed the upgraded skill, Alakasi's Blessing, Instant Shadow / The ability had become a single target attack, but its number of hits was multiplied by 6.
Every strike would now count as a weak point attack, and each hit would also charge his ultimate skill. Shadow's eyes gleamed as he immediately understood what that meant. His ordinary skill had been transformed into an explosive single-target burst attack, and after a quick calculation, he realized that one use would now unleash 54 strikes. With his clones added into the equation, that number would skyrocket to an astonishing 216 hits. That was more than enough to instantly fill his ultimate skill meter multiple times. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu's teammates watched from below in confusion, whispering among themselves as they wondered why Shadow had suddenly started glowing. After finishing his calculations, Shadow decided there was no better time to test the power of his newly enhanced ability. In the next instant, his figure vanished into a swirl of dark energy, disappearing from Osiris's head like a shadow being swallowed by the air. A moment later, one of Lin Qingyu's teammates suddenly spotted him high above the battlefield and shouted in surprise. As the teammate cried out that Shadow was fighting the boss alone, Shadow moved with terrifying speed. He flashed toward the giant tree monster and unleashed the empowered instant Shadow Slash directly on its body. The boss was instantly swallowed by a devastating storm of attacks. Dozens of damage numbers erupted almost at the same time, and each one exceeded 10,000, turning the entire impact into a rain of brutal strikes. That single attack instantly filled Shadow's ultimate skill meter. A red light glowed in his eye as he realized that one use of this basic skill was now enough to fully charge his ultimate. Shadow did not pause for even a moment. With the ultimate ready, he charged forward immediately and unleashed Crimson Blade. A massive red slash tore through the battlefield and cleaved straight into the boss. The final blow dealt 450,000 damage, and the system confirmed that Shadow had killed the Emerald-grade boss, listing the rewards he had earned from the fight. The squad watching from below was completely stunned. The male teammates shouted in disbelief, unable to accept that an Emerald-grade boss had just been killed in an instant. Lin Qingyu, however, remained much calmer and simply asked whether this was their first time seeing Big Brother Shadow fight a boss, clearly implying that this kind of ridiculous feat was normal for him. As the red aura around him slowly faded, Shadow quietly evaluated his new strength. He noted that a single use of instant Shadow Slash could now deal around 600,000 damage. Compared to that, the 450,000 base damage of his Crimson Blade ultimate suddenly felt almost lacking. Shadow landed among the glowing lifespan orbs scattered across the forest floor, silently reflecting on the fight. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his old combat methods were clumsy and inefficient in high-level battles. His previous skill rotations had simply been too troublesome. Gripping his sword, Shadow realized that the slate had created a powerful connection between his abilities. It did not just raise his damage, it also improved the way his skills worked together, giving him stronger burst potential and better survivability at the same time. Even so, Shadow knew this was only the beginning. In his eyes, the true potential of the Shadow class had only just started to reveal itself. Lin Qingyu hurried over with her eyes practically shining, unable to hold back as she blurted out how incredible he was. Shadow barely reacted. He simply tossed out the loot that had dropped from the boss and told her squad they could take it. The moment they realized he was serious, their faces lit up with pure joy, and they quickly thanked him again and again. After handing over the rewards so casually, Shadow looked back at Lin Qingyu and asked whether there were any other bosses in the surrounding area. Lin Qingyu immediately perked up, nodding with excitement as she began naming several nearby locations where more bosses had been spotted. Before Lin Qingyu could finish rattling off the full list, Shadow cut her off without hesitation. His meaning was simple. She should get on his dragons, and they would sweep through those places one by one until every boss was dealt with. Lin Qingyu was so thrilled she could barely stand still. A moment later, Osiris shot upward like a streak of power tearing into the sky, carrying Shadow along with Lin Qingyu, whose excited scream echoed through the air as they vanished into the distance. Behind them, the two male members of Lin Qingyu's squad were left rooted in place. They stared up at the sky in stunned silence, their excitement slowly draining away. One of them finally lowered his head with a defeated look and muttered, "What about them?" The view then shifted back to the real world, inside a serious conference room in Magic City. The atmosphere was tense, and on the large screen at the front of the room, Theodore's image was displayed for every official present to see. One official reported that Theodore, a man from the M-Country embassy, had offered them intelligence about the first diamond-grade boss. But the moment this was said, another official frowned and questioned whether information that valuable could really be given away for free. The first official quickly clarified the situation. Theodore had not asked for money, resources, or any kind of rare reward. His only condition was simple. He wanted them to arrange a flight that would take him back to M country. The lead official's expression immediately darkened with suspicion. To him, such a tiny request in exchange for intelligence on a diamond-grade boss felt far too strange. The more valuable the information was, the more it seemed like there had to be a hidden trap behind it. But his subordinate offered another angle. Theodore was not merely handing over coordinates from a safe distance, he had also volunteered to personally accompany their team to the boss's location. If this really was a setup, then Theodore would be walking straight into danger with them, which made the whole thing seem almost suicidal. The lead official did not relax. Instead, he raised the most important problem of all. Even if the information was real, could they actually kill a diamond-grade boss? So far, no one had successfully taken one down, and that fact weighed heavily over the room. That single question carried an uncomfortable meaning. Even someone as famous and terrifying as the legendary Shadow might not be guaranteed to succeed against a monster of that level. After a long pause, the lead official proposed a different direction. Rather than rushing in blindly, they could try cooperating with Shadow and use his strength as the core of their plan. A man seated at the table immediately supported the suggestion with obvious enthusiasm. According to the reports they had received, Shadow could already solo emerald-grade bosses with ease. If their elite forces joined hands with someone of that level, then claiming the first kill of a diamond-grade boss might no longer be impossible. Even then, the lead official remained cautious. His eyes narrowed as he demanded to know whether those reports had been verified, or if they were nothing more than exaggerated rumors spreading among the public. In response, his subordinate lifted a phone and showed him clear battle footage of Shadow in action. He explained that the recording had been captured with a phone created through a Divine Authority book. The evidence was so direct and undeniable that the lead official fell silent on the spot. With solid proof placed right in front of him, the lead official finally made his decision. He agreed to cooperate with Shadow, and the other officials around the table quickly voiced the same opinion. Without wasting another moment, the leader announced that he would immediately send someone to contact Shadow. Somewhere else, a huge mechanical monster covered in heavy armor staggered forward. Its massive body shook the ground with each step, looking like a walking fortress that had been badly damaged but still refused to fall. Shadow stood before it without the slightest hint of panic. Then, in one clean motion, he unleashed his signature move, the Instant Shadow Slash. A gigantic beam of blue energy tore across the battlefield in a flash and cut straight through the mechanical monster's body. The enemy was split apart in a single strike, while Shadow remained perfectly calm where he stood, his cape fluttering behind him in the aftermath. Once the enemy collapsed, Shadow turned his gaze toward Lin Qingyu, who had been hiding behind a nearby tree and peeking out cautiously. He told her to stop hiding, come collect the lifespan orbs, and get ready to move, because they still had to head to the next location. Lin Qingyu stepped out from behind the tree, her face flushed with excitement. As she approached him, she quickly reported that the officials had discovered a diamond-grade boss, and then looked at Shadow expectantly, asking whether he had any interest in it. At that, Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly. A trace of interest appeared in his gaze, and his voice became more focused as he told Lin Qingyu to explain the situation in more detail. Lin Qingyu told him the boss was hidden inside a volcano. Then she revealed its name, the Hellflower of Nightmares. The instant those words left her mouth, Shadow's attention was fully seized. In Shadow's mind, an image from the past rose sharply. He remembered a blazing plant towering above the ruins of a city, surrounded by fire and destruction. This monster was infamous because it had once brought the Great Xia officials their first true large-scale crisis. In his memories from that former timeline, a foreign force had used the Hellflower of Nightmares to slaughter more than 100 official professionals in Magic City. That disaster plunged the entire region into chaos for half a year, and in the end, thousands of people lost their lives because of it. And Shadow still remembered the person who had stood behind that catastrophe. The mastermind who triggered everything was a man named Theodore. Shadow immediately suspected that Lin Qingyu's team had not been the ones to discover the boss, so he questioned her directly. Lin Qingyu admitted that it had been found by a foreigner and that the higher-ups had already decided to form a huge 100-person group to launch a crusade against it. Shadow rejected that decision without even pausing to think. In his eyes, those people had no understanding of how dangerous the Hellflower of Nightmares truly was. He ordered Lin Qingyu to gather 25 elite players, and every single one of them had to be at least level 18 and already finished with their first-class advancement. Lin Qingyu froze when she heard those requirements. Level 18 elites who had completed their first-class advancement were not easy to gather at all. She looked at Shadow in disbelief and asked whether he really needed that many people to assist him. Shadow confirmed her guess without hesitation. He explained that although the Hellflower of Nightmares was officially a diamond-grade boss, its actual stats were already close to an epic-grade monster. There were only two ways to defeat something like that. The first was to crush it with overwhelming power, but he admitted plainly that he did not have that level of strength right now. Because of that, they had no choice but to use the second method. They needed to treat it like a proper strategic raid, and that kind of standard raid required a team of at least 25 people to function correctly. Lin Qingyu still could not fully understand his reasoning. Since the officials were already planning to send 100 people, she wondered why they could not simply follow that plan. In her mind, having more people should have made the fight easier, not harder. Shadow did not bother giving her every detail. He simply stared at her with a cold, piercing gaze and told her the choice was hers. She could trust his instructions and follow them, or she could ignore him and do whatever she wanted. Under that icy stare, Lin Qingyu's confidence wavered. A nervous sweat broke out across her face, and for a moment she could barely speak. Still, she forced herself to think it through. Shadow was mysterious, difficult to predict, and often impossible to read, but his actions so far had always helped the officials rather than harmed them. That made her wonder whether he might actually be right, and whether the higher-ups truly had no idea what kind of danger they were about to face. After struggling with it for a moment, Lin Qingyu finally made her decision. She agreed to help him, but also admitted that his requirements were simply too high. With her current ability and connections, she could only gather 10 suitable people. Shadow accepted that number immediately. He told her that 10 would be enough from her side, and that he would find the remaining people himself. Then his body began dissolving into blue energy, and before vanishing completely, he told her to meet him at the Magic City ruins in 3 days. Lin Qingyu remained where she was, staring at the empty space where Shadow had disappeared. The excitement from earlier faded into uncertainty, and she quietly asked herself whether she could really place her trust in him. Inside a vivid dream from the past, a warrior in blue armor stood firm like an unshakable wall. King Feng raised a golden shield and blocked an incoming attack, warning his sister to be careful as danger closed in around them. Then he moved with astonishing speed. His figure flashed through the battlefield, his blade cutting down the monsters one after another as he fought to keep his sister safe. When the danger finally passed, Qin Feng turned back toward his sister and reached out his hand. His smile was gentle and warm, and he reassured her that everything was all right now. But then the dream suddenly changed. Qin Feng's warm, smiling face began to darken, and the familiar expression slowly twisted into the cold, masked face of Shadow. Within that dream, the masked figure faced her and called out a name in a low voice, Qin Xiaoyu. In the next instant, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes snapped open in shock, as if that voice had pulled her violently out of the dream. She woke up lying in her hospital bed, her body drenched in sweat and tears streaming down her face before she could even stop them. Sitting up in the dark hospital room, Qin Xiaoyu slowly realized that she had dreamed the same dream again. Ever since she lost her legs, the figure appearing in those dreams had become clearer and clearer, as if the truth was getting closer each time. She remembered how that man had taken her to level up, protected her from danger, and given her everything he could. Then, through the tears blurring her vision, a shocking realization struck her heart. This time, she had finally seen his face clearly. That man was her brother, Qin Feng. Her eyes began to glow with emotion as the truth settled over her. Qin Feng was not dead. He had been alive all this time. The realization roared through Qin Xiaoyu's mind like a thunderclap. Her brother, Qin Feng, was the legendary player known as Shadow. Qin Xiaoyu knelt on top of her bed, her whole body shaking as if the fear in her chest had finally become impossible to hold back. The more she thought about it, the clearer it became. Those places she had seen in her dreams, and even the monsters that had haunted her sleep, had all started appearing one after another inside the game. That meant her dreams were not simple nightmares at all. They were real clues. And if that was true, then one question kept pounding in Qin Xiaoyu's mind: was Qin Feng really Shadow? Desperate to know the answer, she lowered herself back onto the bed, forcing herself to calm down enough to log into the game at once. No matter what it took, she had to find him, face him directly, and confirm whether the bond between them was truly real. Qin Xiaoyu lay silently in her hospital bed, staring into the dim room while suspicion and fear tangled together inside her heart. Tears slid down Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks without stopping. She kept thinking about how Shadow had ignored her again and again, and that painful thought made her chest tighten. Even if he really was her brother, maybe he simply did not want to recognize her anymore. Worse still, if she spoke the truth out loud, no one might believe her at all, and if things went badly, this secret might even cost her life. The memory of how she lost her legs suddenly flashed through her mind like a nightmare returning in the dark. Qin Xiaoyu shrank beneath the blanket, her fingers clutching the fabric as her body trembled uncontrollably. But as she lay there in the darkness, breathing unevenly, another realization slowly rose inside her. This chance might be the last hope she had left.
With that thought burning through her fear, Qin Xiaoyu forced herself to gather every bit of strength she still had. Even if this was only a tiny chance, she had to grab it with both hands and use it to reach him again.
Inside the game, within the Knights Templar hideout, the guild leader carefully supported Qin Xiaoyu as she appeared. He looked at her with concern and asked why she had suddenly logged in at a time like this. Then he explained that although her legs were restored inside the game world, her condition was still far from normal. Her stats had been cut in half, and she was still affected by a stumbling debuff that made every step unstable. Before he could even finish speaking, Qin Xiaoyu's legs gave out beneath her, and she lost her balance, falling helplessly to the floor. The guild leader hurriedly asked if she was injured, but Qin Xiaoyu immediately lowered her head with a pitiful expression. Playing the role of the weak victim perfectly, she cried that she only wanted to repay everything the guild had done for her. With a trembling voice, she begged him to let her keep doing her old job, standing guard by the door and waiting there for Big Brother Shadow. The guild leader acted deeply moved by her loyalty, as if her dedication had touched him from the bottom of his heart. Supporting her carefully, he helped Qin Xiaoyu back toward the doorway, saying that since she already knew the task well, she could continue watching the entrance. But just then, a system notification suddenly popped up in front of him. It was a private message from Shadow, sent directly to the guild leader, Chen Wuming. The message asked whether he wanted to take part in claiming the first kill of a diamond-grade boss. In an instant, Chen Wuming's entire expression changed, his calm face twisting into wild excitement. Chen Wuming shouted that this was the kind of chance he had dreamed about, and in his excitement, he actually dropped Qin Xiaoyu right there before rushing away. He yelled that urgent business had come up, but as he ran, Shadow sent another message telling him not to get ahead of himself. Shadow ordered him to find 2 specific players, Safety First and Grey Rose, and bring them to the Magic City ruins in 3 days. Chen Wuming accepted without the slightest hesitation, practically glowing with anticipation. In another brightly lit room, a table had been filled with magical food created from the Divine Gift Book. Among all the strange and tempting dishes, one item stood out the most. A huge fortress burger sitting there like a treasure waiting to be devoured. Little Black stared at the food with sparkling eyes, saliva almost dripping from the corner of her mouth. She praised the Divine Gift Book's creations for looking unbelievably delicious, already reaching forward as if nothing in the world mattered more than that first bite. At that exact moment, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. Captain An Yu stormed in and shouted for Little Black to follow her immediately, because Shadow was recruiting people for a team. Little Black had not even managed to take a single bite before An Yu grabbed her and dragged her away by force. As she was pulled from the room, Little Black screamed desperately for her burger, while An Yu snapped at her for thinking only about food, even at a time like this. As Little Black was dragged farther and farther from the table, tears filled her eyes. Only then did she fully realize how unusual this was. This was the first time Shadow had ever personally asked others for help. Meanwhile, Shadow sent out another message, telling the team to return to Magic City and gather at the Evil Spirit Academy. It stood deep within the ruins, like a massive Gothic cathedral, dark and solemn against the broken city around it. Back inside the hideout, a heavy door slowly opened, and Zhang Yaoying the witch came running in with quick, eager steps. She looked toward Shadow with a bright smile, her eyes carrying a playful glint, and asked whether the big boss had specifically called for her. Shadow gave her a direct answer, confirming that he needed her help for a boss battle that would take place in a few days. But right after saying that, Shadow noticed something strange about her status. His brows shifted slightly as he asked why she was still only level 10. Zhang Yaoying explained without embarrassment that she had spent all of her experience on advancing her class tier instead of raising her level. Shadow was genuinely stunned. For someone to complete 3 class advancements while still stuck at such a low level was beyond reckless. He could not help commenting on how daring she was, while Zhang Yaoying simply giggled as if she had done nothing unusual at all. Suddenly, magical energy began to twist and gather in the air. From within the swirling light, a figure stepped out with white hair, red skin, and sharp horns. It was Qin Xiaoyu. She walked toward Shadow with complete confidence and announced her arrival, respectfully calling him Master. Shadow was shocked all over again. He stared at the demon girl in front of him and blurted out, asking why she was also only level 10. Qin Xiaoyu calmly replied that she remembered her master's teaching clearly. class advancement was the most important thing. Because of that, she had also completed her third advancement before focusing on leveling. Shadow could only sigh, then turned and told both of them to follow him. Since they had already pushed their class advancements this far, he promised to help them raise their levels over the next few days. The two girls immediately cheered, their faces lighting up with excitement as they looked forward to seeing their master's true abilities. 3 days later, at the wild volcano in the Magic City ruins, Captain An Yu arrived together with Wang Meng and Little Black. Even after all that time, Little Black was still sobbing about the fortress burger she had never gotten to eat. Captain An Yu paid no attention to her complaints and simply looked ahead toward the agreed meeting place. But the moment An Yu looked into the distance, her expression suddenly froze. She stared down into the valley, visibly startled by the crowd gathered there. The number of people was not especially large, but almost every face looked familiar enough to make her heart tighten. This was not an ordinary group at all. Every person standing there was an elite. Among them was An Quan, the swordsman known for perfect evasion, and the only man besides Shadow who had ever been capable of soloing a boss. Then there was the arrogant guild leader of the Knights Templar, standing there with his usual proud posture as if he belonged at the center of everything.
Dongfang Yue had also arrived, the mage ranked number 1, whose reputation alone was enough to make other players glance over in awe.
Wang Meng began sweating as he recognized one famous name after another. The more he looked around, the more clearly he understood what was happening. Every top-ranking player here had come because Shadow had summoned them. A little distance away from the main group, Theodore and Zuma stood quietly together, watching everything unfold. Some of the Chinese players noticed them and began whispering among themselves, wondering who these two foreign players were. Zuma's nerves were already showing. He leaned toward Theodore and pointed out that this small gathering was nothing like the army they had been promised. His voice carried clear unease as he worried that their plan to trap everyone might have already been exposed. Theodore, however, remained perfectly calm. He told Zuma not to panic, explaining that the people gathered here were not ordinary players but elites among elites. In his eyes, quality mattered far more than numbers. To him, the fact that such a small but powerful group had been assembled only proved that the officials were treating this boss fight with extreme seriousness. Then Theodore revealed the reason behind his confidence. He had already used his Omen of the Star God skill to divine the result of this operation, and the outcome he saw convinced him that victory was certain. Theodore stared into the surrounding darkness as the prophecy replayed in his mind. It had shown him that the flower would bloom, pulling its victims into a nightmare they could not escape, while he alone, the one blessed with luck, would be guided safely back home. Because of that prophecy, Theodore was certain everyone else here would die, and that he would be the only one to escape back to Country M. As his gaze swept across Zuma and the others beside him, he silently apologized in his heart, already knowing they would not share the same fortune. But without warning, a massive shockwave exploded through the gathering. The force tore across the ground and blasted players aside before anyone could react. One player, who had been thrown to the ground, slowly lifted his head, his eyes widening in pure terror as an enormous creature descended from the sky above them. Through the rolling dust and shaking air, a colossal skeletal dragon emerged. Its massive bones towered over the crowd, and the name that appeared with it was Osiris. The players could only stare upward in disbelief. Their faces drained of color. Screams quickly broke out across the crowd as people shouted in horror, wondering if this terrifying dragon was actually the diamond-grade boss they had come to fight. Then someone suddenly pointed toward the top of the dragon's head. Standing there above the enormous beast was Shadow, his yellow eyes glowing with overwhelming power. The crowd instantly erupted. Only then did everyone realize that this terrifying bone dragon was not the boss at all. It was Shadow's mount. Theodore and Zuma stood completely frozen in place, cold sweat breaking across their faces as they stared at the scene before them. Theodore could barely get his words out. His voice shook as he stared at Shadow, terrified by how quickly he had grown stronger and even more shaken by the fact that Shadow now possessed an epic-grade mount. Shadow stepped off the skeletal dragon and leaped down from above, landing firmly in the very center of the gathered players. Then Shadow slowly raised his head. His glowing eyes locked straight onto Theodore, and the killing intent in his gaze was so sharp it seemed to cut through the air itself. In his mind, only one thought remained clear: today Theodore would die. Shadow moved straight toward Theodore, his steps calm but heavy with pressure. The surrounding players instinctively backed away, opening a path for him as if no one dared stand between them. Theodore stood frozen in place, unable to move even a finger. Shadow kept walking toward him without sparing a glance for anyone else, making it painfully clear who his real target was. Only after stopping near the gathered elites did Shadow slowly sweep his gaze across the crowd. His voice remained steady and unreadable, as he calmly said that everyone who needed to be here had already arrived. Then, without giving Theodore any room to refuse, Shadow turned his gaze back onto him and ordered him to lead the way. Theodore's body went rigid as Shadow stepped in behind him, the pressure from his presence almost crushing. Sweat rolled down Theodore's face in thick beads. What terrified him most was not just Shadow's strength, but the fact that Shadow had called out his name despite the two of them supposedly never meeting before. Forcing himself to breathe, Theodore tried to calm his racing heart. He told himself that a top player like Shadow probably had some kind of skill for identifying people. Then he turned toward the crowd, forcing a false smile onto his face as he invited everyone to follow him and take down the Diamond Boss. Deep inside, he clung tightly to one thought. His divination had a 100% success rate, and this plan absolutely could not fail. Before long, the group reached the entrance of a cave, where a sinister red glow pulsed from within, like the mouth of some sleeping monster. Deep inside the cave, Chu Kunshan glanced back with an irritated look and warned the others that the targets had already entered. Behind him, Tony and Mei Jing were standing far too close together, and Mei Jing immediately complained that the interruption had ruined their mood. Mei Jing grumbled that the intruders had destroyed the atmosphere completely. Tony only smiled and comforted her, saying that once this job was finished, they would escape to Country M, and after that, they could enjoy themselves however they wanted. Shadow, Theodore, and Zuma stepped into the long tunnel together. Theodore raised a hand and gestured for Shadow to keep following him deeper into the cave, while the ambushers hidden farther inside lowered their voices, whispering that the targets were getting closer. In the darkness, Tony, Mei Jing, and Chu Kunshan silently prepared to attack, their eyes faintly glowing with murderous intent. Tony declared that it was finally time to avenge Shishi, while Chu Kunshan's face twisted with hatred. In his mind, he was screaming for Shadow to die, desperate to take revenge for his wife and son. The team continued forward until they entered the depths of the Purgatory volcano. At that moment, a system warning appeared, declaring that this was a nightmare zone where lifespan drained 10,000 times faster than normal. The moment the warning spread, the group began looking around uneasily, tension rising in every direction. Farther inside, Theodore stopped before a colossal fiery plant bud. The massive bud stood there like a burning heart buried in the cave, and Theodore introduced it as the Diamond Boss, the Hellflower of Nightmares. After showing them the boss, Theodore hesitated on purpose and suggested that their current numbers might not be enough. He said they should probably call in more people before starting the fight. Lin Qingyu rejected him immediately. Her expression was firm as she said this team was already made up of elites. Then she bluntly told Theodore to stop wasting everyone's time and explain the proper way to fight the boss. Theodore's face darkened slightly. His tone turned ominous as he asked whether she was truly certain, warning them that once the battle began, there would be no chance to turn back. Lin Qingyu narrowed her eyes and looked at him with open suspicion, immediately asking what he meant by that. Theodore avoided answering directly. Instead, he claimed the boss involved complicated mechanics, and he did not want to explain the same thing twice. Then he asked one final time whether they had truly decided to fight with only the people present. Behind Shadow, the gathered elites responded with full confidence. They shouted that with Big Boss Shadow here, this Diamond Boss would be nothing difficult at all, and victory was practically guaranteed. Theodore's face twitched from barely suppressed anger as he listened to their arrogance. Still, he forced the emotion down and muttered a sarcastic word of encouragement under his breath. In his heart, Theodore cursed these Chinese players as stubborn fools. Then he turned his back to them, hiding the cold look in his eyes. He bent down and picked up a rock from the ground, holding it in his hand as he told everyone to listen carefully, because he would only explain the boss mechanic once. The others focused on him at once, waiting for the explanation. Theodore stood before them and said the boss fight was actually very simple, because there was only one thing they needed to understand. Suddenly, Theodore's eyes flashed red. He raised the rock and prepared to throw it at the Hellflower, repeating the exact action that had awakened the monster before. Then he screamed that the only mechanic they needed to know was this: all of them were going to die. The elites stared at him in stunned disbelief. In that instant, they finally understood that they had walked straight into a trap. But the realization came far too late. Theodore screamed and hurled the rock forward. It struck the base of the Hellflower of Nightmares with a sharp impact, dealing only a single point of damage, but that tiny amount was more than enough to trigger the monster. The next second, the enormous plant erupted violently, blazing with waves of fiery energy that burst outward from its body. A terrifying atmosphere swallowed the cave almost instantly. As the nightmare debuff took effect, shadowy figures began emerging all around them, twisting out of the darkness like living fear. Wang Meng shouted in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Lin Qingyu reacted even faster, screaming that this was a trap and immediately ordering everyone to retreat. But when they turned back toward the entrance, their escape route was no longer open. 3 sinister figures were already standing there, blocking the path like executioners waiting in the dark. Tony stepped forward first, his body glowing with cold blue energy. He laughed loudly, mocking them as great Xia pigs, and told them there was no way they were getting out alive. Then Tony activated his wall construction skill. With a thunderous crash, a massive stone wall slammed down in front of the cave entrance, sealing the only exit completely. Inside the sealed cave, Theodore remained strangely calm. Unlike the others, he believed he still had a guaranteed way to escape. A sinister grin spread across his face as he turned to his subordinate Zuma and ordered him to activate Soulwalker. With that ability, they would be able to phase straight through the stone walls and leave everyone else behind. But before Zuma could even use the skill, a blazing energy arrow tore through the air and pierced straight through his head, killing him on the spot. Theodore whipped around, cold sweat instantly breaking out across his face. In that moment, he realized his escape plan had already been seen through. Lin Qingyu held a glowing crossbow aimed directly at Theodore and coldly admitted that Shadow had been right all along. Then she declared that those who were not of their race would always carry treacherous hearts, and with that judgment she sentenced Theodore to death. Without hesitation, Lin Qingyu unleashed her demon-breaking arrow, sending the glowing shot straight toward Theodore to execute the traitor. But Theodore only sneered and called their efforts naive. A glowing blue card appeared in his hand, and he immediately activated a skill that allowed him to swap positions. In the blink of an eye, Chu Kunshan suddenly appeared in front of the incoming arrow, forcibly dragged into Theodore's place and thrown directly into its path. The arrow slammed into Chu Kunshan's chest with a sickening impact, piercing straight through him before he could even understand what had happened. As Chu Kunshan collapsed, he stared in disbelief, questioning why he had been sacrificed. At the same time, Theodore's body dissolved into light, successfully escaping by using the position swap to replace himself with Chu Kunshan. Outside the sealed cave, a pair of feet suddenly landed on the ground beyond the wall. Theodore appeared safely outside, standing behind the barrier that trapped everyone else inside. Mei Jing and Tony both looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting him to emerge alone. Above Theodore's head, a card floated in the air, revealing the trump card he had prepared, the Dark Star Boundary. This ability allowed him to switch positions with anyone carrying his card, and he had given one to Chu Kunshan from the beginning, intending to use him as a scapegoat when the time came. Tony frantically asked where Zuma had gone, while Mei Jing noticed that Chu Kunshan was missing as well. Completely misunderstanding what had happened, Tony angrily concluded that Chu Kunshan must have betrayed them and cursed the Great Xia people for being impossible to trust. Theodore ignored their confusion entirely. He coldly ordered Mei Jing and Tony to log out of the game at once, telling them that the time had come to flee the country immediately. As Theodore's avatar began fading away, Lin Qingyu's words echoed again in his mind, "If they are not of my race, their hearts must be different." Rather than denying it, Theodore quietly admitted she had been right, using that very thought to justify the betrayal he had just committed. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a dark apartment late at night, a horrifying scene began to unfold. On their beds, the physical bodies of Zuma and Chu Kunshan started shaking violently. Their real-world bodies were now suffering the consequences of the deaths they had just experienced inside the game. Theodore looked down at his fallen comrades with a grim expression, his eyes cold as their bodies lay motionless before him. In a low voice, he stated that because they had died within the boss's territory, their souls had been pulled directly into the nightmare. He declared that there was no way to save them now. For a brief moment, Theodore showed a thin, icy trace of pity, not for their lives, but for the loss of a useful asset like Zuma. But that faint regret vanished almost immediately, replaced by clear relief. Theodore told himself that the sacrifice had been worth it, because Shadow and every elite trapped inside the cave were undoubtedly dead by now. As Theodore walked through the room with Tony and Mei Jing, the prophecy echoed in his mind once again. He recited it like a victory chant. The flower had bloomed, the victims had been dragged into a nightmare, and he alone, the one blessed by fortune, had been guided back toward the home he had waited so long to return to. While preparing to leave, Theodore was already thinking several steps ahead. He believed this disaster would heavily damage Great Xia's strength, and once they made it back to Country M, their side could send elite forces to attack while Great Xia was still weakened. With one final look filled with vicious hatred, one of his eyes glowing ominously, Theodore silently vowed that Great Xia would be destroyed completely. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the situation had become extremely dangerous. The massive hellflower of nightmares had fully bloomed, and a strange, deadly light spread through the entire cavern. The players were instantly thrown into chaos. A red bar appeared above each of their heads, marking them with the nightmare status, and panic quickly swept through the group as the elites realized something was seriously wrong. Wang Ming's face turned pale as he nervously explained the terrifying truth to Little Black. Once players entered the nightmare state, they could no longer revive, and they could not log out either. If they died here, that death would be permanent. Those words crushed the group's morale in an instant. They were trapped with a diamond-grade boss, sealed inside a zone where their lifespan was draining 10,000 times faster than normal. Just as despair began to swallow everyone, a party invitation from Shadow suddenly appeared in front of them, shocking the entire group. Shadow stood ahead of them with his back turned, his cape swaying behind him in the heated air. His voice was calm and steady as he assured the terrified players that since he had gathered them here, he would not let them die. Then Shadow turned his head slightly, one glowing eye cutting through the darkness. He ordered them to follow his instructions exactly, and promised that as long as they did what he said, they would defeat this boss. Knowing this was their only remaining chance, the Knights Templar Guild leader and the others quickly nodded in agreement, placing their hopes on Shadow without hesitation. One after another, the system list began filling up as all the elites accepted the party invitation. Dongfang Yue, Anquan, Qin Zhaoyu, Zhang Yaoying, and the others all joined under Shadow's command. With their trust now gathered around him, the crowd's fear turned into desperate excitement, and they shouted together for Big Brother Shadow. Shadow wasted no time and immediately began giving tactical orders. He turned toward the witch, Zhang Yaoying, and commanded her to activate Soul Link. Zhang Yaoying gave him a playful salute, then lifted her giant brush with a bright smile. With broad, sweeping strokes, she painted a massive magical rune directly into the air. The spell activated at once. Dark purple chains of energy shot outward from the rune, stretching across the battlefield and connecting the souls of every party member. As the chains locked onto them, Shadow calmly explained the key mechanic. Soul Link allowed everyone in the party to share resistance, and his plan was to use that shared resistance to slow the growth of the nightmare gauge. This was the real reason he had specifically required players who had completed their first-class advancement, only they possessed the hidden resistance needed to endure the nightmare. At that moment, the group finally understood how far ahead Shadow had planned. The battle officially began as the Hellflower launched its thorn-covered vines. They shot forward with terrifying speed, instantly wrapping around several players and trapping them in place. Shadow immediately warned the team that if anyone died or fell fully into the nightmare state, the boss would devour them and use their bodies to heal itself. He ordered everyone to focus on survival above all else and to revive any fallen teammate the moment they went down. Taking full command of the battlefield, Shadow explained that the boss had 36 million hit points divided across 3 phases. In this first phase, the flower controlled 6 vines, and he had already assigned a separate team to handle each one. Then Shadow singled out Anquan, assigning him to hold 1 vine alone. Anquan was briefly surprised by the responsibility, but when Shadow acknowledged his skill directly, he could not hide the pleased look on his face. The fight erupted immediately. The vines lashed out through the air with frightening speed, whipping across the battlefield like living blades. Anquan proved worthy of his reputation at once. He slipped past the attack with flawless movement, dodging perfectly before unleashing his skill, Moonshadow, straight against one of the vines. But Wang Meng and the Knights Templar guild leader were stunned when they saw the damage number appear, only -250. Their faces changed instantly as panic rose, and they wondered why the damage was so ridiculously low. Shadow then calmly revealed the crucial detail. During the first phase, the boss was protected by a shield that reduced damage by 90%. The team's hope sank immediately, and several players cried out in despair, asking how they were supposed to fight under conditions like that. Shadow ignored their panic and leaped high into the air. In the same movement, he activated Blessing of Release together with Instant Shadow Slash, sending a massive beam of blue energy crashing down into the boss. Even through the shield, the attack dealt a staggering 666,066 damage, and Shadow calmly remarked that this was the way they were going to fight. Without giving the boss any breathing room, Shadow followed with a throat-cut strike, landing another critical hit that blasted out more than 630,000 damage. The Knights Templar guild leader screamed in disbelief, completely unable to accept the damage he had just witnessed.
Shadow then explained the real strategy. If the vines had no targets, the boss would release a large area attack powerful enough to wipe everyone out, so their job was not to deal damage, but to draw each vine's attention and survive. While Shadow handled all the attacks himself, reassured by his overwhelming power, the elites shouted that they understood and would obey.
The Hellflower responded by unleashing its remaining vines, and the cave was suddenly filled with writhing thorns rushing in every direction. The raid team tightened their formation at once. Shields rose, weapons were drawn, and every player braced for the incoming assault. Shadow moved first, stepping straight into the path of the attack. With overwhelming force, he intercepted the first vine before it could crash into the team. Then he sprang into the air and unleashed a storm of rapid slashes. Blue arcs of energy flashed again and again as he tore through the vines one after another, shielding the team through sheer power alone. But Little Black had completely lost focus. Instead of watching her defense, she stared at Shadow with shining eyes, cheering about how handsome he looked and how unbelievable his damage was. That moment of distraction immediately cost her. A vine slipped past her guard from the side and wrapped tightly around her before she could react. Little Black was yanked off the ground and lifted into the air, kicking helplessly as she screamed for someone to save her. Shadow reacted instantly. In a blur, he appeared behind the vine, and with one clean slash of blue energy, he cut the thick thorny stem in half. As Little Black fell, Shadow caught her before she hit the ground, saving her life while delivering the final blow that destroyed the vine completely. With the first phase cleared, Shadow stood over the still recovering Little Black and scolded her with a stern voice. He warned her that if she kept daydreaming like that, she would die the next time. Embarrassed, hurting, and terrified, Little Black could only sob and apologize repeatedly. After the first phase ended, the Hellflower began to pulse violently, its petals throbbing as if something inside was waking up. One of the players noticed movement deep within the fiery petals and immediately shouted for everyone else to look. From the center of the flower, a humanoid silhouette slowly rose, surrounded by burning flames that curled around its body. The raid team stared in shock as a beautiful woman emerged from the monster, her long hair flowing like fire and her eyes glowing with dangerous light. For a brief moment, some players were almost distracted by her appearance, only to remember that the creature before them was still deadly. The boss's new form attacked without delay, raising its power and launching 3 large orbs of fiery energy across the battlefield. Shadow immediately shouted a warning, announcing that the second phase had begun. He explained that those 3 orbs were nightmare energy, and each one would randomly lock onto 3 different players. He continued explaining that if anyone touched one of the orbs, their nightmare gauge would instantly rise by 10%, and the orb would split into 2. But before he could finish the warning, one orb slammed into a player. Just as Shadow had said, the orb split apart the moment it hit, turning into 2 new orbs that shot off in different directions. The sight threw the nearby players into panic. Shadow remained calm and immediately told everyone not to panic, keeping his voice steady over the growing chaos. Because the orbs moved slowly, Shadow ordered the targeted players to kite them away from the group, while everyone else dealt with the vines that had begun appearing again. Then he added one key detail. In this phase, the boss's damage reduction had dropped to 50%. With the battle plan already set, Shadow gave the team their roles without hesitation. He ordered everyone else to handle the mechanics and keep the battlefield stable, while he charged straight ahead to face the Hellflower's main body alone. Shadow dropped down from above like a streak of darkness, his body cutting through the heated air as he aimed directly for the Hellflower's human form. As he closed in on the boss, one thought flashed through Shadow's mind. A diamond-grade monster like this was the perfect target for him to test just how terrifying his full firepower had become. Without slowing down, Shadow activated Shadow of Slaughter. Darkness gathered around him, and several shadowy clones formed beside him, each one carrying the same deadly pressure. In the next instant, 5 figures descended together, Shadow himself and 4 identical clones. They surrounded the boss from every direction, cutting off every angle of escape. Then all 5 of them struck at once, unleashing the Crimson Blade Ultimate. A massive pillar of crimson energy erupted from the impact, crashing into the boss with terrifying force and triggering 4 separate waves of damage, each one breaking past over 5 million damage, stacking together into a brutal burst that tore violently through the boss's body. Shadow did not give the Hellflower any chance to recover. He immediately followed with a throat-cut strike, carving in a deep wound and inflicting a massive bleed effect on the boss. After finishing the combo, Shadow pulled back slightly to check the damage. Even with the boss still protected by its 50% damage reduction, that single burst had nearly dealt 6 million damage. He quickly realized that Crimson Blade became stronger the lower the enemy's health dropped, and after calculating the numbers, he understood that only a few more full cycles would be enough to finish it off. But just then, Shadow's body suddenly froze. From behind him, he sensed something dangerous unfolding across the battlefield. His eyes widened sharply, and he immediately turned away from the boss to look back at the team. Behind him, the battlefield had already fallen into chaos. The nightmare orbs had multiplied beyond control, filling the air with red, floating spheres. Wang Mang was screaming desperately, telling anyone targeted by an orb to run away from the crowd before the orbs split even further. Players scattered in every direction, fleeing for their lives as the red orbs chased after them through the cavern. The panic shattered their formation almost instantly. Some players, blinded by fear, ran straight toward the teams that were still trying to hold back the vines. The defenders shouted at them to stay away, but the entire battlefield was already spiraling out of control. Shadow looked down and quickly discovered the hidden mechanic. Whenever the boss's vines struck a nightmare orb, that orb gained a 3-second speed boost, making it nearly impossible for normal players to avoid. Realizing the team could not endure much longer, Shadow gritted his teeth and shouted for everyone to hold on just a little more. In his mind, he calculated that he only needed 5 more seconds to force the boss into its third phase. Shadow forced all distractions aside. His eyes burned with determination as he prepared to unleash his next full burst rotation. While stacking his buffs, he inwardly complained about how many layers he had to pile on just to reach maximum output. Even so, his movements stayed precise as he activated Silent Concealment and Dark Depth, raising both his stealth and his damage. Right after that, Shadow activated Black Light Shield as well, pushing his attack power even higher with another 30% increase. Finally, he used Shadow of Slaughter again. Dark clones formed around him, and this time, each clone inherited all of the buffs he had already stacked onto himself. With every preparation complete, Shadow kicked off the ground and shot forward with blinding speed, tearing straight toward the boss like a black flash. He unleashed his modified skill, Instant Shadow Slash, and the air around him seemed to split apart. Shadow and his clones blurred at the same time, striking in perfect synchronization. Blue energy slashes filled the area in a furious storm, and within a single split second, the system registered a staggering 216 hits. But Shadow was not finished. He shouted through the chaos, and together with his clones, he immediately followed up by unleashing the Crimson Blade Ultimate once more. 4 massive pillars of red energy crashed down into the boss, tearing through her defenses and shaking the entire cavern with the force of the impact. The Hellflower's human form staggered violently, her body bending forward as she vomited green blood, clearly suffering a devastating wound. Shadow closed in without pause and landed another throat-cut strike, delivering a critical blow that dealt more than 18 million damage to the monster. Nearby, the other players watched with a mixture of horror and awe. While they were struggling to deal even a few hundred damage, Shadow had just unleashed nearly 20 million damage in a single wave, leaving many of them wondering if he was even human. The boss reeled backward, her body convulsing violently as pain tore through her monstrous form. The enormous flower stalk began twisting strangely, and its color shifted into a deep, ominous purple. Seeing the change, Shadow immediately warned the team that the boss had entered Phase 3. The Hellflower screamed, her voice mixing agony with furious rage. Her entire form became wild and unstable, as if the monster was preparing to unleash everything it had left. The cavern around them darkened into a heavy purple glow, and the atmosphere of the battle changed completely, becoming far more oppressive than before. Wang Mang looked upward in terror as the vines began weaving together above them. In moments, they twisted into massive wooden pillars, bursting from the ground like giant warped trees. Shadow identified the danger almost immediately, and his voice cut through the battlefield as he shouted new orders to the team. He explained that those wooden pillars acted like magnets for the nightmare orbs. For every orb a pillar absorbed, the boss would recover 10% of its health. Shadow commanded the team to destroy the pillars as quickly as possible to stop the monster from healing. At the same time, he laid out the new rules of Phase 3. The red orbs would no longer multiply, but each one had become far more dangerous. He warned everyone that touching an orb now would instantly push a player into the nightmare state. And if a player was already trapped in that state, the orb would transform into nightmare bugs that devoured lifespan until the victim died. The players stared at the floating red orbs with pale faces, realizing that one mistake could mean permanent death. Behind his mask, Shadow's eyes narrowed. He shouted for the team to focus, avoid the orbs, and hold the line for just 10 more seconds. At the same time, he calculated the path to victory in his head. The boss had less than 10 million health left, and his skills needed only 3 more seconds to come off cooldown. He knew that one more full-power instant Shadow Slash would be enough to kill it. But just as that thought settled in his mind, the situation worsened, and a piercing scream ripped across the battlefield. Shadow turned sharply, stunned to see one player's nightmare gauge completely filled. The player's eyes glowed red with madness, showing that he had fully fallen into the nightmare. Wang Meng screamed in horror as he watched his teammate collapse. He shouted to the others that someone in their squad had already succumbed to the nightmare state. The fallen player hit the ground and began writhing in unbearable agony, while a red nightmare orb hovered slowly above his body. Then, in a gruesome instant, the red orb sank directly into the player's body. The change happened so fast that no one had time to stop it. The player's body burst open as hundreds of red nightmare bugs erupted from his flesh, devouring him from the inside out. A system notification confirmed the worst possible result. The player named Summerhorse had lost all his lifespan and died a permanent death. The terrified guild leader lost control and started running blindly through the battlefield. Wang Meng shouted at him to stop moving recklessly, but fear had already taken over his mind. By the time Wang Meng realized what was happening, it was already too late. The guild leader had accidentally led one of the orbs straight toward a wooden pillar. As the pillar's vines reached out and snatched the orb, the guild leader could only apologize helplessly. The wooden pillar absorbed the orb at once, sending a surge of energy back into the boss. The Hellflower instantly regenerated a massive 3.6 million health for each orb it absorbed, and Shadow could only watch as the boss's health began climbing again. At that moment, Shadow realized the entire situation was slipping beyond his control. Everyone's nightmare gauge was already reaching its limit, and this was now his final chance to end the fight. He grimly calculated that if the boss recovered more than 20 million health, even his remaining damage would not be enough to kill it. Sweat ran down Shadow's face as his eyes locked onto his interface, measuring every second left. Across the chaotic battlefield, players screamed and stumbled in every direction, desperately trying to dodge the red orbs that threatened them with permanent death. The team assigned to destroy the pillars was finally cracking under the pressure. Their voices shook as they shouted that they could not hold on much longer while their nightmare gauges climbed closer and closer to the critical limit. Shadow watched the battlefield collapse further into chaos, his expression turning colder with every second. If things kept going like this, the entire team would be wiped out before he could finish the boss. He knew very well that he still had one way out. With the phasing effect of his boots, he could escape the sealed battlefield by himself. But the moment that thought appeared, he hesitated, because if he left now, everyone else trapped here would be doomed. Then, right in the middle of the chaos, a sword suddenly rose into the air. Wang Meng stepped forward with a determined look and activated Holy Barrier, wrapping himself in a divine glow that granted him 7 seconds of complete invincibility. With his eyes shining fiercely, Wang Meng shouted for Shadow to ignore everything else and focus only on dealing damage to the boss. He promised that he would take care of the defense himself. Shadow was visibly startled by the tank's sudden resolve. For a moment, even he questioned what Wang Meng was planning to do. Wang Meng did not hesitate at all. He activated Speed Blessing, lowered his body, and charged straight into the field of deadly red orbs. Little Black stared in shock as Wang Meng used his invincible body to crash directly into the orbs, taking them head-on so they could not reach the pillars and heal the boss. Captain An Yu screamed at Wang Meng, warning him that he was acting far too recklessly. She shouted that even though Holy Barrier could block the damage, it could not stop his nightmare gauge from rising. Once his invincibility ended, the nightmare bugs would devour him instantly. Wang Meng only smiled with an unexpectedly calm expression. He said he already understood the price, but someone had to do it, because this was the only way they had left to win. As he rushed closer and closer towards certain death, Wang Meng declared that he believed in Shadow completely and trusted him to lead everyone to victory. Captain An Yu's eyes hardened, and in that desperate moment, she chose to accept Wang Meng's plan. She activated Symbiotic Dragon Spirit, and a massive blue dragon appeared beside her, its body surging with power, while its life force connected directly to her own. With one sharp swing of her sword, Captain An Yu commanded the blue dragon to charge forward and devour the deadly nightmare orbs. Because her life was linked to the dragon, the corruption struck her body instantly. Her nightmare gauge shot straight to the maximum, and she vomited blood, forcing herself to endure the curse so Shadow would not have to waste even a second. At that exact moment, Wang Meng's invincibility finally ran out, leaving him completely exposed to the threat of permanent death. Before long, Wang Meng dropped to one knee on the ground. his body glowing with a golden aura as he struggled to stay conscious. Little Black screamed when she realized what was happening, and Yu and Wang Meng were using their own bodies to swallow the orbs and buy Shadow more time. With tears in her eyes, she shouted for the rest of the team to join them. One after another, the other players rushed forward as well, using their own bodies to intercept the red orbs. They knew they still had a chance to survive, but only if Shadow killed the boss fast enough. Anquan, the swordsman, smiled with fearless confidence even as the orbs struck him. He declared that their only job now was to buy time for Shadow. Even Zhang Yaoying, the witch, stood with the others and laughed in the face of death, showing no intention of backing down. Then a support player suddenly understood something. Since they were all falling into the nightmare state anyway, they might as well use their final moments to strengthen Shadow. He cast a blessing onto him and shouted for everyone to pour every skill they had into their leader. The other mages reacted immediately. Spell after spell flew toward Shadow, and every available buff was cast onto him without hesitation. Shadow stood in the center of that chaotic surge of energy, fully empowered and crackling with blue lightning. Around him, his teammates screamed for him to kill the boss and drag them back out of the nightmare. Watching his teammates throw themselves into danger without hesitation, Shadow's expression carried both amusement and fierce determination. He muttered that they really were a reckless bunch. The massive energy his team had poured into him surged through his entire body, overflowing so intensely that the air around him seemed to tremble. Shadow immediately activated skill after skill in rapid succession. Silent Concealment, Deepest Darkness, Shield of Black Light, Shadow of Slaughter, and Grace of Release, all stacking together into one terrifying final burst. With his power pushed to its absolute peak, Shadow lifted one finger and pointed straight at the boss, issuing the final command. His dark clones materialized around him one after another, spreading out and surrounding the Hellflower of Nightmares from every direction. Together they unleashed a synchronized barrage of attacks. Purple slashes spun into a violent vortex around the boss, shredding through its petals as the system instantly registered 216 hits. Shadow stood amid the storm of energy, his cape whipping behind him. Then he launched himself high into the air, positioning his body directly above the weakened monster. He descended like a falling meteor, rushing toward the flower's center while his glowing eyes burned with deadly intensity. A massive vertical slash tore downward, cutting straight through the boss. The strike split the flower apart and seemed to slice through the very space around it. The monster exploded into a swirling vortex of energy. Around the battlefield, the twisted red pillars of the nightmare realm began crumbling apart as the boss's power finally faded. A system window appeared, announcing that the party had achieved the global first kill of a diamond-grade boss. Below, Captain An Yu and Wang Meng lay exhausted on the ground, but still alive, surrounded by green healing flames as the nightmare finally came to an end. Anquan and Zhang Yaoying immediately cheered, their voices filled with relief and excitement as they celebrated the impossible victory. Captain An Yu complained weakly that the curse had drained 10 years of her lifespan. Wang Meng comforted her with a tired smile, saying that losing 10 years was still a small price to pay for surviving, and that this proved trusting Shadow had been the right choice. As the boss's body dissipated completely, golden loot orbs began raining down from above. One greedy player immediately jumped toward the treasure, but the others shouted for him to stop, insisting that Shadow should be the one to distribute the rewards. But Little Black looked around and suddenly realized something was wrong. Their leader was nowhere to be seen. The team quickly began calling out, asking where Shadow had gone. Shadow contacted them through voice chat and told them to wait for him because his business was not finished yet. The team was confused, pointing out that the boss had already been killed. In the distance, Shadow appeared wrapped in purple energy, his voice cold as he confirmed that while the monster was dead, the people who truly deserved to die were still alive. He mounted his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and the massive bone dragon carried him straight up into the sky. Shadow was hunting Theodore, the traitor who had already boarded a plane and was trying to flee back to Country M. Even with the distance between them, Shadow chased the plane high into the atmosphere, refusing to let Theodore escape the price of his betrayal. Theodore's earlier prophecy seemed to echo mockingly through the night. The flower would bloom as expected. He would be the only fortunate one, and the invisible path in the sky would guide him back to the homeland he had longed for. But high above the night sky, Shadow was already pursuing the airplane on the back of his skeletal dragon, Osiris. To make this chase possible, he had consumed more than 3,500 years of tradable lifespan to synchronize his game abilities with reality, bringing his stats, equipment, and even his epic-grade mount into the real world. With Osiris's terrifying speed, Shadow finally closed the distance and caught up to the fleeing aircraft. Then Shadow leaped from the dragon's back, diving through the fierce high-altitude winds before landing firmly on top of the speeding jet. He slowly stood up on the aircraft, his yellow eyes glowing in the darkness as black energy surged around his body, ready to carry out his revenge. Inside the airplane cabin, the mood felt relaxed and almost festive. 2 crystal champagne glasses lifted into the light, touched together with a crisp clink, and the red wine inside trembled gently from the toast. Theodore and Mei Jing looked at each other with pleased smiles on their faces. Mei Jing raised her glass slightly and warmly congratulated him, saying he was finally returning to his hometown in Country M. Theodore leaned back with a satisfied expression, clearly enjoying the moment. With an air of confidence, he welcomed both Mei Jing and Tony, treating them as official new members of Country M from this moment onward. Mei Jing kept her tone polite as she asked Theodore to look after them in the future. Meanwhile, Tony sat nearby with his attention fixed on his phone, a nasty laugh curling from his lips as he eagerly opened the news, wanting to see whether those so-called great ZA players had all died yet. The moment Tony looked at the screen, the mockery on his face vanished. His eyes widened, his smile froze in place, and his expression twisted into complete shock. With both hands trembling, Tony quickly turned the phone toward the others and showed them the unbelievable headline. Shadow's team had not only survived the disaster, but had also taken the first kill on the Diamond Grade boss, and they had done it with almost no casualties. Mei Jing and Tony stared at the news as if their minds had gone blank. Their jaws dropped, and all the arrogance they had carried just moments ago was crushed by the terrifying reality of Shadow's strength. Theodore was shaken so badly that his fingers went weak. The wine glass slipped from his hand, hit the cabin floor, and shattered into pieces, spilling dark red wine across the ground like fresh blood. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but the words came out broken and uncertain. He simply could not understand how anyone had managed to survive that kind of nightmare. Sitting in the dim cabin light, Theodore hurriedly replayed the prophecy in his mind again and again. The more he thought about it, the more horror spread through him, because he finally realized he had understood it completely wrong. The real meaning behind the omen of the star god suddenly clicked into place. The pitiful people mentioned in the prophecy were never Shadow's team at all. They were his own subordinates. His gaze slowly moved toward Tony and Mei Jing, and an icy chill crawled up his back as the final line became clear. You are the only lucky one. If Theodore was truly the only one meant to survive, then the 2 people in front of him had already been marked for death, as if his fear had called the nightmare into existence. Theodore's eyes drifted past them toward the airplane window. There, beyond the glass, Shadow's masked face appeared in the darkness, his glowing yellow eyes staring straight at Theodore from outside the plane. Theodore instantly screamed. His face turned pale as he lifted a trembling finger toward the window and shouted that Shadow was outside the aircraft. Tony, completely confused by his boss's sudden breakdown, leaned forward and pressed his face close to the glass to check. After looking outside, he turned back with a puzzled expression and said there was nothing there but the empty sky, not realizing that death was already hovering only inches away. Theodore lowered his gaze to his phone with pure terror in his eyes. His voice shook as he confirmed to his panicking subordinates that Shadow had really tracked them all the way here. Tony finally pieced the situation together, and his face changed drastically. He screamed that Shadow must have extracted the skeletal dragon into the real world. Theodore understood exactly what that meant. Bringing an epic-grade mount out of the game would require more than 1,000 years of lifespan, an almost unimaginable price. Hearing this, Mei Jing completely broke down, tears spilling from her eyes as she became convinced that they were finished. But Theodore forced himself to calm down and think clearly. He quickly pointed out that this was still a civilian flight, and the cabin was filled with ordinary passengers. He reasoned that if Shadow tried to force his way inside, the entire plane would be destroyed, and every innocent passenger on board would die with them. Clinging to that thought, Theodore regained a trace of confidence and declared that Shadow would never dare kill so many civilians, which meant they were safe at least until the plane landed. Then Theodore revealed the card he still had hidden up his sleeve. He had already contacted reinforcements in advance. At the airport in Country M, a group of elite-powered individuals had already begun gathering. On the ground below, a cybernetic soldier received the message that Shadow was on his way. The elites immediately entered combat readiness. Among them were a white-haired woman and a hooded figure, both preparing themselves for the battle that was about to come. 2 other agents quickly confirmed that the mission had changed. Their focus was no longer routine protection, but direct interception. Above the airport, a massive magic circle lit up the night sky, spreading an ominous glow over the runway. Their objective was clear. The moment Shadow landed, they would kill him on sight. High above the clouds, Theodore convinced himself that all they had to do now was wait. He comforted Mei Jing and Tony, telling them that Country M would never abandon its own citizens. Mei Jing, finally finding a little hope, thanked him with relief, while Tony immediately swore their loyalty, neither of them realizing that their sense of safety was nothing more than an illusion. Deep down, Theodore's thoughts revealed just how ruthless he truly was. Even while keeping a calm expression in front of them, he already believed Tony and Mei Jing were destined to die, and that he alone was the lucky one meant to survive. He quietly began planning his own escape. He remembered the special cards he had previously handed out to informants, and decided he could give one to someone on the plane. Then, if danger came close, he could activate his Dark Star boundary skill and swap places with that person, using them as a shield to guarantee his own survival. With that plan in mind, Theodore stood up from his seat and walked down the aisle, his eyes scanning the passengers one by one as he searched for the perfect scapegoat. He finally stopped beside a young man wearing red headphones. The young man looked up in confusion as Theodore greeted him with a seemingly friendly expression. Theodore held out a golden card and lied smoothly, claiming it could grant the passenger powerful buffs. But just as he extended his hand, a violent burst of black energy erupted from the shadows beside them. The young man screamed in terror. Theodore's eyes widened as he watched in shock because his own subordinates were dying right in front of him. The cabin instantly descended into chaos as terrified passengers cried out and recoiled in fear. From the bloody necks of the victims, glowing red hellflowers like spider lilies bloomed eerily, marking the work of some terrifying skill. Theodore stood frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down his face. In that moment, he understood with horror that Shadow was already inside. He looked back toward the seats and saw that Tony and Mei Jing's corpses had already disappeared. All that remained were dark bloodstains and those strange red flowers blooming where death had passed. Driven by raw survival instinct, Theodore told himself he could not hesitate any longer. Even if the mission had failed completely, staying alive mattered more than anything. So he prepared to activate Dark Star Boundary and escape. But before he could trigger the teleportation, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Theodore froze on the spot as blood suddenly filled his vision. His right arm, the very arm holding the escape card, had been severed cleanly at the wrist. Theodore let out a miserable scream as his severed hand flew upward through the cabin. As the hand dropped back down, Shadow reached out and caught it with terrifying calm. He was standing directly behind the trembling traitor, holding the severed limb as if it were nothing. With his yellow eyes glowing beneath the mask, Shadow mocked Theodore and assured him that he would indeed return to Country M. Then he spoke of the great Zia philosophy, saying that fallen leaves must return to their roots, making it clear that Theodore's corpse would be sent back home instead. Shadow's gaze grew even colder. He leaned closer to the mutilated man and told him that before he died, there was still one message he needed to deliver. At last, the true horror hidden inside Theodore's prophecy was revealed. In a dark room far away, Chu, Kunshan, and Zuma lay lifeless on a bed, their bodies having paid the fatal price after being dragged into the nightmare zone. Around their corpses, ethereal red spider lilies bloomed in silence, as if mocking Theodore's arrogant belief that he was the only lucky one. Back on the airplane, Shadow delivered the final blow without hesitation. His hand pierced straight into Theodore's chest and violently tore out his still-beating heart. Theodore's face froze in shock as he stared at Shadow. Unable to process the massive bloody hole now opened in his chest, in the most brutal way possible, his prophecy had finally come true. Killed instantly, Theodore's body lost all strength. He dropped to his knees in the aisle, then collapsed face first onto the floor of the aircraft. A terrified man nearby watched with shaking eyes as Theodore's blood spread unnaturally across the cabin floor. The blood slowly formed Shadow's final warning to his enemies. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Outside the cabin, the airplane continued flying smoothly through the dark night sky as if nothing had happened within its walls. With his mission complete and no disturbance left behind, Shadow calmly used his dark ability to phase through the roof of the aircraft, slipping out into the freezing night air. Standing calmly on top of the speeding airplane, Shadow's foot was wrapped in a faint blue ghostly aura. He glanced down at his special boots and quietly admitted how useful they were, since their formless effect had let him pass straight through the aircraft's structure without leaving any real damage behind. Then, without even a moment of hesitation, Shadow pushed off from the roof of the plane and leaped backward into the empty night sky. His body dropped through the air in a clean free fall, but there was no panic in his movements at all. A moment later, he landed with perfect precision on the back of his enormous skeletal dragon, Osiris. With Shadow now mounted on Osiris, the massive skeletal dragon turned away from the jet and plunged downward, the two of them disappearing deeper into the dark night below. Meanwhile, the airplane continued toward the brilliant cityscape of Country M below. The advanced metropolis glowed with countless lights as the aircraft prepared to begin its final descent. None of the passengers had any idea that a massive military operation was already waiting for them on the ground. Inside a control room, a commander watched the situation unfold and issued orders for every unit to move into position. The entire airport had been locked down like a battlefield. Magical barriers had already been raised, anti-stealth fields were fully activated, and terrifying magical attacks were being charged, all waiting for the aircraft to descend into their range. The instant the plane's landing gear touched the tarmac, the forces stationed around the airport were already prepared to enter combat. In the shadows around the runway, cloaked assassins, snipers, and heavily shielded knights waited in silence. Every one of them had received the same strict order: annihilate Shadow, no matter the cost. Inside the cabin, the ordinary passengers remained completely unaware of the deadly trap outside. The young man wearing headphones looked out the window and naively wondered if Country M always welcomed arrivals with such an intense display. Once the plane finished docking, the cabin doors opened, and an agent immediately stepped inside to inspect the aircraft. But as he and his partner looked down the aisle, the determination on their faces vanished, their eyes widened, and shock took over their expressions. Theodore's corpse was lying on the cabin floor. The agents quickly reported back in panic that he was already dead, and they also mentioned the terrifying message that had been left behind in his own blood. The leader of the ambush force, a dark-haired man with glowing red eyes, stared furiously at the bloody message. It warned that anyone who offended Great Jaya would be hunted down, and the moment he read it, he knew this was Shadow's work. Shadow had already made his move before they could even begin. Desperate to locate their target, a masked ninja agent turned to a nearby witch and asked whether the anti-stealth barriers had detected anything, assuming Shadow might still be hidden inside the plane. The witch checked her magic carefully, but then confirmed that no invisible entity had been picked up at all. The leader's expression darkened as he processed the result. Their anti-stealth barrier was already at level 20, which led him to a terrifying conclusion. Shadow's stealth ability had to be even higher than that, allowing him to slip past their trap without leaving a trace. Even though innocent civilians were still inside the aircraft, the white-haired mage commander declared that the threat level had reached S-class and ordered every unit to open fire. A masked subordinate hesitated, reminding him that passengers were still on board. But the commander slammed his staff down in anger and demanded absolute obedience. He insisted that Shadow was still inside the plane and ordered them to launch an immediate full-power assault. In the next instant, the airport terminal erupted with a massive barrage of magical projectiles and laser-like attacks, all firing toward the plane at once. Inside the aircraft, the young man with the headphones and another passenger looked out the window in horror. Only then did they realize that the plane itself had become the target. The devastating magical strike streaked across the tarmac, tearing through the air as it rushed toward the defenseless airliner. Finally, an enormous sun-like spell descended from above. The blazing magic crashed down and erupted into a massive fiery explosion, completely obliterating the airplane in an instant. As the flames roared over the wreckage, a scout quickly reported that the life detection barrier no longer sensed any living beings inside the smoking remains. The red-eyed ambush leader stood silently before the inferno, watching the burning wreckage without a word. Soon, a bald, muscular man and another official approached him from behind. The bald man confronted the leader angrily, warning him that Great Jia would never ignore the open slaughter of their civilians. After this, flights between the two countries would almost certainly be suspended. Throwing his arms up in frustration, the bald man complained that his long-term plan had been completely ruined. He had intended to use civilian flights to secretly smuggle spies into Great Jaya, but now that route was destroyed, making it even harder to stop their enemy. The leader slowly turned and fixed the bald man with a cold glare. He called him a coward and questioned how they could ever hope to fight a nation protected by Shadow if they did not even have the resolve to be ruthless. His red eye glowed even more fiercely as he emphasized one brutal truth. In this world, death was permanent. Standing before the towering wall of flames, the red-eyed leader justified everything he had done. If Shadow had truly been on that plane, then this would have been the perfect chance to kill him. In his eyes, even the smallest possibility of eliminating Shadow was worth sacrificing the entire aircraft and everyone inside it. The tension among the Country M forces finally boiled over. The bald man glared at the leader with open fury, confronting him directly and declaring that he had never trusted him from the beginning. Then he ordered the man to shut up, insulting him as a half-breed who carried Great Ja blood in his veins. Before the bald man could even react, the red-eyed leader moved with blinding speed and smashed a brutal punch straight into his face. The force behind the blow was terrifying. The large, muscular man was sent flying backward through the air like a broken puppet. Wrapped in crackling golden energy, the red-eyed leader finally exposed the hatred buried inside him. He declared that he despised the Great Ja bloodline in his body, calling it a curse that had brought him endless despair. But he still insisted that his loyalty to Country M was absolute. After that violent confrontation, the focus shifted to the retrieval of their fallen comrade. Two agents, including the white-haired mage commander, approached the red-eyed leader while carrying Theodore's lifeless and mutilated body. Without any ceremony or gentleness, they dropped Theodore's corpse onto the floor in front of him. The red-eyed leader slowly knelt beside Theodore's body as a mysterious purple and golden aura began swirling around him. He told the dead man to rest in peace, calling him a hero of Country M and promising that he would be returned to his hometown for burial. When the red-eyed leader stood again, his terrifying hidden power was finally revealed. 3 glowing blue cards appeared in his hands, exposing his secret class, Corpse Collector, an ability that allowed him to extract power from the dead. Looking down at the glowing magical cards, he coldly praised Theodore's enormous contributions and the vast spy network he had managed to plant. At the same time, the system revealed the nature of his power. By touching a corpse, he could obtain that person's professional skills, and if he acquired duplicate skills, those abilities would level up. Holding one of the blue cards, his single red eye burned with malice. The system confirmed that he had successfully obtained Theodore's core abilities, including the divinatory omen of the star god and the spatial skill Dark Star Boundary. Now, armed with his fallen comrade's power, the red-eyed leader made a chilling vow that he would personally bring about Great Exa's complete and absolute destruction. The red-eyed leader raised his arm, holding the glowing blue card high as radiant light spread outward around him. He activated his newly acquired divination skill, searching for a way to defeat Shadow. A cosmic vision appeared before him, showing a mother desperately reaching out to save her falling child from a starry abyss, and the leader immediately began thinking about how to use this maternal connection against his enemy. Meanwhile, 2 of his subordinates, including the white-haired mage, studied the intelligence Theodore had left behind. From the clues in the prophecy, they deduced that a guild in Gracia called FICA Heavy Industries, its leader Huang Huifan, and her son Huang Ziking all matched the signs. The red-eyed leader confirmed their deduction. He explained that one of Theodore's informants was already inside that guild and possessed a special card. A holographic map then appeared, revealing his plan to use Dark Star Boundary to instantly swap locations with that informant, allowing him to infiltrate Great Jaya without being detected. The red-eyed leader then summoned another glowing blue card into his hand. He handed the magical cards to the white-haired mage and his partner, ordering them to protect the cards carefully and absolutely not use them without permission. He announced that he would go to Great Jay alone first, while his subordinates stayed behind and waited for his signal. Once the time was right, he would use his power to mass teleport Country M's elite forces directly into enemy territory. Staring at the glowing card in his hand, with the red scars on his abdomen shining ominously, the leader vowed that he would prove Country M was destined to conquer the entire apocalyptic game. Then he activated the spatial skill. A massive pillar of blue light erupted around his body, swallowing him completely as he vanished from the spot. In the red-eyed leader's place, another man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, crouched in the most awkward position imaginable, still holding a roll of toilet paper in his hand. The man stammered in panic, saying he had just been in the bathroom a second ago, but one of the agents calmly told him not to be nervous, then addressed him as Theodore's friend and welcomed him to Country M, leaving the young man completely stunned by his sudden relocation. Meanwhile, inside the Nightmare Hellflower boss area, the surviving team members were still gathered around after the battle, waiting quietly amid the traces of the fight. A flash of digital blue light suddenly appeared in the air, and Shadow's figure materialized as he logged back into the game. The nearby players noticed him right away, and one of them immediately lit up with excitement, shouting that Shadow had returned. The Knights Templar guild leader stepped forward with a warm smile and told Shadow that everyone had followed his instructions perfectly. None of them had touched the loot, leaving everything for him to collect personally. Shadow raised his hand, yellow energy crackling around his fingers, and calmly thanked the team for all their hard work. Then he told them to use the loot properly to strengthen their own combat power. Right after that, he unleashed a powerful ability. A gigantic golden fist formed above the battlefield, glowing with overwhelming force, and the greedy hand slammed down to gather all the spoils scattered across the area. Two of the team members stared at the scene in amazement, realizing that this ability would greatly increase the value of the rewards they could obtain. After quickly sorting through the items, Shadow handed a glowing spatial ring to Lin Qingyu. He explained that he had only kept the lifespan rewards and the assassin-class items that suited him, while everything else inside the ring would be left for her team to divide among themselves. Lin Qingyu's face flushed slightly as she looked at the ring, clearly stunned by the amount of treasure packed inside. After recovering from her surprise, she could not help asking Shadow what had happened to Theodore and his companions. Shadow glanced back toward the sealed cave entrance, his eye glowing with a cold yellow light. Without softening his tone at all, he told her plainly that they were all dead. Lin Qingyu gasped, her eyes widening in shock. But before she could even fully process what he had said, Shadow had already leaped into the air, turning into a dark blur as he shot away. Shadow flew toward the red-lit cavern ahead, where two players were desperately trying to break down a massive stone wall. Both of them looked exhausted and frustrated, complaining that after all their effort, they had barely chipped away 10% of the wall's health. Suddenly, the axe-wielding player sensed something and looked back in shock, just as a streak of blue energy flashed past him at incredible speed. Shadow landed in front of the wall, and in the next instant, a flurry of sharp blue slashes erupted around him. The massive stone barrier shattered apart under his attacks, breaking open in a matter of moments. Without saying a single word, Shadow walked straight into the newly opened red tunnel. As he passed by, he casually waved his hand, signaling the stunned players to move aside and stop worrying about it. The two players remained frozen where they stood, staring after him in awe. They quickly recognized the legendary player before them and could only marvel at just how ridiculous his power really was. Now riding atop his dragon, Shadow began reviewing the loot he had gained from defeating the boss. He discovered that he had obtained 3 major treasures, including 2 legendary-grade items, an ultimate skill book, a weapon, and a bracer. Feeling satisfied with the haul, he decided to immediately spend his evolution points to upgrade the skill book. The system then displayed his newly evolved ancient-grade ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare. Its description revealed an incredibly terrifying area of effectability that could trap enemies in a nightmare descent state, causing their nightmare gauge to stack rapidly with every attack, while its passive effect increased Shadow's damage against targets already suffering from the nightmare. Shadow studied the skill carefully and quickly understood just how overpowered the nightmare attribute was against other players. Since it could stop them from logging off, he realized that if it was combined with a blooming curse, players could be permanently killed from inside the game itself. He imagined the horrifying result of the curse, with a terrified player writhing in pain as glowing red spider lilies burst out from their chest. Even so, he also noted that this nightmare status was not completely unstoppable, since purification skills or certain special items could still remove it. After that, Shadow moved on to the next reward and summoned his new weapon. A sinister red and black sword appeared in his hand, glowing with a dangerous aura the moment it materialized. The system identified the blade as an assassin-class weapon called the Starkiller Blade. It granted massive stat boosts, greatly increased backstab damage, and had a unique effect where killing other players built up stacks that raised his physical attack. On top of that, it carried a devastating bonus that allowed it to deal nearly 5 times more damage against enemy shields. Holding the glowing red blade, Shadow gave a faint smirk and called it a true murder weapon. He calculated that once the stacks reached their maximum, and when combined with the backstab and shield-breaking bonuses, the sword's destructive power would become terrifying. He also noticed a special stripping effect which could nullify an enemy's attribute effects once its gauge was fully charged. Thinking back to his recent battle, Shadow realized that if he had possessed this sword earlier, he could have stripped away the monster's nightmare attributes much more easily and greatly weakened the danger it posed. As Shadow continued inspecting the weapon, he discovered one especially humiliating feature. Any player killed by this sword would receive a permanent title above their head that could never be removed. Amused by this, Shadow remarked that the blade's nickname, Grand Sunmaker, truly suited it. Finally, he examined the last piece of loot, a diamond-grade bracer. The moment he equipped it, a powerful golden geometric shield formed around his body. Shadow immediately noticed its impressive passive ability, which automatically generated a magic-blocking shield every 30 seconds. Extremely satisfied with everything he had gained, Shadow climbed back onto his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and flew into the orange-lit sky. He calculated that Fike Heavy Industries Guild should still be holding the remaining 800 years of lifespan they owed him, so his next destination would be the Magic Leaning Tower hideout to collect that debt. As he soared above the ruined cityscape, Shadow also planned his next step. He intended to grind his level up to 25, then use the Summoning Bell item to take on a new trial. A few days earlier, in a desolate, corrupted village that had already been reduced to ruins, a group of players suddenly found themselves caught in a brutal ambush. 2 players were violently pierced straight through the chest by sharp, bloody tentacles. Their bodies jolted from the impact, and agonized screams tore from their throats. The source of the attack was a horrifying floating monstrosity with glowing orange eyes, a level 18 emerald-grade boss. The surviving players were instantly overwhelmed by the high-level monster, and panic spread through them as they shouted for everyone to run. But then a hand, wrapped in intense purple flames, suddenly stepped in and stopped the monster with ease. A commanding voice rang out, ordering the terrified players not to panic and to hold their formation. The figure who appeared was Huang Ziqing, covered in a black cloak and surrounded by swirling purple abyssal energy. With absolute confidence, he declared that he would control the boss and ordered the team to attack, promising that victory was already within reach. However, the party members shouted back at him, telling him to run while he still could. They reminded him that this was an emerald-grade boss and mocked him for acting as if he had the same kind of strength as Shadow. Huang Ziqing remained completely unfazed. A sinister smirk spread across his face as his eyes lit up with a dark purple glow, and he told them to watch closely and witness the true power of the abyss. The party could only stare in shock as the dark aura around Huang Ziqing suddenly exploded outward. He released a massive wave of purple magic, and the ground beneath them began to rot and twist into an abyssal mire. As the dark power spread across the battlefield, he arrogantly declared that while Shadow merely hid in the dark, he was the one who represented the true overwhelming darkness of the abyss. Huang Ziqing stood with both arms raised high, causing a huge eruption of crackling purple abyssal energy to burst up from the ground around him. That dark magic rapidly formed into an abyssal mire, swallowing the terrifying multi-eyed monster, completely and severely restricting its movements. Seeing that the boss monster had been immobilized by his dark magic, Huang Ziqing urgently shouted for his party to stop hesitating and start dealing damage while they still had the chance. Huang Huifan quickly stepped in to take command. Raising her staff, she ordered everyone to focus their attacks on the trapped boss at once. The party members immediately launched a coordinated barrage of colorful magic spells and projectiles, sending them crashing toward the helpless creature from every direction. The combined magical attacks slammed into the boss one after another, carving away significant chunks of its health, and finally giving the team a glimpse of hope. 2 of the party members briefly celebrated the massive damage they had dealt, but their relief lasted only a moment because one of them suddenly noticed that something about the boss was changing. The boss broke free from the abyssal mire and floated upward into the air. Intense blue energy gathered around its body as it entered its second phase and prepared to unleash a devastating ultimate attack. Panic seized the entire team. A hooded player frantically shouted for everyone to activate defensive barriers against the incoming area attack, while another armored player turned and fled, screaming that barriers would be useless against it. And just as the boss was about to release its attack, the battlefield seemed to freeze under the pressure of the incoming blast. At that critical instant, a hand wrapped in dark energy suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Glowing purple chains burst out around the monster and snapped tightly over its body, binding it in place and cutting off its ultimate skill before it could fully release. Huang Huifan and the hooded player stared at the scene in complete confusion. Neither of them could believe that such a powerful attack from the boss had been stopped so casually, as if it had never been a threat at all. Then Huang Ziqing's cold voice echoed across the battlefield. His tone was full of contempt as he insulted the entire party, calling them nothing but a useless pile of trash. Huang Ziqing's eyes burned with a cruel purple light as he pointed directly at his mother. He mocked her for bringing along a group of cowards who only knew how to run away, completely ignoring the fact that as long as he was there, their victory was already guaranteed. Huang Ziqing burst into a manic laugh as the dark aura around him flared even stronger. He declared that he would forcibly awaken their true potential and let them witness the terrifying reality of FICA Heavy Industries. Then he raised one hand high, his entire arm swallowed by swirling purple energy. Suddenly, ominous red flames began appearing around the confused party members. Huang Huifan was caught completely off guard as the strange fire spread toward the others as well. The dark skill was revealed to be Abyssal Sacrifice. A terrifying demonic face emerged within the corrupted magic as the spell forcefully seized control of the party members. They screamed in agony while their eyes lit up with a sinister red glow. This horrific curse from the abyss drained the player's lifespan to temporarily increase their attributes by 99%, throwing them into a berserk frenzy as they charged straight toward the boss. Under the power of that dark buff, the team no longer retreated. They planted their feet, held their ground, and began chanting in rhythm. In one coordinated burst, they unleashed a storm of spells, sending torrents of elemental energy crashing down onto the chained monster. Their combined overpowered assault detonated across the battlefield in a massive, fiery explosion. The blast shook the surrounding ruins and tore through nearby structures, filling the area with heat, smoke, and flying debris. When the smoke finally started to clear, the boss monster's body could no longer hold together. It broke apart piece by piece, dissolving into countless particles of golden light. At the same time, a system notification appeared, confirming that FICA Heavy Industries had successfully defeated its first Emerald-grade boss. The surviving party members immediately erupted into wild cheers. Some threw their heads back and screamed in excitement, celebrating the guild's huge achievement and treating Huang Ziqing like the unquestioned hero of the battle. The excited guild members began chanting Huang Ziqing's name again and again, then triumphantly lifted him up and tossed him into the air. From a short distance away, his mother watched the celebration in silence. After the excitement finally settled down, Huang Heifan ordered the rest of the group to divide the loot. Then, with a stern look, she told Huang Ziqing to come with her, while his cousin stood nearby beside them. Following his mother's command, Huang Ziqing left the main group with Huang Heifan and his cousin. The three of them walked into the secluded ruins of an abandoned building, away from the noise of the others. Once they were alone, Huang Heifan turned to face her son. Her eyes glowed with a sharp, suspicious purple light as she demanded, in a serious voice, that he tell her the truth about where those strange skills had come from. Huang Ziqing immediately grew annoyed by her questioning. He complained that he had just won them an incredible victory, yet she was treating him as if he had done something wrong. But Huang Heifan did not back down and continued demanding an answer. Huang Ziqing clicked his tongue defensively and avoided looking directly at her. In a cold tone, he claimed that he had obtained those dark abilities as a reward after defeating a powerful boss. Huang Heifan stared at him with intense scrutiny, clearly not believing a single word. Then she bluntly called him a liar, leaving Huang Ziqing to turn his face away in guilty silence. Huang Heifan's eyes glowed even brighter as she continued pressing him. She pointed out that Huang Ziqing was a mage, yet those dark abilities did not resemble ordinary mage skills at all. Then she revealed the terrifying cost of his spell. Although they had defeated the boss, his skill had instantly consumed 300 years of the guild's collective lifespan. Huang Heifan kept pushing him, reminding him that the lost lifespan had been saved to repay their enormous debt to Shadow. The price was simply far too heavy, so she demanded a complete explanation. Overwhelmed and irritated, Huang Ziqing covered his face and snapped at her to stop talking. Furious, Huang Ziqing finally lashed out. He shouted that he had achieved a massive victory, yet she was interrogating him like a criminal. His resentment toward her obsession with Shadow burst out all at once, and he declared that he would never become a submissive dog like her. He was sick of her cowardice, and he refused to let her control him any longer. Turning his back on her, Huang Ziqing arrogantly vowed that he would kill Shadow himself. He claimed he would lead FICA Heavy Industries to become the #1 guild in Great Xia. Huang Heifan desperately shouted for him to stop, warning that he was still too young to understand the cruel rules of survival in this apocalyptic world. His cousin stepped forward with tears streaming down her face. She gently placed a hand on Huang Ziqing's shoulder and pleaded for him to calm down, saying his mother was only acting for his own good. Huang Ziqing slowly turned his head toward her, his single eye glowing with purple malice. Huang Ziqing softly repeated those words, "For my own good," as his dark glare hardened. In that moment, the look in his eyes shifted into pure murderous intent. In a sudden burst of violent rage, Huang Ziqing spun around and punched the girl brutally in the face. The force twisted her neck in a sickening motion as he screamed, demanding to know why his mother had forced him together with such an ugly woman if she truly wanted what was best for him. The girl collapsed lifelessly onto the dirt path. Huang Heifan stared in absolute shock and horror, reaching out helplessly as she screamed at Huang Ziqing and demanded to know what he had just done. Standing over the girl's lifeless body, Huang Ziqing watched coldly as Xiao Hui dissolved into glowing golden particles. The system confirmed that he had killed her, and Huang Ziqing released a chilling sigh of satisfaction. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his face, but his resolve did not waver. With his eyes still glowing from the corrupted abyssal energy, Huang Ziqing coldly justified the horrifying act by muttering that they had forced his hand. Without looking back, Huang Ziqing walked away into the desolate wasteland. As Xiao Hui's fading light particles scattered behind him, Huang Heifan reached out desperately, crying for him to stop and come back, but he ignored every word. Far away, the red-eyed leader from Country M stood over the lifeless bodies of Chu, Kunshan, and Zuma. His scarred hand crackled with dark red lightning as he slowly reached toward their corpses. Using the grim abilities of his class, he extracted the lingering skills from their dead bodies. With a cold expression, he praised the powers he had obtained and told his fallen subordinates to rest in peace. 3 days later, at the FICA Heavy Industries base inside the Magic Leaning Tower hideout, an armored guard with a buzz cut stood at his post. He yawned casually, clearly bored out of his mind from guard duty. But in the next moment, that bored expression vanished completely. A huge shadow suddenly fell over the area, and the guard looked up in confusion and shock. The colossal skeletal dragon, Osiris, descended rapidly from the sky, surrounded by swirling purple energy as its massive form pressed down over the base. The guard screamed in panic, mistaking the arrival for an attack from a giant dragon boss. Chaos instantly spread among the nearby guild members. One shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, while a cloaked member frantically yelled for them to drop their weapons and run. Amid the dark aura, Shadow stood calmly with glowing yellow eyes and told the panicking crowd to relax. He revealed his identity and demanded that they bring out their guild leader, Huang Hufen, announcing that he had come to collect the 800 years of lifespan they owed him. Once the terrified cloaked member realized that the legendary Shadow was the one riding the dragon, he immediately dropped to his knees in submission. Trembling, he apologized nervously and explained that Shadow had arrived at a bad time because the guild leader was absent, which made Shadow feel confused since they had already arranged an appointment. Still kneeling and shaking, the guild member explained that 2 days ago, Huang Hufen and her son had gotten into a serious argument. Ever since that conflict, neither of them had logged back into the game, leaving the rest of the guild with no idea what had happened. The frightened guild member repeated that their guild leader and her son had a severe conflict several days earlier, and since then, both of them had vanished from the game entirely. Shadow quietly thought over the situation. Knowing that Huang Hufen usually kept her promises, he concluded that something serious and unavoidable must have happened in the real world for her to miss their appointment. Just then, Shadow suddenly received a system notification from one of his contacts, alerting him to an urgent bounty mission with an extremely high reward. The message explained that the remaining members of the hunted Black Dragon Guild had escaped to the southern region of Nanyue. According to the contact, players in Nanyue were usually relaxed and preferred a slower pace. However, after the fleeing remnants merged with their main headquarters in that region, they unleashed an overwhelming force that the locals could no longer contain. The violence had completely overturned the Nanyue region, forcing the local officials to send out a distress signal and ask Shadow for help against the purple dragon magic destroying their city. Shadow weighed the situation for a moment, then accepted the mission, noting that he had never visited Nanyue before. Relying on the memories from his past life, Shadow knew that Huang Hufen would eventually lead FICA Heavy Industries into becoming a top guild. Because of that, he believed she was not in immediate fatal danger. He instructed the guard to notify him the moment she logged back in, so he could return to settle the matter. Shadow climbed back onto his massive skeletal dragon, Osiris, and soared into the sky. He messaged his contact that he would arrive in Nanyue within an hour, leaving the contact stunned because that time frame meant his dragon could fly at supersonic speed. Meanwhile, in the real world, a heavy downpour covered the gloomy cityscape of the magic capital, turning the streets dark and cold beneath the endless rain. Under that stormy night, Huang Hufen walked alone with a somber expression, searching along a muddy riverbank beneath a huge highway bridge. There, pressed against the concrete support of the bridge, she finally found her son, Huang Ziqing, huddled on the ground as rain poured down around him. As Huang Hufen drew closer through the rain, Huang Ziqing lowered his head instead of meeting her gaze. Beneath his damp hair, one of his eyes gave off a faint, eerie blue glow, the kind of unnatural light that felt rotten and corrupt from the moment it appeared. Huang Hufen softened her voice and gently urged him to come back home with her. She told him she had already looked into the source of his dark abilities, and what she found terrified her. That power had come from an abyssal item. It could give him overwhelming strength in a short time, but it would also eat away at his mind bit by bit until there was nothing left of Huang Ziqing except a hollow slave of the abyss. With tears mixing into the rain on her face, Huang Hufen finally admitted the truth to Huang Ziqing. She had spent too long ignoring what he truly felt, and only now did she realize that her neglect had pushed him toward a dangerous path, making him desperate to prove himself through reckless shortcuts. Her voice trembled as she lowered her pride and sincerely confessed that she had been wrong.
Standing above him under the cold rain, Huang Hufen continued speaking in a heavy, regretful tone. She understood that he wanted to make their guild powerful, and she knew that desire had never been fake. But strength could not be rushed, and success could not be seized without consequence. In this world, every shortcut demanded a price, and that price was often far crueler than anyone expected.
Then Huang Huifen slowly reached out her hand toward him, no longer speaking like a commanding guild leader, but like a mother trying to reach her son. She promised that from this moment forward she would respect his decisions. She would stop treating him like a child, stop forcing him into choices he hated, and never again push him toward relationships he did not want. All she asked was for him to come back, so the two of them could rebuild the guild together, not as ruler and child, but as true partners. Huang Ziking's hardened expression finally cracked. He slowly lifted his head, and tears spilled down from his glowing purple eyes, cutting through the rain on his face. For a brief moment, the darkness around him seemed to loosen, and in a small, broken voice, he softly called out to his mother. But before that fragile moment could continue, a green portal suddenly flared open against the wall behind them, its light slicing through the rainy darkness. From within it, the red-eyed leader stepped out. He immediately broke the silence, warning Huang Ziking that if he returned with his mother now, nothing would truly change. He would only repeat the same old life, trapped once again beneath her control. The red-eyed leader stood there in his soul-walker state, his body intangible and untouchable, completely immune to ordinary attacks. His crimson eyes fixed on Huang Ziking as he asked him a simple but poisonous question. If someone offered him the power to make every dream come true, what choice would he make? Huang Huifen's expression changed instantly. Confused and alarmed, she demanded to know who this stranger was and why he had appeared there. But the red-eyed leader did not even bother looking at her. His attention stayed on Huang Ziking as he dangled temptation in front of him, promising to make their guild the strongest in the magic capital, raise Huang Ziking into the #1 mage, help him kill Shadow, and even push him to dominate the leaderboards. A malicious smile spread across the red-eyed leader's face as if everything he had promised was already within reach. He calmly assured Huang Ziking that with his help, every one of those ambitions could be achieved without difficulty. Seeing the stranger trying to lure her son deeper into danger, Huang Huifen's protective instincts erupted. She shouted that she would never allow some unknown outsider to deceive Huang Ziking. Purple magical light surged around her, forming chains of ghostly energy, and with a sharp command, she ordered the intruder to freeze where he stood. Without hesitating, Huang Huifen thrust her hand forward and sent those phantom chains tearing through the air. The glowing restraints shot straight toward the red-eyed leader, aiming to wrap around him and bind him in place before he could say another word. But the red-eyed leader did not dodge. He simply stared back with cold, indifferent eyes as the purple chains reached him, then passed directly through his intangible body, as if they had struck nothing but mist. Huang Huifen froze in absolute shock as her attack failed to land at all. Her eyes widened, unable to believe what she was seeing, while the red-eyed leader's ghost-like form remained completely unharmed before her. In the next instant, the red-eyed leader moved. His figure flashed forward with terrifying speed, closing the distance before Huang Huifen could react, and his hand shot out violently, clamping down on her head with brutal force. Then he unleashed an epic tier warrior skill, one he had most likely stolen from a corpse. With overwhelming strength, he performed a savage, heroic throw, smashing Huang Huifen headfirst into the ground. The impact was so violent that the concrete beneath her cracked and shattered outward. The red-eyed leader stood above the wounded Huang Huifen, looking down at her as if she were nothing more than a failed experiment. His voice carried open mockery as he taunted her, saying he was disappointed by the so-called strength of a top guild of Great Xia. With such pathetic power, he sneered, she could never hope to achieve the dreams she kept talking about. After humiliating Huang Huifen, the red-eyed leader turned his attention back to Huang Ziking. He admitted, almost casually, that his mother had not lied about one thing. The abyssal vase did indeed corrupt the minds of those who used it, slowly dragging them into madness. But then his tone shifted, and he revealed the part Huang Huifen had not told him. The corruption of the abyss was not completely irreversible. It could be purified. Those words struck Huang Ziking like lightning, leaving him stunned, and the red-eyed leader used that hesitation to pull him even deeper into his trap. The red-eyed leader claimed Huang Huifen had hidden that secret from him on purpose, all so she could keep him dependent and obedient. He warned Huang Ziking that as long as he remained in his mother's shadow, he would never gain real freedom, and no one would ever truly respect him. Bleeding on the broken ground, Huang Huifen struggled to lift her head and begged Huang Ziking not to listen to him. She admitted that a purification method did exist, but it required an extremely rare hidden class known as Exorcist. Her voice shook as she insisted that the only known person with that class had already died. At that moment, glowing red scars shaped like stars suddenly lit up across the red-eyed leader's arm. The marks burned brighter and brighter, spreading fiery red energy into his hand like a flame being awakened from beneath his skin. He lowered his gaze toward Huang Huifeng, his expression dark and chilling. Then, in a voice filled with quiet menace, he asked her who had ever told her that he was dead. The red-eyed leader then poured that crimson energy into Huang Ziking, activating the exorcism skill before their eyes. The ability was powerful enough to reduce the buildup of negative status effects by half, and that included the abyssal corruption that had been devouring Huang Ziking's mind. Huang Ziking hurriedly checked his system interface, barely able to believe what he was seeing. His abyss gauge had truly dropped. The corruption was being purified right in front of him, and the realization left him staring in amazement. Huang Huifeng lay there completely paralyzed by shock, her face filled with disbelief as she stammered that this should have been impossible. The exorcist was supposed to be dead, her voice sharpened with fear and suspicion as she demanded to know who this man really was. But Huang Ziking was no longer focused on her warning. Overwhelmed by excitement, he clenched his fists, thrilled by what the purification meant. If the abyssal corruption could truly be reduced, then he could draw even more power from the abyssal item without fearing the consequences. Huang Huifeng desperately shouted that the real exorcist had been a woman, meaning this man had to be a fake. The red-eyed leader simply looked at Huang Ziking and told him to trust his own judgment, to decide with his own eyes what was real. Then the red-eyed leader activated another ability, Yin-Yang Harmony, quietly seizing control of Huang Ziking's emotions. His voice lowered into a whisper, telling Huang Ziking that his mother's love had never been freedom, only another chain around his neck. She had denied his worth, held him back, and tried to bind him forever. Then he urged Huang Ziking to kill her, promising that once she was gone, no one would ever control him again. Under that emotional manipulation, Huang Ziking's expression emptied out. His eyes lost their clarity and began glowing with a sinister red light. The red-eyed leader promised that everything Huang Ziking desired would belong to him, then tossed a knife onto the ground where its cold edge glinted in the rain. The red-eyed leader gave the final command, telling Huang Ziking to take the last step himself. Once his mother was dead, he promised, absolute freedom would finally be his. Wrapped in a corruptive red aura, Huang Ziking slowly bent down and picked up the knife. From the ground, Huang Huifeng watched in horror, her body broken and weak, yet still she pleaded with him to understand that he was being controlled by magic. Huang Ziking stood over his helpless mother, gripping the glowing blade tightly in his hand. Huang Huifeng begged him again and again to wake up, to fight free from the stranger's control before it was too late. But her desperate cries could no longer reach him. With lifeless eyes and darkness swallowing his heart, Huang Ziking raised the knife. Huang Huifeng weakly called his name one final time, her voice almost drowned by the rain. But Huang Ziking did not stop. With ruthless resolve, he brought the weapon down. The blade flashed through the air, and Huang Ziking delivered a brutal slash. A moment later, Huang Ziking stood there holding the blood-stained knife. He slowly turned toward the red-eyed leader, his face showing no trace of regret or grief. In a cold voice, he demanded to know whether the man would truly help him obtain everything he wanted. The leader answered calmly, agreeing without hesitation. The dark magic had completely consumed Huang Ziking. A twisted, unsettling smile stretched across his face, growing wider until it looked almost maniacal. Excited by the path now opening before him, he told the red-eyed leader to begin, then asked what they needed to do next. Huang Ziking laughed in the darkness, standing above his mother's lifeless body with the bloody knife still in his hand. His madness had swallowed what remained of him, and without looking back, he asked the red-eyed leader about their plan. The red-eyed leader raised one of his magical cards, and the card lit up in his hand. As its glow spread through the rainy night, a new ability began to take shape around him. Using the divination skill he had stolen, the red-eyed leader cast a glowing red portal into the sky. Huang Ziking looked up in shock as the crimson light opened above them, turning the night into something ominous and unreal. Within the spell, a catastrophic prophecy appeared. A massive fiery meteor tore across a blood-red sky, blazing like the end of the world. The vision warned that the abyss would devour the heavens, and that an ominous red star would descend to destroy all darkness. Huang Ziking stared at the apocalyptic scene hanging in the sky, his earlier excitement fading into confusion. He could see the destruction clearly, but he did not yet understand what the prophecy truly meant. The red-eyed leader explained that the power in the prophecy would eventually cover all of Great Xia, leaving no one with a place to hide. Not even Shadow would be able to escape it. Then he added that the darkness destined to be destroyed might refer to Shadow, or it might even refer to Huang Ziqing himself. Cold sweat formed on Huang Ziqing's face as the meaning of those words sank in. For the first time he realized that this coming catastrophe was not simply a chance for victory. It could also become the moment he died. The red-eyed leader reassured him that while the disaster itself was unavoidable, survival would still depend on human effort. He advised Huang Ziqing to use the abyssal power to rapidly expand his guild's strength, preparing himself and his forces for the inevitable clash against Shadow. Then the red-eyed leader summoned another glowing red card into his hand. The card pulsed with strange energy as he held it out and handed it over to Huang Ziqing. With his pawn now set in motion, the red-eyed leader turned away and walked into the mist-covered night. Before disappearing, he promised that when the proper time came, he would return to find Huang Ziqing again. Left alone in the darkness, Huang Ziqing no longer resisted the corruption inside him. His eyes burned red in the rain, and in that silent moment he fully accepted the mission that had been placed before him. Huang Ziqing raised his hand and channeled his dark magic over his mother's corpse. Red energy began swirling around Huang Hefen's body, wrapping around her like living mist as he activated the abyssal puppet spell. The dark power forced its way into Huang Hefen's body, and a scream burst from her as her eyes suddenly ignited with a red glow. The skill dragged her back as an undead puppet, binding her completely to Huang Ziqing's will while preserving every ability she had possessed in life. Huang Ziqing stood behind his reanimated mother as she turned to him and asked for her master's instructions. Lost completely in madness, he looked at her with a chilling smile and declared that from now on they would build their guild together. Far away from the chaos in the magic capital, the scene shifted to the southern region of Nanyue, where a gigantic tower stood high above the ruined city streets, casting its heavy shadow over the broken buildings below. The players living there were exactly as relaxed as the rumors said. Instead of rushing around in constant tension, they cared more about enjoying life. With steaming hot dim sum laid out beside fresh tea, one player cheerfully announced that work could wait, because it was time for everyone to take a proper break. Along the quiet riverbank, several players sat comfortably with fishing rods in hand, letting the peaceful water carry away their stress. Someone even reminded the others not to hurry, telling them to drink their tea first before worrying about anything else. But that calm afternoon was shattered in an instant. Behind them, a massive level 18 boss suddenly spawned, its huge two-headed bull body looming over the riverbank as both heads let out a thunderous roar that shook the air. Yet, instead of screaming in terror, one fisherman looked more irritated than afraid. He snapped at the giant beast and told it to shut up, complaining that all that roaring was scaring away the fish they had been patiently waiting for. The players were clearly annoyed that their rare moment of leisure had been ruined. One by one they set down their cups and snacks, magical auras rising around them as they got to their feet. With their relaxed mood gone, they called for everyone to charge and deal with the monster quickly. Their formation came together almost immediately. One player raised his hand and fired a freezing beam straight at one of the bull's heads, locking it down with crowd control so the two-headed monster could not properly synchronize its spells. An armored warrior pushed forward at the front, while a mage stepped in beside him, both of them taking command of the assault. They shouted for the armor-breaking team to focus on the boss's weak points, while the damage dealers followed right behind, urging everyone to finish the fight before it dragged on. Under their coordinated attacks, the boss's health began dropping fast. Blow after blow slammed into its body, shaving away huge chunks of its health bar, and in response, the monster's eyes suddenly flared with a fierce burning rage. Driven to the edge, the two-headed bull entered a berserk state. It stomped down and released a massive shockwave that tore through the ground, cracking the earth apart and sending one unlucky fisherman flying backward through the air. Frontline players immediately realized the boss had become far too dangerous to handle casually. Panic spread through the group, and they turned to run, shouting as they fled for their guild leader to come over and deal with the enraged beast. The call was answered almost right away. A tan-skinned young woman with white hair dropped her boba tea in surprise, then stepped forward with a sharp, focused glare. In her hands, she gripped a fishing rod like it was a deadly weapon. Wearing only simple sandals, she pushed off the ground with explosive strength and launched herself high into the air, soaring straight toward the rampaging monster without the slightest hesitation. Still furious that the beast had ruined their break, she cursed at mid-air and swung her fishing rod with expert precision. A glowing green fishing line shot out from the rod, cutting through the air as it flew toward the giant bull. The magical line stretched farther and farther, then spiraled around the boss with incredible speed. In just a few breaths, it wrapped tightly around the monster's massive body, locking its limbs in place and leaving it completely immobilized.
With the boss trapped and unable to break free, the guild leader's lips curved into a confident smirk. She planted her stance in mid-motion and prepared to finish the fight with a single decisive strike.
Then she yanked the fishing rod back with all her strength, activating her ultimate skill. The razor-sharp line tightened and sliced deep into the monster's body, triggering fatal damage that drained the last of its remaining health in one brutal instant. As the guild leader landed smoothly back on the ground, the system announced that she had slain the two-headed bull. Her ability had trapped the target first, then dealt damage based on how much health it had already lost, making the final blow even deadlier. A moment later, the boss dissolved into glowing golden loot orbs scattered across the grass. The surrounding players burst into cheers, their earlier panic instantly turning into excitement. They praised Sister Hai for calculating the damage perfectly, then began chanting their fishing-themed guild catchphrase with the same enthusiasm they had shown during tea time. Sister Hai laughed brightly and declared that protecting the Nanyue region was simply her duty. Her unique hidden class was then revealed, Fishing Master, an assassin-type role that used a fishing rod for long-range attacks, matching the laid-back lifestyle of her guild almost too perfectly. Just then, a guild member called out that the tea was ready. The moment they heard that, the group happily abandoned the battlefield and hurried back toward their tables, leaving the golden loot orbs sitting on the grass so they would not miss their tea break. Sister Hai smiled helplessly, waved after her team, and then followed them back toward the peaceful riverside setup. For now, even the spoils of battle could wait, because their break clearly mattered more. While the Nanyue players laughed and enjoyed their tea, the glowing loot orbs remained scattered nearby, untouched and almost forgotten. But without them noticing, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes close to the riverbank. From behind the leaves, a bald, scarred man with blue eyes quietly peeked out. He was one of the remnants of the Black Dragon Guild, and he scoffed at the Nanyue Guild for leaving valuable loot behind just to drink tea. With a cold signal, he ordered his men to move in. The Black Dragon members immediately activated a level 15 group stealth skill called Shadow Veil. A camouflage dome spread over them like a hidden curtain, concealing their bodies as they greedily moved in and began scooping up the abandoned golden orbs. Meanwhile, the Nanyue players were still chatting casually about fishing, completely unaware of the danger nearby. Hidden under their stealth, the thieves snickered to themselves, noting that this was the perfect time to strike while their targets had fully dropped their guard. Then the stealth suddenly fell away. The Black Dragon leader, Zentile, revealed himself and activated a buff called Boiling Blood Domain. A fiery aura erupted around him, boosting his allies' attributes, and he gave the vicious order to slaughter the fishermen. The Black Dragon members burst out from the tall grass with weapons already drawn. Their ambush came so suddenly that the relaxed Nanyue players had no time to react, leaving Sister Hai and her guildmates completely caught off guard. Zentile raised his blade high, aiming it straight at Sister Hai and the terrified guildmate beside her. Their shocked faces reflected the cold gleam of his weapon as he prepared to strike them down. In an instant, the peaceful tea break collapsed into chaos. Attackers swung their weapons wildly, laughing and shouting for blood, while cups, tables, and snacks were overturned. Players screamed, debris flew across the riverbank, and the calm atmosphere vanished completely. Standing proudly among the stolen loot, Zentile clenched his fists with a cruel grin. He declared that this was exactly how the pigs of Great Jia should be hunted, turning the ambush into a twisted celebration. But their celebration did not last long. A subordinate suddenly rushed to Zentile's side and warned him in a tense voice that something was approaching from the sky at terrifying speed. Zentile snapped his gaze upward, and the color drained from his face. He instantly recognized the incoming threat as Shadow. Realizing that the information from the Magic Capital survivors had been true, he barked an order for his men to recast Shadow Veil and retreat at once. High above the ruined city, Shadow's massive skeletal dragon, Osiris, came plunging down from the clouds. Its enormous body crashed heavily into the city with a thunderous impact, shaking the broken streets beneath it. Standing atop his dragon with yellow light glowing in his eyes, Shadow swept his gaze across the deserted battlefield. Seeing no enemies in front of him, he wondered in silence whether he had arrived one step too late. Then his eyes fell on the loot orbs still scattered across the ground. From that detail alone, Shadow quickly deduced that the enemy must have fled in a panic after receiving an early warning of his arrival. What puzzled him was how they had detected him at all, since he had traveled there under absolute stealth. The Nanyue players were furious when they realized what had happened. One member cursed the Foreign War God Guild for using such dirty tactics, his voice shaking with anger as he complained that their brothers had been attacked and their hard-earned boss loot had been stolen. Sister Hai was just as enraged. She tightened her grip around her weapon and called the attackers a pack of animals, furious that they did not dare fight openly and only relied on cowardly sneak attacks that made it nearly impossible to strike back. But hope quickly returned when one member announced that the official forces had sent the legendary Shadow to help them. With Shadow on their side, he confidently told the group that they finally had a real chance to catch those foreign culprits. Not long after, he rushed back with fresh news. Shadow and the officials had already reached the riverbank, the very same place where the Nanyue players usually gathered to drink tea. The moment they heard this, the excited Nanyue players could barely hold themselves back. They rushed through the ruined city streets toward the riverbank, eager to meet the famous player they had only ever dreamed of seeing in person. Soon, Shadow's gigantic skeletal dragon, Osiris, descended before them. Sister Hai and the female official beside her both looked up in awe, their faces filled with a mix of fear and amazement at the sight of his epic-grade mount. The female official, with long dark hair, wisps of smoke, greeted Shadow together with Sister Hai, who introduced the Kiaozui Alliance. Wisps of Smoke then pointed out something strange. The attackers had escaped in such a rush that they had not even bothered to collect the lifespans scattered across the ground. Shadow confirmed what she had noticed. The enemies had retreated so decisively because they somehow knew he was coming. That meant his stealthy approach had been exposed before he ever reached the battlefield. From atop his dragon, Shadow calmly analyzed the situation. If the enemy knew about his arrival in advance, then either there was a mole hidden among the official ranks, or the enemy possessed some hidden class capable of tracking him. He then asked the official to brief him on what was happening in Nanyue. Wisps of Smoke began explaining the local situation. In Nanyue, the official forces and Sister Hai's guild were the strongest powers in the region. As for the attackers, they belonged to the War God Guild, a small faction made up mostly of foreigners. She revealed that the enemy had an assassin with a high-level group stealth skill, which was the main reason the officials had struggled so much to capture them. In the past, the War God Guild had been considered weak, the kind of group that only dared to commit petty theft. But everything changed after remnants of the Magic Capital's Black Dragon Guild arrived and joined forces with them. Since forming that alliance, the War God Guild had gone on a violent killing spree, and Sister Hai's group had already become their 7th target that day. Shadow quietly considered her words. The surviving Black Dragon members should not have been strong enough to create such a serious problem on their own, so there had to be a deeper reason behind the War God Guild's sudden rampage. The official nodded in agreement and shared what their investigation had uncovered. The attackers' motives were clearly abnormal. They slaughtered everyone in their path, even low-level players who posed no threat, and they often abandoned valuable lifespan just to make sure they could escape safely. Wisps of Smoke explained that the War God Guild's reckless slaughter had caused their kill value to soar to a terrifying level. That penalty would lock away their ability to keep leveling, and if they were killed, every bit of lifespan they carried would drop. Because of that, she suspected their self-destructive actions were not random at all, but possibly connected to the requirements of some hidden class, which lined up perfectly with Shadow's earlier theory. As Shadow listened, he quietly thought through the murder penalties built into the game. He knew very well that once a player's kill value climbed too high, their progression would come to a complete halt. If they died, they would lose all their stored lifespan, and on top of that, the system would begin placing harsher and harsher punishments on them. The higher the kill level rose, the more severe the restrictions became. What troubled Shadow the most was one particular punishment buried deep in his memory. If a player's kill value reached an extremely dangerous level, it could attract the Executioner, a terrifying demonic entity with countless arms and an aura that felt like judgment itself. And once that monster was summoned, there would be no easy escape. The Executioner would lock onto its target and hunt them relentlessly, chasing that player until they were completely and permanently erased. Shadow silently wondered whether the War God Guild was actually trying to summon the Executioner on purpose. But even as that thought crossed his mind, he could not understand what advantage they hoped to gain from it. More than that, the fact that the enemy had predicted his movements and retreated so cleanly before he arrived left him genuinely uneasy. He searched through his memories for any ability that could explain it, and only one class came to mind. The Diviner class had the power to glimpse the future, but the only Diviner Shadow knew of was Theodore, and Shadow had personally assassinated him during the airplane ambush. Then a cold realization struck him. Back then, he had killed Theodore, but he had not used his weapon's special curse to enforce permanent death. That meant someone from Country M might have possessed a rare item or hidden class capable of using the dead, allowing them to steal Theodore's divination power after his death. Determined to trace the source of the leak, Shadow looked down from atop his dragon and turned his attention to Wisps of Smoke and Sister High. In a calm but serious tone, he asked them for the exact location of the War God Guild's hideout. Wisps of Smoke answered that their base was an underground factory known as the Blood Slaughterhouse. She immediately warned Shadow not to rush into it carelessly, explaining that her forces had raided the place before. The facility was packed with high-level traps, and while those traps delayed the attackers, the enemies inside always used that time to escape. Shadow was not shaken in the slightest. He simply told her to lead the way, to uncover why the enemy could predict his movements and what they were truly planning. They only needed to break into the base and capture one living member for interrogation. Deep underground, inside the Blood Slaughterhouse, the hideout looked like a sinister industrial fortress. Red light glowed across the metal walls and heavy machinery, while armed guards moved through the facility on active patrol. Farther inside the factory, a dark-skinned man with a tribal tattoo and glowing red eyes approached Zentiel, the leader of the Black Dragon Remnants. With a confident look, the tattooed man asked whether the intelligence he had provided had proven useful. Zentiel gave a grim nod and admitted the information had been completely accurate. Shadow had descended from the sky exactly as predicted, and if they had not received that early warning from the tattooed man, his group would already have been slaughtered. The tattooed man smirked, his red eyes gleaming brighter as he recited Theodore's original prophecy. He spoke of a pitch-black dragon knight arriving in silence, of the fortunate few retreating in time, and of an ominous red star descending from above to wipe out all darkness. With excitement burning in his voice, he told Zentiel that the first part of the prophecy, delivered by their mysterious lord, had already come true through Shadow's arrival. As long as they continued raising their kill value high enough, he insisted they could summon that ominous star and use it to annihilate Shadow. Balancing on the bandaged stump where one of his legs used to be, the tattooed man declared that Shadow's death was inevitable. Once Great Zia lost its strongest player, the other forces would be left defenseless, and then his lord could lead the elites of Country M to wipe them out completely. Resentment twisted through his voice as he recalled everything that had happened. Shadow and the Magic Capital officials had driven their guild all the way to the Nanyue border, and Theodore had died at their hands. Even after that, Shadow had continued pressing them into a corner in Nanyue, leaving them with nowhere else to run. The more he spoke, the more his face distorted with rage. Hatred filled his eyes as he swore that every bit of suffering he had endured would be paid back in blood. He began naming the people he wanted revenge on, declaring that once Shadow was dead, his first target would be the young pink-haired witch from the Sky Guild. Then his fury turned toward Lin Qingyu. Blaming Shadow's allies for the loss of his arm and leg, he pictured the Magic Capital official in his mind and vowed to rip out her hair with his own hands. Finally, his thoughts shifted to Captain An Yu, the Zhanghai official. His expression grew even more twisted as he described the cruel things he wanted to do to her after they won. Zentiel and his men chuckled darkly at the tattooed man's vicious fantasies. Zentiel admitted that the man's passionate, bloodthirsty speech had stirred them up. But after that brief amusement, Zentiel's expression hardened and suspicion returned to his eyes. He stared at the tattooed man and pointed out one obvious problem. If Theodore the Diviner had already been killed by Shadow, then they should not have access to any new prophecies at all. Zentiel made his distrust clear. He demanded proof that the prophecy was real, not just a trick designed to use the War God Guild as disposable pawns while the foreigner escaped safely back home. The tattooed man did not look offended. Instead, he smirked as if he had expected this reaction from the start. He said he understood Zentiel's doubts perfectly, because he had once doubted the same thing before meeting their lord. To prove his words, the tattooed man pulled out a magical card. The card immediately ignited with red flames in his hand, and he told the cautious Zentiel to watch closely. Then he declared that he would return to Country M right away. The moment he activated the card, a crimson spatial portal opened above him, casting red light across the Blood Slaughterhouse. One bald guild member stared at the spell in shock and instantly recognized it. That was one of Theodore's abilities. But what happened next stunned everyone in the room. A figure wrapped in dark, fiery energy stepped out from the portal, and the tattooed man's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the newcomer as the very lord he had been talking about. The new arrival was the red-eyed leader. He turned his gaze toward Zentiel, and at the same time, a glowing blue holographic screen suddenly materialized in front of the Black Dragon leader. Zentile froze as he stared at the floating screen, his expression shifting from suspicion to complete shock. The screen displayed a live feed of the tattooed man standing at the Statue of Liberty. A clear message confirmed that he had truly returned to Country M. As Zentile watched the broadcast, tears welled in his eyes. He finally understood that teleportation across continents was real. The red-eyed leader had not simply opened a portal. He had used the skill to swap places with the tattooed man. Faced with that almost godlike power, Zentile and his subordinates could no longer remain standing. They dropped to their knees in awe, and Zentile pledged absolute loyalty to the mysterious man, begging him to take them back to their homeland. The red-eyed leader agreed, but his promise came with a condition. Before he would send them home, they had to summon the ominous star and kill Shadow. As he spoke, he quietly activated yin-yang harmony, the powerful skill that manipulated emotions without its victims realizing. The mind-altering magic took effect almost instantly. Zentile and his men's eyes flared with fanatical red light, and their doubts were swallowed by a manipulated, bloodthirsty rage. They roared their desire to kill, becoming perfect pawns for the red-eyed leader's plan. Meanwhile, back on the surface beneath a cloudy reddish sky, Shadow arrived at his destination with Sister Hai and another Nanyue player at his side. They stood near the edge of a sunken area filled with ominous red mist. The player pointed down toward a massive concrete bunker buried below and told Shadow that this was the War God Guild's hideout, the Blood Slaughterhouse. The male player warned Shadow to be careful as they looked down at the gloomy entrance. The enemy's base was dangerous, hard to navigate, and far more troublesome than it appeared from the outside. He explained that the War God Guild deliberately kept the outer barrier turned off so enemies would think entering was easy. But once anyone stepped inside, they would find themselves trapped in a maze filled with deadly mechanisms. During a past raid against the Black Dragon leader Zentile, their forces had suffered heavy losses because of those hidden traps. Shadow calmly corrected him, saying the hideout did not have an outside barrier to begin with. Its defense depended entirely on the traps hidden inside. After acknowledging that the place was dangerous, Shadow turned to the guide and asked for his name. The player introduced himself as Unlucky Eguang. Despite the miserable nickname, he insisted that his luck was actually quite good, though a strange curse seemed to follow him everywhere. His teams often died, bosses tended to go berserk, and his teammates somehow always triggered traps. He added that wisps of smoke had sent him as a guide because the reward was generous. Sister Hai frowned and said with frustration that the War God Guild itself was not truly strong. The real problem was their reinforced bunker and shameless hit-and-run tactics, which made it nearly impossible for the authorities to wipe them out in a proper fight. On top of that, the base's internal alarm system was always active. If anyone forced their way in, Zentile would be warned immediately, giving the Black Dragon leader plenty of time to escape before they could reach him. Shadow remained completely unbothered by their concerns. He revealed that hideouts like this all depended on a central crystal. As long as he took control of that crystal, the entire base would become his, and the enemies would lose their shelter, leaving them homeless and easy to hunt down. Shadow then told Sister Hai and Eguang to stay outside on the cliff where it was safer while he went in alone. He stepped forward, ready to enter the bunker, but Eguang quickly moved to stop him. Sister Hai immediately volunteered to guide Shadow inside, warning that facing those hidden traps alone was too risky. Eguang agreed with her, saying Sister Hai's experience from the previous failed mission would be useful. After a brief pause, Shadow accepted her offer and allowed her to lead the way. Shadow then looked at Eguang and said he did not want the man's bad luck ruining the mission. Eguang's face stiffened in embarrassment, and he quickly defended himself, claiming that his unlucky name was just a joke. In his view, the fact that he had survived this apocalyptic game until now proved his luck was actually excellent. Shadow ignored the excuses, but he still allowed them to come along. He warned both of them that if an emergency happened, they had to protect themselves first. The two eagerly agreed, and then the trio jumped down from the cliff, heading straight toward the red-lit entrance of the bunker. Inside the Blood Slaughterhouse, a harsh system alarm suddenly echoed through the red-lit corridors, its warning blaring across the metal halls as it announced that intruders had entered. Inside the Blood Slaughterhouse, Zentile, the leader of the Black Dragon remnants, slowly lifted his head toward the blaring alarm. The moment he heard the warning echo through the base, his expression tightened, and a cold, dangerous look settled across his face. The red-eyed leader calmly asked what was happening. One subordinate quickly assumed it was only the local officials coming back to throw their lives away, but Zentile's instincts told him otherwise. His eyes narrowed as he guessed the intruder was most likely Shadow, and he began wondering whether the traps inside his base were truly enough to stop that famous player. Still unwilling to gamble blindly, Zentile turned toward the red-eyed leader and asked him to use his foresight. He needed to know what outcome awaited them, because only then could he decide whether to abandon the hideout and run, or stay and fight Shadow head-on. The red-eyed leader agreed without hesitation. He raised his hand, and with the stolen power under his control, a glowing red card appeared in front of him. As crimson light spread through the room, he activated the skill called Omen of the Star God. A vision soon unfolded above them, but what appeared was the exact same prophecy as before. A black dragon knight arriving in silence, a lucky one escaping, and an ominous red star descending to destroy the darkness. Zentile stared at the vision in confusion, pointing out that it was no different from what the tattooed man had already said. The red-eyed leader smoothly twisted the meaning to guide Zentile's thoughts. He explained that prophecies only revealed major turning points, so before those moments truly arrived, the vision would not change. Then he convinced Zentile that seeing the same prophecy again meant their fates were already tied together. Zentile fell for the lie almost immediately. A confident smile spread across his face as he decided the alarm could only mean one thing. The intruder who had entered the blood slaughterhouse was definitely Shadow. A red aura began glowing around Zentile as his arrogance swelled. He looked down at his own power and proudly declared that since his abilities were red, he must be the ominous red star from the prophecy. Convinced that destiny was on his side, he boasted that Shadow would suffer a painful death inside his endless maze of traps. The red-eyed leader watched his pawn stride confidently toward disaster, yet he gave no warning. He merely replied that Zentile could interpret the prophecy however he wished. Then he said he would return when the proper moment came, already preparing to make his own escape. With a spatial skill, the red-eyed leader vanished from the room, swapping places with the tattooed man. A red portal tore open and the crippled man tumbled out of it, while Zentile, completely unaware of what had truly happened, happily welcomed him back. The tattooed man quickly realized that his hopes of escaping were gone. He had only been used as a tool to send his so-called lord safely away. But Zentile did not notice the fear on his face at all. Still excited and blinded by confidence, he urged the tattooed man to help him kill Shadow, fully believing he was the ominous red star of the prophecy. The tattooed man stared at Zentile in pure terror. He had witnessed Shadow's terrifying power firsthand, and because of that, he understood exactly how foolish this plan was. Panic flooded his face as he realized Zentile had gone completely insane if he truly believed they could kill Shadow. At the same time, Shadow, Sister Hai, and a Guang landed inside the vast industrial interior of the blood slaughterhouse. Thick red mist drifted through the space around them, making the entire facility feel like a slaughter chamber buried deep underground. Sister Hai quickly raised a hand and stopped the group before they could move any farther. Her expression turned serious as she warned Shadow that this room was filled with deadly traps, the same place where her forces had once suffered heavy losses. Holding a map in her hands, Sister Hai pointed toward a route made of glowing blue tiles on the floor. She told them to follow that path exactly if they wanted to cross safely, warning them not to step on any other tile, no matter what. Shadow walked forward with calm confidence, stepping onto the blue path without the slightest hesitation. He crossed the safe route easily, while a nervous Aguang followed close behind, carefully moving under Sister Hai's guidance. After they finally made it across, Aguang looked back at the floor with uneasy curiosity. He asked what would happen if someone accidentally stepped on the wrong tile instead. Sister Hai explained that hidden spikes would shoot up from below and stab anyone who made a mistake. To prove she was not exaggerating, she picked up a heavy rock and threw it directly onto one of the dark, incorrect tiles. The rock struck the tile with a sharp, heavy sound that echoed through the room. Then an awkward silence settled over all three of them. They stared at the rock lying on the dark tile, waiting for the trap to activate, but nothing happened at all. The floor remained still, and the expected spikes never appeared. Shadow glanced at Sister Hai and asked if she was certain there were traps here. Frustrated and embarrassed, she insisted that she was absolutely sure, saying she had already died 6 times in this exact room before. Determined to prove that she had not been lying, Sister Hai stubbornly stepped onto the dark tiles herself. She stomped again and again, growing more confused with every step as none of the traps responded. Aguang gave Shadow an apologetic look. Clearly embarrassed by Sister Hai's strange behavior, he suggested they should just move on since the traps seemed broken and the room looked safe now. Thinking there was nothing to worry about, Aguang casually stepped forward onto what looked like an ordinary tile. The moment his foot landed, a loud click rang out, and the floor beneath them suddenly flashed with a dangerous red warning light. Because of Aguang's strange bad luck curse, the trap did not attack him at all. Instead, deadly black spikes burst violently out of the floor near Sister Hai, completely bypassing Aguang and stabbing her while she was still stomping nearby. Aguang froze in complete shock, his eyes wide as he screamed in confusion. He could not understand why his own misstep had triggered a trap beneath his teammate instead of under himself. Sister Hai died on the spot, her body turning into golden orbs that scattered across the floor. While the guilt-ridden Aguang apologized again and again to his fallen guide, Shadow remained calm, simply saying they could wait for her to respawn and return. Looking closely at the trap, Shadow realized Sister Hai had not been lying after all. He explained that the enemy must have altered the trap settings, turning the route that used to be safe into a deadly path instead. Since the maze had changed, their old information was now useless. Shadow immediately told Aguang to collect Sister Hai's golden orbs and leave the bunker as soon as possible. High above them, hidden in a concealed control room, Zentile and his men were watching everything unfold. The moment Zentile saw Shadow on the screen, he confirmed that his true target had finally entered the trap. Zentile's lips curled into a mocking grin. He laughed at the idea that Shadow and Aguang could simply turn around and escape after walking into his carefully prepared killing ground. Without wasting another second, Zentile raised his fist and slammed it down hard onto a large red button in front of him. A heavy mechanical rumble echoed through the blood slaughterhouse. Shadow and Aguang immediately noticed something was wrong as the floor beneath their feet began shifting open. In the next instant, a massive trapdoor dropped away beneath them. With no ground left to stand on, both players were swallowed by the opening and sent falling into the deeper levels of the base. As they plunged down the dark shaft, Aguang screamed in terror, his voice bouncing off the walls. Shadow, however, stayed completely composed, adjusting his posture in midair as he prepared himself for the landing. They hit the bottom moments later. Aguang slammed painfully onto his back, while Shadow landed cleanly on his feet without losing balance. Around them was a dark, sealed room, its walls stained with blood and giving off a suffocating sense of danger. Aguang slowly sat up with a groan, blood dripping from his nose after the rough fall. At the same time, a burst of static crackled through the room, and Shadow immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. A large screen mounted on the bloody wall suddenly flickered to life. Through a hidden speaker, a distorted voice rang out, pretending to sound surprised as it welcomed Shadow into their home. The static on the screen gradually cleared, revealing a live video of Zentile. Wearing a creepy mask over his face, the Black Dragon leader stared at Shadow through the screen and announced that he wanted to play a game. Zentile's masked face filled the screen as he gave Shadow a chilling welcome, his voice dripping with twisted amusement. Then Zentile introduced the game, pointing out the large circular saws mounted along the walls. The sight immediately made Aguang tense up in fear. Zentile ordered both of them to stand inside the marked circles on the floor. Shadow stepped into his circle without showing any fear. Beside him stood a pedestal with a red button, while a saw nearby spun with a sharp, threatening whine. Zentile then explained the rules. Shadow and Aguang had to take turns pressing their buttons. Each press carried a 1 in 6 chance of triggering the opponent's saw, and with every turn, that chance would increase until death was guaranteed by the 6th press. The rules were simple and cruel. Whoever survived the game would take the loser's lifespan and be allowed to leave the room safely. Aguang scoffed as soon as he heard that, quickly pointing out the flaw in the game. If he died, he would only respawn later, and the survivor could simply return the lost lifespan afterward. He then added with complete confidence that Shadow was practically invincible. Aguang doubted a mere saw could even leave a scratch on someone like him, while Shadow remained silent and unreadable. Zentile sneered at them and called them fools. He revealed that inside his emerald-grade hideout, the rules were absolute. Once the saw was triggered, it would guarantee a kill, no matter how powerful the target was. But Zentile was not done yet. As the master of the hideout, he claimed he had one small privilege that allowed him to adjust the game however he wanted. To make the situation even more dangerous, Zentile released a swarm of disgusting spiders into the room. The sight of the crawling creatures instantly shocked Aguang. Aguang immediately pulled out a knife, ready to slash at the approaching creatures. But Shadow stopped him at once, recognizing them as nightmare-exploding bugs. If they were damaged, they would explode, releasing poison and triggering a deadly chain reaction throughout the room. Aguang felt a flash of relief and quickly twisted his body aside, narrowly dodging one of the flying bugs before it could brush against him. But with Aguang's cursed luck, even dodging was not simple. As he hurriedly pulled his arm back, the knife in his hand accidentally scraped across the creature's body. The moment the bug was injured, its body swelled and burst apart. Purple energy exploded outward in a violent blast, swallowing Aguang before he could even react. That first explosion immediately triggered the exact chain reaction Shadow had warned about, spreading from one nightmare-exploding bug to the next. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion engulfed the entire room. Both Shadow and Aguang were hit with the nightmare status, and their nightmare gauge instantly surged all the way to 80%. While Aguang panicked in horror, Shadow remained strangely calm and simply noted that Aguang really was unlucky. Through the screen, Zentile explained the danger of the nightmare state with cruel satisfaction. While trapped in that condition, players could not resurrect or log out. If they died, their minds would be locked inside a nightmare for 3 full days, leaving their helpless bodies behind to be looted. Aguang erupted in anger and immediately refused to play along. He shouted that if neither of them pressed the button, then no one would die, so their best option was to simply wait it out and ignore Zentile's twisted game. Zentile only chuckled from the screen, one eye glowing with a sinister red light, as if he had already expected that answer. Then the room suddenly began to rumble. Zentile taunted them through the speaker, asking whether they would rather gamble against the spinning saws or let the chamber slowly crush them to death. Aguang turned pale as he watched the spiked walls begin closing in from both sides. Zentile reminded them with a mocking tone that pressing the buttons would slow the walls down, giving them just enough time to keep playing. With that, Zentile officially declared the game started, laughing wildly at the thought of having Shadow trapped in his hands. Aguang's panic completely took over, and he cried out that he had no idea what they were supposed to do. Left with no real choice, Aguang slowly hovered his hand above his button, but fear locked his fingers in place. He was terrified that his bad luck might trigger Shadow's saw, so he started thinking that maybe Shadow should press first, because Shadow was the one who absolutely had to survive. But the more Aguang thought about it, the more tangled the numbers became in his head. If Shadow survived his turn, then the odds would rise on the next press, making Aguang's own situation even worse. Fear and confusion paralyzed him, and he kept babbling nervously, unable to make a decision. Sweat rolled down Aguang's face as the pressure crushed his nerves. Just as he was spiraling deeper into panic, Shadow calmly called his name. Shadow's voice was steady and firm as he told Aguang not to move. He ordered him to stay exactly where he was and do nothing. Aguang stared at him in disbelief, pointing out that the spiked walls were still closing in and would crush them if they just stood there. But Shadow did not change his expression. As the walls kept grinding closer with every second, he repeated the command in the same calm voice, telling Aguang to stay still. From the screen, Zentile watched their reaction with obvious amusement, clearly enjoying the sight of Shadow refusing to act. He mocked the legendary player, questioning whether Shadow had already given up without even trying to fight back. By now, the spiked walls were close enough to feel suffocating. Aguang pressed against them with trembling hands, tears gathering in his eyes as he begged Shadow to do something before they were flattened. Zentile laughed even harder, telling them to enjoy being crushed alive. Once they died and their minds were trapped in the nightmare, he promised he would loot their defenseless bodies without leaving anything behind. As the walls continued to close in, Aguang turned toward Shadow one last time and cried out his name in desperation. Believing there was no way out, Aguang broke down over his own terrible luck. He complained through tears that after surviving so much, he was actually going to die by being crushed flat in a trap room. With no escape left, Aguang squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself for the impact as the cold walls finally touched his body. But a moment later, Aguang opened his eyes in confusion. The deadly trap had stopped, and the crushing force he expected never came. The spiked walls and spinning saws had frozen in place just inches away from them. Zentile's furious voice erupted through the speaker, cursing loudly and demanding to know why his traps had suddenly stopped working. System notifications appeared one after another, announcing that the hideout had been breached and that its core had been stolen. Zentile stared in disbelief, completely stunned by the sudden reversal. Before Zentile could even understand what was happening, Shadow's small dragon attacked him inside the control room. The entire ambush was shown live on the screen, turning Zentile's own broadcast against him. At the same time, the system officially transferred ownership of the Blood Slaughterhouse over to Shadow. Still pinned close to the wall, Aguang stared at everything in shock. He could hardly believe that Shadow had taken over the enemy's entire base without even seeming to move from the room. Shadow remained completely unfazed, his eyes glowing faintly. Through telepathy, he contacted his mount and asked why the plan had taken a full minute longer than his original calculation. Only then did Shadow's real strategy become clear. While Zentile had been busy taunting them with the death game, Shadow had secretly summoned 12 spectral wyverns to carry out a separate infiltration. Those small dragons had slipped past the traps and moved through the base from another route, eventually ambushing the guild members hiding in the control room. Outside the bunker, the massive skeletal dragon Osiris apologized through their connection. He explained that the maze was more complicated than expected and heavily guarded, which had slowed the wyverns down. Even with the slight delay, Osiris reported that the operation had succeeded. Inside the control room, one of the wyverns was already carrying the stolen core crystal, and Zentile had been captured alive without setting off the alarms. Shadow immediately ordered the wyvern to shut down the remaining traps and open a path through the base. The small dragon obeyed at once, leaving Aguang staring at it in stunned silence, still trying to process where it had even come from. As the wyvern guided them forward, Aguang finally understood the truth. Shadow had already planned the infiltration before they ever stepped into the bunker. He realized the so-called deadly game had only been a distraction. He and Shadow had acted as bait to hold Zentile's attention, while the dragons quietly slipped through the hideout and took control from within. Shadow confirmed Aguang's guess, but calmly added that the operation would have gone much more smoothly if Aguang's bad luck had not caused the nightmare exploding bugs to detonate. Aguang could only smile awkwardly, embarrassed, and unable to argue. Shadow then turned his attention to their nightmare status, since dying in their current condition would be far too dangerous. He ordered one of the wyverns to fly Aguang out of the bunker and told him to hide as far away as possible, so his bad luck would not create any more disasters. As the wyvern carried a protesting Aguang away from the scene, Osiris contacted Shadow again with bad news. Shadow let out a tired sigh and asked what had gone wrong this time. Osiris explained that Zentile's group had used a self-destruct skill to avoid capture and safely respawn elsewhere. However, their mass suicide had left behind hundreds of years of lifespan scattered across the floor as loot. Shadow immediately realized that his perfect plan had been ruined at the very last moment. In the end, he could only conclude that Aguang's bad luck was not just annoying, but a truly terrifying force. After respawning, Sister Hai returned and found Shadow standing outside the bunker. She looked at him in amazement and confusion, unable to understand how the blood slaughterhouse had somehow become his property during the short time she was gone. Then Sister Hai started to ask about the unlucky Aguang, but Shadow cut her off almost immediately. With a serious look, he warned her not to say that man's name out loud, just in case it attracted even more bad luck. Shadow tossed a golden key to Sister Hai, and her eyes lit up the moment she caught it. He explained that he had already reached the limit for how many hideouts he could own, so he was handing this one over to her and the Nanyue officials. Overjoyed, Sister Hai happily promised to treat him to tea. Shadow immediately crushed her excitement by clarifying that the hideout was not free. Once they finished collecting the loot, he expected a payment of 1,500 years of lifespan. Sister Hai burst into exaggerated tears over the terrifying price, but even so, she still thanked him sincerely. At that moment, the female official, Wisps of Smoke, hurried toward them and called out to Shadow from a distance. Wisps of Smoke thanked Shadow for helping them deal with the crisis, then handed him a glowing blue skill book as a reward. She explained that it was Nanyue's best assassin skill, and she had personally brought it over. She also added that she had already exiled Aguang to the border, knowing Shadow wanted him nowhere nearby. The system window revealed the reward as a gold-tier skill called Shield of Shadow Dance. Whenever the user entered stealth, it granted damage immunity shields equal to their stealth level, and the skill could be used once every 5 minutes. Shadow felt a quiet rush of satisfaction, because damage immunity was basically a short burst of invincibility. For ordinary fights, that alone was already powerful, but against boss monsters it mattered even more. Those enemies could tear straight through the massive lifesteal shields he usually relied on, so this kind of protection might be the difference between surviving a fatal hit and getting wiped out instantly. Without wasting any time, Shadow opened his system interface and poured his evolution points into the skill book. The golden glow around it deepened, then shifted upward in quality, pushing the skill all the way from gold grade into the far stronger epic tier. After the upgrade finished, the skill's cooldown was cut down sharply. What had once taken much longer to recover now needed only a little over 20 seconds before it could be used again. Shadow immediately activated the skill to test it. A cool blue aura wrapped around his body like a thin protective shell, and because his stealth had already reached level 21, it granted him 21 full layers of damage immunity against enemies with terrifying burst attacks. This was exactly the kind of defense he needed. A Wisp of Smoke looked troubled as she reminded him that Zentile and the War God Guild had managed to escape. Since they had slipped away alive, she feared they would become much more cautious next time, and far more dangerous. With a bitter look, she complained that the peaceful players of Nanyu hated being dragged into tense, exhausting conflicts like this. The more she thought about it, the darker her imagination became. She pictured the easygoing Nanyu players being forced into a miserable future where they had to fight monsters almost every single day, grinding 6 days a week just to stay alive in the apocalypse. That terrifying thought hit Sister Hai especially hard. She panicked on the spot, crying out that she would rather die than give up her precious 3 o'clock tea time. Beside her, the official also looked devastated, openly mourning the peaceful life they had just lost. Seeing them break down over the idea of working hard, Shadow suddenly remembered something from his previous life. Nanyu players had been able to live so comfortably during the apocalypse because their region possessed some of the strongest hidden classes. If they had not been so unbelievably lazy, Nanyu might have become the most powerful region of all. Shadow finally stepped in and steadied their emotions. He told them he would remain in Nanyu for the time being, at least until he tracked down Zentile. And while he was staying there, he would help them raise their combat strength so they would be able to protect themselves instead of panicking every time danger appeared. Sister Hai and a wisp of smoke quietly celebrated in their hearts. The official, in particular, felt secretly smug, thinking that even someone like Shadow still could not handle crying women. In her mind, their pitiful act had worked perfectly, and now they had successfully pulled him into helping them. The women's gloomy faces immediately brightened. They cheered happily around Shadow, thanking him again and again as if their biggest problem had already been solved. Then they eagerly asked about teaming up with him to fight bosses. But while asking for help, they shamelessly laid out their own relaxed schedule, work from 9 to 6, take a proper tea break in the middle, and still keep weekends and holidays completely free. Shadow was left speechless by just how lazy they were. In the end, he simply told them to form a party so he could carry them through leveling. At the same time, he ordered their subordinates to start scouting the area and report any bosses ranked Emerald tier or above. The girls burst into celebration again. To them, having a top-tier player do the dangerous work while they enjoyed an easy game was practically the perfect arrangement. Shadow summoned his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and the massive undead dragon swept down before grabbing the women and lifting them into the air. As they flew, a wisp of smoke reported that an Emerald tier boss had been found. It was the highly toxic Black Fish King, a monster that hid beneath black water slime and used that cover to make itself immune to ranged attacks. Shadow calmly told them to lead the way, while also reminding them to keep him informed about Zentile's movements. Before long, they reached a quiet riverbank near a ruined city, swallowed by dense forest. The water looked strangely calm, and broken structures could be seen through the trees in the distance. At the river's edge, Shadow paused in confusion when he saw Sister Hai sitting there casually with a fishing rod. Instead of preparing for battle, she looked as if she had come out for a peaceful afternoon by the water. Shadow could not help asking what exactly she was doing. Sister Hai quickly shushed him and kept her eyes fixed on the river. She explained in a low voice that this boss could only be drawn out by fishing. Then she warned him that once its health dropped below 30%, it would dive back into the water and rapidly recover, which was exactly why killing it was so difficult. A wisp of smoke suggested that Shadow should first clear out the nearby low-level monsters, using them to build up energy for his strongest attacks. Shadow glanced at her in surprise, not expecting her to understand the way his energy-gathering mechanics worked. Her face immediately turned red. After a brief hesitation, the official admitted shyly that she was actually a huge fan of his. To prove it, she lifted her phone and showed him the screen. A secret photo of Shadow was set as her lock screen, and she proudly confessed that she had watched recordings of his boss fights hundreds of times. Shadow stared at the image in silence, completely speechless at how obsessive she was. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the arrival of large frog monsters near the riverbank. A wisp of smoke quickly turned to Shadow and asked whether he wanted to use them to stack combo energy, and Shadow gave a simple nod of agreement. Shadow moved first. Dark blades shot out from around him, slicing through the air and cutting straight into the frog monsters before they could properly close in. The attack wiped them out instantly. A wisp of smoke blinked at the result and pointed out that his damage was simply too high to build any kind of combo. Shadow let out a helpless sigh, realizing that his attacks were so slow and powerful that weaker enemies died before he could gather enough energy from them. Seeing him run into that problem, a wisp of smoke immediately offered to help. She raised her hand and summoned a glowing golden figure beside her, then asked Shadow if he wanted to try her special buff, something that might solve his energy problem.
Shadow looked at her with obvious confusion. He asked what kind of strange technique she was talking about, clearly unsure why she looked so confident.
Purple light began to glow around the official as she revealed her hidden class, a succubus witch who specialized in curses. Her ultimate skill could reduce a target's stats by 80% without needing combo energy at all. But then she added a very suspicious condition. Because the casting time was long, the two of them had to be completely alone in private. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to Shadow, speaking in a bold and teasing voice. She said this intimate technique was something she only wanted to use on him, then asked whether he would agree. Shadow showed absolutely no interest. He rejected her flatly, turned around and walked away without hesitation, leaving her standing there in visible disappointment. Shadow then stated calmly that he had his own way to gather energy, and there was no need for such a strange method. He looked toward his skeletal dragon and gave the order. Osiris was to gather all the remaining monsters together in one place. Osiris spread its skeletal wings and rose into the air. Dark magic gathered around it, forming a powerful vortex that swept across the battlefield and dragged the frog monsters upward. The storm tightened around the monsters, compressing them into a dense sphere of purple energy. Trapped inside, the frogs were suspended helplessly in the air. A wisp of smoke stared up at the scene in amazement, her eyes fixed on the terrifying control power Osiris had just displayed. Now that every target had been forced into one place, Shadow bent his knees and launched himself into the sky. While hanging in midair beneath the trapped monsters, Shadow unleashed Dark Night Ring Blade. A huge circular wave of red energy expanded outward from him, slicing cleanly through the clustered enemies above. The official froze when she saw the damage numbers exploding across the air. Then she shouted in disbelief, saying there were so many zeros that she could not even count them properly. The moment Shadow landed back on the ground, she could not hold back her excitement and yelled out again, completely stunned by what she had just witnessed. With his combo energy now fully charged, Shadow announced that he was ready. He turned towards Sister Hai and asked whether the boss had taken the bait yet. Almost at that exact moment, her fishing rod bent violently, and as she struggled against the force on the line, she shouted that the fish was hooked. Sister Hai pulled with all her strength and dragged a giant, dark-scaled fish out of the river, yelling her guild's catchphrase as the monster burst from the water. But right after landing the catch, she quickly retreated from the danger zone, clearly leaving the actual fight to Shadow. A massive red slash struck the giant fish almost immediately, tearing across its body and dealing 40,000 damage in a single blow. Standing on top of the highly toxic Black Fish King, Shadow quickly understood the problem. The thick slime coating its body reduced incoming damage by 90%. If he could not kill it in one decisive strike before its health fell below 30%, the monster would simply escape back into the river and recover. The enormous beast let out a furious roar. It pulled its head back, its mouth opening wide as dark poisonous liquid gathered inside. The Black Fish King released its rotten mud attack, sending a wave of toxic sludge surging toward the riverbank. Sister Hai and the official instantly turned and ran in panic, knowing that even touching that poison could be deadly. Shadow ignored the incoming sludge entirely. Around his body, several golden orbs appeared one after another, and inside each orb waited a shadow clone, ready to strike at his command. In the next instant, blue light flashed across the battlefield. Shadow and his clones activated instant shadow slash together, striking the beast's throat from multiple angles and carving heavy damage into it. Shadow landed lightly on the muddy riverbank. At first, he had planned to finish the boss in one hit, but after seeing the situation, he decided this was also a good chance to test another ability. A purple glow lit up in his eye, and dark energy began gathering around his body like smoke curling in the air. This was the perfect moment to try out his newly obtained finishing move. Shadow activated his Endless Nightmare Ultimate, and purple flames immediately wrapped around the giant fish. The skill caused the enemy's nightmare gauge to rise every second, while every attack Shadow landed would push that meter even higher. Surrounded by a deep purple aura, Shadow steadily controlled the dark spell. While the skill was active, it increased his damage by 80%, and once the nightmare gauge reached 100, the enemy would be dragged into a nightmare state. Once the nightmare state took hold, the monster would sink into a deep, helpless sleep, completely exposed for the next blow. But the truly terrifying part was the eye-breaking strike that followed. The very next attack that jolted the enemy awake would explode with triple damage, turning one clean hit into a finishing blow. With the Black Fish King trapped inside the nightmare, Shadow moved without hesitation.
His figure flashed forward, and another instant shadow slash cut straight across the monster's throat. The strike landed as a critical hit, triggering an icy blue explosion on impact, and Shadow immediately dashed backward to avoid being caught in the blast.
A system alert appeared, confirming that the Emerald-grade boss had been completely killed. Shadow received experience, evolution points, extra lifespan, and even an increase in nightmare resistance. On the side, Sister Hai and the official burst into cheers, amazed that he had really finished the boss before it could dive back into the river and escape. Shadow began checking through the loot that had dropped, calmly scanning over the evolution points and equipment. But among everything floating before him, one item immediately drew his attention, a glowing blue treasure map that looked far more unusual than the rest. The map displayed a chest marked by a bright star symbol, revealing the hiding place of a legendary secret treasure. According to its markings, the treasure was buried deep within the forest near Jianghai City. Jianghai City was much too far away for Shadow to personally travel there right now. But instead of ignoring the opportunity, he sent the map to a trusted ally back home, knowing that her natural luck made her the perfect person to handle a treasure hunt like this. After that, Shadow casually handed the remaining loot over to his companions. Sister Hai immediately cheered, but then reminded him that it was nearly time for them to go home. Shadow ignored their excitement about leaving and firmly pointed out that they still had 30 full minutes left, enough time to hunt down 2 more bosses. Meanwhile, in the forest near Jianghai City, a horned demon monster was sleeping quietly on a thick tree branch. Below it, a small group of riders made their way through the woods, trying to keep their journey calm and quiet, until loud crunching sounds suddenly broke the silence. Wang Meng looked down at the map Shadow had sent and confirmed that they were already close to the treasure's location. Beside him, Captain An Yu reminded everyone to stay alert, since none of them knew what kind of monsters might be hiding in these woods. But the loud crunching continued without stopping, echoing awkwardly through the trees. Wang Meng and An Yu both grew visibly irritated as the noise kept ruining the tense atmosphere around them. When they turned toward the source of the sound, they found Little Black sitting on her alpaca mount, happily munching away on crackers as if she were out on a casual picnic. Wang Meng immediately lost his patience and scolded Little Black. He warned her that eating so loudly in a dangerous forest could attract monsters, then complained that she was treating this life-threatening treasure hunt like some relaxed countryside outing. High above them, the sleeping demon monster stirred because of the noise and slowly woke up. Little Black, completely unaware of the danger above, seriously explained to Wang Meng that her good luck had not been working lately, so she was trying to restore it. She lifted the crackers for her companions to see and insisted they were not ordinary snacks. According to her, she had bought them from a mysterious merchant after clearing a dungeon. That merchant had told her the snacks were rare treasures from another world, with the special power to bring good luck. Little Black believed it completely and eagerly offered some to her friends as if she were sharing precious charms. Captain An Yu could not help chuckling, clearly finding Little Black's serious belief adorable. But Wang Meng, who was already chewing on a cracker himself, told An Yu not to laugh too quickly because the snacks were honestly delicious. Seeing her friends still doubting her, Little Black puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Then, as if trying to prove her point through sheer stubbornness, she shoved another cracker into her mouth and continued crunching even louder than before. That final crunch was the last straw. The massive creature sleeping above suddenly sprang from the branch, its huge shadow dropping down through the leaves. With an enraged roar, the giant demon monster came crashing straight toward the group, its body plunging from the treetop like a falling boulder. The beast slammed both fists into the ground with terrifying force. Fortunately, Wang Meng and Yu and the others reacted just in time, scattering in different directions and barely dodging the impact. As the dust rolled outward, the system identified the monster as a level 18 emerald-grade boss, the ferocious ape. Wang Meng stared at the towering beast and immediately panicked, certain they were finished. The ferocious ape roared, its red eyes locking onto the source of the loud crunching, then violently threw Little Black and her alpaca deep into the forest. To everyone's shock, the ferocious ape did not continue attacking the rest of the group. Instead, after hurling Little Black away, it simply swung back into the trees and left. Wang Meng stood there stunned, asking why the boss had spared them. And the answer was painfully simple. It had only woken up because of the noise, tossed the noisy culprit away, and immediately lost interest. While Little Black and her alpaca went flying through the air, her friends finally snapped out of their daze and rushed off to search for her. At the same time, the crackers scattered everywhere, raining down around Little Black and bouncing across the ground until several pieces landed on the treasure chest. The moment the snack struck the chest, the star emblem on its surface suddenly flashed. Then, as if the wooden box had come alive, Eyes opened on it, and a low growl rumbled from inside. Chest snapped open violently, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a huge tongue inside. A system alert immediately appeared, identifying it as a level 20 emerald-grade boss, the Greedy Devourer. Little Black screamed in terror and scrambled backward, finally realizing that the so-called legendary treasure was not treasure at all. It was a deadly monster waiting to eat whoever got too close. Frozen on the ground, she suddenly understood how close she had come to dying. If the crackers had not hit the chest first and triggered it early, she would have been the one opening it, and the monster would have swallowed her the moment she reached out. But then she saw the Greedy Devourer happily chewing on the crackers instead of attacking her right away. Relief washed over Little Black, and she immediately concluded that the mysterious merchant had not lied after all. These snacks really had brought her good luck and saved her life. That relief did not last long. Little Black quickly realized that even if the snacks had saved her once, she had no way to defeat an emerald-grade boss by herself. Without hesitating any longer, she decided to call Shadow for help. Back at the riverbank, Shadow's battle had just reached its end. He released a devastating blue slash, cutting through the boss and finishing the fight with overwhelming force. From a cliff above Sister High and the official, a wisp of smoke cheered loudly for Shadow's terrifying strength. Below them, Shadow stood victorious beside the glowing loot scattered near the fallen boss. Shadow calmly told his companions to collect the drops so they could move on to the next boss. As the women gathered around the loot, they could not help marveling at all the treasures the fight had produced. Then a timer showed that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The female official and Sister High instantly looked exhausted and began protesting, insisting that it was time to clock out and that they absolutely refused to work overtime. True to the famously relaxed Nanyu playstyle, the two women cheerfully said goodbye to Shadow and told him they would see him at 9 in the morning. Then they left without the slightest guilt, leaving Shadow standing there by himself. Shadow's quiet moment alone was suddenly interrupted by an urgent message from Little Black. She said she had found the legendary treasure, but the treasure had turned out to be a powerful mimic monster she could not beat, and she was desperately asking him to come rescue her. Shadow immediately asked her for the coordinates. The moment he received them, he mounted his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and flew straight toward her location. Deep in the dark forest, Little Black sat nervously with another cracker in her hand, carefully eating while keeping her eyes locked on the glowing purple Greedy Devourer chest boss nearby. Shadow arrived from above and descended with a massive strike. His crimson blade tore through the air and sliced straight into the monster, cutting across the Greedy Devourer with brutal force. The system immediately confirmed the boss's defeat, granting Shadow a huge amount of experience and tradable lifespan. His level rose to 25 as loot orbs floated around them. Little Black looked at him in amazement, praising him for finding her so quickly and killing the boss in a single strike. Shadow did not react much to her praise. Instead, he looked at her and asked how she had managed to find the mimic without falling directly into its trap. Little Black explained that she had accidentally fallen into the pit and almost touched the chest herself, but just before she made contact, one of the crackers she dropped landed on it first, waking the monster in her place. When Shadow asked about the cracker, Little Black quickly explained that she had bought the snack from a mysterious merchant. According to her, the cracker had somehow turned her bad luck into good fortune. Shadow held the snack and examined it with clear skepticism. Even with all the knowledge he carried from his previous life, he had never heard of any item that could truly alter someone's luck like that. Little Black watched him eagerly, her eyes fixed on his mask. In her heart, she secretly hoped he would take it off to eat the cracker, because this might finally be her chance to see what his face looked like. But Shadow seemed to anticipate exactly what she was thinking. Before she could get her wish, he activated his stealth skill and vanished into a swirl of dark blue flames, leaving Little Black staring in confusion. A moment later, Shadow reappeared with his mask still firmly on. He gave her a casual thumbs up and said the snack tasted good. Little Black immediately pouted, playfully accusing him of being way too shy. Then Shadow turned his attention to the real blue chest and explained why the mimic was so dangerous. If a player were captured by it, they would be trapped inside its stomach, unable to log out, and could even starve in the real world. Only by defeating the mimic safely would the true treasure chest be revealed. Shadow opened the real chest and began collecting the rewards inside, gaining evolution points along with several pieces of equipment. Among the drops, 2 items stood out above everything else, a map and a key connected to the city of unjust death. The moment Shadow recognized the key, his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately understood that this was no ordinary drop, but an incredibly rare artifact with extraordinary value. Shadow stared at the unexpected drop for a moment, genuinely stunned. The more he thought about it, the more he could not help wondering whether Little Black's strange cracker had really boosted her luck somehow. His mind immediately went to the City of Unjust Death, a place he remembered clearly as a forbidden zone where living people were never meant to set foot. In his previous life, only one person had ever managed to enter that terrifying place and come back with any story at all. At the same time, Shadow's sister, Qin Xiaoyu, was also pulled into the maze. Blue transfer light wrapped around her body, and in the next instant she appeared inside the trial space as the glow slowly faded beneath her feet. Qin Xiaoyu quickly spotted her friend and called out to her, but her voice received no answer. The woman simply stood there, staring blankly ahead, her eyes empty and unfocused, as if she had turned into a lifeless phantom. High above the maze, the system's voice echoed through the air and announced the rules of the Fair Judgment trial. There were 100 targets scattered inside the maze, but among them, only one was truly guilty. Shadow's task was to find that person and carry out the execution. But the trial came with a deadly restriction. If Shadow killed even a single innocent target by mistake, the entire challenge would immediately end in failure. Shadow turned to Asathas and asked how he was supposed to tell which target was guilty. Asathas gave no direct answer, only speaking in a cryptic tone as he told Shadow to use his own eyes to see the truth. Golden light slowly ignited in Shadow's eye. His expression remained calm, but his voice carried absolute confidence as he declared that the guilty one would never be able to hide from his gaze. Lu Jianfeng watched the situation and suddenly smiled with confidence. He quickly realized that the rules of this match favored his side perfectly because their advantage was numbers. Without hesitating, he raised his voice and began giving orders to his men. He ordered the first team to drag Shadow into duel after duel without stopping. They did not have to defeat him. All they needed to do was delay him, and the moment one fighter fell, the next would immediately challenge him. Meanwhile, the second team would sneak around the battlefield and steal the enemy flag. His men roared in response and charged out at once. The system immediately announced that a player named Mountain City Bear King had challenged Shadow to a duel. The large man rushed forward with a loud battle cry, throwing his body into the attack, but Shadow barely moved. With terrifying ease, he flicked a poisoned dart straight into the man's face, and the player only had time to gasp at that insane speed before the system declared his defeat. The instant the first opponent dropped, the system announced the next duel without pause. Facing the endless line of challengers, Shadow did not look bothered at all. He simply turned his head and calmly told Chen Wuming to guard their flag. Before Chen Wuming could even fully register the order, one of the enemies from the sneaking squad suddenly leapt at him. Pink hearts floated all around the man as he lunged forward, trying to wrap the guild leader in a tight and extremely creepy hug. Chen Wuming was so frightened that he screamed on the spot, begging the man to stop touching him. Shadow, meanwhile, merely stepped aside and watched the bizarre struggle unfold, showing no intention of getting involved. At the same time, Shadow's current opponent charged at him angrily, shouting for Shadow to stop looking away and focus on their duel. Shadow dodged the sloppy attack as if it were nothing, then ended the fight instantly with another poisoned dart. The defeated player tumbled away, his armor vanishing and leaving him in heart-patterned underwear. Shadow glanced at the pathetic scene and flatly called the attempt embarrassing just as the system announced his victory. The system wasted no time and immediately started the next duel against a player named Sichuan Chongqing, Dual Realm Walker. The new challenger stepped forward aggressively, warning Shadow not to interfere with his struggling teammate. At that exact moment, several of Liu Jianfeng's men moved in and cornered Chen Wuming, cutting off his path from multiple directions. Chen Wuming's face was covered in embarrassing lipstick marks from that strange hug, and the humiliation finally pushed him over the edge. He shouted for them to take him seriously, then activated his holy shield art. Golden light burst around him, making his entire body completely invincible for 8 seconds. Using those precious seconds of invincibility, Chen Wuming gripped his weapon and swung with all his strength. A powerful shockwave blasted outward, knocking the enemies around him away. He struck a dramatic pose in the golden glow and shouted proudly that he would hold the line. No matter who came at him, he would protect Shadow's base from every single enemy. But the enemies he had knocked down did not look scared at all. Instead of getting back up to attack, they sat on the ground and burst into laughter. One of them looked at the glowing guild leader with a mocking grin and told him he should probably check behind him. Chen Wuming instantly froze, and a bad feeling rushed over him. When Chen Wuming turned around, his face went pale. Another enemy was already sprinting into the distance with their red flag in his arms. The thief even laughed and waved goodbye, leaving the sweating guild leader to realize he had been completely tricked. The enemy team had successfully grabbed the red flag, and one of Liu Jianfeng's men charged back while cheering loudly, shouting that they had secured it. From farther away, his teammates immediately praised the thief's success. They shouted that as long as he brought the flag back to their side, victory would be theirs. The flag carrier leapt forward with confidence, boasting that they were about to become the first team to defeat Shadow. But the moment his feet hit the ground, something hidden beneath him was triggered. A huge green explosion erupted beneath his body, swallowing him in a burst of poisonous light. When the poison fog slowly dispersed, the enemies stared in shock. The flag carrier had been killed instantly, and both his loot and the stolen flag had dropped right where he fell. Chen Wuming stood there stunned, and Shadow calmly explained that the blast had come from a poison trap. Then Shadow revealed the truth to Liu Jianfeng. From the very beginning of the match, he had used his high stealth level to secretly place invisible poison traps all across the battlefield. Liu Jianfeng was furious. He shouted at Shadow, demanding to know why he had not been disqualified for attacking other players while already locked in a duel. Shadow summoned a glowing trap into his hand and answered with a smug look. The rules only forbade active attacks outside a duel. Since the enemies were the ones who stepped on the traps themselves, it did not count as Shadow directly attacking them. After saying that, Shadow moved quickly and finished his current opponent with a clean strike to the head. As the system announced another victory, he looked coldly toward the remaining challengers and called for the next one. One enemy named Mule refused to believe Shadow could instantly defeat everyone. He rushed in and initiated a duel, but before he could even react properly, Shadow struck him in the face and ended the fight on the spot. The system's announcements began to stack one after another. Player after player initiated a duel against Shadow, only to be defeated almost immediately each time. Seeing the battlefield spiral out of control, Liu Jianfeng suddenly activated his sprinting skill and bolted forward. His confused subordinates shouted after him, asking where he was going. As he ran, Liu Jianfeng deliberately stomped down hard on the ground, triggering another hidden poison trap. A massive green explosion erupted around him and engulfed his entire body. But when the poisonous blast faded, Liu Jianfeng walked out completely unharmed, protected by the layers of damage immunity shields around him. His subordinates immediately understood what he was doing. Liu Jianfeng was using himself as a human minesweeper, personally clearing the traps from the battlefield. As trap after trap exploded beneath him, his men quickly realized they only needed to step exactly where their leader had stepped. As long as they followed his path, they could avoid being blown up. One of them could not help asking why Liu Jianfeng did not just grab the flag himself while he was clearing the way. Another teammate quickly replied that he clearly did not understand their leader's true purpose. Looking at Liu Jianfeng's intense expression, they believed they had figured it out. His real goal was not simply to steal the flag, but to force an honorable duel with Shadow. The thought of two powerful warriors facing each other in a proper showdown deeply moved them. In their eyes, this had become something much bigger than a simple flag match. Fired up by their own belief, the group charged forward with renewed determination. They wanted to seize the flag quickly, clear away every distraction, and give their leader the chance to fight Shadow one-on-one. But Chen Wuming stepped directly into their path. He stared them down without backing away and declared firmly that he would protect everything that belonged to Shadow. The enemies sneered at him. They admitted that his level and equipment were impressive, but they still did not believe he could possibly hold back so many of them by himself. Chen Wuming's lips curled into a confident smirk. He looked at them and asked who had ever said he planned to fight the entire group alone. Behind him, Shadow defeated yet another challenger as if it were nothing. At the same time, Chen Wuming finally revealed his real plan and set it into motion. Chen Wuming's real move was to initiate a duel against Liu Jianfeng himself. The moment the challenge took effect, the fleeing leader was forcibly stopped mid-run, his body suddenly bound by blue energy as the system dragged him into a one-on-one fight with Chen Wuming. Liu Jianfeng turned back with a dark glare, frustration written all over his face as he stared at Chen Wuming like he wanted to tear him apart. Because Chen Wuming had entered a duel, the stolen flag instantly vanished from its previous position and teleported to a random nearby location. Chen Wuming smirked at Liu Jianfeng and taunted him, making it clear that he had already seen through the plan. By locking Liu Jianfeng in a duel, he had completely neutralized those annoying damage reduction shields that were protecting the enemy team's advance. With Liu Jianfeng trapped and unable to keep clearing the way, Shadow was finally free to move. A terrifying red aura erupted from his body, sweeping across the battlefield like a wave of blood-red pressure and freezing the remaining enemies in place with fear. Shadow glanced toward Chen Wuming and calmly praised him, making it clear that his timing had been perfect and the job had been done well. Without their leader's protection, Lu Jianfeng's subordinates immediately lost their confidence. They looked at one another in panic, their expressions sinking as despair spread through the group. Before they could even decide what to do next, Shadow moved. His body blurred through the battlefield wrapped in red energy, and every slash he released tore through the remaining enemies with effortless precision, sending them straight back to their respawn points. When the red light faded, Shadow stood alone among the scattered drops. The entire enemy group had been wiped out cleanly, leaving only loot behind on the battlefield. But just then, a shout from behind warned him that the fight was not over yet. Shadow turned around and saw Chen Wuming hanging unconscious by his collar, his body covered in bruises and completely limp. The system announced Chen Wuming's defeat, and Lu Jianfeng immediately threw him aside before initiating a duel against Shadow. His eyes burned with fury as he declared that Shadow still had to face him. The powerful slash broke through cleanly and shattered the metal bracelet, but to stop the healing and remove the boss's shield, all 4 bracelets had to be destroyed at the exact same moment because they were the seals holding back its true power. Once the curse bar filled completely, the player would fall into a full berserk state. But for him, that supposedly deadly curse was nothing more than a massive free boost to his attack power. Under the force of the overwhelming strike, the giant skeleton god exploded into loot drops, completely destroyed by the attack. A system prompt appeared right after that, confirming that the boss had officially been killed. After the boss fell, 2 swirling purple portals opened in front of Shadow. He calmly explained that he had only taken the assassin gear and the lifespan reward, leaving everything else for the Knights Templar leader. Shadow then reassured Chen Wuming that guarding the flag had been a crucial part of winning the team battle. Chen Wuming was instantly overjoyed, thanking him with visible excitement before asking whether Shadow planned to return with them. Shadow simply said that he still had business to handle in the Ba Shu region. After saying that, he turned away from them and stepped directly into the second portal. When the Zhufeng Pavilion leader respawned back at his base, his subordinates immediately crowded around him, anxiously asking what had happened in his duel with Shadow. But Lu Jianfeng only dropped to his knees on the ground, silently weeping. His men hurried to comfort him, saying there was no shame in losing to the world's top player and that they could always challenge him again later.
Still crying, Liu Jianfeng cursed their naive optimism. His voice cracked with devastation as he screamed that he had not even managed to take a single drop of Shadow's health.
His subordinates fell silent as he confessed the truth. Even after using all his strength, skills, and tactics, he had not been able to touch even a single hair on Shadow's head. Liu Jianfeng explained just how massive the gap between them really was. Shadow had shattered all 99 layers of his absolute defense and emptied his entire health bar before he could even blink. At that moment, one of his men suddenly raised his head and spoke up, claiming that he understood the secret behind Shadow's impossible strength. With absolute certainty, the man declared that Shadow had to be cheating. Lu Jianfeng and the others all looked up at him in shock, stunned by how boldly he had made the accusation. The man quickly laid out his reasoning. Since everyone was playing under the same system, he insisted it made no sense for one person to solo a diamond-grade boss, instantly break through max-level shields, and dodge every single attack without fail. In his eyes, the only possible explanation was that Shadow was hacking. Desperate to find any excuse for their crushing loss, the others immediately latched onto his words. One by one, they nodded and agreed, convincing themselves that his logic made perfect sense. Their sadness quickly turned into anger. They told themselves that losing to a cheater meant nothing, and one furious member even demanded to know how they could report Shadow and get him banned. While the group was still cursing the so-called hacker, a sharp knock suddenly sounded at the door, cutting through their angry shouting. Already frustrated, one of the men snapped and yelled toward the door, furious that someone had chosen this exact moment to bother them. They yanked the door open while throwing out threats, but the moment they saw who was standing outside, every word died in their throats. There, filling the doorway, stood Shadow's tall and dark figure, silent and imposing. Panic instantly flooded the room as the men stumbled backward. They could not understand how Shadow had found their base, and fear spread quickly as they wondered whether he had come to slaughter them. Thinking Shadow was there to seize their hideout, one angry subordinate charged forward, calling him a cheating dog and shouting that their guild would never surrender. Shadow did not react to the insult at all. He simply raised his hand and stopped the charge by tossing a massive glowing orb toward them.
Only then did the men realize what his words implied. Shadow had basically admitted that he defeated a diamond-grade boss entirely on his own. Overwhelmed by that terrifying strength and what they believed was his honor, Liu Jianfeng and his men dropped to their knees. They apologized loudly for misjudging him and swore absolute loyalty to him on the spot. Shadow stared down at the kneeling men, visibly confused by how suddenly their attitude had changed. Liu Jianfeng flushed with enthusiasm and promised that they would do anything for Shadow, even making an uncomfortably suggestive offer to prove his devotion. Shadow's expression immediately turned disgusted, and he rejected the bizarre offer without hesitation. He told them he only needed one thing: help finding the coordinates of every emerald grade or higher boss in the region. Liu Jianfeng hesitated, his face tightening with worry. Shadow noticed the reaction and asked whether the task was too difficult for them. Sweating nervously, Liu Jianfeng explained that the major local guilds had already wiped out every emerald-grade boss on the surface. He then added that their only remaining option was to enter the Phantom Dungeon. But he quickly warned Shadow that the place was extremely dangerous, especially because people said it was haunted by real ghosts. The mention of ghosts immediately caught Shadow's interest, and he told Liu Jianfeng to explain further. Liu Jianfeng said that players who managed to escape from the dungeon often came out completely stripped of both their equipment and clothes. Even worse, the victims would babble nonsense afterward and needed several days before they recovered their sanity. Shadow recognized that description almost instantly. From his memories of his previous life, he knew exactly what kind of being was behind this so-called ghost story. Without the slightest hesitation, Shadow ordered Liu Jianfeng's group to lead him to the dungeon. His eagerness shocked the men so much that they nervously wondered whether he had some strange thrill-seeking habit, but Shadow coldly told them to move. At the eerie entrance of the Phantom Dungeon, another group of players was already marching inside. They laughed loudly at the local rumors, saying the so-called traumatized victims were probably just paranoid. In their eyes, ghosts were nothing but nonsense, and there was no way something like that really existed. The confident trio belonged to the Shudao Mountain Guild. Led by a bald man wearing sunglasses and accompanied by two women, they walked forward arrogantly, boasting that they would uncover the dungeon's secrets once and for all. The Shudao Mountain Guild pushed deeper into the dim corridor, their footsteps echoing against the cold stone walls. At the front, the bald guild leader walked with his chest out, loudly insisting that ghosts were nothing but nonsense. Beside him, the girl in the cheongsam and the girl in the panda onesie quickly backed him up, boasting that with consciences as clean as theirs, no monster or evil spirit could possibly touch them. Before their confidence could last another second, the ceiling above them suddenly exploded apart. Chunks of stone rained down through the darkness, and a towering purple demon with massive horns crashed heavily into the corridor right in front of their path. The monster standing before them was no ordinary dungeon creature. It was the Jilin Zhangjin Dragon King, a terrifying level 18 platinum boss whose presence alone filled the passage with pressure. But instead of backing away, the guild leader's eyes lit up with excitement. He threw his head back and laughed, already imagining the rare treasures and valuable drops that would come from taking down such a powerful boss. Gripping his weapon, the guild leader stepped forward and barked for his team to attack. In the next instant, a huge formation of glowing blue swords appeared around him, filling the dark corridor with sharp, floating light. The giant demon lowered its head and stared back at them with burning red eyes, its huge body tensed, claws ready, as if it was preparing to crush them the moment they came within reach. The guild leader suddenly saw a gap in the monster's defense. Without hesitation, he kicked off the ground and charged straight in, aiming to end the fight with one clean, decisive strike. With countless blue blades spinning around him, he leaped into the air and drove himself toward the demon's arm, his whole body committed to the attack. But just as he was about to swing, the sword in his hand disappeared completely, vanishing from his grip as if it had never existed. His face instantly twisted with panic. Still hanging in midair, he yelled in disbelief, unable to understand where his weapon had gone at the worst possible moment. Now completely exposed, he had no way to defend himself. The boss swung one massive arm and swatted him away like an insect, sending him flying backward while his guildmates screamed in pure shock. He slammed hard onto the stone floor right in front of the two girls. When they looked down, their faces froze because every piece of his gear had disappeared, leaving him stripped all the way down to his underwear. The panda girl went silent, her cheeks turning bright red as she stared in stunned embarrassment. The Xiongzim girl reacted even harder, blushing furiously as she shouted that the guild leader's equipment had somehow vanished into thin air. Then the situation became even worse. The two girls cried out in panic as their own outfits disappeared as well, leaving them just as helpless and exposed.
Sitting on the freezing stone floor with nothing left to protect him, the guild leader completely lost his nerve. He screamed that the rumors had been true after all, and that this cursed dungeon really was haunted. The girls snapped at him in outrage, their faces burning with humiliation. Even with the boss still nearby, they could not stop yelling at their guild leader over his shameful reaction to the whole disaster. With no weapons, no armor, and no chance of fighting back, the three of them finally turned and ran for their lives. The girls panicked over their exposed state as they sprinted down the corridor, while the guild leader shouted for them to keep moving and swore he would not look. But from the furious way they glared at him, they clearly did not believe a single word. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance, Shadow and Lu Jianfeng emerged through the portal, stepping into the same dark and dangerous zone. A system warning immediately flashed before them, announcing that they had entered a frenzy zone where their lifespans would drain 100 times faster than normal. Lu Jianfeng, already terrified of ghosts, nearly fell apart on the spot and begged Shadow to be extremely careful. Shadow simply told him to calm down, his voice steady as he assured him that the danger here was not a ghost. That only made Lu Jianfeng more confused, and he anxiously asked what else could possibly explain all the strange things happening in this place. Before Shadow could answer, terrified screams came echoing through the dark hallway. A moment later, the three exposed members of the Shudao Mountain Guild came sprinting toward them in total panic, with the huge demon boss thundering close behind. The bald guild leader spotted the two men and immediately shouted for help, begging them to save his life. Behind him, his two female guildmates panicked even harder, mortified that they had been seen in such an embarrassing state. Shadow calmly raised a thumbs up and joked that these players were surprisingly open-minded to be running around like that. Liu Jianfeng broke into an awkward sweat, then quickly explained that they were not just random players, they were his rivals from the Shudao Mountain Guild. At that moment, Shadow received a system alert warning him that someone had just tried to steal from him. His passive skill activated and blocked the attempt, protecting his equipment, but the skill immediately entered a 30-second cooldown. Right beside him, Lu Jianfeng let out a horrified scream as his cape and shirt vanished in an instant. Feeling the sudden loss of his clothes, he became even more convinced that a ghost was standing right there with them. Shadow's expression sharpened as he gathered his power. Then he unleashed the Dark Knight Ring Blade, sending a massive wave of crimson energy tearing through the corridor straight toward the giant monster. The red slash carved directly through the Dragon King's huge body. In a single devastating hit, the Platinum Boss was destroyed, collapsing into nothing and leaving valuable loot scattered behind. The bald guild leader stood there half-dressed and completely frozen, his mouth hanging open. He could not believe that someone had just wiped out a Platinum Boss with only one attack. Still stunned, he wondered aloud whether their mysterious savior could be the legendary Shadow. The Panda Girl quickly agreed, pointing out that they could not even tell where the fighter had disappeared to. Shadow's strike had done more than kill the boss. It had also wounded an invisible epic-grade NPC named William Scott, the Thief Saint. Hidden from sight, the thief studied Shadow closely, recognizing his terrifying stealth and speed, and he quickly realized that a player like this must be carrying a pile of rare treasures. Concealed in the darkness, William Scott cursed under his breath. He was shocked that a newcomer had not only injured him, but had also blocked his theft attempt. Still, greed flickered in his eyes as he stared at Shadow's high-grade equipment, especially the valuable dagger that instantly drew his attention. Lu Jianfeng hurriedly warned the exposed players to get out while they still could, explaining that the thief was actually an epic-grade NPC with master-level stealth who would steal anything they had left. As the bald leader panicked, Lu Jianfeng turned to Shadow and asked whether he could really deal with an enemy like that. Shadow remained calm, explaining that this NPC's stats were far below a normal epic boss, so he intended to fight. Lu Jianfeng then looked at the bald leader with disgust and complained about being forced to leave with some local thug. The bald leader instantly fired back, calling him a fat fake, and in seconds their old rivalry flared up again. The two exposed men stepped right up to each other, faces almost touching as they traded insults. The bald leader challenged Lu Jianfeng to a bet, declaring that the loser would have to kneel publicly and apologize to the entire nation. Lu Jianfeng accepted without backing down and told him to name the rules of the competition. With an overly dramatic pose, the bald leader raised his voice and announced the terms. Whoever gave Shadow the most help in defeating the Thief Saint would be declared the winner. Lu Jianfeng immediately burst out laughing, mocking the bald leader for thinking he could assist a top-tier player like Shadow when he did not even have pants on. To him, the whole idea sounded completely ridiculous. The bald leader ignored the insult and instead pulled out a glowing skill book. Presenting it to Shadow as a gift from the Shudao Mountain Guild, he opened a trade window with a surprisingly serious expression. Shadow accepted the trade and received the skill book, final mark. The moment he recognized what it could do, he knew it was exactly what he needed, so he immediately spent more than 200 evolution points to push the skill all the way up to Mythic tier. After the upgrade, the Mythic Assassin's skill became incredibly dangerous. Shadow's next attack would mark its target, reveal their exact position for 30 seconds, and increase the damage they received by 20%. When Shadow praised the skill, the bald leader immediately lit up with pride. He excitedly explained that with this ability, the thief's stealth would become useless, because once Shadow landed even a single hit, the enemy's location would be locked down. Lu Jianfeng quickly cut in and pointed out the obvious problem. By shouting the plan so loudly, the bald leader had practically warned their target, which meant the thief would now know exactly what to avoid. The bald leader's confidence collapsed at once. Sweat rolled down his face as he realized he had just made a huge mistake. High above them in the darkness, William Scott had heard every word. After weighing the danger, he decided that robbing Shadow now was far too risky and began preparing to retreat. Besides, the exposed players below had nothing valuable left for him to steal. Down on the ground, the bald leader panicked while Lu Jianfeng looked smug, blaming him for ruining their chance to catch the thief. Then Liu Jianfeng suddenly raised his head and shouted into the darkness, calling the hidden thief nothing more than a cheap purse snatcher. The insult struck the shadows like a slap, startling the enemy who had been trying to slip away. With a proud grin, Lu Jianfeng revealed a glowing pink object on his backside and boasted that he still had one unbelievably valuable treasure left. He taunted the thief openly, daring him to resist the temptation of stealing an epic-grade accessory known as the Heart of Ba Shu. The bald guild leader stared at him in absolute disbelief and cursed on the spot. He could not process the fact that Lu Jianfeng actually possessed such a legendary item. The girl in the panda onesie quickly explained why the accessory was so famous. The Heart of Ba Shu could reduce back attack damage by an astonishing 90%, making it the ultimate symbol of glory throughout their entire region. Up in the shadows, William Scott looked down and froze. His eyes locked onto the glowing gem, and for a moment he seemed completely enchanted by its light. To William Scott, possessing that artifact was proof of who truly deserved to be called the King of Bashu. The gem burned in his eyes like a blazing sun, so beautiful that no real collector could possibly resist it, even if stealing it meant taking it directly off a man's body. Unable to hold himself back any longer, the legendary thief saint slipped down from the ceiling without a sound, his body light as a shadow, while his greedy eyes stayed fixed completely on the shining prize below. Of course, he understood the situation perfectly. This was clearly a trap laid out in the open, and everyone below was waiting for the exact moment he finally lost patience and made his move. But even knowing all of that, the thief still made his choice. In his mind, a treasure this tempting was more than worth gambling his life on. In the blink of an eye, his hand shot forward, fingers moving like lightning as he ripped the glowing treasure straight from Lu Jianfeng's back. The instant Liu Jianfeng felt that sudden pull behind him, his eyes flashed a furious red, and without wasting even half a second, he gave Shadow the signal to attack. Shadow moved immediately, bursting into action as he shouted that this was the moment. Dark power surged around him, and he released the fierce strike of his Dark Knight ring blade. A huge crimson slash tore through the air and slammed straight into Lu Jianfeng's back, exploding against him with terrifying force. Lu Jianfeng collapsed face first onto the floor, tears streaming down his cheeks as he screamed in pain, crying that his precious Heart of Bashu had been stolen right from him. The bald guild leader stared anxiously at the chaos and wondered whether Shadow's fast strike had actually landed on the thief saint. Panda Girl shouted back that she could not tell from where she stood, but she desperately hoped their plan had not fallen apart. At the same time, the thief saint was already sprinting away at full speed, completely unaware that a giant red crosshair had locked itself directly over his head. As he fled through the dungeon, he laughed wildly, clutching the glowing pink Heart of Bashu in his hands while cheering that he had really pulled off the ultimate theft. He quickly realized that taking Shadow's hit had cost him a large chunk of health, and even worse, it had slapped him with an irritating tracking debuff. Even so, he stayed confident, convinced that the dungeon's maze-like passages would make it nearly impossible for anyone to catch him. Then, a system window appeared, showing that the tracking mark only had 23 seconds remaining. Pushing his movement speed as far as it could possibly go, he told himself that all he had to do was survive and stay hidden for just 20 more seconds. Once that timer ran out, Shadow would never be able to find him again. But right as the system timer dropped to exactly 20 seconds, the thief's body suddenly stiffened, and his expression changed as he sensed someone closing in on him at frightening speed. Without warning, a shadow clone rushed into the hallway directly in front of him. The thief jolted in panic, his eyes widening in disbelief that his pursuer had somehow caught up so quickly. The clone's white eyes glowed in the darkness as it locked onto him and charged forward without hesitation. But after that first shock passed, the The thief quickly noticed something was off. This was not the real Shadow standing before him, but only one of his Shadow clones. The clone launched a fierce storm of purple slashes, each one cutting toward him in rapid succession. But the thief reacted instantly, springing high toward the ceiling and slipping past the attacks with ease. With the timer already down to 16 seconds, the thief sneered from above, mocking the clone as naive, and saying that such a simple attack could never hope to touch someone like him. But the moment he landed and turned toward the next path, his confidence faltered. Another clone was already waiting silently around the corner. He cursed under his breath in surprise and threw himself out of the way just in time, narrowly avoiding the clone as it dashed past him. He darted deeper through the winding stone corridors, his footsteps echoing off the walls while he laughed and shouted that these clones were nothing but useless obstacles. As the system timer ticked down to 10 seconds, a confident smile returned to his face. In his mind, lasting through the final 10 seconds would be effortless. So when yet another clone suddenly appeared behind him, the thief merely scoffed and shouted that all this chasing was completely pointless. At last, the system timer burned through its final moments. 3, 2, 1. Then a notification appeared, confirming that the tracking mark had completely disappeared. Raising his hard-won treasure in triumph, the thief burst into proud laughter, believing he was finally safe. This treasure would sell for an unbelievable amount of lifespan, and with that, he would move one step closer to breaking the seal that bound him. But then, all at once, his laughter died in his throat. Just ahead of him, a silent figure was standing in the path. It was Shadow, waiting there calmly, without making a single sound. At first, the thief tried to convince himself it had to be another clone. But after looking again, his heart sank. This was no fake. This was the real Shadow. For a brief moment, panic flashed across the thief's face as he wondered how Shadow could have reached this place before him. But when he noticed the floating loot orbs scattered nearby, he quickly came up with another explanation. Maybe Shadow had only been farming monsters in this area by coincidence. He forced himself to calm down, reminding himself that the tracking mark was already gone, and with his master-level stealth active, there was no possible way Shadow could see him. Then, to his horror, Shadow slowly turned his head and looked straight into his eyes, his combo energy already charged to the limit. The thief went completely still, shock freezing his body in place as the truth hit him. Shadow could see him perfectly. That cold stare sent terror straight through him. The thief stumbled backward in blind panic, knowing he had to escape this place immediately before it was too late. But before he could flee, his feet stopped dead. A towering wall of purple flames erupted throughout the corridor, and several Shadow clones stepped out from the darkness, sealing off every possible exit around him. Trapped inside that burning ring of fire, the horrifying realization finally struck him. Shadow had not simply caught up by chance from the very beginning. He had been herded into this exact location like prey. Standing above him with overwhelming pressure, the real Shadow activated his ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare. A massive wave of dark purple magic surged forward and crashed down over the trapped thief. A nightmare status gauge appeared above the thief's head, and in an instant, the bar shot all the way up until it was completely full. The thief was dragged into a horrifying illusion, his screams tearing through the corridor as grinning demonic shadows clawed and ripped at his mind. His mask had fallen away, and his eyes spun wildly from the unbearable mental torment as he begged for mercy. He promised he would surrender and become Shadow's loyal servant if only he was allowed to live. Surrounded by the purple flames, Shadow stayed perfectly calm and simply remarked that he had finally seen what the famous thief saint looked like beneath the mask. Under the crushing pain of Shadow's ultimate attack, the thief completely broke. He screamed helplessly, pleading over and over to surrender. Then, a system notification appeared, asking Shadow whether he wanted to accept this epic-grade NPC as a subordinate for his guild, and Shadow agreed without hesitation. With the submission confirmed as a huge success, William Scott officially became a loyal member of the Shadow Guild. In the next instant, his equipment changed completely, transforming into a sleek black ninja outfit marked with the Shadow Guild crest. Right then, the bald guild leader came sprinting down the hallway stark naked, flailing in panic as he shouted and demanded to know what on earth had just happened. Shadow answered casually, as if it were no big deal, saying that he had simply turned the thief into his new subordinate. The bald leader nearly lost his mind on the spot, shouting in total disbelief. Before long, the rest of the players rushed over and surrounded the disgraced thief, who was curled up miserably on the floor. They hurled insults at him, calling the legendary thief saint nothing more than a pathetic pickpocket and demanding that he return all their stolen gear. When someone asked if they could just beat him until he was half dead, Shadow stepped in and told everyone to calm down. Shadow explained that since the thief had now become a friendly NPC, they could use Lifespan to purchase rare goods and special skills from him. The moment Liu Jianfeng heard that, his interest was instantly caught. He immediately barked at the crying thief, ordering him to stop wasting time and show everyone what goods he had for sale. William Scott reluctantly pulled open his cloak, revealing an impressive lineup of items hidden inside. The first was the Thief Saint Talisman, a special item that allowed someone to steal a random item from another player at the cost of 20 years of lifespan. But the true prize was the Thieving Sacred Hand skill book. Its price was a staggering 500 years of lifespan, yet its effect was even more shocking because it could permanently steal core stats from monsters. The crowd instantly erupted when they looked closer at the display. Liu Jianfeng screamed the loudest, because not only was his underwear hanging inside the cloak, but his precious Heart of Bashu had been pinned there as a sale item too. The naked players were furious, angrily demanding their clothes back while threatening to murder the miserable thief on the spot. After everyone finally cooled down a little, the bald leader and Liu Jianfeng began to understand just how valuable the actual shop items were. The bald leader pointed out that even if the talisman seemed situational right now, it could become a fortune-making treasure in the late game. And as for the thieving skill, a permanent stat increase was an insane advantage, easily worth the massive 500-year cost. After connecting all the clues, Liu Jianfeng finally understood what had really happened. The thief must have stolen the intelligence stats from all the dungeon's previous victims, which explained why those people had been left temporarily mindless. Hungry for a stronger skill and refusing to let the chance slip away, the players still chose to buy the skill book in the end. Right after that, the system recorded the purchase clearly, showing that the blue Cheongsam martial artist girl and Liu Jianfeng had each paid 500 years of lifespan to learn the new ability. Immediately after that, a huge jackpot alert exploded in front of Shadow. His newly recruited subordinate had just earned a full 1,000 years of lifespan, and because of the 50% tax rate, 500 years flowed straight into Shadow's guild pool like free profit. Seeing this, Shadow instantly understood the trick behind it. If he sent the thief out to hunt and farm other players, the lifespan gains would keep rolling in. And since half of the cost came back to him as a rebate, even if Shadow learned the skill himself, the real price would only be 250 years. Shadow did not waste even a second. He directly spent 88 evolution points and pushed the skill book all the way up into the mythic tier. After the upgrade, Thieving Sacred Hand became terrifying. It could now steal 5 stat points from each target, stacking all the way up to 3,000 points while also giving him a massive passive 20% boost to every stat. Even more ridiculous, the skill was no longer limited by target type and could be used on anyone. A faint smile appeared on Shadow's face as he looked at the upgraded effect. A percentage-based stat boost might not look simple on paper, but he knew exactly how dangerous it was. The stronger he became and the higher his level climbed, the more absurd that 20% bonus would grow. William Scott stood there frozen, his eyes wide as he stared at Shadow's hand. A strange mythical glow was pulsing from it, and the energy alone was enough to leave him completely stunned. Barely able to believe what he was seeing, William Scott asked how Shadow had possibly mastered the ultimate mythic skill that belonged to the Starry Sky Thief clan. But before Shadow could even give him an answer, the thief suddenly dropped down and slammed his forehead against the stone floor again and again. With each heavy knock, he swore that he would follow Shadow for the rest of his life, begging with desperate excitement for Shadow to pass that skill down to him one day. Shadow only looked down at him calmly and told him to stand up. His voice stayed steady as he promised that as long as William behaved properly, he would eventually teach him the skill. Right at that moment, the entire roof began to collapse with a violent roar. The stone ceiling cracked apart overhead, and chunks of debris rained down as enormous glowing chains and thick purple tentacles smashed straight into the room. Through the crashing rubble, a thunderous voice rolled across the room, filled with rage as it cursed them all as despicable humans. From inside the smoke and dust, a gigantic, horrifying eyeball monster slowly appeared. Its huge body was bound in glowing chains, with tentacles twisting around it like something from a nightmare. The monster roared furiously, demanding that they release William Scott at once. William immediately panicked and tried to stop his friend, shouting with everything he had that she had misunderstood the situation. But the monster was already too enraged to listen to a single word. Its massive eye began to gather a frightening light, and in the next instant, it fired a devastating petrification ray straight at the group. Liu Jianfeng and the bald leader had no time to escape at all, and their bodies were instantly turned into solid stone statues. Shadow, however, did not even flinch. He calmly raised his magic resistance shield in front of him, and the beam slammed into it only to be blocked without any difficulty. The monster froze in confusion.
its giant eye trembling slightly as it stared at the shield. It could not understand how its ultimate attack had been stopped so easily by something that looked like a simple barrier. Right after unleashing that attack, the giant eyeball monster's body began to distort violently. Yellow electrical energy crackled across her form, making her entire body flicker and glitch, as if it were being torn apart from within. The glowing chains wrapped around her suddenly tightened with brutal force. They dug into her body like burning restraints, and the pain was so intense that she let out a piercing scream. William's face changed instantly. He rushed toward the struggling monster in a panic, begging her not to use her power anymore. His voice cracked as he cried out that she could not die here. Shadow narrowed his eyes, clearly intrigued by the fact that this dungeon had somehow produced 2 epic-grade NPCs. He turned toward the sobbing thief and demanded that William explain exactly what was going on. With tears still on his face, William revealed that the giant eyeball monster's name was Aristotle. She was not just some random dungeon monster. She was his closest and most important friend. Many years ago, back when William was still nothing more than a low-level thief, he had met Aristotle by chance. Somehow, the two of them connected almost immediately, and before long, they had become the best of friends. Aristotle possessed an unbelievable amount of cosmic knowledge and could locate almost any rare treasure hidden in the world. William, on the other hand, relied on his god-tier stealing abilities to snatch those treasures once she found them. Working together, the two of them collected legendary loot in unbelievable amounts, piling up treasures one after another. That was exactly how William eventually earned the famous title of Thief Saint. But their luck did not last forever. One day, Aristotle sensed the presence of a legendary supreme treasure hidden deep inside the Phantom Dungeon, and that discovery changed everything. Filled with excitement, the two of them entered the ancient ruins and pushed deeper inside until they finally reached a massive chest glowing with mysterious light. William, thinking only of sharing the joy with his friend, generously told Aristotle that she should be the one to open the treasure chest herself. But the moment the lid slowly began to rise, what appeared in front of them was not gold, jewels, or any treasure at all. Instead, blinding pillars of golden light burst out from inside the chest, and at the same time, countless massive chains shot upward with terrifying speed. Before either of them could react, those chains violently pierced straight through Aristotle's body. In an instant, she was dragged upward and trapped helplessly in midair. That so-called legendary treasure chest was never a treasure at all. It was actually a terrifying primordial tear trap waiting for someone to trigger it. Aristotle was sealed inside the Phantom Dungeon on the spot, bound by inescapable chains of light that no ordinary force could ever break. William then revealed the most hopeless part of it all. To break that primordial seal, they needed an unimaginable 1 billion years of lifespan. To save Aristotle, he had remained inside the dungeon all this time, robbing players and collecting lifespan bit by bit, until Shadow's group finally arrived. Through his tears, he explained that Aristotle had just forced herself to use her powers in order to save him, and that act triggered the seal's deadly punishment, pushing her to the edge of death. William looked at his dying friend with despair filling his eyes. Now that he was bound to Shadow, he knew he would never be able to gather 1 billion years of lifespan. The farewell he had feared for so long had finally arrived. The thief completely collapsed. He cried so hard that his whole body shook, apologizing again and again to his oldest friend while screaming that he was sorry for failing her. Tears poured down William's face as he sobbed uncontrollably, calling out to Big Eye and apologizing over and over because he still could not save her. Then through his tears, William noticed Shadow stepping forward. When he saw his master draw the glowing primordial sword, confusion immediately flashed across his face, and he asked what Shadow was planning to do. William threw himself directly in front of the giant eyeball, using his own body to block the way. In desperation, he asked if Shadow was trying to kill his friend, then hurriedly tried to convince him that Big Eye would not drop anything valuable even if she died. William begged Shadow to show mercy, his voice shaking as he pleaded for Big Eye's life. But Shadow ignored his cries completely, lifted his sword and swung it down with cold precision. Yet the blade did not cut into the monster at all. Instead, Shadow's strike landed on the chains binding the giant eyeball, and the restraints shattered apart right before William's stunned eyes. The broken chains dissolved into light and vanished from the air, and with that single strike, the seal binding Aristotle was officially destroyed. William could only stare in disbelief, his mouth slightly open as he tried to understand what had just happened. He could not figure out how Shadow had pulled off such an impossible miracle. Shadow calmly explained that he simply wanted to test whether a primordial-grade weapon could destroy the chains. Since the attack had worked, the seal was now gone, and Aristotle should be fine. Aristotle slowly blinked, her voice weak as she called William's name. The moment William heard her speak again, joy rushed across his face, and he hurried to reassure her that everything was all right now. Aristotle then turned her giant eye toward Shadow and asked William how he had ended up becoming the servant of a blue star human. William immediately defended him, telling her that Shadow was not an ordinary human at all. He was the very person who had saved her life. Seeing the perfect chance, William quickly began praising Shadow in front of Big Eye, telling her that she should join them too, because following him meant they would have access to endless rare treasures. Aristotle cut him off and told him to be quiet for a moment because she wanted to examine this human herself. The moment Aristotle began analyzing Shadow, she was completely taken aback. From his equipment alone, she could tell he was wearing some of the best gear possible, and almost every skill he possessed had already reached mythic grade. But then Aristotle noticed something even more unbelievable, something far beyond excellent gear or powerful skills. This human actually carried the authority of ancient gods. At that exact moment, the system sent Shadow a new notification. The epic-grade NPC Aristotle wanted to join him voluntarily. Shadow did not hesitate for even a heartbeat and immediately clicked yes. The system then confirmed that Aristotle had officially become a dedicated guild NPC. Her basic function alone was already incredible, allowing guild members to claim a double EXP buff once per day, along with an advanced barrier. The system went even further and unlocked one of her advanced functions, giving them a dangerous new option. By sacrificing part of their own lifespan, they could dig up rare information that ordinary players would never be able to find. Now, wearing the fresh crest of the guild on her body, she lowered her head respectfully before her master, her posture calm and obedient, as if she was ready to carry out any order the moment it was given. Shadow accepted without hesitation, clearly satisfied as he praised both of them as first-rate talents. Then he immediately turned to Aristotle and ordered him to place the double EXP buff on him before sending the two of them back to the guild base through teleportation so they could start farming lifespan right away. But just before they left, Shadow remembered the local players still frozen nearby. He told Aristotle to release them from petrification, then gave William one more order: return every single item he had stolen from them. In the next instant, a brilliant golden flash spread across the area, washing over Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader, completely breaking the stone-like petrification that had locked their bodies in place. The moment they were freed, both men sprang up in panic, their bodies trembling as their eyes darted around wildly, searching for that terrifying giant eyeball monster. Shadow simply told them, as if it was nothing special, that he had already tamed both creatures and sent them away. The two rivals froze in disbelief, then burst out in shock, unable to accept that he had captured two epic-grade NPCs in one move. Shadow pointed casually toward the ground and told them their equipment was all right there. The group of naked players rushed over in excitement, thanking him again and again, while Lu Jianfeng was so moved that he actually cried tears of joy over getting his limited edition underwear back. With a huge grin on his face, Lu Jianfeng carefully brought out his treasured accessory, the heart of Ba Shu, and offered it to the man who had just saved them. But when Shadow looked down and saw that strange pink ball covered in spikes, his expression stiffened, and he stared at it with open disgust. Lu Jianfeng hurried to explain that he and the bald leader had already reached an agreement. The heart of Ba Shu should belong to Shadow. In their eyes, only an overwhelming powerhouse like him had the right to own such a thing. The two of them pleaded with him sincerely, begging him to put it on and officially become the king of Ba Shu. Shadow did not look moved in the slightest. Instead, a massive shockwave erupted from him as he coldly told them to get lost, blasting the entire naked group away like they weighed nothing. And just like that, the legendary heart of Ba Shu disappeared from the world, never to be seen again. Some people later claimed Ba Shu no longer had a king, while others joked that from that day forward, every player in the region became a king of their own. Meanwhile, more than 200 kilometers south of the ruins of the magic capital, another intense battle was already raging. The target was a fast-moving creature wrapped in blue light, its body twisting through the air as it swirled aside and narrowly avoided an incoming attack. But the one chasing it was Ghost Spirit. Now, in her terrifying red-skinned form, and in the blink of an eye, she reappeared directly behind her prey. She moved like a streak of lightning, her blade cutting down with brutal precision and landing a savage slash that tore more than 18,000 points of damage from the monster. The beast instantly swung back in retaliation. But Ghost Spirit slipped away with ease, dodging the counterattack as if she had already predicted its movement. Without wasting even a second, she activated Shadow Stealth, letting her figure melt back into the surrounding darkness. The monster stopped in place, suddenly losing track of her, its movements turning confused as it searched for the enemy that had vanished. Ghost Spirit silently judged the situation. She had already been fighting this beast for more than 20 minutes, and after all that effort, its health had finally dropped to the last third.
She told herself that once she finished off this monster, she would finally have the strength to solo farm emerald-grade bosses. Even though she knew the distance between her and her master was still enormous, taking down this enemy would at least give her a real spark of hope. But high above her, on a ledge overlooking the battlefield, a group of male players with heart-shaped eyes had been watching her fight the entire time. One of them stared down in amazement, admitting that her skill was ridiculously sharp. She kept herself just outside the boss's attack range while still dealing steady, controlled damage again and again. Another player, practically drooling as he watched, began plotting out loud. If they all rushed her together, he believed she would have no way to resist, especially now that the boss had already been worn down to 1/3 health. One man had even lowered himself like a human chair beneath their blonde leader, respectfully telling his queen that they were ready to jump in at any moment and steal the boss for her. The blonde leader, however, told him there was no need to hurry. She watched Ghost Spirit closely and advised them to wait, admitting that their target was clearly a top-tier hunter with clean, decisive attacks. She warned her followers that the girl was constantly on guard. At the smallest sign of danger or movement around her, she would vanish instantly and make herself impossible to catch. Just then, Ghost Spirit's faint outline appeared above the monster as she prepared to strike again, and the blonde leader's lips curled into a knowing smirk. She declared that the only chance to catch Ghost Spirit was the exact instant she launched her attack. And as she spoke, a glowing red magic circle began to spread beneath them. The moment that red magic circle lit up, Ghost Spirit immediately sensed that something was wrong, her instincts warning her that a sudden trap had been activated. Red energy erupted upward, surging into the sky as the spell fully awakened, and the entire area was swallowed by the glow of the formation. Ghost Spirit was startled as she looked toward the source of the power, realizing it was a magic circle, and immediately questioning who had suddenly appeared there. Since she did not know what these people wanted or what the spell was capable of, she made the safest choice right away and decided to retreat first. Watching Ghost Spirit pull back so quickly, the blonde leader smirked with disdain, mocking her for running so fast and calling her nothing more than a typical rat from the Shadow Guild. Then she turned toward her brainwashed followers and gave the order, commanding them to rush in immediately and take control of the boss. The squad charged forward at once, shouting as they stormed toward the battlefield, screaming for their guild to advance in the name of their beloved master. The brainwashed warriors threw themselves at the lightning-infused platinum boss, while Ghost Spirit, already hidden back in stealth, looked on coldly and scoffed at their clumsy attempt to steal her kill. She knew the system rules better than they did, since she had already removed 2/3 of the boss's health. Only she would have the right to pick up the loot during the protected time limit. So Ghost Spirit planned to stay hidden in stealth, wait for them to finish the boss off, and then snatch the rewards the moment they dropped. From the rooftop above, the blonde leader giggled as if she had already seen through everything, mocking Ghost Spirit for hiding and accusing her of waiting for the perfect chance to steal the loot. With one final blow, the Cloud Mountain Fog Guild finally defeated the Platinum-grade Lightning Saber King. But the system immediately announced that because their battle contribution was only 27.5%, the loot was locked and no one could pick it up for the next 43.5 minutes. The guild members did not seem bothered by the long wait at all. They quickly surrounded the glowing drops, shouting over one another and ordering everyone to guard the loot until the timer finally ended. Ghost Spirit moved in an instant, darting through the crowd like a shadow, slipping between the stunned followers before they could even react. But right as her hand reached toward the loot, the blonde leader's grin turned wicked, and she quietly whispered that the target had taken the bait. She struck the ground hard with her staff, and another magic circle instantly activated beneath the battlefield. Ghost Spirit was caught completely off guard as a massive magic array flared to life under her feet, the sudden light locking the space around her. It was the Desire Cage magic array. Ghost Spirit was trapped inside it completely, unable to move or use any of her skills, yet at the same time immune to damage until the caster chose to release her. Around them, the followers erupted in cheers, celebrating that their master had finally caught her. Standing proudly on top of her brainwashed servant like a throne, the blonde leader looked down in triumph and boasted that no matter how powerful Ghost Spirit's stealth was, nothing could escape detection within her range. Her hidden class was finally revealed, Array Master, the ultimate all-around class. Her wind-seeking array spread through the air like invisible threads, riding every nearby current until it could lock onto any target within a full 50-meter range almost instantly. Right after that, she raised her hand again and unleashed her next spell, the Lifespan Extraction Array, a cruel formation meant to sap away the life force of anyone caught inside its boundaries. Warning messages flashed one after another, showing Ghost Spirit's lifespan falling day by day. Her face instantly changed, panic rushing through her as she realized her life was being drained, and she cursed herself for walking straight into such a complete trap. Forcing herself to stay calm, Ghost Spirit immediately reached out to Shadow and told him she had been ambushed and needed rescue right away. Shadow answered without the slightest delay, telling her to send over her location immediately. Meanwhile, the woman in charge watched everything with a faint smile, fully aware that her ability could only steal 5 years at most. The terrifying act of draining an entire lifespan was nothing more than a bluff designed to crush her target's composure with fear. From the very beginning, this whole ambush had been carefully arranged. Her real purpose was to drag Shadow out into the open and take revenge for her older brother, Song Fei. This woman was Song Xiaoyu, his younger sister, and hatred had driven her here. Then, without warning, a terrifying surge of pressure rippled through the air above them, twisting the sky itself as if something massive had just torn into the battlefield. Song Xiaoyu's eyes widened the moment she felt that disturbance. She understood at once that Shadow had finally arrived. A crimson slash ripped across the sky like a blade of blood-red lightning, cutting through the brainwashed followers before they could even react. In just 1 second, the entire guard squad was completely wiped out. When the chaos settled, Shadow was already standing calmly among the scattered loot, looking as if the battle had barely been worth his attention. Ghost Spirit lit up with relief and quickly thanked her master for saving her. Shadow looked around the ruined area but had no memory of this guild at all. To him, they seemed like nothing more than low-level players trying to bully and take advantage of others. With one sharp leap, Shadow launched himself upward, telling Ghost Spirit to stay where she was. His gaze locked onto the leader standing on the rooftop, and he made it clear he would deal with that person first. As Shadow rushed straight toward her, Song Xiaoyu burst into a revenge-filled laugh, staring him down with twisted excitement and daring him to come closer. But Song Xiaoyu still had another card hidden. She activated the Resurrection Array, and in the next instant, her fallen teammates reappeared inside her magic circle, instead of returning to their normal respawn points. The revived followers shot upward one after another, throwing themselves into Shadow's path while shouting that he had already stepped right into their trap. Shadow's eyes sharpened in surprise as he realized something was off. Somehow, these people were able to follow his movements and predict where he would go, and the situation grew even worse. As those followers rushed toward him through the air, huge paper bomb talismans on their backs began glowing with dangerous light. Song Xiaoyu wasted no time and immediately triggered her explosion array. A blinding blast swallowed the sky, erupting into a massive storm of fire, smoke, and shattered debris that wrapped completely around Shadow. Down below, Ghost Spirit froze in shock at the sight. Song Xiaoyu laughed wildly as she stared into the towering pillar of flames, screaming for Shadow to die. With tears and madness mixing in her voice, she cried out to her dead brother, saying she had finally avenged him. But when the smoke slowly thinned, a dark figure stepped forward from inside the blast. Shadow's voice remained calm as he realized they had been aiming for him from the very beginning. The game interface confirmed that his shield of black light had been broken, but his health was still nearly untouched. Shadow looked at Song Xiaoyu almost casually and said she had done a decent job, since she had at least managed to remove one layer of his defense. Song Xiaoyu snapped at his arrogance, calling him a fool and telling him to check his own status. Then a sly grin spread across her face as she declared that she had already checkmated him and ordered him to become her obedient dog. In that instant, Shadow's eyes went blank and glowing pink hearts flashed across them. A warning appeared, revealing that he had been struck by the charm curse of Irenas, the goddess of ultimate love. Song Xiaoyu sneered at him, asking if he really thought she would come after him without preparing anything. She proudly declared that he had already lost, boasting that he never could have expected her to possess the ancient divine stone tablet of the goddess of ultimate love. With a wicked smile, she explained the trap behind her attacks. Every time she struck him, a charm gauge built up little by little, and once that gauge filled completely, Shadow would become her permanent slave. She then revealed the most terrifying part of the curse. This charm carried the power of rules themselves, meaning ordinary mortals had no way to resist it. But Shadow's interface immediately revealed the countermeasure. Effects empowered by rules could only be erased by another power of rules. Fortunately, Shadow was holding his primordial-grade divine weapon, the Blade of Judgment, and the system offered to resist the curse by consuming 10 of his 16 divinity points. Shadow did not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately ordered the system to resist the curse, and 10 divinity points were burned away in an instant. A brilliant burst of light erupted around him as the system confirmed that the charm curse had been completely purified. Song Xiaoyu froze in total shock, her confidence crumbling as she screamed in disbelief, unable to understand how Shadow had erased her ultimate magic. Her eyes locked onto the glowing weapon in Shadow's hand, and desperation crept into her voice as she demanded to know what that blade truly was. Shadow looked down at her with cold, emotionless eyes and told her that her time had come. In a flash, he lunged forward and thrust the glowing blade straight toward her neck. But at the exact moment his strike landed, Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. He spun around without losing momentum and easily cut off the heads of the brainwashed lackeys who had tried to leap at him from behind. Yet even after dealing with them, Shadow immediately sensed that something about the situation was not right. He realized he had not actually struck Song Xiaoyu at all. Her body had turned into a glowing green phantom, dissolving into nothing before vanishing completely and leaving Shadow empty-handed. Shadow recognized the technique almost immediately. It was Zuma's stolen Soul Walker ability. At the same time, he remembered the mysterious cloaked figure he had seen in Hu Keban's memories, and it became clear that the mastermind behind the scenes must have stepped in to save her. Ghost Spirit hurried over and eagerly asked if he had finished her off. Shadow calmly admitted that Song Xiaoyu had escaped, and his student was left stunned by the answer.
Shadow explained that someone was gathering forces specifically to target him, and this ambush was clearly one of their planned operations. Ghost Spirit immediately grew furious, calling them suicidal fools for daring to scheme against her master.
Shadow told her he was not worried about his own safety, but she had to become much more cautious. She still lacked experience, and that made it easy for her to fall into enemy traps. Determined not to become a burden, Ghost Spirit nodded eagerly. Shadow then handed her the loot from the Platinum Boss, including a new bloodline she could fuse with and a dual-wield mastery skill book. Ghost Spirit looked at the rewards in surprise and asked if he really did not want them for himself. Shadow explained that the bloodline's instant death effect was useless to him, and as for dual-wielding, he had already mastered it long ago. Ghost Spirit's face brightened with happiness as she thanked him, then immediately fused with the new power he had given her. The system confirmed that she had obtained the instant death bloodline. From now on, each of her attacks could add instant death points to a target, and once that gauge filled completely, the enemy would be executed on the spot. Shadow told Ghost Spirit that this bloodline would raise her damage to an entirely new level. He also mentioned that 2 new NPCs were already waiting at their guild hideout with useful functions, making her gasp with excitement. After that, Shadow said his next plan was to travel to the Bashu region and grind his way up to level 30. He gave Ghost Spirit the job of watching the foreign player guilds and the Cloud Mountain Fog Guild, and she agreed without any hesitation. Far away, deep inside a mysterious cave, blue light suddenly flashed through the darkness. A badly injured Song Xiaoyu appeared in the glow and collapsed hard onto the cold stone floor. Standing above her was the red-eyed leader, looking down with chilling indifference. In a cold voice, he asked who had given her permission to act on her own, then mocked her for thinking the small amount of goddess power he had granted her would be enough to kill Shadow. Song Xiaoyu immediately snapped back at him, her face twisted with anger as she blamed him for destroying everything she had set up. In her eyes, she had already been right at the edge of success, only for him to interfere at the worst possible moment. Tears spilled from Song Xiaoyu's eyes as she shouted that every single night she dreamed of her brother drenched in blood, calling out to her for help. Her voice shook with hatred as she accused the leader of never understanding that pain because he didn't carry the same personal grudge against Shadow. The red-eyed leader didn't show even the slightest trace of sympathy. He only stared down at her coldly and called her nothing more than a foolish woman. Then the darkness behind him slowly split apart, and one figure after another stepped into view, all of them staring forward with glowing red eyes. Surrounded by that chilling crowd, the leader asked her who among them didn't already carry a deep, blood-soaked feud with Shadow. His voice dropped lower as he warned her that if her selfish little actions ruined their grand plan, the others wouldn't spare her for even a second. They would rip her apart themselves, because not a single person there was stupid enough to believe Shadow could be brought down alone. He stepped closer, his shadow stretching over her as he towered above her trembling body. If she truly wanted revenge, then she had only one choice left: shut her mouth and follow orders. Song Xiaoyu collapsed there on the floor, tears still running down her face. After struggling for a moment, she finally lowered her head and agreed. The red-eyed leader turned away from her and stepped forward, facing the rest of the gathered group. With a cold, commanding tone, he told them the time had finally come to begin. Crimson lightning suddenly crawled across the strange brand on his arm, crackling like living blood. Zentile and the other members of the Black Dragon Guild stood nearby, watching in silence as that terrifying power began to rise. The leader lifted his hand toward the air, and a huge surge of red energy gathered around him before blasting upward like a violent wave. The entire space seemed to tremble beneath that pressure. Then he activated his skill, Murderous Intent Wave. A brutal aura spread outward from his body as he began drawing in the kill values of other players, using their accumulated slaughter to force his own stats even higher. The system immediately confirmed the result. His stacked stats had reached 450 layers, granting him a terrifying 900% attribute boost. Even with that monstrous increase, the red-eyed leader still wasn't pleased. He let out a disappointed sigh and said that if they had absorbed the kill values from the Cloud Mountain Fog Guild as planned, they would have reached a full 500 layers. His sharp gaze then fell back onto the kneeling Song Xiaoyu as he reminded her that because of her mistake, their entire operation now had to be delayed. Song Xiaoyu quickly bowed her head and begged for forgiveness, saying she was willing to accept any punishment. The leader's expression stayed ice-cold as he told her that apologizing to him wasn't enough. She needed to apologize to the rest of the crew, and her punishment would be left in the hands of his men. Behind her, two disturbing subordinates began laughing with ugly excitement, even thanking their boss, while Song Xiaoyu's body stiffened in fear. As the leader walked away without looking back, he said he would personally farm the final 50 stacks of kill values and ordered everyone else to remain where they were. Behind him, the thugs rushed towards Song Xiaoyu, yanking at her clothes as she screamed desperately for them to stop. The red-eyed leader continued into the darkness, his footsteps calm and unhurried. In his mind, only one thought remained. There was just one final piece missing before they could kill Shadow once and for all. Behind him, Song Xiaoyu could only stare helplessly, with her face flushed from terror and humiliation, while pieces of clothing flew through the air and her panicked screams continued echoing through the darkness. Meanwhile, Shadow was calmly going through a massive list of boss locations that his newly recruited followers had sent over. The coordinates covered everything from Emerald-tier bosses to Platinum-tier bosses, scattered all across the dungeon. After looking it over, Shadow quickly realized that this phantom dungeon was basically an untouched treasure field packed with high-level bosses. The only reason nobody had swept through them yet was simple. The Thief Saint had been keeping players from pushing too deep. But to Shadow, that danger only made the place even more perfect. He summoned Osiris, his eyes locked on the long list, already thinking that dozens of bosses were exactly what he needed to push himself straight to level 30. His plan was simple and ambitious. He wanted to gather enough experience in one stretch so that he could break through his 4th-class advancement all at once. Down near the entrance of the Phantom Dungeon, Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader of the Shu Dao Mountain Guild were already calling out to Shadow, waving him over as if they had been waiting for him. But the moment Shadow arrived, the two of them immediately started arguing. Lu Jianfeng wanted to head to the 3rd floor, because the Shadow Knight there dropped excellent assassin equipment. The bald leader, however, insisted that the 4th floor's bone-rotting giant lizard was the better target. Lu Jianfeng snapped back that the giant lizard was incredibly annoying to fight, while the bald leader stubbornly claimed he was only trying to choose the most efficient route. Shadow didn't bother listening to them bicker any longer. He coldly told both of them to shut up, then made the decision himself. They would clear the dungeon one floor at a time, and whoever found the boss first would get to lead the way. The bald leader instantly puffed himself up and bragged that he had found the soul-devouring witch. Lu Jianfeng immediately shouted back that they had discovered it together, and not only that, the monster had nearly killed both of them. Lu Jianfeng then leaned closer to Shadow with a nervous expression and warned him that this particular boss was extremely troublesome. Her battle mechanics were the kind that could make even experienced players feel helpless. The system soon identified the target in front of them, a level 20 Emerald grade boss known as the soul-devouring witch Ella. The bald leader quickly began explaining her battle phases, saying that she had 4 stages in total. At the start, she would cover herself with a soul fire shield that blocked all incoming damage, while also releasing cursed spirits that could explode across a wide area with devastating force. But before he could even finish his explanation, Shadow had already moved. In an instant, he unleashed Shadow Slash, and the terrifying boss was completely destroyed before anyone else could react. The system immediately confirmed the kill and poured out the rewards. Shadow received a massive 180,000 experience points, 92 evolution points, 87 years of tradable lifespan, 9 pieces of equipment, and 4 skill books. Bald Leader stood there completely stunned, his eyes nearly popping out as he screamed that Shadow had just vaporized her. He almost wanted to cry as he remembered how he and Lu Jianfeng had fought that same boss for half an hour and still couldn't even break through her shield. Lu Jianfeng immediately reminded him that the fight wouldn't have been so miserable if he hadn't spent most of it hiding in the back. The bald leader quickly defended himself, saying he had only been keeping an eye out for that sneaky little thief kid. Shadow didn't waste time arguing with them. He simply collected the golden lifespan orbs and the assassin equipment he wanted, then told the other two they could divide everything else before moving on to the next target. Just then, a massive skeletal beast suddenly shook the entire dungeon, its heavy presence making the ground tremble beneath their feet. The system marked it as a level 20 platinum boss, the Bone War Elephant Taurus. But to Shadow, its enormous size meant absolutely nothing. He rushed forward at once, cutting into the monster with a rapid storm of deadly slashes. The system confirmed another kill, rewarding Shadow with 120,000 experience points, 64 evolution points, 55 years of lifespan, 6 pieces of gear, and 3 skill books. Behind him, his 2 lazy guides instantly dove into the dirt, scrambling to scoop up the leftovers. From that point on, the dungeon turned into a one-man speedrun of pure slaughter. On the 3rd floor, Shadow found the emerald-grade Shadow Knight Sharon and cut it down in a single clean motion. Next came the platinum-grade Molten Giant, Baal. Before the huge monster could even launch an attack, Shadow's blade had already sliced straight through it, splitting it apart. Then the emerald-grade Death Language Priest, Solon, stepped into his path. But that boss met the same fate, collapsing onto the floor as just another corpse left behind. Shadow moved so fast he almost looked like a streak of darkness. One boss after another appeared before him, and one after another was completely erased. The gatekeeper Yeshin, the poison hand, Dr. Sundawe, the witch of the ruined kingdom Vox, and the intellectual magic child Wu Bin all fell in rapid succession, each of them crushed before they could slow him down. At last, Shadow faced a colossal skeleton serpent, the offspring of the Bone King, Phelan. After bringing that monster down as well, he gained another huge burst of experience, along with more precious lifespan. Not long after, the system announced that Shadow had reached level 30. Shadow's eyes lit up as he opened his stats, clearly thrilled by the result and unable to hide his excitement. After checking the numbers, he quickly calculated that he still needed another 400,000 experience points to unlock his 4th class advancement. In his mind, 3 more bosses should be enough to close that final gap. When he pulled up the map and prepared to search for the next target, his expression suddenly froze. The radar in front of him was completely empty. Only then did Shadow realize the problem. The boss he had just killed was already the final one on his list. Liu Jianfeng couldn't help laughing in disbelief, saying they had spent several days tracking down all of those bosses, only for Shadow to wipe them out in less than an hour. The bald leader then explained that Shadow had already cleared every boss on the first 4 floors. There should still be more bosses on the 5th floor, but the entrance gate had been sealed shut and wouldn't open. Shadow narrowed his eyes slightly and asked what exactly he meant by the gate not opening. Rather than standing around guessing, Shadow decided they should go see it for themselves. The bald leader quickly took the lead, guiding them deeper through the dungeon's dark, winding hallways. When they finally arrived, a massive stone archway stood before them, covered in a swirling current of dark purple energy that churned like a sealed vortex. The bald leader instantly lost his composure, his eyes widening as he shouted that the gate had actually opened. After everything they had tried before, after every failed attempt to force it open, it was suddenly unlocked right in front of them. Shadow stayed calm, studying the situation for only a moment before piecing it together. This dungeon must have been sealed by a hidden lock, and the only way to reach the 5th floor was probably to defeat every boss on the first 4 levels. Hearing that, Liu Jianfeng and the bald leader both froze, then their expressions lit up with excitement as they realized an insanely powerful boss might be waiting beyond that gate. Shadow didn't waste any more time. He simply said they should head inside now, his tone steady as he prepared to move toward the newly opened path. But just as he was about to step forward, the bald leader suddenly rushed to stop him. The bald leader lowered his voice and admitted something honestly. In the past, he had never truly believed all those wild rumors about the legendary Shadow. People had given Shadow one ridiculous title after another, calling him by all kinds of exaggerated names like some unstoppable myth. And back then, the bald leader had only laughed at those stories. Shadow's face immediately stiffened, and a bright red flush spread across his cheeks as those embarrassing nicknames were thrown out in front of everyone. But the bald leader didn't seem to notice his discomfort at all. With complete seriousness, he declared that after personally witnessing Shadow's terrifying skills today, he had completely changed his mind and now believed every word. Then, with a dramatic motion, the bald leader pulled out a glowing orange cube that shone brightly in his hand. He shouted with excitement that Shadow had pushed their guild forward more in a single hour than they normally managed to achieve in an entire month. To properly show his gratitude, the bald leader activated a rare item known as the Mandarin Duckpot. The moment it appeared, the system confirmed its powerful effect. Anyone who ate from this hot pot would gain a 10% increase to all attributes, lasting all the way until death. The bald leader proudly explained that this was their guild's ultimate trump card, a special item they would normally save only for a final boss battle. Without wasting a second, he eagerly began serving Shadow himself, treating him like the most important guest at the table. As he placed the food in front of him, he reminded Shadow with great seriousness that the beef tripe had to be boiled for exactly 30 seconds before eating, not a moment more and not a moment less. Shadow picked up a piece and took a bite, and the flavor hit him so hard that his expression changed on the spot. The fresh ingredients had soaked up the spicy broth perfectly, each bite carrying that rich, fiery taste as if it had been cooked at the absolute perfect moment. Liu Jianfeng watched all of this from the side, and his face darkened with frustration. Seeing his rival win Shadow over with such a clever move made him grit his teeth, and he silently swore that he would not lose this food battle. Not willing to fall behind, Liu Jianfeng immediately brought out his own legendary feast with an almost desperate eagerness. He begged Shadow to try Zhu Feng Pavilion's ultimate specialty, their famous Bobo chicken. The system quickly confirmed the dish's effect as well. This Bobo chicken was no ordinary food. It could increase all status resistances by a massive 50%. Making it an incredibly valuable boost before a dangerous fight. Shadow took one skewer and gave it a try, and the moment the flavor spread through his mouth, he was completely hooked. The spicy, numbing aftertaste lingered on his tongue, sharp and addictive, leaving him clearly impressed by the dish. When the two guild leaders saw Shadow enjoying both meals, the atmosphere instantly turned competitive. Liu Jianfeng proudly claimed that Shadow obviously liked his Bobo chicken better, but the bald leader immediately shouted back, insisting that Shadow had clearly been more moved by the hot pot. Shadow looked at the two of them and casually asked whether they wanted to sit down and eat with him too, but neither of them paid him any attention. They were already too busy yelling over each other, fiercely arguing about which local specialty was truly the best.
Shadow asked them in the most casual tone possible if they wanted to grab something to eat with him, but the two of them did not even hear him. They were still yelling over each other, faces red, completely locked in a pointless argument about which local specialty deserved the title of best food. Right at that moment, the system suddenly rang out with a new notification. Shadow received a huge enhancement all at once, with every one of his attributes rising by 10%, while his resistance to abnormal status effects shot up by an even crazier 50%. Shadow lowered his gaze to his own hand and watched the faint blue glow spreading across his fingers. Seeing the effect settle in, he could not help thinking that this buff was honestly pretty nice. He turned back with his usual relaxed expression and told everyone it was time to keep moving. But the second he stepped forward, Liu Jianfeng and the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader started arguing again right behind him. Liu Jianfeng raised his chin proudly and insisted that Shadow had obviously been complimenting his Bobo chicken. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader immediately fired back, saying Shadow was clearly talking about their hot pot instead. And just like that, the two of them followed Shadow down the corridor while loudly shouting the names of their favorite dishes at each other. Before long, the group walked straight into a room swallowed by darkness and thick mist. None of them noticed that above their heads, a huge and unsettling stone statue was silently looming in the fog. Then, without warning, the statue's eyes suddenly lit up from within. Liu Jianfeng broke out in a cold sweat as he stared upward, nervously asking what that thing was and whether something that creepy could actually be a boss. A deep crack tore through the statue's stone surface, and the sound echoed through the room like thunder. Piece by piece, the outer shell began to split apart. The stone suddenly burst open, revealing a giant woman with pink hair and glasses standing inside. This was Grelina, a level 20 diamond grade boss. The moment Liu Jianfeng and the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader saw her rank, their faces twisted in panic. Both of them screamed at the same time, completely terrified that they had just run into a diamond grade boss. Shadow's expression sharpened, and he immediately warned them not to get careless. Diamond grade bosses were never simple damage targets, they always came with some kind of special mechanic. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader was already panicking, but Shadow had no intention of waiting around. He activated his gift of liberation, his figure blurring into motion as instant shadow slashes tore through the air and slammed into Grelina, each strike dealing nearly 500,000 damage. When Liu Jianfeng saw the damage numbers floating up, he froze in confusion and asked why Shadow's attacks had suddenly become so weak. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader immediately yelled back at him, explaining that diamond bosses naturally carried a terrifying 90% damage reduction. But Grelina was not the kind of enemy who would just stand there and let herself be cut down. She threw her head back, opened her mouth wide, and released a deafening scream filled with floating pink hearts. It was not just a cry of anger, it was her charming war cry. In the next instant, a pink charm gauge appeared above both Lu Jianfeng and the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader. The bars began filling at a frightening speed, climbing so fast there was barely any time to react. Shadow noticed it immediately and raised his magic resistance shield without hesitation. At the same time, he realized how dangerous this was. Once they were charmed, they would not just lose control for a moment, they would become the boss's mindless servants forever. But for the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader, Shadow's reaction came a step too late. His charm gauge instantly reached its limit. His eyes turned into glowing pink hearts, and with tears streaming down his face, he suddenly started crying out for his mommy like he had completely lost his mind. Lu Jianfeng's own gauge had only climbed to 70%, and seeing his rival fall first made him furious. He yelled at him that if he had just eaten the Bobo chicken earlier, he would have resisted the spell easily. Then another terrifying change appeared. A 5-minute countdown suddenly flashed into existence above the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader's head. Lu Jianfeng stared at the ticking timer as the seconds began slipping away. Meanwhile, his brainwashed rival just stood there with a blank face, drooling like a fool, and Lu Jianfeng panicked as he asked what that countdown was supposed to mean. Shadow explained in a low voice that once the timer reached 0, the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader would permanently become Grelina's slave, and that would even carry over into the real world. Lu Jianfeng instantly asked how they were supposed to save him, even wondering if killing him once would reset the status. Shadow shut that idea down right away. Killing the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader would not remove the curse, and the only real solution was to destroy Grelina before the countdown finished. But before they could come up with a plan, the brainwashed unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader raised his power and summoned a cluster of pink magic swords around him. Muttering about killing all men, he suddenly rushed straight at Shadow. Lu Jianfeng's eyes widened, and he immediately screamed out a warning. Without wasting a second, Lu Jianfeng sprang upward and kicked the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader clean out of the air. The moment they hit the ground, Lu Jianfeng wrapped his arm around him in a tight chokehold and held him back with all his strength. Then he shouted for Shadow to ignore this idiot and focus on dealing with the boss. Across the room, Grelina calmly opened the red spellbook in her hands. A strange pink light spread out, and 3 chubby human servants suddenly appeared in front of her. Each one had a pink heart mark stamped on their forehead, and they all chanted the same phrase together, "Girls help girls." Shadow stared at the bizarre enemies in front of him, visibly puzzled by what he was seeing. He wondered whether these things were actually humans, and whether everyone charmed by Grelina ended up becoming strange clone-like monsters just like them. Then the contradiction hit him. In this timeline, he should have been the first player to reach this floor, so there should not have been any previous victims here. So how could Grelina already have so many human slaves? The brainwashed mob charged toward him while still shouting that same slogan. As Shadow watched them close in, he became certain that there had to be some hidden and ugly secret buried in the history of this dungeon. Shadow gathered his power in one concentrated burst, and the energy around him sharpened. Then he unleashed the blade of his Dark Knight ring. A massive red crescent slash swept across the room, cutting through the air with brutal force. In a single strike, all of the servants were destroyed. But that small victory lasted only a moment. Grelina activated her magic again, and in front of them, a huge army of identical servants began spawning one after another, so many that it looked almost endless. As the swarm kept pouring into the room, Shadow's eyes caught a strange red glow coming from Grelina's magic book. He understood it immediately. The reason she could keep summoning these servants was not just her own power, it was that spell book. Just then, the system notified Shadow that his limit break meter had reached full charge. He quickly judged that this was the perfect time to use his ultimate, because with so many remaining slaves around, he could farm them afterward and refill the meter almost instantly. Shadow did not hesitate. He activated his ultimate, Endless Nightmare, and a vast wave of dark purple energy flooded the room, washing over every enemy at once. Their strength dropped sharply, while Shadow's damage against them surged by 80%. Then Shadow launched himself high into the air, completely ignoring the clones swarming beneath him. His target was never the mob. He aimed his next instant shadow slash directly at the glowing spellbook in Grelina's hands and sliced straight through it, cutting the book in half. Grelina's eyes widened in disbelief as the book shattered apart in front of her. Then her shock twisted into fury. She let out a sharp, enraged screech, and Shadow immediately realized that the fight was moving into her second phase. Grelina suddenly sprang high into the air, then came crashing down with a massive blast of pink heart-shaped energy. The shockwave smashed into the floor and tore it apart beneath her. Shadow dodged the attack with ease, slipping clear before the impact could touch him. As he landed, he noticed that her movement was actually slow, and even worse for her, the blast had wiped out her own summons. But right after that, Shadow noticed something unusual attached to the attack, a strange special effect that had not shown itself yet. A curving beam of pink energy suddenly shot through the chaos and struck the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader directly in the head. Lu Jianfeng screamed in shock as the timer above them flashed again, now showing only 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. He tightened his grip in a panic and frantically shouted at his rival, warning him not to turn into some brainwashed simp. The unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader slowly lifted off the ground, his whole body wrapped in a fierce pink radiance, while the countdown above them continued ticking towards 0. Time slipped away frighteningly fast, and before anyone could fully adjust, the countdown had plunged from more than 4 minutes remaining to a terrifying final 59 seconds. Lu Jianfeng's face changed instantly. He shouted toward Shadow in panic, warning him that the countdown had suddenly collapsed to only 1 minute. The unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader raised one hand into the air, and a vast storm of glowing pink magic swords gathered above him as he unleashed his ultimate skill, 10,000 swords. Lu Jianfeng stared at him in shock, finally realizing that his old rival had grown even stronger than before and had somehow gained access to an ultimate skill. Shadow stayed calm and immediately pointed out the truth. The boss must have strengthened him with a buff, temporarily allowing him to use the ultimate skill of his own class. Only then did Lu Jianfeng understand what was happening, and the confusion in his eyes finally turned into grim determination. Without hesitating any longer, he rushed straight ahead, yelling that although everyone claimed the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader had the strongest attack, his own defense had never lost to anyone. At the same time, he activated Wind Treading Indestructible, a defensive skill that granted him 1 layer of damage immunity for every 10 meters he sprinted forward. Lu Jianfeng roared that this would finally prove whose power was stronger, then charged head-on into the towering spiral of pink swords without slowing down at all. The unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader gave the command, and countless pink swords shot forward like a violent rain of projectiles, forcing Lu Jianfeng to raise a wind barrier in front of him. He immediately released his swift gale/shield, whipping his arms at incredible speed until the rushing wind formed a solid wall that blocked every incoming blade. The clash erupted in a massive explosion of wind and pink sword light. Through the chaos, Lu Jianfeng yelled to Shadow that he would hold the guild leader back, while Shadow had to defeat Grelina and save him. Shadow answered without hesitation, promising that he would handle it and immediately turning his attention toward the real target. Shadow locked his gaze on Grelina. She still had 20 million health left, which was already low for a diamond-grade boss, but the timer showed only 40 seconds before the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader would be enslaved forever. Grelina swung at him with a heavy swipe, but Shadow slipped past the attack with ease, moving just outside the reach of her strike. In the next instant, he flashed back in and countered with a 4-hit instant shadow slash, each strike cutting directly across her throat. Grelina let out a shrill scream of pain, then threw herself forward with a bizarre pink-infused baby belly ram, trying to crush him through sheer force. Shadow avoided the charge effortlessly, already thinking that with her spellbook destroyed, Grelina's attacks had become crude, predictable, and far too easy to dodge. Her defenses were no longer sealed up either. The massive damage reduction she had relied on had fallen sharply, dropping from 90% all the way down to 50%. Shadow seized that opening immediately and drove in another heavy strike, landing the blow cleanly while her guard was exposed. His limit break gauge was now completely full, and with 30 seconds still left on the timer, he had more than enough time to end the fight. Shadow unleashed his ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare, and the moment its dark power erupted, Grelina screamed in horror as if she already sensed her defeat coming. He closed the distance in a single blink, appearing right in front of Grelina before slicing across her throat with a slash too fast to follow. Then Shadow spun like a deadly black blur, releasing his Dark Knight ring blade together with a huge crescent of red energy that tore straight through the giant boss's body. Leaping high into the air, he brought down his final ultimate strike, Crimson Blade, aiming to finish Grelina off once and for all. A system notification confirmed Grelina's defeat, and Shadow received a massive reward of experience, evolution points, lifespan, items, and several skill books. With only 8 seconds remaining, the pink brainwashing glow on the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader's forehead suddenly cracked apart and shattered. Lu Jianfeng caught his falling friend in his arms, overjoyed that their plan had actually worked. When the unnamed Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader woke up groggily and asked what had happened, Lu Jianfeng explained that he had nearly become a mindless servant, and that the boss had saved him. Then an unusual item dropped from the battle, the cursed stone tablet of Irenas, the goddess of ultimate love. It carried a faint trace of divine power, adding a charm attribute to attacks, but there was one strict condition: only female characters could equip it. Shadow inspected the stone tablet closely, surprised that Grelina had dropped a cursed item, but his expression quickly soured when he saw the female-only equipment restriction. Lu Jianfeng suddenly blushed and asked in a shy voice if he could have the tablet since Shadow had no way to use it. Shadow looked at him in confusion and asked whether he was actually a woman. Lu Jianfeng admitted that his body was male, but deep down in his heart, he had always felt like a delicate little girl. Shadow was left completely speechless, but after a moment, he simply told Lu Jianfeng to try it. Lu Jianfeng immediately brightened up, thanked him eagerly, and reached toward the tablet. But the system instantly issued a warning, saying the equipment attempt had failed because of a gender mismatch. Since there were no eligible female players in the team, the tablet would soon vanish forever. Lu Jianfeng completely broke down as the tablet floated away and began dissolving into light. He screamed for it to come back, demanding to know why it refused to acknowledge his inner identity and angrily calling the system's gender lock blatant discrimination. Shadow quietly studied Grelina's charm, realizing its power came from absolute rules that no ordinary mortal could possibly resist. At the same time, another question surfaced in his mind. How had Song Xiaoyu obtained a similar stone tablet without being turned into someone else's slave? Before he could dwell on it any longer, a system notification flashed before his eyes. His experience bar had finally filled completely, and Shadow immediately began his 4th-class advancement. Dark energy erupted around him at once, twisting into an enormous black vortex. As the Shadow class officially advanced to Tier 4, every one of his main attributes instantly doubled. The violent transformation frightened Lu Jianfeng and the Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader half to death. Both of them panicked, thinking another terrifying boss had appeared, just as the system announced that Shadow's stealth level had doubled as well. And that was not all. He also unlocked a new passive ability that allowed him to attack without breaking invisibility, meaning all of his hidden attack bonuses could remain active. Even better, every attack effect he unleashed while hidden would stay completely invisible too, while also gaining an additional bonus equal to half of his total stealth level. Watching the black vortex fade around him, Lu Jianfeng finally understood what had happened. Shadow had merely upgraded his class, yet the entire process looked so overwhelming that Lu Jianfeng nearly lost his mind from excitement. Shadow quickly reviewed his new numbers in silence. After combining his equipment, skills, and class passives, his base stealth level reached 21, then immediately surged to an astonishing level 42. Still, he did not let that power make him careless. Some special classes and rare items possessed abilities that could completely ignore stealth levels no matter how high they became. He also remembered that powerful high-level bosses could see through ordinary invisibility with ease. The farther the game progressed, the less dependable stealth would become without truly exceptional strength behind it. According to ancient legends, the highest form of stealth was not simply reaching an absurdly high level. A true master assassin could force the entire world around him to overlook his presence, erasing even the memory that he had ever existed. But for now, that level of mastery remained nothing more than a myth. Not a single player in the entire game had ever successfully unlocked such perfect stealth. Shadow pushed those thoughts aside and turned to the Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader. He ordered him to post a bounty, knowing that players could merge with a second bloodline once they reached level 30. For the exact location of the epic grade boss known as the Death-Winged Angel, Shadow offered an enormous reward, 1,000 years of lifespan. He intended to build his strength one step at a time. Lu Jianfeng and the Bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader nearly screamed themselves hoarse when they heard it. 1,000 years of lifespan for an epic grade boss was such an outrageous bounty that they could barely believe Shadow was serious. Shadow remained completely calm. He simply told them to contact him the instant they uncovered any genuine lead, then vanished from sight as though he had never been there. From his previous life, Shadow remembered that the mysterious Death-Winged Angel had appeared only once. Back then, it had ultimately been slain by the player ranked 45th in the world. That battle had been hidden from the public, so almost nothing was known about it. The only confirmed detail was that after merging with the boss's bloodline, that player had shot up to global rank 6, proving it was an incredible upgrade for an assassin. This time, Shadow had no intention of letting anyone else claim that opportunity. He was determined to secure the Death-Winged Angel's legendary first kill for himself. Soon after, his 1,000-year lifespan bounty spread across the entire global server. Along with it came a cold warning: anyone who dared give him fake coordinates would be hunted down and killed. The world chat exploded immediately. Some players praised Shadow as the strongest player alive, while others called his attempt to challenge that boss alone nothing more than a suicide mission. Meanwhile, deep inside a hidden cave, Zentile reported the massive global bounty to the red-eyed leader. The man listened calmly and replied that he had already heard the news. The red-eyed leader considered how quickly Shadow was becoming stronger and quickly guessed that Shadow intended to hunt the beast alone. Behind him, Qin Xiaoyu stood nervously, visibly frightened by the thought of facing such a monster. Then a memory suddenly returned to Qin Xiaoyu. She sprang to her feet and shouted to everyone in the guild that she had seen the Death-Winged Angel before. The red-eyed leader slowly turned toward her, his eyes glowing crimson as he fixed her with a hard stare. He demanded to know exactly where she had encountered it. Qin Xiaoyu explained that in her previous life, she and her brother Song Fei had seen the Death-Winged Angel inside the forbidden city of unjust death. Her words left everyone nearby stunned. But the local thugs burst into laughter almost immediately. They mocked her claims about a previous life and sneered at her weak stats, making Qin Xiaoyu burn with anger as they continued ridiculing her. A frightening red aura suddenly burst from the red-eyed leader, crushing the laughter into silence. He shouted for everyone to shut up, then turned back to Qin Xiaoyu and asked what this city of unjust death was and where it could be found. Qin Xiaoyu opened her system map and explained that the legendary city was located near Jinling. It was known as a forbidden place where only the dead were allowed to enter. The red-eyed leader became deeply interested the moment he heard that. He immediately ordered Zentile to gather their strongest squad members so they could head for those coordinates without delay. The other guild members began whispering among themselves, confused about why their leader took a low-level girl so seriously. Soon, they were quietly gossiping about what kind of relationship the two of them might have. Their whispers did not escape the red-eyed leader. Another heavy wave of pressure rolled off him as he coldly warned that anyone who dared disrespect Qin Xiaoyu again would die by his own hand. Zentile quickly shouted at the men to stop provoking their boss. Terrified by the pressure filling the air, the subordinates hurriedly apologized and swore they would never cross the line again. With such powerful protection behind her, Qin Xiaoyu immediately grew bolder. Wearing a smug expression, she ordered every person who had mocked her to get on their knees, and the frightened thugs quickly bowed before her. Qin Xiaoyu crossed her arms and savored the small victory with obvious satisfaction. Deep down, she thought that only complete fools could possibly dislike a girl as perfect as her. Later, while the group traveled through the Jinling wasteland, Zentile finally decided to ask the red-eyed leader something he had kept buried for a long time. He wanted to know why their boss placed so much value on Song Xiaoyu and Qin Xiaoyu. In Zentile's eyes, anyone else who had made mistakes that serious would have been executed long ago. The red-eyed leader explained that Song Xiaoyu possessed a unique class capable of ignoring stealth levels. Because of that, her tracking ability was absolutely essential if they wanted to hunt Shadow down. Then he revealed an even more shocking truth. Qin Xiaoyu was actually Shadow's younger sister, making her the ultimate key to bringing him down. Zentile froze in disbelief and asked whether that could truly be real. The red-eyed leader assured him that he never acted based on rumors that had not been confirmed. He had even uncovered Shadow's identity in the real world. Shadow was Qin Feng, an apparently ordinary salaryman living a completely normal life outside the game. After hearing that, Zentile suggested kidnapping Qin Xiaoyu and using her as a hostage. But the red-eyed leader immediately called him an idiot for thinking the situation was that simple. He explained that Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoyu were not related by blood, since Qin Feng had been adopted. Worse still, their relationship had completely collapsed after a bitter family dispute. Zentile then proposed exposing Shadow's real name to the whole world. The red-eyed leader coldly warned that he would snap Zentile's neck if he attempted something so stupid. Revealing Qin Feng's name would accomplish nothing, he explained. No one would dare challenge Shadow anyway, and exposing him would only make Shadow aware that someone was plotting against him. And once Shadow became alert, he would have no trouble tracing them down. Then he would slaughter every one of them without mercy. That was why Qin Xiaoyu's real value did not lie in being Shadow's sister. Her true importance was her strange ability to remember events from her previous life. Zentile could not help laughing at the idea of memories from a past life. Yet the red-eyed leader remained firm, insisting those memories were their only genuine chance to assassinate Shadow. He made the danger perfectly clear. They would have only one chance to kill Shadow, and if they failed to finish him instantly, absolute doom would fall on every one of them. Everything they had planned, every move they had prepared, had been building toward this single, make-or-break moment. In their world, hesitation was fatal. Sometimes, one brief instant was enough to determine who walked away alive and who never rose again. Not long afterward, the group reached the precise location Qin Xiaoyu had given them. Before them stood the entrance to the legendary city of unjust death. Zentile leaned over the edge and stared into the pitch-black abyss below, his voice tightening as he asked whether they were truly expected to jump. The red-eyed leader gave him a blunt answer: they had no other choice. The sight of that endless drop made Zentile freeze for a moment, but the leader ordered the entire squad to leap. He assured them that, no matter how deep it looked, they would survive the fall. With a calm smile still on his face, the leader stepped forward and jumped first. His loyal men immediately followed after him, throwing themselves into the darkness without backing down from the mission. Even Zentile shouted as he leapt, declaring that he would gladly risk his own life as long as it meant they could finally destroy Shadow once and for all. As they plummeted through the darkness, the red-eyed leader suddenly began slowing down until he was gently suspended in midair. His followers stared in disbelief when their own falls also came to a complete stop. Darkness swallowed everything around them. The men turned their heads in every direction, unable to see anything, and wondered aloud whether they had truly entered the city of unjust death. Then panic broke out. Their lifespans were vanishing at a terrifying speed, and the decay rate had multiplied by 100 million. With less than a minute left to live, the entire squad began to lose control. Seeing his men panic, the red-eyed leader moved without wasting another second. He activated the Soul Walker class he had stolen, surrounding the whole group with a glowing green protective barrier. Zentile immediately praised his boss when he realized the barrier made them completely immune to the deadly lifespan drain. But the leader cut him off and told everyone to stop celebrating and look ahead. When they looked into the distance, the men were stunned speechless. Far out in the black void, an enormous green fortress glowed faintly as it floated in total silence. The red-eyed leader smiled at the sight and confirmed it at last. That gigantic floating fortress was the legendary city of unjust death. Zentile was thrilled that Qin Xiaoyu's coordinates had been exactly right. He immediately began mocking Shadow's plan to enter this place alone, boasting that even the strongest player would have been reduced to dust by such a horrifying lifespan drain. The group marched toward the entrance, but just as they approached, a sudden system notification appeared in their path. The huge gate ahead of them was completely sealed and could not be opened. That obstacle meant nothing to the red-eyed leader. Using the special ability of his Soul Walker class, he simply phased straight through the solid gates as though they were not there. Once the squad made it inside, a system notification appeared again, and everyone breathed in relief. The insane lifespan decay rate had finally returned to normal. Without warning, a level 35 epic boss descended from above. The death-winged angel floated before them and demanded to know how they had entered the city without possessing a key. The moment Zentile heard her speak, he panicked. He quickly reminded the others that epic-grade bosses were not mindless monsters, they possessed intelligence nearly equal to that of humans. But the red-eyed leader showed no fear at all. He calmly stepped forward, facing the death-winged angel with complete confidence. Then he told her that they had actually come here to rescue her. The death-winged angel burst into laughter at his ridiculous claim. Calling him completely insane, she coldly declared that every one of them would die.